The poor school beauty stood on the rooftop of the teaching building, about to end her life. While everyone else was panicking and at a loss, I was sitting not far from the rooftop, leisurely eating spicy strips. Seeing the girl staring at me with wide eyes, I winked at her and asked, "Do you want to eat some spicy strips?" At that moment, Son Yuru looked at me, who was waving spicy strips at her, with a confused expression. She clearly remembered that she had locked the door when she came up. In fact, I had been on the rooftop for a while, and I was the one who had opened the lock on the rooftop door. Otherwise, Son Yuru wouldn't have been able to come in at all. I had noticed her when she came up, but she was so immersed in her own world that she didn't notice me. At that time, I just thought she was like me, coming up to the rooftop to enjoy the scenery and the breeze, so I didn't pay much attention. However, after Son Yuru came up, she went straight over the railing and sat down at the edge of the rooftop. I was startled and thought, is she really that bold? Her action left me momentarily stunned, but I didn't say anything. If I spoke and scared her, causing her to fall, it would be a situation that would be hard to explain, so I sat quietly beside her, eating spicy strips while silently watching the girl, until she suddenly stood up, murmuring, "Mom and Dad, Grandma, if there is a next life, I hope I am no longer your daughter and granddaughter." Seeing this, I knew things were not looking good and thought, is she going to jump? I desperately tried to recall any memories from my past life about students jumping off buildings on this day. After all, such a big event should not be something I forgot. After thinking for a long time, I finally remembered the school beauty suicide incident. On this day in my previous life, I confessed to Lu Yenran and was caught. At the 100-day oath ceremony, I did not follow the school's leader's arrangements to reflect on myself. Instead, I boldly confessed to Lu Yenran again in front of all the teachers and students. The result was that the school immediately notified my parents, and I was taken home by my mom on the spot. From that day on, I took a week off from school and was then arranged by my mom to transfer schools. As for the school beauty's suicide incident, I learned about it from my best friend Wang Zibo. At that time, the incident at Shansheng No. 1 High School had a huge impact and caused a lot of uproar. However, under a series of blows at that time, I had no mind to care about these things. I didn't expect that after being reborn, I would actually run into Son Yuru. I muttered softly to myself, curiously sizing up Son Yuru, who was sitting by the railing. Under the sunset glow, Son Yuru looked as if she was draped in a layer of golden gauze. To be honest, she was indeed beautifully pure and moving. Regarding this commoner school beauty, I naturally had some understanding of her in my previous life, but at that time, all my thoughts were focused on my childhood sweetheart Lu Yenran, and I couldn't see anyone else. I shook my head self-deprecatingly, looked up at Son Yuru again, and murmured to myself, so young and beautiful, it would be a pity if she really committed suicide. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda, especially after experiencing death in a car accident. I understood that kind of pain that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Thinking of this, I made a decision in my heart, stood up, and was just thinking about sneaking over to pull Son Yuru back when she happened to turn around and look at me. Our eyes met, and thus the scene at the beginning occurred. Son Yuru and I stared at each other, especially after I asked, "Do you want to eat spicy strips?" The whole scene became strangely awkward. However, the sound of the door being slammed nearby grew louder, and the fire rescue vehicle had also arrived at the bottom of the teaching building, urgently setting up rescue equipment. After a moment of silence, I shook the spicy strips in my hand again and asked, "Do you want some?" Son Yuru instinctively opened her mouth to refuse, but before she could finish, I had already walked up to her and said, "Have some, it tastes good." Son Yuru was stunned. She hadn't reacted yet when I had already stuffed the entire bag of spicy strips into her hands. Meanwhile, with my appearance, the crowd downstairs also noticed me. Who is this guy? Everyone was a bit confused by my sudden appearance. Wow, Yen, look quickly, isn't that Gu Yifan? A girl in the crowd wearing black-rimmed glasses tugged at Lu Yen beside her, exclaiming in surprise. Lu Yen was also a bit surprised at that moment, and then couldn't help but frown, thinking, how could he be up there? Could it be that he wants to jump off the building because I rejected his confession? A lot of thoughts flashed through Lu Yen's mind. She actually had complex feelings about Gu Yifan. The two of them had known each other since they were in the kindergarten big class at the age of 5, and they could be said to be childhood sweethearts, going to school together and leaving school together, inseparable. However, as they reached high school, a time when everyone began to experience the confusion of youth, the two of them stuck together all day, and soon there were many rumors circulating. At first, she found these people a bit annoying, but she didn't pay much attention to it. She just unconsciously started to want to distance herself from Gu Yifan. But this morning, he actually barged into the school broadcasting room and confessed to her in front of the whole school, which was really childish behavior. So, naturally, I rejected him mercilessly and said many hurtful things. Just then, hearing her best friends shout, Lu Yenran came back to her senses from her memories and asked, "What's wrong?" She looked at her best friend. "It's going to fall." "Yenran, quickly look. What is Gu Yifan doing? He will die." Hu Xiaoyan pulled Lu Yenran, shouting loudly with a worried expression. Lu Yenran followed the direction her best friend was pointing and looked up at the rooftop, where I and Song Yuru were sitting on the edge of the terrace. Just as she was watching, I stood up, arms outstretched, walking on the wall like a balance beam. "Crazy." Lu Yenran widened her eyes and murmured, "No, I have to stop him. If he really jumps off the building and commits suicide because of me, how will I explain it to uncle and aunt?" Lu Yenran said loudly, then lifted the warning line and ran towards the teaching building. "Hey, Yenran, where are you going? Wait for me." Seeing her best friend rushing into the teaching building, Wu Xiaoyan became anxious and hurriedly followed. "Students, what are those two doing? It's dangerous. Stop them quickly." At this moment, the rescue personnel also noticed the two and hurriedly shouted loudly. And just as Lu Yenran was rushing up, I also stopped. Then I turned to Song Yuru and smiled slightly, saying, "Watch closely. I'm jumping." After saying that, I pretended to jump down. Song Yuru didn't expect me to be so ruthless. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly shouted, "No, I promised you. Let's talk properly. Please don't jump." Hearing Song Yuru's anxious voice behind me, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly, thinking, it's all under control. Women, oh women, you think you can escape my grasp so easily? Yes, I was just pretending. I'm not stupid. How could I really jump down? 2 minutes ago, I had just forcefully stuffed the spicy strips into Song Yuru's hands. At that moment, Song Yuru came to her senses. She looked at the spicy strips in her hands, then glanced at me who was lost in thought, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Yes, at this point, Song Yuru had already recognized me. There was no way around it. I had publicly confessed at the campus broadcasting station, and coupled with my recent reflection at the oath-taking ceremony, this series of stunts made it hard for her not to recognize me. Bang bang bang, classmate, open the door quickly. You're still young. Don't do anything foolish. Listening to the banging and shouting coming from the rooftop door not far away, Song Yuru couldn't understand how I got up there, especially since she had just locked the door. After thinking for a moment, she realized there was only one possibility. I must have been there before she arrived. She couldn't help but think, could he also be here to jump? After all, being rejected in a confession and then publicly reflecting on it, it seems reasonable to be in a dark place mentally. We are both lost souls in this world. Song Yuru sighed. At this moment, I also came to my senses. After thinking for a long time, I realized I couldn't come up with any good ideas, so I decided to use the KTV method, relying on my silver tongue to first persuade Song Yuru, at least to keep her calm, and then look for an opportunity to save her. Yes, that's the plan. But suddenly I froze for a moment because I noticed Song Yuru was staring at me intently. Then I heard her ask me seriously, "Are you also here to jump?" What the hell? Who asks someone else that? I looked at Song Yuru in disbelief, thinking, why does this girl think so differently from normal people? No, I coughed awkwardly and said helplessly. Song Yuru frowned slightly upon hearing my answer and said, "Actually, I just came to enjoy the scenery. You should be here for the same reason, right?" Gu Yifan tried to change the topic and said, "No." Su Qinghe gently shook her head, then said with a serious face, "I'm here to jump." Gu Yifan, looking at the serious look on her little face, Gu Yifan really didn't know what to say for a moment. Then the two were silent again. Well, is it okay not to jump? After holding his tongue for half a day, Gu Yifan suddenly raised his head to look at her and opened his mouth. "Ha!" Su Qinghe froze for a moment. "Why did you jump? Young man, this is a really dangerous idea for you. You're still so young, and there's still a long road ahead of you, so what hurdles can't you get through? Moreover, if you jump from such a high building, the probability is that you will land face first, and your death will definitely be miserable. You're so beautiful. You wouldn't want to leave this world looking so ugly, would you?" Seeing her freeze, Gu Yifan continued to speak, trying to convince her to give up the idea of jumping. However, after hearing him out, Su Qinghe's eyes only flickered for a moment before she fell silent once again. Seeing that she was unmoved, Gu Yifan was somewhat helpless. Sure enough, the system, this dog didn't lie to himself. Su Qinghe, this is really bent on death. Ah! Bang bang bang! Listening to the louder and louder slamming sound at the stairway. In fact, Gu Yifan knew that at this time he first ran over to open the door for the school leaders to come in, and then together they combined their efforts to persuade them to make a better choice. This way, even if Su Qinghe really jumped off, she herself would be able to clear her name. But he's afraid to blog. With the current situation, as soon as he left, Su Qinghe was afraid that she would jump without hesitation. "You are bound to jump, aren't you?" Gu Yifan, who was at his wit's end, opened his mouth to ask with his heart clenched. "Aha!" Su Qinghe first looked up at him, then gently nodded. Yes, since you want to jump, I'll jump with you. He stood up violently, then looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Why? She looked at Gu Yifan with a puzzled expression. Let me put it to you this way. First of all, if you kill yourself and make me watch you jump from in front of me and I fail to save you, then I'll feel guilty inside. It'll be hard. It'll even leave a shadow. Another thing is that all those people downstairs who are not aware of the situation, the probability is that they will also all blame me for not saving you because of your death. And then I am going to receive the blame and condemnation from everyone. In the end, if this matter spreads to the internet, I guess I still have to be unknown to the netizens netstorm all kinds of things. At that time I will definitely be scolded depression. And then I cannot withstand the pressure ultimately chose to commit suicide. Instead of that, I'll jump with you now. I've lost enough face today anyway, so why don't I just die? Let's jump together. We'll have company on the way to hell. Chapter 8 Su Qinghe's compromise versus Han Lemon softening. Hearing Gu Yifan's explanation, Su Qinghe's exquisitely pretty little brows frowned once again, as if she was thinking about what Gu Yifan had just said. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't bother her, opening his hands and doing a balancing act on his daughter's wall. Without realizing it, he had already walked in front of Su Qinghe. Good chance. Just as Gu Yifan wanted to hold her in his arms and pull her toward the inside of the guardrail, Su Qinghe suddenly raised her head. Oh. Gu Yifan's movements hanging in midair slightly stalled, and the scene was somewhat awkward. Is this you? Su Qinghe cocked her little head, looking at him with a puzzled face and asked. Even with Gu Yifan's thick skin, he couldn't help but slightly redden his old face. Ahem. He set up a couple coughs to hide his embarrassment, then forced himself to speak in a calm manner. It's fine. I'm just getting up and moving around. Ha, right. So what? How about that? Are you sure you still want to jump? If you have to jump, then I'll just have to jump with you. No way. I don't want to be back there and die of depression amidst all the cursing. There is another way. If you must want to die, come back later when I'm not around. If you have to die now, I'm sure I won't be able to escape with so many people watching. The pot is definitely taken. So, either you come down with me now, or I'll jump down with you now. Gu Yifan looked at her and spoke faintly. After being so fooled by Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe was a little shaken in her heart. Of course, it wasn't the desire to die that swayed her. It was the fact that she didn't want to involve others because of herself. If it was really like what Gu Yifan said, she wouldn't be at peace even if she died. That's right. Despite all the hardships that life has given her, she remains as kind as ever. I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't say anything, I'll take that as a no. Gu Yifan saw that Su Qinghe seemed to be a bit shaken, so his eyes rolled and he added more fire again. 3, 2, 1. Each of Gu Yifan's counts hit her hard like a hammer. Su Qinghe hesitated. At this time her heart was very torn. She really wanted to die, but letting the innocent Gu Yifan bury her with her, this kind of thing she really couldn't do. However, Gu Yifan didn't give her time to dwell and hesitate as he spoke again. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you want me to die with you. Well, in that case, I'll go first. Hearing Gu Yifan say this, Su Qinghe raised her head violently, and she just wanted to open her mouth. But he saw Gu Yifan suddenly turn his head to smile faintly at himself and said, "Watch this, I'm jumping ooh." When he finished speaking, he half crouched down and made a move to jump down. She didn't expect Gu Yifan to be such a wolf. Her eyes snapped open and she hurriedly shouted, "Don't I promise, if you have something to say, you mustn't jump." Hearing Su Qinghe's anxious voice from behind himself, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly. His rising movement stopped, and he was about to turn around and take Su Qinghe away from the rooftop. Bang! A loud noise rang out. The rooftop iron door that had been slammed for ages was finally smashed open. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were both startled at the same time. Both of them involuntarily turned in the direction of the doorway, only to see the already half-bald director of instruction Luo Yubiao rushed in with a group of people. Just by looking at it, Gu Yifan's feet slipped and his body instantly lost its balance. Asterisk. He was instantly startled and shouted. Then the whole thing fell toward the stairs. This sudden situation made everyone present not have time to react. The first one to wake up was Su Qinghe, who rushed forward and tried to reach out and grab Gu Yifan. Yet it was a step too late. Her fingertips traced past Gu Yifan's sleeves, and she just watched as Gu Yifan fell from the high building. "No!" she cried out loudly with bloodshot eyes. And at that moment, Han Lemon also ran to the door, and she happened to see the scene of Gu Yifan falling down. "It's over." She mumbled something under her breath. Then the whole man's body went limp and he fell directly to his knees. Wow! And at this time downstairs was in an uproar. The crowd of onlookers present were all stunned by this scene. Asterisk. Really jumped down. The group was shocked. While the fire rescue personnel were pumping the rescue air cushion at this time, all of them were holed by Gu Yifan's sudden fall to the wrong side. It's too late to temporarily reposition the air cushion. Done. This thought was unanimously born in the minds of all present, and Gu Yifan was a bit confused at this point. Listening to the sound of the whistling wind coming from his ears, Gu Yifan really experienced the feeling of flying this time. He looked downward, when the emergency air mattresses downstairs were still not completely done. The most important point is that life-saving air cushion is some distance away. With the angle and speed of his current descent, odds are he won't fall and it's over. Finished. This is really over. At this moment, Gu Yifan had only one thought in his head. I didn't realize that I had just been reborn and would have to go back to the drawing board. Meow. Is this the big finale? Then this rebirth of his own has no meaning at all. No way. Can't just give up. Labor can't be dogged so easily. In a flash of lightning, Gu Yifan thought a lot. Glancing down again, he realized that the life-saving air cushion was already half made, and frantically calculating the angle, he realized that if he could just change his position in the air, he should be able to fall onto that cushion. System, what the hell is that blue pill for me to use? So then he shouted at the system in his head. Ding! Given that the host's life is currently in danger, the 100 times attack speed blue pill system has directly helped the host to use it, and the effects of the pill take effect immediately. With the sound of the system voice, Gu Yifan only felt a hot current instantly attack his entire body, and he almost fainted from the impact of this hot current. At the critical moment, Gu Yifan directly bit his tongue, and only then did he hit a jolt to wake up. He felt like he was filled with inhuman power at this point. The power within this body gave him the feeling that he wouldn't die even if he did smash directly into the ground. Shaking his head, he hurriedly dispelled this death-defying thought from his mind. He wouldn't dare go and test this on his own little life. Quickly adjusting his posture, his body curled up in an inhuman state and flipped up in the air. As best he could, he leaned himself over toward the life-saving air cushion. Asterisk. That's okay? And so it was. Under the dumbfounded eyes of the crowd of onlookers downstairs, Gu Yifan smashed into the edge of the life-saving air cushion with a vicious 360-degree spin in the air. Hiss. Awesome. Chapter 9, Gu Yifan, remember, you owe me a life. Hiss. Awesome. After a long time, I don't know who opened his mouth first, and only then did the crowd come back to their senses from the shocking essence. Hurry! Help! The fire and rescue captain in charge of the command shouted. In an instant, all the paramedics who had rescued everyone swarmed over them. By the time they rushed to their heels, they found Gu Yifan patting himself on the back and stepping off the top of the life-saving air cushion. While walking, he also cursed. Bump, dish, scared the hell out of the laborer. Crowd. Gu Yifan was cursing when he turned his head and found a group of medical staff in white coats looking at him. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward. Hi. Gu Yifan scratched his head in some embarrassment, then ghostly waved his hand at the crowd and laughed awkwardly. Crowd. Straight face. The middle-aged male doctor wearing glasses at the head of the group couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. However, he was a professional after all. Shook his head, and with a straight face opened his mouth in a very serious manner and asked, Classmate, do you feel anywhere uncomfortable right now? Ha? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Feeling sick somewhere? He shook himself and said, somewhat strangely, I'm not uncomfortable anywhere. It shouldn't. With such a high distance and such a fierce impact, even with a life-saving air cushion, a few bones would have to be broken. Maybe even worse. The middle-aged male doctor frowned and thought with some doubt in his heart. Oh yeah, to say where the discomfort seems to be there. Just as the doctor was puzzled, Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. What's wrong? The middle-aged male doctor subconsciously blurted out. I think my kidneys hurt a little. Does that count? Gu Yifan looked at the middle-aged male doctor with a serious face and opened his mouth. Male doctor. Doesn't count? When Gu Yifan saw that the doctor was not speaking, he weakly opened his mouth and asked, Come on man, get on the stretcher and take him back to the hospital for a full body check. The male doctor gave him a deep look, then darkened his face. That's all. Gu Yifan was thus pressed into a single frame by several nurse ladies under the shocking essence of the onlookers, and then pulled to the hospital. 6:30 in the evening, Yamashiro City People's Hospital. In Ward 305, a handsome-looking boy was lying on a white hospital bed leisurely eating grapes. As he ate, he spoke to the girl who was peeling an apple aside. So what? Peel the skin cleanly. I don't like the skin. Ooh-hoo. The girl nodded gently, then looked down and continued to peel the apple carefully and thoughtfully. The boy is Gu Yifan, and the girl is Su Qinghe, the poor schoolgirl who tried to jump off the building in front of him. As Gu Yifan was escorted onto the single rack, Su Qinghe was also pulled down by the combined efforts of the crowd that had caught up to the rooftop. When she came down, she also rushed to the hospital accompanied by a couple of teachers. The reason why so many people had to come with her was because the school was afraid that she would think twice and do something stupid again. When she rushed to the hospital, Gu Yifan had already finished his full body checkup and was sent to the ward for observation. Seeing that Gu Yifan was fine, she then quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There's no way around it. If anything really happened to Gu Yifan, she would not be able to live with it on her conscience. Even if you die with guilt. I'm sorry. The moment she saw Gu Yifan, she stood in front of the hospital bed and spoke softly with her head lowered. However, Gu Yifan just waved his hand and said, "Why? It's fine, as long as you don't go jumping off buildings again." Brush. Su Qingha's small face slightly reddened. In fact, on the way to the hospital just now, she had figured it out. Life in the world, not as good as 9 out of 10. There are a lot of people in this world than their own suffering more. They are still trying to upward life. They should not be so weak. If mom and dad and grandma they are still alive, they should not want to see themselves in this way now this look. And, the guy in front of me is right. 18 years old, is in the youthful years, the future is still long. There are many more meaningful things waiting for us to do. One should take mom and dad and grandma's will to live well, and always go on. Above all, there seem to be things in this world that are worth keeping to yourself, such as, thinking of this, she quietly raised her head and glanced at Gu Yifan. Aha, talking to you. You're not thinking about where you're going to jump off the roof again later, are you? Gu Yifan saw that Su Qingha didn't say anything. He directly sat up from the bed and looked at her and said, "No, not anymore." Su Qingha raised her head to look at him and spoke softly. "Well, that's more like it." Hearing Su Qingha say that she wouldn't, Gu Yifan then nodded with satisfaction and said, after thinking about it, he added, "Su Qingha, let me tell you, you owe me the favor of a life. No more foolishness until you have paid me back enough, otherwise even if you die, I'm going to go dig up your grave so you can return my favor." Su Qingha, hearing Gu Yifan talk about digging his own grave, she couldn't help but want to give him a blank stare. However, she also knew that the reason Gu Yifan said that was because he didn't want her to go and do something stupid again, so she didn't get angry. Got it. Su Qingha looked at him and nodded. Bang! Just then, the ward door was suddenly pushed open. Hearing the commotion, Gu Yifan and Su Qingha both turned toward the door at the same time, only to see a middle-aged beautiful woman rushing in from outside with a face full of urgency. "Brat, are you okay?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly took 3 or 2 steps towards Gu Yifan's side as soon as she entered the door, her face filled with worry as she opened her mouth to ask. "Here, show mom where you're hurt," said directly hand in his body groping up. This posture is want to lift up his clothes to personally verify. Oh. Gu Yifan froze for a moment first, reacting. He hurriedly stopped his mom's movements and said with some embarrassment, "Wait a minute. Mom, why are you here?" "Hey you brat, what do you mean why am I here? Can I not come when something so big has happened?" Chen Dongmei glared at him and said without a trace of anger. Just then, a number of people walked in one after another outside the door, including doctors and school teachers. With so many people coming in at once, the small hospital room was starting to look a little crowded. Among these people was Gu Yifan's dad, Gu Jiagua, a handsome middle-aged uncle wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses with a big back comb. Dad, you're here too." Gu Yifan greeted his dad. Gu Jiangwo glanced at him and nodded slightly, then turned to the doctor who came in with him and opened his mouth to ask, "Director He, how is my son's current condition?" Chapter 10, Gu Yifan's kidney deficiency? Social awesome disorder of Chen Dongmei. Bureau Gu, your son's body has undergone a full body checkup earlier, and from what the report shows, his bodily functions are all normal. The somewhat balding middle-aged doctor who was asked, Director He, spoke to Gu Jiangwo as he flipped through the report. Didn't you say you jumped from the top of the 15th floor? Ahem, fall? A building this tall and not a thing? Gu Jiagwa said with some surprise. At this time, he already knew the cause and effect of this matter. The crowd agreed that Gu Yifan as a declaration of love was rejected, so he chose to jump off the building. And what Gu Yifan said at the school-wide review meeting, everyone thought was just his last stubbornness, so they were all subconsciously ignored. Well, I'm a little weirded out too. It stands to reason that if you fall this high, even if you have an air cushion to catch you, you'll be more or less injured. But the report does show no injuries to student Gu. Director He nodded in confirmation. Oh, Gu Jiagwei was also relieved when he received a conclusive answer. It's good that people are okay. As for the jumping and all that, we'll talk about those later. Phew, not only him, Gu Yifan's mom, Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, was also ruthlessly relieved at this time. I'm glad it's okay. She patted herself on the chest, finally dropping the large stone in her heart, and Su Qingha on the side likewise put down that hanging heart. If Gu Yifan really hurt somewhere, then the guilt in her heart would increase a few more points. But, just then, Director He suddenly opened his mouth and said with some desire to speak. The doctor's remark however made the hearts of all present tense once more. Gu Jiangwo frowned as he looked at Director He and spoke. Director He, if there's anything you want to say, just say it. Hearing Gu Jiangwo say this, Director He first glanced at Gu Yifan, hesitated for a moment, and after thinking it over, he still walked next to Gu Jiangwo and whispered in his ear. From the report, it shows that student Gu's body functions are all at normal levels. It's this kidney that seems to be a bit deficient lately. However, Bureau Gu doesn't have to worry too much. This young man, it is normal. A little bit of food to replenish the vitality of the food to supplement a bit. It will be fine. Gujarat. His voice was so small that the others in the ward didn't hear it except for Gu Jiagwa. Seeing this, the people in the ward were all very curious to look at the two, but it was not good to ask more questions due to their status. Kidney trouble? At this moment, Gu Jiagwa was speechless in his heart. However, he remained calm on the surface. He first turned his head to look deeply at his son, then expressionlessly and faintly spoke. Okay, I know. Gu Yifan saw that Director He looked at himself, and then his own dad looked at him as well, especially since the meaningful look in his own dad's eyes left him a little confused. What does that mean? You're not saying that you're not dad's biological child, are you? It shouldn't be. He remembered that the family had long ago confirmed their blood relationship during the medical checkup in his previous life. Gu Yifan had some 100 tears to write his sister for a while. After chatting a few more times, Director He was very sensible and left with the medical staff. And the teachers of the school left behind the fruit baskets and departed after exchanging a few pleasantries and condolences on behalf of the school. In the end, only Gu Yifan and his dad and mom as well as Su Qingha remained in the entire ward. At this moment, it was only then that the couple, Gu Jiangmo and Chen Dongmei, noticed Su Qingha, who was sitting silently in the corner. Although Su Qingha's had her head lowered, that gentle and quiet temperament made people very comfortable. This girl is great. The couple glanced at each other, and Chen Dongmei spoke to Gu Yifan. Son, this is, I forgot to introduce. Her name is Su Qingha. She's my classmate. Gu Yifan said casually as he ate the apple Su Qingha had peeled in front of him. Hello uncle and auntie. Su Qingha raised her head and greeted Gu Yifan's dad and mom with a red face. As she raised her head this time, that exquisite and absolutely beautiful face was instantly exposed, especially that brow between the pure and quiet. Let a person look to will not be able to help but pity. Chen Dongmei's eyes lit up. Oh Su. Hello. What a handsome-looking girl. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth with a smile. Brush. Su Qingha's originally rosy little face became even redder. Little Su-ah. Auntie, thank you for taking care of Yifan for us earlier. Chen Dongmei pulled Su Qingha's small hand and said with a smile. When she said that, Su Qingha didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, Gu Yifan's accident was still because of himself. Ahem. Gu Yifan could see Su Qingha's dilemma, so he opened his mouth to relieve himself. Mom, so what? There's nothing wrong with me. I should be able to be discharged. Yao. I just forgot to ask the doctor if you can get out of the hospital yet. Chen Dongmei suddenly remembered this, so she patted her thigh and said, I'll ask the doctor. Gu Jiangwo, who was on the side, glanced at his son before speaking. Okay, Gu, go ask the doctor. If you can get out of the hospital, by all means, get discharged. Chen Xiaomei spoke to her husband. Okay, I'm going. You talk. Gu Jiangwo nodded and turned around to walk out of the hospital room after saying that. Little Su, what does the family do? Come and play at Auntie's house sometime. Next, Gu Yifan's mom's enthusiasm made Su Qingha a bit overwhelmed. She kept her head down the entire time with her little red face not knowing what to say. Mom, are you checking on the family? That's enough. Gu Yifan said helplessly to his old mom. You brat, shut up if you can't talk. No one takes you for a dummy. What kind of censorship is that? To put it so harshly. Really? Go. Chen Dongmei disgruntledly glared at him and said without a trace of anger. After saying that, she turned her head to Su Qingha with a smile and opened her mouth. Little Su, let's ignore him and continue talking about us. That differentiation is faster than turning a book. Gu Yifan. He shook his head breathlessly. This old mom of his was good at everything, but sometimes she would speak out of turn. Su Qingha quietly glanced at him. Seeing his defeated look, she felt a little funny in her heart. Not for a while, the two then chatted. Su Qingha, this little girl piece, where is the opponent of his own old mother? It didn't take more than a couple of moments to give up all of his details. Just about the color of the underwear didn't say. When she learned that Su Qingha was left alone in her home, Chen Dongmei was instantly overwhelmed with motherly love and heartache. She took Su Qingha's hand and insisted on accepting someone as her righteous daughter. This can give Gu Yifan a fright. Chapter 11 Clueless Yifan? An assist from the pro-parents. It also made Su Qingha a bit overwhelmed, and she subconsciously threw a look at Gu Yifan for help. Ahem. Mom, get a grip, don't freak people out. He pretended to cough twice and whispered a reminder. Sure enough, his own mom, this self-cooked character. Wherever you can chat open well, in the parlance of the modern world, my own mother is socially awkward. Noticing Su Qingha's dilemma, Chen Dongmei also realized that she had been a bit too hasty. And, one seems to have forgotten one thing himself. That is, there seems to be something fishy between his son and Su Qingha, between her goddaughter and her daughter-in-law. Chen Dongmei decisively chose her daughter-in-law. Little Su, Auntie didn't scare you just now, did she? After thinking about it, Chen Dongmei looked at Su Qingha and somewhat awkwardly opened her mouth to ask. No, Auntie. Su Qingha shook her head slightly and said, aha, no is good. Auntie's personality is like this. No offense, don't mind haha, ho ho ho. Chen Dongmei nodded, then said with a smile, aha, Auntie, I know. Su Qingha nodded and said seriously. Seeing her so understanding, Chen Dongmei was getting more and more fond of her. This little Su is more pleasing to the eye than that Han Lemon girl, and so on. Han Lemon, almost forgot about this. Listening to the old Gu said Yifan, the reason why this kid accident today is because with Han Lime this girl confession was rejected. And then a moment of thought cannot jump off the building. Although, she also quite liked Han Lemon, and she and her son both grew up together as childhood sweethearts. The two families have also been neighbors for decades and know each other. She also really wanted the two to be a couple. But, she also knew that this relationship thing was a matter of destiny. The two are destined for each other, but it seems that they are not destined for each other. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. What a sinful fate. But now, Chen Dongmei quietly glanced at Su Qingha, who was helping her son receive water. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. Seems like it would be nice if the two made it. Right, gotta find a way to create some opportunities for both. By the time the rice is cooked, then you can sit back and wait for your grandchildren. She couldn't help but have the slightest smile on her face at the thought. Gu Yifan, who was eating an apple beautifully, suddenly shivered, not knowing why. He always had an ominous premonition in his heart. Another moment passed. Gu Yifan's dad is back and has completed the discharge procedures. This also meant that Gu Yifan could be discharged from the hospital and leave at any time. Little Su, choose a day. Come to Auntie's house as a guest in a while. Auntie will cook something delicious for you. Just as Gu Yifan went to the bathroom to change his clothes, Chen Dongmei suddenly spoke to Su Qingha. Su Qingha froze for a moment. She had originally thought that Gu Yifan's mom's invitation to her home earlier was just a courtesy, but she didn't expect her to invite herself now. Oops, Xiao Su don't it's so happily decided. Chen Dongmei directly clapped her hands. This, okay. Seeing that Gu Yifan's mom was so enthusiastic, Su Qingha couldn't bear to refuse anymore. When Gu Yifan came out, he found his mom holding Su Qingha's hand with a look of being ready to go. He froze for a moment and said, what's going on here? What's going on? Qingha is coming home with us now. Chen Dongmei glanced at him and faintly said, what? Going home together? Gu Yifan stared in disbelief. You're taking it home? That fast? He said with some shock in his heart. No, what are you staring at? I just invited Qingha to my home. Why are you reacting so strongly? Chen Dongmei frowned and faintly said, degree. So it was just an invitation to her home. Gu Yifan thought that his mom's thieving heart of recognizing his goddaughter was still intact. Nope. Suddenly, Gu Yifan reacted. He noticed that his mom's name for Su Qingha had changed. Green Harvest? Wasn't it still Little Su up front? How is it that the world has changed just by changing one's clothes? Sure enough, with a socially awkward mom, you can't look at her like that. Suehu Neighborhood, Building 7, Unit 3, Room 305. At the table, Gu Yifan's mom kept on giving Su Qingha dishes. Come on, Qingha. This braised pork ribs is Auntie's specialty. You try it. There's also this blood duck that I specially learned from a master chef in Hunan province. You should try it too. And this. Enough of this. It's too much. Thank you, Auntie. Looking at the dishes in the bowl in front of her that were about to pile up like a small hill, Su Qingha hurriedly spoke. Why not much? Qingha, you're too skinny, you need to eat more so that you can have good birth. Good health. Ho ho ho. Chen Dongmei almost let her mouth slip and hastily changed her words. Feelings are trying to find a daughter-in-law for that brat Gu Yifan. Hearing this and looking at his wife's unusual behavior, Gu Jiangwo on the side instantly understood her small mind. After all, the two had been an old couple for decades, and that tacit understanding was still there. But there was one thing to be said for him. He was quite impressed with this female classmate of his son's. A gentle and quiet personality. A nice little girl indeed. It didn't seem like it would be impossible if she became with her own son. Save that brat from thinking about the daughter of that old boy's family. Han Bastard Dirty, nickname, Han Lime's father, Han Jianjiang. All day long, This time it's jumping off a building, and the next time it might be something else. Don't look now about Gu Yifan jumping off the building after his confession to Han Lime was rejected. The couple didn't mention half a word about it, but they can't help but get a big head just thinking about it. In fact, regarding the matter of their son liking that girl Han Lemon, the couple had known about it a long time ago. At first, they didn't object to it, and treated it as if they didn't know. After all, Gu Yifan and Han Lemon grew up together. Both parents know each other well, and if the two children can make it, then they are happy to see it happen. One might even say that it is not a thing of beauty enough to be enjoyed. But that brat in his own family is head over heels, and that girl Han Lemon doesn't seem to be interested in Gu Yifan. From her attitude towards her own son, it could be seen that she seemed to just treat Gu Yifan as a playmate and good friend that she had grown up with. Regarding this point, Gu Jiagua and his wife are also very helpless. There's no way. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. After all, something like feelings can't be forced by a slap in the face. It was just that from what had happened in the past few years, that brat Gu Yifan seemed to have gotten into a bullseye and was dead set on identifying Han Lime as the girl, circling around her all day long. With that kind of licking, I'm afraid he'd dare to eat even if that girl Han Lemon asked him to. Now it has risen to such a grim level as jumping for her. After all, that's the only son the couple has. This had to make him reconsider the relationship between his son and that girl Han Lime. Chapter 12 Gu Yifan, going to climb a mountain together? In the middle of the night. Oh, dear. The old Gu family are all infatuated. For a while, Gu Jiagua thought a lot. He looked up at his daughter-in-law who was still as enthusiastic as ever and kept greeting his son's female classmates with food. A decision was made at the moment. So, he also spoke up and said, "Little Sue, your aunt is right. You guys are about to take the college entrance exam here, so you really need to eat more and supplement your nutrition." Gu Yifan froze. He was shocked to hear his ever-steady dad say the same thing. It's not right. Something's really wrong. What's going on with your mom and dad today? At the end of the meal, everyone had a mind of their own. Evening, 10:30. Gu Yifan planned to run away on the pretext of sending Su Qinghe back to school. None other. His own dad and mom seemed to be a bit overzealous with Su Qinghe. All this weird behavior made him uncomfortable, always feeling that this couple was brewing some kind of conspiracy. The 36th plan is to walk. Whatever their plot, let's avoid a handful of them for a while. And so it was. Gu Yifan left the house with Su Qinghe under the watchful eyes of his own dad and mom. Phew. After exiting the elevator, Gu Yifan let out a deep sigh of relief, and his entire body was much more relaxed. Not only him, Su Qinghe was also relieved. Gu Yifan's parents were too warm to her, or too nice. Just now at Gu Yifan's house, she always felt that something was strange, especially the way Auntie looked at her. Have some balls. Depends on the daughter-in-law? It gave her a feeling in her heart that she couldn't quite put her finger on. That. My mom's personality is like that, so I hope you won't take it to heart if she says anything wrong. In the garden of the neighborhood, Gu Yifan suddenly opened his mouth to Su Qinghe who was beside him. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, then said without a clue, "Auntie is very nice." The words seemed to answer Gu Yifan's words, and then again, they didn't. Gu Yifan turned his head and gave her a somewhat strange look, but he didn't care too much. Retracting his gaze, he smiled faintly and said, "It's getting late. Let's go. I'll take a cab to take you back to school." After he finished speaking, Su Qinghe was suddenly silent. What's wrong? Realizing that Su Qinghe didn't move, Gu Yifan stopped and opened his mouth to ask, I don't want to go back yet." Su Qinghe spoke softly. Her answer made Gu Yifan freeze for a moment. After thinking about it, he probably guessed what Su Qinghe meant. Indeed, too, there was a jumping incident today, and even though it was Gu Yifan who ended up falling down the stairs, as one of the protagonists of this incident, it was more or less embarrassing for her to face her roommates if she went back to the dormitory at this time. After thinking for a moment, Gu Yifan suddenly spoke to her. "Do you trust me?" Su Qinghe cocked her little head to look at him with some doubt. After a moment of silence, she softly nodded softly. "Trust? Yes. Then come with me. I'll take you somewhere." When he heard her say that, Gu Yifan no longer hesitated to speak directly. After saying that, he extended his right hand to Su Qinghe, looking at Gu Yifan's right hand in front of her. After a slight hesitation, she also extended her left hand. With a slight smile, Gu Yifan gently held her hand before leading her towards the cell door. At this point, the time was already considered late, and there weren't many pedestrians on the streets except for the occasional passing car. The streets seemed a little cold at night. The winter of the mountain city, not completely over. The breeze, still mixed with a little cool. Just the trees on the sidewalks on both sides of the street have sprung slightly, with a number of new buds sprouting from their branches. Apparently, the spring nuns couldn't wait to get here. Under the dim yellow streetlight, two people walked slowly down the sidewalk holding hands. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at Su Qinghe beside himself. The dim light hit her body. The long hair as black as a straight waterfall dyed with a touch of yellow. Under the loose school uniform clothes and pants, looking closely, you can vaguely see the beautiful figure hidden in it, and it can't be covered up. Especially the boobs, which jiggled a bit with the pace. 18 fangirls is good enough for this size. The future is unlimited. Ghetto school girl. Doesn't look like she's poor either. Gu Yifan secretly nodded. Seemingly sensing Gu Yifan's gaze, Su Qinghe twisted her head to look at him. A pair of water-shedding peach blossom eyes fell into Gu Yifan's line of sight. What's wrong? She cocked her little head and spoke softly with some confusion. It's okay, Gu Yifan said very bashfully. Ooh-hoo. Although her heart was doubtful, Su Qinghe didn't think much about it. Let's go faster. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yifan changed the topic and spoke. Yes, Su Qinghe nodded. As for where the two were going, Gu Yifan didn't say, and she didn't ask. The two of them just walked forward at a fast pace as if they were aimless. Over time, without realizing it, the two had moved away from the city center. By now it was 11:30 at night. The two had been walking for a full hour. The edge of the city, though, also has streetlights, but compared to the city center, it's a lot more chilly. Are you tired? Gu Yifan stopped and opened his mouth to Su Qinghe beside himself and asked. Well, kind of. Su Qinghe didn't make any pretense. She nodded and said softly. Well, get some rest then. Gu Yifan nodded. Then his afterglow scanned a night snack stand next to a construction site not far ahead, so he spoke up and said, it just so happens that there's a night snack stand over there. Let's have something to eat. After all, it's going to be a long time before we're expected to have anything to eat in a while. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, then said with some doubt, nothing to eat for a long time? Yeah, where's food going to come from in the mountains at this time of night? Gu Yifan replied casually. The mountains? Su Qinghe was a bit dazed, so he was taking himself to climb the mountain. Just, going hiking this late at night? What kind of strange behavior is this? She was a little puzzled and confused. Stop gawking and go. Gu Yifan tightened his grip, then pulled her toward the late-night snack stand. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe answered and let him pull himself to the night snack stall. Perhaps because there is a construction site in the neighborhood. There are a lot of men wearing construction site clothing on the night stalls and the eating fried noodles and so on. There are a lot of people eating fried noodles on the side of the beer. And the owner of the late-night snack stand was constantly frying noodles in a wok. With that traveling motion, it's obvious that you're an old craftsman. In no time at all, a steaming hot chow mein was ready. Boss, 1 order of fried noodles and 1 order of fried river noodles, both with meat and eggs, Gu Yifan shouted at the boss. When he shouted this, quite a few people couldn't help but look towards him. None other, simply because, the sudden appearance of Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both looked a bit out of place compared to the surroundings. Chapter 13, Picking a star with one's bare hands, even if in vain, does not leave one's hands covered with sludge. Okay, you two sit down for a while. I'll finish frying this in the pan first, and I'll be right with you. The owner of the late-night snack stall is a middle-aged man. He is familiar with the pot. While using a mouthful of authentic Sichuan poo smile to greet the two people, the owner has a good business. The night temperature was slightly cooler, and he was wearing a white sleeveless shirt, but a lot of sweat was still seeping from the corners of his forehead. The originally white lab coat on his chest was already slightly yellowed, obviously some years old. There's free tea on the table, so make yourselves at home ha. After the middle-aged boss started the pan of chow mein, he suddenly remembered something, so he opened his mouth to greet Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe again. Yes, Gu Yifan nodded. Then he and Su Qinghe found an empty table and sat down. As for those workers watching the two in front of them, they had long since stopped paying attention to them. Although they were a bit puzzled by the sudden appearance of this pair of youngsters, they didn't think much of it. After all, it's not like they're the only ones who can come here. After Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both sat down, it didn't take long for the boss to bring up the fried noodles with fried noodles for the two of them. Fried noodles and chow mein for both of you. Enjoy. The middle-aged boss smiled faintly at the two men. Okay, thanks. Gu Yifan nodded and said, then greeted Su Qinghe as she ate. Eat while it's hot. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded. There's one thing to be said for this boss. He's pretty good at what he does. Gu Yifan finished the fried noodles in 3 or 2 batches. Then after saying something to Su Qinghe he got up and came to the noodle stall to talk to the owner about something. While speaking, he pointed in Su Qinghe's direction from time to time. Su Qinghe gave him a somewhat puzzled look, but due to the distance, she couldn't hear what the two were talking about. After a while, Gu Yifan returned. Su Qinghe noticed something extra in his hand. I saw that the boss had several portable strong flashlights there, so I bought one from him, just in time to use it on the mountain later. Without waiting for her to speak, Gu Yifan shook the strong flashlight in his hand and spoke. Su Qinghe then realized. Turns out he was just talking to his boss for this one. She nodded softly, not saying much. In the morning, 12 o'clock sharp, the two are officially on the mountain. Nyato Mountain, a mountain that has been developed, is visited by a number of people who come up during the day on weekdays. So with 2 people going up the mountain at this point, there may be danger, but not much. But black is indeed really black. Fortunately, Gu Yifan had just been smart enough to buy this strong flashlight from the owner of the late-night snack stand, or else with that little bit of light from his cell phone flashlight, the odds were that he wouldn't be able to see the road. Gu Yifan held a flashlight in one hand and led Su Qinghe with the other. A strong flashlight illuminated the path in front of the 2 men. The 2 of them walked on the rather age-old green stone road, listening to the sound of insects and birds chirping in their ears. The whole body and mind relaxed. As for whether or not there would be any danger or anything like that, Gu Yifan wasn't worried at all. None other. With that dog of a system in place, how could he be let off the leash so easily? Moreover, he still had 900 times the speed of attack blue pills in his hand, so if there was really any bad guy or beast or something like that, once the small pills were high, he would hammer him in minutes, so there's no need to worry about that at all. On the way up the mountain, Gu Yifan kept looking at the mountain road in front of him and didn't notice Su Qinghe's desire to speak several times. Su Qinghe was actually a bit puzzled and wanted to ask Gu Yifan why he brought her here. After all, it couldn't be to see the scenery in the middle of the night, could it? Hey! And she really did guess right. Gu Yifan was the one who brought her to see the scenery. As for what kind of view she was going to see, she'd understand all about it when she got to the top of the mountain in a while. On the way, in addition to the strong flashlight within range of the bright, other places cannot be illuminated remains dark. Every now and then there was some movement in the bushes on either side of the flagstone steps, and every now and then the grass on the side of the road through which the 2 men passed stirred up the sleeping birds. I have to say that such an environment at such a time would be really creepy if one came. But, at this time, Su Qinghe did not feel afraid. Feeling the temperature coming from the palm of her hand, she even felt that there was still some peace of mind. Quietly, she glanced at the side of Gu Yifan's face, and it so happened that at that moment, Gu Yifan also turned his head to say something to her. 4 eyes. Su Qinghe retracted her gaze in a bit of panic, and her small face was instantly dyed with 2 shades of red. Gu Yifan also froze for a moment. What's wrong? No, it's okay. Su Qinghe lowered her head and grunted in a small voice. Degree. Strange. What's wrong with this? Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. Silence. The atmosphere became a bit strange for a while. In the end, it was Gu Yifan who spoke first to break this silence. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice before speaking. Well, so what? The top of the mountain is still quite far. So let's keep walking. Su Qinghe lowered her head and whispered in response. A little while later, at 1:30 in the morning, the 2 finally reached the top of the mountain. Arrived. Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. At this time, Su Qinghe's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. It was obvious that she was really tired. After all, the 2 had walked for a bell and then climbed for over a bell, but she was actually in relatively good shape for a girl. She used to help out in the fields when grandma was still around. The children of poor families are early adopters, and this has been true from time immemorial. There's a rock over there. Go sit over there for a while and drink some water and rest. Gu Yifan pointed at a large rock not far away and spoke. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded. The 2 then came to this large rock. Have some water. Gu Yifan unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her before he started looking around. Thanks. Su Qinghe spoke softly. The top of the mountain was very empty, and the mountain breeze blew away a lot of fatigue. Raising his head to look upwards into the sky, Gu Yifan's eyes lit up slightly. Su Qinghe, look up. He spoke to Su Qinghe who was drinking water. Hearing Gu Yifan's voice, Su Qinghe subconsciously looked upwards. Her eyes lit up slightly, and the entire movement of her hands instantly came to a standstill, only to see that the originally dark night sky was now dotted with stars, and the river of stars was composed of countless stars across the night sky. The river of stars flowed, the white band of starlight flowing like a river, as if it could be touched with a single reach. She subconsciously reached out, but could touch nothing. Picking a star with your bare hands, even if it's a futile endeavor, doesn't leave your hands covered in sludge. Such a sentence suddenly flashed through Su Qinghe's mind. It may sound a little naive, but the world really deserves a little more romance like this. Chapter 14 Double Standard Mom? Su Qinghe's past. So beautiful. Su Qinghe couldn't help but murmur. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan, only to see that he was looking at himself with a smile on his face and spoke softly. When I'm in a bad mood, I like to come to the mountains to look at the stars. Nothing downtown? Su Qinghe subconsciously blurted out. She felt stupid just after asking. Today's urban pollution and the cover of high-rise buildings, the city's sky has long since ceased to be the same, and occasionally you can see so 1 or 2 stars has been considered lucky. Gu Yifan gave her a strange look, but he didn't care. He nodded and said, no, you'll probably only see it on the outskirts of the city or in the countryside. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded. After thinking about it she added, I can still see it in the village, especially in the summer. The moon and stars are especially bright at night. Is that so? Then we can go to your house for a while sometime. Ho ho ho, Gu Yifan said casually and jokingly. Yes. Su Qinghe looked at him and nodded seriously. It was Gu Yifan's turn to freeze for a moment, and he glanced at her with some surprise, not expecting her to agree so readily. Looking at the serious look on her little face, Gu Yifan knew that what she said was not polite, but serious. Okay, then I'll come over to your house for a bit when the entrance exams are over and I have time, Gu Yifan said with a smile. Well, did you bring me to the mountains just to show me the stars? Su Qinghe nodded, then opened her mouth somewhat curiously and asked. Yes, I saw you were in a bad mood, so I wanted to take you stargazing to relax. But well, now there's one more thing in the interim. Gu Yifan smiled mysteriously at Su Qinghe. One more thing? Su Qinghe frowned her small eyebrows a bit puzzled and said. Right, watch the sunrise. Watching the sunrise? Aha, I've just checked. Today's sunrise is at 5:30 a.m. And this location at the top of Bull's Head Mountain is an excellent viewpoint. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to explain. Aha? After hearing his words, Su Qinghe's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, obviously having a strong sexual interest in what he said about watching the sunrise. Buzz, quietly holding a lapis lazuli token keeping a promise, parting always in disillusionment. Just then, a crisp cell phone ringtone suddenly rang in this darkness. Su Qinghe was startled. It's my cell phone ringing. Seeing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that the screen displayed, Empress Dowager Chen calling. Hey, what time is it? Why aren't you brats back yet? Sneaking off to an internet cafe to surf the web again. He had just picked up the phone when he heard his mom's riverine growl. Degree. The top of the mountain was quiet, and Su Qinghe on the side heard it. Gu Yifan looked at her with some embarrassment, then said to his old mom with some sarcasm. So what? I went to the mountains to see the sunrise. Watching the sunrise? Liar. You kid line Now lying are not drafted What time is it? What the hell kind of sunrise are you looking at? Chen Dongmei said with a breathless and kind face. Gu Yifan. The scene was awkward for a while. He didn't even know how to explain this to his old mom for a moment. After all, it does seem a bit that way to talk about coming to see the sunrise at this time of night. Hello auntie. Just then, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, came up and took Gu Yifan's cell phone and spoke. Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone froze for a moment when she heard the voice. Qinghe? Somewhat tentatively, he opened his mouth to ask. Auntie, it's me. We are indeed in the mountains now. It was me who wanted to see the sunrise and then asked Yifan-san to he accompany me. Su Qinghe opened her mouth to explain. Oh, yes, that's fine. You guys take your time. There's no rush. When Chen Dongmei heard Su Qinghe's words, her heart moved and she opened her mouth with a smile. Aha, we'll go back after we watch the sunrise. I'll give the phone to Yifan-san, you guys can talk. Why? No. You guys have fun watching the sunrise for as long as you want. That's all for now then. Auntie will leave you alone. Pa. After that, he hung up. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She looked at Gu Yifan and spoke. Auntie. She hung up. It's fine. My mom's personality is like that. Don't mind if I do, haha. Gu Yifan took the cell phone from Su Qinghe's hand, then said with some embarrassment. No, Auntie's got a great personality. Su Qinghe nodded and spoke softly. Hearing this, Gu Yifan shook his head without saying anything more. It's still quite a while until sunrise. Let's go sit over there for a while and wait. Yes, Su Qinghe nodded, and then the two of them walked to the side of a large rock and casually sat down. Gu Yifan put the strong flashlight aside, illuminating the scenery in front of the two of them. Looking at the trees swaying in the wind on the hillside and the refreshing mountain breeze, neither of them spoke, quietly enjoying the relaxing moments of the moment. You know, I actually envy you. Su Qinghe clasped her hands on her knees and looked ahead and spoke softly. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe. Envious of me? Aha. She turned her head to lock eyes with Gu Yifan, then nodded gently. I envy the way you get along with your parents. Besides, I haven't felt at home in years. Su Qinghe withdrew her own gaze to continue looking at the leaves swaying in the wind under the light in front of her and spoke softly. Hearing this, Gu Yifan instantly understood. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. Tell me about your family, if you can, and why you tried to jump off a building in the afternoon. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's eyes slightly stagnated. After a long period of silence, just when Gu Yifan thought that Su Qinghe didn't want to say anything, she opened her mouth. When I was very young, I had a happy family of 3 just like you. At this point, she stopped abruptly, as if remembering something. Gu Yifan didn't disturb her when he saw this, so he quietly sat aside and watched her. Under the starlight, her side face was exquisite and stunning, it had to be said, including in his previous life. Among the girls he had met, other than Han Lemon, Su Chingha was the best looking. Just then, Su Chingha suddenly turned to look at him and spoke. Well, although the memories of that time have begun to blur a bit, I think that I should have been happy at that time. And then what? Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth and asked to cover up the embarrassment he had just peeked at. Chapter 15. The world kisses me with pain and I smile in return. And then? Then there was an accident when I was 3 years old and my dad died trying to save me. And everything changed from then on. Laughter can no longer be heard in a home that was full of it. It was the 5th year after my dad left, when I had just turned 8, and my mom got sick and died from overwork. In fact, this result from the beginning can be predicted. Since my father died, take care of the whole family burden all fell on my mom. Since then, my mom every day early morning and late at night, day and night work. At that time I was still small. Do not understand these or it is difficult to understand the grief of the adults, often noisy, blaming her for not accompanying me. Later, when I grew up, I thought about it and realized that maybe the reason why my mom worked so hard in the first place, apart from bearing the burden of life, maybe it was more about trying to numb herself with desperate work to make herself forget the pain of the loss of her husband. Su Chingha's tone of voice was flat and light, as if she was telling someone else's story. It was just that the more she was like this, the more Gu Yifan's heart ached as he watched. It wasn't that Gu Yifan was in love with her, it was that he was simply heartbroken by her unfortunate experience. I wasn't standing dumbfounded when I watched my mom being carried out of the house by the doctor. Even at my mom's funeral, I didn't cry because I couldn't believe that my mom, who said she wanted me to take me shopping the day before, was a little altar boy today. It wasn't until after the funeral that I felt torn apart, because I knew that when the slab was sealed, Mom would never come back. When she said this, Su Chingha's tone was no longer as calm as it was at the beginning, and her voice was a bit hoarse and choked. Gu Yifan looked at the girl in front of him, who had a somewhat thin figure, and his heart once again rippled. He reached out his own right hand and gently took the girl's, feeling the warm temperature coming from the palm of her hand. Su Chingha's body gave a slight lurch before she once again returned to normal. After adjusting her emotions, Su Chingha spoke again. Then later, after my mom's funeral, my grandmother moved in with me. From that point on, my grandmother was the only two people left in the family to depend on. It was also from that time that the people in the village began to say that I was an ominous person, the reincarnation of a broomstick star, which first killed my father and then my mother. My classmates at school also bullied me when they learned I didn't have a mom and dad. At first I would go to them and forcefully argue with them, but after a while I started to become numb. Sometimes I wonder if it's really true, as they say, that I'm an unlucky person who killed my mom and dad, because my dad did die because of me. Grandma kept reassuring me that my parents' deaths had nothing to do with me, that it was their own lives. Say I'm a kind child, an angel, not a broom. But, Grandma passed away from cancer last month too. I'm all alone in this world. Speaking here, Su Chingha's pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes were already full of tears at this time. Only she forced herself not to cry out. The world kisses me with pain and I smile in return. Such a sentence suddenly flashed through Gu Yifan's mind. Ugh. He sighed softly and spoke softly and gently. Cry out if you want to. It's okay. The moment his words came out, Su Chingha could no longer restrain herself. Tears couldn't stop flowing down. Looking at Su Chingha who was crying like a pear, Gu Yifan's heart gently trembled. No more hesitation. He reached out his hands and gathered her into his arms, whispering softly in her ear. It's okay. From now on you're not on your own. There's me in the future. Whatever it is, you can tell me and I'll face it with you. Because we're friends now, aren't we? Feeling Gu Yifan's warm embrace, at this moment Su Chingha's suppressed voice could no longer be controlled. As for that last sentence, Su Chingha could no longer hear it clearly. She fell on Gu Yifan's chest and lost her voice. Gu Yifan didn't say anything else. He reached out and gently patted Su Chingha's back, just holding her silently. The night breeze was blowing and the temperature was starting to drop quite a bit, and I don't know how long it was. Su Chingha had already stopped crying, only to still sob twice every now and then. It's the body's natural reaction to crying for too long. Gu Yifan hugged her for as long as she cried. Another 10 minutes passed. Su Chingha's emotions had slowly begun to calm down. I don't know if it's because I've traveled too far today or because I've been crying for too long. Without realizing it, Su Chingha fell asleep, listening to the even breathing coming from his arms. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He looked down and realized that Su Chingha in his arms had already fallen asleep. At this moment, her brows were furrowed, and there were still crystallized teardrops underneath those long eyelashes. Sleeping looks somewhat naive. It's a bean. So relieved of me? Gu Yifan secretly said in his heart. What a big heart. He deflated a bit helplessly, but Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to wake her up. because he knew that this girl Su Qinghe was really tired. Forget it, just let her get some sleep. Gu Yifan shook his head. The time came to 5:30 in the morning. Looking up toward the east, the sky was already faintly lit. Apparently sunrise is coming. Gu Yifan carefully freed a hand and tried to pull his cell phone out of his pocket. Well, just then, Su Qinghe in Gu Yifan's arms let out a muffled grunt. The lashes on her eyes fluttered slightly, then slowly opened them. The moment she just opened her eyes, Su Qinghe's eyes were all blank. A look of who I am and where I am. Awake? Gu Yifan spoke softly. Yikes! Su Qinghe was instantly startled and seemed to remember something. Her small face instantly turned red, and she hurriedly struggled to get out of Gu Yifan's arms, her head slightly lowered, her eyes somewhat evasive, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes at all. Gu Yifan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly as he looked at her shy, unshrinkable appearance. It's almost dawn. He stood up and stretched hard, casually. Hearing him speak, Su Qinghe raised her head to look at the sky and realized that a shimmer had begun to appear in the sky, and flaming clouds had begun to appear around the shimmer. Suddenly, her afterglow caught a glimpse of Gu Yifan's chest shirt wetting a large portion. Obviously, it was his own work. When she thought of how she lost her temper in front of her, Su Qinghe couldn't wait to find a crack to drill into. It's so embarrassing. Gu, no, sorry for dirtying your clothes. She opened her mouth in a small, red face. Gu Yifan, who didn't hear what she said clearly, froze for a moment and turned his head to ask, what's wrong? You, clothes. She pointed at Gu Yifan's chest and said in a voice like a mosquito wire. Chapter 16 Watching the sunrise, Su Qinghe cried. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he glanced down at his chest. He realized that his chest was already soaked with a large portion of Su Qinghe's tears. I thought it was something. It's okay, I'll just go home and wash it later. He raised his head and waved his hand at Su Qinghe, smiling. Why don't I clean it for you and give it back? Su Qinghe said thoughtfully. When her words came out, Gu Yifan's eyes glared. Are you serious? After all, I'm the one who soiled your clothes, Su Qinghe said with a serious face. Gu Yifan, looking at her small, serious face, Gu Yifan was speechless. After holding his tongue, he said quietly, you want me to go home naked? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She stared at the pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that were a little red and swollen with a puzzled face. Brush. Next, she reacted, her small face instantly turning red, somewhat incoherently. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to help you clean your clothes. I didn't think that much. Alright, I know, but it's really not necessary. I'll just go home and put it in the washing machine. No need to go through all that trouble. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. Seeing that he had said so, Su Qinghe could only nod obediently. It was just that her heart was still a little torn and more than a little embarrassed. In just one day, all of her worst looks were all seen by Gu Yifan. In fact, she herself didn't know why she had said so much to Gu Yifan. Maybe it's because there's been no one to talk to and you've been repressing yourself for too long? She thought about it and eventually realized that it was probably because Gu Yifan's jump for her own sake this afternoon had begun to doom her to the fact that she would be trusting him unreservedly. Sunrise, here it comes. Just as Su Qinghe was ruminating, Gu Yifan looked out at the eastern sky and spoke. Gu Yifan's voice pulled her back to reality from her thoughts. Raise his head and look into the distance, only to see the sky appeared a touch of fish-belly white, orange and red like fire like sunset covered all around, like a young girl's face red. Over time, originally only showing the fish-belly white sun struggled to pierce the clouds, slowly rising, like a burden, difficult to climb upward. With each step it took upward, the clouds in the sky became redder. The bright red color was like a starfire starting a prairie fire, slowly spreading outward from the perimeter of the blazing sun, and in no time at all, it spread to every cloud in the sky. The colorful sunrise was like the little flowers on the little girl's floral dress, while the fiery red sun was as lovely and immaculate as the owner of the little floral dress. Images that were thought to only appear in textbooks now truly appeared in front of the two. The sun is blazing. This was the only thought that both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe had in their minds at this moment. In the morning, 7:30. Sunrise is over. By now the sun had all but shown itself, hanging high in the sky. The two stood on the top of the hill and looked down, taking in almost the entire mountain town. The air was fresher in the mountains in the morning, and the two of them watched the scenery for a while longer to breathe in the fresh air. Despite being up all night, I didn't feel very tired. Come on, it's time to go down. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time after down, turned his head to Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Yes, Su Qinghe nodded softly. The night had brought the two men closer together. There was no longer the rustiness that had been there before. Gu Yifan very naturally reached out to take Su Qinghe's hand, and Su Qinghe didn't feel that anything was wrong. The two of them then went down the mountain the way they came. 8:15. Sure enough, it's always harder to go up than down. In less than an hour, The two had already returned to the foot of the mountain along the same path. Gu Yifan took a car to send Su Qinghe back to school. The two waved goodbye at the school gate and then went straight back to their own neighborhood. I'm heading north, out of the season with you, around the steering wheel, slewing my. At this time, it was already 10:30 in the morning, and Gu Yifan hummed a little song all the way to the unit where his home was. A few minutes later, room 305 entrance, Ka-ching. He pulled the key from his shirt pocket and opened the front door of his house. As soon as the door opened, he saw his mom, Chen Dongmei, staring straight at him. Degree. Gu Yifan was taken aback. The corner of his mouth twitched, and then he looked at his mom with a helpless face and said, "Mom, what are you doing here?" Chen Dongmei rolled her eyes at him and said without any goodwill, "How come you're the only one who came back by yourself? Where's Qinghe?" "She went back to school," Gu Yifan replied with some uncertainty. "Oh, then why did you come back?" Chen Dongmei skimmed her mouth with a look of disgust. Gu Yifan, he kind of got it. Hopefully, this biological son of his is still no match for a Su Qinghe. Why not just let her accept Su Qinghe as her goddaughter before? He thought breathlessly in his mind. No, Mom, you've only met him once. Why are you so attached to him? Or why don't we just make her your daughter-in-law? Gu Yifan said casually with a bit of a grin. Aha! Chen Dongmei's eyes lit up as she looked at her son with some surprise and said, Comrade Xiao Gu, your kid has finally gotten the hang of it. Gu Yifan looked at his somewhat agitated mom in front of him with a confused face. No, Mom, I was just saying that. But you're taking it seriously? He said somewhat breathlessly. Crap, I'll take it seriously. If you have the ability, you should give me to chase Qinghe to the hand. Do not know all day around Hanlime that girl piece around, but also the whole what for the love of jumping off the building this dead out. Chen Dongmei glared at him with a look of disgust. That expression, as if to say, if you were not my son, I would not even look at you if you were thrown to the side of the road. Gu Yifan. No, Mom, who told you I jumped off the building for Han Lemon? I obviously just accidentally stepped out of the air and fell off. It's already a blessing that your son wasn't hurt, okay? He opened his mouth to his old mom with a helpless face and explained. However, Chen Dongmei didn't listen to him. Alright, there's no need to pretend in front of me. I don't know what you're like. Chen Dongmei glanced at him and somewhat impatiently waved her hand and said. Of course, she wasn't really impatient. I just don't want to listen to Gu Yifan's sophistry. Gu Yifan just wanted to open his mouth, but was once again ruthlessly interrupted by his own mother. You also don't me. You kid since childhood. As soon as you take off your pants I know what kind of you're going to take. Instead of pretending in front of me, why don't you think about how you're going to face the strange looks from your neighbors and the finger pointing from your schoolmates later on. Gu Yifan. Chapter 17 Warriors Who Charge for Love? Unlocking New Positions. Gu Yifan's eyes glared. I'll rub it in. What do you mean? The strange looks from the neighbors? Finger pointing from classmates? It means that everyone is under the mistaken impression that they jumped because of Han Lemon. So, that's what the people at the school think. 2. This Nima. The old man was wronged. Gu Yifan's heart 10,000 words of grass mud horse galloped past, a face of lifelessness. Son, you don't want this to be known, do you? Just as Gu Yifan was speechless, his own mom spoke again. What? Why does that sound so familiar? Oh, is it possible that your own mom is also born again? Gu Yifan looked at his mom with some shocked essence. No way, absolutely not. The odds are that you're overthinking it. Gu Yifan shook his head in self-denial too. Alright, your Aunt Song has asked me to play mahjong. I have to go out. The food is in the pot. You can take care of it yourself at noon. Chen Dongmei saw that he was fuming, so she waved her hand and said. After saying that, he got up and carried his bag and went out in a dashing manner, leaving Gu Yifan alone standing in a dumbfounded manner. In the meantime, Mountain City First High School, this side of the girls' dormitory. At this time, Su Qinghe had just come out of the shower, and she was the only one in the dormitory. Even though it's the weekend and there are no classes, odds are that the housemates are all in the classroom reviewing. After all, it's almost time for the college entrance exams, and everyone is scrambling to study just to get a few more points on the exams. The housemates were away, which saved her a lot of explaining. Su Qinghe was lying on the bed. She picked up her cell phone to ask if Gu Yifan had arrived home yet, but suddenly remembered that she didn't have his contact information. Both forgot about it. She casually logged on to the school forum and found that yesterday's jumping incident was discussed everywhere. All anyone mentioned was that a boy had jumped off a building and not her. Yes, originally, she should be the protagonist of this jumping incident, but because of Gu Yifan's slip and fall was covered by the light, everyone only knows that Gu Yifan jumped off the building, but they don't know that the person who was going to jump off the building was actually her. Some people even combined it with Gu Yifan's confession of love to schoolgirl Han Lemon in the morning. saying that he was rejected and that's why he couldn't think of anything else to do and went to jump off the building. I don't know who spread the word that he was showing his love by dying. As word spreads, everyone starts to think so. Because of this incident, Gu Yifan was even given a nickname, the warrior who charges for love. Even though the forum didn't name Gu Yifan's name, those who were familiar with him naturally knew that it was Gu Yifan who was being talked about. After brushing the forum for a while, looking at the above various comments about Gu Yifan jumped off the building, Su Qinghe felt even more guilty. If it wasn't for Gu Yifan, he would have been a cold corpse by now. And if it wasn't for himself, Gu Yifan wouldn't have been misunderstood. Is it possible that he is really an ominous person? Why is it that everyone who is close to you has bad luck? Mom and dad were, grandma was, and now even Gu Yifan, who had saved his life, was. Gu Yifan. It should be hard for him to see this, right? Ugh. She sighed softly and put the phone down. Compared to her guilty uneasiness, at this moment, Gu Yifan didn't care about this at all. Yes, just now Gu Yifan also saw those discussions about his jumping. A warrior who charges for love? Ha! I never thought I'd have such an awesome nickname one day. It's just, who the hell made that nickname? It's so ugly. Looking at the nicknames that those grizzled good people had given themselves, Gu Yifan even commented on them to himself. Didn't care at all about that. As a born-again person, what big storm hadn't you seen before? The grips on the forums don't name names when discussing them anyway. So, do what you have to do. As long as you're not embarrassed yourself, the only people who are embarrassed are others. Gu Yifan skimmed his mouth and casually threw his cell phone to one side of the sofa, preparing to take a shower and then have a beautiful sleep. That's the most important thing right now. Just then, the familiar mechanical female voice of the system once again sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Save Treasure Girl Su Qinghe main quest and putting her thoughts of lightening her life to rest. The system rewards extraordinary fighting technique. Ding! Congratulations to Treasure Girl Su Qinghe for completing a night of intimate exchanges. Both parties favorability plus 80%. The system rewards a latest model Mercedes-Benz G63. Remark 1, force cannot solve everything, but sometimes violence can. The extraordinary fighting technique allows the host to have the same single combat ability as a special operations unit, protecting the good people around him from harm. It also allows the host to unlock a variety of difficult maneuvers and poses, and effectively increases the host's ability to fight in the wild. Currently the host can activate it at any time, and the ability is permanent. Remark 2, how can a good man not have a car of his own? The latest Mercedes-Benz G63 has been systematically modified to perfectly adapt to a variety of off-road venues. Currently the vehicle has been parked in the underground parking lot of the host community parking space No. 305. All kinds of documents are complete. Please rest assured that the host use. As the system's voice continued to ring out, Gu Yifan's movement to get up slightly stalled. No. Force, violence, fighting arts, I can understand all that. But, what the hell is that wild ability to perform all sorts of difficult maneuvers and positions? Damn. I knew this dog system wasn't very decent. Gu Yifan first spat out with a speechless face. He then made another turn of phrase. But I like it. Ha. System. This car is quite practical. The Mercedes G63 is not bad. Although this big G is known as the jagged gun car in the latter days, but the fragrance is still quite fragrant. After all, its face is Thai enough. But this dog system says it's a modified G63. Don't give me any more, right? Forget it. It's useless to think about this. Anyway, now I don't have a driver's license. It's useless to have a car. It's better to find my own dad to ask someone to get a driver's license first. After all, he is also an old driver. As long as there is a driver's license, can be on the road in minutes. Gu Yifan muttered under his breath. After saying that, he was ready to study that fighting technique first, while that mechanical voice of the system sounded again. Ding! Treasure Girl Su Qinghe's favorability towards the host plus 10%. Currently the host in Treasure Girl Su Qinghe good sense is 90%. When the good sense reaches 100% can be solved to break through the limit of friends. Unlock new posture. System warm reminder. The upper limit of goodwill is 200%. After reaching the upper limit there will be a special surprise reward yo. Gu Yifan froze for a moment after the system finished speaking. How did this favorability suddenly increase by another 10%? He said a little strangely. What do you mean? Unlocking new poses? Though, this dog system, it really isn't right. Gu Yifan couldn't help but spit again. System. Chapter 18, Licking Dog Aftermath? Dumbfounded Han Lemon. System. Activate extraordinary fighting technique. Gu Yifan spoke without hesitation. Ding. Extraordinary fighting technique being activated. Ding. Extraordinary fighting technique activation successful. Note, the extraordinary fighting technique will be transmitted from memory as well as muscle assistance, and will not cause any damage to the host's own memory. As the system's voice fell, Gu Yifan only felt that a memory of fighting techniques had suddenly appeared in the depths of his mind. But this memory had no sense of incongruity, as if it had been born into his mind. He felt like he'd been studying the art of fighting for no less than 10 years, and could instantly make it work whenever he wanted to. This made Gu Yifan feel very amazing, and at this time he felt like he was full of power. Combined with the power generation techniques of the fighting arts in his mind, this gave him the illusion that he could kill 10 Wang Zibo with one punch. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not bad, not bad. This dog system is not very decent at times, but what comes out will be good, he thought darkly in his mind. Right. This is not similar to the power transmission and dunking in martial arts novels. Gu Yifan suddenly remembered his childhood dream of martial arts, so he opened his mouth and asked, "System, since fighting arts can be directly imbued, are there any martial arts secrets like the 18th palm of the descending dragon or something like that for me to learn a couple of moves from?" System. However, the system was as good as dead and didn't give a damn about him. System, are you still there? System, are you dead? System, you, Seeing that the system no longer gave a damn about himself, Gu Yifan deflated his mouth and spat out in a small voice. Ugh, it's true that it's still just an artificial retard. System, at %. UN hashtag at hashtag. Yen % and asterisk %. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Yifan was woken up by a knock on the door. This was followed by the lifting of his own covers straight up. Gu Yifan opened his eyes in a daze and found his mom standing by his bed with a disgusted look on her face. Brat, what time is it? Don't get up quickly. He was first confused for a moment, then said with a helpless face, Mom, today is not the weekend. This morning, let me sleep a little longer. What are you sleeping for? Get up. That girl Han Lemon is here, looking for you. Chen Dongmei glared at him and said without a trace of anger. Han Lemon? Hearing this name, Gu Yifan froze for a moment before speaking. What is she doing here? How do I know? She's in the parlor now. Ask her yourself. Chen Dongmei faintly said. With that, she turned and walked out of the room. Looking at his mom's back, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown and said, No, what's this doing here looking for herself? After thinking about it, he couldn't really think of anything. Never mind, it's just as well to find her and get her own bank card back. Never got a bow strike for my own first bucket of money. He muttered something under his breath, shook his head, and then popped out of bed with a carp out of habit. Gu Yifan, who found himself standing on the ground, couldn't help but call out. The olden used to do this carp takedown a lot, but every time he made it into a salted fish flip. I didn't think I'd actually do it today. Suddenly, Gu Yifan reacted. That's not bad for a dog system with special fighting skills. Gu Yifan broke the mold and complimented the system, and so on. If you take out the word dog system, it should be considered a compliment. How does it not count? After changing his clothes, Gu Yifan then pushed open the door of his room and walked out. He yawned as he made his way to the living room. When he came to the living room, he saw a girl wearing a white spun dress with a long ponytail on her head sitting on the sofa with a glass of water in her hands talking to her mom. The girl is the girl Gu Yifan pursued all his life in his previous life and was still deeply in love with until he died in a car accident, his childhood friend Han Lemon. Looking at the girl in front of him who was painted with light primer like a princess slowly overlapped with the haughty little face he remembered. Gu Yifan suddenly froze for a moment, having a kind of illusion that it was like a lifetime ago, and Han Lemon, who had heard the commotion, turned his head to look at Gu Yifan at this time. For eyes, Han Lemon gave him a small smile. Gu Yifan's heart couldn't help but flutter again. Seeing each other again, I thought I wouldn't be moved again, but I didn't realize that I couldn't help but fall again. Ahem. Just then, a cough pulled Gu Yifan back from his wandering. Little lemon child, since Yifan is awake, you guys chat. Auntie is going to the kitchen to get busy. Chen Dongmei smiled at Han Lime. Okay, Auntie, you go and do your business. Han Lemon nodded, very politely. Chen Dongmei nodded, looking towards Gu Yifan as she got up and shook her head with a helpless face. Sure enough, this brat can't walk once he sees this girl. Han Lemon, it's so unproductive. No wonder they're being held to death. Gu Yifan read that look in his own mom's eyes before she left. Mom, it's not what you think. Gu Yifan returned his mom's look and said. However, Chen Dongmei didn't say anything. She just shook her head again, and then left straight away. Gu Yifan, convex, ***** dish. Sure enough, being a lickspittle comes with consequences. Gu Yifan shook his head mockingly. Just this one time. Mom, don't believe me. Your son is really sober. In this life, I definitely don't want to be a licking dog, he said darkly in his heart, then turned his head to Han Lemon and spoke. What did you come to see me about? As he said that, he sat down on the sofa opposite Han Lemon with a big grin. Hearing Gu Yifan speak to himself in such a tone of voice and attitude, Han Lemon couldn't help but frown that delicate little brow, but she didn't think much of it, and just spoke faintly with some arrogance. Can't I come if there's nothing wrong? My parents are friends with your parents. What does it matter to you if I come to see my aunt? Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then nodded and said, oh, I know. He then turned around and shouted in the direction of the kitchen, Mom, Han Lemon is looking for you. Saying that, he stood up from the sand and looked at Han Lemon and spoke, I've already called my mom over for you. So what? I'm still sleepy, so I'll go back for a nap first. After saying that, he turned around and walked straight toward his room under Han Lemon's dumbfounded gaze. As he walked, he whispered under his breath, people aren't coming for me. This Ms. Chen is also really, is doing the dream of marrying a wife? This early in the morning to wake me up. This is good beautiful dream was interrupted. I do not know whether it can still be renewed. Han Lemon. Chapter 19, Han Lemon, Gu Yifan. If you don't give me an apology, I'll never ignore you again. Bang. Listening to the sound of the room door being closed, Han Lemon froze in place for a moment. Brat. What are you yelling about? Just then, Chen Dongmei came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. She froze for a moment when she saw that Han Lemon was just the only one in the living room. Where's that brat Gu Yifan? She looked at Han Lemon who was staring at her dumbfounded, somewhat puzzled. It was only when she heard Gu Yifan's mom's voice that Han Lim came back to her senses. Auntie Dongmei, I've caused you trouble. I'll go back first. After saying that, she got up and walked out of Gu Yifan's house without a word. Chen Dongmei. Bang. The door was closed. Chen Dongmei looked at Han Lim's back with a dumbfounded expression. It's not. What's going on here? What's wrong with this girl Han Lemon? Where did that Gu Yifan kid go again? At this moment, Chen Dongmei only felt that her CPU was going to be burned. Suddenly, she smelled a dish burning. Paste. It was too late to care about that much, and with a slap of his thigh he rushed in the direction of the kitchen. And at this moment, Han Lemon, who was standing at the elevator door waiting for the elevator, had a small dark face. She looked back and glanced at the door of Unit 305 and gritted her teeth. Dead Gu Yifan. Stinking Gu Yifan. Row. Don't expect me to care about you anymore. This time, she was really angry. Ding. The elevator door opened, and she stomped in with a stomp and a black little face, huffing and puffing. Morning, 9:30 a.m. Brat, what just happened to that girl Han Lemon? On the dining table, Chen Dongmei opened her mouth to Gu Yifan, who was nibbling on a bun, while drinking millet porridge and asked, what's wrong with what? Gu Yifan said somewhat knowingly, just now, didn't she come to you? What's with the sudden departure? And I think she looked like she was a little angry. What have you done to people? Chen Dongmei said with some doubt. How should I know? Gu Yifan casually returned. When he finished, he added, oh, by the way, she's not here for me, she's here for you. Chen Dongmei, you brat. What nonsense. Alright, I'm not going to ask, okay, no. I don't care about this between you two little kids. Chen Dongmei glared at him and said without a trace of anger. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded. Then he didn't say anything else, eating the large meat bun in his hand beautifully, dropping, DDT. Just then, the cell phone he had set aside rang. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then casually stuffed the bun in his hand into his mouth in one bite and picked up the cell phone he had set aside to read. Sliding the screen of his unlocked phone, he saw that it was a penguin friend request message. July Qingha has requested to add you as a friend. Because there was no note, Gu Yifan didn't know who was trying to add him. Tapping on the applicant's avatar profile reveals that other than the avatar, the profile is blank. Oh, and one lone personalized signature, the pleasure is theirs, and I have nothing. This was updated a couple years ago. Who's this? You're not selling tea, are you? Gu Yifan frowned and thought secretly. Chen Dongmei, who was beside him, saw him playing with his cell phone, so she said in a bad mood, all day long, you just know to hold a cell phone, eat and eat, what cell phone to play? After thinking about it, he tapped agree to the friend request. He had just agreed to the friend request when a message came from across the room. July Qingha, hello, is this Mr. Gu Yifan? Seeing the message, Gu Yifan was a bit disappointed. In his previous life, he had seen many people on the internet who had encountered tea sellers, and there were many waterfish who had been duped. He wondered at the time why he hadn't met it himself. If you meet yourself, you'll have to ask her to give you 2 cans for free. The moment he thought of the tawdry words taught by those on the internet in his previous life, Gu Yifan couldn't help the corner of his mouth from curling up slightly. Yak, what are you boys looking at? Holding a cell phone and smiling so silver. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth with a look of disgust. Oh. The curve of Gu Yifan's mouth came to an abrupt end. No, what do you mean by laughing so silvery? What kind of person talks about their son like that? Oh mom, am I really your own? He looked at his old mom with a speechless face and said with some bitterness. Chen Dongmei's eyes glared. Go. What nonsense, you can't even gag on food. I'll take it back if you don't eat. She blankly glanced at Gu Yifan and said without a trace of anger. Gu Yifan. Straight face. Obviously, it was his own mom who opened her mouth first, but it ended up being his own fault. Where can I go to make sense of this? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. It's a hard life. Gu Yifan sighed silently in his heart, and then didn't dare to say anything more and silently bowed his head to eat. None other. Talk back again. And in a while Ms. Shen could talk to him all morning. There's no way around it. In this family, Ms. Shen is the head of the family. Even her own dad had to avoid her, let alone herself. Anyway, I have my own dad in front of me, so it's not a disgrace. I'm full. After finishing his bowl of millet porridge in 3 tries, Gu Yifan got up and took his own dishes into the kitchen, then walked over to the couch, dropping DDT. Just then, his cell phone rang again. He glanced down at the still penguin chat message. An avatar with a note that read Princess Lemon popped up. Seeing this name, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Memories of the name instantly tumbled to the forefront of his mind. Yes, the owner of this screen name note was none other than Han Lemon, who had huffed and puffed and left earlier. Princess Lemuel, Gu Yifan, if you don't give me an apology, I'll never ignore you again. Fuming, JPG, seeing the content of the message, Gu Yifan was dumbfounded. What's wrong with this? Apologize? Apologize for what? Something's wrong. He shook his head and ignored it, casually closing her chat screen. Then I saw that Jilaiqing has sent a message again. Is it in? Yifan is so annoying. Not there. Gu Yifan casually typed a reply. At this time, in the girls' dormitory of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School, Su Qinghao was lying on her bed looking through her textbooks. It was just that the book in her hand she had been flipping through for a long time, but she couldn't read a word of it. None other. She was worrying that the comments on the school forum would cause trouble for Gu Yifan. It was hard to ask her classmates to ask for Gu Yifan's penguin number, and she immediately added his friend wanting to talk to him about this. However, I never thought that the friend application was passed, but when I sent a message, Gu Yifan did not reply. Did you add the wrong person? Su Qinghao began to ramble. After a moment's interval, she thought about it and put down the textbook in her hand, then sent another message to the number she had just added. After sending the message, she set her phone aside and picked up the book again, forcing herself to read it. She hadn't been looking at it for a while when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. Buzz, buzz. Chapter 20. Sister. Buying tea? Han Lemon was exasperated and cried. Hearing the voice, Su Qinghao's eyes lit up and hurriedly threw the textbook in her hands to the side before picking up her cell phone and looking at it. Yifan is so annoying. Not there. After reading the message, Su Qinghao was dumbfounded. She didn't know what to say for a while. She could be sure she hadn't added the wrong person, though. This tone of voice was spoken by no one else but Gu Yifan. Buzz, buzz. She thought about it and was just about to type a reply when her phone vibrated again. Yifan is so annoying. Sister. Buying tea? Buying tea. Seeing this message, Su Qinghao was even more confused. Does he still help his family sell tea? She thought with some disbelief. And at this time, Gu Yifan sighed. He sent after buying tea this sentence. See, the opposite side does not reply. Instantly feel a little boring. Ha! Thought I could tease this liar. It's boring. He smashed his mouth and muttered. After saying that, he threw his cell phone aside and picked up the remote control on the coffee table to turn on the TV. I just turned on the TV, and all I saw was the midday newscast from Mountain City TV. Next for you to broadcast the midday news. According to our reporter reported, Mountain City is a very rich tourism resources city. The municipal government attaches great importance to people's livelihood claims, ready to attract investment, vigorously develop the tourism industry in the region. The city leaders are currently in the counties and districts to carry out research work. Hearing this news, Gu Yifan felt a bit familiar. Right. Gu Yifan remembers that in his previous life it was from this day, about a month after the city government will start a large-scale investment, and pulled the country's largest industrial group company, Tianjin Group, together to cooperate in the city, planning a large commercial land used to develop a large-scale amusement city. The city of Mountain City is also on the road of high-speed development. The city of Shanchang has thus embarked on a path of rapid development, and thanks to this time the Mountain City government to attract investment and amusement city development. Many people because of the demolition and relocation of overnight wealth. Countless millionaires created in just 3 months. This matter in the previous life spread throughout the city. When the streets and alleys of men and women, young and old, will be this matter as an after-dinner interesting talk discussed. Now the specific planning site has not yet come out. If you take this opportunity to buy a large number of plots and houses over there, then the first bucket of gold for your own business is not there? Thinking of this, Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. It's just that it's a lot of money to buy a house and a lot of land, too. Even though it's 2013 and land and houses aren't exactly expensive, the problem is that you don't have any money right now either. The only $10,000 or so that I had saved up was taken by myself as a lickspittle to help Han Lemon celebrate his birthday. Convex, ******* dish. Ding. System warm reminder, the host currently has 2 random 1000 times Bowstrike consumption cashback cards yet to be used. Just then, the system's crisp mechanical voice suddenly came to mind in Gu Yifan's mind. Yeah, oh, I almost forgot I had this Bowstrike card I wasn't using. He remembered that the system had said earlier that he still had $107.83 on his bank card. Suppose if both Bowstrikes came out 1000x, wouldn't one be rich? Bank cards. Right. I just forgot to ask that Han Lemon girl to get the bank back myself. Sure enough, licking dog shall not be housed. Dropping. DDT. Just then, his penguin chat rang again. Casually grabbing his phone, he saw that it was from Han Lemon. Princess Lemoner, Gu Yifan. What do you mean you're ignoring me? Princess Lemoner, I'm telling you, I'm really pissed off this time, rage. JPG, Princess Lemon, I'm going to count to 3, and if you don't apologize to me, don't expect me to pay any attention to you ever again. Princess Lemon, hey, I know you're there. I count to 3. If you don't reply to my message, I'll ignore you in the future. I'm a puppy. Han Lemon sent several messages in one breath. Looking at the content on the chat interface, Gu Yifan frowned. Nuts. It's none of my business whether I'm angry or not. Gu Yifan was already getting a little annoyed about the money, and after reading Han Lim's message he got even more annoyed. Crestwood Subdivision, Building 19, Unit 8, Room 906. Damn Gu Yifan. Stinking Gu Yifan. How dare you not return my messages? You're screwed. Han Lemon huffed as she lay on the bed in her room holding a pink piglet while hammering. Dropping. DDT. Just then, her cell phone rang. She rolled over hastily, grabbing her cell phone aside as she looked at it. The avatar flashed and realized that it was none other than Gu Yifan who had sent the message. Oomph, count on your kid's sense. Despite what she said on her lips, the slight curve of that corner of her mouth already indicated that she was very pleased in her heart at this time. She beamed as she swiped her phone screen to unlock her phone. It's too late to reply to my message. I'm really angry. I can't be coaxed that way. Yvonne was so annoyed. Oh, only when she saw the message from Gu Yifan, her face instantly pulled down. Next. She shouted loudly, flinging her cell phone to the side with all her might. The whole thing was about to explode with anger. Stinky Gu Yifan. You're screwed. She grabbed a pink piggy doll off to the side and whacked it hard. The force was as if the piglet was Gu Yifan. Speaking of which, this pink piggy doll was still Gu Yifan's birthday gift to her when she was 17. So it's not wrong to think of it as Gu Yifan. Hoo. After venting for a while, Han Lemon threw the pink piggy doll to the side as she gasped for air. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. As soon as she sat up from the bed, she grabbed the cell phone she had just thrown away, her pretty little hands pressing hard on the screen. Gu Yifan, I'm going to give you one last chance. If you apologize to me now, I can still reluctantly consider forgiving you. After typing, she huffed and clicked send. Next, a bright red exclamation point appeared on the screen. Han Lemon. Send failure. Now, Han Lemon was completely confused. Yes, that's right. After Gu Yifan replied to the word oh, he thought about it and directly pulled the plug on her. Nothing else, just because the is a little annoying. This Gu Yifan guy blacked me out? After Han Lemon froze for a moment, he muttered something under his breath. Returning to her senses, she looked at the big red exclamation mark on the chat interface with a face of disbelief. Ah, Gu Yifan, I swear, I'll never ignore you again. If I ever pay attention to you again, my last name won't be Han. Woohoo! Han Lemon cried loudly as he flung himself under the covers. This time she was really pissed off and crying. Hearing the cries coming from the room, Han Lemon's mom, Yi Wanqing, who was originally cleaning outside, first froze for a moment, then hurriedly dropped the mop he was holding and ran in. Chapter 21, Su Qinghe, classmate Gu Yifan, you're so bossy. Watching her daughter lose her voice and cry on the bed, Yi Wanqing was dumbfounded. Little Lemon, what's wrong with you? She hurriedly patted Han Lem's back with a concerned face and asked. Woohoo! Hearing her own mom's question, Han Lemon lifted her little head to look at her, then cried even louder. Yi Wanqing. As for Gu Yifan's side, at this time, his cell phone rang again. Didn't he black out Han Lemon? How come he still has news? Gu Yifan frowned as he picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was a message from the scammer selling tea. Just forgot to delete her too. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan casually tapped on the chat interface, intending to delete the scammer outright. Only when he saw the content of the chat, Gu Yifan froze. July Qinghe, Gu Yifan student, it's me. I'm Su Qinghe. Su Qinghua? How could it be her? July Green Harvest. Taking another look at her screen name, Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice under his breath. Yes, oh. This name, one should have thought it was hers a long time ago. When he thought that he had just treated her like a tea seller, Gu Yifan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he typed a reply. Ahem, Su is you. This side of the women's dormitory. Room 305. Buzz, buzz. Just as Su Qinghe was about to put her phone down, Gu Yifan's message was sent. Yifan was so annoyed. Ahem, Su is you. After seeing this message, Su Qinghe frowned a small frown. Didn't he know it was me before? She thought to herself. She didn't think much of it, though, and quickly typed a reply. Aha, it's me. After thinking about it, she added. Student Gu Yifan, are you helping your family sell tea? If you really need it, I can buy some for you. Gu Yifan. When he saw this message, Gu Yifan was a little unsure of what to say for a moment. Luckily this bean doesn't know about the stunt of selling tea. It's also fortunate that I didn't send any flirty comments over just now. Otherwise, this is a large social death scene. No need. That. Su student. Are you looking for me for something? After thinking about it, Gu Yifan directly changed the topic. After his words were sent out, Su Qinghe on the opposite side was silent for a long time. July Qinghe, what's your cell phone number? Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe's jumpy questioning, somewhat unable to keep up with her awe. Still, he sent his cell phone number right over. The number was just sent. The next second, his cell phone rang. I'm heading north, out of the season with you. Looking at the unfamiliar caller number on the cell phone screen, there was no need to think that it should be Su Qinghe. Hey, Gu Yifan picked up the phone. It's me. Su Qinghe's voice came from the phone. That soft, sticky voice was soothing to the ear. I know. What's wrong? Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked. Did you read the school forum? Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone hesitated and said somewhat guiltily. Forum? Gu Yifan first froze for a moment, and then thought about this reaction to say. Oh, I saw it. It's fine. I didn't put it on my mind. You don't have to care about those either. No kidding. If it wasn't for Su Qinghe mentioning it, he had really forgotten about it. As for being laughed at or whatever, he had died once. He wouldn't care about that at all. And at that moment, when Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone heard Gu Yifan's words, she fell silent. The more Gu Yifan was like this, the more guilty she felt in her heart. If it wasn't for himself, he wouldn't have been misunderstood or nearly lost his life. Maybe one really is an ominous person. So much so that everyone close to them becomes unlucky. Hearing no sound on the other end of the phone, Gu Yifan frowned. Su, are you still listening? Well, I am. Su Qinghe spoke softly. Noticing that her voice seemed a bit off, Gu Yifan thought for a moment and spoke. Why? It's something I really didn't take to heart, so you don't have to be too concerned about it. Let those people talk if they want to. Besides, it doesn't say my name by name. You really don't have to think about it too much. Hearing that Gu Yifan even turned around and comforted himself, Su Qinghe felt bad in her heart. Why are you so nice to me? Su Qinghe muttered under her breath. Her voice was so small and muffled that Gu Yifan didn't hear it. What did you just say? He froze and opened his mouth to ask. No, didn't say anything. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened and whispered. Oh, Gu Yifan frowned, but didn't think much of it. So, did you eat lunch? He thought about opening his mouth and asked. Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. This time it was her turn to be a little unable to keep up with Gu Yifan's topic jumping. Still, she answered honestly. Not yet. Not yet. Well, then wait for me at the school entrance. I'll meet you and buy you dinner. Gu Yifan thought about it and mused. That's not necessary, is it? Su Qinghe subconsciously opened her mouth in a small voice and refused. No, you use it. I'm going out now, so wait for me in front of the school, Gu Yifan faintly said. After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Qinghe to open her mouth, and then directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy line tone coming from her cell phone, Su Qinghe had a complicated face for a while. Half a day later, what a bully. A small mumble escaped her lips before this put the phone down. On Gu Yifan's side, after hanging up the phone, he shook his head helplessly. Actually, he didn't want to. Everything is only because just now that dog thing of the system prompted him, saying that Su Qinghe's mood is once again a bit unstable. It was so hard to get her down. Don't wait for another show of jumping off a building to commit suicide. Then wouldn't you be doing all the work for nothing? Thus, there was the content of the conversation just now. Putting his cell phone into his pocket casually, Gu Yifan shouted at his mom in the kitchen, who was engaged in sanitation. Mom, I have something to do. I'm going out, haha. After saying that did not wait for their own mom to reply, just casually put on a jacket, take the wallet and keys hurriedly out the door, all the way to the outside of the neighborhood. Gu Yifan waited for a long time without seeing an empty cab. 4 or 5 cars in a row, all carrying passengers. He's meowing. There's really no one else with that kind of luck. Ugh. Looks like buying. Yuck. Getting a driver's license will have to be on the agenda soon. Otherwise it's inconvenient to go anywhere. Speaking of which, I haven't had time to check out that scum gun car the system sent me. Forget it, it's not like I can drive it myself now anyway. When you get back later, stop by sometime and see what this remodeled car looks like. Gu Yifan stood at the edge of the road and muttered to himself in his mouth. Chapter 22, Han Lemon, Mom. Gu Yifan he pulled the plug on me. Woohoo. Just as Gu Yifan was waiting for the car to go to Su Qinghe, Suihu neighborhood, 19 building, Unit 8, room 906. Han Lemon's emotions had calmed down a bit by now. She sat on the bed sobbing quietly, her big beautiful eyes already a little red from crying. Little Lemon, my baby, what's wrong with you? Yuanqing looked at her baby girl who was crying with red and swollen eyes and said with some heartache, Mom. When Han Lemon heard her own mom's words, she turned her head and gave her a resigned look. Gu, my precious little princess, good boy, don't cry, don't cry. If you cry again, you won't be pretty anymore, yo. Yuanqing gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her own daughter's eyes and softly and gently comforted. It was just that her mind was very confused. It's fine. Why is little Lemon crying like this? Right, she's just been out and about. She's not being bullied by anyone, is she? Oh little Lemon child, did someone bully you? Tell mommy, mommy will help you out. She thought for a moment, then opened her mouth to inquire. Wow, woohoo. Hearing the word bullying, Han Lemon felt even more aggrieved in her heart, and she cried even louder. Gu Yifan, it's Gu Yifan he bullied me. Woohoo. Hearing her own daughter say that it was Gu Yifan who bullied her, Yuanqing's brows frowned slightly. You're saying it's Yifan he's bullying you? It shouldn't be. Aren't you two usually on the best of terms? Doesn't he usually take care of you? Yuanqing asked with some confusion. Right, that's him. He stinks. Gu Yifan he just bullied me. I messaged him and he didn't get back to me and he blackballed me. Woohoo. Han Lemon choked as she opened her mouth to explain. Pulled the plug on you? Why? Hearing her own daughter's explanation, Yuanqing became even more confused. Little Lemon, stop crying for a moment and tell mom what's going on. Did something happen between you guys? Yuanqing very patiently pacified for a while. Han Lemon stopped crying, she lightly biting her cherry lips, a face of aggrieved. Yesterday afternoon, Gu Yifan he broke into the school broadcasting room in front of the whole school to me to express his love, and then I refused him. Back in the Pledge of Allegiance assembly he was punished to do the whole school review. Ha! Hearing this, Yuanqing's eyes glared for a moment. Little Lemon, are you saying that Yifan? He confessed his love to you, and then you rejected him, and he was punished with a whole school review? She interrupted her daughter and looked at her with a serious face as she opened her mouth to confirm. Yes, Han Lemon was a little unsure as she looked up at her old mom, but nodded. That kid Yifan confessed to little Lemon? It's something that if her own daughter hadn't said anything, she really wouldn't have known about it. So, Yifan confessed to you and you rejected him, and then he ignored you? Yuanqing willow eyebrow slightly condensed. Gu Yifan and Han Lime two people grew up together, and he has been running behind Han Lime for many years. For Gu Yifan's character she is more or less still some understanding, and she and her husband has long seen Gu Yifan like their own baby girl, but with Gu Yifan parents, keep quiet about this. At this age, during puberty, it is normal to have flutters for the opposite sex. If the two became, that is not a good story. After all, the two grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Know the roots. If the two don't make it, then they treat it as if they don't know and don't get involved in what's going on between the young people. In short, the friendship between the two families will not be affected by this. Only, she didn't expect that Gu Yifan would confess to her daughter so early. She had originally thought that Gu Yifan would hold back until after high school. After all, given her understanding of Gu Yifan's character, he wasn't the impulsive type. After thinking about it, Yuanqing looked at her daughter whose eyes were a little red and swollen from crying and spoke. At that time, after Yifan confessed his love for you, what did you tell him? The specific details. Tell your mom about it. Even though she was already crying, Han Lemon still found it a bit hard to talk to her mom about this kind of thing. She inhaled her little nose, then spoke. It was yesterday morning. Gu Yifan he suddenly rushed to the broadcasting station with a microphone and said loudly that he liked me, and then when he came back to the classroom, the people in the class were all coaxing me to say yes to him, and at that time, I was shocked, and my brain was so messed up that I didn't think about it so much, and then I rejected him loudly, and also scolded him. Yuanqing froze. Rejecting someone in front of the whole class and scolding them? Well, this is very Korean Lemon. It was really something that this baby girl of his could do. She, as a mother, knew her daughter's character very well. Since she was a child, she was the one who was pampered. So her character is a bit self-centered and arrogant. And sometimes she doesn't care much about other people's feelings when she does things. Just like a haughty little princess. Although she and her husband knew that their daughter's character was a bit flawed like that, they didn't say much out of love. It seems that in the future, we have to educate her well so that she can change a bit. Otherwise in the future out of society sooner or later is going to suffer big losses. Yi Wanqing thought a lot for a while. Seeing that his mom was silent, Han Lemon was a little embarrassed. In fact, she regretted it after scolding Gu Yifan at that time. But, getting her to admit and apologize to Gu Yifan was impossible. Anyway, after so many years, every time I scolded him, he still came over the next day to apologize to himself as usual. This one should be the same. That's what Han Lemon had in mind at the time. As for Gu Yifan's sudden confession, she hadn't lied. She was really frightened and her mind was in turmoil, so she subconsciously rejected him. Well, then what? You just said that Yifan had blackballed you. What's this about? Yi Wanqing thought about it and opened her mouth again to inquire. Then, he wasn't punished with a whole school review. He said a lot of things in the assembly, and said something about completely letting go from today and so on. But after the pledge meeting, he actually ran to the top of the tallest building in the school and tried to jump. It scared the hell out of me at the time. When Han Lemon said this, she raised her head and stole a glance at her mom, only to see her own mom's eyes wide open. Her face instantly turned pale. No, little Lemon. Did you just say that Yifan he went and jumped off a building for you? Yi Wanqing rubbed her feet and stood up with an incredulous face. Earthquake Essence Road. Chapter 23 Goodbye. Gu Yifan and Su Qing his first official date? Han Lemon was shocked by his mom's attitude. A little frightened, she said weakly. Yes. Why didn't you say something so big? Yi Wanqing couldn't sit still as she rushed at her daughter and questioned loudly. Being yelled at by her own mom like this, Han Line's nose turned sour and bean-sized tears kept overflowing from her eyes. Mom, I didn't mean to do it. I was scared too. I was scared. She bit her lower lip lightly and commiserated as she cried. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Yi Wanqing couldn't care less that her daughter was crying. She waved her hand and said, Little Lemon child, tell mom honestly, what's going on with Yifan him now? Did he actually jump off the building and was he hurt? Thinking about it, she grabbed her own daughter's hand a little nervously and asked again. It can't be helped. She couldn't help but be anxious. Something so big had happened between her own daughter and Gu Yifan, and she hadn't realized it until now. If something really happened to Gu Yifan, she didn't know how she would face Gu Yifan and his family in the future. Mom, you're hurting me. Han Lemon struggled with tears streaming down her face. Sorry about that, little Lemon. Mom was just in a bit of a hurry. Hearing her own daughter's cries of pain, Yi Wanqing also realized that she had lost her temper, and she hurriedly let go of her own daughter's hand. Han Lemon pursed her lips and didn't say anything, just looking at his old mom, aggression written all over his little face. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Yi Wanqing calmed herself slightly. She looked at her daughter with a serious face and said, Little Lemona, you quickly tell mom, Yifan did he really jump off the building or not? And as Han Lemon looked at her own mom's very serious look, she had to obediently nod her head. Gu Yifan he jumped, but, only before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by her own mom. What? Yi Wanqing's entire voice tone raised a degree as she looked in disbelief. Really jumped? You should have told mom earlier about something this big. Come on, let's go now. Which hospital is Yifan in right now? Let's hurry over immediately. No, I'm going to have to call and talk to your dad about this. Yi Wanqing was instantly anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and said somewhat incoherently. With that, she was ready to call Han Lemon's dad to come back and see how this was going to be handled. After all, out of such a big thing, she herself a woman is really cannot handle. If you really want to wait for Gu Yifan and his family to come to the door, then at that time it really is friends have nothing to do. Mom, you wait. Han Lemon hurriedly opened her mouth to stop her when she saw this. Yi Wanqing's footsteps lurched as she looked back at her daughter. She frowned and said in a somewhat untroubled tone, What's wrong again? I need to hurry up and go talk to your dad about this. It's been so long since the accident. If we don't go and see that child Yifan, we really can't say anything. At this point, she was a little too distraught to care about calming her daughter down. Mom, you wait. Gu Yifan he's fine. Han Lemon sniffed and spoke hurriedly. It was Yi Wanqing's turn to freeze. What did you just say? I said, Gu Yifan he's fine. Han Lemon spoke again. No, didn't you say earlier that he jumped off the building? Yi Wanqing's mind was a little messed up as she said with her brows furrowed. Right, but he's okay. I just met him at his house an hour ago. Han Lemon opened his mouth to explain. Yi Wanqing, jumping off the roof of a building. All right. She gave her daughter a somewhat suspicious look, but realized she didn't look like she was lying. She knew her daughter. She wouldn't dare lie to herself about something like this. So what's the deal with? Her mind became even more puzzled. No, you're messing with my whole brain. What's going on here? Tell me again in detail from beginning to end. Yi Wanqing also calmed down at this time. She looked at her daughter with a serious face and said, "Ooh-hoo." Han Lemon obediently nodded, then spoke. Yesterday when school was over, I passed by the school building, and when I saw Gu Yifan standing on the roof of the building ready to jump, I rushed up to prepare to persuade him to come down, but when I got to the upper floors, he'd already jumped. But thankfully there was a lifeguard mat underneath the building that the fire rescue team had just gotten ready, and Gu Yifan he just fell right on top of the lifeguard mat. By the time I came down from the roof, Gu Yifan had already been sent away by ambulance. Originally I wanted to go to the hospital to see him at that time, but I didn't know which hospital he was in, and when I asked the teacher, he said that the school side was afraid of repercussions, also refused to say which hospital Gu Yifan was in, so I had no choice but to come back first. When it came to the evening, I looked at my cell phone messages and saw that someone in the class group said that Gu Yifan he was already fine. I was afraid you guys would scold me, so I didn't dare tell you about it. Speaking of which, Han Lemon secretly raised his little head and gave his own mom a somewhat weak look. Yi Wanqing, she gave her daughter a breathless look. After such a big thing happened, how dare you hide it from the family? It seems that in the future it is really necessary to educate and guide her properly. Otherwise, at this rate, there may be something else that will go wrong. Just how did Gu Yifan's temperament suddenly become so fierce? This child himself watched him grow up since he was a child. With his own understanding of him, his previous character is not like this. Even if the little lemon child is rejected again, how hard it is not to jump off the building. Is there any hidden agenda here that is not known to the public? For a while, Yi Wanqing thought a lot in her mind, and at this time, Gu Yifan sighed. He had taken a cab to this side of Mountain City First High School. From a distance he saw Su Qinghe, who was standing not far from the doorpost at the school entrance, fuming. Today she was wearing an orange color-blocked knit sweater, a pair of baggy sweatpants, and under her feet was a pair of white throwback canvas shoes that looked a little old and already slightly yellowed. Even though Su Qinghe was wearing a very simple outfit, the whole thing was making people look very comfortable, especially when she is just standing there quietly. The gentle and quiet aura on her body attracts your attention. Unseen, quite a few pedestrians passing by the school entrance at this time would not be able to resist stealing a few glances at her. Squeak, squeak, the cab first fiercely threw its tail, and then a hard sharp brake stopped in front of Su Qinghe. Chapter 24, Su Qinghe's Other Side? Han Lemon chickened out. After all, in the Dragon Kingdom, no matter what city they were in, the local drivers were notoriously ruthless in treating cabs like race cars, especially the mountain towns. Cab drivers are more than happy to be driving airplanes. Therefore, Gu Yifan had long been surprised by the maneuvers of these cab drivers in Mountain City. Rather, it was Su Qinghe, who was in a daze at the moment, who was startled. Just as she froze, Gu Yifan lowered the window and smiled slightly at her and spoke. "Get in." "Ooh-hoo, okay." Su Qinghe was first a bit bewildered. She first glanced at the cab in front of her, then at Gu Yifan, and finally nodded silently. "Master, Qingyun Snack Street." After Su Qinghe got on the car and sat down, Gu Yifan greeted the cab driver in front of him. "Okay, you too, sit tight," the driver master said, then directly foot throttle to the end. The car like a sharp arrow straight into the road and go. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both got off. The cab was then quickly out of sight with a roar. The only thing left in place was a gust of dust stirred up by car tires rubbing against the ground. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, glanced at each other and looked at each other somewhat in disbelief. Ahem. Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice, then spoke. Su, let's go. I'll treat you to something to eat." "Good." Su Qinghe gently nodded. 2 minutes later, inside a fly-filled noodle shop that specializes in the mountain town's signature hot and sour noodles, Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe across from himself, his face a little embarrassed, simply because, at this moment, Su Qinghe was taking small bites of the bowl of hot and sour noodles, and from time to time, she couldn't help but spit out her small tongue when she was spiced up. Her little tongue looks pink and very cute. There's one thing to be said for this look, but it's a different kind of seduction. Su Qinghe looked up indistinctly, just in time to see Gu Yifan staring at himself. 4 eyes. Brush. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. She hastily withdrew her own gaze, her eyes somewhat dodging, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes, like a fertilized bunny. When Gu Yifan saw this, his old face was also a bit embarrassed. "Ahem. Sorry I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy food." He pretended to cough, somewhat apologetically. "No, it's fine." Su Qinghe lowered her head a little and whispered. After thinking about it, she added, "I can actually eat spicy food. I just didn't realize this was so spicy." "It's okay, this little noodle dish does seem a little spicy." why don't I order you a new bowl? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. With that, he was about to get up and go reorder a new one for her. As a result, just as he stood up, Su Qinghe pulled his hand. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe. And Su Qinghe also reacted. She hurriedly let go of Gu Yifan's hand, the redness on her face deeper than before. No need. I'll just eat slowly. She lowered her small head, not daring to look at Gu Yifan, a little embarrassed and a little shy, and said, seeing this shy look on her face, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Well, if you really can't eat it, you don't have to. This snack street is so long, you'll have to save your stomach for something else later. Gu Yifan smiled and opened his mouth. Su Qinghe froze. No need, right? Why? It's alright. Let's eat from street to street today. Eat your pain in one sitting. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said. This. Su Qinghe had a tangle written all over her small face. Ouch. It's a deal. I'm not going to lie. I've been wanting to do this for a long time. Today it will be hard for you a little to eat with me. Otherwise I won't eat so much by myself. Ho ho ho. Seeing that she was a bit hesitant, Gu Yifan directly clapped his hands. Su Qinghe's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say anything. After all, Gu Yifan had said so. She didn't want to spoil his fun. The two then bowed their heads and ate their noodles in silence. A few minutes later, come on, let's go to the next place. Gu Yifan drew a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth, then spoke to Su Qinghe. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded. After Gu Yifan settled the bill, the two of them walked out of the small noodle shop. Snack street, two people walking side by side. See sensual interesting snacks. Two people will stop and buy some. In no time, Gu Yifan's hands were already full of all kinds of snacks. Even Su Qinghe had 2 bunches of candy men in her hands. Just as the two were wandering around on the snack street, on the square not far from the snack street, a middle-aged woman with light makeup was holding a young girl wearing a white spun dress with a sea-black small suit draped over her upper body towards the inside of the mall. From the looks of the two, it was clear that they should be mother and daughter. What a pair of mother-daughter flowers! A big one and a small one. Both of them have high face value, attracting many passers-by along the way. Little Lemon. I remember that Yifan's birthday isn't coming up soon, so later on, you can stop by and pick out a gift for him that he'll like. Yi Wanqing spoke to the disinterested Han Lemon. Yes, nothing wrong with that. This pair of beautiful mother-daughter flowers was none other than the mother-daughter duo of Yi Wanqing and Han Lemon. After understanding what happened, Yi Wanqing felt that her daughter did lack in dealing with the matter of Gu Yifan's confession, which ultimately led to Gu Yifan's momentary inability to think to jump off the building. Luckily, Gu Yifan was not injured, or else this matter was truly unknown. However, she still felt the need to buy some gifts to visit Gu Yifan at home. After all, even though the cause of this matter was Gu Yifan, his own daughter also had some responsibility. Little Lemoner, after you finish shopping in a while, later on you'll come with me to your Auntie Dongmei's house. Seeing that her daughter did not speak, Yi Wanqing continued to speak. Oh, got it. Han Lemon pouted and said somewhat sullenly. Right, and yeah, you need to apologize properly to Yifan. After thinking about it, Yi Wanqing spoke again. Upon hearing that his mom wanted him to apologize to Gu Yifan, Han Lemon's eyes glared. What? Want me to apologize to Gu Yifan? On what grounds? Han Lemon exploded like a cat that had its tail stepped on, and she looked at her mom with some agitation and said, I'm not wrong. Again, it's his business if he likes me. It's my right to reject him. Don't I even have the right to refuse him? Chapter 25, Han Lemon vs. Su Qinghe. The first official meeting between the two women. Yes, it's his business that he likes you, and it's your right to reject him, and there's nothing wrong with that. But have you ever thought about how he felt at the time when you rejected him and scolded him in front of so many people? Yi Wanqing looked at her with a serious face and opened her mouth. I was shocked by his behavior, and I scolded him not on purpose. Han Lemon pouted, somewhat defiantly. Scared? Well, I'll take that as a yes. Yi Wanqing shook her head and continued, whether you did it on purpose or not, let me ask you, did many people laugh at him at that time? Han Lemon thought back carefully. There seems to be some, she said with a small weak nod. Ugh. Yi Wanqing sighed lightly, then spoke. Little Lemoner, you and Yifan, you two grew up together. You're still a month older than him. As a good friend, as a sister, even if you don't like him, you could have not made a statement at that time, and wait to talk to him later in private. But then, you didn't. You even stunk him up on the spot. The fact that you didn't take his feelings into consideration and let him get down in front of so many people is your fault. Han Lemon. Hearing his mom's words, Han Lemon didn't know what to say for a moment. She had to be silent and not say anything. Seeing that her daughter seemed to have somewhat realized her problem, Yi Wanqing then struck the iron while it was hot. What's more, Yi-fun, hasn't he always taken care of you since he was a child? And he's never let you get off the stage in public, right? And you're the opposite. You've embarrassed him in front of a lot of people. Han Lemon thought carefully about his old mom's words, and it seemed like that was indeed the case. Oh little lemon child, everyone has self-esteem, especially boys at this time of life, which is even stronger and more sensitive. So if you don't want to lose Yi-fun, a good friend you've played with since childhood, then go apologize to him properly. As for the whole feelings thing, if you really don't have feelings for him, then it would be good to talk to him about it. From what mom knows about this boy Yi-fun, he's not the unreasonable type either. While enlightening her own daughter, Yi Wanqing was also instilling in her some truths about dealing with people in the world. I hope she can change that arrogant nature that only cares about herself and doesn't care about other people's feelings a little bit. In fact, for Gu Yi-fun, Han Lemon wasn't without good feelings. Otherwise the two wouldn't have been able to grow up and play together for so many years. But barring that, she had never thought about the issue of feelings between the two. She had always treated Gu Yi-fun as her good friend or brother. Yes, although she was still a month older than Gu Yi-fun, it had always been Gu Yi-fun who had taken care of her and tolerated her since she was a child. That was why she had always felt that she was the younger sister and Gu Yi-fun was the older brother. But, this cold Gu Yi-fun suddenly confessed to her. It was indeed a little hard for her to accept for a while. So that's why she subconsciously made the move in front of her. After a moment of silence, Han Lemon lowered his head and spoke in a small voice. Well, I know, I'll apologize to him. Well, that's right. As for the issue of your relationship with him, think it over yourself, and mom will stay out of it. One thing though is that it's almost the college entrance exams, so no matter what kind of decision you make, it mustn't affect your studies. Yi Wanqing saw that her daughter had realized what her problem was, then she nodded and said, Aha, I understand. Han Lemon glanced at his old mom and nodded gently. As for Gu Yi-fun's side, at this time, the two of him and Su Qingha had already swept from the street to the end of the street, and the two of them really couldn't hold anything in their hands anymore. Su-san, let's go sit over there in the plaza for a bit, then we'll eliminate some of the things we have on hand first. Gu Yi-fun looked at the various bags of snacks in his hands and said with a bitter smile, Sure enough, I'm still overestimating my own meal size. Fortunately, the two are over the snack street during the day. If the night is estimated not to mention eating a whole street, I'm afraid that half the street cannot. Yes, Su Qingha nodded. The two of them carried an assortment of snack lunchboxes and bags in their four hands before heading in the direction of the plaza at the other end of the snack street. Near the mall, Yi Wanqing, who was about to enter the mall, suddenly saw a figure not far away that was somewhat familiar, so he pointed at that figure and opened his mouth to his daughter beside him and asked, Little Lemon, do you see that person over there looks like Gu Yi-fun? At this time, Han Lime was a bit depressed, but when she heard her mom's question, she still turned her head towards the direction of her mom's finger. Only a young man and woman were seen heading over to the resting chairs in the plaza not far from the two of them. Looking over from a distance, one could still see the two carrying things in their hands, though the distance was too great for her to see the two men very well. But, Han Lemon relied on the feeling of the two of them getting along for years, and she still instantly recognized that the boy was none other than Gu Yi-fun, who had just exasperated and cried to himself earlier. It's really Gu Yi-fun. Why is he here? And who is that girl next to him? Han Lemon frowned with a small frown, thinking with some doubt in her heart. Little Lemon, I can't see very well. Is that man Yi-fun? Seeing that her daughter had suddenly wandered off, Yi Wanqing opened her mouth to inquire. It's him. Han Lemon, who had returned to his senses, turned his head to look at his old mom and nodded. It's really him. Yi Wanqing was a bit surprised, but in a flash she was a bit puzzled. Why is he here? And why is there a girl beside him? I don't know. That's for him to ask. Han Lemon inexplicably said with some annoyance. Aha! Yi Wanqing, who was on the side, sensed that her daughter's tone was a bit off. She turned her head and gave her a deep look before speaking. Since we bumped into him here, let's walk over and say hello to him. After saying that, he didn't wait for his daughter to open her mouth, and walked straight towards the direction where Gu Yi-fun and Su Qingha were. When Han Lemon reacted, her own mom had already gone to Gu Yi-fun's side first. She had no choice but to follow her mom that way, somewhat reluctantly. Stuff. Seems like a bit much to buy. Gu Yi-fun looked at the various snacks on the chairs in front of him and said with some embarrassment. There seems to be an extra billion dots. Su Qingha looked up at him and also said with some embarrassment. This big pile of stuff in front of them, the two of them probably can't finish it. Just then, Gu Yi-fun heard someone behind himself calling his name. Yi-fun. Chapter 26, Shura? Yi Wanqing, Little Lemon Child has met her match. What? Both Gu Yi-fun and Su Qingha froze for a moment, then simultaneously turned their heads to look behind them, only to see, not far away, A middle-aged beautiful woman wearing a purple high-grade wool sweater was walking towards the two of them with a smiling face. In a daze, Yi Wanqing brought Han Lemon with her, and the two of them had already approached. Auntie Qing, you're here too. What a coincidence. Gu Yifan, who had come back to his senses, hurriedly stood up and opened his mouth to greet Yi Wanqing. Yes it is, Yifan ah, Auntie didn't expect to run into you here either. Ha ha ha. Yi Wanqing also smiled and spoke. And Gu Yifan also saw Han Lemon, who was pouting while standing behind Yi Wanqing at that moment, but he only gave her a faint look and withdrew his gaze. Turning his head to Yi Wanqing, he smiled and opened his mouth to ask, Auntie Qing, are you here to go shopping? Yeah, I'm out with Lemonelle to do some shopping. Ha, Yi Wanqing said with a smile. Just as the two were exchanging pleasantries, Han Lemon also recognized the girl standing next to Gu Yifan. Su Qinghua, Mountain City First High School is so big. Han Lemon naturally recognizes Su Qinghua, who is also known as the schoolgirl of the poor. Just, how did she end up with this Gu Yifan guy? Thinking about it, Han Lemon's delicate little brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Right, yesterday afternoon on top of the school building, Su Qinghua seemed to be there, and it seems she was the first one to stand on the edge of the rooftop. Suddenly, Han Lemon remembered what happened yesterday afternoon. Did the two of them make a date to kill themselves together today? For a moment, Han Lemon's mind was blown. And at this time, after Yi Wanqing exchanged a few more pleasantries with Gu Yifan, she turned to point to the chair that a large pile of various kinds of snacks and then pointed to Su Qinghua, opened her mouth and asked, Yifan ah, you guys this is, oh, I almost forgot to introduce. This is my classmate Su Qinghua. We came together to eat at the snack street. Well, little, Han Lemon should know it too. Gu Yifan patted the back of his head and opened his mouth to introduce himself. At the same time as the introduction, he habitually subconsciously wanted to say little lemon child, but after reacting he immediately changed his words. Hearing Gu Yifan change his name to his daughter's full name, Yi Wanqing gave him a deep look. Others might not hear it, but how could she not? In the past, Gu Yifan had called little lemon air, but now he had suddenly changed his mouth, and the probability was that he had changed his mouth because of the matter of his confession being rejected. He's trying to draw a line in the sand with little lemon. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. It seems that this time, little lemon's rejection of him in front of so many people really hurt his heart. Yi Wanqing thought secretly in her heart. Hello auntie. Just then, Su Qinghua, who was on the side, greeted her with a soft voice. Hey, hello, Su, how are you? Hearing Su Qinghua greet her, Yi Wanqing collected her thoughts as she looked at Su Qinghua and said with a smile. As she spoke she also took a serious look at Su Qinghua, and when she saw Su Qinghua's proper face, she was a little stunned. Gu Yifan, this female classmate's face value is surprisingly similar to that of little lemon, especially the gentle and quiet softness of her body is so that people can't help but look protective. Eating together in the snack bar, it looked as if there was an unusual relationship between her and Gu Yifan. Little lemon has met her match here, but perhaps it wasn't really a rivalry. After all, his own little lemon child didn't seem to like Gu Yifan. And look at Gu Yifan, this state is quite good, and does not seem to want to be unable to jump off a building kind of But then Lemonade said Gu Yifan couldn't think straight and went to jump off a building yesterday because of her rejection? Could it be that there was some kind of misunderstanding or that Gu Yifan thought for himself after jumping off the building? For a while, Yi Wanqing was very puzzled in her heart, and she thought a lot. Auntie Qing, Auntie Qing. Just then, Gu Yifan's voice calling out to her came from her ears. Ha, Yifan what did you just say? Auntie didn't hear too well. Yi Wanqing, who had returned to her senses, apologized somewhat to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was a bit helpless, so he had to say it again. That, Auntie Qing, you meant to say that if you have something to do, you should go ahead and get busy without me. Ooh, that's fine. Auntie will go to the mall with little lemon air to buy some things first. Yi Wanqing nodded and said, right, Yifan, Auntie hasn't been to your house for a long time. If you go home in a while, tell your mom for Auntie that Auntie is going over to drop by tonight to have a chat with her. Ho ho ho. After thinking about it, Yi Wanqing added another sentence. Okay. Hearing her say this, Gu Yifan nodded his head and responded even though he was a bit puzzled. Alright then, Auntie and little lemon will leave first. You and Su, you guys take your time. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing did not make any more stops as she opened her mouth to Gu Yifan. Aha, Auntie Qing, bye. Gu Yifan nodded and said, okay, see you tonight. Yi Wanqing nodded. Then she took Han Lemon and the two of them turned to leave. Han Lemon, on the other hand, gave Su Qinghua a deep look before leaving. Su Qinghua looked at Han Lemon's eyes that were full of hostility towards herself. She first glanced at Gu Yifan then Han Lemon's back, her eyes flickering a little in thought. Gu Yifan withdrew his gaze as he turned his head to find Su Qinghe staring at him. Ahem. Being a little hairy in her heart by her look, Gu Yifan coughed and said, "Is this something on my face?" "No." Su Qinghe retracted her own gaze and spoke softly. "Gu Yifan, he is obviously lying. It's not honest." He sputtered inwardly, but he could only mutter this in his heart. He didn't dare to say it at all. So what? Let's eat something first then. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to change the topic. Yes. Su Qinghe gently nodded. The two men sat back in their chairs and began to battle over the pile of snacks in front of them. 10 minutes later. No way. No way. I am literally unable to eat. After Gu Yifan swallowed the last bite of octopus dumplings, he waved his hand at Su Qinghe and said, "Ha, this." Su Qinghe frowned with a small frown and said, "Then, what about the rest of these? I am literally unable to eat. Just throw it away if you can't. These aren't worth much anyway." Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, hearing Gu Yifan say throw it away, Su Qinghe's delicate little frown deepened. Seriously, it wasn't that she was cheap, but having grown up with a hard life she knew how precious food was and didn't want to waste it just like that. But, now both she and Gu Yifan really couldn't eat anymore. When Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe suddenly stop talking, he turned his head to look at her. Seeing that she was staring at the remaining snacks in front of her, she probably understood her reluctance to part with them in her heart. "There, I found a way to eliminate these snacks." Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. Then he took out his cell phone and dialed a number under Su Qinghe's puzzled gaze. End of chapter. Chapter 27, still saying you're not your sister-in-law? The look in her eyes is almost drawn out. The phone rang for several moments before it was answered. Holy, can you blow this also? Convex, ****** dish. You're damn well blowing the laborer into the opposite tower. First blood. The moment it was just connected, there was first a loud noise on the other end of the phone, followed by a spitting sound of cursing and swearing. When the cursing on the other end of the phone stopped, Gu Yifan then heard the voice of the phone's owner. "Hey, Van, what's wrong?" Wang Zibo spoke while looking at the gray color above his computer screen. "Baron, did you kids go to the internet cafe again?" Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. "Yeah, a new hero came out yesterday, so I got an itch and ran over to try it out." Ha. Wang Zibo's lewd laughter came from the other end of the phone. "I was going to call you Van, but I'm afraid it's inconvenient for you." He opened his mouth to explain. "Alright, you kid, watch out for your mom taking a flat iron to the internet cafe to arrest you," Gu Yifan said with some lack of humor. "Ha, this one's not afraid. My mom she went to work late today. I just dared to run out and surf the internet while she wasn't home. Resurrection time is here," Wang Zibo said as he tilted his head and clamped his cell phone while tapping his hands on the keyboard. "Right, Van, what do you want to see me about?" He thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to ask. "It's not much, just wanted to buy you something to eat," Gu Yifan said casually. "Food?" Wang Zibo's eyes lit up slightly when he heard this. He stopped his hand movements and grabbed the cell phone with his right hand with a lewd face. "Brother Fan, what kind of good food are you going to treat me to?" "Good stuff, but if you're not available for a game, forget it," Gu Yifan said indifferently. "Don't do it." "Yes, there is time." Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone spoke hurriedly. "Aha, I just heard. Didn't your game just start not long ago?" Gu Yifan opened his mouth. "Ha, compared to the food, this crap game is a hook 8. Fan, wait for me for 2 minutes. I'll up the opposite side of the room first, then I'll come to you right away." "No, give me 30 seconds, just 30 seconds. 30-second pack shot. I'm going to show the opposite side what it means to be a real man for 30 seconds, Wang Zibo said with a confident face. After saying that, one-handed control of the mouse ran straight to the enemy tower. Executed. As a game sound effect sounded, the hero controlled by Wang Zibo fell straight down. Exactly 30 seconds. No more, no less. Gu Yifan then heard Wang Zibo's faint voice. "Brother Fan, I'm ready. Send the address to my penguin. I'll get off the plane and come right over." Gu Yifan. "Van, I'm hanging up now, ha. See you later." Wang Zibo hung up the phone directly after saying that. Listening to the busy line tone coming from his cell phone, Gu Yifan was speechless for a while. Coward. After holding his tongue for half a day, these 2 words came out of his mouth with difficulty. I have to say, this dog Wang Zibo is a real dog. Just now, he was so serious about blowing something like 30 seconds to blow up the opposite side. Gu Yifan really thought he was ready to go for the big kill. It turned out to be a ING delivery tower. Send the tower. After delivering the tower also hang straight. You can imagine how pissed off Wang Zibo's doggy teammate must be right now. When he thought of Wang Zibo's tawdry maneuver, Gu Yifan shook his head with a speechless face. After hanging up the phone, Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe looking at herself with a blank expression. so he opened his mouth and explained, Wang Zibo, my hairy little friend. I asked him to come over and help us destroy all these things so that we don't have to waste them. Su Qinghe, oh, is this good? She was a little embarrassed. Why, it's alright, he's not a picky eater. It's nice to have something to eat. Gu Yifan waved his hand, indifferent. Su Qinghe looked at him with her mouth slightly open, and in the end, she still didn't know what to say. Having someone else eat what was left over from the two of them was more than a little too much for her. Only 20 minutes later, her mind changed. Not far from the square, in the Riverside Park gazebo, Wang Zibo was sitting on a stone chair and wolfing down his food. Watching him wipe out a 1-pound baked sweet potato in 3 or 2 bites, Su Qinghe stared wide-eyed, her heart somewhat shocked. See, I told you he could finish these. Gu Yifan glanced at Su Qinghe, then came to her ear and whispered. Feeling the sound of Gu Yifan speaking in her ears, Su Qinghe came back to her senses. She first glanced at Gu Yifan, then at Wang Zibo, who was eating, and finally nodded earnestly with great approval. Fan, where did you buy these baked sweet potatoes? That's a great flavor. It's just a little dry and cold. If I could just have a cup of hot milk tea, it would be a broken naan. Perfect. He slurred a bit as he chewed. Yoo-hoo, it's good enough to have something to eat, and you're picking on it. You dog, you can't keep your mouth shut with all this stuff. Gu Yifan laughed and scolded with some tears. No, Van, I really didn't pick. This baked sweet potato was really something to choke on. Wang Zibo managed to swallow the baked sweet potatoes in his mouth as he cried with an open face. Just then, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, spoke up. I will go buy it. Wang Zibo's eyes lit up slightly when he heard Su Qinghe say she was going to get him milk tea. And hearing Su Qinghe say she went to buy milk tea, Gu Yifan on the side frowned and turned his head to look at her. No. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Wang Zibo jumped ahead and said, Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, sister-in-law. Brush. Su Qinghe got a big red face from Wang Zibo's sentence sister-in-law. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward. Pop. Seeing this, Gu Yifan turned around and gave Wang Zibo a slap in the face, saying in a bad mood, You're a dead baron. What's the point of talking nonsense in a blind couple of handfuls? Hiss. Van. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Wang Zibo rubbed the back of his head with an aggrieved face and said, Gu Yifan glared at him with a look of disgust. Wang Zibo. Straight face. Right at this moment, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, whispered to the two of them and spoke. I'll go buy milk tea first. When he finished speaking, he turned around with a small red face and slipped away with his head down at a fast pace. Looking at her fleeing back, Gu Yifan's face was a bit complicated. Fan, don't look, the people have already left. Wang Zibo reached out and waved his hand in front of him, then spoke. Finished also did not forget to bow his head and muttered a few words in a low voice in his mouth. This eye is almost drawn, but also said that it is not a sister-in-law. End of chapter. Chapter 28, Gu Yifan, right. I've given up on Han Lemon. Pop. Gu Yifan turned his head and slapped him again. Hiss. Van, why are you hitting me again? I'm going to be knocked silly by you for a while. Wang Zibo covered his head and cried out. Don't worry, your stupidity has nothing to do with whether or not you get hit. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said lightly, Zibo Wang, Fan, even though we're brothers, if you keep hitting me like that, I'll. Just before he could finish, Gu Yifan turned his head to look at him. I'll what? Ahem. No, nothing more. Ho ho ho. Wang Zibo opened his mouth weakly with a flattering face. None other, only because, at this time, Gu Yifan hands do not know from where to get a brick. There's an old saying in Zhonghua. It's called Wei Junjie, the Westerner, Major's accent. A good man, but not before the loss. First stabilized a hand. Obscene development wave first. I'll get the lost ground back myself when I get the chance later. Right, that's it. Nothing wrong with that. Wang Zibo self-CPU, using the AQ spiritual victory method of comforting himself said, Hey, what are you boys muttering there? Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown unkindly when he saw him talking to himself there. As soon as Wang Zibo looked up and realized that Gu Yifan was frowning at himself, he hurriedly spoke. No, didn't say anything. Right, brother Fan, you're with Su Qinghe. Are you going to give up on Princess Lemon's side? He suddenly thought of this and asked. What I'll be with Su Qinghe? I'm just friends with her. You kid, don't make a mess, lest people Su Qinghe be embarrassed. Gu Yifan glared at him and said without a trace of anger. But, he turned his words around and looked at his nemesis with a serious face and said, You're right about one thing. I do intend to. No, I should say I've given up chasing Han Lemon. It was Wang Zibo's turn to freeze. He looked at Gu Yifan with some disbelief and said, Brother Fan, didn't you jump for Princess Lemon yesterday? How come today it's off? Hearing Wang Zibo's words, Gu Yifan's face instantly darkened. Who jumped for her? Labor obviously accidentally stepped out of the air yesterday and fell off the top. Okay. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell wants to jump off a building? He explained to his nemesis with a black face. Ha? No? I've seen so many people in my class say that. Wang Zibo froze. There was one thing to be said for it, and he agreed with it when he heard it. After all, the depth of Gu Yifan's feelings for Han Lemon was something he had seen since he was a child. Plus, yesterday morning Gu Yifan had been so high profile in confessing his love for Han Lime, so he was convinced when he heard the claim. Results. Now Gu Yifan told him otherwise. It made him a little incredulous for a moment. He glanced suspiciously at Gu Yifan, trying to discern some clues from his expression to see if he had lied to himself because he was dead set on losing face. No, Baron, what the is that look in your eyes? Say it ain't so. When has labor ever lied to you? Looking a bit furious by Wang Zibo's eyes, Gu Yifan cursed and grinned at him without a trace of anger. Really? Wang Zibo sniffed as he looked at Gu Yifan and asked tentatively once again. Convex, asterisk 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 dish. No, asterisk 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 asterisk. In the end, which blind a few handfuls of rumors came out that the laborer went to jump off the building because of Han Lemon. If you let me know, I'll have to peel his skin off. Gu Yifan gritted his teeth in hatred. Originally, he thought he would not care about this after he was reborn, but now that he heard his dead friend say this, he still couldn't help but be angry. Grass. It's annoying as hell. These blind rumor-mongering dogs deserve to die for real. He cursed mentally. Okay, Brother Van. Brother, I believe you. Wang Zibo saw his depressed face. He walked up and gently patted his shoulder, then said with a serious face. Only the unnaturalness in those eyes had betrayed him. Gu Yifan. Cam. Looking at his grizzled look, Gu Yifan really wanted to give him another big mouthful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly Wang Zibo slapped his thigh and said. Gu Yifan was depressed when he heard Wang Zibo's yelling, and he said with a speechless face, Your sister. What are you doing with this alarm? Van let me tell you something. Don't be angry, haha. Wang Zibo suddenly spoke weakly. Gu Yifan was very speechless now. He frowned and asked, What is it? That. I suddenly remembered that just now when I was at the internet cafe, Princess Lemon sent a message asking me if I thought you failed to confess to her and then that's why you went and jumped off a building. I say it should be. Gu Yifan. That. Van. Don't be angry. I didn't know you fell by accident. I really didn't mean to You see, in the past, you liked Princess Lemon so much that I naturally thought that you had failed to confess your love for her, and you couldn't get over it for a while. When Wang Zibo saw Gu Yifan's face instantly darken, he hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Dog Baron, you, finished, eggs, it's over. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at him, the veins at the corners of his forehead jumping up as he said in a single word. Wang Zibo, straight face. Brother Fan, I really didn't mean it. He thought fast about how to explain while observing his surroundings, ready to wait for an opportunity to run away. Just as Gu Yifan was about to storm up and prepare to make Wang Zibo kneel down and call his father, Su Qing's voice rang out at the right time. What's going on with you, guys? She was carrying 3 cups of hot milk tea in her hand and looked at the two with a puzzled expression as she opened her mouth. Wang Zibo, who heard the voice, was delighted in his heart, and his eyes instantly lit up. Here comes the savior. Sister-in-law, you've come back just in time. Wang Zibo was a little excited and subconsciously blurted out. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Just in time? No, I mean, you came back just in time, and I happen to be very thirsty. Ho ho ho. Wang Zibo realized that he had said the wrong thing and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Although Su Qinghe felt that he was a bit strange, she didn't think much about it. I just forgot to ask what you guys wanted to drink. So I got 3 identical taro bobo milk teas, all hot. She placed the bag of milk tea in her hand on the stone table in the center of the gazebo and spoke softly. Okay, I'm not picky. It's all good. Thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law for your hard work. Wang Zibo said with a fawning face. Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Han Lemon attack. Can't we be good friends like before? Su Qinghe was once again called both embarrassed and shy by Wang Zibo's cry of sister-in-law. Despite her repeated explanations, she wasn't, but Wang Zibo nodded and responded every time. Then after a while he was calling sister-in-law and sister-in-law again. It made her very helpless as well. She sneaked a few glances at Gu Yifan and realized that he didn't react or say anything, so she was just as lazy as he was to explain. Tired. Let him be. Van and I grew up together as brothers, so good that we could wear the same pants. Sister-in-law, let me tell you, Fan was surprisingly afraid of the dark when he was a kid, and every time his parents went on a business trip, he asked me to go over to his house to sleep with him. And yeah, Van is afraid of dogs, you know? And the reason he's afraid of dogs is because he was bitten by a dog on the way home from school when I was with him in 3rd grade. Ha ha ha. Gu Yifan. In the gazebo, Wang Zibo kept telling Su Qinghe interesting stories about Gu Yifan's childhood. It caused Su Qinghe to look at Gu Yifan from time to time with various looks of doubt, surprise, and bewilderment. Noticing the complicated look Su Qinghe was giving herself, even with Gu Yifan's thick skin, she couldn't help but have a slight blush on her old face. Calling this dog over today was a mistake. I should have known that those things are fed to dogs and not even given to him. Gu Yifan cursed in his heart. Sister-in-law Qinghe. And brother Fan, he was even a child. Seeing that Wang Zibo was continuing to talk about his black history as a child, Gu Yifan really couldn't listen anymore and directly opened his mouth to drive people away. Baron Thin, are you done eating? If you're done eating, get the hell out of here. Burp. Wang Zibo, who had been interrupted from casting the spell, suddenly also realized that he seemed to have said a bit too much. Just now, it seems like he had blown up all of Fan's black history as a child, plus the Han Lemon thing. In front of Van wanted to beat himself up. I guess now Fan he even has the heart to kill himself. Done. It's completely over. Shall we run away first? Wang Zibo thought secretly in his heart. Say it and do it. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice, then touched the tip of his nose somewhat sardonically. Brother Fan, sister-in-law Qinghe, what's that? I suddenly remembered that I still have an appointment to go to an internet cafe to play a game, so I'll leave first. You two take your time to play. After saying that, he didn't wait for Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe to open their mouths, so he flung his big belly and ran away. Only the 2 dazed men were left in place. After a long time, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, glanced at each other, and for a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Ahem. So what? We're going to? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Ooh, good. Su Qinghe nodded and said. The two then cleaned up the trash and left the gazebo as well. Just as the two threw their trash into a dumpster near the park and then prepared to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in the sight of the two. Han Lemon? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Why is she here? His mind wondered a bit as he said, Tink. Just then, a cell phone text message alert sounded. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was from that guy Wang Zibo. Wang Zibo, fan brother. Lemon Princess said you pulled black her. Asked me where you are now. I cannot bear to say. You also know Lemon Princess you a temper. Brother I was forced to do Do not blame brother Gu Yifan, who had read the message, was speechless in his heart. Asterisk. Eat labor, drink labor, and betray labor. Dog Baron, you can do it. Gu Yifan blackened his face and gritted his teeth. She came to you? At this moment, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, pointed to Han Lemon, who was not far away, and spoke softly. Hearing the voice, Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her, then nodded and said helplessly, well, wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Ooh. Su Qinghe gently nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and walked straight toward Han Lemon. It didn't take long for the two to meet. You asked for me? Without waiting for Han Lemon to open his mouth, Gu Yifan spoke first. Han Lemon first gave him a somewhat complicated look, then glanced at Su Qinghe, who was standing quietly not far away. She gently bit her lower lip, then spoke. Well, here's your bank card. I just found it when I was paying. Give it back. Looking at the bank card Han Lemon handed over, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Originally, he was still thinking about how to ask her for this bank card back, but he didn't expect her to send it to his door first. That's good. Save yourself another trip. Yes. Gu Yifan nodded, then reached out to take the bank card in Han Lem's hand. He was just about to pull his hand back when he realized that Han Lemon was gripping the end of the bank card without letting go. He froze for a moment, then frowned and asked, something else? Why did you blackball me? Han Lemon lightly bit her cherry lips, somewhat aggrieved. Gu Yifan hadn't thought that this was what she was going to ask. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. He couldn't say that you were too loud and annoying, so I pulled the plug on you. Could he? Silence. After thinking about it, Gu Yifan thought it would be better to take this opportunity to draw a line in the sand. He then looked at Han Lemon and spoke. There's no reason. I just thought it might be better for you and for me. Hearing Gu Yifan's plausible answer, the small expression on Han Lemon's face looked even more aggravated. She bowed her head and bit her lip lightly, unable to speak for a moment. Alright, thanks for bringing my bank card over. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. You should go home early too, so your mom doesn't worry about you. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Su Qinghe's side. Gu Yifan, stop right there. Han Lemon suddenly raised her head and rushed at Gu Yifan's back and shouted with a sobbing voice. Hearing Han Lemon's voice with a sobbing tone, Gu Yifan's heart throbbed, and his steps gave a slight lurch. He turned his head to Han Lemon and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong, Gu Yifan? Why are you doing this?" Han Lemon's lips trembled endlessly as she said with a sobbing voice, "Why did you pull the plug on me? Is it because I rejected you that you have to do this to me? But to refuse you, that's my right. Can't we just be friends like we used to be?" Hearing Han Lemon's barrage of questions, Gu Yifan froze. After a long moment of silence, he even tried to laugh a little. "Yeah, it's your right to reject me, but isn't it also my right to blackball you? As for just being good friends like we used to be, my answer is being friends is fine, but like before? Can't." End of chapter. Chapter 30. Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan. You are the light in my life. Ah. Hearing Gu Yifan's reply, Han Lemon's heartbeat stuttered slightly. Why? The sobbing in her voice became more pronounced as her nose flared. Why? Why actually you know better than anyone in your heart, don't you? If you have to ask me to say it, then I'll just have to tell you that the way we were getting along before wasn't like the way friends should be, and this is the way it is now. Gu Yifan looked at her and said word for word, he'd just open up and make it clear today, so that Han Lemon wouldn't give himself a little more sweetness later on and then his dog-licking aftereffects would kick in again. Anyway, let's do it today. It would be better for myself, for Han Lemon, for both families. Well, the words have come and gone, and I don't want to say any more than I have to. I've got things to do, so I'll be off. Gu Yifan shook his head and said, turning around to leave after that. Gu Yifan, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Han Lemon reddened her eyes and said with aggression written all over her face. Yes, I've changed. Actually, it's not just me. We've all changed. Gu Yifan grinned slightly and said, after saying that, this time there was no more hesitation, and he turned straight away. He didn't want to explain too much to Han Lemon anymore. He'd already said enough. What you understand is what you understand, and what you don't understand will always remain what you don't understand. We'll all go our separate ways from now on. You go your own way. I'll cross my own bridge. That way, it's better for each other. Looking at Gu Yifan's faraway back, Han Lemon couldn't stop the tears in her eyes anymore. She crouched down and cried softly and painfully from where she was. Crying, Gu Yifan heard it, but he didn't stop and walked straight and fast back to Su Qinghe. And at this moment, Su Qinghe was squatting on the ground in boredom watching the ants on the ground move. She was so mesmerized that she didn't even notice that Gu Yifan had walked up to her. What are you looking at? So mesmerized. Gu Yifan leaned down, his voice ringing in Su Qinghe's ears. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment. She slowly raised her head to look at Gu Yifan, her eyes still somewhat confused. Looking at her somewhat naive and adorable appearance, Gu Yifan somewhat couldn't help but pinch her face, but in the end he held back. You're back. Are you done talking? Su Qinghe stood up from the ground as she looked at Gu Yifan and opened her mouth to ask. Done talking. Let's go. Gu Yifan nodded and said, Ooh. Su Qinghe gently nodded, and in the moment she turned around, she saw Han Lime, who was crouching on the ground and losing her voice, not far away. Through Gu Yifan's figure, she's like this, does she really not need to be cared for? Hesitating for a moment, she pointed in the direction of Han Lemon and opened her mouth to ask, it's okay, just let her cry for a while. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. It was just that after he finished speaking, he realized that Su Qinghe was still looking at himself fixedly. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly, so he took out his cell phone from his pocket and unlocked it, then snapped and pounded it for a while. Okay, I've messaged her bestie and she said she'll pick her up in a few minutes. Shall we go? He put down his cell phone and then opened his mouth to Su Qinghe. Only then did Su Qinghe gently nod her head. The silhouettes of the two men gradually drifted away, and the cries in place gradually became smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Park by the river. The willow tree has drawn out new buds. The breeze, the long branches gently across the water ripples. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, walked side by side on the stone path along the shore. Su Qinghe kicked the small stones scattered on the road from time to time. This wanton and leisurely behavior without losing its elegance, but appeared to be somewhat playful and cute. Su-san, Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She tilted her little head and looked at Gu Yifan with some doubt. I remember you said earlier that your family isn't from Mountain City, right? Gu Yifan stopped and opened his mouth to ask. My hometown used to be in a small county in Zhangcheng. The small county surrounding the city is close to the sea, and basically every family in the village depends on fishing for their livelihood. Su Qinghe spoke softly. Her eyes were a little confused, as if she was remembering something. My mom came over to this side of the mountain city to work since my dad died not too long ago, and then I followed and settled over here. After my mom passed away, because I was young, my grandmother was worried about me being on my own over here and came along to take care of me. In fact, when mom left, grandma wanted to take me back to Zhangcheng, but I was already used to life over here, and grandma was afraid that I wouldn't be used to going back, so she just stayed and lived over here. After a moment of silence, She sighed softly and spoke in a small voice once again. Now that I think about it, Grandma probably did it because she knew that the people in the village were saying that I was a broomstick, an ominous person, and didn't want me to go back and be pointed at. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Gu Yifan. Her eyes were very calm. Only Gu Yifan knew that at this time, her heart should not be good, but she was just holding back. From the 2 days of getting along, Gu Yifan knew that she was a person who looked soft and weak on the surface but was actually very strong inside. A series of family changes, the hardship of life, these put on other people may have broken down long ago. Don't look like she's going to jump in front of it or anything, but she's actually doing well enough that maybe a lot of guys can't match her. It's just the way life is. Sisal rope picks out the thin places to break, and bad luck picks out the bitter people. Gu Yifan shook his head and sighed a little in his heart. Are you okay? After a while of silence, Gu Yifan didn't know what to say as he spoke softly. I'm okay, I'm actually getting used to it. Su Qinghe smiled brightly at Gu Yifan and said, thank you, though, if it wasn't for you, I'd probably be long gone from this world by now. The smile retracted as she looked at Gu Yifan and spoke seriously. Yes, without Gu Yifan's appearance, without Gu Yifan's slip and fall, without Gu Yifan taking her to climb mountains, taking her to see the stars, and listening to her confidences, she really would not be able to walk out of that dead end in her heart. Gu Yifan's appearance was like a beam of light in the darkness, illuminating her heart. A fresh breeze clears away the gloom, and all that remains is a sunny day. So her thanks at the moment were truly from the heart. Looking at Su Qinghe, who had a serious face, Gu Yifan smiled faintly and said, you're welcome, it's good to have it figured out. There is still a long way to go in your future life. Work hard and be positive. Your mom, dad and grandma will be happy for you when they look at you from heaven. Looking in the direction of Gu Yifan's finger, looking at the floating white clouds on the azure sky, Su Qinghe first froze for a moment. Didn't the old people used to say when I was a child that when people died they would be transformed into stars in the sky and look at their loved ones in the sky? Now even though it's daytime and you can't see the stars, they are always there. So yeah, your mom, dad and grandma should be silently watching you from heaven at this very moment as well. Gu Yifan explained softly. Aha! After listening to Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe smiled brightly, then nodded seriously and vigorously. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Han Lemon, Gu Yifan, he doesn't want me anymore. Su Qinghe's charming smile smiled directly into Gu Yifan's heart. It's beautiful, Gu Yifan subconsciously muttered under his breath. Su Qinghe's pretty face slightly blushed. What is this guy talking about? Her eyes flickered a bit, and she lowered her head in some embarrassment, not daring to look at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, who had come back to his senses, also realized that he had just lost his temper a bit. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice to hide his embarrassment. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was staring down at her toes, and for a while, the atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous. Let's go. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe raised her head and looked at him with some doubt. At this time, her small face still had some redness remaining. Very cute. Where to? She asked subconsciously and offhandedly. Go spend. To spend? Right. Go spend. Bank card lost and found. Today's mood is good. Go, brother, take you to spend a hand. Gu Yifan grinned and said in a good mood. Oh, brother. Su Qinghe was at a loss, and for a moment, she was a bit confused as to what Gu Yifan meant by this sentence. Before she could say anything, however, Gu Yifan took her hand and pulled her toward the mall across from Riverbank Park. Noticing that her hand was once again being held by Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe's entire body was a little confused. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of her hand, her unpowdered but delicate and absolutely beautiful little face reddened once again. She subconsciously glanced at Gu Yifan, saw that he did not react to anything. Her mouth slightly opened as if she wanted to open her mouth to say something, but in the end she did not say anything, and just let Gu Yifan hold her hand, and the two gradually walked out of the park. Just as the two were leaving the park through the south gate, a girl wearing a wool sweater and black one-piece socks rushed in hurriedly through the gate on the north side. Her eyes searched around for something, and in no time, she saw Han Lemon, who was sitting dully with her hands on her knees next to a flower bed in the park. Her eyes lit up slightly as she took small steps and quickly came to Han Lemon's side. Little lemonade, she shouted as she ran. Han Lemon, who had heard the voice, turned his head to look in the direction the voice had come from, his eyes all confused. Xiao Yen. She was in a bit of a trance when she saw her BFF. Hoo, Little Lemon, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you? Where's that Gu Yifan guy? Looking at Han Lemon's eyes, which were a bit red and swollen from crying, Wu Xiaoyan said with some surprise. Hearing her best friend's question, Han Lemon's nose soured and her heart's aggression surged up again. She couldn't help but let out a wow and threw herself into her best friend's arms and cried loudly. Oh, Wu Xiaoyan was a bit confused by Han Lemon's whole move. Don't cry, don't cry. What's wrong with you, little lemon? Did that Gu Yifan guy bully you? I'll go get him for you. She squeezed the chubby little fist viciously. Just as she finished speaking, she thought to herself that it was unlikely that Gu Yifan would bully Han Lime. She was a bit puzzled and said, but, it's not right. That guy Gu Yifan usually holds you in his heart for fear that you'll fall. How could he bully you? Hearing the 3 words Gu Yifan, Han Lemon's crying first stopped for a moment. She raised her head and looked at her best friend with an aggrieved face and said, Gu Yifan he doesn't want me anymore. Oh, Wu Xiaoyan, straight face. Gu Yifan doesn't want Han Lemon. That's not true. Didn't you reject Gu Yifan's confession yesterday? Looking at her best friend's aggrieved look as she cried her eyes out, Wu Xiaoyan was dumbfounded. Mall entrance. Su Qinghe looked down at the bags of clothes and shoes in her hands with a complicated face. Just now, after Gu Yifan brought himself to the 5th floor of the mall, he went straight into the women's clothing store. She followed in with a confused look on her face, and then came out with a confused look on her face. Just came out with these bags in my own hands. System, what's the balance on my bank card right now? Gu Yifan opened his mouth to the system in his mind and asked. Ding! The current balance of the host's bank card is $68,846.83. The system's crisp mechanical female voice sounded in his head instantly. No, system, just over 60,000. Gu Yifan deflated his mouth and inquired in his mind with some disbelief. Ding! Back to the host. The host for the first time using 1000 times Bowstrike consumption cashback card consumption Bowstrike initial amount of 105 yuan. Triggering Bowstrike cashback multiplier of 666 times. Cashback amount of 69,930 yuan. The current host a total of 1,086 yuan consumption. The account balance of 68,846.83 yuan. The system's mechanical female voice, which was not the least bit emotional, once again explained in his mind. Okay, it's a freebie anyway. You can't be too greedy. Thinking about this, Gu Yifan felt much more comfortable in his heart. Ding! System warm reminder, the current host is still left with a 1000 times Bowstrike consumption cashback card use opportunity. Bowstrike initial amount is limited to the current host bank card balance range. Beyond the invalid, please host as soon as possible to use. Yes, there's still one more Bowstrike opportunity for myself. And this Bowstrike initial amount is surprisingly in the range of one's present-day bank card balance, which means that one can use this Bowstrike card even if one uses the entire balance at once, 60,000 or so, and no more than a few times. Dozens of times. Can Bowstrike? There's no way that luck would be so bad that a straight Bowstrike would be a 0x, right? And just in case if one were to Bowstrike a top 1,000 times, 60,000 plus into 60,000 plus. That means one could pretty much just lay flat immediately. TSK. Thinking of this, the corners of Gu Yifan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. At this moment, Su Qinghe slowly raised her head. She looked at Gu Yifan who was standing beside her looking at his cell phone with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. His eyes were a little complicated. Gu Yifan, who had returned to his senses, froze for a moment when he realized that Su Qinghe was staring at him with a complicated face. What's wrong? He asked. A little puzzled. I can't have these. Su Qinghe hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. Why don't you go return these? With that, she handed the bag in her hand to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was silent, and after a long time he raised his head to look at Su Qinghe and spoke. Good. After saying that, he took the clothes bag from Su Qinghe's hand. Phew. Seeing him agree, Su Qinghe was relieved. Just then, but he saw Gu Yifan fumble around in the clothes bag, then pulled a small ticket out of it and tore it off 3 times. You're this? Su Qinghe was a bit confused and looked at him dumbfounded. Gu Yifan grinned slightly and said faintly, there's no going back now. Su Qinghe, straight face. Comrades, this data is a little too miserable duck. See here the Hikikomori greats are casting some free recommendation and monthly votes. Kneeling thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 32, Makeup Pact? Gu Yifan, call dad if you lose. Watching Gu Yifan's tawdry operation, Su Qinghe actually didn't know what to say for a while. Okay, there's no going back now. These are women's clothes and I can't wear them, so if you don't want them, then you'll have to throw them away. Gu Yifan looked at her and opened his mouth in a serious manner. Su Qinghe had a tangle written all over her small face. Why don't? I'll pay you back for these clothes and shoes. It's just that I don't have that much money on me right now for the time being, so I'll pay you back slowly when I get paid next month. Is that okay? She thought about opening her mouth. Seriously, she had been with Gu Yifan for less than 2 days. And if she really wanted her to take the clothes Gu Yifan gave her for nothing, there was always something strange in her heart. and more than anything, she was embarrassed. Salary? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. You're still working outside? He said with some surprise. Su Qinghe nodded. So it didn't bother you that you came out with me today? It's a day off. Su Qinghe opened her mouth and explained. I work part-time and only used to go on Sundays. Gu Yifan nodded. Also, Su Qinghe is now the only one left at home. It is normal to work part-time to earn money outside of school. After all, also have to support themselves not. However, having to start part-time work study outside of school and high school is seriously really tough. No wonder the clothes she wore in the past 2 days were old. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but feel some heartache for this girl who suffered from life's hardships. He couldn't help but feel the idea of helping this damsel in distress in his heart. How much do you get for a day's work on the side? After thinking about it, Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. Although she was a bit surprised why Gu Yifan asked this, she still answered him truthfully. I work part-time at a Baozi store. $4.50 an hour. And I can have a $50 a day. Only 50 a day. Ha! Gu Yifan frowned and said. But it's okay. The bakery is basically only a little bit busier in the morning and in the morning. And then you start packing up and cleaning things at noon, which is easier compared to the other jobs. So it's not that much of a chore. Plus the bakery is run by a grandmother who knows I'm a student and is usually pretty nice to me. Su Qinghe nodded and opened her mouth to explain. Well, let's do it this way. The money you don't have to pay me back. Your academic performance is not always the first grade. You later in addition to Sunday to go to work. Every afternoon to help me make up 2 hours of homework. Half a month later, the two offset. After this if you still continue to help me make up for the class, I each hour by $10 per hour. What do you think? Gu Yifan said after a moment of contemplation. With his understanding of Su Qinghe over the past 2 days, Gu Yifan knew that with her character, if she said she was going to pay herself back, she would definitely do so. So he had to get her to accept it in this way. Ha! Su Qinghe froze again. She really didn't expect Gu Yifan to suddenly say this. She was silent for a moment and probably understood what Gu Yifan meant. Although she didn't know how Gu Yifan's grades were, she knew that the reason Gu Yifan said that was just to give her a reason to accept the clothes and shoes. You want to make up for it? I can help you. But I'm still going to give you this money. I haven't repaid you for saving my life before. How can I ask for your money? Before Su Qinghe finished, she was interrupted by Gu Yifan, who pretended to be a bit impatient and waved his hand. Okay, it's a deal. Don't be a mother-in-law. Like a woman. Su Qinghe's eyes glazed over as she glanced at Gu Yifan with a puzzled expression. Pussy, aren't you a woman yourself? Gu Yifan saw her looking at herself with wide eyes, so he spoke again. Well, your academic performance is so good, other people can't even beg for you to help him with his tuition, counting or I earned it. Su Qinghe, this. At first glance, when Gu Yifan said that, it seemed like it made sense, but in fact, Su Qinghe knew very well in her heart that the reason why Gu Yifan would do that was just to simply be trying to help herself. After figuring that out, her heart became even more complicated. For a moment she didn't know what to say. Silence. Halfway through the day, Su Qinghe thought for a moment. She raised her head to look at Gu Yifan and opened her mouth. Alright, I'll keep the clothes and shoes, and I can help you with the tuition until before the college entrance exam, but I can't ask for your money. Hearing her say that, Gu Yifan knew that she definitely wouldn't want the money for this tuition. After thinking about it, he felt that there was no hurry to help Su Qinghe for a while, so he finally nodded and said, Alright, then we'll do as you say. Hearing this, Su Qinghe then nodded in satisfaction. After sending Su Qinghe back to school, Gu Yifan didn't make any stops. He took a taxi straight to the Fingertip Edge Internet Cafe. At this moment, that guy Wang Zibo was sitting in the corner of the Internet Cafe wearing headphones, playing the game while cursing. His voice was loud. Gu Yifan had just entered the Internet Cafe when he heard his unique duck-like voice. Following the voice, Gu Yifan walked straight behind his chair. Only at this moment, Wang Zibo was so mesmerized by playing the game that he didn't even notice Gu Yifan's arrival. Ace. Defeat. As the sound effects of the game's reunion and failure sounded, that guy Wang Zibo angrily took off his headphones and flung them on top of the computer desk, cursing angrily with his mouth. Bump, asterisk 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 dish. Just then, he suddenly felt someone behind him, and subconsciously turned his head to look and found Gu Yifan looking at himself expressionlessly. Ha! His whole body clammed up. After freezing for a moment, he said with a flattering and pleasing face, Brother Fan, when did you come? Why don't you tell me? I'm so good. A good run? Gu Yifan said faintly. Brother Van, look at you. How could I be that kind of person? Ho ho ho. Wang Zibo said with an awkward smile. Ha! Gu Yifan also smiled and laughed, and his smile scared this guy Wang Zibo so much that his hand with the mouse trembled slightly, and he almost couldn't hold it steady. Brother Fan, I'm really not to blame for what happened in front of me. You know that foul temper of Princess Lemon. I simply couldn't carry it off. Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth and explained anxiously. Alright, I'll settle this with you later. Now, let's give me crap. Come on, get on the horn. If I don't beat you to the point where you call your father today, then I'll consider these decades as a waste of time. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said with a big wave. Once he heard that Gu Yifan was talking about playing games, Wang Zibo's eyes lit up slightly. Come on, who's afraid of who? Whoever loses, calls daddy. He licked his tongue and spoke with a cocky look on his face. I'm a sneaky aso thief. Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 33. There is no other. Only the hand is familiar. After some ghostly wailing, in Gu Yifan's final kill, Wang Zibo lowered his originally haughty head like a defeated dog. Half a day later, only then did he hold back this sentence with a red face. Brother Fan, when did you become so powerful? You really want to know? Gu Yifan glanced at him and asked lightly. Think. Wang Zibo's eyes lit up slightly as he said with a fawning face. Brother Fan, teach me. It's not impossible to teach you. Remember the bet just now? Cash me in before you do. Gu Yifan said with a teasing face. Oh. Wang Zibo first froze for a moment, and then that fat face full of horizontal meat became red once again. I don't know if it's because it's hard to say the word dad or because I'm excited to call Gu Yifan dad. He couldn't hold in a fart. Alright. Go buy a pack of cigarettes and a drink for the laborer and come over here and this will be over. Gu Yifan said without any good humor. Okay. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibo instantly jumped up in excitement and immediately left his seat to go buy it for Gu Yifan. There's no way around it. Don't look at him, he's usually faceless, but he's always got a face. Although this broke the bank, but really want him to call Gu Yifan dad, he really cannot call out by the way, Van, what would you like to smoke? Wazzy? Wang Zibo suddenly turned and opened his mouth to ask. Wazzy don't want it, that stuff just sells its name. It tastes too bad. Being from a mountain town, to smoke it of course you have to smoke the son of heaven. Go on, give me a bag of Tenko. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said lightly. Juk. Wang Zibo made an okay gesture and then ran towards the bar in a flash. Calling out to Papa Gu means who might be at a disadvantage. The pattern is still small. Looking at his farting back, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. In no time, Wang Zibo ran back with a lewd face holding 2 bottles of Red Bull and a pack of TNZ. Here, Brother Van, you asked for the son of heaven. When he finished speaking, he looked at Gu Yifan with bated breath, waiting for his next words. Where's the lighter? There's no lighter here. I can't smoke. After Gu Yifan took the cigarette, she gave him a blank look without a good mood. Wang Zibo froze for a moment and said with some embarrassment. I forgot. I'll go buy it right now. 1 minute later. Suck. Phew. Gu Yifan skillfully lit the tianzi in his mouth, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. Greenish-white smoke, slowly rising in the air, looked at Wang Zibo's heart itching. Fan, when did you learn to smoke? How come I didn't know? He wondered with some surprise. Isn't this stuff innate? What's the point of learning? Gu Yifan glanced at him and said indifferently. Yes? Wang Zibo half-heartedly pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette box and held it in his mouth like a model and then lit it. Suck. Cough. He just took the first puff and then couldn't stop coughing. Fan, you lied to me. Wang Zibo choked and reddened his eyes, looking at Gu Yifan with an aggrieved face. Alright. If you can't smoke, don't smoke. Waste my cigarettes. Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. Ooh-hoo. Wang Zibo didn't dare to say anything, but just didn't want to throw away the cigarette in his hand. So he could only hold the cigarette in his hand with an envious face and look at Gu Yifan, who was swallowing clouds and spitting out smoke. Seeing that Gu Yifan had almost finished a cigarette and had not yet taught himself the game operation, he was a bit anxious. Brother Fan, you still haven't told me how that big move of yours operated just now. Oh, I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Sit over here a little and I'll tell you. Gu Yifan glanced at him, then spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibo hurriedly pulled his chair towards him and looked at Gu Yifan with the appearance of a well-learned baby. Well, it's really nothing. Gu Yifan spat out the last mouthful of smoke in his mouth and faintly said, there is no other. Only the hand is familiar. Zibo Wang. *******. Van, you lied to me again. You gave me back $50. The sound of 2 people fighting ensued in the internet cafe. So much for the fact that internet cafes in this day and age are rowdy and everyone is used to it. If they were placed in a few years ago, that era of non-mainstream rampant, I'm afraid that the 2 of them would attract a lot of rights and wrongs with such a loud noise. However, after Wang Zibo's soft words, Gu Yifan eventually passed on his decades of gaming experience from his previous life. I go to. Awesome. Brother Van, that's a powerful move indeed. Why didn't I think of that before? Wang Zibo looked at Gu Yifun's tottering maneuvers on the computer screen with a face of amazement and said. Gu Yifun freed his left hand to take down the cigarette in his own mouth, glanced at him and faintly said, Baron Thin one has to admit that everyone's brain is different. What do you mean? Wang Zibo looked at Gu Yifun with a bewildered expression and opened his mouth. In the next second, he reacted himself. Van, you're turning around and calling me stupid again. He looked at Gu Yifun with an aggrieved look on his face and said, Hiss. Gu Yifun got a nasty chill from that look in his eyes. Get out of here. Don't look at the laborer with your disgusting eyes. Labor doesn't want to be a stirrer. He glared at Wang Zibo with a look of disgust. Stirring up? Wang Zibo froze for a moment, then reacted even after thinking about it. He couldn't help but shudder at the thought of that image. Van, I'm not a stirrer either. He hastily opened his mouth to explain. Fan, listen to me explain. I'm really not. Come on, I know. Gu Yifun waved his hand somewhat impatiently and said, Still playing or not? Another game with the maneuver I just taught you? He looked at Wang Zibo and changed the topic. If we don't change the subject a bit, this dog Baron can go on babbling to himself all day about this stirrer. A big man is nagging like a pussy. Why does that sound familiar? Shaking his head, Gu Yifun didn't think much of it. The two of them, he and Wang Zibo, continued to plunge into the Zhuan continent to continue fighting up. 5:30 in the afternoon. Gu Yifun, who was having a good time, was awakened by a ringing cell phone. He looked at the time on his computer screen. It was already 5:30 in the afternoon. I didn't realize it was so late. His cell phone was still ringing, and he took it over and looked at it to see that his old mom had called. Shoo, Baron, keep your voice down. He spoke to Wang Zibo before this connected the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 34 MS. Chen's mission and Su Qinghe's unread message. Hey, MS. Chen, what are your orders? As soon as the phone was connected, Gu Yifun opened his mouth with a smile. Don't give me that playfulness. Didn't you kids say you went shopping with Qinghe today? It's 5:30 and you're not bringing her back to the house for dinner. Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone said without any good humor. Gu Yifun froze for a moment. No, I'm not with her right now. Not with her? Then didn't you say you were with her at lunch today? Chen Dongmei said with some doubt. Yes, but I sent her back to school in the afternoon. Gu Yifun opened his mouth. Chen Dongmei, then I didn't cook this huge table for nothing? The more she thought about it, the more she couldn't stand it, and rushed at Gu Yifun and spoke. No, you're going to go and bring her over to the house for dinner right now. Gu Yifun. No, Mom, you've only met someone once. Why do you feel like you're treating her better than you would me? Your own son. Gu Yifun said with a helpless and speechless face as he held his cell phone. Van, you're dying. No, why did you hang up? Just then, Wang Zibo's duck-like voice suddenly rang out. Ha, you're on the phone here? Gu Yifun. Chen Dongmei. Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone was first silent for a moment, and then growled in the next second. Good. Gu Yifun, you brat. How dare you sneak off to an internet cafe to play games again? I'm giving you half an hour to get home. And, no matter what method you use, bring Qinghe to my home for dinner. This angry and still do not forget Su Qinghe. Who the hell is the real one? Listening to his mom's growl, Gu Yifun couldn't help but mutter in a small voice from his mouth. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. I won't see either of you for half an hour and you won't have to come back today. That's it, hang up. After saying that, Chen Dongmei hung up the phone. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Gu Yifun was speechless for a while. Vango, who was that just now? Seeing that Gu Yifun had finished his phone call, Wang Zibo, who was on the side, said with some embarrassment, My mom, MS. Chan. Who else? Gu Yifun didn't have the good sense to say. Hearing Gu Yifun's words, Wang Zibo said weakly with some strange embarrassment. That, brother Fan, am I causing you trouble? Crap, damn you Baron, I just told you to keep your voice down, but you're still giving me this. Alright, I'm not going to bull with you. I'm leaving first. I still have to go to the school to pick up Su Qinghe. Gu Yifun couldn't help but glare at him and said without any good humor. Seriously, if it wasn't for the sake of years of brotherhood, he really wanted to give this dog Baron thing a knife. Wang Zibo first froze for a moment, then said with wide eyes, Going to pick up Su Qinghe? No, you guys are living together so soon? Gu Yifun. Pop. Cohabitation. Your ass. Cohabitation. Gu Yifun was so angry that he directly gave him a slap on the face and said in a bad mood, It was my mom who told me to ask Su Qinghe to come to the house for dinner. What filthy things are in your Baron dog's head? Pain. If it's not, then it's not. Why are you hitting me again? Brother Fan, you tell you, hit me on the head again. I'm really going to be knocked silly by you. Wang Zibo covered his head and looked at Gu Yifan with an aggrieved face and opened his mouth. Serves you right, Gu Yifan said expressionlessly. No. Auntie Mei asked you to bring Su Qinghe to the house for dinner? So that means Aunt Mei has seen her? Wang Zibo suddenly thought of this, so he looked at Gu Yifan and opened his mouth. Right. Seen it. The two of them are now so close that I'm no better than a son. Gu Yifan deflated his mouth a bit to eat the flavor. Mess with it, brother Fan. Then you're still saying that you don't have a catfight with Su Qinghe, Wang Zibo said with a look of determination. There's your sister there. I can't talk to you about this for a while. Anyway, it's not what you think. Gu Yifan didn't bother to explain to him. Alright, there's not enough time. I really have to go. Remember to get off the plane for me when you get back later. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving behind only Wang Zibo who was frowning and full of doubts. Che, men's mouths lie to ghosts. Sure enough, Mom was right. Looking at Gu Yifan's hastily departing back, he muttered in a low voice. The guy seems to have forgotten that he's a man himself. After Gu Yifan exited the Fingertip Edge internet cafe, he pulled out his cell phone and was about to give Su Qinghe to ask if she had eaten yet, but he found a dozen or so more unread messages on his phone. A few of them were text messages from Han Lemon's best friend Wu Xiaoyan, while a few others were penguin chat messages from Su Qinghe. Ignoring Han Lemon's best friend's text message, Gu Yifan first clicked on the message sent by Su Qinghe and looked at it for a few moments. July Qinghe, is it in? July Qinghe, are you busy? July Qinghe, message me back after you're busy and see the message. I have something I want to give you. Several messages, each spaced about half an hour apart. The earliest message was sent at 3 o'clock now, and when he saw that he did not reply, this was the second, and third as well. It seems that I was too absorbed in playing the game plus the sound of the internet cafe was too noisy, and I didn't hear the beep. Gu Yifan shook his head. Originally, he wanted to call directly, but then he realized that he had actually forgotten to save Su Qinghe's cell phone number in front of him. Now he was told to go through the call logs, and he didn't bother. After thinking about it, he simply called Su Qinghe directly with a QQ voice call. Jingle bells dash. The sound of the penguin voice call rang for a while, and Gu Yifan was almost ready to give up before he was picked up. Hey, a warm, soft voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Su Qinghe, alright. Yifan-san, wait for me for a few minutes. I'll call you back later. Before Gu Yifan had a chance to speak, Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone spoke. With that, he hung up the voice call. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Pinched cell phone. He walked to the side of the pole from the pocket out of a cigarette, and then gently tossed it to the mouth. The action is very dashing handsome. It's just a shame that no one even saw it at this point. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a lighter and casually lit his cigarette. Suck. Phew. Greenish-white smoke composed of a smoke circle slowly floated out of his mouth, slowly rising upwards with the flow of air, and finally dissipating in mid-air. Gu Yifan looked down at the scarlet cigarette that was burning in his hand, and murmured softly, 2 days? Youth is so good. It's so good to be alive. It just always feels a little bit less real. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Schoolmaster's Nurture. Su Qinghe's notes? Quietly holding a lapis lazuli token, keeping a promise, parting always in disillusionment. Trance. Suddenly, a cell phone ringing pulled Gu Yifan out of his thoughts. Returning to his senses, he looked down and realized that the cigarette in his hand had already burned out long ago without knowing when, leaving only a cigarette butt. Shaking his head, he casually tossed the already extinguished cigarette into a side trash can before freeing his hand to pull the ever-ringing cell phone out of his pocket. Glancing at the cell phone screen, Gu Yifan froze for a moment and realized that it was an unfamiliar number calling. After thinking about it, though, he pressed the answer button. Hey, hello, who is it? Gu Yifan spoke in a somewhat lethargic tone. Hey, it's me. I'm Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe's warm and soft voice came from the other end of the phone. I've just been washing my hair. It's not very convenient. Sorry to keep you waiting. Su-san, it's you. I just thought it was someone's wrong number. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and spoke with a smile. There was just some doubt in his heart as to when Su Qinghe had saved his cell phone number, but he didn't open his mouth to ask even after he finally thought about it. By the way, Su student, Yifan student, you, both spoke at the same time. For a while, both of them were a bit embarrassed. Yifan-san, you go first. Su Qinghe spoke softly. Okay, let me start then. Earlier Su, you messaged me that you had something you wanted to give me? Gu Yifan didn't push back as he directly opened his mouth and asked. Yes. Yifan student, didn't you say that you wanted me to help you with your homework? I was in the dormitory this afternoon organizing my notes on the various subjects I had before, and I thought that you should be able to use this, so I wanted to take it to you. Su Qingha on the other end of the phone nodded and said, "Ooh, so, okay, thanks for the trouble." Gu Yifan nodded and smiled as he opened his mouth to thank her. "You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. You saved me and bought me clothes and shoes. I don't even know how to thank you for that." Su Qingha spoke softly. One size does not fit all, but I still have to say thank you," Gu Yifan said with a smile. He suddenly remembered the task given by his own mom, Ms. Chen. So he opened his mouth and asked, "By the way, have you eaten dinner yet?" Su Qingha on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment. She was a bit unable to keep up with Gu Yifan's jumping topic. Still, she answered honestly, "Not yet. I just washed my hair and was on my way to the school cafeteria to eat." "That's just as well. You don't have to eat in the cafeteria yet," Gu Yifan spoke. "My mom asked me to invite you to have dinner with me at home." Su Qingha hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "It's not too good. I just went over and disturbed yesterday. I'll just eat something in the school cafeteria. It's okay. My mom says she's already made a big table and gave me the assignment that I have to invite you to the house, so consider it a favor to me." Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qingha just wanted to say something but was directly interrupted by Gu Yifan. "Alright, it's a deal. You go to the school entrance now and wait for me. I'll take a taxi over to pick you up." He directly opened his mouth and said quickly. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone, not giving Su Qingha the chance to open her mouth to refuse. Listening to the busy line tone on the phone, Su Qingha was a bit helpless as she gently shook her head. There was no hair dryer in the dormitory, and after putting her cell phone aside, she picked up the towel on the chair and briefly wiped her hair, which was still a bit wet, and then changed her clothes before getting ready to go out. Before she left the house, she thought for a moment, then slipped a pair of freshly knitted sky blue knitted mittens from her bed into her book bag. Once that was done, she looked back and surveyed the dormitory before gently closing the door to it and heading downstairs. Since the Fingertip Edge Internet Cafe is not very far away from the first high school in Mountain City, 10 or so minutes later, Gu Yifan appeared at the main entrance of the school. After he got off the bus, he glanced towards the school entrance and realized that Su Qingha hadn't come out yet, so he asked the cab driver to wait for a while. The cab driver saw that Gu Yifan was going to continue to use the car in a while, and was very happy to wait with him for a while. After all, he doesn't wait and walk away from getting customers. Su Qingha also didn't let Gu Yifan wait for a long time. Less than 2 minutes later, her figure appeared at the entrance of the school. At this time she has changed clothes, the upper body wearing a black knitted cardigan, the lower body wearing a fabric light white chiffon gauze skirt with a pair of small white shoes. The whole person looks very pure and gentle, compared to the one in the morning. This outfit had a touch more sweetness to it, setting off that aura in her even more obviously. Gu Yifan first froze for a few seconds before coming back to his senses. He hurriedly got out of the car, stood in front of the door and waved at her. "Su, here." She, who had originally thought that Gu Yifan hadn't arrived yet, also froze for a moment when she heard the voice. After turning his head and seeing that it was Gu Yifan, he didn't hesitate to walk over towards the car. "Sorry I'm late, I just went to class." Su Qingha softly opened her mouth to explain. "Why, it's alright. I just got here too. Let's get in the car first." Gu Yifan waved his hand and smiled. It had only been a few minutes of waiting, and Gu Yifan didn't feel anything. In the past, when he waited for Han Lemon, he waited for at least half a bell to start. Why did you suddenly think of Han Lemon again? Did the dog licking kick in again? Gu Yifan hurriedly shook his head and hurriedly got rid of those distracting thoughts in his mind. "Master, Suehu neighborhood." Sitting in the car, Gu Yifan rushed to the driver master in front and spoke. "Okay," the master driver answered, then started the car and set off. "Yifan-san, this is for you." Su Qingha took out a bunch of thick notebooks from her own school bag and handed them to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. "This is your notes?" This is all the notes I've taken in my 3 years of high school now, so you can take your time reading it if you take it first." Su Qingha gently nodded and said, "Sure enough, you didn't get first in your grade every time for no reason." Gu Yifan turned his head to look at Su Qingha and sighed somewhat. Brush. Su Qingha was a little embarrassed by his words. Her little face was a little flushed, looking a little cute. "Just bitter Gu Yifan." He looked at his hand, this thick pile of notebooks. Some head big ding. Just then, the system's crisp mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in his head. End of chapter. Chapter 36 Unexpected Visitor? Gu Yifan's surprise. Ding. It has been detected that the host currently needs to draw a large amount of knowledge from the high school curriculum. Is the Divine Learning Ability card to be used immediately? Hearing the system's voice, Gu Yifan's entire body froze. Divine Learning Ability card? Yeah, almost forgot I had that. With this stuff, Wouldn't it be easy to get yourself to the top of the exam? In that case, it looks like you can read this pile of notes yourself or not. His mouth whispered. System, don't use it for now first. Gu Yifun's voice was so small that Su Qinghe, who was on the side, couldn't hear it too clearly, and she asked with some confusion. What's wrong? Ha? It was only when he heard her question that Gu Yifun came back to his senses. It's fine. It's fine, he said, waving his hand in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Su Qinghe frowned her small brows at the words, but seeing that Gu Yifun didn't say anything, she couldn't ask more. 20 minutes later, the two returned to the Crestwood neighborhood. Unit 3, Building 7, still the same familiar room 305. Even though this was already Su Qinghe's second visit, she still felt a little less than good. Ka-ching! Gu Yifun took the key out of his pocket and opened the door to his house. As soon as the door was opened, the aroma of a meal came from the side of the dining parlor. Chen Dongmei, who was packing things in the kitchen, heard the movement of the door opening and walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Qinghe, come on in, just one last soup to go. Dinner will be ready soon. Ho ho ho. She pulled Su Qinghe's hand with a smile on her face and greeted her very warmly. Hey, hello auntie, I've come to bother you again, and I'm sorry to trouble you. Auntie, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened as she softly said. Good. Chen Dongmei pulled Su Qinghe's hand and pretended to be a bit angry and ranted. This silly child. What's adding to the trouble? Auntie can't wait for you to come every day. Gu Yifun stood in the doorway, and he looked at the chilling duo with a helpless face. Mom, how long are you going to stand in the doorway? Can I go in first and you guys can talk? He shook his head and spoke to the two. Chen Dongmei, Su Qinghe. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Chen Dongmei glared at Gu Yifun and said with some displeasure. You brat, if you don't know how to speak, just shut up. No one will take you for a dummy. After saying that, she then turned her head to Su Qinghe with a loving face and said, Qinghe, this kid is just so annoying. Let's go inside and ignore him. Aha. Su Qinghe's small face was a bit flushed, and she nodded very obediently. Bang! The door closed, and Gu Yifun is still outside the door at this time. Gu Yifun, straight face, looking at the closed door. He was a little tearful. After freezing for a while, he was just about to pull out his key and reopen the door when it opened, only to see Su Qinghe's little face, which was not powdered but pure and absolutely beautiful, appear in his line of sight. 4 eyes. Su Qinghe's somewhat embarrassed little face slightly reddened. She looked at Gu Yifun's helpless expression and hesitantly opened her mouth to comfort her. Auntie should have just accidentally brought the door with her. Ugh. Gu Yifun sighed lightly, then couldn't help but shake his head. He knew his old mom's character and knew that this was just a joke with him just now. I just can't help but feel a little tasty in my heart. This biological son of his own was thus replaced by Su Qinghe, a person he had only met twice. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. It's too hard for me. He sighed helplessly in his mind. Come on, on in. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Qinghe once again whispered gently. Yes, what else could Gu Yifun say? He could only nod and say. Then following Su Qinghe, the two of them walked in together. Gu Yifun just finished changing shoes to the sofa this side of the but has not been sitting hot. Will be their own mother shouted over the dishes. Seeing this, Su Qinghe also followed suit and got up to help. Auntie, is there anything I can do for you? She opened her mouth to Gu Yifun's old mom. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth and said, Qinghe, you quickly go out. This dish is too hot. It's not good if you accidentally scald it in a while. Gu Yifun, that kid has a thick skin. Just let him serve himself. With that, he pulled her out of the kitchen. Gu Yifun. Only Gu Yifun was left alone messing around in the kitchen. Thick skin, like I'm not hot. Looking at his mom's actions, Gu Yifun once again shook his head helplessly and spat in a breathless whisper. Hey, what are you boys muttering there? Hurry up and bring out the food. Chen Dongmei in the kitchen doorway shouted at him. Ugh, it's my fate to have such an unreliable mom. Gu Yifun once again spat out 2 sentences in a small voice, but in the end, he obediently ran a few times to bring out all the dishes. Mom, where's my dad? At the dining table, Gu Yifun opened his mouth to his mom and asked, Oh, your dad is busy with something at the station today and can't get away, so he won't be back for dinner. We'll just eat it ourselves, Chen Dongmei casually explained. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifun nodded and didn't say anything more. After all, his own dad had done this a lot in his previous life, and he'd gotten used to it a long time ago. As far as I can remember, it seems like my own dad has been quite busy ever since he became the deputy director of the Investment Promotion and Construction Bureau of Mountain City. Come on, Qinghe. This old duck soup auntie has been toning it over low heat for a full 2 hours. Try it and see how it tastes. After the 3 of them were seated, Chen Dongmei very enthusiastically gave Su Qinghe a big bowl full of old duck soup and said with a smile, Yes, Yes, thank you auntie. Seeing this, Su Qingha hurriedly stood up and took the soup bowl and opened her mouth to thank her. Qingha you eat more, just clip whatever you want to eat, just treat it like you're in your own home, don't ever be polite to auntie ha. Chen Dongmei smiled and opened her mouth. Aha, I will, thanks auntie. Su Qingha nodded very obediently. Gu Yifan didn't know what to say when he watched this harmonious scene, so he could only silently bow his head and drink the soup. None other. Men don't meddle in women's affairs. For the first time, Gu Yifan felt that what his dad had said earlier made perfect sense. Ding dong dash. Just then, a series of doorbells came from over the doorway. All three of them froze for a moment, then unanimously looked in the direction of the doorway. Who could it be at this point? Son, go open the door and see who's here. Chen Dongmei spoke to Gu Yifan. Seeing that his mom had spoken, Gu Yifan what else could he say? Yes, he nodded, then got up and headed for the door. Ka-ching. The door opened. When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Gu Yifan froze for a moment first. Thank you to the first big brother of the list, Gardenia Summer Breeze Cool, for the mega denomination reward. Thank you for the 1666 rewards of the book friend with the tail number 0596. And thank you for the 1666 rewards of the book friend with the tail number 5970 and the many rewards of the other book friends as well as the support of various monthly votes and recommendation votes. For the enthusiasm and support of the big boys, that has to be added. I hope you will continue to support me as you have done in the past. Give thanks, be thankful. The young author pays his respects to you. Asterisk. End of chapter. Chapter 37, an awkward scene? For women in one theater. Auntie Ching, what are you doing? Gu Yifan said with some surprise. Yes, standing at the doorway was none other than Han Lemon's mom, Yuan Qing. Yifan, Auntie and little Lamoner came to visit at this time of the day. They didn't disturb you, did they? Just as Gu Yifan froze, Yuan Qing smiled and spoke. Ha! Returning to his senses, Gu Yifan realized that he had lost some of his temper, and he hurriedly spoke. Oh, Auntie Qing, come on in. After saying that, he sidestepped and made way for both Yuan Qing and Han Lime to enter. At the same time, he turned his head and shouted over to the restaurant. Mom, Auntie Chang and the girls are here. Hearing his voice, Chen Dongmei also froze for a moment. She frowned a little in confusion, then got up and headed this way to the door. Just as he walked over to the living room, he saw Yuan Qing and Han Lime, mother and daughter, walking in with their things. Wan Qing, what brings you here? Chen Dongmei said with some surprise. Dongmei it's been a long time since I've come to visit, so while I have time today, I'll bring little Lamoner over to sit down. It just so happens that my hometown sent some local specialties over, so I brought some over for you and Yifan to try. Yuan Qing smiled and opened her mouth. Ha, that's it, you've got a big bag. I thought you were doing something. Chen Dongmei shook her head. Just then, Yuan Qing also saw Su Qingha beside the dining table. She first froze for a moment, then spoke. Dongmei, you have a guest here? At this moment, Su Qingha was standing quietly on the side. Only the small hand that was nowhere to be placed showed that at this moment, she was a little nervous and constrained in her heart. Oh, you mean Qingha? Come, Qingha, let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Wan Qing, and this one is your Auntie Wan Qing's daughter, little Lamoner. By the way, she went to the same school as both you and Yifan. Chen Dongmei took Su Qingha's hand and smiled as she opened her mouth to introduce herself. Hello Auntie Wan Qing. Hello Han. Su Qingha's small face was slightly flushed as she softly opened her mouth to greet the two. Qingha hello, we met in the morning, remember? Ho ho ho. Yuan Qing smiled and opened her mouth. Han Lemon, on the other hand, didn't say anything, she just nodded slightly at Su Qingha. Dongmei this, did not disturb you, right? After the pleasantries ended, Yuan Qing turned her head to Chen Dongmei and opened her mouth. Why, it's alright, that, Wan Qing, little Lamoner, have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten then sit down and eat something together. Chen Dongmei waved her hand and said that she greeted the two of them to sit down and eat together. Yuan Qing hesitated and said, this is not yet, just this is convenient? Hey, we're all on our own, what's so square about it? It's just a matter of adding a set of dishes. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth very generously. Okay, then I'll have the cheek to dine at your house, just when I'm too lazy to fire. Cluck cluck cluck. Yuan Qing laughed and joked. Ha, look at you, we've known each other for years, talking about this kind of hay. Chen Dongmei pretended to be a bit angry and ranted. Come on, sit down, little lemon, you sit down too. With that, she turned her head to Gu Yifan, who was standing by the side a bit awkwardly, and spoke. That, Yifan go to the kitchen and get a pair of dishes for your Auntie Wan Qing and little Lemon Air. Then he took Su Qingha's hand, and the two of them resumed their seats as well. Gu Yifan looked at the sudden scene in front of him and always felt something strange in his heart. Shaking his head, he turned toward the inside of the kitchen. Soon he came out with fresh dishes. After giving a bowl of soup to both Yi Wanqing and Han Lemon, Gu Yifan then walked over to the seat next to Su Qinghe and sat down. Come on, everyone, move your chopsticks, let's eat and talk. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth as warmly as ever to greet her. I don't know why. The seemingly very harmonious scene, Gu Yifan always felt a little awkward. There had been many scenes of the two families sitting down to dinner together before, but something seemed different somewhere this time. Maybe it's because the timing isn't quite right, or perhaps because it was the presence of an extra outsider. Su Qinghe? No, it's not. Gu Yifan rather felt that on this day. Yi Wanqing and Han Lemon were more like that extra outsiders. After a meal, Gu Yifan was silent at the table. Su Qinghe was silent, and Han Lime on the side was also silent. Only the two of them, Chen Dongmei and Yi Wanqing, casually said a few words from time to time. Here, have some after-dinner fruit to take the edge off. On the living room sofa, Chen Dongmei brought up cut fruits and opened her mouth to greet the crowd. I just said that Qinghe is also a senior at Mountain City First High School, right? After Yi Wanqing ate a piece of fruit, she opened her mouth to Su Qinghe and asked, Ha? Suddenly being cut to, Su Qinghe froze for a moment. Reacting. She nodded gently, though a bit confused. So, then Qinghe is about to take the college entrance exam just like Yifan and Little Lemon. Yi Wanqing nodded her head and said. Suddenly her words turned and she looked at Chen Dongmei and casually asked. That, Dongmei all in the first middle school. How come I haven't seen Qinghe come to the house before? This seems like a casual question, but it actually has a slightly deeper meaning. Hearing Yi Wanqing's words, Gu Yifan turned his head and gave her a deep look. His own mom has not yet opened his mouth. He opened his mouth first. That's because Qinghe is an internal student. Plus the senior study task is relatively heavy, so there is little time to come over to the house. Auntie Qing didn't see it's very normal. Oh, like that. Yi Wanqing nodded, and then casually asked, which of your aunt's daughters is Qinghe? How come I haven't heard you guys mention it before? Oh, Qinghe is the daughter of one of my mom's late friends. Gu Yifan opened his mouth in a serious manner. Chen Dongmei on the side gave her son a somewhat puzzled look, but she did not open her mouth to break it down. Not only her, Su Qinghe on the side was also looking at her with wide eyes at this moment. Han Lemon, who had been sitting silently with her head down in front of her, was taking in the scene, and with her knowledge of Gu Yifan, she knew that Gu Yifan had lied. Her mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. So, Yi Wanqing nodded her head and then didn't open her mouth to ask about this again. She turned her head and started chatting with Chen Dongmei about family matters. After another moment, Gu Yifan looked at the time and decided to take Su Qinghe and bail out first. So he spoke. That, Mom, it's getting late. I'll send Qinghe back to school first. When he finished, he stood up straight away. End of chapter. Chapter 38, Going to a Room? Gu Yifan's shocking sperm. Chen Dongmei froze for a moment, then didn't think much of it. She nodded. Okay, then you guys be careful on the road. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Qinghe and spoke with a smile. Qinghe, come to the house for dinner often when you have time, ha? Okay. Su Qinghe nodded and answered softly. Okay, then, old mom, Auntie Qing, we'll leave first, ha? You guys take your time. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to both his mom and Yi Wanqing. After saying this, he turned his head to greet Su Qinghe and said, Then, Qinghe, let's go? Su Qinghe nodded, and then got up to follow Gu Yifan as the two of them prepared to walk towards the door. Han Lemon watched the movements of the two, her eyes flickering a bit, her mouth slightly open but wanting to speak. Her expression was caught in Yi Wanqing's eyes, so she spoke. That, little Lemoner, it's not too early. Why don't you take a trip from Qinghe with Yifan, so that you can still have a care when you come back together in a while? Gu Yifan's movements gave a slight lurch, and when Han Lemon heard her own mom's words, her eyes lit up slightly. Her mouth opened slightly just as she was about to speak, but she saw Gu Yifan say, no need, Auntie Qing, I'll just send Qinghe by myself, so I don't need Han Lime to run around with me. Hearing Gu Yifan say this, Han Lemon, who had been preparing to speak, fell silent once again. At this time, Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, also finally noticed that the painting style seemed a bit wrong. She glanced at her son, and then at Han Lime, who was pursing her lips lightly, and after some thought she spoke. Yes, Wanqing, just let Yifan send Qinghe by himself. It's a big night, and it'll save little Lemoner from running around after him. This, seeing that Chen Dongmei had said so, and her own daughter didn't say anything, Yi Wanqing could only nod helplessly and said, Alright, forget it then. Yifan, Qinghe, be safe on the road. Okay, then Mom, Auntie Qing, let's go. After saying that, he pulled Su Chingha towards the door with quick steps, suddenly being pulled by Gu Yifan's hand. Su Chingha froze for a moment, and in the next second two faint blushes instantly appeared on her small face. The two of them changed their shoes and left at a quick pace. Can you let go of me first? In the garden of the neighborhood, Su Chingha spoke in a low voice to Gu Yifan, who was walking in front of her. Ha, ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan then realized that he was still holding Su Chingha's hand. He rubbed the back of his head a little embarrassed and explained. I just left in a hurry. Sorry. Well, it's fine. Su Chingha also said something. She nodded gently. Come on, let's go out and get a cab in front of the neighborhood. Yes. Chingha nodded. And then the two of them walked side by side in the direction of the cell entrance. At 10:30 p.m., it was a little cooler this evening than it had been even before, with a northerly wind that stirred up quite a bit of dust on top of the road every now and then. The two of them had been standing by the curb for quite a while, and they hadn't seen any empty cabs come by. Gu Yifan shook his feet. He was starting to get a little irritated from waiting, and Su Chingha quietly stood aside under the streetlight without saying anything, and did not know what she was thinking. When Gu Yifan saw her like this, he didn't know what to say for a while. The two were just silent. After a long silence, the sky suddenly began to flake with thin flakes of snow. Seemingly sensing something, the two raised their heads to the sky in unison. It's snowing. Su Chingha spoke softly. Well, it's snowing. Gu Yifan responded softly. Su Chingha turned her head to look at him before withdrawing her gaze. She reached out her hand to catch the falling snowflakes. Only the snow was so small that it melted before it hit her hands. A flash of lost color flickered in her eyes, only to quickly return to normal. Gu Yifan didn't notice her difference. He looked at the hurriedly shaped vehicles on the road and spoke. March flying snow. Looking at this, it seems like you can't get a cab. Tell you what, I'll call my dad and have him drive back to take you back to school. Only after he finished speaking did he then turn his head towards Su Chingha. No need. Su Chingha gently shook her head and said, isn't Uncle doing something? This is too much trouble for Uncle. Gu Yifan frowned and said, but you can't get a cab in this condition now. Let's walk. I'm not staying back at the dorm today. Su Chingha suddenly spoke. Ha! Gu Yifan was stunned by her words for a moment. You're not going back to the dormitory? So where to stay? Going to a hotel room to stay? It's not so exciting. But isn't this plot moving a little too fast? Right. I don't have my ID. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't say anything after an Su Chingha was a bit strange. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she heard Gu Yifan say with a coy face, that, I don't have my ID card with me. Su Chingha was dumbfounded. What's with the ID? She asked with some confusion. It's not what you said. Gu Yifan subconsciously almost blurted out. Wait, what did you just mean when you said you weren't going to live back in the dorm? He looked at Su Chingha and frowned. Su Chingha saw that there was something strange about what Gu Yifan said, and she frowned a little. But even though she was a little hard of hearing what Gu Yifan meant, she still opened her mouth and explained. My house isn't too far away from here. A 20-minute walk should get you there. Gu Yifan. Straight face. No. That, you just said you were staying back at your house? Realizing that he had thought wrongly, Gu Yifan's old face slightly reddened and said with some embarrassment. Su Chingha nodded. After a moment's thought, she opened her mouth to add, even though I don't stay there much anymore, there's still a place to sleep in there. In that case, fine, we'll go to your house. Gu Yifan nodded and resumed his serious look and said, why don't I just go back by myself? I'm afraid the snow will come down later and you won't have a car to come back. Su Chingha thought about opening her mouth. No, it's so late. It's not safe for you to go back by yourself. Gu Yifan rejected it directly and categorically without even thinking about it. Well, okay then. Su Chingha could only nod obediently at his words. Say it and do it. Su Chingha pointed out the way in front of her, and the two of them walked in the direction of her house against the small snow that kept falling. Suddenly, Su Chingha seemed to have thought of something. After fumbling in her own school bag for a while, she took out something and handed it to Gu Yifan. This is for you. End of chapter. Chapter 39, showering snow with you this day. This life is also considered to be a white head together. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he stopped to look at Su Chingha beside him. What is it? Gloves. Su Chingha spoke softly. Gu Yifan looked down at the pair of blue hand-knitted gloves in front of him, then raised his head and looked again at Su Chingha, who was standing in front of him, and he spoke softly. Did you knit them yourself? Su Chingha nodded. For me? Gu Yifan opened his mouth again and asked. Su Chingha gently nodded once again. Gu Yifan looked at Su Chingha's serious face. He smiled slightly and spoke. Well, thanks. The gloves are very well knitted. I like it very much, but I think you need this more than I do right now. With that he pulled Su Chingha's hand, took the gloves from her hand then gently helped her put them on. Seeing Su Qinghe looking at herself somewhat dumbfounded, Gu Yifan softly and gently explained, "It's snowing, it's cold, so you wear it first, and give it to me when you get home later." Ooh. Hearing Gu Yifan's explanation, Su Qinghe nodded somewhat blankly, then allowed Gu Yifan to help her put the gloves on. There. After helping Su Qinghe put on her gloves, Gu Yifan clapped his hands and said, "Well, let's keep going." After saying that, he headed towards the intersection in front of him. Su Qinghe looked down at her hands, then raised her head again to glance at Gu Yifan, who had already walked a few steps away. The gloves blocked the cold wind, and she felt warm in her hands and equally warm in her heart. After walking a few steps, Gu Yifan realized that Su Qinghe wasn't following him, and glanced back to find her staring down. What a bean! He froze for a moment and shook his head somewhat helplessly, so he shouted at her, "Stop gawking and keep up." "Oh, come." Su Qinghe, who heard Gu Yifan's voice, hurriedly answered, then quickly followed Gu Yifan's pace. "What were you thinking about just now? So mesmerized?" Looking at Su Qinghe, who was re-walking beside himself, Gu Yifan casually asked. "Ha?" Su Qinghe was startled for a moment as she spoke in a small voice. Didn't think of anything." Seeing her say that, Gu Yifan knew that she didn't want to talk about it and shook his head without caring. "Come on, it's going to snow," he said, then reached out and pulled Su Qinghe's small hand. Then the two of them walked forward with quick steps. Su Qinghe was pulled by Gu Yifan to walk quickly, her small face slightly red, but she didn't say anything more, letting her hold her hand. Snow. It's starting to rain heavily. The snowflakes that had melted before they could fall on the two men's heads gradually solidified. In no time, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both had a thin layer of white coloring on their heads. Su Qinghe looked up at Gu Yifan, but such a line of poetry suddenly flashed in her mind. If they were to shower snow together in his dynasty, they would be considered to have white heads together in this life. It was just that the verse seemed a bit too sad, and Su Qinghe couldn't help but frown slightly. "If I shower with you in the snow this morning, I will count my life as a white head." She thought about it. Maybe it would be more appropriate to change it to this. Just like this. It seems to be a little bit. Her small face slightly red, looking up and sneaking a glance at Gu Yifan, seemingly sensing this. It so happened that Gu Yifan also turned his head to look at her at that moment. Four eyes. Both men froze for a moment. Reacting, Su Qinghe hastily withdrew her own gaze. Like a fertilized bunny, she bowed her head slightly, the blush on her face becoming more pronounced. Oh, what's wrong with this bean? Looking at Su Qinghe's somewhat flustered appearance, he felt a little strange in his heart. After thinking about it, Gu Yifan didn't figure it out, so he just stopped thinking about it. Shaking his head, he was about to retract his gaze but saw that Su Qinghe's head had already been colored by the snow at this time with a silky white frost, and for some reason, Gu Yifan's mind suddenly flashed through a picture of two people holding hands and white heads. Froze. Another sentence suddenly flashed through his mind, holding hands and drenching in snow together today, destined to share white heads in this life. So he subconsciously repeated in a low voice, holding hands and drenching snow together today, destined to share white heads in this life. Although Gu Yifan's voice was small, the two were so close that Su Qinghe heard it all. Aha! The eyes of Su Qinghe, who had originally lowered her head, brightened slightly as she jerked her head up to look at Gu Yifan. Ahem! Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice to hide his embarrassment. "So what? Left or right up ahead?" He hastily and deliberately changed the subject and said, "To the right." Su Qinghe stretched out that left hand that wasn't being held and pointed to the pathway on the right. "Ooh, then let's get out of here." Gu Yifan continued to open his mouth to change the topic, and with that, he pulled her to speed up her pace a few points again. Su Qinghe looked at the tall figure walking in front of her, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. 11 o'clock at night. Arrived. In front of a row of somewhat shorter and older-looking buildings, Su Qinghe spoke softly to Gu Yifan. "Ooh." Gu Yifan nodded, then curiously surveyed his surroundings. A large, somewhat rusty, old-fashioned iron gate with dried vines crawling along the fence. East 8th Street Bliss neighborhood. The name of the neighborhood was written on the wall next to it, except that the word district was also missing a piece in the middle of that neighborhood. All of this points to the fact that the neighborhood in front of us has been around for some years. "This is where you used to live, is it?" Gu Yifan asked casually. "Aha." Su Qinghe gently nodded. "Well, there are beds and quilts up there, right?" After all, Su Qinghe had always lived in school after high school. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth to ask. "Yes." Su Qinghe spoke softly. After a moment's thought she opened her mouth to add, "I usually come back to stay when I'm on vacation." "Aha." Gu Yifan nodded at his words. "Then, you go up first?" "Good." Su Qinghe nodded and said. However, she didn't make a move to leave. She just looked at Gu Yifan fixedly. "What's wrong?" Gu Yifan saw her looking at herself and said with some confusion. You have to let go of me first." Su Qinghe whispered. "Ha?" Gu Yifan froze for a moment. "I'm sorry, I didn't remember for a moment. After reacting, he said somewhat less kindly. Su Chingha didn't say anything, she just silently took off the gloves on her hands and then handed them to Gu Yifan. It's snowing and cold, so wear it back, she spoke softly. Yes, Gu Yifan didn't refuse and took the gloves from her hand before putting them on. The gloves still had Su Chingha's temperature on them, and they were a little warm when he put them on. Just as the two spoke, the snow, it's falling harder. Gu Yifan looked at the snow that was getting heavier and heavier and spoke to Su Chingha. Alright, it's too cold, you should go inside. Su Chingha didn't say anything, she pursed her lips as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Seeing that she looked like she wanted to speak, Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked. Su Chingha hesitated for a moment. She looked up at Gu Yifan and spoke in a small voice. There are 2 rooms upstairs. End of chapter. Chapter 40 Stay over. Su Chingha knew was showstopper. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He didn't hear Su Chingha's words too clearly, so he opened his mouth and asked, what did you just say? Su Chingha was silent. Gu Yifan was a bit strange when he saw that she had stopped talking again. What's wrong? He opened his mouth to ask. It's okay. Su Chingha raised her head to look at him and spoke softly. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded. He took out his cell phone and looked at the time and said, this snow looks like it won't stop for a while, and it's getting late, so I have to go, or else Ms. Chen will be worried again. Su Chingha gently nodded. That works, you go inside. I'm leaving, see you tomorrow. I'll watch you go first. Su Chingha lightly bit her lips and whispered. Gu Yifan froze for a moment at his words. He looked at Su Chingha with some complexity and didn't say anything more. Then he turned around and walked into the snow. After walking a few dozen meters, he looked back and found that Su Chingha was still in the same place staring blankly at himself. Under the dim streetlight, Su Chingha's thin figure looked a bit forlorn. Gu Yifan felt some heartache in his heart inexplicably. It's cold outside, so hurry up and get inside. He waved his hand at Su Chingha and shouted. Su Chingha didn't say anything nice, just gently shook her head. Ugh. Gu Yifan saw this. He let out a light sigh and shook his head helplessly. After thinking about it, he turned straight around and walked back to Su Chingha with quick steps. Seeing Gu Yifan walk back, Su Chingha was at a loss. You, come with me. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. After saying that, he took her small hand and the two of them walked into the snow together. Where? Go home. The voices of the two men were faintly heard in the cold wind. The snow fell even harder, and a blanket had accumulated on the ground. And in no time at all the traces of the two men's passage disappeared without a trace. Crestwood Subdivision. Startup Unit 3, Room 305. Click. The door opened. Gu Yifan shook the snow water that had melted on his body, then led Su Chingha inside. Son, you're back? Chen Dongmei, who was watching a TV series in the living room, turned her head and casually shouted when she heard the door opening commotion. The moment she turned her head, she froze slightly, her eyes instantly lighting up in the next second. Chingha, you didn't go back? She hurriedly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Su Chingha with a smile on her face and said, Hello, Auntie. Su Chingha's small face was a little flushed as she softly opened her mouth. I don't know if it's because I'm freezing or because I'm shy and embarrassed. It's snowing too much out there to get back to the school side, so I brought her back. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to his old mom and explained. Ooh-hoo. So, no wonder your dad just called back to say it was too snowy to drive and he's staying at the flat tonight. Chen Dongmei nodded and said, Auntie, I'm sorry to come and trouble you again. Su Chingha was very embarrassed and said, Ha, you silly boy, what's the trouble? Auntie is more than happy. Chen Dongmei feigned some displeasure as she pulled Su Chingha's hand and said somewhat angrily, Chingha, you can stay at home tonight without fear. Su Chingha first glanced at Gu Yifan, and only after seeing him nod, did she speak. Aha, thank you Auntie. Silly boy, why are you so polite? Come on, come over to the sofa and have a cup of hot tea to warm up, and in a moment Auntie will go and make your bed. Ho ho ho. Chen Dongmei took her hand and headed over to the living room with a warm smile on her face. At the living room couch, Chen Dongmei pulled Su Chingha and chatted for a while, before she got up and went to organize Su Chingha's room and prepare new toiletries. Only Gu Yifan and Su Chingha were left silent in the living room. Thanks. After a moment of silence, Su Chingha spoke in a small voice. No, we're friends aren't we? Just stay in peace tonight. Gu Yifan spoke softly. Friends, Su Chingha repeated in a small voice from her mouth. She was just about to open her mouth to speak when she saw Gu Yifan's old mom appear around the corner of the living room with a towel, toothbrush, bath towel, or something like that. Chingha, I've brought you new towels and toothbrushes and other toiletries. You can just use them later. Chen Dongmei rushed at her and opened her mouth. Thank you Auntie. Su Chingha nodded in response. But the pajamas don't fit anymore. And now that it's snowing outside and we can't go shopping, this is a bit of a pain in the ass. Chen Dongmei frowned and said, Auntie, it's okay, I don't need pajamas. Su Qinghe opened her mouth. It's not comfortable to sleep without changing into pajamas. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth. She wears mine. Right. Just then, Gu Yifan, who was on the side, opened his mouth. Hearing his voice, both Chen Dongmei and Su Qinghe turned their heads to look at him with some surprise. Well, I have a new set of pajamas that I haven't worn yet. If Qinghe doesn't mind, just wear mine. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to explain. No, that's fine, Qinghe. Just make do and wear it for the night first. Before Su Qinghe could open her mouth, Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, directly clapped for her. Okay. Seeing that Gu Yifan's mom had said so, Su Qinghe nodded her head even though it was a little less than nice. Half an hour later, Su Qinghe walked out of the bathroom wearing Gu Yifan's new set of pajamas. Due to the difference in height and size between the two, Gu Yifan's pajamas were slightly too big on Su Qinghe's body. But this look is more than a little cute, coupled with the fact that at this time, Su Qinghe had just finished taking a hot bath, and there was still a little redness on her delicate little face that was not powdered. The whole person had a few more points of flirtation compared to her usual gentle temperament. Gu Yifan couldn't take his eyes off of him for a moment. Lovely, gentle, charming. Several different temperaments in Su Qinghe's body, surprisingly not the slightest sense of incongruity. Smooth white skin, delicate and beautiful features, with the unique temperament of that body that is one in a million. This is probably the case with the so-called manhwa show-offs on the internet in later years. He thought darkly in his mind. What's wrong? Seeing that Gu Yifan had been staring at himself, Su Qinghe reddened her little face as she said with her eyes somewhat dodging. Ahem. It was only when he heard Su Qinghe's voice that Gu Yifan came back to his senses. Even with Gu Yifan's thick skin, he couldn't help but slightly redden his old face at this moment. No, it's fine. Well, by the way, the dress kinda fits. He hastily opened his mouth to change the subject. Su Qinghe, fit. She glanced down at the loose pajamas she was wearing, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. End of chapter. Chapter 41. A good day starts with sashimi. It's getting late. You should rest early. I'm going to take a shower. Gu Yifan hurriedly skipped off after saying that. Looking at his fleeing back, Su Qinghe couldn't help but let out a light laugh. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, and after casually turning off the TV in the living room, she turned around and walked into the guest room next door to Gu Yifan's room. Lying on that soft big bed, Su Qinghe felt that her whole body and mind were completely relaxed. She hadn't been this relaxed in a long time, since her grandmother was gone too. Looking at the ceiling above her head, her eyes were a little complicated, because at this moment her mind was full of Gu Yifan's figure. In the meantime, Suehu Neighborhood, 19 Building, Unit 8, Room 906. In the pink-colored girly room, Han Lemon lost sleep. As soon as she thought about Gu Yifan's cold attitude towards her today, her heart felt very hard. Since he grew up, Gu Yifan had always been good to himself. No matter what wrong he did, he would unconditionally forgive and tolerate himself. But today Gu Yifan was so indifferent to himself. Obviously it wasn't like this before. He himself grew up thinking of him as his best friend. Wasn't she just rejecting his confession? Couldn't one refuse him? But rejecting her is plainly one's own right. What gives him the right to do that to me? Han Lemon couldn't figure out why this Gu Yifan guy was doing this to himself. The more she thought about it, the harder it became in her heart. And with a sore nose, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. She huddled her body under the covers and sobbed helplessly, trying to suppress her voice as much as she could, not wanting her sobs to alert her parents. And I don't know how long it was. Perhaps tired of crying, Han Lemon eventually fell into a deep sleep with tears in the corners of her eyes. There was no talk all night. The following morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the early morning sunlight slanted through the glass windows and into the bed. Gu Yifan slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes still had some confusion in them. Obviously he was not completely awake yet. Rubbing his eyes, which were only slightly more awake, he reached over and touched his already fully charged cell phone on the bedside table to the side. Glancing at the time on his cell phone screen, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Remembering that it was Monday, Gu Yifan got up from his bed after stretching. Walking barefoot to the window, he reached out and pushed open the white screen to find that by now the snow had stopped. While outside the window the neighborhood was white and a thick layer had accumulated on the ground. Looks like it really snowed quite a bit last night. I also don't know if Su Qinghe that bean is used to sleeping. Gu Yifan muttered a few words under his breath and shook his head, closing the window behind him as he changed his clothes and then opened the door to his room and went out. Just as I arrived in the living room, I smelled a strong scent. The kitchen also happened to be at this time when his own mom's very characteristic laughter came out, and Gu Yifan froze for a moment. So happy this early in the morning? He muttered something in a small voice, then went straight to the kitchen door. Aha! Standing in the doorway, he saw the two of them, his mom and Su Qinghe, kneading the dough while talking and laughing. Sure, The one who said it was naturally his own old mom. Su Qinghe gently nodded her head from time to time and occasionally whispered a couple of words. The smile on her face was much more normal compared to her own mom's exaggerated smile. But you could tell that she was really quite happy at this point. Ahem. Gu Yifan stood in the doorway for a while before pretending to cough twice. Ah, yikes. Both Chen Dongmei and Su Qinghe were taken aback. The two of them turned their heads and realized that it was Gu Yifan who was standing in the doorway. Good morning, Mom, Qinghe. Seeing that the two were frightened by themselves, Gu Yifan touched his nose somewhat awkwardly and said, "Phew." Chen Dongmei reacted first. She exhaled deeply, then turned her head and glared at Gu Yifan, saying in a bad mood, "You brat want to die. You want to scare people to death by walking noiselessly. I was scared to death just now. I almost lost my soul." Oh. Gu Yifan knew he was at a disadvantage and didn't dare to open his mouth to retort, so he could only playfully change the topic and said, "Mom, Qinghe, what kind of delicious food are you guys making?" Seeing Gu Yifan's playfulness, a dead pig's face, Chen Dongmei was somewhat helpless. "Make spaghetti." At this time, Su Qinghe glanced at him and whispered, "Ooh-hoo, so there's spaghetti for dinner this morning. Ho ho ho." Gu Yifan nodded and said with a smile, Eat, you brat. All you do is eat and eat all day long. Look at others, Qinghe. She got up at 5 o'clock to help me make breakfast together, and then look at you. What about you? Sleeping like a pig. If I had known you were so lazy, I would have given birth to a piece of barbecued pork instead of you." Chen Dongmei blankly glanced at him with a look of disgust. Gu Yifan, straight face. "Mom, you'd better watch less Hong Kong dramas in the future." Hearing that classic Hong Kong drama dialogue, Gu Yifan was speechless for half a day before stifling this sentence. Chen Dongmei, straight face. Yes, she did just learn that last line from a Hong Kong movie. Go. Stay where you are. Chen Dongmei, who was dismantled, said in annoyance. Okay. Gu Yifan saw the good in it and answered with a smile before turning around and humming a little song to go to the bathroom to wash up. Looking at his playful appearance, Chen Dongmei was so angry and funny that she couldn't help but cry and laugh. In the end, she shook her head somewhat helplessly and cursed with a laugh. This brat. On the contrary, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, looked at the mode of coexistence between the mother and sons, and her eyes were full of envy. Ugh, it's better to be a daughter. Chen Dongmei sighed. Qinghe, you mustn't learn from this brat Gu Yifan. This kid is so peppy. It's infuriating. Oh. The topic suddenly shifted to herself, and she froze for a moment, but eventually nodded obediently. Aha! 6:30 in the morning. The three of them, Chen Dongmei and Gu Yifan as well as Su Qinghe, sat around the dining table. These noodles look appetizing. Gu Yifan looked at the fragrant noodles in front of him, and suddenly his appetite opened up. Crap, brat, count your blessings today. Chen Dongmei blankly glanced at her own son before speaking. This is the specialty noodle from Qinghe's side of their hometown. What is it called? She couldn't think of what it was called for a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Gossip. Su Qinghe's initiative. Sauté noodles. Su Qinghe spoke softly. Yes, that's it. Chen Dongmei smiled and opened her mouth. So, then I do have a mouthful to taste. Gu Yifan nodded and spoke with a smile. Cha noodles, which he had eaten in his previous life, belong to the specialty snacks of the southern Fujian flavor. That flavor is really more distinctive, and those who like it love it, and those who don't just really don't like it. This stuff is just like durian and snail powder. Some people love it and some people hate it, and Gu Yifan happened to be in the meat and vegetable category. You can't go wrong with good food. Then I'm welcome. Ho ho ho, Gu Yifan said with a smile, and when he finished, he picked up his chopsticks and started to eat. Just as he took his first bite, Gu Yifan's eyes lit up slightly. The flavor was exactly the same as the one he had eaten over in southern Fujian in his previous life when he was on a business trip. Sure enough, not bad for an authentic Minnesotan. Yummy. Gu Yifan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Su Qinghe who was at the side. Hearing her son say this, Chen Dongmei also put down her chopsticks and tasted a bite, and the flavor was indeed amazing. For her, who was used to eating small noodles in mountain towns, it was really nice to try this flavor once in a while. Indeed it is delicious. Qinghe, you're such a good cook. Chen Dongmei also opened her mouth to praise without mincing words. Being praised by Chen Dongmei and Gu Yifan, she was a little embarrassed. Her little face was slightly red and whispered, Auntie's handicraft is only called good. Compared to Auntie, this is nothing for me. But, Su Qinghe was still happy in her heart when her cooking skills were recognized. Ha, that boy, so modest. Chen Dongmei smiled and said, quickly eat it while it's hot. Today is Monday. After eating in a while you still have to go to school. Don't be late. The three of them then began to bow their heads and enjoy their food. 10 or so minutes later. Phew. Gu Yifan finished 2 large bowls of noodles in one gulp before stopping the chopsticks in his hands. He wiped his mouth with a paper towel, a look of satisfaction on his face. I've seen it said before in the schema paper that there are scientific studies that show that good food can make you feel good. Sure enough, indeed, a good day starts with sashimi, he thought darkly in his mind. 6:50. Mom, we're going to school ha. Gu Yifan shouted at his mom, who was cleaning up the kitchen, and then he and Su Qingha both prepared to go out. The snowy world is slippery. Be careful on the road. Chen Dongmei, clad in an apron, poked her head out of the kitchen and barked at the two. Okay, I got it. Gu Yifan nodded in response. Auntie, bye. Su Qingha also waved her hand at Chen Dongmei and said, okay, Qingha, come home more often when you have time. Chen Dongmei smiled and opened her mouth. Yes, Auntie, I will. Su Qingha lightly nodded her head and said, after saying goodbye to Gu Yifan's mom, Su Qingha and Gu Yifan both went out. The two were lucky today. They came across an empty car just outside the neighborhood. Around 7:10, the two arrived at the school. Since Gu Yifan's senior class was on the first floor, while Su Qingha's senior class 5 was on the third floor, that's why the two had to walk separately before their senior year of teaching. Before separating, Su Qingha's mouth was slightly open, and a tangle was written all over her small face. Gu Yifan could see that she seemed to want to say something, so he opened his mouth and asked, what's wrong? Is there something you want to say to me? Su Qingha nodded. After hesitating for a moment she spoke in a small voice, after school at noon, let's eat together. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He thought it was something big. Yes. Without hesitation he smiled and nodded. I'll meet you in front of the classroom after lunch. Hearing Gu Yifan nod his head in agreement, Su Qingha had a slight smile on her face. Aha! She nodded vigorously. There! Get up there! It's almost time for morning reading. Don't be downstairs already. You'll have to be marked late by your class disciplinarian later. Gu Yifan said with a smile and waved his hand. Yes. Su Qingha nodded, then turned around and walked towards the stairs. Her footsteps were a bit cheerful, obviously in a good mood. Looking at Su Qingha's back, Gu Yifan couldn't help but smile, and after she walked up to the second level, he also turned around and walked towards the inside of his classroom. At this time, the classroom of the senior class was already almost full of people, and the whole classroom seemed a bit noisy. It was just that the moment Gu Yifan walked into the classroom, everyone was unanimously quiet. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, but soon realized why this was. Convex, ******* dish. These dogs really all thought they were rejected for confessing to Han Lemon and then couldn't think of jumping off the building? He cursed in his heart, and then walked back to his back row corner seat with the home of the king and sat down without expression. As soon as he sat down, those in the classroom began to turn to whispering again. Gu Yifan shook his head and didn't bother. After those people spoke for a while, when they saw that Gu Yifan didn't respond, they instantly also felt tasteless as if they had entered sage time after the fact. Turning his head, he went back to reading and reviewing. After all, almost the college entrance examination. Gossip to gossip, learning is not to fall drop. We're all adults. We can still tell what's important. Jingle bells dash. It wasn't long before the morning reading bell rang. Bang! At the same time, a figure wrapped tightly like a dumpling-like figure stepped on the class bell and crashed through the door to rush in from outside the classroom door. Phew! The visitor gasped loudly, then patted his chest and said, Cam, that was close. With such a big commotion, the crowd that was originally reading the book carefully was startled. Everyone almost couldn't help but frown slightly as they raised their heads toward the door, and Gu Yifan was among them. At this moment, he was organizing and categorizing his textbooks, and when he heard the commotion, he also slowly raised his head to look towards the door, only to see a figure wrapped up like a meatball seemingly covered in white snow appear in his line of sight. Baron? Gu Yifan frowned and said, seeing so many pairs of eyes staring at him in the entire classroom. Wang Zibo's old face slightly reddened. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice and somewhat awkwardly touched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, everyone keep reading. When he finished speaking, he grabbed his book bag and hurriedly slipped back to his seat. As soon as he sat down, he felt a kick in his chair. When Wang Zibo turned his head, he realized that Gu Yifan was looking at himself expressionlessly. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Surprise. Han Lemon brings Gu Yifan breakfast? Gu Yifan, I refuse. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. Fan, you're here too. Ho ho ho, he said with a lewd grin on his face. Gu Yifan glanced at him and frowned. What's going on with you? Just rolled on the ground? Ha! Don't mention it. I drove the trolley to the school, and I was almost at the entrance, and I fell down. Ugh, it's been a bad day. Wang Zibo opened his mouth to explain with a helpless face. Oh, Gu Yifan smiled and cried a little. This dog Baron thing, this luck is no one else. Alright, take off your jacket and dry it. Don't get all wet inside later. He shook his head. Just as the two were whispering, The morning reading class had officially begun under the lead of the study committee member. The originally quiet campus instantly resounded with the sound of reading. Fan, why isn't Princess Lemon here today? Wang Zibo suddenly asked in a small voice. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He turned his head towards Han Lemon's position not far away. At that moment the position was empty. Han Lemon indeed did not come. I don't know, probably not feeling well or something. Gu Yifan casually returned. Aha, does Van even know about you? Wang Zibo said with some surprise. Gu Yifan. No, why would I know that? It's not like I live under the same roof as her. You'd have to ask her yourself why she doesn't come. Gu Yifan rolled his eyes somewhat breathlessly and said. Wang Zibo, oh. After talking to Wang Zibo for a couple of sentences, Gu Yifan ignored him. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it was 7:50 a.m. When the morning reading class was over, there was a 10-minute break during which it was time to drink water, go to the restroom if you had to, and open the first class of the morning at exactly 8 o'clock. Van, going to the commissary? I came in a hurry today and haven't had breakfast. I'm starving. As soon as the bell rang for the morning reading class, Wang Zibo turned around and rushed at Gu Yifan, who was organizing Su Qinghe's notes, and opened his mouth. That's right. At this time, Gu Yifan had already used the Divine Learning Ability card that was given away in the system's newbie gift pack. After using it, Gu Yifan realized that the dog said that this thing even has a shelf life. Yes, once this thing is used, it's only valid for a month. After that it's null and void. In other words, if you can't get through all the high school subjects again and learn them all in 1 month, then you'll have to learn them all over again in your own head. If that's the case, that's pretty bad. After all, he has now returned all of his high school knowledge, not to mention his college knowledge, to his teachers. So, there's no way around it. Gu Yifan can only seize the time to reorganize all the knowledge of the entire high school to learn once again. And Su Qinghe's notes on all the subjects from the first to the third year of high school are undoubtedly the best entry point. With this, and the fact that Su Qinghe was prepared to tutor herself every afternoon, Gu Yifan had absolute confidence that he could finish the entire high school within the 1-month expiration date of the Divine Learning Ability card. Vango! Vango! Just then, a series of shouts woke him up. Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown as he looked up to find that Wang Zibo guy holding his hand in front of him. What are you barking at again this early in the morning? He slapped Wang Zibo's hand away and said without a good mood. Zibo Wang. No, brother Fan, what are you thinking about that you're so mesmerized? I called you so many times and you ignored me. He opened his mouth with an aggravated look on his face. Gu Yifan was just about to open his mouth to speak when suddenly, a figure with the fragrance of jasmine appeared in front of him. He froze for a moment and looked up to find Han Lemon looking at him with his hands behind his back, not saying a word. When did this get here? What's she doing here? Gu Yifan had some doubts in his heart. Honestly, right now he really didn't want to have too much contact with Han Lemon. The two of them would be better off at the moment if you go your way through the forest vagina and I cross my one-way bridge, and being ordinary classmates would suffice. Anyway, we'll all go our separate ways when we go to college in 3 months, and then the mountains will be far away, and we'll never have anything to do with each other again. None other. The dog-licking aftermath scared him a little. Just before he could open his mouth, he heard Wang Zibo in front of him smile and greet Han Lemon too. Princess Lemon, you're looking for Brother Fan? Han Lemonchong glanced at Wang Zibo and nodded. That, something for me? Seeing that he couldn't hide anymore, Gu Yifan opened his mouth. His tone was calm, no emotion audible. This one's for you. Han Lemon lightly bit her pink lips and said. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he looked at the insulated lunchbox in front of him and wondered. What is this? My mom made xiaolongbao this morning. She asked me to bring it over for you to try. Han Lemon looked at Gu Yifan with an expectant face and whispered. When her words came out, the eyes of Wang Zibo on the side instantly glared like bull's eyes. Princess Lemon actually took the initiative to bring breakfast to Gu Yifan, although she said that it was her own mom who told her to bring it to Gu Yifan, but the three of them have been friends for so many years. Wang Zibo could see through at a glance that it was actually Princess Lemon herself who brought it to Gu Yifan. It was just that Princess Lemon, with her arrogant nature, had said that on purpose. I'm on my way. This nymphet shouldn't be the sun coming out of the west, right? Wang Zibo looked towards the west side of the window with some disbelief, and secretly thought in his heart. In fact, not only him, around the class at this time are also very Jing. Han Lemon was, after all, a class favorite-like figure who attracted attention wherever she went. So, a lot of people were focusing on her side at this time. Auntie Ching, all of a sudden you asked Han Lime to bring me breakfast? Gu Yifan frowned. At this time, he was also a bit puzzled in his heart. After all these years, this is the first time, so he was very strange in his mind. After thinking about it, he looked at Han Lemon and spoke. Well, no need. I've already eaten breakfast and I'm still very full, so you keep it. Still, thank Auntie Cheng for me. Hearing Gu Yifun's refusal, Han Lemon froze on the spot. As for Wang Zibo on the side, as well as the melon eaters, at this time, their eyes were whiter than a bull's eye, and they looked as if they had seen a ghost. I'm going to. Princess Lemon was rejected? What's going on here? And so on. In the past, it was not always Gu Yifun who brought all kinds of snacks to Han Lemon every day and was still disliked to death, but now how did it reverse? And, didn't Han Lemon reject Gu Yifun's confession before? And Gu Yifun even went to jump off a building because he couldn't think straight because of her rejection? Did Han Lemon accept Gu Yifun's confession later? This Nima, can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here? End of chapter. Chapter 44, Gu Yifun, college life is only good. Ahem. Just as the crowd froze, Gu Yifun coughed and turned his head to Wang Zibo and spoke. Baron Thin, what did you just say you were going to do? Ha? Wang Zibo didn't react and said somewhat stupidly, go to the commissary. Oh, Gu Yifun nodded and said, then what are you waiting for? Let's go. After saying that, he got up and walked straight towards the classroom door. Before Wang Zibo could slow down, Gu Yifun had already walked to the classroom door. Seeing him standing still, Gu Yifun turned his head and shouted at him in a bad mood. Hey, are you still going? Class will start in a while. Still go to Jill. Ah, ooh-hoo. Seeing this, Wang Zibo hurriedly got up and followed. Only a crowd of dumbfounded eaters were left behind. Han Lemon's hand holding the lunchbox froze in midair. She looked at Gu Yifun's back. That delicate little face with thin light makeup was written with aggression. Her nose was sore and her eyes instantly reddened. She turned around and quickly walked back to her own position. Her tears couldn't be held back any longer. She crouched on the table, her body shaking gently with aggravation. Asterisk. Brother Fan, you just turned down Princess Lemon. No, aren't you afraid? She'll really ignore you later? On the school road, Wang Zibo said to Gu Yifun with a shocked face. Gu Yifun's footsteps gave a slight lurch as he stopped and turned his head to look at his nemesis and spoke with a calm face. Isn't this better? Wang Zibo, Brother Fan. Ugh. I just feel that you've been chasing Princess Lemon for so many years, and now you've just given up. It's a bit unworthy for you. He sighed softly, somewhat emotionally. That's the thing about feelings. There's no such thing as worth it or not. Anyway, in 3 months, when we go to college, we'll all go our separate ways. Ending this bad relationship before it's too late and embracing a new life in the future is the way to go. Gu Yifun faintly said. Say good sense look. Wang Zibo looked at his own dead friend expression a little complex. A time do not know what to say good. Come on, it's almost the college entrance exam. Don't think too much. If you have that kind of free time, you might as well think about how you're going to deal with your parents' co-ed doubles with your barely 3 book grades when the college entrance exam results come out. Gu Yifun glanced at him and said lightly, Zibo Wang. Just when Wang Zibo was silent, Gu Yifun crossed his hands behind his head. Looking at the front not far from the kiosk next to do not know which child piled up the snowman spoke softly. In fact, high school is just a very small experience in life. You now see who think is a goddess of. Wait until the university. Convergence of beautiful women from all over the country. By that time you will know what is called 100 flowers competing for color. After hearing this, Wang Zibo suddenly felt that compared to his good brother Gu Yifun, his pattern seemed a bit small. He clenched his fists, his heart a little darkly cocky, at the moment full of anticipation for his upcoming college life. Right at this moment, Gu Yifun suddenly withdrew his gaze and turned his head to glance at Wang Zibo and said indifferently, by the way, to remind you, college life is only good. After saying that, he stopped stopping and walked straight towards the inside of the kiosk. College life just got better. Listening to Gu Yifun's meaningful words, Wang Zibo froze for a moment as he stood still and muttered out of his mouth. He thought about it for a while and still couldn't figure out the meaning, and when he raised his eyes, he realized that Gu Yifun had already entered the kiosk. Fan, wait for me. With that, he hurried over at a fast pace. As for Gu Yifun's words just now, they were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. After all, the most important thing now was to fill his stomach. A few minutes later, the two of them, Gu Yifun and Wang Zibo, stepped into the classroom with the class bell ringing. The two of them had just returned to their seats and sat down when the senior class homeroom teacher, Yi Xianying, walked in on her high heels. Yi Xianying was a young woman whose age seemed to be around the early 30s, a teacher's professional outfit, and a pair of half-rimmed gold eyes, which set off the mature temperament in her. Class. She took a step straight towards the podium on the blackboard, and after first looking around the room, she pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of her nose, and spoke faintly to the class. Wow! In an instant, everyone stood up of their own accord. Seeing this, Wang Zibo hurriedly stuffed the half-piece of bread in his hand haphazardly into his mouth, and then followed suit and stood up. Hello sensei, Ahem. Using too much force, Wang Zibo was choked to the point of tears. Sure enough, it's all a lie in the movies. This is really uncomfortable. It seems that if you have a girlfriend in the future, you should never let your girlfriend do this. After all, your own girlfriend still needs her own heart, Wang Zibo thought without tears in his heart. His cough stood out amidst a chorus of "Hello teacher." Wang Zibo. Yi Xiangying on top of the podium frowned, then shouted, "Ha!" Suddenly being named. Wang Zibo was a bit bewildered. Poor. After freezing for 3 seconds, he reacted with a little slur in his mouth. "What's your look? Is it going to be toadstool or lion's roar?" Yi Xiangying pointed at his bulging mouth and said expressionlessly, "Ha ha ha." As soon as she said this, the people in the class couldn't help but turn their heads towards Wang Zibo, and at this look, they couldn't help but laugh out a pig squeal. Wang Zibo, straight face. When he heard the laughter of the crowd, his face held a reddened look of embarrassment. At this point, if there was a crack he was willing to let in, he'd probably do it in a minute, even if he hated to stuff his whole body in. It's just a shame that the odds are that the girls in the class won't want it anymore. So, he could only hold back his embarrassment and try to calm himself. Anyway, as long as you're not embarrassed yourself, it's only other people who are embarrassed. He uses the AHQ mental self CPU to bang. Quiet. What are you all laughing at? Think the classroom is a food market? Did you get a perfect score on the language essay? Or a perfect score on the math? Is that so funny? Yi Xiangying picked up the blackboard eraser and slapped the podium hard, then said with a black face, "Silence." The crowd instantly fell silent, all of them lowering their heads and not daring to meet her eyes. No way. When you were a student, there were hardly many who weren't afraid of the homeroom teacher. Seeing that the crowd didn't dare to speak anymore, Yi Xiangying then said expressionlessly, "All sit down. Class will now begin." Wow. All of them without fail obediently sat down. Phew. And Wang Zibo quietly breathed a sigh of relief at this time. None other. Fortunately, the class teacher. This old woman did not hold on to their own awe, or else they will have to stand in front of the podium in this class to suffer for 45 minutes. Let's update it a fixed time every day from now on, so that it's easy for the big boys to read. One after 12 a.m. One at noon, and another at night if I have time, for a guaranteed 2-3 shifts a day. Thanks to the big guys for their continued support. Kneel down and thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 45, The Might of Shudao Mountain? Wang Zibo, sorry about that, brother fan. Wang Zibo wiped the sweat from the corners of his forehead and secretly celebrated in his heart. Speaking of which, it's this Van guy who's to blame. If he accepted Princess Lemon's Xiaolong Bao, wouldn't he be able to dabble in a few himself? This way he would not have to eat this dry and nutrient-poor bread. Nor would he have to run around so much that he did not have enough time to eat breakfast, and he would not have to choke and cough and be named by the old woman. Ugh, Brother Van, it's all your fault. Wang Zibo sighed lightly and muttered in a somewhat smelly little voice. Achoo. Gu Yifan, who was sitting behind Wang Zibo, coldly sneezed at this moment. Catching a cold? It shouldn't. Could it be that some dog is cursing himself? His mouth muttered to himself. Hearing Gu Yifan's self-talk, Wang Zibo was so frightened that he hurriedly closed his mouth and didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore. Time passed quickly, and before I knew it, it was the last study session of the morning. To be precise, it should be that the original geography class became a study hall. The daily life of a senior dog is like this, especially the senior dogs who have less than 3 months left for the college entrance examination. Gu Yifan's class is now in addition to the subject of language. The other courses have basically all ended. Nowadays, class time in these subjects either becomes a study hall or a quiz. Endless study sessions and endless test papers. This is the daily life of senior dogs, and in the days to come, such days will be repeated until the day of the high school entrance examination. Jingle bells dash. As the final bell rang for the last class of the final morning, it heralded a short lunch break for the senior dogs. Class dismissed. As the geography teacher's voice rang out, while the whole classroom instantly boiled up like boiling water. Especially the boys from the outgoing walk-ins were swarming towards the classroom door. None other. Only because any later and there will be a long line over at the carport. The inner dormitory students also got up and walked towards the school cafeteria after the outer dormitory students left. After all, they had been hungry for a morning and desperately needed to replenish their energy. And people who have experienced the student era know that the school cafeteria lineup to eat with the war like all rely on robbing. A little late to go to only eat the leftovers of the people eat leftovers. It's strange. I don't know why, whether it's when I was studying or when I was working, even though I sat down and did nothing for a morning, I would be so hungry when it was time to eat, and I didn't have this kind of hunger when it was time to eat all day long on weekends or during vacation time. Is it because reading or working at a job is too taxing on the brain? That's not right either, because he'd tried it before, sleeping at his desk all morning thinking of nothing, but as soon as it was almost time for school to end, especially during the last class, that hunger would come as expected. Gu Yifan couldn't figure out anything about this phenomenon even after living 2 lifetimes. Bastard writing sister. Well, speaking really, this phenomenon should belong to the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries, right? Suddenly, he remembered that he had made an appointment with Su Qinghe in the morning to have lunch together at noon. Gu Yifan shook his head and smiled to himself, simply not to think about this boring problem. Putting down the notebook in his hand, he was ready to clean up. Then he went to find Su Qinghe. Van, are you coming home for lunch today? Just then, Wang Zibo from the front table suddenly turned around and said, if you go back, I'll give you a ride. It just so happens that I drove the tram in the morning. Baron, you haven't left yet? It was only then that Gu Yifan noticed that this guy Wang Zibo had unprecedentedly not run away yet. There are so many people there in the front carport. I'd be standing in line if I went there, and it's so cold outside. I might as well stay warm in class. Hey, Wang Zibo hemmed and hawed with a lewd face. Gu Yifan, tisk, dog Baron, it's still you. Gu Yifan shook his head and cursed with a laugh. Wang Zibo wasn't angry either. He smiled and spoke. Brother Fan, it's almost time now. Those who should leave should have left. Let's go now too. No, go back by yourself. Gu Yifan shook his head. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. Brother Fan, if you're not going back, where are you going to eat lunch? He thought for a moment and spoke. Why don't I not go back either and join you? You. Gu Yifan was just about to open his mouth when he heard someone over by the classroom door shout. Gu Yifan, someone is looking for you. He turned his head toward the classroom door, only to see the boy sitting in the seat near the classroom door pointing in the direction of the classroom hallway, signaling that someone was looking for him. Gu Yifan fixed his eyes and saw a youthful and gentle figure appear in his sight. Who else could it be if not Su Qinghe? Not only him, Wang Zibo also saw it. He froze and spoke. Brother Fan, are you eating with your sister-in-law at lunch today? Yeah. Gu Yifan nodded, then reached out and patted his shoulder faintly. Now do you still want to join me? Zibo Wang. No. He shook his head sharply and violently. He didn't want to be the oversized light bulb in the couple's world. Okay, you're not going on your own, so don't say I didn't take you. Gu Yifan shook his head and said, and after saying that, he straightly got up and walked towards the classroom door. I'm not going. I'm not stupid. Waiting to go down there is stuffed to the gills with just dog food, and I want to save my stomach for some normal meals. Looking at Gu Yifan's back, Wang Zibo muttered in a low voice. After Gu Yifan left, he also patted his ass and got up about to get ready to go home to dry rice. Suddenly, a silhouette blocked his way. Wang Zibo stumbled and almost couldn't break his feet, and when he saw the visitor clearly, he said with some tears and laughter, Princess Lemon, what are you? Han Lemon's emotions had normalized by now. Only the eyes that were still slightly red showed that she had cried before. She stood in front of Wang Zibo and looked at him as she opened her mouth expressionlessly and asked, did Gu Yifan just leave with class 5 Su Qinghe? Wang Zibo froze for a moment, and he was a bit torn up in his heart for a while. It's about what happened between Gu Yifan and the poor schoolgirl Su Qinghe. He didn't know if he should say it or not. After all, on one side is a friend who has been playing with him since childhood, and on the other side is a brother who treats himself more than a brother. It's a tangle. And seeing that he didn't speak, Han Lemon's delicate little eyebrows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly as she looked at Wang Zibo and said in a very cold tone, Wang Zibo, I'm only going to count to 3, so say it or don't say it. Wang Zibo, straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 46, Han Lemon's threat. Su Qinghe, why are you being so nice to me? Since he was a child, the last thing Wang Zibo wanted to hear was Han Lime saying Shudao Mountain in front of him. None other, because every time Han Lemon said this, as long as he was not honest, he would definitely be served a meal of pork stewed with cane by his father and mother that night when he went home. Who let herself have a hold on her? The meat on the chopping block. Can only be taken by others. After Wang Zibo hesitated for a moment, he clenched his teeth and made a decision right then and there. It's better to die poor than dead. Sorry, Van. He let out a cry in his heart, then spoke to Han Lime. Yes, Brother Fan was indeed called away by University Su's schoolgirl. Hearing Wang Zibo's words, Han Lemon nodded slightly and thought to himself, do you know what those two are going for? After thinking about it, Han Lemon continued to ask, off to dinner, I guess. What else? Wang Zibo replied, going to dinner? Han Lemon repeated with a frown on his lips. After thinking about it, she opened her mouth again and asked, let me ask you do you know what kind of relationship the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, had before? Wang Zibo, the heart of the moment a shock, could Lemon Princess she know? What relationship? He decided to pretend he didn't know and acted crazy. Wang Zibo. At those words, Han Lemon's tone couldn't help but raise a few points. I'll ask you again. Do you know what kind of relationship there is between the two of them? No. What relationship? I really don't know, Wang Zibo said with a bitter look on his face. Princess Lemon. You'll have to ask Fan, the person in question. I'm not sure about the specifics. Wang Zibo bit the bullet and didn't say anything. Not that he didn't want to betray Gu Yifan, but she was afraid that Han Lemon wouldn't be able to stand it after she found out and would do something crazy. After all, with his understanding of Han Lemon over the years, if she really knew that Gu Yifan was in love with Su Qinghe, she would probably go crazy. Although, Gu Yifan was pushed away by her own hands. But so what? She's Princess Lemon. Seeing Wang Zibo say this, Han Lemon frowned and glanced at him suspiciously, but ultimately didn't press him any further. Okay, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Han Lemon spoke faintly. Phew. Hearing this, Wang Zibo let out a quiet sigh of relief. So, I'm leaving? All he wanted to do at the moment was to get the hell out of there. No, Brother Van, you'll have to owe me another favor. Why should I have to suffer for the sins you three have created? It's too hard for me. Woohoo! Wang Zibo wailed in his heart without tears. Oh, Han Lemon seemed to be thinking about something, and when she heard Wang Zibo's words, she nodded casually. Seeing that she nodded, Wang Zibo was like an amnesty. He immediately turned around and skipped. Just the moment he turned around, Han Lemon's voice sounded again. Wait! Wang Zibo's footsteps stalled, and he turned somewhat reluctantly to Han Lime with a bitter look on his face. Princess Lime, what else do you command? Did you drive a trolley to school today? Han Lemon asked casually. Yeah, what's up? Wang Zibo froze for a moment and said, oh, then you're giving me a ride home. Han Lemon spoke up. Ooh-hoo. Wang Zibo's heart was instantly relieved, so he wanted to give her a ride home by himself. That's alright. As long as he wasn't asking himself about Gu Yifan, then he could do whatever he wanted. And Gu Yifan sighed. At this time, the two of them, he and Su Qinghe, had already arrived at the school cafeteria. I'll rub it in. That's too scary, isn't it? Looking at the long line like a dragon inside the cafeteria, Gu Yifan had a headache. That, Qinghe, are we sure we want to eat in the school cafeteria? He turned his head to Su Qinghe and opened his mouth to ask. Aha! Su Qinghe saw him suddenly ask this, although a little puzzled but didn't think much about it. She gently nodded her head. This, well, Gu Yifan sniffed and had no choice but to nod helplessly. The two then lined up behind the long line. It was about 20 minutes or so before it was finally the two of them's turn. Just at this time there is no meat and vegetables left inside the window. All some squash and vegetables. Basically not much oil and water kind of thing. Why don't we go out and eat outside the school? Su Qinghe whispered somewhat less kindly. Never mind. Let's eat here. Gu Yifan shook his head, then spoke. That, Qinghe, you go find a seat and take it. I'll just get the food. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe could only nod at his words. Only when she left, she shoved her meal card into Gu Yifan's hand. Use my card. Gu Yifan had wanted to refuse, but on second thought he didn't have a meal card. And the current school cafeteria wasn't as developed as the later generations where you could use mobile payment, so he had to take it. After ordering the last meat dish, Gu Yifan ordered a few more dishes at random, spending a total of $30 when he swiped his card. Gu Yifan froze. $30 for a little like that? Sure enough, what a giant hole the school cafeteria is, both now and in the afterlife. But fortunately, the dining halls in this period nowadays don't have any incidents of duck necks, lymphatic meat and so on, which is still barely conscientious. And just now Gu Yifan also noticed that the balance in Su Qinghe's meal card only had less than $50 left. It seems that this bean is really not having a good time right now. It just so happened that the window next to the card could be charged. So Gu Yifan carried 2 meals over to the card and charged $3,000 into it. $3,000 for 3 months. Well, it should be enough for Su Qinghe to eat until the end of the college entrance exam. In fact, originally Gu Yifan wanted to charge more into it, but was afraid to charge too much into it when Su Qinghe was scared. And he does not know this meal card inside the money cannot be used up when the time to give no refund. So according to $1,000 per month, so first charge $3,000. Anyway, if you don't have enough, you can just refill it. After charging the card, Gu Yifan carried the meal and found where Su Qinghe was. Although there was some doubt as to why Gu Yifan was taking so long, Su Qinghe didn't ask. Starving? Ha, eat up, Gu Yifan said with a smile as he placed the plate with the last meat dish in front of Su Qinghe. At first, Su Qinghe hadn't noticed, thinking that both meals were the same, but as a result, when Gu Yifan started to eat, she noticed that Gu Yifan's portion of the plate was full of vegetarian dishes. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, her nose slightly sour. Moved, she instantly wanted to cry. Noticing Su Qinghe's difference, Gu Yifan raised his head to look at her with a slight smile and said softly, "What's wrong?" Su Qinghe lightly bit her lower lip. Her eyes were red and she choked a little. Why are you being so nice to me? End of chapter. Chapter 47. Rumors spread. Su Chingha cried. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then smiled and said, because we're friends, aren't we? Friends. Su Chingha repeated it in a small voice from her mouth. The tears in her eyes broke the bank at the moment and could no longer be contained. Oh. Seeing Su Chingha cry all of a sudden, Gu Yifan was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. No, what's wrong? Stop crying for a moment. Did I say something wrong? If I say something wrong, you tell me. I'll change. Don't cry yet. He wanted to reach out and help Su Chingha wipe her tears, but he didn't feel it was quite right, and for a while the whole person was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Seeing his anxious and flustered look, Su Chingha cried and laughed out. Now Gu Yifan was even more confused, crying and laughing. What's going on here? Right, tissues. Suddenly, Gu Yifan remembered that he did have tissues in his pocket, and he hurriedly pulled them out and handed them to Su Chingha. When it comes to the whole carrying tissues thing, it's still a habit that Han Lemon has developed. When he used to go out with Han Lemon, every time Han Lemon wouldn't remember to bring tissues, and since then, he would always keep a pack of tissues in his pocket. Over time, this became his habit. I didn't realize it would come in handy now. It seems to be the aftermath of this dog licking, but it is not without some use, Gu Yifan thought to himself in his heart. After Su Chingha took the paper towel and dried her tears, another moment passed and her emotions gradually stabilized. Seeing that she had stopped crying, although her eyes were still a little red, but her emotions had stabilized, Gu Yifan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. There was one thing he was afraid of. He was most afraid of girls crying, especially the kind that couldn't be coaxed like Han Lemon. Han Lemon, you're thinking of her again, aren't you? Looks like this dog licking aftermath poison is not going to be easy. The corner of Gu Yifan's mouth twitched slightly, and he thought helplessly in his heart. Sorry too. Just then, Su Chingha, who was sitting across from him, suddenly apologized to him in a small voice. When he came back to his senses, he saw Su Chingha with her head lowered, looking at herself with a guilty face. Those somewhat red and swollen eyes were so painful to look at. It's okay. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said. As for why she suddenly cried just now, Gu Yifan didn't ask. He was afraid that if he did, Su Chingha would not be able to help but cry again, and that would be troublesome. In fact, he probably knew without asking. It was obvious that there was another point that poked that soft spot in her heart, right? Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't get angry and still spoke in such a gentle tone, Su Chingha felt warm in her heart and at the same time very guilty. Actually, she didn't want to. She used to be able to act tough when she was around outsiders, but for some reason, in front of Gu Yifan, she could never control her inner emotions. She realized that every time she lost face all of them were in front of Gu Yifan. In this way she felt both shy and ashamed, and if this continued, she didn't know how to face Gu Yifan. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Su Chingha silently sighed softly in her heart, distressed. In fact, what Su Chingha didn't know was that this kind of performance was called dependence. Since that day in the middle of the night after Gu Yifan took her to climb the mountain, she completely opened her heart to Gu Yifan. From that time onwards, she trusted Gu Yifan almost unreservedly, and because of that, she had slowly begun to rely on him. And this dependence is best illustrated by her behavior yesterday during the heavy snowfall. Alright, stop thinking nonsense and eat. Seeing Su Chingha's look of shame, Gu Yifan softly opened his mouth and comforted. After eating, you still have to take a lunch break in a while, otherwise you won't have the spirit for class in the afternoon. His voice was very light and gentle, and Su Chingha's heart was full of emotion when she heard it. For Su Chingha's performance, the two lives combined have lived for dozens of years. He's not stupid. At this time he probably can feel that Su Chingha is somewhat dependent on him. Seriously, if he had some bold ideas at this time, I'm afraid that as long as he proposed them, Su Chingha might hesitate, but the probability was that she wouldn't reject them. It was just that although Gu Yifan wasn't a decent person, but taking advantage of people's danger wasn't something that he would do. If you ask Gu Yifan if he has any thoughts about Su Chingha or something like that, that's bull ********. All people have the desire to love beauty. So good-looking character and so gentle and soft girl, Buddha cannot carry only with the experience of licking a dog in his previous life. Gu Yifan wouldn't be so easy to pour his heart and soul into his feelings again. Right. Gu Yifan suddenly remembered that the system said Su Chingha was a treasure girl, or a good match for himself. So what? Regarding the matter between the two, Gu Yifan felt that it was better to let everything take its course, especially at this juncture when the college entrance examination was about to be held. No matter what thoughts he or Su Chingha had, everything had to be said after the college entrance examination was over in 3 months. After all, early love among high school students will always be a taboo subject. both in this year and in the latter years, won't it? Mocking face. JPG. After the two had finished their meal, it was already 1:30 o'clock in the middle of the day. Gu Yifan first sent Su Qinghe back to the girls' dormitory, and then only then did he head over to the classroom by himself. In fact, originally Su Qinghe did not want to take a lunch break, but Gu Yifan took into account that she had just cried and her emotions were not too stable, so he insisted on sending her back to the girls' dormitory to rest. Seeing that Gu Yifan's attitude was a bit tough, Su Qinghe didn't dare to refute, but just stood at the front door of the girls' dormitory and looked at his back and pouted. That delicate and cute scene was the opposite of the previous temperament, but unfortunately Gu Yifan didn't see it. If he had seen it, he would have eaten a great deal of fine road. How this can easily manage any temperament. She's really a treasure girl. The world in the rearview mirror, getting farther and farther away from goodbyes. Gu Yifan hummed Zhodong's All the Way to the North as he walked, obviously in a pretty good mood. The song All the Way to the North is Zhodong all the albums inside. He has always been a favorite song in his previous life. Every time to go to the KTV must order the kind of. But compared to Zhodong's All the Way to the North, Gu Yifan he preferred Wang Jing's All the Way to the West, especially the girl in it whose family lives in the prairie and likes to ride horses. Far from it. Gu Yifan shook his head to get rid of those strange thoughts in his mind, then walked straight into the classroom of the 5th class of the first year of high school, back to his home of the king to the table on a lie, directly opened the spring and autumn dream mode, just as he was dreaming of a springtime. A story titled, Shocking, Pauper School Flower. Su Qinghe was actually cried on the spot, by a strange man in the school cafeteria. The gossip news is circulating wildly in all the major class subgroups. P.S. You guys fill in the inside of the brackets. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Han Lemon is in a hurry. Gu Yifan. I was wrong. As soon as the news came out, all the fowls, poo-poo in the whole mountain city first high school, all the boys couldn't sit still. The goddess schoolgirl was even made to cry? It's hard to bear. The goddess actually has a boyfriend? Learning this news, it's harder than killing me. No way. My Qinghe goddess. Could it be that I'm going to fall out of love before my relationship even starts? Goddess Qinghe is all famous. Is my youth coming to an end? Woo-woo. No. Family, can someone tell me who this man is? I can't take it. Yeah, I can't take it either. +1. For a moment, almost all the boys in the small group of classes had their hearts broken. Beg for bean sacks. No, don't you guys think this guy's back looks a little familiar? That's when a blind student noticed Warpoint. Holy, that looks familiar. I go. Isn't this the guy who jumped off the roof at the top of the forum the other day? Holy, it seems like it really is. Wait, my brain is a little messed up right now. Isn't he the one who confessed his love to Han Daifa? How come he's goddess Qinghe's boyfriend now? Could there be some unknown secret here? It's not a doggy love triangle, is it? Bump, dish. What right does this dog have to be related to the two great goddesses? Yeah, I'm not convinced. I'm going to fight him one-on-one. +1. It's a no-brainer, but everyone exploded. However, at this time, Gu Yifan, who was lying on the table and sleeping beautifully in his nap, was oblivious to all of this. 2 p.m. Sharp. Brother Van, something big has happened. Gu Yifan was awakened by a shout. He grunted, then slowly opened his eyes. His were still a bit dazed at this point, obviously not quite awake yet. In a daze, he saw that his dead friend Wang Zibo was standing in front of him sweating profusely with a somewhat anxious look. Baron, it's you. What time is it? Time for class? He gently shook his head to clear it a little as he looked at Wang Zibo and casually asked. Not yet, Wang Zibo subconsciously replied. Just as he finished speaking, he responded. No, Brother Fan, you still have the heart to sleep. Something's wrong. At those words, Gu Yifan frowned. What's the big deal? He glanced at Wang Zibo and said with some disbelief. Is it on fire? Zibo Wang. Just then, a fragrant breeze struck, and Han Lemon appeared out of nowhere. Both Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo froze for a moment, looking at Han Lemon's red eyes, which had obviously just cried. Wang Zibo said in his heart that it wasn't good. Needless to think, Han Lemon had probably seen the gossip about Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe that had been circulating like crazy in the group. With Han Lemon's character and temper, this time, if Gu Yifan didn't give her a reasonable explanation, I'm afraid she'd make a scene. She should have come over at this time to question Gu Yifan. Wang Zibo had thought of this earlier when he saw the message in the group, and then he had been calling Gu Yifan to talk to him about this, so that he could get ready for how to deal with Han Lemon. Yet Gu Yifan's phone had been in a state of unanswered, so he had to rush from home to the school in a hurry to find Gu Yifan to personally ventilate the school. It's just that, he didn't expect Han Lemon to come so quickly as well. Lemon, Princess Lemon, When did you come? Wang Zibo stammered a bit and opened his mouth. However, Han Lemon didn't pay any attention to him and walked straight to Gu Yifan. Done. It's over. Brother Van. I've done my best as a brother. You're on your own. Wang Zibo stood by the side and shook his head helplessly. Gu Yifan, why are you doing this to me? Han Lemon lightly bit her lower lip as she looked at Gu Yifan with red eyes. Gu Yifan was dumbfounded, and at this point, he had no idea what Han Lemon meant by asking this. Instead, it was a bit puzzling for her. Gu Yifan, I know that I rejected your confession and scolded you in front of so many people. I can understand if you're angry with me, but how can you go find someone else to be angry with me because of this? I figured it out and I know it's wrong. I can apologize to you. Can you stop treating me like this? I wish we could still be like we used to be, like when we were kids. Can we? Han Lemon looked at Gu Yifan with red eyes and an aggrieved face and spoke. I'm sorry. Prideful as a princess. She bowed her head to Gu Yifan for the first time since she grew up. Gu Yifan. No, what's going on here? Finding her popularity on your own? She apologized to herself? No, I don't think I've done anything, have I? What kind of nonsense is this girl Han Lemon talking about? He was a bit confused by this series of inexplicable behavior from Han Lemon. For a while, Gu Yifan frowned and didn't know what to say. When Han Lemon saw him frowning and not saying anything, she felt even more aggravated. I've apologized and you still won't forgive me? I really know it's wrong. Woohoo! Han Lemon said in a very humble whisper. And the more she thought about it, the more sad she became. Her nose turned sour, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down her face. Hearing Han Lemon's words, especially seeing the humble way she apologized to herself with a resigned face, Gu Yifan's frown deepened. Although Gu Yifan was a bit confused, he still spoke up. Han Lime, you actually don't need to be like this. I don't know why you're saying this all of a sudden, but I'd still like to say that you really don't need this. About confessing to you, didn't I make it clear to you before and apologize? If you're still not satisfied, I could have apologized to you again right now. 2. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't seem to accept his apology, Han Lemon was a bit anxious. Gu Yifan, wait, stop, just hear me out. Gu Yifan spoke directly to interrupt her. Han Lemon, I actually think you were right when you rejected me and scolded me the other day. We grew up together. We're childhood sweethearts alright, but childhood sweethearts don't have to be together. Indeed, you're right, it was just my own wishful thinking before. For so many years, because of me, people have been mistaking us for a couple, and even I myself used to think we were a couple. So whenever a boy approached you he would be driven away by me for various reasons and in various ways. And now that I think about it, all these years because of my various childish behaviors did cause you a lot of trouble. Well, I'm here to say sorry again. As for, you just said, can we go back to the way we were before? Like when we were kids. That answer I actually gave you back in the park that day. Speaking here, Gu Yifan raised his eyes to look at Han Lemon, who had long been in tears, and said expressionlessly, I'm sorry, I can't do it. I've had a lot on my plate lately, and I've had insomnia, and I couldn't sleep, so I got up in the middle of the night to code a chapter. Consider it an early posting of the noon chapter. There should be another chapter in the afternoon or evening when I wake up from my nap. Well, let's just hope I wake up to be bombarded with countless numbers of recommendations, monthly votes, and such from the big boys. Good night, Makabaka _ End of chapter. Chapter 49, Crippled by Neglect? Han Lemon, I think I can do it again. After he finished speaking, Han Lemon couldn't hold back her sobs any longer. I don't know why looking at Han Lemon's heartbreaking cry, Gu Yifan's heart fluttered with a slight throb, and he was somewhat inexplicably annoyed. At this point all he wanted to do was smoke a cigarette hard. Baron, keep an eye on her. I'm going out for some air. Turning his head, he spoke to Wang Zibo, then turned straight toward the classroom door. Seeing Gu Yifan about to leave, Han Lemon suddenly cried while shouting, Gu Xiaofan, don't you want me? Said you'd never leave me, have you forgotten? Hearing Han Lemon sobbing Gu Xiaofan, Gu Yifan's footsteps slightly stalled. The words Gu Xiaofan sounded so familiar and so strange. The name Gu Xiaofan was a name that belonged uniquely between the two of him and Han Lemon, because he was younger than Han Lemon, and Han Lemon had always called him that when he was a child. I just don't know when it started. 8, 10 years old? Or maybe it was since he was 15, and Han Lemon had never called himself that again. Ugh, Gu Yifan sighed, then resolutely walked out of the classroom. No matter how much Han Lemon cried behind him, he didn't stop again. Fortunately, it was still early in the day, not yet time for afternoon classes, and not many people existed in the classroom. For this scene in front of them, they were stunned. Just not knowing the situation they could not come up and say anything more. At this time, silence is best, and when Han Lemon saw that Gu Yifan was ignoring her, she completely broke down and crouched down with her hands on her knees and kept sobbing. At this point, she was already flooded with grief, while Wang Zibo, who was on the side, looked at Gu Yifun's departing back. His mood was slightly heavy. The three of them had known each other since they were young and grew up together, and Gu Yifun had the best relationship with Han Lemon. Now, the two people who were once on the best of terms have turned out to be the way they are now. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Wang Zibo let out a light sigh as he turned his head to look at Han Lime, who couldn't stop sobbing. With a somewhat complicated expression, he walked to Han Lemon and squatted down in front of him, softly opening his mouth to comfort. Princess Lemon, it's alright, don't cry. If you cry again, it won't be pretty anymore. Oh, aren't you the most afraid of this? It was just fine if he didn't speak, but when he did, Han Lemon, who was originally just sobbing, cried even louder. Wang Zibo, straight face, seeing Han Lemon cry even more. Wang Zibo was a bit flustered and at a loss for words for a moment. He had never coaxed a girl before. When Han Lemon cried in the past, it was Gu Yifun who went and coaxed her. Well, he really didn't know how. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me, Brother Van, you're leaving me a mess. Wang Zibo sighed and said with some helplessness in his heart. Shaking his head, he began to think seriously about how to comfort Han Lemon, and after thinking for a while, he still couldn't come up with a good solution. He even pulled out his phone, Momochi, to look up what to do to comfort people, but it felt like all that was written on it was some bull asterisk about how if your friend cries, the odds are that it should be tear gland cancer or something like that. This is outrageous. Sure enough, not a single word that comes out of this Baidu above can be trusted. Wang Zibo spat in his heart without any goodwill, seeing that there were more and more people in the classroom. If Han Lemon continued to cry like this, it was estimated that later on, there would be no telling what version of gossip would be passed around in various groups. After thinking about it, Wang Zibo suddenly remembered what was often said in TV dramas: heart disease still needs to be cured by heart medicine, and it is necessary to untie the bell. So he beat a dead horse and spoke in Han Lemon's ear. Princess Lemon, don't cry yet. I think Brother Fan should just be angry for a moment. He doesn't really want to care about you anymore. Upon hearing the three words Gu Yifun, Han Lemon's body, which was still sobbing, suddenly paused. Aha, there's a play? Wang Zibo's eyes lit up slightly. Sure enough, Fan is the antidote to Han Lemon right now. So Wang Zibo spoke up more vigorously. Princess Lemon, think about it. We three grew up together. You still don't know how Brother Fan treats you? When has he ever been angry with you? This time, it should be because you hurt his pride before, so he just can't stand it for a while. When his anger subsides, he'll be fine. Han Lemon raised his head and looked at Wang Zibo pearly and said, Really? Seeing that Han Lemon spoke up, Wang Zibo chased after him. Of course it's true. Fan is a person. In fact, he wants to save face. You didn't give him face in front of so many people, and now he's in a fit of anger. Wait for some time, you'll apologize to him again, and he'll forgive you in a minute. After all, who let his favorite person is you, don't you think so? Hearing Wang Zibo say this, Han Lemon suddenly felt it made sense, and she sobbed while secretly thinking in her heart. And, what about that Su Qinghe in class 5? Are those two already together? As soon as she thought of the intimate photos she saw in the group at noon today of Gu Yifun and Su Qinghe both eating together in the school cafeteria, she couldn't help but feel aggrieved in her heart, and her tears kept slipping down once again. Seeing Han Lemon start to shed tears again, Wang Zibo had a headache. Princess Lemon, don't cry yet. Fan wasn't with Su Qinghe? That photo should have been them having a meal together, and then it was secretly photographed and spread around. Right, there's no mistaking it. Wang Zibo opened his mouth with an oath of faith. They're not together? Did Gu Yifun tell you? Han Lemon said with a little less conviction. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. He had just spoken nonsense. To be honest, he himself didn't know whether Gu Yifun had established a relationship with Su Qinghe or not. When he asked earlier, Gu Yifun said no. However, judging from how the two of them get along with each other, it's not at all like an ordinary friendship again. You lied to me. They've met their parents. They should have been together a long time ago. Woo-hoo-hoo. Seeing Wang Zibo's face of hesitation and entanglement, Han Lemon cried out again. Oops, Princess Lemon, don't cry first. I didn't lie to you. What Van said. They're not together. Think about it. Fan, he's only been confessing to you for a short while. How can he be with someone else so soon? If you ask me, the reason why he got so close to Qinghe's sister-in-law, Qinghe's schoolgirl, 80% of it is just like what you said before. It's because he wants to be angry with you. Wang Zibo was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Really? Is he really only getting that close to Su Qinghe just to piss me off? Han Lemon looked at Wang Zibo with a serious face and said. Wang Zibo secretly said in his heart. Sorry, Brother Fan, I was also forced. Right, that's how I feel. He spoke again in his serious voice. However, he still left himself a way out and didn't say the words to death. Of course, you'll have to wait for Brother Fan's anger to subside before you ask him yourself for the specifics. Hearing this, Han Lemon finally stopped crying. She looked at Wang Zibo, who had a serious face, and felt that what he had just said made sense. Oomph. She reached out and wiped her tears as she grunted. I knew it. This Gu Yifan guy is just deliberately pissing me off. End of chapter. Chapter 50 Princess Lemon's Pride? Su Qinghe, I'm sorry. Watching Han Lemon come back to life full of blood as if he had suddenly shot chicken blood, Wang Zibo froze for a moment. Yes, I think you're right. That's how Van is. Seeing Han Lemon look at him, he hastily spoke up and agreed. Really, Zeb, do you think so too? Han Lemon fluttered those big, slightly red eyes with an expectant look at him and asked. Right, definitely. Princess Lemon, you have to know, you and Brother Fan, you two have been so close since you were kids. How can he just say he's ignoring you? He must have deliberately pissed you off. What's it called? Yeah, lusting after you. Wang Zibo nodded frantically. I think you have a point. Thank you, Zibo. If it wasn't for you, I would have almost been fooled by this stinking Gu Yifan. Receiving Wang Zibo's affirmative answer, Han Lime suddenly wasn't sad anymore. The expression on her face also changed from cloudy to sunny, once again changing back to that arrogant lemon princess look. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. Seeing that Han Lemon had been successfully brainwashed by himself, he said with some embarrassment, that, the three of us grew up together. We're all good friends. No need to be polite. Ha. Aha. Han Lemon nodded vigorously, then looked at Wang Zibo with a serious face and said, I won't even go to your parents to snitch on you in the future. Zibo Wang. When she finished, she got herself up from the floor and walked towards her seat, muttering something under her breath. This stinking Gu Yifan, how petty. Wang Zibo vaguely heard words like stinky Gu Yifan, dead Gu Yifan, stingy and so on. Wang Zibo didn't know what to say for a moment. Han Lemon was surprisingly crippled by his own neglect. If Brother Fan knew that Han Lemon was fooled by himself like this, I wonder if he would want to me to death, he thought weakly in his mind. Achoo! Gu Yifan, who was standing on the rooftop smoking a cigarette, suddenly sneezed for no reason. At this time he does not know. He has been Wang Zibo this guy to betray. Why do you keep sneezing lately? Has one's body become weak? It shouldn't. Didn't the system say that when it gave itself some kind of fighting technique earlier, it incidentally improved its physique? Did this mother ing system lie to me? Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice under his breath. System. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from behind Gu Yifan. He turned his head and saw that Su Qinghe was standing behind him looking at him with a worried face. At this point, there was still a fine sweat on the corners of her forehead, and it was clear that she had just run up here. Qinghe, what are you doing here? Gu Yifan's entire body froze for a moment as he said with some surprise. Su Qinghe didn't say anything, just looked at him silently like this. Suddenly, Gu Yifan honestly thought of something, so he spoke. You're here to find me? Aha. This time Su Qinghe, on the other hand, nodded gently. How did you know I was here? Gu Yifan said with some curiosity. Wang Zibo messaged me to come out and look for you. I figured you might be here, so I came up. Su Qinghe opened her mouth in a small voice to explain. Gu Yifan. Yes, the place where the two were at the moment was the very rooftop where Su Qinghe was going to jump that day. He just wanted to find a place to smoke a cigarette and be quiet after leaving the classroom, and then he came here unconsciously. Logically, after Gu Yifan fell down that day, the school would definitely relock the door leading to the rooftop, and the school did do so, except that the small lock was not hard to defeat Gu Yifan at all. He was able to open it last time, and he'll still be able to do it this time, as long as he helps to lock the lock again when he leaves later. This dog baron thing. Gu Yifan cursed, then looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth to ask, when did this guy Wang Zibo have your contact information? Last park, when you went to the bathroom, Su Qinghe replied. After thinking about it, she opened her mouth in a small voice to explain. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to contact you next time, so I added him. Ooh-hoo. What else could Gu Yifan say upon hearing this? He could only nod helplessly. I'm sorry, Su Qinghe suddenly spoke in a small voice. Gu Yifan was a bit unsure. He looked at Su Qinghe with a puzzled face and said, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly saying sorry? Wang Zibo told me. Su Qinghe spoke in a small voice. Also, I saw the message in the group. Convex, ******* dish. This mother ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** He responded, "Wait, what did you just say about a message from the group?" "Ha!" It was Su Ching his turn to freeze. "It's the front where I cried in the cafeteria and then was secretly filmed and posted to the group," she explained in a whisper. At those words, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know about this matter. Do you have your cell phone on you? I'll see what it says. After thinking about it, he looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth to ask. The reason why Gu Yifan asked Su Qinghe for his cell phone was because he threw his cell phone in the classroom drawer and just forgot to take it. Su Qinghe took out her cell phone from her own pocket and handed it over. Let me check your penguin chat group, ha. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Aha. Su Qinghe didn't refuse either. She gently nodded. With her permission, Gu Yifan directly opened her penguin chat. Aha. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He looked up at Su Qinghe somewhat surprised, only to see Su Qinghe's penguin chat interface is clean and incomparable. Penguin friends are only 3 or 2. Even the group chat is only a class group. That's all this bean has for relationships? No wonder she said she didn't have many friends before. So it's still true. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly as he clicked into Su Qinghe's class group for their senior 5 class to take a look. However, he didn't find what she had just said. He froze again and looked up at Su Qinghe somewhat puzzled. Where did you just see the news? My roommate showed me. Su Qinghe opened her mouth with a serious face and replied. Gu Yifan. Okay. Gu Yifan once again shook his head helplessly. Then I'll use your cell phone to log on to my penguin to chat, ha. Okay. Su Qinghe didn't say anything and directly nodded in response. With permission, he logged out of Su Qinghe's penguin account before logging into his own. 1 minute later, Gu Yifan read it and was speechless at the same time. End of chapter. Chapter 51, the photo taken secretly in Su Qinghe's cell phone? Gu Yifan, isn't that me? Nima. Also with illustrations? Cam. What do you mean? A strange man meets up with a poor schoolgirl in the cafeteria? He was not just having a lunch with Su Qinghe in the school cafeteria. In the end, the one who was full of nothing to do everywhere rumors about the gossip of the two? That's not even the ing point. The point is that even if you take a picture of yourself, you're still crooked on the side? What the does that mean? Convex, ******* dish. Sure enough, schools, companies, the internet and food markets are always a gathering place for gossip and rumors. Gu Yifan was truly and completely speechless this time. Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan's face change for a while after reading it, and she said somewhat nervously, Are you alright? Phew. Gu Yifan exhaled deeply, then raised his head to look at Su Qinghe with a helpless face and said, It's fine. I'm sorry. It's all because of me that you've been misunderstood. Su Qinghe spoke again. Why are you saying sorry? It's not your fault. It's all these people who have nothing better to do than to eat, spreading rumors and nonsense all over the place. Not to mention, you're one of the victims. Gu Yifan shook his head and opened his mouth to interrupt her. Although Gu Yifan said so, Su Qinghe still felt in her heart that if it wasn't for the fact that she told Gu Yifan to go to the cafeteria to eat and cried in the cafeteria, he wouldn't have been misunderstood by others. She looked at Gu Yifan very guiltily and said, Alright, it's alright, let them say what they want. Gu Yifan waved his hand and interrupted her. Anyway, there are less than 3 months before the college entrance exam, and then once the exam is over, everyone will go their own way, and there will be nothing more to it, so you don't have to take it to heart. Su Qinghe lightly bit her lips and said, But, if it's not me, do as you're told, and you don't think much of it. Good girl. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head, smiling. Burp. Gu Yifan's sudden intimate movements made Su Qinghe freeze. Brush. Her small face slightly red. Her small heart fluttering, rapid beating up. For a moment, she lowered her head in some panic, not daring to look Gu Yifan in the eyes like a fertilized bunny. Seeing her in this state, Gu Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. He lifted Su Qinghe's cell phone to light up the screen and glanced at the time. It was already 2:20 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the movement of his hand gave a slight lurch. None other. Just because Su Qinghe's cell phone screensaver is a back picture looking out at the sunrise against the mountain wind. And the back in this photo happens to be himself. When did she take this picture? Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. He carefully looked at it. From the angle of the photo it should be taken secretly by Su Qinghe behind himself when he wasn't paying attention on the day he watched the sunrise at the top of the mountain. What's wrong? Seemingly sensing Gu Yifan's difference, Su Qinghe raised her small head to look at him and asked in a small voice. It's okay. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, About the photo, he didn't mention it. Here's your cell phone. Handing the cell phone to Su Qinghe, he spoke. It's getting late. Class is about to start. Let's go down. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe didn't think much about it as she gently nodded. The two then went downstairs. Underneath the senior school building, the two parted ways after making an appointment for a makeup class. Jingle bells, dash. Gu Yifan had just walked into the senior classroom when the class bell rang with him. He had just sat back in his seat when he saw Han Lemon in the seat diagonally across from him look back at him. At this moment, Han Lemon's eyes were still slightly red and swollen, and even though she had already refilled her makeup, it was still obvious that she had just cried not long ago. I'm sure she won't come back to pester herself this time, Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. At this time, the class teacher Yi Xiangying also walked in from outside the classroom. Seeing this, Han Lemon withdrew his gaze. Just what did she mean by that last look? Wide-eyed? Pride? Gu Yifan didn't read it, and he found it a bit puzzling. Class. Right at this moment, class teacher Yi Xiangying's voice rang out, and as her voice rang out, it also signaled the official start of this afternoon's lesson. Wow. Hello teacher. Gu Yifan stood up with the large group and shouted, "Hello students, have a seat." After sitting down, Gu Yifan shook his head and didn't bother to pay attention to what that look in Han Lemon's eyes just now meant. The 30-day duration of the Divine Learning Ability card had already almost passed a day without realizing it. Gu Yifan had already decided that he had to reorganize the knowledge points of the senior math course today, or else the time behind him would not necessarily be enough. Anyway, finish it as soon as possible and you will be able to rest assured as soon as possible. Otherwise, with his current not necessarily be able to pass the Wang Baron Thin results, but also really cannot go home in MS. Chen to explain So, after class teacher Yi Xiangying announced that the class would review on its own, Gu Yifan secretly looked at senior math. The reason why I said it was sneaky was because the homeroom teacher taught English, and it was ultimately a little bit not very nice to look at math in her study hall by yourself. After all, it's also not yet time for the final sprint where you can choose your own review subjects. Time always flies when one is fully committed to something. Before I knew it, it was time for the last class of the afternoon. Throughout the afternoon, Gu Yifan, except for getting up and going to the restroom twice, spent the rest of the time cramming for first-year math. Not only him, but the others as well. Everyone was scrambling to review carefully. Han Lemon is, the rest of the class is, even this dog Wang Zibo is. Well, the dog is serious, but he's seriously reviewing Te Miao. During these study sessions, Wang Zibo was holding his book, The Story I Had to Tell with the Schoolgirl, and gnawing on it with gusto. Looks like this guy just gave up on therapy. I guess as in his previous life, on the day the results of the college entrance examination were released, he could not get away with that meal of pork fried with rattan. Originally, Gu Yifan thought about whether to pull him to follow him to find Su Qinghe to make up for the lesson, but looking at him, this then kind of estimation is hopeless. Plus, Gu Yifan himself hadn't solved the problem of his grades yet, so he just didn't bother with him. At most, if he wants to follow him after school, Gu Yifan won't ask if he doesn't want to. In short, everything is left to his choice. After all, Gu Yifan had been mixed for so many years in his previous life, and clearly understood that only if it was his own choice, he would only have no complaints in the future even if he regretted it. But someone else chose it for me, and if I regret it in the future, then I'm more or less certain to have a complaint. This is true even if they are father and son, brother and sister. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Fried Pork on Rattan? Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe is waiting for me. Jingle bells dash. As the bell rang for the last class, the entire campus once again resumed its usual hustle and bustle. After all, not everyone is a senior dog. Freshmen and sophomores always feel that the college entrance exam is still far away from them. 6:10 p.m. The classroom was pretty much gone. Wang Zibo turned his head to look and realized that Gu Yifan was still looking at the book seriously, writing and drawing in his book from time to time. He hesitated to look at it, but still spoke. Van, going home together? Gu Yifan, who had been interrupted in his thoughts, couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked up at Wang Zibo and asked, Baron Thin, what time is it now? 6 o'clock exactly 10 minutes now. Wang Zibo replied, is it 10 past 6 already? So soon? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He had thought that class had just ended not long ago now. From the 6 o'clock meeting he had arranged with Su Qinghe, it was already 10 minutes overdue at this point. So, Van, I drove the trolley. Want to go home together? When Wang Zibo saw that Gu Yifan was a bit frozen, he hesitated and opened his mouth again to ask. Hearing Wang Zibo's words, Gu Yifan shook his head and said, no, I made an appointment with Su Qinghe to review together, and she's helping me with my lessons. Wang Zibo was a bit surprised. No, brother Fan, with your grades a book is more than enough. You still need to make up classes? Gu Yifan some embarrassment. Always cannot say that their own he meow now grades, not to mention a book. I guess it is difficult to 3 books, right? Crap, who cares about more points? Gu Yifan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. 2. Wang Zibo didn't doubt him as he nodded and said, Baron Thin, do you want to join me and let Su Qinghe help us with our tuition? There are still about 3 months to go before the college entrance exams, so make a serious effort to punch it, and you should still be able to improve this grade more or less as well. At least get a second baseline, or you won't be able to run away from your parents' pork fried with rattan meal. Gu Yifan looked at him and opened his mouth. Hiss. Wang Zibo couldn't help but shiver. Fan brother can you not keep mentioning this strange oozing, make me have a shadow even before I was beaten all. He looked at Gu Yifan with a helpless face and said, Che, I'm just telling you the results in advance, isn't that the case? Don't you know it in your own heart? Gu Yifan glanced at him and said lightly, Wang Zibo, straight face, okay, you make such a good point that I can't argue with it. Alright, I'm going to find Su Qinghe now, do you want to join me? Gu Yifan didn't bother to bull **** him and spoke directly. This, Wang Zibo was a little hesitant. Seeing his hesitation, Gu Yifan's two heroic sword brows frowned slightly. Come on, people are still waiting for me, do you want to come along? It's just a matter of words. Grating, like a pussy, he spoke with some impatience. That, fan brother why don't I tomorrow? Tomorrow again with you, okay? The main thing is that today at noon my mom said the family stewed pig brain tianma soup in the evening, saying that what you eat makes up for what you eat, and that I must come home for dinner. You know my mom's temper. If I don't go back now, I'm sure I'll get another beating when I go back at night. Wang Zibo weakly opened his mouth. Gu Yifan. After hearing Wang Zibo's words, Gu Yifan didn't know what to say, because he knew that the scene Wang Zibo had just mentioned was still really possible. No, it would definitely appear. After all, his mom is the kind of person who puts people's neighborhood security in the hospital at the drop of a hat. I have to say, Wang Zibo mom in the neighborhood is really famous pugnacious. Okay, tomorrow is tomorrow. Gu Yifan finally shook his head helplessly and spoke. Well, then I'll be going, go home by yourself. After saying that, Gu Yifan straightly got up and walked out of the classroom. And at this moment, in the classroom of senior class 5, even though school had been over for a long time, there were still quite a few people in the classroom who were still burying their heads in their studies. Seeing that Gu Yifan hadn't come yet, Su Qinghe stopped the pen in her hand. She turned her head to look out of the window, and then took out her cell phone to look at the time, realizing that it was already almost 6:20. At this time, 10 minutes had passed from the meeting time she had arranged with Gu Yifan. Is he delayed in something? Su Qinghe thought to herself. After another moment, Su Qinghe put down the textbook in her hand. She felt a little messy in her heart, suddenly a little worried that something had happened to Gu Yifan. She couldn't sit still, and after simply cleaning up her desktop, she was ready to get up and go find Gu Yifan. As the old saying goes, concern is confusion. It was not without reason. At this point Su Qinghe had long forgotten that there was such a thing as a cell phone in existence. Just as she got up and prepared to go find Gu Yifan had already approached their classroom by now, and he saw Su Qinghe standing up with a glance, so it was a quick walk to her side of the seat. And at that moment, Su Qinghe also happened to turn around, and the two of them bumped into each other. For eyes. Gu Yifan. Oh, Su Qinghe. Oh, sorry I'm late. When Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe's dumbfounded appearance, he opened his mouth with some embarrassment. Ha! Su Qinghe came back to her senses as she spoke in a small voice. It's fine. Did you just going to get to me? Gu Yifan pointed out her movements and said, Aha! Su Qinghe gently nodded with a small red face. Well, let's go. It's getting late. Let's go eat first. Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose and mused. Yes. Su Qinghe nodded in response. The two of them then walked out of the senior 5 classroom together. Hiss. The two had just stepped out of the classroom with their front feet when the classroom resounded with the sound of a breath of cool air being sucked backwards. Asterisk. Did I just read that right? Goddess Qinghe left with a guy? This guy couldn't be the boyfriend of that Goddess Qinghe that was rumored in the group earlier, right? Looks like that gossip in the group is true. Goddess Su really has a boyfriend. It's over. My youth is ending. The goddess really has a boyfriend. Woo. Looking at the disappearing backs of the two, the people still in the classroom opened their mouths to talk. Under the teaching building, seeing Gu Yifan leading himself towards the school cafeteria, Su Qinghe thought of the matter of Gu Yifan being misunderstood at noon because of her crying. She couldn't help but tug on Gu Yifan's sleeve. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Su Qinghe's little mind? Gu Yifan, addicted to studying, unable to self-experience. Noticing Su Qinghe's movements, Gu Yifan stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Su Qinghe lightly bit her lower lip as she hesitated before whispering. Why don't we go eat outside the school? Gu Yifan frowned at his words, but he quickly reacted. Why? It's alright. I have something to do later, so I'll just eat at the school cafeteria. After understanding Su Qinghe's small mind, he said with a faint smile, Ooh. Seeing that Gu Yifan had said so, although Su Qinghe still didn't quite want to in her heart, she had no choice but to nod her head. When the two arrived at the school cafeteria, it was deserted. Of course, there was nothing left of the meal, but fortunately the two of them weren't really the picky kind of people when it came to food. Sweeping around, Gu Yifan found that at this time in the dining hall there is a window selling powder is still open. A little together, the two decided to casually eat a bowl of powder to cushion their stomachs. After all, a bowl of freshly cooked hot noodle soup is better than those leftovers that have gone cold. When Auntie cooked the powder, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both carried the powder and casually found an empty seat and sat down. Just after sitting down, Su Qinghe spoke to Gu Yifan. You charged the money in my meal card, right? Yes. Just now when she swiped her meal card, Su Qinghe discovered an extra $3,000 in her card. Her first reaction was that Gu Yifan had filled it, but she couldn't speak up just now with Auntie there. So now just as she sat down she couldn't help but ask. Right. Gu Yifan didn't hide anything as he directly nodded his head. Hearing Gu Yifan nod his head in acknowledgement, Su Qinghe fell silent. After a while, she gently pursed her lips, then raised her head and looked at Gu Yifan and shook her head. I can't have it. It's too much. I'll go find the logistics teacher to return it to you. Gu Yifan was a bit helpless. He had guessed before that Su Qinghe would definitely react this way when she knew about this. That money, I didn't say it was for you. He looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan with some confusion in her eyes. I charged this money to spend on myself. Under Su Qinghe's puzzled gaze, Gu Yifan opened his mouth and explained. From today onwards, I'm not going to make up lessons with you every day. So when the time comes, I'm sure I'll be eating in the school cafeteria with you every day. And this money is my food expenses for this period of time. As for your words, you don't pay for helping me with my tutoring and reviewing, so it's not too much for me to buy you dinner together, right? Su Qinghe. It sounded so reasonable. She couldn't even find a rebuttal for a moment. There was just something not right in her mind. Alright, don't dwell on it. Aren't we friends? It's just dinner together. It doesn't cost much. Don't worry about the details. Gu Yifan spoke again, not giving Su Qinghe a chance to refuse at all. Su Qinghe really didn't know what to say. Alright, that's it for now. It's getting late. Hurry up and eat. You have to help me with my lessons later. Obey. Gu Yifan directly clapped his hands. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Su Qinghe sighed softly in her heart, so she could only silently bow her head and eat. Gu Yifan had saved her life and helped her a lot, and now he was going to help her pay for her meal, which made her feel even more indebted to Gu Yifan in her heart. 6:40 p.m. In the study room of the library of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School, Gu Yifan was seriously flipping through the book while writing and drawing on the paper with his head down, and every now and then he raised his head to ask Su Qinghe a few questions. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the side looking at her book. Whenever Gu Yifan asked her to ask her, she would be the first to put down the book in her hand and patiently explain to him. Only, Su Qinghe had some doubts in her heart because the questions Gu Yifan asked her were basically some of the basics of the first year of high school. According to her understanding of Gu Yifan, his grades were ranked among the top in the entire grade, so why was he asking about some simple basic knowledge? However, although there were doubts in her heart, Su Qinghe didn't think too much about it. After all, everyone's weak points in each subject were different. She only thought that Gu Yifan wanted to reconsolidate his high school knowledge thoroughly again. Time flew by, and for the rest of the day Gu Yifan was so engrossed in his studies that he couldn't help himself. Unconsciously, the time had already come to 7:20 in the evening, and at this time there were less than 10 minutes left before the evening study class. Seeing that Gu Yifan was still looking seriously at the book, Su Qinghe gently poked his arm. Gu Yifan, who was interrupted in his thoughts, came back to his senses. He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe somewhat bewildered and said, "What's wrong? It's almost time for evening study." Su Qinghe whispered. Gu Yifan picked up the cell phone on the side and glanced at it, realizing that it was already 7:21 p.m., and indeed he was ready to go to the evening study. Ooh-hoo. He nodded and said, "I almost forgot about this, so let's get out of here and go back to the classroom for night study first." The two of them then hurriedly left the school library after packing up their things. On the way back to the classroom, Gu Yifan thought about it, and felt that going back to the classroom to study at night doesn't seem to be as efficient as studying like this. So he turned his head to Su Qinghe, who was holding her textbook in both hands, and spoke. "Qinghe, can you apply to the homeroom teacher not to have to go to the classroom to study at night? I think it's too time-consuming for us to run around like this every day. If we don't have to go to the classroom for the evening study, then we can stay in the library from the time we finish eating dinner to study. So I guess it's more efficient." Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She thought for a moment, then gently nodded. It should be fine. After all, she has always been the first in the whole grade. The school also attaches great importance to her. Apply for it. Do not have to go to the classroom for evening study. The class teacher should be approved. Good. In a while you apply to your homeroom teacher. See if he agrees. If he agrees, Then we'll be reviewing on our own in the library from now on during our evening study sessions. Gu Yifan nodded and said. As for whether or not his own classroom teacher's side would agree, he hadn't even considered the matter. None other. Who let him have a dad who's the deputy director of the construction bureau? Moreover, his original grades also belonged to the top of the grade, applying for an evening study to the library side of the review on their own, and is not going out to do things. The class teacher and what reason will not agree to it? Under the senior teaching building, after separating from Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan had just stepped into the classroom with his front foot when the class bell rang. It was estimated that at this time, Su Qinghe hadn't returned to the classroom yet, but the evening study hall, relatively speaking, is not so strict, so a few minutes late will not hurt, and no one will pay attention. Gu Yifan had just returned to his seat and sat down when he felt a pair of eyes watching him. End of chapter. Chapter 54, back on top. The school Su Qinghe wanted to enroll in? With a feeling in his heart, Gu Yifan frowned slightly before turning his head to follow the direction of his gaze, only to see that Han Lemon was looking at himself with a strange look. 4 eyes. Han Lemon's small face flushed slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. Oomph. She grunted before turning her head over to stop looking at Gu Yifan. She looked like a peacock that had won a dance-off, and was extremely proud. Gu Yifan. What's with this? Inexplicably, Gu Yifan thought breathlessly in his heart. He really couldn't understand what Han Lemon meant by this series of operations, but fortunately, she did not continue to pester herself. That's good. And after Han Lemon turned her head to stop looking at Gu Yifan, she muttered in her heart, this stinking Gu Xiaofan is really good at pretending, and she still hasn't come to find herself to talk to her until now. Oomph, cheapskate. You ignore me, I ignore you. I'll see how long you can hold back. She then took it upon herself to start reading her own book. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it had already been a month since Gu Yifan had returned from his rebirth. Ever since I applied to my homeroom teacher that night that I didn't have to go to the classroom for evening study. During this month's time, Gu Yifan basically stayed with Su Qinghe for the rest of the time, except for the normal class time. At this point in time, his grades had also skyrocketed. Returning from his initial state of having forgotten everything to the previous peak or having surpassed the peak of his previous life. It hasn't been verified by the monthly exams yet, but times are starting to show from the usual quizzes. Su Qinghe was also surprised at Gu Yifan's huge improvement, but when he thought that his previous results were not bad, he instantly relieved himself of not thinking much about it. Phew! In the library study room, Gu Yifan put down the second English textbook of his senior year in his hands, then exhaled deeply. Today, he finally relearned all the subjects of the entire 3 years of high school before the systems that Godly Learning Ability Card had only 3 days of valid time left. And it's not just the kind of thing that you simply finish learning, it's the kind of thing that thoroughly integrates all of the high school knowledge points in their entirety. At this point in time, except for the 2 unstable factors of language because of the essay and English because of the listening, he was confident that he could get full marks in all the other subjects no matter what questions came up, and there were still 3 days left. So if you used those 3 days to mess around with language composition and English listening, then it seemed like you'd be invincible. Not to say that the essay can get full marks, but to get 48 or 99 that is certainly no problem. As for English listening, that perfect score is a given. So, the next monthly exam or mock exam, as long as he wants, he can probably directly squeeze Su Qinghe, who has been sitting at the first place, to the second, breaking her myth of dominating the list. There's no way around it. It's that confident. He wanted to keep a low profile too, but his strength didn't allow it. Su Qinghe, who was on the side, was a bit bewildered when she saw the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Are you okay? She spoke in a small, weak voice. The expression on Gu Yifan's face stalled, and he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe with some embarrassment. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice before opening his mouth to change the topic. Qinghe, what time is it now? It's 9:30. Su Qinghe picked up her cell phone and glanced at it, then answered very honestly. Ooh, that's enough for today then. When Gu Yifan saw that the topic change was successful, he thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Good. Su Qinghe nodded and said, with the current level of achievement of the two, it doesn't really matter anymore if they read the book or not. For the next 2 months, just take the time to review and consolidate occasionally. To put it arrogantly, the high school entrance exams are already in the bag for both of them. The two of them simply packed up and got up to leave the school library. Qinghe, which university are you planning to enroll in? On the way to send Su Qinghe back to the girls' dormitory, Gu Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Su Qinghe was caught off guard by Gu Yifan's sudden question. After a moment of silence, she then gently shook her head. I don't know. In fact, she originally had a school she wanted to go to, but after meeting Gu Yifan, her heart had other ideas. No? Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Su Qinghe thought for a moment, She tilted her little head to look at Gu Yifan and spoke softly. What about you? Where do you plan to apply? Me? Haven't thought about it yet, but it should stay in Hill City. Exactly when the scores come out after the test. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded and didn't say anything more. It's just that she has silently memorized the word Hill City. A few minutes later, in front of the gate of the girls' dormitory, after bidding farewell to Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan looked at the time when it was only about 9:50 p.m., and it was not yet time for the evening self-study class to end. So he turned around and headed towards the senior school building. Coming to the classroom of the senior class, the classroom was quiet at this time, and everyone was burying their heads in serious revision. Gu Yifan went around to the back of the classroom and quietly walked in. The physics teacher, who was sitting on the podium reading a newspaper while on duty, glanced up and froze for a moment after realizing it was him. Gu Yifan waved his hand and signaled with him, and the physics teacher nodded and ignored it, withdrawing his gaze and continuing to look down at his newspaper. Because the homeroom teacher had already greeted all their subject teachers, this guy Gu Yifan had applied for exemption from going to the classroom for evening study, so that they didn't have to care. So although the physics teacher was just a bit surprised how Gu Yifan came, he didn't care much, as long as he didn't affect other people. Gu Yifan walked to his seat and sat down. He glanced at Wang Zibo sitting in front of him, and found that this dog Baron Thin Thing is seriously writing and drawing on the draft paper. It seems that this month to follow his own makeup class together or a little bit of effectiveness. Gu Yifan nodded darkly. Yes, since this month, Wang Zibo followed Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe to the library every afternoon to make up for their lessons, only that he had to return to the classroom again when it was time for the evening study session. There's no way around it. Who made him not have a deputy director's dad? Seeing how serious he was, Gu Yifan couldn't bear to disturb him, so he sat in his seatboard and spun the pen. The neutral water pen spun rapidly on the tip of Gu Yifan's finger, dancing like a butterfly that kept jumping. Snap! Jingle bells dash! The pen dropped, and the evening study bell rang at just the right time. Class dismissed. The physics teacher shouted at the crowd before lifting his briefcase and walking out of the classroom. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Is it all Gu Yifan's fault? The aggrieved Han Lemon. After the physics teacher walked out of the classroom, the whole classroom didn't start to get rowdy as usual. Everyone was still sitting quietly in their seats and looking at their books carefully, as if the bell had never rung earlier. Also, with less than 2 months or so left until the college entrance exam, every senior is feeling the tension and oppression that comes with it. When Gu Yifan saw that Wang Zibo was still frowning and calculating math problems, he shook his head slightly before knocking on his chair. Baron! He shouted. Wang Zibo heard the voice and looked up with a blank face. When he saw Gu Yifan's handsome face, he froze for a moment. Brother Fan, aren't you in the library? Why, are you here? School's out. Gu Yifan didn't answer him and just opened his mouth. School's out? I thought class had just started not long ago, Wang Zibo said with some surprise. At those words, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly, but he didn't say anything. After all, Wang Zibo was willing to learn, which was a good thing. Van, we go home together? Wang Zibo thought for a moment and opened his mouth. Well, you're not driving a trolley. Give me a ride. Gu Yifan nodded and said, no problem. Wang Zibo grinned. Then they packed up their things and prepared to go home with Gu Yifan. Just as the two were about to walk out of the classroom, Han Lemon suddenly appeared in front of them. Both Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo froze for a moment at the sudden appearance of Han Lime. Gu Yifan did not say anything, but it was Wang Zibo who spoke. Princess Lemon. What are you doing? Zeb, you're going home now, aren't you? Give me a ride. Han Lemon spoke to Wang Zibo. Wang Zibo froze at his words. What's going on here today? How is it that Van wanted a ride in his car, and now Han Lemon came over and said he wanted a ride in his car? Could it be? He looked up at the expressionless Han Lemon and seemed to understand something in his heart. But one can only carry one person on one's tram, so how are these two going to manage now? After thinking about it, he spoke helplessly. Princess Lemon, Fan is also going back in my car, but my car can only carry one person. Look, why don't you go with your deskmate Wu Xiaoyan? Don't say that crap. I'll just ask you if you'll answer. Han Lemon looked at Wang Zibo expressionlessly and said. Hearing her gambling, seemingly haughty tone, Wang Zibo said with a helpless face. But, Princess Lemon, it was Fan who first said. Just before he could finish, he was interrupted by Gu Yifan opening his mouth. Baron Thin, you send her back. I'll just take a taxi. Van, you. Wang Zibo opened his mouth. Okay, that's it. I'm off. Gu Yifan patted his shoulder and said. After saying that, he turned around and walked straight towards the classroom door. Zibo Wang, Han Lemon. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, Han Lemon's eyes reddened slightly, her heart aggrieved. Yes, during this period of time, Gu Yifan hadn't come to her to make up with her, and at first, Han Lim thought nothing of it, but it had been a month since then, and Gu Yifan still hadn't come to her, which made her start to get a little anxious, coupled with the fact that Gu Yifan didn't come to the classroom again during the evening study hours starting some time ago, so that she couldn't see Gu Yifan at all other than during the daytime class hours, which made her not even have a chance to try to find Gu Yifan to talk to. This evening Gu Yifan came to the classroom with great difficulty, but it turned out that he didn't pay any attention to himself at all, and he wasn't able to say a single word. It was obvious that he had taken the initiative to come over to him, but he still refused to pay attention to himself. Not even a word to myself. On what grounds? Why should I do this to myself? Didn't he himself reject his confession? Do I really not even have the right to refuse? And he was really scared by him at that time. Ro, you're just mad at me, aren't you? You're ignoring me, aren't you? Gu Yifan, you have the guts to ignore me for the rest of your life. The more Han Lemon thought about it, the angrier she got, and the aggression in her heart was already so full that it overflowed. Princess Lemon, let's go too. I'll give you a ride home in my electric car. Seeing Han Lemon look like she was on the verge of tears, Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth to divert his gaze and said, "No, I'll just take a cab back myself." Han Lemon huffed as she turned her head to Wang Zibo and opened her mouth. After saying that, she stomped her foot and walked out of the classroom without looking back with her head full of grievances. Zibo Wang, looking at Han Lemon's back, his mouth opened slightly and he was speechless for a long time. Grabbing. I ended up on my own. Ugh, sinning. He sighed softly, his mouth helpless. Shaking his head, he walked out of the classroom as well, carrying his own book bag. The entrance to the first middle school in Yamashiro. Gu Yifan was standing by the curb smoking a cigarette while waiting for a cab. Just then, Han Lemon also walked out of the school. Damn Gu Xiaofan, stinky Gu Yifan, nuisance, I don't want to care about you from now on. A small curse escaped her lips as she walked. Just as soon as she stepped out of the school entrance, she raised her eyes and saw Gu Yifan standing under a streetlight waiting for a car. Han Lemon froze. When did this stinky guy Gu Yifan learn to smoke? Is it because you've learned the hard way after being rejected by me? Her heart was suddenly a little surprised and full of guilt. No, whatever the reason, learning the hard way just won't do. Looking at her who had said a second ago that she would never ignore Gu Yifan, she quickly walked over in the direction where Gu Yifan was. She was ready to go over and educate Gu Yifan for a while to stop this bad behavior. At exactly this time, a cab slowly stopped in front of Gu Yifan. After Gu Yifan casually extinguished his cigarette, he opened the front door and got into the car. Han Lemon's mouth opened slightly, and before she had a chance to speak, the car drove away from her in a puff of smoke. At that moment, Gu Yifan, who had gotten into the cab, also saw Han Lim's figure in the rearview mirror. He froze for a moment. That person seems to be Han Lemon? Didn't she go back in Baron Thin's car? Why is she here? Gu Yifan had some doubts in his heart, but by now the car had driven away and he shook his head and didn't bother. Even cabs bully me. Woohoo! Han Lemon's heart became even more aggravated, and she crouched down and cried in aggravation. Stinky Gu Yifan, it's all your fault. I've just been seen, and I can't believe I let the driver drive away. Woohoo! Stinking Gu Yifan, you're finished. I'm going to tell Aunt May that you bullied me and that you smoke. Han Lemon stood in place while crying and slurring her words. End of chapter. Chapter 56. Han Lemon, Gu Yifan, you're finished. I'm going to tell Auntie May that you bullied me. At 10:30 p.m., Gu Yifan returned to his home in the Tsueihu neighborhood. At this time the living room is empty. His dad and mom said that tomorrow there is something to get up early to drive back to the countryside grandmother's home a trip, so the couple went to bed early. It's something that his mom called and told him about at lunchtime. Gu Yifan gently closed the door to the house, as much as possible, so that he moved a little less, so as not to wake up his father and mother. Ding 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 dash. He had just sat down on the couch when his cell phone text message alert sounded. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he pulled his cell phone out of his own pocket and glanced at it, realizing that the text message was from that dog Wang Zibo. What's this guy doing messaging himself? He frowned slightly, muttering under his breath. As he was talking, he casually clicked on the text message and read it. Wang Zibo, brother fan. What just happened? Why did you make Princess Lemon cry again? When I came out, I saw Princess Lemon squatting on the side of the road crying while saying she was going to tell Auntie May that you smoke or something. You have to be prepared and find a good reason to deal with it in advance. Gu Yifan. After reading the content of the message, Gu Yifan was speechless for a while. It's not. What did I do? You didn't do anything, did you? Just took a cab home myself and didn't even say a word to her. And what's she got to do with you smoking? This is nuts, right? Inexplicably, Gu Yifan was truly convinced this time. Hadn't he himself tried to avoid her as much as he could, as she wished, and now it's backfiring on you? Forget it. love it or leave it. He casually typed a reply to Wang Zibo, tired, destroy it. Then he threw his phone on the couch and got up to take a shower. In the meantime, on Wang Zibo's side, at this moment, he was driving Han Lim into the neighborhood in his electric car. He had just coaxed Han Lemon to stop crying after a long time. While on the way back, Han Lemon had been complaining and spouting all sorts of complaints to him about what Gu Yifan wasn't. It was a head-scratcher to hear him. The heart of the hand is all meat. He should not be not. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. It's too hard. Princess Lemon. It's here. Downstairs in the neighborhood. Wang Zibo parked the tram, then turned his head to Han Lim and opened his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Han Lemon had been lost in thought, and when she heard Wang Zibo's words, she came back to her senses and glanced at her surroundings in some confusion before nodding. Thank you, Zibo. Ha. It's okay. We grew up together. Don't be polite to me. Wang Zibo smiled and waved his hand and said, aha. Then Zibo, I'll go upstairs first. See you tomorrow. Han Lemon nodded gently and said, okay, I'm going to put the car away too. Princess Lemon, see you tomorrow. Wang Zibo grinned and nodded as well, seeing this, Han Lemon didn't say anything more and waved at him before turning to go upstairs. Ugh. Wang Zibo looked at Han Lemon's back that looked a bit forlorn, sighed softly, and whispered in his mouth, why suffer from it? He uttered perhaps the most philosophical sentence of his life. Shaking his head, he then turned the motorized cart around and left as well. After putting the car in the carport and charging it, Wang Zibo pulled out his cell phone to pay for it when he realized that Gu Yifan had replied to his text message at some point. He clicked on it, and his whole body was at a loss for words. Ugh, why bother by and by? He sighed softly once more, repeating once more the words he had just spoken. On Gu Yifan's side, at this time, he had also finished his shower and came out. Drip 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 drip. He was rubbing his hair when his cell phone rang on the couch. Frozen for a moment, he casually slung his towel over the chair before walking over and picking up his cell phone, sliding the unlocked phone screen to take a look. It was a penguin chat message from Su Qinghe. July Greenwood, are you back home yet? Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then casually typed a reply. Arrived home, just finished showering. July Greenwood, woohoo. Tomorrow, should I bring you breakfast? The message was just sent over, and Su Qinghe replied, so she must be holding her cell phone and waiting for her message. Gu Yifan thought about it. Tomorrow his own mom is not available. Then it is just right to let Su Qinghe the bean help bring a breakfast. So it was replied. Yes. The two of them then chatted for a little while longer before ending their chat. After all, it was getting late. After Gu Yifan put down his cell phone, he found a blow dryer to dry his hair and then went back to his bedroom to sleep. However, he was sleeping soundly, while Han Lemon was losing sleep on his side. At this time, she was wearing a white silk halter nightgown. She was lying on the bed tossing and turning and couldn't sleep at all. Her mind was full of Gu Yifan's figure. She couldn't figure out why he started treating himself this way when she had only rejected his confession. When she thought of Gu Yifan's indifferent attitude, she felt very aggrieved and uncomfortable in her heart for no reason. The more she thought about it, the harder it became. The more aggrieved she became. And with a sore nose, she couldn't stop the tears from flowing again. She curled up under the covers and clenched her teeth lightly, trying her best not to make a sound, licking her wounds alone and silently like a wounded little white fox. I don't know how long it took before she drifted off to sleep, tired of crying. There was no talk all night. Early the next morning, when Gu Yifan got up, he realized that his dad and mom didn't know when they had left. A note was left on the table along with $1,000, saying that he didn't know how long it would take him to return to the countryside, and that he should take the money for himself to eat. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and put away the note along with the money before going to wash up. 6:20 in the morning. After washing up, Gu Yifan also went out. After descending to the downstairs of the neighborhood, Gu Yifan found that the weather was good today. Bobby A dash. He was thinking about riding his bike to school when suddenly a car honked behind him. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Most of the neighborhoods in this era hadn't implemented the separation of people and cars yet, so it was normal for a car to drive by inside the neighborhood. Thinking that he was blocking someone's path, he leaned slightly toward the neighborhood greenbelt next to him. The result was only to see the vehicle drive up to him and then slowly stop. The window lowered and a ripe-looking young woman's face with light makeup appeared in his line of sight. Yifan, good morning. The young woman smiled faintly at Gu Yifan and said, Auntie Ching, good morning. Gu Yifan came back to his senses and spoke very politely. Yes, this ripe young woman is exactly Han Lemon, her mom, Yi Wanqing. End of chapter. Chapter 57, A Chance Encounter. Yi Wanqing said up. I have to say this Han Lemon, her mother, slightly dressed up, really have some flavor. Despite being almost 40 years old, she was well maintained and looked like she was in her early 30s with makeup. That pretty face was very similar to Han Lemon, so it was true that they were mother and daughter. Gu Yifan secretly said in his heart, Yifan, are you going to school? Just as Gu Yifan was lost in thought, Yi Wanqing spoke with a smile once again. Ha! Returning to his senses, Gu Yifan hurriedly nodded and said, Aha! It's to get ready to go to school. That's just right. I'm going to take Lemonade to school, so I'll take you there too. Get in the car. Yi Wanqing smiled and opened her mouth. Hearing her say that, it was then that Gu Yifan noticed the exquisitely dressed but silent Han Lemon in the back seat. Seeing Gu Yifan look at himself, Han Lemon's face was expressionless, and she glanced her little head to the side in a somewhat haughty manner. Auntie Ching, don't bother, I'll just ride my own bike, just in time to get some exercise. Ho ho ho. Gu Yifan smiled and politely declined. What's measly about it? When can't you exercise? It's already 6:30. Didn't you change your morning study to start at 6:50? And by the time you ride over there you're going to be late. Alright, get in the car. Auntie Ching will send you there together. Yi Wanqing waved her hand and said. Seeing her so enthusiastic, Gu Yifan didn't know what to say for a moment, but from the bottom of his heart, he still resisted a bit, because he really didn't want to get too close to Han Lemon. But in this case right now, it seems to be a bit difficult. Alright, Yifan, don't hesitate. You'll really be late if you get stuck in traffic later. Yi Wanqing spoke again. Well, Gu Yifan hesitated for a moment and had no choice but to agree helplessly. He walked to the passenger seat and opened the door, and was about to get into the car, when Yi Wanqing spoke up again. Yifan, you sit in the back with little Lemoner. Auntie isn't a good driver, and Auntie will easily get nervous if you sit in the front. Gu Yifan. Oh. He glanced over and realized that Yi Wanqing was sitting leaning forward, the front half of her body pressed against the steering wheel. That moves like breastfeeding? These two words popped up in Gu Yifan's head. He suddenly had some regrets about agreeing to ride in Yi Wanqing's car. Just now this situation has ridden hard. Gu Yifan helplessly shook his head, had to go to the back row to open the door and sat in. Seeing that Gu Yifan got on the car, Yi Wanqing on the driver's seat smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth, then opened her mouth. Then we're off now. When he finished, he started the car and drove toward the neighborhood gate. After Gu Yifan got on the bus, Han Lemon just turned her head to look at him, then skimmed her head over to the side and looked out the window without speaking. Yifan, why haven't I seen you come to the house to play with little Lemon Child during this recent period of time? You and Limey, did you two have a fight? Yi Wanqing asked, seemingly casually, as she breastfed the steering wheel while eyeballing the road in front of her. Hearing this, Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed and didn't know what to say for a while. Well, isn't it almost the college entrance exams? I've been busy reviewing lately. Ha. Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose as he thought about opening his mouth. Oh, so, indeed, it's almost the entrance exams, so it's right to revise seriously. Auntie almost forgot about it. She thought you two had a fight. I'm glad you two didn't fight. Giggle. Yi Wanqing nodded and said with a smile. Immediately after, Yi Wanqing continued to speak. Also, it's Auntie who thought too much. Yifan, you and little Lemoner, you two have been very close since you were young. How could you possibly quarrel? But I have to say, little Lemon Air, this girl's nature is a bit arrogant, and her temper is a bit big. I as a mom can't stand her, and you're the only one who can stand her after all these years. Ha! Gu Yifan didn't know what to say, so he could only smile awkwardly. Mom, what are you talking about? Who's grumpy? Gu Yifan didn't say anything, but it was Han Lemon who looked like she had been stepped on as if she had stepped on a cat's tail and directly exploded. Look, you still say you don't have a big temper, and you're not happy about it after just a couple of words about you. I don't know how Yifan can stand your temper. Okay, I'll stop. Okay. Yi Wanqing shook her head and said helplessly. Gu Yifan, straight face. In fact, he wanted to say, Auntie, I can't stand it either, but come to think of it, once this word came out, I'm afraid that I can't have any peace today, so I had to sit silently on the sidelines and not say anything. Humph. Han Lemon's face turned red with anger at her mom's words, and she also grunted before turning her head to the side and not speaking. The atmosphere in the car became a little awkward for a moment, but fortunately, this atmosphere only lasted for a few minutes before ending. None other, because it's already at school. Here it is, at the entrance of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School. Yi Wanqing turned her head to the two men and opened her mouth after she parked her car. Perhaps because of what just happened, Han Lemon was a little angry, and as soon as the car stopped, she hit the car door and got out without a word. Sure enough, that's capricious and arrogant enough. This scene made both Yi Wanqing and Gu Yifan a little embarrassed. Seeing this, it was not good for Gu Yifan to stay any longer, as he opened his mouth and said to Yi Wanqing, well, then I'll get off as well. Thank you, Auntie Ching. Why, Yifan, you child, Why are you so polite to Auntie Ching? Yi Wanqing said with some anger. Alright, go to class. Go. Aha. Bye Auntie Ching. Be safe on your way back. Gu Yifan nodded, and after finishing, he didn't make any more stops and opened the car door to get out of the car. Ugh. Looking at Gu Yifan's back, Yi Wanqing sighed softly and said, what a well-mannered child. Compared to Yifan, little Lamona is really spoiled by herself. Shaking her head slightly and withdrawing her own gaze, Yi Wanqing then restarted the car and walked away. On campus, Han Lemon was walking in front of her, and Gu Yifan deliberately slowed his pace to fall a few steps behind her. Han Lemon was even more angry in his heart when he saw this. Oomph. She stomped her foot, then walked off angrily with a grunt. Gu Yifan behind him took in the scene, and he froze for a moment, somewhat confused as to what Han Lin was doing. Looks like we'll have to try to avoid going out with them at the same time in the morning from now on. Even if you can't avoid it, you can't take Auntie Ching's car anymore. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly as he touched his nose. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Delivering Breakfast? Han Lemon vs. Su Qinghe. Under the senior school building, senior classroom door, Su Qinghe was carrying an insulated lunchbox in her hand, quietly standing under the banyan tree and fuming. Stinky mom, stinky Gu Xiaofan, just bullies me. I never want to talk to you guys again. From the distance came an exasperated Han Lemon, muttering angrily under her breath as she walked. Suddenly, seemingly feeling something in her heart, she turned her head and glanced towards the big banyan tree, and happened to see Su Qinghe who was quietly standing under the tree. The expression on Han Lemon's face stalled. For some reason, she was very unimpressed with this girl who shared the same title as her as the school beauty of the first middle school in Mountain City. Whether it is from the face value, from the study, or from the popularity, Su Qinghe is her biggest competitor. What's she doing here? Is he here to see Gu Yifan? Han Lemon frowned that nice little frown and said with doubt in her heart. But she was very clear that recently Gu Yifan had gotten very close to the girl in front of her. Although Aunt May said that day that Su Qinghe was the daughter of her late husband, so it seemed normal to go with Gu Yifan. But Han Lemon always had an inexplicable feeling in her heart. She always felt that Su Qinghe would snatch away the most important thing in her life. Therefore, the vigilance, or even say hostility, she had always maintained towards Su Qinghe. Just as she was staring at Su Qinghe also noticed the difference, and she drifted off to raise her eyes towards the entrance of the senior classroom. It happened to meet Han Lemon's eyes. 4 eyes. There seemed to be a seemingly electric fire in the air, and at that moment, Gu Yifan arrived late. He happened to see the scene of the two women staring at each other. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, but he didn't think much of it and walked quickly to Su Qinghe. His appearance broke the touch-and-go sense of urgency just now, and Han Lemon's eyes glazed over as she withdrew her own gaze and walked into the classroom without a word. Qinghe, you're waiting for me? Gu Yifan spoke to Su Qinghe. Aha, this is for you. Su Qinghe handed him the insulated lunchbox she had been carrying in her hand for a long time. Looking at the insulated lunchbox in front of him, Gu Yifan froze once again. This kind of insulated lunchbox was not like the ordinary kind of packaged lunchbox outside. It was obvious that this was what Su Qinghe had specially gone to buy for him to use. Gu Yifan's heart warmed as he looked at her and softly said, "Been waiting for a long time, haven't you?" "Ha? No, not for long," Su Qinghe whispered. It was only with her unconfident tone that Gu Yifan clearly knew she wasn't telling the truth. Seeing Gu Yifan looking at himself with a playful face, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. She hurriedly passed the lunchbox in her hand towards Gu Yifan's hand, then quickly said in a small voice, "I'll go back to the classroom first. You eat it while it's hot and I'll wash the lunchbox if I leave it for noon." After saying that, he quickly ran towards the stairway like a fertilized bunny and disappeared around the corner of the stairs in a flash. Looking at her frightened appearance as she fled, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. What a simpleton. He couldn't help but laugh dumbly as he glanced down at the lunchbox in his hands. Raising his head and glancing in the direction of the stairway, he found that Su Qinghe had long since run out of sight. Gu Yifan shook his head, then carried the breakfast that Su Qinghe had sent over and walked into the classroom. 6:48. That Wang Zibo guy, as usual, stepped on the dot and stormed into the classroom. Phew, he ran to his seat in one breath, and just as he caught his breath he saw Gu Yifan sitting leisurely in his seat eating breakfast. Growling dash. Wang Zibo, who hadn't had time to eat breakfast yet, subconsciously gulped. "Van, you brought breakfast?" Looking at the white and fat Xiaolong bao in Gu Yifan's hand, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Aha! Gu Yifan tilted his head and glanced at him, seeing that this dog-barren thin thing was staring at the last Xiaolong bao in his hand and gulping. "What? You want some?" He looked at Wang Zibo and faintly said, "I." Wang Zibo was a bit coy and embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment and was about to speak, but he saw Gu Yifan in front of him and straight away sent the last Xiaolong bao in his hand into his mouth. "Baron, what were you going to say?" Gu Yifan chewed on the Xiaolong bao, his mouth a little slurred. Wang Zibo, straight face. No, it's okay, Wang Zibo said with some tears in his eyes. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded, then packed up the insulated lunchbox on his desk, took it and got up to walk out of the classroom. Although Su Qing has said that it would be fine to keep the lunchbox and wash it for her at noon, Gu Yifan couldn't do that kind of thing. After all, the things were eaten by himself. Leaving the lunchbox for Su Qinghe to wash was indeed a bit uncharacteristic. Jingle bells dash. Gu Yifan had just walked out of the classroom when the class bell rang, but he didn't care, still holding his lunchbox towards the toilet sink. With less than a month to go before the entrance exams, the morning reading sessions are more relaxed than before. Although the class reps continued to lead the reading as usual, basically only 3 or so responded, with more reviewing their own. Time flies and before you know it, it's time for the last class of the morning. The classroom chalkboard said next to the corner that this class was gym, but everyone had little hope for that anymore. Since the second semester of senior high school, all the physical education classes were either borrowed by the language teacher or occupied by the math teacher. In short, the schedule of the physical education class has become a setup. Therefore, no one got up in this physical education class and sat quietly in their seats, reading, waiting to see which subject's lucky teacher would come to this class. Asterisk. Just then, the large, pimply-fleshed gym member of the class suddenly stood up and shouted. Everyone looked at him with some uncertainty, only to see the big guy with a cocky face say to the class, "Comrades, the gym teacher sent a message saying that we should hurry down to the playground and gather." Everyone froze at first, then a shocked expression appeared on their faces at the same time. Asterisk. Then what are you waiting for? I don't know who started it, but with a crash, everyone started to get up and rush madly towards the classroom door. A group of people ran towards the direction of the playground in great numbers, like a prisoner who had been locked up for 3 months and was allowed to come out to let off steam with great difficulty. Gu Yifan waited for people to almost run out before he slowly got up and patted Wang Zibo's shoulder. Let's go, Comrade Baron Thin. Let's let the wind out too. Okay. Wang Zibo grinned at him, then gladly got up to answer. However, the two had just walked out of the classroom and he couldn't stop laughing. Sorry for the late update. It's my birthday today and I'm having dinner with friends. My wish is for world peace. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 59, So Lonely It Hurts. As soon as the two of them, Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo, walked out of the classroom door, they saw Su Qinghe standing in the corridor. Both men froze for a moment. Qinghe, what is this? Gu Yifan said with some doubt. Our class has gym class this period, and I came down to see your classmates heading over to the playground as well, and I knew that your class also has gym class, so I waited for you here. Su Qinghe softly opened her mouth to explain. Ooh-hoo, so that's how it is. Quite a coincidence. Come along then. Gu Yifan nodded at his words, and with that, he greeted Su Qinghe and walked with him. Van, I'd better go ahead. I'll leave you two alone. Wang Zibo was somewhat embarrassed as he was caught between the two, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. After saying that, he ran off in a huff. If he went with Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe and the others, he probably wouldn't need to eat by himself at noon for a while. None other. If you go together you'll be stretched to death just eating dog food for two. The dog food was usually stuffed enough to be torturous enough on a daily basis with the two to make up for it. It's all over his mind now. There is another important reason. That is, in a moment Han Lim saw Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe two people together. Maybe what will make a mess it. He does not want to trip this muddy water. As cannon fodder okay. Although, if something really goes wrong in a while, he can't just watch Gu Yifan get caught in the middle, and the one who rushes ahead in the end is still him. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me, it's a hard life, but, now, a moment of hiding was a moment, and he didn't want to be stuffed with dog food right now. Looking at Wang Zibo, who had run out of sight in a puff of smoke, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both glanced at each other with confusion in their eyes. Ahem. Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice and said with some embarrassment, let us go too. Su Qinghe gently nodded with a small red face. 2 minutes later. Isn't that the poor school girl Su Qinghe? Yeah, why is she with Gu Yifan? I'm going to. Could it be that the gossip circulating in the group earlier is true? She's with Gu Yifan from our class? The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, had just walked to the playground when the crowd that was assembling not far away suddenly said in surprise. The crowd began to stir. Originally, she was talking to her best friend Wu Xiaoyan Han Lim. When she heard the commotion, she turned her head to look and found that Gu Yifan was talking and laughing with Su Qinghe as the two of them walked towards the side of the playground, and her small face that was already lack of interest was instantly pulled down. Her face darkened especially when she heard the boys in her class talking about it. beep 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 dash. At that moment, a whistle sounded, and the physical education teacher, dressed in a sports uniform, shouted at the crowd that was walking slowly over. Students over there, run faster, gather. The crowd that heard the sound rushed back toward the assembled group. Seeing this, Gu Yifan reached out and picked up Su Qinghe, pulling her towards the crowd with quick steps. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Holding hands. There was a small bleep in the crowd. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but stare at this scene with wide eyes and a shocked expression. Soon the two walked into the line holding hands. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Su Qinghe's little face couldn't help but slightly blush. Her heart was flustered. It was Gu Yifan who was thick-skinned enough, and his face remained as normal. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Silence. The originally noisy playground suddenly went quiet, and the atmosphere seemed a bit weird. The physical education teacher looked deeply at Gu Yifan. Beep dash. Class 1, Class 5, all of them, report. He shouted at both classes' teams. 1, 2, 3, report. Class 1 is 55 in attendance, 55 on the ground. Report. Class 5 should have 56 people present. 55 are here, and 1 is on leave. The athletic members of both classes took turns reporting. Yes, please enter. The sports-suited gym teacher nodded and said. After the physical education members of the two classes entered the lineup, the physical education teacher looked around the crowd and said indifferently, Class 5's teacher Lin is on leave, so I'll be substituting for her today, and the two classes will have physical education together. That's when it dawned on the Class 5 crowd. Well, since no one is prepared for this class, it will be a simple warm-up, so everyone will be dismissed in place and free to move around the playground, and we'll gather when we hear the whistle before the end of class. And most importantly, this is gym class and no one is allowed back in the classroom. Those who don't listen get caught once, and that class behind them will never have gym again. Hear that? The gym teacher nodded and continued. Okay, I hear you. The crowd of boys responded loudly with some excitement. How cool is it that gym class is free? They don't want to go back to class or anything. The girls, on the other hand, were quietly relieved. After all, many of them thought that there was no gym class today either, so they wore skirts, and it was naturally inconvenient to really exercise that. After a few warm-up exercises, the gym teacher dismissed the crowd for free time. Brother Fan, Pushing King, Hidong and the others called over to play basketball with the 5th class. Are you going? Wang Zibo came up to Gu Yifan and asked with a smirk. It was actually the other boys in the class who had asked him to come over and ask, since Gu Yifan was the one who played the best basketball in their class. And even if he's not the most skilled one, the height is there. Gu Yifan's height of more than 5 meters in high school, that is also the top of the handful of people, with the height advantage to grab a rebound that is not a handful of people. Gu Yifan's heart moved, and he was about to agree, but he suddenly saw the slightly lonely silhouette in the corner. Forget it, I won't hit you. You guys go ahead. He waved his hand. Come on, it's not easy to have a gym class. Let's go play together. Wang Zibo opened his mouth to advise. Gu Yifan didn't say anything as his eyes signaled the direction where Su Qinghe was. Following his eyes, Wang Zibo looked over, only to see Su Qinghe standing slightly alone in the corner. Well, he shook his head helplessly. Then you go stay with your sister-in-law. I'll go play a little ball with them. Yes, Gu Yifan nodded, then turned around and walked in the direction where Su Qinghe was. Originally, Su Qinghe was fuming when she suddenly felt someone standing in front of her. She was startled for a moment and subconsciously took a step back. Gu Yifan. Such lyrics suddenly came to his mind. Are you serious about the half step back? A small gesture that does so much damage. End of chapter. Chapter 60. Gu Yifan, let Su Qinghe wear black silk? No, am I that terrible? Gu Yifan said with some tears and laughter. At this time, Su Qinghe also saw clearly that the visitor was Gu Yifan. She couldn't help but her small face slightly reddened, a little embarrassed. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize it was you, she whispered. What a bean. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. Hearing him call himself bean, Su Qinghe's mouth slightly opened as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just pouted and didn't say anything. Gone. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded stupidly and didn't ask Gu Yifan where he was taking her. The April sun isn't so hot yet. On the grass of the soccer field, Gu Yifan was holding a piece of grass in his mouth, his hands resting behind his head, looking very leisurely and relaxed. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was sitting quietly on the grass beside him, looking ahead without knowing what she was thinking. The sunlight was slightly harsh, and Gu Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Bean. Gu Yifan suddenly turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe beside him. Su Qinghe first answered, then reacted and said very quietly, I am not. Bean. However, after Gu Yifan glanced at her, he directly ignored the latter part of her sentence. Mock exams are the day after tomorrow, aren't they? he asked casually. Aha. Su Qinghe didn't think much about it as she gently nodded. Well, do you think you can still take first place in the whole year this time? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and after she seriously thought about it, she gently nodded. Looking at her serious face, Gu Yifan said somewhat dumbfounded, "TSK, so confident?" Su Qinghe once again nodded with a serious face, then whispered, "Not a single one that can fight." Watching her say this sentence in a serious manner, Gu Yifan was a bit clammed up. I didn't realize that this bean could tell jokes. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. After thinking about it, he raised an eyebrow and turned his head to look at her and said faintly, "What if I make a move? And how should you respond?" Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and then couldn't help but frown a small frown. It seemed that Gu Yifan's question had asked into her knowledge blind spot. She then fell silent. Half a day later, Su Qinghe turned her head to Gu Yifan and spoke softly, "You want to take first place? Right. Otherwise all this time I've been so serious won't be for nothing?" Gu Yifan nodded and said, "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe nodded, then looked at him with a serious face and said, "I know." I know? Gu Yifan didn't react for a moment, and he had some doubts in his heart. Suddenly, "No, so Bean, what do you mean by that? You're going to let me off the hook and let me take first place?" Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. Being poked through her small mind, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. In a small, weak voice she spoke, I didn't." It was only when she said it that her voice got smaller and smaller. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan was about to be laughed at. "No, Su Hanin, are you so confident that I can't pass your test?" Su Qinghe reddened her little face. She lowered her head and didn't dare to speak. Ding! Just then, a crisp mechanical sound rang out in Gu Yifan's mind, and the system that hadn't ventured out for a long time reappeared. Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's randomized mission. The host is invited to make a betting agreement with the treasure girl Su Qinghe on who is number 1 and will break her undefeated record of dominating the number 1 position in her grade for a long time. Upon completion of the mission, professional level singer singing skills will be rewarded as well as a pair of 100 tier black silk. Note 1. Professional level singers' singing skills will be transformed through memory transfer and multiple aspects, enabling the host to instantly possess the same level of singing ability as a professional level singer. Note 2. 100 tear not rotten black silk made of black silk. In addition to the difference in the ordinary black silk beauty, warm in winter and cool in summer, the most important point is that the material is special 100 tear not rotten. Gu Yifan. No, that professional level singer's singing skill is a bit ribald, but I can understand it. Just what the hell is that 100 torn black silk one? Dog system, are you serious? Gu Yifan, with a speechless face, silently spat at the system in his heart. However, the system didn't pay any attention to his trolling and continued. System warm tip, if the host can make treasure girl Su Qinghe wear this 100 tiers unbreakable black silk, there will be a special extra reward. Gu Yifan, convex, ****** dish. You dog system, I knew something was wrong with you, but, let Su Qinghe wear black silk. Gu Yifan thought about it and instantly had a picture in his mind, and at this moment, Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking and thought that he was angry. She reached out her small hand and gently tugged on Gu Yifan's sleeve, speaking in a small, weak voice, "Yes, I'm sorry, It was only when he heard her voice that Gu Yifan came back to his senses. "Su Qinghe," Gu Yifan suddenly said with a serious face. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, seeing Gu Yifan's sudden seriousness. She was a bit confused. "Well, like this." Gu Yifan pondered for a moment, then stretched out his hands to hold Su Qinghe's shoulders, then spoke, "Why don't we make a bet?" "Bet?" Su Qinghe's body stagnated as she lifted that little face that was slightly red and looked at Gu Yifan even more blankly. "Right. I thought you were confident in your grades. In that case, you don't have to give me a break. Just put your best foot forward and take the test, and let's see who can get a higher score. If you score higher than me, I'll promise you one thing, anything within my power. If I score even higher, then I bought you a dress and you wear it for me?" Gu Yifan nodded, babbling in a serious manner. "But, black silk should be considered clothing, right? Well, how can it not count? Right, black silk is clothes. Nothing wrong with it." Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice in his heart. No, don't want it?" Su Qinghe whispered. "You already bought me clothes last time." Okay, don't me. It's a deal. Pull the hook and stamp." Before she could finish her words, Gu Yifan directly opened his mouth to interrupt her, and then took it upon himself to pull up her pinky to pull the hook and seal the deal. Su Qinghe, straight face. Her mouth was slightly open and she looked at Gu Yifan with a complicated expression, not knowing what to say for a moment. "Alright, let's go. Brother will buy you a drink." Gu Yifan directly ignored her little expression and pulled up her hand as the two of them walked towards the kiosk not far from the playground. End of chapter. Chapter 61. The bet takes effect and the city's mock general exams are coming. Time flies, and before you know it, it's the day of the city's senior class mock unified exam. So Bean, we have a deal. You're not allowed to water me down, haha. In the breakfast store opposite the school entrance, Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe with a serious face and said, "Ooh-hoo, I know." Su Qinghe put down the chopsticks in her hands and looked at Gu Yifan and nodded and said in a small voice, "Just know, don't worry, I'll absolutely crush you this time." Gu Yifan wiped the oil stains on his mouth and faintly said. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. She glanced at Gu Yifan. What is this guy talking about? Pressing himself under his body. How does this sound like a strange feeling? But she was too embarrassed to say it, so she just lowered her head and silently took small bites of the noodles in the bowl. After a few more minutes, Bean, have you had enough? Gu Yifan put down the chopsticks in his hands and spoke to Su Qinghe. Full. Su Qinghe gently nodded and said, "Alright then, it's about time. Let's go to the exam room." Gu Yifan nodded and said. When he finished, he got up. Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't move and her mouth was slightly open as if she wanted to say something, he was a bit puzzled and said, "Bean, what's wrong?" Su Qinghe's delicate willow leaf eyebrows were slightly furrowed, filled with a tangled look. After hesitating for a while, Su Qinghe still opened her mouth, and she spoke in a small, weak voice, "I am not naive. I'm quite smart." Oh. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. So this Bean was struggling with this. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't say anything anymore, Su Qinghe was afraid that he would get angry, and once again opened her mouth in a small voice to explain. "Bean, on our side it's a curse." "Oh, I know." Gu Yifan gave her a deep look, then nodded and said. Seeing that he nodded, Su Qinghe quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Well, there's not much time left. Just then, Gu Yifan spoke again. "Let's go, Bean." Su Qinghe, straight face. She deflated her mouth and glanced at Gu Yifan with a helpless expression. But in the end, nothing more was said. What can she do? She didn't want to. Who let this guy get too bossy? Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Su Qinghe silently sighed in her heart and finally obediently got up and went back to school with Gu Yifan. At this point it was less than 20 minutes before exam time. When the two returned to school, they separated and went to their respective test centers. Jingle bells dash. With the sound of the exam bell ringing, Gu Yifan's first all-senior class mock unified exam back from Rebirth officially began. The first test is in the language. In addition to rote memorization, the language thing is also a slightly difficult reading comprehension. But for Gu Yifan, a person who had lived for more than 30 years in his previous life, it was just a piece of cake. As for the essay, that's even more needless to say. With Gu Yifan's experience in his previous life to write, that's not a minute to hang these youngsters who have not yet left the ivory tower. Therefore, this language was as simple as eating and drinking for Gu Yifan. After getting the test paper and waiting for the invigilator to announce that he could answer the questions, Gu Yifan began to write. In less than half an hour, Gu Yifan had finished all the questions in front of him, and all that was left was the essay. The language essay requirement for this one was to write an essay of no less than 800 words on the topic of whether the times make the heroes or the heroes make the times. Gu Yifan smiled when he saw the title. In his previous life as a senior keyboard warrior, this kind of dialectical point of view of the contraption he did not often on the internet against the line. So this essay was a pure giveaway for him. After a little thought, Gu Yifan picked up a pen and wrote a few big words in a sprawling manner on the composition paper. In the right time. My generation after the wave. My generation of light. Half an hour later, Gu Yifan stopped the pen in his hand and exhaled deeply, looking at the neatly arranged rigid and elegant script on the composition paper. Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. I didn't realize that after so many years, my own writing skills still haven't aged. The paper was checked from beginning to end and it was found that nothing had been missed. Looking up at the clock above the classroom blackboard, he realized that it was only 10:30, a bell and a half before the exam ended. It wasn't a good idea for him to just sit there, so Gu Yifan raised his hand to signal the invigilator to come over. Supervising teacher is a middle-aged woman wearing gold glasses. Look at this age should be about the same age as Gu Yifan mom, but perhaps because when the teacher is too tired, the whole person looks slightly old. Seeing Gu Yifan raise his hand at this time, she first froze for a moment, then quickly walked to him. What's the matter with you, classmate? The female teacher looked at Gu Yifan and asked in a small voice. Her voice was not loud, as if she was afraid that her movements would disturb the other candidates. Teacher, I'd like to turn in my paper early. Is that okay? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. The female teacher couldn't help but frown at her words. She glanced back at the clock on the wall and realized that there was still almost an hour and a half until the end of the exam. Turn in your papers early? Time's not up yet. Have you written everything? She warned kindly. Yeah, It's all written. Gu Yifan opened his mouth and replied, all finished? It's only been an hour and you're telling me you're done? The female teacher glanced at Gu Yifan, and the look seemed to say, do I look like a little cutie to you? As a veteran teacher who had taught language for 20 years, she knew better than anyone that language should be the subject that took the most time. And now this student in front of himself says he wrote it in an hour. You're lying to a 3-year-old. That's what. In her heart, she immediately labeled Gu Yifan as frivolous, naughty, and not a good student. Noticing that the female teacher in front of him was looking at himself with somewhat off-kilter eyes, Gu Yifan probably guessed in his heart what she was thinking. But it didn't matter to him, and he didn't bother to explain anything. Teacher, can I turn in my paper? Gu Yifan spoke again. The middle-aged female teacher's frown deepened at her words as she looked at Gu Yifan and opened her mouth once again to remind him. There's still a long time until the end of the exam. You're sure you want to hand in your paper, aren't you? I know it. Teacher, I'm sure I want to turn in my paper. Gu Yifan nodded and said, the children are unteachable. Seeing that he still looked like he was obsessed, the female teacher's attitude at this point began to become much colder. Okay, you put your papers on the desk and pack your stuff and get out. Keep the noise down. Don't disturb the others taking the test, she said coldly to Gu Yifan. Yes, Gu Yifan didn't care about the female teacher's cold attitude. After he gathered his things, he got up and walked out of the exam room. End of chapter. Chapter 62. Full marks? Zhou Qingmei's shock. It was only about 10:40 in the morning. The seniors were taking their exams and the freshmen and sophomores were still in the middle of class. The whole campus was incredibly quiet, with only the occasional person or two walking around. There's still so much time left, and I don't know how Su Qinghe, that bean, is doing with his writing. After leaving the examination room, Gu Yifan glanced at the time, muttering in his mouth. After thinking about it, he decided to go out to the school first to find a place to have a drink and sit and wait for Su Qinghe. In a milk tea store across from the school entrance, Gu Yifan was playing with his cell phone in boredom while smoking a cigarette, and just as he was sipping his milk tea, the middle-aged female teacher who collected Gu Yifan's test papers on the podium inside the examination room casually picked up Gu Yifan's test paper and read it on a whim. Aha! She froze for a moment when she saw the timeless script on the test paper and the densely written answers that had already been written all over it. I didn't realize that this student hadn't lied just now, and that he had actually finished writing. There's a word for it. It's still a good word, but it's only been an hour. So what's the point of writing it even if it's finished? I guess it's just a matter of filling in the blanks. LOL. Pity. What a waste of a good handwriting. The female teacher sighed softly and thought darkly. She shook her head and was about to put down Gu Yifan's test paper when she happened to see the essay topic Gu Yifan had written. In my time, my backwave, my light. This title. She suddenly brightened up, and all of a sudden suddenly came to her senses. She once again picked up the page of Gu Yifan's test paper essay and began to read it. Her eyes momentarily widened when she just read the opening paragraph. She sat up hastily and looked at it carefully. Pop, I'm going to. Wonderful. Just wonderful. She suddenly slapped her thigh hard and couldn't help but exclaim. The voice from the podium was so loud that it kept echoing in the classroom that was being quiet. And for a while, everyone's eyes were looking towards her side for an unknown reason. Even the male invigilator sitting at the back of the classroom couldn't help but frown. What's going on with this MS? Zhou Qingmei? He frowned, a little puzzled in his mind. After all the students were seriously working on their test papers, and such a big commotion was really a bit inappropriate. Zhou Qingmei, at this time, also realized that she had lost her temper. Her old face slightly reddened as she looked at the crowd below the stage and spoke. Sorry, everyone continue with the exam. A moment of excitement. Don't be affected by me. When the people under the stage heard this, although they were all a bit upset in their hearts, they didn't say anything and continued to lower their heads to write their own papers. But there were also those who looked at the test paper in her hand and wondered. Originally, when Gu Yifan handed in his papers an hour early in front of him, basically everyone thought that Gu Yifan was just trying to show off and pretend to be a bully. After all, we all know that 2.5 hours of examination time for the subject of language is not necessarily enough time to write, and this 1 hour to finish the paper including the essay is really a bit of a mirage. And now, looking at the reaction of the invigilator, it seems that things are not so simple, but they just thought about it, and didn't bother to care that much. After all, they hadn't even finished their own papers yet. If we don't hurry, when the exam papers arrive later, it'll be a real barbecue. Seeing the crowd continue to write the test paper, this teacher Joe then lowered his head and continued to read the content of the essay in his hand. Only she didn't continue to make any more noise with this, though the more she looked at it the more excited she became, but forced herself to suppress it. Phew. After a few minutes, Zhou Qingmei let out a deep breath. That stance. I didn't realize it was even possible to write this essay from that perspective. It's amazing that an essay of just under 1 000 words can pull off such a grandiose worldview. Really? She had been so shocked by this essay by Gu Yifan that she didn't know what to say for a while. Fantastic. This is the best essay I've seen go by in over 20 years of practice. Bar none. Zhou Qingmei whispered to herself with her mouth. But, it's a bit of a shame. After lamenting for a while, she said with some whispered regret in her mouth, if this essay were put on the college entrance exam, it would definitely be a perfect score. Suddenly, something occurred to her that, if you can write an essay like this, can you be any worse at answering the previous questions? She hurriedly picked up the test paper in front of Gu Yifan as well and read it carefully. That's a shocker if you don't see it. Zhou Qingmei was holding Gu Yifan's test paper in her hand, and the more she looked at it, the whiter her eyes became. Judging from his previous level, Gu Yifan had surprisingly answered all of the previous test questions correctly. Even the reading comprehension answers. She couldn't pick any faults in Gu Yifan's answers. Nima, all perfect papers? Suddenly the words flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help her hand from shaking. You know that the subject of language is not like other subjects. It's normal to get perfect scores in other subjects. But if you want to get perfect scores in this language thing, well, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's simply perfect to the extreme that it's possible to appear After all, literati, a perfect score in language is rare once in decades How does that not thrill her? Originally, I thought that people turned in their papers an hour and a half early as a bad asshole student, but it turned out that they were absolutely confident. So the clown turned out to be herself. Once again, her old face flushed slightly, and her face felt hot as if she had been hit. Asterisk. What's going on with Mr. Zhou? A ricochet in the body? At this moment, the male invigilator sitting at the very back of the classroom said with surprise in his mouth. He had been watching her since he had just seen her inexplicably make a movement. Seeing that her face was a shade of green and white, and her body couldn't stop trembling, she couldn't help but think a little. After all, this look really resembled the scenes he had seen inside certain movies. After hesitating for a while, he still decided to go up and ask what had happened. After all, in public, if it was really like what he thought, then it would be unethical to be a teacher. Ahem. He came to this female teacher and coughed twice in a small voice, then said in a low voice, Teacher Zhou, I see that you don't seem to be in a good state. Is it because you're not feeling well somewhere? Zhou Qingmei, who was originally still immersed in her own world, was startled for a moment at the words, then came back to her senses. No, it's fine. Seeing that the male teacher in front of her was looking at her with somewhat strange and somewhat concerned eyes, she hurriedly waved her hand and whispered back, So what's this? The male teacher pointed at her, then said lustfully, Zhou Qingmei didn't explain. She shook her head, then handed him the test paper she was holding, faintly saying, Teacher take a look at this test paper. After reading it, you'll understand. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Gu Yifan, Su Hanin, you're bound to wear this black silk. Teacher he couldn't help but frown at the words as he picked up the test paper in Zhou Qingmei's hands with suspicion. Spread out. Like Zhou Qingmei, he was first attracted by the test paper being a rigid and timeless script. There's a word for it that's really well written. He nodded slightly, only to be puzzled once again in his heart. Just the fact that the light characters are well written doesn't make this 40-something-year-old Mr. Zhou chicken out like this, does it? Resisting the doubt in his mind, he once again looked down and continued to read. Aha! I got all the choices in the front mimeographed correctly. Not bad, not bad. He Qingsong nodded, his mouth whispering. Zhou Qingmei on the side didn't say anything either. She picked up the thermos cup on the podium and drank some water, and just looked at him silently. Another moment passed. Hiss. He Qingsong inhaled a breath as he looked up to Zhou Qingmei who was on the side, some shock on his face as he said, Teacher Zhou, this student has almost a perfect score in front of him. Right. At my level of understanding, if I were to score it, he'd have a perfect score in front of him. Zhou Qingmei looked at him and spoke. Tisk. Indeed. And I can't pick out any of his reading comprehension questions. He Qingsong, who was also a language teacher, nodded in agreement. Well, Mr. You'd better read the essay before you do that. Zhou Qingmei had also calmed down at this time. She looked at He Qingsong and faintly spoke. Seeing her say that, He Qingsong instantly became sexually interested. Yes, he nodded, then picked up Gu Yifan's essay page and read it. In my time, my backwave, my light, like Zhou Qingmei before him. When he saw this essay topic, his eyes lit up. When he saw the body of the essay, he was instantly mesmerized by the content. Zhou Qingmei stood aside and watched his sometimes frowning, sometimes changing face, the corners of her mouth slightly coquettish, seemingly forgetting that just now her appearance was no better than He Qingsong. Half a day later, Mr. Zhou, He Qingsong let out a deep breath as he slowly raised his head to look at Zhou Qingmei on the side. Not knowing what to say for a while, he now finally understood just now. Why Zhou Qingmei couldn't help but chicken out and shout, Nima, an hour to finish writing, almost as the full score of the operation. Anyone who came to shout great like Zhou Qingmei, as a language teacher who had taught for more than 10 years, he could understand her feelings. He turned the paper over and glanced at it. Senior class, Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was a name he sort of remembered. The river and the mountains are full of talent. He Qingsong couldn't help but open his mouth to sigh as he looked at Zhou Qingmei on the side. Just as the title of Gu Yifan's essay reads, Our generation of backwaves, our generation of light, they are already old. This world is finally the world of the young That's something that has to be admitted. Achoo! At this time in the milk tea store at the entrance of the school, Gu Yifan, who was snuffing out his cigarette in the ashtray, suddenly sneezed. What dog is cursing me again? Gu Yifan casually pulled a tissue and blew his nose, cursing under his breath. Jingle bells dash. At 11:30 o'clock noon, with the ringing of the bell, the morning's examination came to an end. Not long after, the students who had handed in their papers also walked out one after another. That's the only thing that's good about senior exams, being able to get out of school earlier than usual. Gu Yifan looked at the time and felt that it was about time. So he grabbed the cigarettes and lighter from the table and got up and headed inside the school. Passing through the crowd, he made his way to the examination room where Su Qinghe was. He had just sent a message to Su Qinghe in advance, asking her to wait for him at the classroom entrance. From a distance, he saw Su Qinghe standing frozen in the doorway. Today Su Qinghe is still in a school uniform that has been washed somewhat white, but despite this, she still can't block the unique temperament of her body. Your first glance in the crowd will definitely be to land on her. Gu Yifan smiled faintly and walked straight towards her. At this moment, Su Qinghe also saw Gu Yifan who was walking far towards her. That beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly brightened. A trace of joy flashed through her crystal eyes. Bean, what's on your mind? Gu Yifan walked up to her and said with a smile. Didn't think anything of it. Su Qinghe whispered. As for the matter of Gu Yifan calling her Bean again, it had been automatically ignored by her. Come on, it's still early today. Let's go to the school cafeteria and eat. Gu Yifan didn't pursue the matter as he stretched his back and said, Aha. Su Qinghe gently nodded, then obediently following beside Gu Yifan. The two of them walked together in the direction of the school cafeteria. The two have been in this state almost every day for over a month now. She wasn't as shy and unnatural as she had been at first. At this point, she had long since gotten used to Gu Yifan's presence without realizing it. Since the two stick together almost every day, a lot of people in their age think that they are already in a relationship. So for the two to eat together every day, together to review these, and no one to gossip anymore, everyone has long since seen this is not strange. But, only the two parties involved, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, were clear that the current relationship between the two of them hadn't reached that point yet. If I had to define a relationship between the two, it would be above friends and below lovers, and the two of them tacitly didn't mention it. After all, this was about to be a college entrance exam, and both of them did not want to add unnecessary trouble to each other at this juncture. Bean, how did you do on your language test this morning? In the school cafeteria, Gu Yifan casually asked as he ate his freshly baked meal. Yes, since it was still early in the day, there were only seniors in the cafeteria, so the two didn't have to pick up scraps every day like they had before, and they were finally able to have a fresh, hot meal. It should be okay. Su Qinghe tilted her little head and thought seriously before answering. After thinking about it, as if she didn't think it was accurate enough, she added, the essay was slightly harder. Ooh. Gu Yifan nodded and didn't ask any more questions, but he smiled at Su Qinghe and said, don't forget the agreement between us. Aha. Remember. Su Qinghe nodded seriously and said, just remember. This time, I guess you're going to have to wear black silk. Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. Black silk? It was only then that Gu Yifan reacted to the fact that he had just spoken out of turn. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Su Qinghe is going to wear this black silk for sure. Oh, yeah, I thought we had a deal. Black silk, isn't it also clothing? Gu Yifan didn't change his face, and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qinghe, straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 63. Su Bean, you don't want to, this matter either, do you? It's not. When did she promise him that she would wear black silk? Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan with a confused expression. Hey, what's that look in your eye? No, Su Bean, you can't afford to play and want to back out, can you? I'm telling you, we hooked up and stamped. You don't want anyone to know either. Bah, anyway, it's no use playing hard to get. Seeing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Qinghe, hearing Gu Yifan's words, she didn't know what to say for a moment. However, she couldn't help but blush at the thought of wearing black silk in front of Gu Yifan. This guy didn't say before that it was black silk that he wanted himself to wear. Woohoo! Knowing that she had been fooled by Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe was both helpless and shy in her heart. But luckily, I should be able to pass him with the score I got on the test, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do. Hey, you're not really trying to be funny, are you? Su Bin, I've always believed that you're not the kind of person who plays tricks. Ah, you shouldn't let me down, right? Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't speak, Gu Yifan spoke again. No, Su Qinghe whispered with a small red face. Okay, just don't have one. Just wait until you're wearing black silk. Gu Yifan nodded with a confident expression. Seeing him so confident, Su Qinghe couldn't help but quietly raise her head and look at him again, with some doubts in her heart. However, she still felt that she should score higher than Gu Yifan. None other. It's been almost 3 years, and her reputation as number 1 in the year has been unsurpassed. Even though Gu Yifan's grades seemed to have improved greatly during this period of time, she still felt that Gu Yifan's scores couldn't surpass hers. That would be the confidence of a schoolteacher. This time, however, she blundered. April 12, 2013, 5:30 p.m. Jingle bells dash. It is time for the exam to end. So all candidates are asked to put down their pens immediately to stop answering questions and place their answer cards, test papers and drafts on the desk in top to bottom order. With bells ringing and announcements blaring, the 2-day citywide uniform mock exams for the senior class came to an end. Gu Yifan was waiting outside the classroom of the examination room where Su Qinghe was early. Yes, he turned in his paper early, as usual. There's no way around it. He wanted to keep a low profile too, but his strength wouldn't allow it. None of the subjects he did in less than an hour, so he couldn't just sit in the classroom and wait. How boring that would be. Accompanied by the end of the examination, the crowd continued to pour out from the examination room. Many people are hooking up with each other and chattering and exchanging the examination answers. Some people are very cocky. Some people have a face of nothing to hang on to, but it is Su Qinghe who appears to have a calm face. Bean, this way. Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe in the crowd, so he waved and shouted at her. The moment she saw Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe's face couldn't help but reveal the slightest smile, and then quickly jogged towards the direction where Gu Yifan was. *******. I'm not mistaken, am I? Just now, Goddess Sushi smiled at me? The boys, who almost never saw her smile, were all momentarily frozen at the moment. The sweet smile that smiled brightly. They never thought it would appear on Su Qinghe's face one day. It's just a shame. Su Qinghe's smile wasn't directed at them. Sight jumping. Everyone watched as Su Qinghe trotted over to Gu Yifan's side, who smiled faintly at her, and then the two of them squeezed through the crowd and disappeared quickly into the line of sight. Crowd. And the boy who just said that Su Qinghe smiled at him. At this moment, he was also so ashamed that his face was red, and he directly died and sit to socially. He couldn't wait to find a crack and get in on the spot. Only the girls wouldn't. Bean. On the side of the road at the entrance of the school road, Gu Yifan suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth to Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe turned her head to look at Gu Yifan. Do you still need to go part-time on Sunday afternoons when you have to make up classes tomorrow? Saturday? Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked. Well, I talked to Grandma Li about going. Su Qinghe replied softly. However, Grandma Li knows that I'm about to take the college entrance exams, so she told me not to go for a while after I'm done with Sundays, and she said that when I'm done with the college entrance exams, I can go anytime I want to. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded. He thought about it and spoke. Well, let's do it this way. I'll go with you on Sunday and help you sell buns. Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She didn't know why Gu Yifan suddenly wanted to go with her to sell buns. No, don't bother. It's exhausting. She thought for a moment and spoke in a small voice. Tired? Can't you too? Why can't I? Su Bin, you are more or less looking down on me. Gu Yifan glanced at her and said lightly. I didn't mean it like that. Su Qinghe hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. Alright, it's a deal. I'm just going to help out. I don't want to be paid. I don't think Grandma Li would refuse me. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said. This Grandma Li they were talking about was the owner of the Baozi store where Su Qinghe worked part-time. When Su Qinghe went to work before, Gu Yifan had seen her when he went to look for her. It was an old man of about 65 years of age, who was very kind and good-natured. At that time, knowing that Gu Yifan was here to look for Su Qinghe, he even kept greeting him non-stop for buns, bringing over various flavors of buns inside the store for him to try. Seeing that Gu Yifan had said so, Su Qinghe pouted and didn't open her mouth again, because she knew there was no point in saying anything. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. This guy is just so bossy then. After such a long time of understanding, she clearly knew that although Gu Yifan was usually very good at talking, once he had made a decision on something, no one could change it. Come on, stop pouting. You could hang a bottle of lamp oil. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed Su Qinghe's little head, saying in a good-natured manner, I didn't. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened, her mouth hardened and she whispered, okay. If you say you don't have it, you don't have it. Gu Yifan shook his head. Just at this time, the cab also arrived. He turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke, the car is here. Let's go. After saying that, he opened the door of the cab and let Su Qinghe sit in first. Su Qinghe didn't say anything more. She obediently sat in the back of the car. Master, Suehu neighborhood. Gu Yifan spoke at the driver master in front of him. Okay. After the driver master answered, he started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car plunged straight into the middle of the road like a sharp arrow. There's one thing to be said for riding in these cabs in Hillcrest. You have to have a strong heart. But fortunately, both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were used to it. Starting today, no surprises, 3 times a day. Today's share of the third more to offer. See here Hikaru great big people are casting some data duck. The beginning of the month. Miserable. End of chapter. Chapter 65, surprise? Su Qinghe cried. Suehu neighborhood. Building 7. Unit 3. Room 305. Kaching. Gu Yifan had just pulled out his key to open the door when it was opened from the inside. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, while the people inside were stunned. Uncle Han? Gu Yifan was the first to come back to his senses, and he said with some surprise, oh, Yifan, back from school? Ha! Han Jianjiang also came back to his senses, and he said with a smile, Uncle Han, are you leaving? Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked, right, it's just as well that you're back. Little lemon child should be back as well. No wonder your Auntie Qing shouted at me to hurry back. Yes, that's right. He is Han Lim's dad, Han Jianjiang. Jingle bells dash. As he was talking, Han Jianjiang's cell phone rang. He lifted his cell phone and glanced at it, only to see wife calling displayed on the screen. So he smiled at Gu Yifan and opened his mouth. Tack, your Auntie Qing called to rush me again. Alright, Yifan then I'll leave first. Come over and play at home sometime haha. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly sidestepped to make way, then nodded and said, okay, Uncle Han, take care. Han Jianjiang walked out of the doorway before he noticed Su Qinghe behind Gu Yifan. He froze for a moment, but didn't linger much longer, hurrying away. No way. His wife's phone call is like a wake-up call. If he doesn't go back soon, I'm afraid he'll be tortured on a clothesline. He walked quickly while picking up the phone and said curtly, come back. I'll be there soon. This Uncle Han, as usual, is afraid of his wife. Looking at Han Jianjiang's hastily departing back, Gu Yifan shook his head slightly. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke, let's go. We're going in as well. Aha. Su Qinghe didn't say anything. She nodded very obediently. Son, Qinghe, you're back. The two had just changed their shoes when Chen Dongmei appeared at the kitchen door with a spatula and said with a smile on her face, hello auntie. Su Qinghe whispered a greeting to Chen Dongmei. Well, Qinghe sit down. The meal will be ready soon. Chen Dongmei smiled and opened her mouth to greet her. After saying that, he turned his head to Gu Yifan and ordered, Brat, go to the study and call your father out. Dinner will be served soon. This just came back and was made to work. Gu Yifan deflated his mouth helplessly. Oh, I know. Chen Dongmei didn't bother to pay attention to him, and after turning her head to say something to Su Qinghe, she once again dug into the kitchen. Duck, Dad, it's time to eat. Gu Yifan walked to the side of the study and saw that his dad was looking at the documents, so he knocked on the door. Gu Jiangwo, who heard the voice, turned his head to look at the doorway, then nodded and said, okay, I know. When he finished speaking, he put down the paper in his hand, then got up and the two of them walked out of the study. When he came to the study, Gu Jiangwo saw Su Qinghe, so he smiled and opened his mouth. Qinghe, here you are. Hello uncle. Su Qinghe hurriedly stood up from the sofa and greeted him. Yes. Qinghe hasn't come to the house for some days. Today your Aunt May made quite a few of your favorite hometown dishes. You'll have to eat more in a while Ho ho. Gu Jiangwo said very kindly. Okay. Su Qinghe was a bit touched. She gently nodded and said, soon. The meal was served on the table. Looking at the table full of colorful and fragrant Minnan specialties in front of her eyes, Su Qinghe's eyes were slightly red, and her heart was very touched, because she knew that these were specially prepared by Gu Yifan's mom because she was coming. Looking at Su Qinghe's mood is not quite right. Chen Dongmei took the initiative to go forward to pull her hand, smiled and opened. Come on, Qinghe. This is Auntie specially learned to do the southern Fujian dishes. I do not know the taste is not right. You eat a little more, and then, give Auntie a little advice. Auntie, Su Qinghe's eyes were red, her eyes flashed with crystals, while moved, she was a bit afflicted. and for a while she didn't know what to say. Silly boy. Alright, sit down and eat. Chen Dongmei gently patted the back of Su Qingha's hand and said with some favor. Aha. Su Qingha only felt a warm current flow through her heart. She didn't say anything more. She just nodded her head vigorously. Well, let's get cracking everyone. Ha, Chen Dongmei said with a smile. The four of them then began to eat. The scene was very harmonious as the people talked and laughed over the meal. After dinner it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Qingha helped Gu Yifan's mom clean up the dining table and kitchen piece by piece, although Chen Dongmei kept refusing and didn't want her to do it. In the end, she couldn't argue with her and let her go. But in her heart, she was even more satisfied with Su Qingha as her future daughter-in-law. As for whether Gu Yifan was satisfied or not, that was out of her consideration. What's more, even if he's not satisfied, so what? What's Gu Yifan got to do with me recognizing my daughter-in-law? Right, nothing wrong with that, that's it. Chen Dongmei thought secretly in her heart. That, Qingha auntie is going to go to the restroom. I'll trouble you in the kitchen side ha. She turned her head and opened her mouth to Su Qingha, who was carefully washing the dishes. Aha, auntie, go ahead, I'll do the rest. Su Qingha nodded and said softly. Yes, then I'll work you hard for a bit. Qingha, Chen Dongmei said with a smile. With that, he turned and walked out of the kitchen. Of course, it's true that she went to the bathroom, but it's not all true. After coming out to the living room, Chen Dongmei spoke to Gu Yifan. You can start preparing. Okay, Gu Yifan nodded. 1 minute later, pop, the lights in the entire house suddenly went out, and Su Qingha, who was wiping the bowl, was startled. Auntie, is the power out? She turned her head a little nervously and opened her mouth to shout in the direction of the kitchen door. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of her from far away. She couldn't see very well and subconsciously squinted. Then she heard a singing voice. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, Marigold. In the meantime, the lights in the house came on again. When she opened her eyes again, Su Qingha saw Gu Yifan appearing in front of her with a cake in his hands. The two Chen Dongmei couples on the side were also looking at themselves with smiles on their faces. Su Qingha was first a bit bewildered and didn't react for a while. Gu Yifan said with a faint smile as he rushed. Happy birthday, Su Bin. Hearing this sentence, Su Qingha's eyes instantly turned red. End of chapter. Chapter 66, You're in True Love. I'm just an accident. Ha, she was never expecting such a scene, because even she doesn't remember her birthday. At this moment, she really couldn't hold it together, and tears kept slipping from the corners of her eyes. Oh. Gu Yifan saw her suddenly cry. Looking at her crying pearly appearance, heart some fluttering but in the way of parents in the body. For a time some do not know what to do. At this time, Chen Dongmei hurriedly stepped forward. She pulled Su Qingha's hand and spoke softly. Silly child, don't cry, don't cry. Today is a happy day. You should smile. Su Qingha could no longer restrain her emotions, and as soon as she jumped into Chen Dongmei's arms and cried loudly. 10 or so minutes later, Su Qingha's mood had stabilized. Chen Dongmei gently helped her wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and gently opened her mouth. Alright, let's make a wish. With that, he signaled his son with his eyes to relight the candles on the cake. Right, Qingha, you're an adult today. Make a wish. Gu Jiagua, who was on the side, also smiled and spoke. Aha. Su Qingha's eyes were still a little red, and she gently nodded. Come on. Just then, Gu Yifan also relit the cake with candles and brought it over. So Bean, make a wish. He smiled at Su Qingha. Under the gazes of the three, Su Qingha closed her hands and clasped them together in front of her chest and began to silently make a wish. After making a wish, with the assistance of Gu Yifan, Su Qingha cut the cake. The first piece of cake she first gave to Gu Yifan's mom Chen Dongmei, then the second piece went to Gu Yifan's old put Gu Jiagua, then Gu Yifan again, and finally herself. Su Qingha, who was already so moved that she didn't know what words to say, kept saying thank you the whole way down. This made both Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongmei don't know what to say. However, because of this, they were even more heartbroken for Su Qingha, the girl who knew how to be strong. Alright, Su Bin, if you say thank you again, my mom will probably want to beat me up. In the end, Gu Yifan couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted Su Qingha's spellcasting. Ha! Su Qingha froze for a moment. She looked at Gu Yifan with some uncertainty. Even Chen Dongmei looked at him with a puzzled expression. Gu Jiangwo, on the other hand, gave him a thoughtful look. Because, the first thing my mom thinks of when she gets annoyed is to beat me up. Under the gazes of several people, Gu Yifan spoke faintly. Su Qingha, Chen Dongmei. On the contrary, the corners of Gu Jiangwo's mouth curled up slightly in a manner that made it look like that was the case. But the curling up of his mouth soon returned to normal. Go. You kid. What nonsense. Your mom I'm the kind of person who doesn't make sense. Chen Dongmei first gave Gu Yifan a speechless look, then said without a trace of anger, "Mom, you are." Gu Yifan replied in a serious manner, "If you don't believe me, ask my father." Gu Jiagwa subconsciously nodded slightly. Chen Dongmei raised her eyebrows and looked at him with some mischief. Oh. The expression on Gu Jiangwo's face stalled, and sensing his wife's somewhat unkind gaze, he hastily spoke up. "Hey, you kid, don't drag me into this. In my heart, of course your mom is a reasonable person." Seeing her husband hastily expressing his loyalty, Chen Dongmei then nodded with satisfaction. "What else do you have to say, you kid?" Chen Dongmei glanced at Gu Yifan with a look of disgust. Gu Yifan, straight face, "Gotta, sure enough, you two couples are in true love, and I'm just an accident. I'm outnumbered. I can't talk to you two couples," Gu Yifan said bitterly with a helpless face. Chen Dongmei's old face slightly reddened as she glared at Gu Yifan and said in a bad mood, "What are you kid babbling about again? I think you, just have itchy skin. If I don't beat you for 3 days, you'll have to go up to your room." "Gu, where did I put that chicken feather duster?" With that, she was going to look for a chicken duster to give Gu Yifan. The bastard. A little color. Gu Yifan. "Mom, I surrender. I was just kidding you. LOL. Looking at the harmonious scene of Gu Yifan's family of 3, Su Qinghe couldn't help but show a slight smile on her face. Seeing that she laughed, Gu Yifan's purpose was achieved, so he didn't continue to play the trick. But after his interruption, the atmosphere was starting to get a lot more cheerful. "By the way, Dad, how's the driver's license I asked you to find someone to get for me?" After eating the cake, Gu Yifan suddenly remembered this and asked, "Oh, this thing? It's done. It's on the study table for you. Didn't you run into your Uncle Han earlier? He came over to give you a driver's license, so take a bottle of good wine and go over to his house sometime to thank him properly." Gu Jiangwo opened his mouth. Gu Yifan drifted off. "So Lemon's dad came over to give him his driver's license?" "Aha!" He nodded, then turned to his dad and said, "Okay Dad, I know. I'll be there some other day." "Aha!" At this time, Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, frowned and opened her mouth to ask, "What kind of driver's license? How come I don't know?" Mom, you know I can drive, don't you? It just so happens that I'm an adult now, so I'll ask my dad to help me get my license. It's good to be prepared." "It is." Gu Yifan opened his mouth to his own mom and explained. "Oh." Chen Dongmei nodded. She knew that Gu Yifan could drive, because her husband had taught him to drive a long time ago, but he hadn't been able to get a license because of his age. While it's common in this day and age to pay for a license outright, it's ultimately not a good thing, so she thought for a moment, then spoke up again and admonished, "But let me tell you something. You're licensed to be 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 licensed now. But car skills you still need to find time to enroll in a driving school to practice again. Don't hole like a road killer when the time comes to harm others and themselves." No, Mom, it's not like you don't know my skills, so you don't need to use them, do you?" Gu Yifan froze for a moment and opened his mouth. "No, you must find time to go to a driving school and get some good practice, or else you won't be able to drive the family car." "Gu, you're not allowed to give him the car either," Chen Dongmei said with a resolute face. Gu Yifan, he was a bit speechless and helpless. His mom was so rigid sometimes, although he knew his mom was right. But, the thing is, he doesn't really need to go back to practice yet. After all, in his previous life, he was a decades-old driver. There's just no way to talk about it. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain, so he nodded helplessly and agreed. "Then I'll go find a driving school to practice getting out of the car after the college entrance exams, so it's always okay, right? That's more like it." Seeing him say this, Chen Dongmei then nodded in satisfaction. Seeing his mom like this, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. "It's a good thing you don't need to drive the family car at all. Mom, you wouldn't have guessed that, would you?" Hey, end of chapter. Chapter 67, Accident? A lotus pond under the moon. A beautiful woman in her arms. 9:30 at night. It was getting late, and the school was running a stricter schedule than before due to the proximity of the college entrance exams. If an in-house student is not staying at the school on weekends, she must ask the homeroom teacher for permission before doing so. Su Qinghe didn't mind the trouble, so she chose to live back at school. She'd be home for the weekend anyway, just by herself, and it would be the same wherever she stayed. And so it was. Su Qinghe then got up and said goodbye to both Mr. and Mrs. Chen Dongmei, then followed Gu Yifan out the door. As for why Gu Yifan also went out, none other. It was only because he had to send Su Qinghe back to school. After all, he didn't feel comfortable letting her go back to school alone in this big night, especially if it was a girl as beautiful as Su Qinghe. It would be even more unsettling. Wait a minute. Just as Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and wanted to call a car, Su Qinghe suddenly opened and shouted at him. Where's my husband? Gu Yifan froze for a moment, these words suddenly flooding his mind. Can we not take the car? Su Qinghe's voice whispered again. It was only then that Gu Yifan snapped back from the charming in his mind, and he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe. 4 eyes. Under the dim streetlight, Su Qinghe's delicate and absolutely beautiful little face looked more and more stunning. Seeming to read the meaning in her eyes, Gu Yifan spoke. Walking back? Aha. Su Qinghe gently nodded. Yes. Gu Yifan didn't hesitate as he nodded and said, then, let's go? After saying that, he led Su Qinghe and the two of them to the top of the sidewalk. Gu Yifan walked in front, while Su Qinghe followed him silently. She kicked the small stones on the pavement from time to time, obviously in a very good mood. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her and said with a smile, you're in a good mood. Aha. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She stopped the movements on her feet and looked up at Gu Yifan and nodded seriously. Tonight, I'm happy. After a moment's thought, her eyes narrowed slightly as she added. Looking at the sweet smile on her face, Gu Yifan was a bit smitten for a moment. This bean, she's really a goblin. His mind darkened, and when Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan suddenly looked at himself and stopped talking, she was a bit puzzled and tilted her little head and asked, do I have something on my face? No. Gu Yifan, who had returned to his senses, shook his head. Ooh. Su Qinghe didn't think much about it. She nodded gently then didn't ask any further questions. Bean. Gu Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and called out. Su Qinghe turned her head to look at him. You have a nice smile. You can smile more later. Gu Yifan opened his mouth in a serious manner. After saying that and not waiting for Su Qinghe to respond, he turned his head and continued walking towards the front. Brush. Su Qinghe's face slightly red. She looked at Gu Yifan's back for a while dazed. Her heart is a bit indisputable inexplicable fluttering wildly jumped up. Hey, Bean, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and keep up. After walking a few dozen meters, Gu Yifan saw that Su Qinghe wasn't following, so he turned around and shouted at her. Ha, come on. Su Qinghe answered, then ran towards him with quick steps. Her little face was a little flushed, and she wasn't sure if it was because of this run or because of her shyness. That's so Bean. Gu Yifan reached out and pinched the tip of her somewhat reddened nose and laughed lightly. Su Qinghe deflated her mouth, and this time she didn't refute him. Around 10:30 p.m., the two of them walked for almost an hour, before arriving at the entrance of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School. As it was late, the school gates were closed. Su Qinghe showed her campus card and then after some persuasion, the gatekeeper uncle let the two go in. Since it was Friday and there was no evening study today, the whole campus was very quiet. The two of them walked on the campus on the green stone road, dimly lit street lamps. The two of them walked slowly, and neither of them opened their mouths to say walk faster. The sound of insects chirping inside the flower beds on both sides of the school road came out from time to time, making the night seem extraordinarily quiet. Tired? Next to the lotus pond not far from the girls' dormitory, Gu Yifan suddenly turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe. No. Su Qinghe gently shook her head and said, so, go sit back over there again? Gu Yifan pointed to the gazebo in the center of the lotus pond and opened his mouth. Yes. Su Qinghe nodded. The two then headed towards the center of the pond. Lotus pond on both sides of the promenade lights do not know when has broken a few, leaving only the lone two emit a weak light. Yeah. As the two walked, suddenly Su Qinghe let out a shriek. Her feet stumbled and her entire body fell uncontrollably towards the pond. Gu Yifan was violently startled, and hurriedly reached out and pulled her with one hand, and the two of them were close to each other, which prevented Su Qinghe from falling into the water in an embarrassing scene. Phew! Gu Yifan broke out in a cold sweat and subconsciously exhaled. The warm breath hit Su Qinghe's earlobe, and her face instantly turned red. The weather in the mountain town in April had warmed up, and the two of them wore such thin clothes that they could feel each other's body heat. The two were so close that Su Qinghe could smell the laundry detergent-like odor emanating from Gu Yifan's body. It didn't stink. She even thought it smelled good. Flop flop. Su Qinghe's heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate again. She suddenly had the feeling that she was about to lose her breath. Not only her. At this moment, Gu Yifan's heart was also beating indisputably fast. Feeling the soft glutinous touch coming from in front of his body, Gu Yifan was a bit distracted and wanted to get into Fifi. Wait a minute, who's Fifi? Gu Yifan hurriedly shook his head to get rid of those messy and wonderful thoughts in his mind. He will Su Qinghe's body to support the right. Then the tone of voice is a little urgent said, are you all right? No, it's fine. Su Qinghe heard the voice and also came back to her senses. She felt a little cackle. After a little thought, she instantly understood. Her little face became more and more red, lowered her head and did not dare to meet Gu Yifan's eyes at all. Her voice was like a mosquito silk whispered. Can you let go of me first? Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed and hastily let go of his hand. Just as soon as he let go, Su Qingho did not stand still, and her body once again fell uncontrollably towards the pond. Seeing this, Gu Yifan was quick to pull her into his arms once more. Well, Su Qinghe softly muffled a grunt. Her small face by now was already so red that it was almost dripping blood. Gu Yifan at this time has already begun to recite in his heart rich and strong. Democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, the rule of law, patriotism, dedication, honesty, friendliness. This 24 words of truth. There's no way around it. Who can top that with a beautiful woman in their arms? On this situation right now, I'm afraid that even if Lu Xiaohui comes, he will have to instantly bow up. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Su Qinghe, you topped me. At this moment, Su Qinghe didn't dare to move around, and Gu Yifan didn't dare to move, continuing to recite the 24-character truth in his heart. There's no way around it. He's holding a gun on someone himself, and if he moves around, one little misstep and it'll go off. Another moment passed. Slowly, the two men's emotions have gradually calmed down, but the two men still did not move. Each other are very tacit understanding did not speak, so quietly embracing each other, enjoying the warmth and beauty of this moment. The moon is full tonight. The watery white moonlight kneaded the shadows of both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe into a ball, reflecting on the water, gentle, quiet. At this moment, it was as if the whole world had come to a standstill. Only the sound of the fish in the pond fluttering and swimming by, stirring up gusts of water in his ears from time to time, is a constant reminder that reality is still reality. Suddenly, a giggle came from the path next to the lotus pond. Su Qinghe was suddenly shocked in her heart, and only then did she hastily struggle to get out of Gu Yifan's arms. Her small face still had a lot of redness, and compared to her previous gentle and watery appearance, the whole person looked a lot more demure and beautiful. Not a moment later, there are a few girls laughing and giggling from the lotus pond. I think it should be the middle of the night, hungry to go out to eat snacks back in the company of the little sister. By now the crowd had also spotted the two of them, and it was hard to see because of the darkness of the porch light lines. Yikes! There's a ghost! The girls were startled by the sudden appearance of the two men, and then panicked and ran towards the direction of the girls' dormitory, and in a flurry of smoke, they rolled and crawled into the girls' dormitory. Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe, the two of them looked at each other, and for a while, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. I'm going back to my dorm too. Being interrupted by this, Su Qinghe couldn't stay any longer. She opened her mouth with a small red face. Yes, Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose and nodded. Then, after thinking about it, he spoke again. Well, rest early for a while, and I'll come over and have breakfast together in the morning. Aha! Su Qinghe didn't say anything else. She nodded her head. Then she turned around and walked towards the girls' dormitory gate. Gu Yifan station, on the other hand, stood still and silently watched her until her figure disappeared around the corner of the girls' dormitory door. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. This bean, well, it's kinda soft. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he muttered something under his breath. He then shook his head gently again and felt his pockets, pulling one out of his pocket and lighting it in his mouth. Wow, I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you myself and not let myself get too close. It was only then that he turned around and headed towards the back door of the school while beautifully humming a little song. Just at the moment he turned around, at the balcony on the third floor of the girls' dormitory, a delicate and absolutely beautiful little face was looking at the direction he had left. The reason why Gu Yifan didn't go through the front door and chose to go through the back door was to avoid trouble. Because when he just came in, Gu Yifan told the doorman that he was an internal student. It would probably be a little hard to get out at this point. Just when Gu Yifan never expected it, when he walked to the back door of the school, he found that the one sitting in the security room was the same janitorial master who had been at the main entrance in front of him. At the back door of the school, the two of them, Gu Yifan and the doorman, looked at each other wide-eyed. What are you boys doing out this late again? The doorman frowned and took the lead. Gu Yifan was a little embarrassed. His eyes darted around, then spoke. That, Moncler Outlet Online Lu. You listen to my sophistry. Bah, not you listen to my explanation. It's like this. I don't know if I ate a bad meal at night. Suddenly my stomach hurts. I want to go out to buy a medicine. After listening to Gu Yifan's cunning explanation, Master Lu frowned, looked him up and down with a skeptical face, and faintly said, You brat, you'd better be telling the truth. Ahem. Gu Yifan was choked by Moncler Outlet Store his words, and he hurriedly said, Moncler Outlet Store? It's true. It's truer than a pearl. Yes? I think you kids are just a little slick. Grandpa Lu glanced at him with a look of disgust. Gu Yifan, straight face. He really wanted to say, Moncler, you are a good judge of people. Just say it and he'll really be wandering the campus feeding mosquitoes tonight. It's true. Moncler, tell you what, if you don't believe me, I'll call our homeroom teacher and have him tell you. Gu Yifan thought for a moment, then babbled in a serious manner. Seeing his face of certainty, Moncler Outlet Online frowned a little half-believe half-doubt said, okay, so late also do not need to call your class teacher. You hurry out to buy the medicine on the finish back. Hearing this, Gu Yifan's eyes lit up. Wait, just when he was secretly glad that he thought he could muddle through and was ready to bolt, the doorman, Mr. Lu, suddenly opened his mouth and called out to him. The pace of Gu Yifan's feet slightly stalled, and he turned his head to look at Moncler Outlet Store him somewhat awkwardly and spoke. What's wrong, Moncler? Check in and you get out. If anything happens, I'll have to call you. Lu Moncler Outlet Online took out this registration form from the table at the window and handed it to him, saying faintly, yes. Without hesitation, Gu Yifan took the registration form handed over by the older man and wrote down, Senior Class 6, Wang Zibo, a few big words. All right, get out, go and come back. After he finished writing, the grandfather took the registration form and glanced at it, which waved his hand and let him out. Okay, Gu Yifan's heart was quietly relieved, and then ran away in a puff of smoke, without a moment's notice. Yes, that's right, run away. Grandpa Lu looked at Gu Yifan's fleet-footed figure and was a little confused for a moment. This nigga, where does it look like a stomachache and discomfort? Careless, fooled by this little brat. Must be the guy who stays up in the middle of the night again and sneaks out to surf the internet cafes. Sophomore Class 6, Wang Zibo, right? I'll remember you. Grandpa. The doorman, Mr. Lu, looked at the registration form in his hand and gritted his teeth. He turned back to the security room, began to look for the school teacher's phone records, intending to contact the sophomore class teacher tomorrow to give Wang Zibo a little color. Achoo, achoo, achoo. At this time, far away in the Tsuehu district in their own room is beautifully playing the game of Wang Zibo suddenly a series of several sneezes. Holy, caught a cold? Is one so weak? No, it shouldn't. I haven't even been gluing much lately. He mumbled something under his breath as he pulled the tissue from the table and blew his nose, tossing it into the trash. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Choices are for children, and I want them all. Gluing. Speaking of this, Wang Zibo's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like it's been a long time since I've played this game. Well, hit it again. Just once. And start quitting again tomorrow. Thinking about it again. He suddenly came to be sexually interested, so he muttered to himself again. Say it and do it. Ka-ching. He got up and walked to the door of his room, gently unlocking it before sitting back down in front of his computer, casually clicking the game in progress to surrender and exit directly. Gee, would it be better to be an electrician today? Or a bus driver? Or a takeaway courier? Or a tutor? Wang Zibo's mouth muttered in a small voice. As he spoke, he didn't forget to pull a large handful of tissues from the tissue box and clutch them in his hand, just in case. Well, kids are the ones making the choices. I want them all. After pondering for a moment, he made up his mind right then and there, finally stretching out his hands. His fingertips crackled on the keyboard, and in no time at all, that familiar interface appeared on the computer screen. If Gu Yifan saw this scene, he probably couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Nima. It's amazing that this dog Baron thing can memorize these URLs. Talent. Just as Wang Zibo was practicing the left-right combat game alone against the computer screen. At this time, Gu Yifan also took a cab back to the neighborhood. He was about to try to take the elevator upstairs when he suddenly remembered something. So he turned around and headed inside the underground parking lot. Right, where did I park that car again? As he walked up the stairs, Gu Yifan suddenly couldn't remember where the car that the system had gifted him earlier was parked. So it was in his own mind frantically calling out to the system. Dog system, come on rough system. However, the system was speechless, but still informed Gu Yifan of the parking space where the car was located. Parked in parking space number 305 in the underground parking lot was a car that was completely covered by a black car coat. Gu Yifan didn't hesitate and walked straight up to directly lift the car coat. At this moment, he finally saw the system's so-called modified scumbag's exclusive car, the Mercedes G63. There is one thing, from the appearance of the car, Gu Yifan did not find the car with the ordinary model of Mercedes-Benz G63 have any difference, but this car compared with the ordinary off-road vehicles, it does look good value. Well, is pretty tie. No wonder so many scumbags like to drive this car in the latter days. None other. It's a face on the line. Though for those fairies, it doesn't matter if the car is faceless or not. It just has that label anyway. But, on the basis of this face alone, both men and women will be impressed. The main focus is one of dominance and teeness. Originally, Gu Yifan wanted to say sit in and test drive it to see if it was as amazing as the system said. Except he suddenly remembered that he hadn't brought his car keys out with him. This is hopeless. Ding. System warm reminder, this vehicle can be unlocked using the face and iris information recognition function. The system has recorded all the information for the host. The host close to the door can be unlocked. Just then, the system's voice once again sounded in Gu Yifan's mind. It's even possible? Gu Yifan froze for a moment and muttered something under his breath. With that, he approached the door, and with a drop, the vehicle was automatically unlocked. Tisk. Not bad, not bad. It really is worthy of the system. Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction before opening the car door and sitting on the main driver's seat. After entering the car, Gu Yifan realized that although the interior of the vehicle looked similar to that of a normal Mercedes-Benz G63, the degree of luxury was far from being comparable to that of a normal model, especially the rear space of that vehicle. The regular model is cramped as hell and is basically unseatable, and this one has been modified by the system. The car back row space is very sufficient, even if sitting on the last three men like his height old dog are more than enough. Tisk. Yes, Gu Yifan once again nodded with satisfaction and said, after looking inside the car once, Gu Yifan directly started the car. Boom! The V8 engine, unique to the system-modified vehicle, roared up like a beast. This sound, completely different from the ordinary model of Mercedes-Benz G63. Well, how to say it? This sound in comparison, let a person listen to feel very cool and comfortable. If it is not because the time is already very late, Gu Yifan high and low to drive out to play 2 rounds. After sitting in the car and feeling it and smoking a cigarette, Gu Yifan got out of the car. There's a license. I won't have to ride my bike or take a taxi to school starting tomorrow, but there's a catch to driving this car. None other. It's so tawdry. If you really drive inside the school, you'll probably be mobbed. So even if you drive out, you have to find a parking lot near the school and park your car before you walk to the school. Anyway, when there's nothing necessary, it's better to try not to drive inside the school to avoid unnecessary trouble. The main thing was that Gu Yifan didn't want to be surrounded like a monkey. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan locked the car door and turned to take the elevator upstairs. Gu Yifan just opened the door to his home and saw his dad and mom staring at him. Dad, Mom, you guys still up? Frozen for a moment, he casually said as he changed his shoes. What took you so long? Chen Dongmei didn't reply to his words and instead opened her mouth to ask. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled. Sent Xinghe back to school. Didn't you guys know that? Yes? You left the house at 9:30. It's almost 12 now. You sent someone to Minnesota, didn't you? Chen Dongmei skimmed her mouth and said with a speechless expression. Ahem. I went for a milk tea and a chat with her on the way, so there was a delay. Gu Yifan said with a well-intentioned lie. The main thing is that he was afraid to say that the two walk back to school at night. His mom will think that the two are crazy. Oh. Upon hearing this, although Chen Dongmei was a bit skeptical in her heart, she didn't dwell on it anymore. She turned her head to her husband and the two of them locked eyes. Gu Jiagui instantly understood, so he turned his head to Gu Yifan, who had already changed his slippers, and spoke. Son, come here for a moment. I have something to say to you. At those words, Gu Yifan frowned. However, although he felt that his dad and mom were a little weird today, he still nodded, then walked over to the sofa and sat down looking at his dad and asked, Dad, what's the matter? You say. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Are you in love with Qinghua? Here comes mom's advice. Well, son, you're an adult now, and there are some things as well that I still have to remind you of. Gu Jiagua pondered for a moment, then spoke. Seeing his dad's serious face, Gu Yifan also subconsciously sat up straight and spoke somewhat weakly. No, Dad, your serious face is making me a bit flustered. What happened to our family? Or did you take a bribe? Gujarat. Hearing his son's words, he was filled with black lines. Can't this asshole wish himself well? Brat, what are you talking about? Your dad, am I that kind of guy me? Gu Jiangwo said with a black face. He was about to blow up with anger. Ahem. No, Dad, I'm just worried about you making a mistake. That's all. Ha. Seeing that his dad was angry, Gu Yifan opened his mouth weakly with some embarrassment. Ouch. Say something. Wheeze. It's better if I do the talking. At this time, the Chen Dongmei on the side just couldn't stand to watch. She took over and opened her mouth. Son, your father and I just want to ask you, what exactly is your relationship with Qinghe now? She looked at Gu Yifan and spoke directly. When he finished speaking, he looked at him steadily, waiting for his answer. Gu Yifan, straight face. After all this time, that's what you want to ask, isn't it? He was a little speechless, thought something big was going on at home. Just friends from school, don't you know that? Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Yes? Chen Dongmei glanced at him and said faintly, Do you think your father and I will believe it? Or what? What more do you want to be related? Gu Yifan said with a somewhat uncomfortable stiff upper lip. Whether it is or not, you know it in your own heart. Chen Dongmei said with some disdain. Oh yes, Then she thought for a moment and added, "We know all about why you fell down the stairs before. At first we thought you really couldn't think of jumping off the building because you were rejected for confessing your love for Little Lemon. I didn't realize that you accidentally fell down the stairs to save Chingha. What about a hero saving the day? That could work. You kid, you're hiding deep enough." With that said, she looked to her son with some meaningful eyes. Gu Yifan. Straight face. "No, when did I hide it? I told you guys back then that it wasn't because of Han Lemon. It was you guys who didn't believe me." "Okay," Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly and breathlessly. "Oh yeah? Is there such a thing? Why don't I remember?" Chen Dongmei said with some doubt. Gu Yifan. "Gotta. It's a waste of time to talk about it. I knew it was. Oops. None of this matters. What's important is that your father and I want to tell you that if you do become friends with Chingha, we have no objections, and even raise our hands in favor of it. Save yourself the trouble of having to follow the daughter of Han's dirty family all day long, like a pug. Although Little Lemon is nice, and you also grew up together again and know each other, but in the opinion of your father and I, her character is not suitable for you, but even though we know she's not right for you, until then, if you really want to be with her, we won't object. But, it's different now. You can only choose one between Little Lemon Child and Changhe." Chen Dongmei spoke with a serious face. After she finished, Gu Yifan fell silent. Half a day later, only one to choose from? Gu Yifan raised his head to look at his mom and spoke weakly with some intention. "I want all of them, can I?" Chen Dongmei, her eyes glared as she coldly said, "You brat, say that again if you're capable. Look at that. That's human talk. How did you give birth to such assholes yourself?" Not only her, but Gu Jiaguo on the side was also stunned. "This brat, how dare he be so bold? Still want all of them? Why don't you go to heaven?" He hadn't even settled the score with him for what had just happened, but he had said such treacherous words again. His face darkened a few more times again. "Oops. Mom, don't be mad. I'm just kidding. You don't know what kind of person your son I am. I am an extremely serious and responsible person in my relationship." Gu Yifan saw that his mom was angry and hurriedly patted his chest and opened his mouth to explain. Hoo. Chen Dongmei panted heavily. She was about to explode with anger. "And against you, trying to be a modern-day Chin Shimmy are you? If you dare to do that, I'll break your dog's legs first." She glared at Gu Yifan and huffed. Gu Yifan. "Oops. I'm really kidding, not to mention, I'm not in a relationship right now. Besides, Mom, I'm going to take the college entrance exam in less than 2 months. Is it really okay for you to talk to me about this lovey-dovey stuff now?" He said somewhat helplessly. "Che, say it like you don't get into flings if I don't. Man, one must always face reality." Chen Dongmei deflated her mouth and said with a disdainful face, "But you've certainly improved lately since you haven't spent all day around human Little Lemon's ass like you used to. Not bad. It seems, that building wasn't jumped in vain." After a moment's thought, she spoke again. Gu Yifan was once again speechless. This old mom of his has really different brain circuits. "Okay, I'm not going to bull **** you either. I don't care what's going on between you and Chingha and Little Lemonade. In short, I only have one request, and that's not to hurt Chingha. Chingha, this child's life is already bitter enough. Don't add more bitterness to it. That way, God won't be able to look on." Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't speak, Chen Dongmei straightened her face and said with a serious and earnest face. It was the first time Gu Yifan had seen his mom look so serious. He also put away his playful face and nodded with a serious face. "Mom, I understand and know what to do. Don't worry. Well, you're an adult. Just know it in your own mind. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I have to remind you of again. Our family is a liberal and democratic family. Your father and I are enlightened people. You can talk about friends now. We will not ask. But the college entrance examination is approaching. Don't because of these things all day ai, affecting their own and other people's studies on the line." Chen Dongmei thought for a moment and spoke again. I know. Don't worry." Gu Yifan nodded and said, "Gotta. I won't say anything more than that. That's enough of that. Get your ass in the shower and go to bed. Don't interfere with my time with your father." Chen Dongmei waved her hand and faintly said, "Gu Yifan." Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 71. Is there really pure friendship between men and women? It was already 12 o'clock in the evening when Gu Yifan came out of the shower. At this time in the living room has disappeared the figure of his father and mother. I do not know whether they have just been angry with themselves. Back to the room to practice trumpet to go. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan blew his hair dry before returning to his bedroom as well. Lying on his bed, he casually picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, finding several unread QQ messages. Clicking on it, he found that it was sent by Su Chingha that Bean, asking if he had arrived home yet and saying good night to him. And not a word was said about what happened by the Lotus Pond this evening, as if nothing had happened. Gu Yifan looked at the time and realized that it was already more than 12 o'clock in the morning of the next day. and after thinking about it he returned a message. Yifun is so annoying, I just came back to talk to my parents for a while without looking at my cell phone. Drip 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 drip. Just as soon as his message was sent, Su Chingha on the other end of the phone replied, July Greenleaf, it's okay, I know. Seeing Su Chingha's reply, Gu Yifun first froze for a moment. This bean is estimated to have been holding his cell phone waiting for his message. Alright, go to sleep. Good night. See you tomorrow. Gu Yifun shook his head helplessly, then typed a reply. July Greenwood, good night, see you tomorrow. After putting down his cell phone, Gu Yifun was also ready to sleep. The lights went out. The entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. Gu Yifun lying on the bed looking out of the window through the white gauze window irradiated in a little moonlight sprinkled on the ceiling. Suddenly his mind constantly flashed through the words of his own mother. In fact, he just said it was all in jest. It was already impossible between him and Han Lemon, and it was already considered good enough to be normal friends. In the past, he'd often heard people say that they could still be friends after a breakup or something like that, and every time he'd heard it he'd scoffed a little. Just as there is pure friendship between men and women, a topic that has been controversial on the internet, the answer is all no. After the breakup can still be friends, only each other in the heart there is still a trace of fantasy, thinking of the day to be able to meet to play a gun just. And is there really pure friendship between men and women? This point in fact everyone has a number in their hearts. Small time may really be there, but we're grown up. Those who still say what between men and women really have pure friendship guy, just want to use the excuse of pure friendship to do some love to do things. These are, in fact, clear in the minds of everyone, men and women alike. It's just a way of hiding behind that and comforting your heart. Although Gu Yifun and Han Lime have never really been together between the two of them, and it has been Gu Yifun's wishful thinking for so many years, but since they can't be lovers, let's be strangers. It's better for each other. Deep love doesn't work, loving each other does. This was a truth that Gu Yifun had lived for decades in his previous life and did not understand until the moment he died. Fortunately, God saw his pity for being a lickspill and gave him a chance for a do-over. Gu Yifun, who was lying on the bed, smiled to himself, shaking his head. Gu Yifun got rid of the emotions in his mind, then slowly closed his eyes. There was no talk all night. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Yifun woke up at 5:30 as usual. It can't be helped. Since the 100-day pledge meeting, the morning reading class time for seniors has also begun to advance, with the beautiful name of competing for time. But it's good that the morning reading class has been brought forward, curing a lot of people's bedridden sickness. That includes himself. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Gu Yifun's father and mother had not yet gotten up. He had already washed up and went out, took the elevator straight to the underground parking lot. After unlocking the vehicle, Gu Yifun got into his exclusive Mercedes-Benz G63. After first sending a message to Su Chingha, telling her to wait for herself at the school entrance, Gu Yifun ignited the car and started it. Boom! With a roar of a car engine, the car slowly pulled out of the underground parking lot. At this time this side of the girls' dormitory, Su Chingha has also long been washed up. She will be her textbooks packed up. Do not want to wake up the roommates so they tiptoe out the door. Having just arrived downstairs in the girls' dormitory, she had wanted to go to the school cafeteria to pack breakfast when she received a message from Gu Yifun. Seeing that Gu Yifun told himself to wait for him at the school entrance, he obediently reversed his direction towards the direction of the school's main entrance. At this time, as the time is still early, there are not many pedestrians coming and going in the campus, and the air in the early morning is very good, which gives people a feeling of relaxation. The sound of birds chirping from the banyan trees lining the school road added to the vibrancy of the whole campus. Su Ching has soon arrived at the school's main entrance. Gu Yifun didn't let her wait for long. After about 10 minutes, he appeared not far from the school entrance in that black Mercedes Big G. From afar, he saw Su Chingha, who was wearing a school uniform, standing quietly on the side of the road in front of the school. With a slight smile, Gu Yifun drove the car straight to a slow stop in front of her. Bobby A. Gu Yifun gently honked the horn twice, and Su Chingha, who was in a daze, was startled. She looked a little puzzled at the car that had suddenly appeared in front of her, thinking that she was blocking someone's path, so she was ready to back up a little. Just then, the car window rolled down, only to see a handsome and incomparable face sticking out of the window shouting at himself, "Bean, get in!" It was only then that Su Chingha realized that the person in the car was Gu Yifun. Ooh-hoo! There was no time to think about it, and she nodded hastily before going around to the passenger seat and pulling open the door. Although the position was a bit high, but fortunately Su Chingha's 6'8" height wasn't too short, and she easily sat up. Bean, the car door isn't shut tight. Use some force, Gu Yifun reminded. Ooh-hoo! Su Chingha nodded, then opened the car door again and reclosed it once more. Only she didn't dare to push. and the car door remained open. Seeing this, Gu Yifan had no choice but to speak. "I'll do it." With that, he unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over, ready to close the door behind him. It was only his movements and posture that caused Su Qinghe's body to stiffen in vain. The distance between their bodies was less than 2 centimeters at this point, and Gu Yifan only needed to move forward a little to kiss Su Qinghe's pink red lips. Gu Yifan's scent that smelled so good like the fresh scent of shower gel hit his face, and Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. She lightly bit her red lips, her body not daring to move at all. Bang! Gu Yifan pulled hard and the car door closed. He didn't notice Su Qinghe's dissimilarity and spoke while closing the car door. "The door of this car has to be closed very hard, so don't be afraid of breaking it." Seeing Su Qinghe did not say anything, Gu Yifan then noticed something wrong. "Yesterday I was not feeling well and went to bed early. Sorry for the first chapter of today's copy. The update is here. Also, all you bigwigs out there who have monthly recommendations, throw in some stats. Nothing else? It looks slightly better that way. Thanks." End of chapter. Chapter 72, A Chance Encounter with Han Lemon. Wu Xiaoyan, dog blood love triangle? Gu Yifan turned around violently. Looking at the pink and red lips close at hand, he froze for a moment at first. Taking another look, he found that Su Qinghe's small face had long been red like a ripe tomato. "Your cheeks are like ripe tomatoes in a field. I just want to kiss your stubborn mouth at the moment." Gu Yifan's mind was constantly echoing the melody of the song at the moment. "Can you let go of me?" Noticing Gu Yifan's dissimilarity, Su Qinghe said weakly with a small red face, on the verge of tears. It was only when he heard her voice that Gu Yifan came back to his senses. "Ahem. That. I was just trying to close the car door. Nothing more." Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice and said with some embarrassment. "Aha." Su Qinghe nodded with a small red face and didn't say anything more. "That. Time is getting late. I'm hungry. Let's go have breakfast." Gu Yifan hurriedly changed the topic. After saying that, he didn't look at Su Qinghe again and started the car to drive towards the opposite side of the school entrance. Just as the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, were sitting at a roadside noodle stall eating small noodles. Across the street by the crosswalk, Han Lemon and her tablemate and best friend Wu Xiaoyan were talking and laughing as they waited for the traffic light. Suddenly, Wu Xiaoyan saw Gu Yifan, so she tapped Han Lemon beside her and spoke. Little Lemon, is that guy over there Gu Yifan?" Following the direction of her finger, Han Lim saw the scene where Gu Yifan was chucking meat into Su Qinghe's bowl. She froze for a moment, then her face instantly sank. Wu Xiaoyan didn't notice the change in Han Lemon's face. She continued to speak to herself. "It seems like it's really him. Is the girl next to him the poor schoolgirl Su Qinghe? Little Lemon, should we go over and say hello?" "No, go. If you want to go, go yourself," Han Lemon said in a cold tone. Wu Xiaoyan also noticed something wrong with Han Lemon at this time. She suddenly remembered that Gu Yifan hadn't come to Han Lemon in this recent period. Knowing that in the past, Gu Yifan couldn't wait to stick to Han Lemon at all times. Originally, she thought it was because the two of them were just having a small conflict over their last confession. There was also the fact that it was almost the college entrance exam, and everyone was busy studying, so it was normal that Gu Yifan didn't come around every day like he used to, so he didn't put too much stock in it. But now, looking at Han Lemon's attitude, it seems like they're still at odds up to now, right? Suddenly, she remembered that during this period of time there seemed to be gossip information circulating in the grades that Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe seemed to be together. Previously, she had scoffed at the rumor. After all, while others didn't know how deep the feelings between Gu Yifan and Han Lim were, she knew exactly what was going on. But now, in this case, it seems like there's really some story here. Right. She suddenly remembered what Han Lemon had said to herself in tears in the park over a month ago about Gu Yifan not wanting her anymore. At the time, she just thought Han Lemon was angry and rambling, and didn't take it seriously. Could it be that Gu Yifan has really moved on, doesn't like Han Lim anymore, and is with Su Qinghe? I'll rub it in. Could it be a doggone love triangle where he likes her, she likes him, and she likes him? For a while, Wu Xiaoyan's mind played out a dogged love triangle idol script. She turned her head to sneak a glance at Han Lim, her eyes a little complicated. That's not true. It shouldn't be. With her knowledge of Han Lemon's character, there was no way she wouldn't have told herself if this was really the case. But why didn't this girl, Han Lemon, tell herself about this? Is there some kind of ulterior motive here? Is that why she didn't tell herself? Wu Xiaoyan's mind rambled too. Just then, she suddenly realized that somehow the green light had come on, and there was less than 10 seconds left. Oops, green light. Little Lemon, let's go. Too late to think about it. Wu Xiaoyan pulled Han Lim's hand and said, I've suddenly lost my appetite, so I'm going back to class. Han Lemon turned his head to Wu Xiaoyan and then turned to walk inside the school on his own. Wu Xiaoyan was a bit confused. Looking at Han Lemon's headless back, she froze in place for a moment. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, who were not far away, then turned her head to look at Han Lam's back. Looks like it's more complicated than you thought, Wu Xiaoyan muttered under her breath. Then he turned around and chased towards Han Lemon's side. Little Lemon, wait for me As for Gu Yifan's side, at this time, he was already full. As he got up to get a tissue, he suddenly saw Wu Xiaoyan, who was chasing after Han Lemon. He froze for a moment, but didn't take it seriously. Here, wipe your mouth. Gu Yifan handed Su Qinghe a tissue and opened his mouth. Aha, thanks. Su Qinghe took the tissue and opened her mouth in a small voice to thank her. After another moment, Su Qinghe also finished her noodles. The two then got up and checked out and left. As for the car, Gu Yifan had already found a parking lot to park it in front of him, so the two of them could just walk now. When Gu Yifan returned to the classroom, it was already 6:50 in the morning. There's less than 10 minutes left before the morning reading session. By now, the classroom was almost full. Also, even Wang Zibo, that lazy, was there, so that meant that basically everyone in the class was there. Good morning, Van. Hey, Gu Yifan had just sat down when that guy Wang Zibo turned his head and hemmed and hawed at him. You're so happy, dog. You picked up money on your way to school? Gu Yifan glanced at him and said casually. Aha, Wang Zibo's eyes suddenly glared. Van, how did you know? He looked at Gu Yifan with a face of shocked essence and said, Gu Yifan, I'm just saying it. Okay. Gu Yifan was a bit speechless. Could it be that this mouth of his had opened up today? He thought darkly in his mind. Van, I won't lie to you I did just pick up $5 on the curb on my way to school. Hey, Wang Zibo came to Gu Yifan's ear and whispered with a lewd face. Immediately after that, he opened his mouth to talk to Gu Yifan loudly about this matter. Brother Fan, I tell you at that time, not only I saw this $5, there is also a, stop, listening to him pressing on his ears like a fly. Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted to stop. Burp. Wang Zibo froze for a moment as he said with some confusion. Pa. Under his puzzled gaze, Gu Yifan pulled out $10 and slapped it on the table. Damn, if you didn't know, you'd think you'd picked up millions. Here's $10, take it and leave me alone. Wang Zibo. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Perfect Score in Language? The shock of the crowd. Van, what are you doing? Am I the type of person who loves money? Wang Zibo said righteously. Pa. Another 50 was dumped in front of him. Brother Van, you're a good judge of character. Wang Zibo's eyes lit up and he hurriedly stuffed the $60 on the table into his pocket. That. Brother Fan, are you thirsty? Do you want me to get you some water? Are you tired? Do you want me to massage you? Ha. He looked at Gu Yifan with a flattering face and opened his mouth. Get out. Gu Yifan slanted a glance at him and said expressionlessly. Okay. Jingle bells dash. Soon the bell rang for the morning reading class. The language class representative was just about to yell at everyone to take out their textbooks and read in the morning when the class teacher, Yi Xiangying, came in from outside the classroom door holding a pile of thick test papers. She waved her hand at the crowd and said, Morning reading is cancelled today. Class reps come up here and help hand out the practice exams. Wow. Upon hearing this, the crowd in the classroom began to riot. I go to exam paper this changed out? That's fast enough. Yes. What if I suddenly get a little nervous? I feel like I failed the test. Many people on stage began to whisper. In order to take care of everyone's emotions, nowadays they usually don't read out the names one by one and report the scores like they used to do in junior high school. In the tense atmosphere of the crowd, the language class representative Li Mingho walked up to the podium and took the test papers from the hands of the class teacher Yi Xiangying and began to distribute them according to the names. In no time, quite a few people had gotten their test papers. Some got them with a surprised smile spreading across their faces. Some collapsed instantly, and others were expressionless, with a face that had nothing to hang on to. When he saw the paper scores of a few people who have always scored higher in the language of the class in his hands, the corner of Li Mingho's mouth slightly hooked up. It seems that this time the class is still the first in their own language. LOL. Life is so lonely as snow. There's no one who can fight. Only the few top language students in class 1 could touch base with themselves. He thought darkly in his mind. Han Lemon. Here's your paper. You did well. 125 points. Ho ho ho. Li Myung-ho said with a fawning smile. His square face covered in pimples was about to turn into a chrysanthemum. Thanks. Han Lemon picked up his own test paper without lifting his head and said expressionlessly. Li Myung-ho didn't care at all about Han Lemon's attitude either. After all, the school goddess. It's normal to be a little grumpy and more high-strung. I already don't know how many people are envious of the fact that I can see her every day in the same class as her. Not to mention, talking so close. With a slight smile, he turned around and continued distributing the test papers, and soon came to Gu Yifan and their side. 96 points? When Wang Zibo's paper was handed out, Li Mingho froze for a moment. He gave Wang Zibo a somewhat surprised and somewhat incredulous look. Class rep, is it my turn? At this time, Wang Zibo was already somewhat impatient to say, yes, it's your turn. Li Mingho hastily withdrew his own gaze and handed over the test paper in his hand and said, 96 points? When Wang Zibo saw the score of his paper, his eyes lit up slightly. Finally on the passing line. Hey, he said with a happy face, you should know that before this, he usually lasted about 80 points in languages. Wang Zibo, you can do it. You've improved a lot this time. Keep up the good work. He patted Wang Zibo's shoulder and said with a faint smile, with a look of I think highly of you. Wang Zibo was immersed in joy and didn't care about this. Seeing his ecstatic look, Li Mingho deflated his mouth in his heart some disdain. Only 96 points to be happy like this, then his own 135 points that is not going to the sky? This one hasn't seen the world. The pattern is still too small. He glanced at Wang Zibo, shook slightly nor said anything else, and continued to distribute the test papers according to the names on them. Suddenly, his eyes were as wide as bull's eyes, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. 150 points? He froze for a moment, lifting his hand to wipe his eyes, then glanced back down at the test paper in his hand. The bright red 150 points on it fast blinding his dog's eyes. He took another hasty look at the name of the owner of the paper. Gu Yifan? His eyes doubled in size once again, his eyeballs almost popping out all over. Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw him standing in front of him, looking like he had seen a ghost. No way, how could he score so high? And 150 points, how can that score even exist? The homeroom teacher must have made a mistake. Yes, it must be. Li Mingho stood in place somewhat spellbound and said to himself, Hearing the vague self-talk coming out of Li Mingho's mouth, Gu Yifan's frown tightened. Talking to myself? No, what did this guy do? Demonic? He thought breathlessly in his mind. Teacher, there's something wrong with this paper. Just then, Li Mingho suddenly raised his head and shouted at Yi Hangyang on the podium. Gu Yifan was taken aback by his sudden move. Convex, *******, dish. What's this dog coin thing? What's gotten into you? He glanced at Li Mingho, and if it wasn't for the crowd, he would have wanted to stand up and wrench him to death on the spot in a couple of handfuls. What's wrong with you in the middle of the day? Li Mingho's voice was so loud that for a moment, everyone couldn't help but freely cast their gazes this way. And Yi Xiangying, who was originally sitting next to the podium and looking at the test papers, also frowned at the words. She stood up and looked at Li Mingho and spoke. Class rep, what's wrong with the test paper? Teacher, the score written on this paper is 150. Is this a mistake by the corrections teacher? Li Mingho held up the test paper of Gu Yifan in his hand and opened his mouth. Wow! Everyone in the class looked shocked when they heard him say that the paper score was 150. 150 points? Isn't that a perfect score? It's ing language. There's someone in our class who got a perfect 150 in language? The crowd began to stir, each one shocked beyond words. And Yi Hangyang on the podium was instantly enlightened in her heart after hearing Li Mingho's words. Originally, she was thinking of talking about this matter after distributing the test papers, but she didn't think that Li Mingho was the first to question it. However, she could understand Li Mingho's questioning. After all, she was shocked in her heart when she got this test paper earlier. In that case, explain yourself. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiangying spoke faintly. Class representative? There is nothing wrong with the marks on this paper. End of chapter. Chapter 74, One Bad Button Up. Shocked and shocked again? Yes, everyone heard right. Our class did have a student who achieved a perfect score in language on this citywide mock test. Yi Xiangying looked at the audience on stage and said slowly, having received her exact affirmation, everyone in the room couldn't help but stare in disbelief, especially Li Mingho. At this moment, his mouth was slightly open, and the hand holding the test paper couldn't help but tremble. With an incredulous face, he turned his head violently to look at Gu Yifan, seemingly wanting to say something, but unable to speak for a moment. Gu Yifan saw him looking at himself with a shocked face and probably had an answer in his heart. That's right. Who else could have gotten a perfect score in this language? Originally, he had thought that essays should be more or less intentionally deducted by so much as 1 or 2 points, which was what language teachers had always done. They many times in order to avoid students' proud essay above will deduct so 1 or 2 points. So the college entrance examination often appears some people language score will love usually on so many points. In the person who says that everyone has a different understanding of reading and composing, it's not unusual to deduct so much as a point or two. I didn't realize that I hadn't deducted any points for this one. Not bad, not bad. It seems that the teachers of the first middle school in the mountain city still know what they're doing, Gu Yifan secretly thought shamelessly in his heart. He was calm, but the rest of the class was blowing up. For a while, waves of shock were raised in everyone's hearts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Coward. I can't believe it's true. No way. How can someone get a perfect 150 in language? Doesn't he even get points deducted for essays? I'm going to. Our class? Who is it? Holy, when did we have such a great god in our class? Yeah, I'm curious now. Who was the one who got a perfect score in language? Me too. 1. The people on stage were talking and speculating, and Yi Xiangying didn't sell out. She scanned the crowd on stage for a while, and her eyes finally settled on Gu Yifan's body. After withdrawing her gaze, she looked at the crowd and slowly spoke. Well, I was originally going to talk to you all about this in a little while, but since the class rep raised this query, then I'll talk to you all about this. As her words fell, everyone turned their gazes to her, waiting for her answer with a curious look on their faces. That emotional sense of pull is so authentic. Well, I'm sure you're all wondering who this student is. I'm not going to keep you all in suspense. The one who scored a perfect score on this language mock exam is none other than Gu Yifan from our class. Yi Xiangying looked at the crowd and slowly spoke. When they heard the name Gu Yifan, everyone there was once again in shock. Oh, my god. Wang Zibo was the first to react, and he turned back with a jerk, looking at Gu Yifan in front of him with a shocked face. Van, did I hear you right? Just now the homeroom teacher was talking about you getting a perfect 150 in language arts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bullish, he said with some cockiness, the little look as if he had gotten a 150 on his language test. Compared to his cockiness, Gu Yifan, who had already prepared his heart, was much more calm. Mo chicken, calm down. Gu Yifan looked at him with a calm face and spoke faintly. Wang Zibo first froze for a moment, and in the next second, he was excited again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother Fan, this is 150 points. Full marks in language. I can't calm down. Gu Yifan. And at this moment, the large doll-like eyes of Han Lemon, who was sitting in the center of the diagonal corner, also brightened slightly, and she couldn't help but tighten her small fists, her eyes flashing with the slightest bit of surprise, but more than anything else, she was happy. At this point, it was as if she had forgotten that Gu Yifan had just pissed her off this morning. Wow, I go. Full marks in language is actually Gu Yifan. Yeah, that really didn't occur to me. The #1 perfect score in language arts inside all the high schools in the city. If this were on the college entrance exam, it would be a single subject perfect score. Gu Yifan, this grizzly, usually didn't see so powerful. I didn't expect this time to take a full score in language without saying a word. Awesome. Envious. The people in the class whispered once again as they came back to their senses. Because although Gu Yifan's usual grades were among the top, he had never scored this high. That's a perfect score in language. What an amazing achievement that comes along once in hundreds of years. However, just as they were shocked and incredulous, the next words of the class teacher, Yi Xiangying, directly detonated everyone present. Papa, quiet. Everyone settle down. I haven't finished my sentence yet. Everyone be quiet and hear me out. Yi Xiangying clapped his hands, signaling the crowd to be quiet before speaking again. Aha! The crowd in the classroom turned their eyes to her once again for a moment, all of their eyes filled with confusion. Well, this time in the city's mock unified examination, not only the highest score in a single subject came from our class, but the first place in the total score of the city's mock unified examination also came from our class. Yi Xiangying leaned over the podium with her hands as she looked at the crowd and slowly said, hiss. As soon as her words left her mouth, the entire classroom collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. The crowd was so stunned for a moment that they could no longer say anything. Nima, it's #1 in the city. This gold content can be more fierce than just Gu Yifan's single subject language full marks to come up. All the schools in the city have at least 20,000 seniors combined. Even if they are divided into arts and sciences, that's at least 10,000 people. Among so many people to take the city's total score first, that can mean that Qingbei is already in the bag. And even if you don't take the entrance exam, the school estimates that you will be directly guaranteed to go to any college or university in the country. Any university in the country. Take your pick. It's been a decade of hard work and study for this, isn't it? For a time, apart from shock and curiosity in the hearts of everyone present, all that was left was envy. Right at this moment, Yi Xiangying spoke again. Of course, besides being #1 overall in the city, the #1 in every single subject is also in our class. Crowd. This. Everyone's eyes widened once again, and they looked at the homeroom teacher on the podium with an expression as if they had seen a ghost. Numb. The series of shocks was so great that they could hardly carry it in their hearts. Yi Xiangying was very satisfied with the reaction of the class, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You know, last night when the results of various subjects were tallied. When she knew the news, it was lying in bed tossing and turning, so excited that she couldn't sleep for the whole night. She even woke her husband up from his sleep in the latter part of the night and rewarded him 3 times for his excitement. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Stars in the Sky? Awesome, Brother Van. An entire evening passed because of this news, and she was excited beyond words. Can't sleep at all. Until this morning time, Yi Xiangying husband looked at her that is still excited and excited. Scared even breakfast cannot care about eating. Panicked to run to the company. There's no way around it. If he didn't run, he felt like he would die. Sure enough, you can't mess with a woman in her 30s or 40s. It's true that the ancients did not deceive me. As soon as she remembered her husband's last words before he ran away, Yi Xiangying couldn't help but have a slight blush on her old face. It was just that the crowd on stage was still immersed in shock and didn't fail to notice this scene of hers. But there's one thing to be said for that. It's good to be happy. Rumor has it that a harmonious relationship can really make a person's skin look better, too. I didn't realize it was true. Even though she hadn't slept all night yesterday, her skin was still rosy and smooth this morning, and she didn't even feel tired at all. But it is fortunate that her husband was affected by their own night did not sleep well. It seems that tonight to go back to him to make some delicious treats for him to be able to do. Oops, what a mess one is thinking about. Yi Xiangying, who suddenly reacted to the fact that she was in a classroom, hurriedly shook her head to get rid of the distractions in her mind. Ahem, she straightened her color, then looked at the crowd under the stage and slowly opened her mouth again. By the way, I forgot to mention that the one who achieved these amazing results is all the same person. Crowd. Yes, you heard right. The person who achieved the first place in the city's total score and the first place in the city's single subject score in this mock general examination are all the same person. He's Gu Yifan from our class. This exam, student Gu Yifan achieved the proud result of full marks in all subjects. Yi Xiangying exclaimed with a sense of cockiness. Wow. In an instant, everyone's eyes all gathered on Gu Yifan's body. Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed, but on the surface, he still looked as calm as if nothing had happened. Asterisk. All perfect scores. First in the city? Van. Awesome. Just then, Wang Zibo, who was sitting in front of Gu Yifan, suddenly jumped up and shouted. In the next second, all the gazes that were still gathered on Gu Yifan shifted to him. So brave? Gu Yifan looked at his nemesis with some surprise. Degree. Feeling the burning gaze of the crowd, Wang Zibo also reacted and realized that he had said the wrong thing. His old face reddened and he scratched his head in some embarrassment, saying sardonically, don't look at me like that everyone, it's weirdly embarrassing. At this time, the class teacher on the podium, Yi Xiangying, had long since darkened her face. Wang Zibo, this is a classroom. Don't forget you're a high school student, please watch your language. She looked at Wang Zibo and said coldly, that, Mr. Yi, I was wrong, sorry. A moment of excitement. Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth and weakly admitted his mistake. I don't want to hear such vulgar words a second time. If there's a next time, you're outta here. Perhaps it was a bad mood today. Yi Xiangying did not chastise him, but only said with a cold face, okay, won't. Seeing the old woman does not pursue, Wang Zibo quietly relieved, hastily opened his mouth to ensure that. Yi Xiangying ignored him with a grunt and turned to Gu Yifan behind him, a bright smile like a chrysanthemum blooming on her face once again. Student Gu Yifan has achieved such amazing results this time. Let us congratulate him with the loudest applause. She opened her mouth with a loud laugh. Snapped. When he finished speaking, he led the applause, and the crowd under the stage also reacted, and the whole classroom suddenly resounded like thunderous applause. Jingle bells dash. Okay, this lesson is over. Those who should go drink water should drink water. Those who should go to the bathroom should go to the bathroom. And we will continue to evaluate the test papers in a while. Accompanied by the ringing of the bell for the morning reading class, Yi Xiangying stood on the podium and waved her hand at the crowd below the stage. As soon as her words fell, boom, a group of people ran to the side of Gu Yifan's seat and chattered. Awesome, Gu Yifan, you're hiding deep enough. Tell me how you got a perfect score on this test. Van promised to pounce together as a scum. Why did you secretly take off? Yeah. For a subject like language, Gu Yifan student, you were able to get a perfect score? That's amazing. By the way, I haven't seen what a perfect language paper looks like. Gu Yifan student, lend me your full marks in language paper to study. Me too. Yes, brother fan, old fan, you'll be my big brother from now on. Pass on some learning experience. A group of people, both men and women, surrounded Gu Yifan and kept saying, Gu Yifan was a little confused as he looked at his seat that was surrounded by a sea of people. as well as the various compliments and requests for advice that kept coming from his ears. This Nima is a bit overzealous, isn't it? But he didn't let that go to his head. Although the group of grifters in front of him did gossip a bit sometimes, he knew that the big guys basically didn't have any bad intentions. Stop. The papers are on the table. If you want to see them you can get them yourselves. Can that? As for the rest, let me go to the bathroom and come back. Gu Yifan said with a helpless face to the crowd that had formed a circle. Going to the bathroom? Ha, go. Let's go together. Saying that, the boys in the crowd clustered around Gu Yifan and walked towards the direction of the boys' restroom with great vigor. As for the girls, they wanted to follow, but they couldn't help that they didn't have that one long stick. He could only watch Gu Yifan being flanked by the boys. Have you guys noticed that Gu Yifan seems to have changed? Changed? Handsome? Gu Yifan has always been handsome. Okay, but recently he does seem to have become different from together. Although he was very handsome in the past, he only had that whoever in his eyes, and his attitude towards other people was cold and indifferent, and he looked like he was very bad to get along with, and people didn't really dare to get in touch with him. But now that I've made contact, he doesn't seem to actually be that bad of a guy. Yes, do you guys think he's starting to change after his failed confession? Well, it's quite possible. However, wasn't it rumored that he was with Class 5's Su Qinghe before? Do you guys think it could be true? A group of girls looked at Gu Yifan, who was as dazzling as the stars in the crowd, and whispered in a low voice, even though their voices were small. Han Lemon, who had been paying attention to the situation over here, still heard them. Her delicate little face with light makeup was instantly gloomy, and her little hand holding the water-based pen couldn't help but tighten. Her knuckles were a little white. End of chapter. Chapter 76. Su Qinghe, how to do I really do not want to wear black silk Whoa. Just as Gu Yifan was surrounded by a crowd of students, at the same time, all the senior grades in the entire mountain city were frantically circulating about a godly man who had gotten a perfect score in the mock exam. The name Gu Yifan began to be familiar to everyone. In the senior 5 classroom, Su Qinghe also knew about Gu Yifan getting full marks at this time. Qinghe, isn't that Gu Yifan from the senior class they're talking about, the one in your family? It's okay, I didn't realize that the one in your family is a schoolteacher like you. Full marks in all subjects, yeah. This score can be said to be unprecedented, right? Awesome. Su Qinghe's deskmate and roommate He Kailing came to her ear and said with surprise written all over her face, "Brush." When Su Qinghe heard her tablemate say that Gu Yifan was from her family, her little face instantly turned red. No, he's not mine, she whispered very shyly with a small red face. Che, cut it out. I don't know you yet. You two are almost Siamese twins, and you're still not your family. He Kailing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, other people may not know. She is in the same dormitory with Su Qinghe, she still doesn't know These days, Gu Yifan every day with Su Qinghe together. The two eat together after school. Sometimes at night Su Qinghe also do not go back to the dormitory to live. Sometimes Su Qinghe to go to Gu Yifan's home for dinner. Gu Yifan's mother will be forced to stay at home. Think about it and you'll know what you're doing. As for Su Qinghe's words, she just took it as her being shy and embarrassed. Su Qinghe. She was surprised for a moment that she didn't know what to say. Buzz. Just then, Su Qinghe's cell phone placed inside the drawer vibrated. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She hurriedly lowered her head and took out her cell phone from the drawer. He Kailing, who was on the side, secretly glanced at the screen and found that it showed that it was precisely Gu Yifan who had sent the message. Yak, and say it's not your house. There's nothing to say now, is there? She couldn't help but roll her eyes again with a look of disgust. Su Qinghe, her small face once again slightly red, dumbfounded, looking at the text message sent by Gu Yifan on the screen of her cell phone. For a moment she did not know what to say. He Kailing was also very sensible and didn't continue to peek at the two's messages, turning her head over to leave the space for Su Qinghe herself. Phew! Su Qinghe exhaled deeply and calmed herself down a little. Only when she finished reading the content of the text message sent by Gu Yifan, her entire small face became red once again, even redder than before. Black silk. I've never worn it myself. What should we do? Do you really have to wear it? Yifan is so annoying. Her bitter face in the heart. Some do not know what to do. As soon as the time rolled around, it was time for the last physics class of the morning. The physics teacher was a middle-aged man with a local support center haircut. At this moment, he was standing on the podium with a pile of thick test papers and looking at the crowd below the stage. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice, and after scanning the crowd, he slowly opened his mouth and said, I guess I don't need to tell you that everyone knows what I have in my hand, right? Well, that's right. I have in my hand the very same papers you took in yesterday's exam. First of all, I'd like to recognize a student who is the only one in our class who has a perfect score in physics. Crowd. As soon as they heard this, The crowd on stage knew what the physics teacher was going to say next. None other. In every class in the morning, they had to listen to every subject teacher talk about Gu Yifan's perfect score. And every time the teachers said it, they had to be bludgeoned. Throughout the entire morning, the senior class was numb the entire time. There's no way around it. Who let people get perfect scores in every subject? It's hard to be in the same class as this inhuman bully. After a morning's lesson, everyone in the senior class one by one went from shock and envy at the beginning to numbness and rawness when they came back. If you can. They couldn't wait to collectively rush up and give Gu Yifan a fat beating. It's too hard for them. Well, this student is. Before the physics teacher even finished speaking, he heard the crowd on the stage then shout in unison, "It's Gu Yifan." Only the voice sounded breathless. Aha! The Mediterranean-haired physics teacher froze for a moment as he looked at the crowd on stage with some surprise. Does everyone know? Teacher, we all know. No need to say anything. Every teacher who has come to class all morning before you has said it. And we're getting calluses in our ears. The group of people all replied in unison with a lifeless look on their faces. Oh, the physics teacher froze. Holy, looks like I'm still a step too late. This is more than. Ahem. The wind is given by them to finish it. He mumbled to himself as he looked at the crowd from his mouth. Crowd. Jingle bells dash. As the bell rang, everyone in the senior class had a slight glint in their eyes. It's finally time to get out of the misery. Looking at the impatient look of the crowd under the stage, the physics teacher on the podium was also helpless. He shook his head and had no intention of dragging out the class, waving his hand and speaking to the crowd. Alright, that's all for this class today. Class dismissed. Swish, the group stood up in unison and neatly shouted, "Goodbye, teacher." Then, they rushed toward the classroom door and swarmed out. It's like a wild horse with a prolapsed anus that doesn't want to stay a moment longer. The physics teacher's entire body was a bit confused when he saw this scene. Half a day later, after he froze for half a day, these two words came out of his mouth. Coward. It so happened that Gu Yifan was walking this way at that moment, and after hearing these two words from the physics teacher's mouth, he couldn't help but look at him twice more. I didn't realize that this physics teacher was a man of nature even at his advanced age. Seeing that Gu Yifan was looking at himself with strange eyes, physics teacher He Kai-jian was a bit embarrassed. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice, then smiled at Gu Yifan, as bright as a chrysanthemum. That, Yifan student, you did well in the exam this time. Keep up the good work and keep it up. Teacher is optimistic about you. Yes, thank you teacher, I will. Gu Yifan also responded with a smile. After pulling a few more words, Gu Yifan made an excuse and then slipped away at a quick pace. None other. It's only because this physics teacher's words are just too much. He really didn't expect such a big man to be able to be so verbose. In less than a short minute, Gu Yifan even felt that he was croaking a bit. As soon as Gu Yifan stepped out of the classroom, he saw Su Qinghe, who was quietly standing under the big banyan tree not far away, waiting for him. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Han Lemon vs Su Qinghe. First head-to-head? Looking at Su Qinghe's dumbfounded appearance, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and the image suddenly gave him the feeling of a wife waiting at the village entrance for her faraway husband to return home. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly before he slowly walked towards Su Qinghe's side. The top of her head was suddenly shrouded in shadow, and Su Qinghe, who was in a daze, came back to her senses and looked up to find Gu Yifan's handsome face appearing in front of her eyes. Su Qinghe froze and smiled brightly in the next second. That sweet smile directly melted Gu Yifan's heart. Su Bean, what are you thinking about? So mesmerized, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. Didn't think anything of it. Seemingly thinking of something, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened as she stumbled a bit. Looking at her shy and cute appearance, Gu Yifan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her delicate little nose. This sudden intimate movement of his caused Su Qinghe's small face to blush even more. Luckily, Gu Yifan didn't continue to tease her and quickly withdrew his hand. Come on, let's go eat. He smiled at Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe's small face was still flushed as she lowered her head and responded in a small voice. The two then turned around together and headed towards the school cafeteria. During this recent period of time, except for the occasional dinner that was eaten at Gu Yifan's house, they basically ate inside the school cafeteria at all other times. Although the school cafeteria food is not very good, the main focus is one of convenience. After all, there wasn't much time left until the college entrance exam, and although Gu Yifan didn't need to read any more books or anything, Su Qinghe still did. In the school cafeteria, there was still a long line at this point, even longer than before, because there were so many in-house students like Gu Yifan who chose to eat in the school cafeteria during this time, so that they could save more time to review at noon. As for naps, a senior dog still wants a nap? At best, it's just a half-hour slump in the classroom to make do is all. But of course, not everyone is so desperate. Take Gu Yifan, for example. This guy, basically, ate lunch with Su Qinghe, and then the two of them went over to the school library together, with Su Qinghe reading a book, while he lay on his back and huffed and puffed. Originally, the library was not open at noon, but the library's administrator teacher had already gotten too familiar with Gu Yifan over this period of time, coupled with the fact that Gu Yifan spoke well and used his banknote ability from time to time, and stuffed the administrator teacher with strips of huazi. The relationship was even more unparalleled. If there are 2 bottles of wine down, I'm afraid to kowtow to him on the spot. It's the weekend and it's still so crowded. That, Bean, go find a seat and wait for me while I get in line for my food. After Gu Yifan scanned a circle of the rowdy crowd, he turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe by his side. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. Well, I'm going to get in line then, so go find a seat. Gu Yifan nodded at his words, then took his meal card and found a slightly shorter line to start lining up, and Su Qinghe obediently went to find an empty seat. Both men had gotten used to this way of dividing their labor. However, in the beginning, Su Qinghe had taken the initiative to queue up for her meal, but later on, she was forced to switch over by Gu Yifan's very overbearing manner. She didn't dare to resist, so she accepted it obediently for a long time. It was just that Gu Yifan's goodness, little by little, was silently remembered in his heart. After Su Qinghe looked around inside the cafeteria, she found an empty seat by the window where no one was sitting. She remembered that Gu Yifan preferred to sit in the seat by the window, so she quickly walked towards that side. Coming to the dining table, Su Qinghe realized that there was still quite a bit of grease left on the table from the previous table, so he pulled out a roll of paper from his little, somewhat whitewashed school bag, and after pulling off 2 sheets, wiped them carefully and thoughtfully. In the past, she couldn't afford to use this paper towel. After all, this paper towel costs $3 a roll, let alone to wipe the table. Such a luxury. Normally, if she found her desk dirty, she would at most wipe it with a few sheets of discarded sketch paper. But ever since Gu Yifan ate with her every day, she started to carry it with her, because once Gu Yifan ran out of tissue in his pocket, and when he didn't have any tissue to wipe behind him after eating, that frowning expression, she silently memorized it. It was also from that time that Su Qinghe learned that Gu Yifan had a little cleanliness fetish. While she was seriously wiping the table, a few girls were chatting and laughing while eating at a table not far away. Just then, one of the girls with double ponytails noticed Su Qinghe over here, so she patted her best friend beside her and spoke. Little Lemon, isn't that person Su Qinghe who ate noodles with Gu Yifan in the morning? Yes, the girls were all from Gu Yifan's senior class, and 2 of them were none other than Gu Yifan's childhood friend Han Lemon and her best friend Wu Xiaoyan. Hearing her words, Han Lime turned his head to look over, and saw Su Qinghe, who was seriously wiping the table not far away. At this exact moment, Su Qinghe also happened to finish wiping the table, and as if she had a feeling in her heart, Su Qinghe also turned her head towards Han Lime's side. 4 eyes. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She recognized Han Lime and knew the relationship between her and Gu Yifan, so she politely nodded towards her. He also didn't know why, but looking at Su Qinghe's appearance, Han Lime suddenly felt some inexplicable annoyance in his heart. She didn't speak or respond, just withdrew her gaze without expression. Seeing that Han Lemon didn't pay any attention to herself, Su Qinghe didn't care. She withdrew her own gaze and searched for Gu Yifan's figure in the crowd. Little Lemon, you know the poor school girl Su Qinghe? Seeing this, Wu Xiaoyan on the side opened her mouth to ask with some curiosity. No recognition. At those words, Han Lemon's hand movement stalled slightly as she said coldly, oh. Noticing something wrong with Han Lime's tone, Wu Xiaoyan was a bit confused. Have you messed with this little ancestor again? It's not. I don't think I said anything wrong, did I? Why is she suddenly unhappy again? However, the two had been bosom friends for many years, and she knew Han Lemon's character, so she didn't get angry. Is it because of Su Qinghe? Wu Xiaoyan glanced at Su Qinghe, who was not far away, and then at Han Lime, who was beside herself with a gloomy little face that didn't say a word. She always felt as if her best friend was hiding something from her. Was it really because of Gu Yifan, as he had thought before? A love triangle? Just as her mind was wandering, Han Lemon suddenly stood up, then in her face of confusion, walked straight toward the direction of Su Qinghe. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Han Lemon. Su, can I ask you to leave Gu Yifan? What's wrong with you, little lemon child? Where are you going? Reacting, Wu Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up and spoke. However, Han Lemon didn't reply, still walking quickly in the direction of where Su Qinghe was. The few girls at the same table were also confused by this sudden scene. Su Qinghe, who was searching for Gu Yifan's figure, was startled when she suddenly realized that a figure had appeared in front of her. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was Han Lemon, the schoolgirl who had just locked eyes with him. At that moment, Han Lemon was standing in front of himself, looking at himself without a word. What do you want? Su Qingha was a little uncomfortable by the way she looked at her, and she asked in a small, weak voice, looking at the girl in front of him, whose looks were not inferior to his own but whose character looked soft and weak. Han Lemon's heart was very complicated for a moment. Can I sit here? Han Lemon suddenly asked. Ha! Su Qingha froze for a moment, and she gave Han Lime a somewhat puzzled look. Seeing Han Lemon looking at herself with a serious face that didn't look like she was joking, Su Qingha gently nodded and said, well, it's possible. Upon hearing this, Han Lime didn't make herself polite anymore as she walked over to the empty seat across from Su Qingha and sat down. Where's Gu Yifan? He's not with you? Han Lemon asked casually, seemingly unintentionally, as he sat down. He went to get in line for dinner. Su Qingha thought that she had something to find Gu Yifan, so she opened her mouth and replied, ooh-hoo. Han Lemon nodded, and at this time, Wu Xiaoyan also caught up. She saw Han Lemon sitting across from Su Qingha. Her heart was very puzzled, but at this time she was not in a position to open her mouth and ask, so she smiled and nodded her head in greeting at Su Qingha, and then walked over to the other empty seat next to Han Lemon and sat down. Little Lemoner, schoolgirl Su, so you two know each other? She asked, pretending to be casual as she sat down. At those words, Su Qingha and Han Lime both looked at her at the same time. Then one nodded gently while the other shook her head. The one who nodded her head was naturally Su Qingha, while the one who shook her head was Han Lime. Su Qingha froze for a moment, while Han Lime was calm. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward. Ha! Schoolmarm Su, little Lemoner was just joking. She's the one who likes to joke around the most. Ha. Wu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, saw that Han Lemon was a bit off, so she opened her mouth and rounded up for her. After her words were finished, both Han Lime and Su Qingha glanced at her once more, but this time both of them tacitly did not speak again. Wu Xiaoyan, that, Su student, can I ask you something? Just then, Han Lemon spoke again. You say. After Su Qingha was silent for a while, she spoke softly. She was just naive, not stupid, and at this point she had also seen that Han Lemon didn't seem to like herself very much, or seemed hostile to her. Well, you and Gu Yifan, are you two together? Han Lemon raised her head to look at Su Qingha and opened her mouth. Ha! Hearing this, Su Qingha froze once again. She glanced at Han Lemon and seemed to think of something. She didn't hide it, though, and shook her head gently and whispered, no, ooh-hoo. At those words, the eyes of Han Lemon, who was sitting across from her, lit up slightly. On the other hand, Wu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, had her eyes wide open, and for a while, her entire body was in a daze. Well, classmate Su Qingha, can I trouble you with something? Han Lemon suddenly spoke. What is it? Su Qingha froze for a moment. She was somewhat unable to keep up with Han Lime's jumping topics. Well, it's nothing really. It's just that if you're not with Gu Yifan, then can you not get too close to him? Han Lemon opened her mouth after a moment's contemplation, and after she finished speaking, she stared at Su Qingha's eyes without moving a muscle. Su Qingha stared wide-eyed, her entire being completely confused. She really didn't expect Han Lemon to come to her with such a request. As for Wu Xiaoyan, who was still in a daze on the side, when she heard what her best friend said, the whole person also clammed up. What the hell? My little ancestor, are you that good? Her eyes were as wide as Su Qingha's, like a bull's eye, and she looked at Han Lime with a look of having seen a ghost. This Nima, speak directly and tell people to stay away from Gu Yifan? No, sister, who are you to do that? She really did not think that this bosom friend of hers was such a wolf and at this time, Su Qingha's entire heart was also very shocked. She's silent, head down, hands clasped together, not sure what to think. Su, you know what? Well, how to say it? I don't know if you can understand the kind of friendship between Gu Yifan and I. Before you appeared, Gu Yifan and I were good friends who grew up together and played together until we were old enough to grow up. Although there were some contradictions and misunderstandings between him and I before, but I believe that all of this can be clarified and it can all be reconciled. But, after you showed up, he's been with you every day lately, and I haven't even had a chance to find him to explain. I think the probability that the reason why he's started to snub me and ignore me is because he's found a substitute, and that substitute is none other than you, Su. So, since you two aren't together, would you please leave his side? Han Lemon looked into Su Qingha's eyes and spoke again. Su Qingha, Wu Xiaoyan, it's not, big sister, you're still coming. What kind of divine brain circuitry is it to say something like that? Wu Xiaoyan had come back to her senses by now, and she hurriedly reached out and pulled Han Lime's sleeve, signaling her to stop talking. Han Lemon, on the other hand, was as if she hadn't heard anything and never paid any attention to her, as she just stared at Su Qingha with that deadpan look on her face. At this moment, Su Qingha didn't know what to say for a moment. Her whole person looked a bit at a loss for words. That pair of small hands that had nowhere to rest placed in front of her body clenched tightly. Seeing Su Qinghe's silence, Han Lime once again slowly opened his mouth and said, I know, my request seems to be a bit excessive, but I don't know if you can understand my feelings. My family is from downtown Mountain City just like Gu Yifan's, and my mom and dad are civil servants just like Gu Yifan's family, and the relationship between our two families since childhood has been exceptionally good, and I really don't want to lose Gu Yifan, who has grown up together as a good friend and a good brother. I really don't want to lose Gu Yifan as a good friend and brother who grew up together. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, was still silent with her head down, and no one knew what was going through her mind at this time. Han Lemon looked at her and spoke word for word. So, I'm asking you, please leave his side, okay? Su Qinghe. End of chapter. Chapter 79, Su Qinghe, sorry, I can't promise you. Little Lemon. Stop it. Wu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, really couldn't stand to watch, and she hurriedly pulled Han Lemon's hand and spoke. Although Han Lemon was her BFF, by all rights, she should be on Han Lemon's side. But, what Han Lemon had just said was too much, and she really couldn't listen to it anymore. Just then, Su Qinghe slowly raised her head with a serious face and looked at Han Lemon, her eyes gradually becoming firm from the initial entanglement. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. Although Su Qinghe's voice was small, her tone was very firm. Han Lemon froze. She didn't expect Su Qinghe, who had been soft and weak looking in front of her, to not let her go at all this time. Su students, Han Lemon was silent for a moment and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Su Qinghe giving the word. It's my freedom to be friends with whoever I want. Sorry Han, I can't promise you this, Su Qinghe said in a very firm tone. Han Lemon. In the meantime, on the side of the rice playing window, at this time, Gu Yifan has already played the rices looking for the position where Su Qinghe is. Due to Su Qinghe's rather special temperament, it was easy to find her at a glance in the crowd. Suddenly, Gu Yifan realized that there was someone sitting across from Su Qinghe, which made him a little strange. Lemon? How come she's with Su Qinghe? Gu Yifan frowned slightly when he saw this, then carrying the meal, he quickly walked over here towards Su Qinghe's side. Soon, it came to her. His sudden appearance caused all three people present to freeze for a moment, and he noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere on the field at that moment. After placing the food on the table, Gu Yifan frowned and glanced at Han Lime before turning his head back to Su Qinghe and opening his mouth to ask, Bean, are you alright? His words seemed to inquire about Su Qinghe, but he was actually pointing at both Han Lemon and Wu Xiaoyan, because he knew Han Lemon's character. He was afraid that Su Qinghe, a silly simpleton, would be bullied by Han Lemon. No, I'm fine. Su Qinghe gently shook her head and spoke in a small voice. Gu Yifan looked deeply at Su Qinghe. He knew that this silly simpleton was lying, but he didn't break her down. Oh, then let's eat first. He nodded, faintly. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. Gu Yifan then sat down and then pushed one of the meals in front of Su Qinghe. The two of them, Han Lemon and Wu Xiaoyan, were at a loss as to whether to sit or stand for a moment. I'm going to eat. Wu Xiaoyan, if you guys aren't going to eat, please move your seats. As if Gu Yifan had only just now seen Han Lemon and Wu Xiaoyan, he spoke with an expressionless face. Han Lemon, Wu Xiaoyan. Hearing this cold tone and attitude from Gu Yifan, Han Lemon felt very aggrieved in her heart, and her eyes couldn't help but redden as her nose soured. Gu Yifan, what do you mean? She lightly bit her lower lip, and with a slight sobbing voice very aggravated. Ha! Seeing Han Lemon suddenly look like she was about to cry, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown. He raised his head to look at Han Lime and said in a calm tone, Student Han Lime, I don't mean anything else, I just don't want any outsiders to be present while I'm eating. Upon hearing the word outsider, Han Lemon instantly exploded. I'm not leaving, let's see what you can do to me, she said with red eyes and an aggrieved but very arrogant angry face. Oh, that's fine, if you don't go, I'll go. Bean, come on, let's eat over there. Gu Yifan glanced at her and said lightly, Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, but she didn't say anything, just nodded obediently. The two then got up and walked away with their dinner plates. Looking at the departing backs of both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, Han Lime didn't react, and she first stood still for a moment, waiting to see Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. Two people on the side of the empty seat sat down. She is no longer taught. Tears cannot stop from the corner of the eye slipped. Gu Yifan, you asshole, she cried out, then turned around and rushed out of the school cafeteria while wiping her tears. Limey, wait for me. At this time, Wu Xiaoyan also came back to her senses. She hurriedly chased out toward Han Lemon. Gu Yifan frowned at the direction of the cafeteria entrance before withdrawing his gaze. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, lowered her head and ate her meal in silence with small bites. However, at this time, her heart was not as calm as it appeared. Just now, she herself didn't know where she got the courage to even say something like that to Han Lemon. All she knew was that when Han Lemon finished telling her to leave Gu Yifan, her heart was in turmoil at the time, but more than that, it was resisting. At that moment, her head suddenly recalled the bits and pieces that had happened between the two of them over this period of time, since she had met Gu Yifan. After a long silence, her heart seemed to have an answer. She didn't want to leave Gu Yifan. So then for the first time, he mustered up the courage to reject Han Lemon's request very seriously. Bean, did Han Lemon just say something to you? Gu Yifan opened his mouth seemingly casually while peeling the shrimp shells. Ha! It was only when she heard Gu Yifan's voice that Su Qinghe came back to her senses. Aye. She hesitated for a moment, wondering if she should tell Gu Yifan what had just happened. Ha! The movement of Gu Yifan's hand peeling the shrimp slightly stalled. He frowned at Su Qinghe. Don't want to talk about it? Seeing that Gu Yifan seemed to be a bit angry, Su Qinghe shook her little head and hurriedly said, No. Then tell me. Gu Yifan couldn't help but give her a blank stare as he sniffed, not in a good mood. After a slight hesitation, Su Qinghe slowly raised her head to look at Gu Yifan and said in a small voice, Han Lemon, she told me to leave you. After hearing this, Gu Yifan's movement of peeling shrimp shells in his hand once again stalled. After a pause, he looked up at Su Qinghe with a calm face and asked, Oh, then what did you say? After saying that, he stared at Su Qinghe's eyes, waiting for her answer. Brush. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened at Gu Yifan's eyes, but she still replied in a small voice, I didn't promise her. Hearing this, the corners of Gu Yifan's mouth flashed with a smile, and the peeling shrimp movement in his hand moved again. Then he put the peeled shrimp meat onto Su Qinghe's dinner plate, and lifted his head to look at her to faintly say, Well, in the future, no matter who asks you, you can just say this. Ask me? All that? Su Qinghe somewhat didn't understand too well. She tilted her little head and looked at Gu Yifan with some uncertainty. But seeing that Gu Yifan didn't look like he wanted to explain, she didn't dare to ask more, and eventually had to nod obediently. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Gu Yifan, lousy will never be a licking dog. Well, let's eat. It'll all be cold by the end of the day. Gu Yifan nodded and said, Su Qinghe nodded. Neither one of them spoke again afterward, looking down and eating in silence. Afternoon, 1 o'clock, library, 5th floor reading room. It was still the same familiar window seat. Gu Yifan was lying on the table huffing and puffing, while Su Qinghe was sitting quietly on the side silently reading a book. Inside the reading room, there were only the two of them, and no third party. Su Qinghe gently flipped the pages of the book, trying her best to keep her voice down for fear of disturbing Gu Yifan. The sunlight outside the window sprinkled through the glass window on Gu Yifan's side face. That handsome side face seemed to be gilded with a touch of gold. Su Qinghe couldn't help but sneak a few more glances at him. Perhaps the sunlight was a bit harsh. The sleeping Gu Yifan's body moved a bit, and his eyebrows frowned slightly. Su Qinghe was startled and hurriedly withdrew her gaze. She turned her body slightly sideways toward the window, shielding the sunlight behind her for Gu Yifan. Seeing Gu Yifan's frown slowly easing away, Su Qinghe was then relieved as she picked up the books on the table and continued to look down and flip through them. The campus was very quiet in the stillness of the afternoon, and the only sounds left in the library's reading room were the occasional mopping sounds coming from flipping books and Gu Yifan's breathing. I don't know how long it took, but Su Qinghe finished the practice test paper in her hand. Turning his head, he realized that Gu Yifan had woken up at some point, and was currently looking at himself with one hand on his cheek. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. Her gaze somewhat dodged and she weakly lowered her head. Just when she could hardly stand it, Gu Yifan withdrew his gaze. Let's go. Class is almost over. He stretched and said with some lethargy. Su Qinghe didn't dare to look at him at all, nodded and whispered. Gu Yifan didn't care, got up and put his cell phone in his pocket, and after a brief cleanup, the two left. Senior classroom. Gu Yifan had just stepped into the classroom when he sensed that something wasn't quite right with the atmosphere. Many girls in the class looked at their own eyes are a little strange. That look how there is a kind of their own after sleeping with them. Pulling off the ruthless start and end as if Gu Yifan was a bit confused, and his two sword brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. At this time, a kind boy came over and whispered in his ear to remind him. Brother Fan, did you do something to Han University's school beauty? Gu Yifan's frown deepened as he sniffed. What did he do to Han Lemon? He thought about it. Today at noon he and Han Lemon only said less than 2 words. Although she cried, it was also her own to cry. It is none of my business. He scanned the classroom and didn't see Han Lemon in it. Just then, Han Lemon's best friend Wu Xiaoyan walked up to him. At this time, Wu Xiaoyan had probably guessed that something must have happened behind the scenes between Gu Yifan and Han Lim in addition to that confession, and she looked at Gu Yifan with a complicated face and opened her mouth. Little Lemon. She went home on leave. At those words Gu Yifan froze for a moment and quickly recovered. Oh, He nodded in a quiet tone. Seeing that his tone was flat and he looked like he didn't care, Wu Xiaoyan couldn't help but speak up again. In front of her, little lemon air, she was crying very hard. Well, then what? Gu Yifan still said with a calm face. Wu Xiaoyan, it's not. Brother, if you talk like that, how should I answer it? She gave Gu Yifan a look full of helplessness. Is there anything else you want? If not, move over and I'll get a glass of water? Gu Yifan raised the cup of water on his hand and spoke faintly. Wu Xiaoyan, straight face. Gu Yifan. Seeing that Gu Yifan was about to leave, she once again opened her mouth to call out to him. What's wrong? You got something else? Gu Yifan looked back at her and frowned. Gu Yifan, although I don't know what has happened between you and little Lamoner since then besides that incident before, I can see that little Lamoner, she really knows that she's wrong, and she really doesn't want to lose you as a good friend. Wu Xiaoyan hurriedly spoke. Ha, good friends. Hearing her words, Gu Yifan felt a bit amused. He glanced at Wu Xiaoyan somewhat playfully and shook his head slightly before continuing to walk towards the water fountain. Seeing that Gu Yifan still had a disinterested attitude, Wu Xiaoyan became a bit anxious, and she shouted out a bit angrily. Gu Yifan, you're really going overboard. Little lemon air. She really cried a lot. Her voice was so loud that for a moment, the eyes of the entire classroom were drawn to her. All of them had a puzzled eating expression on their faces. Gu Yifan's footsteps stalled slightly as he turned his head to look at Wu Xiaoyan and faintly said, Oh, I know. Then you'll comfort her more. Wu Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyan was truly and completely speechless. What a nice thing to do. Do what you like. She didn't want to care. Gu Yifan, you've changed. Her little face reddened with anger. She threw down such a sentence and ran back to her position in a huff. Everyone was looking at the scene with some uncertainty, not knowing what was happening at all. What's going on with this? How did Gu Yifan mess with this womanizer Wu Xiaoyan? I don't know. Seems like it's because of the Han University schoolgirl thing? Yeah, oh, where's Han's big schoolgirl? It's almost class time. Why don't we see her? By the way, I seem to have seen senior schoolgirl Han crying in front of me. Rumor has it that something happened in the school cafeteria at noon today, and big schoolgirl Han was made to cry by Gu Yifan. Holy, no? Hasn't Gu Yifan always been in love with Han University's schoolmate? How can this be? Didn't he jump off a building to show his love after his confession was rejected last time? And it seems to me that big schoolgirl Han is showing signs of changing her mind. Didn't she send breakfast to Gu Yifan last time? I don't know. That's only clear between them parties. That. You guys aren't forgetting about the fact that Gu Yifan and Class 5 Su Qinghe seem to be together? Yes, oh. Holy, a bloody love triangle? Gu Yifan stepped on two boats? Why do I suddenly feel like there's a little too much information in between? Seeing that there were no more melons to eat, the melon eaters whispered, but they couldn't say anything. Their murmurs were small, but Gu Yifan vaguely heard a lot of them. The slightest bitterness appeared at the corners of his mouth as he was receiving water at that moment. I've changed? Ha, yeah, I did change, but I just don't want to keep being a lickspittle. What's wrong with it? End of chapter. Chapter 81, Wang Zibo, Righteous Father. Save me. In this life, I will never be a licking dog. Be whoever you want to be. Gu Yifan shook his head and secretly said in his heart, jingle bells dash. A bell rang to open the afternoon session. As in the morning, in this English class, the teacher was still grading papers, and Gu Yifan wasn't listening the entire time. Only because the dog system that hadn't appeared for a long time had appeared once again and brought him a new mission. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of making a betting agreement with the treasure girl, Su Qinghe, on who is number 1 and breaking her undefeated record of being number 1 in her grade for a long period of time with a perfect score in all science subjects. Ding! Professional level singer singing skills as well as 100 tierless black silk rewards are being given out. Note 1. Professional level singers' singing skills will be transformed through memory transfer and multiple aspects, enabling the host to instantly possess the same level of singing ability as a professional level singer. Note 2. 100 tear not rotten black silk made of black silk. In addition to the difference in the ordinary black silk beauty, warm in winter and cool in summer, the most important point is that the material is special 100 tear not rotten. As the system's voice fell in his mind, Gu Yifan only felt that he instantly gained a lot more music theory knowledge in his mind. And in this instant he suddenly felt that his throat itched so much that he wanted to sing a song. However, it is good that he is hard to bear down, otherwise really want to do that. Sensei whether you are full marks. Also damn to social death well, find a time to take Su Qinghe that bean to KTV and show her a wave. Gu Yifan himself didn't even realize that he didn't know when he started. No matter what he did, from before, the first thing he thought of was Han Lemon, which gradually turned into Su Qinghe. Meanwhile, a beautifully wrapped gift box suddenly appeared in his desk drawer. Needless to say, it's bound to be that laborious 100 tier black silk. but Gu Yifan is a bit speechless. Not just a black silk. Nima, this box so exquisite. Make it seem like what treasure. He took advantage of people not paying attention and reached out to open the box to take a look at it. And from the surface, this black silk given by the system couldn't be seen to be any different from ordinary black silk. But when he touched it with his hand, the touch in his hand was soft and cold. Aha! Gu Yifan's eyes lit up slightly. A bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. If you let Su Qinghe wear black silk and then, ice and fire? Broadly. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. System. At 5:40 or 50 p.m., the day's portion of the class ended with a loud dismissal bell. Brother Fan, we're off tomorrow. Do you want to play games together at the internet cafe? I just learned a new stance yesterday. Show me the ropes. Wang Zibo turned his head to Gu Yifan with an excited expression. Gu Yifan was packing up his things, and when he saw Wang Zibo's excited face, he glanced at him and spoke. Playing games? Yeah, it's so hard to get a day off. You can't just relax, can you? Wang Zibo nodded and said with an air of entitlement. I suggest you think about how you're going to deal with your parents' co-ed doubles when you get back in a little while. Gu Yifan looked at him and said faintly. Oh. The smile on Wang Zibo's face instantly stalled. Yes, this time, the city's mock general exam. Although he was improving in language, but he failed in science. The score is still in the 400s, barely touching the threshold of the 3rd grade. Knowing that the difficulty of this citywide mock unified examination is similar to that of the college entrance examination, basically all parents are concerned about the results of this examination. And Wang Zibo's parents are naturally the same. How about that? Still want to play the game? Gu Yifan looked at him with a playful expression. This, and play a crab. I guess I'm going to be bedridden all tomorrow. Wang Zibo cried out. Come on, let's go home for dinner, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. As soon as Wang Zibo thought about going back in a while to be hung up by his parents in a mixed doubles scene, he couldn't help but shiver. No, that, Fan brother, is it okay if I stay at your house tonight? He thought about it and said with a bitter fat face, Baron, are you serious? Just those few steps away. You don't think your parents will come over and take you back? Gu Yifan sniffed and glanced at him, somewhat speechless. Wang Zibo was surprisingly unable to retort for a moment. Come on, can you hide from the first day? Let's go back first. Maybe your mom is happy today and won't beat you, Gu Yifan said casually. How is this possible? It's not like you don't know my mom's temper, especially since she's probably going to have to beat me even harder if she finds out you got first in the city. Wang Zibo's fat face collapsed and said helplessly. Gu Yifan sniffed and thought to himself that it seemed like it was really something like that. With the character of Wang Zibo's old mother, he was afraid that the probability of this beating would not be able to escape. Baron, I can only wish you good luck. Gu Yifan patted his shoulder and said. When he finished, he put on his backpack and prepared to leave. Zibo Wang, brother Fan, you can't just see death. He hugged Gu Yifan's thigh and said. You have to pull a brother and save a brother me. Gu Yifan's movements stalled. Get out. How can I help with this? Take a beating for you? I'm nervous I am, he said with a breathless look on his face. Don't, brother Fan, brother, elder brother, righteous father, you can't see death and help. I knew you had something up your sleeve. Wang Zibo blurted out in the heat of the moment, while his hands slightly exerted themselves to hold Gu Yifan's thighs tighter. Gu Yifan, straight face, get it, help, but, dog Baron Thin, can you let go of old me first? Pants are about to be stripped off by you all. He looked down at Wang Zibo, who was hugging his thigh and not letting go, and said with a black face, Ahem, Van, sorry I didn't mean it, ha. Wang Zibo hurriedly released Gu Yifan's thighs and scratched the back of his head somewhat embarrassed. Asterisk off. Don't take it from the old man. Looking at his look, Gu Yifan was furious. Okay, but, brother Fan, as promised, you have to help a brother out. Ha. Wang Zibo wasn't angry either. He smiled with a flattering face. Laugh your ass off, you dog Baron thing. What a defeat. Gu Yifan laughed and scolded with a helpless face. Well, it's not impossible to help you out. But Baron you have to remember, brothers can only help you a hand, the rest of the few, have to rely on yourself. Zibo Wang. End of chapter. Chapter 82. Count on your kid to have some conscience. Dad usually didn't love you for nothing. Inside a parking lot near the entrance to the first middle school in Mountain City. Fan, what are we doing here? Wang Zibo said suspiciously to Gu Yifan who was walking on the side holding Su Qinghe's small hand. Get the car. What else? Gu Yifan glanced at him and didn't have the heart to say. Get the car? Brother Fan, you drove a small electric donkey over here today? But the three of us can't fit on this little electric donkey. Wang Zibo froze for a moment and opened his mouth. Gu Yifan glanced at him and didn't bother to explain. Under Wang Zibo's puzzled gaze, Gu Yifan walked straight to his Mercedes Big G and unlocked the vehicle. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looking at the scene in front of him, Wang Zibo's eyes instantly glared like a bull's eye. He ran to Gu Yifan's heel in 3 steps and 2 steps, and said with an incredulous face, Big G? Look at your unseen face. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said with great disgust, saying that he turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke, Bean, get in the car. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently, then skillfully opened the passenger seat and sat up. Wang Zibo's mouth slightly opened, and for a moment, his entire body froze in place. After casually helping Su Qinghe fasten her seatbelt, Gu Yifan lowered the window and shouted at Wang Zibo, who was still in a daze. Hey, you're on or not? If you don't come up, I'm leaving. Ha! Hearing the sound, Wang Zibo came back to his senses, and he hurriedly pulled open the back seat and got in. No, Van, where did this car come from? And when did you get your driver's license? After Wang Zibo sat on the car, he opened his mouth full of doubts and asked a series of questions. Stop. Gu Yifan saw that he looked like he was going to ask all the 100,000 reasons, and hurriedly opened his mouth to interrupt him. Wang Zibo was interrupted by the spellcasting and swallowed back the words that had already reached his throat. I'm only going to say this once, and don't ask anything else. Asking means you don't know. The car, I bought it with my own money. I've always been able to drive a car. I just wasn't old enough to take the test. You know that. As for the license, I got it a while ago. Another thing is that my parents don't know about the existence of this car and plan to tell them later. So don't you give me the slip. Gu Yifan finished quickly in one breath and said, Zibo Wang. After listening to Gu Yifan's words, he actually didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing that he was shocked, Gu Yifan just glanced at him and didn't bother to pay attention to him, starting the car straight away. Boom! With a roar of a car engine, the car slowly pulled out of the parking lot. Looking at Gu Yifan, who looked like an old driver driving a car, Wang Zibo's eyes were full of envy, but vaguely there was a flash of worry. Gu Yifan from the rearview mirror to see him 3 times want to say the appearance. Not good. Dog barren thin. Want to say what you just say. Stammers, like a pussy. Do not know still think you and the big treasure sorted. His own little mind was pierced through, and Wang Zibo had an embarrassed look on his face. Van, this car must cost a few $1 million, right? After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke. You haven't done anything illegal or criminal, have you? Gu Yifan. Violate your sister. Violate. No, told you I bought it with my own money. As for exactly how it was earned, I'll tell you later. Gu Yifan glared at him from the rearview mirror and said without a word. However, despite what he said, he was still very touched in his heart. This dog's barren thing still knows to worry about himself. Count on your kid to have some conscience. Dad usually didn't love you for nothing, Gu Yifan secretly said in his heart. Ooh-hoo. Only after receiving Gu Yifan's affirmative answer did Wang Zibo feel relieved. You're going to say that it's that easy to trust Gu Yifan? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The two had grown up together, and he knew better than anyone what kind of person Gu Yifan was. As long as he says it's not illegal, it's not. There's no doubt about it. Thus, Wang Zibo once again resumed that lewd appearance. Brother Fan, I'm going to get a driver's license after the college entrance exam, so lend me this car for a couple of days. After he touched here and there, he smiled at Gu Yifan, who was driving, and opened his mouth. Whatever, after you get your license, Gu Yifan replied casually. Okay, make a deal. Don't back out when the time comes, and let's see how I get my license in half a month. Ha! Wang Zibo rubbed his fists and waved his fist with a confident look. Ha! Seeing the confident look on his face, Gu Yifan just let out a heckle. Others didn't know, but Gu Yifan remembered it clearly. In his previous life, Wang Zibo this dog thing, subject 2 full 8 times before passing, and then subject 3 full 6 times before passing. A driver's license from the beginning of the registration to get a license. A full 2.5 years of practice. The main thing is what? This dog bearing thin hanging out of the shadow. After taking the license, the special meow has been afraid to drive. So for what he said about getting a driver's license after the college entrance exam and whatnot, Gu Yifan didn't want to take care of him at all. As this is the peak time of the end of the school day, there is some traffic congestion in the section of the road past the school entrance. Baron Thin, have you told your mom we're going over for dinner yet? While waiting for the red street light, Gu Yifan turned his head and spoke to Wang Zibo. Don't worry, it says so, but, Brother Fan, you'll have to put in a good word for me later, or my mom will really beat me up, Wang Zibo said with a bitter face. Alright, I got it. In a moment, look at my eyes and act. Don't worry. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said indifferently. Oh who? Wang Zibo nodded. Only his heart was still a little flustered for some reason. 6:30 in the evening. Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe and Wang Zibo finally returned to the underground parking lot of the district. After parking the car, the three of them went upstairs. Crestwood Subdivision, Phase 3, Building 19, Room 1510. What are you waiting for? Open the door. Looking at Wang Zibo's fuming appearance, Gu Yifan did not have the good sense to say, "This, Van, just let me brew my emotions for a while," Wang Zibo said with a bitter face. "Pa." Gu Yifan gave him a slap on the face and said in a bad mood, "Brewing your sister brewing. Hurry up, open the door neatly. I want to drink water. I'm thirsty, ooh-hoo." Wang Zibo had a helpless face. He exhaled deeply, and with apprehension, he pulled out the key and opened the front door of his house, then shouted inside, "Mom, I'm home." However, the response was a long chicken feather duster. End of chapter. Chapter 83. A filial son comes out from under the stick. This sudden scene caused the three people outside the door to be dumbfounded. "Getting that pussy score, you little brat, and you have the nerve to come back?" Accompanied by a voice that sounded like the roar of a river lion. A burly middle-aged woman who just looked very rich appeared in front of the trio. That's right. The person who came as Wang Zibo's mom, He Shuqin. A woman with a name at the complete opposite end of the spectrum from what she looks like. Just as she was about to draw down, she suddenly realized that Wang Zibo was not the only one in front of her. The movement of her hand came to an abrupt halt, and she fixed her eyes on the visitor. "Hello, Auntie." Gu Yifan opened his mouth in time to greet him. "Ahem." He Shuqin's old face blushed as she said with some embarrassment, "It's Yifan who's here. Come on in and sit down." After she finished speaking, she seemed to have reacted, threw the chicken feather duster in her hand towards the entry shoe cabinet next to her, and glared at Wang Zibo. "You brat, Gu Yifan is coming over today. Why don't you tell me in advance?" "Gu Yifan?" He turned his head to look at Wang Zibo. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. "Dog Baron Thin Thing, didn't you say you've already told your mom that I'm coming over for dinner? What the hell is this?" At this time, Wang Zibo is also a face of confusion. He obviously have sent a message with his mom said this. Thinking about it, he hastily pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and opened the text message screen to take a look. Only a big red exclamation point appeared on the phone's texting screen. Wang Zibo. Straight face. "I'll rub it in. I wasn't paying attention just now and the text message wasn't even sent. Looks like you owe money on your cell phone. Ode. Wang Zibo's fat face suffocated into a pig's liver color, and he whispered to Gu Yifan in a very embarrassed voice. "Gu Yifan, dog baron stuff, you really are a ing achiever. Gotta. I don't think we'll be able to eat this time." He mentally sputtered a bit breathlessly and helplessly. Turning his head to look at Su Qinghe, he realized that Su Qinghe was still in a daze at this point, not knowing what had happened. Seeing Gu Yifan looking at himself, Su Qinghe also turned her head to look at him, her eyes revealing clear stupidity. Gu Yifan was even more helpless. On the living room sofa, Gu Yifan euphemistically explained his intention. With their own 3-inch tongue as well as that super high oral skills on the Wang Zibo mom is a fierce output. And Wang Zibo, who was on the sidelines, also interjected from time to time. Under the double snub and pincer attack of Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo, He Shuqin eventually slowly let go of the idea of giving Wang Zibo a thrashing. In fact, according to normal, Baron Thin he this time is indeed considered to have made progress, as long as he then consolidate the weak points of knowledge of science. The college entrance examination he should the second bachelor's line is no problem. Seeing that He Shuqin's attitude had loosened up a bit, Gu Yifan once again took advantage of the situation and chased the chicken. He Shuqin hesitated a bit, but there was still some suspicion in his heart. "Right, Su Bean, you are the school bully, you should have the most right to say. Since this period of time Baron Thin has been reviewing with us, hasn't he improved a lot?" Seeing this, Gu Yifan suddenly turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe, who was sitting quietly beside him. Suddenly being Q-channeled, Su Qinghe first froze for a moment. However, after a glance with Gu Yifan, he read the meaning in his eyes, so he gently nodded and said, "Well, Auntie, Wang Zibo students' grades have really improved a lot. This exam should be out of the science comprehensive loss of points is out of carelessness above. As long as the future to pay more attention to the point, the next examination should be able to test to a higher score." He Shuqin looked at the two men with this serious face that didn't look like they were joking, and was told that they were in a daze. "Okay." After she mused for a moment, she spoke to both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe with a smiling face. "Yifan seeing as you still have this, Su Qinghe," Gu Yifan interjected. "Well, for the sake of you pleading for this brat along with this Su student, I have chosen to forgive him for the time being." He Shuqin spoke up. Phew, hearing his own mom this, the sight of Wang Zibo quietly relieved. The heart of the big stone also finally landed. he couldn't help but secretly cast a grateful gaze at both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. His mom's next words, however, sent his mood plummeting to the bottom once more. But well, deadly sins can be avoided and living sins can't be escaped. It's time to beat it up, or I won't be able to swallow the breath in my heart. He Shuqin glared back at him and said in a light tone, Zibo Wang. Oh, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, glanced at each other and also looked at each other a bit. A filial son under the stick? It's true. Wang Zibo's mom is still so fond of stick education. I do not know if she herself also liked to be stick educationate. The thought suddenly surfaced in Gu Yifan's mind. After some more casual banter, without hesitation, Gu Yifan got up and said to He Shuqin, that, Auntie, it's getting late, so we won't bother you. That's going away. Why don't you stay home for dinner before you go? He Shuqin also stood up and spoke hurriedly. Auntie, don't bother, we'll just go home and eat. My mom has already prepared the dishes at home waiting for Su Qinghe and I to go back to eat. Gu Yifan politely refused. I'll rub it in, the volcano is about to erupt. It's time to go. So, upon hearing this, He Shuqin could only nod her head and say, alright then, you guys go back quickly, don't let your mom wait too long. Then Auntie, we'll go first. Gu Yifan nodded, and after that, he greeted Su Qinghe and prepared to leave. Wang Zibo, who was on the side, was anxious when he saw this. He hurriedly kept winking at Gu Yifan, trying to get him to stay. However, Gu Yifan just glanced at him and treated it as if he didn't see it. Dog Baron Thin Thing, who let you did not say hello in advance? Now who have the good sense to stay to dine? Help yourself to you. Yifan, Su, come and play more often when you have time. Next time you come over, Auntie will cook you a big meal. At the door, He Shuqin smiled at the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. Yes, Auntie, then we'll leave first, bye. Gu Yifan also smiled back. Auntie, bye. Su Qinghe on the side also whispered, okay, slow down. He Shuqin smiled again and nodded. Gu Yifan nodded and didn't say anything more. Taking Su Qinghe and the two of them turned around and headed towards the elevator. And the moment the door closed, Gu Yifan vaguely heard Wang Zibo's pig-killing screams from inside the house. Hiss! Gu Yifan couldn't help but shiver. Pulling Su Qinghe's small hand, his pace couldn't help but speed up a few more points. End of chapter. Chapter 84, 2 people in one house, 3 meals, 4 seasons. After the two entered the elevator, Gu Yifan pressed the negative floor button straight away. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, a little puzzled. Not back to your house? She asked in a whispered opening. Not back. My parents are both busy today. They're not home, and I was just talking nonsense when I said my mom was waiting for us at home for dinner. Gu Yifan looked at her puzzled look, so he opened his mouth to explain. Ooh. Su Qinghe nodded. Then she raised her little head again and looked at Gu Yifan and asked, then where are we going? Back to the school cafeteria to eat? Fool, where's the school cafeteria for food at this hour? Seeing her naive demeanor, Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little nose and said. Gu Yifan's intimate movements made Su Qinghe's small face slightly red, but fortunately at this time there were only the two of them in the elevator, so it wasn't that embarrassing. Go eat outside. Well, but I don't know what's good to eat if you eat out. Gu Yifan withdrew his own hand and thought about opening his mouth. Right, Bean, can you cook? Gu Yifan suddenly thought of something and asked. Will. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, not knowing why Gu Yifan suddenly asked this, but still nodded. Will do. Come on, let's go grocery shopping and then you do it. Gu Yifan faintly said. Ding. It just so happened that the elevator also came to the negative floor at that moment. Su Qinghe was pulled out of the elevator by Gu Yifan with a dumbfounded look on her face like this, until she sat in the car. Su Qinghe was still a bit confused. Where to do it? She asked in a whispered opening. Go to your house. It just so happens that I've never been to your house to visit. Gu Yifan started the car while faintly saying, ooh. When Su Qinghe saw him say this, she didn't think much about it and gently nodded. An hour later, East 8th Street, Happiness Subdivision, 2nd building, 3rd floor, room 305. Hey, what a coincidence. Your house is also on the 3rd floor 305. Looking at the number on the old doorplate, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, somewhat surprised. At this time, Su Qinghe also just noticed this, before she really didn't care too much about it. Fate is destined? Such words suddenly popped up in Su Qinghe's little head. Her small face flushed slightly to keep her mind from wandering. Then she hurriedly pulled her keys out of her book bag and opened the door to the house. Come in first, she whispered with her head down and her little red face. Aha! Gu Yifan didn't notice her difference. He nodded and walked in. Su Qinghe touched the switch on the wall and turned on the lights in the living room. The moment the lights came on, the entire living room setup came into view. You You sit down. I'm going to do the dishes, Su Qinghe whispered to Gu Yifan, and after saying that, she carried the vegetables she had just bought into the kitchen. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her when he saw this and didn't care as he casually looked around the living room. Su Qinghe's home is a small two-bedroom. The whole living room looks small, but it is very clean and tidy. There were quite a few things placed in the living room, but everything was laid out in a very neat and orderly manner that looked but did not look cluttered. You can tell that the owner of the house has taken care of it. Well, this style is very Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. At this time, he noticed a small shrine on the side of the sofa with 3 effigies on it, which must be Su Qinghe's parents and her grandmother. Gu Yifan didn't feel any fear. After all, he himself had died once, not to mention that they were Su Qinghe's family, and if they really turned into PPO, they wouldn't hurt their own people, would they? Gu Yifan wandered around inside the living room and realized that there wasn't much to see. As for the 2 rooms, he didn't open them to look at them. After all, it involved personal privacy. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan turned toward the kitchen side. At this moment, Su Qinghe was cutting the meat. That skillful knife work knew at a glance that she was a frequent cook. Bean, is there anything I can help you do? He looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Ha! Gu Yifan's voice sounded behind her, startling her so much that she almost cut her hand. She looked back to find Gu Yifan had walked in somehow, so he gently shook his head and spoke in a small voice. No need. I'll get it. Just go wait for me over in the living room. Seeing Su Qinghe not letting herself help, Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly. Don't, I'm hungry, let's do it together. I'll help you wash the dishes and stuff, so it's faster. Well, why don't you take the potatoes out of that bag and peel them? The skin scraper is in the wall cabinet over there. Seeing that Gu Yifan had said so, Su Qinghe thought about it and had to choose the simplest job to give him. Okay, no problem. Gu Yifan nodded, then went over to the cabinet and first took out the skin scraper before taking out the potatoes from the bag and started peeling them. Su Qinghe had been focusing on his side, and found that his action of scraping the potato skin was very skillful. Then she was relieved, and continued to lower her head to cut the meat to the narrow kitchen, the 2 together for the next dinner with the busy. The whole picture looks very harmonious and cozy. There is a kind of newlywed couple together in the kitchen, sweet cooking vestigial feeling. After washing and cutting all the side dishes, Su Qinghe began to stir fry. Gu Yifan leaned against the door of the kitchen and looked at Su Qinghe, who was dressed in an apron and transformed into a gentle housewife, and suddenly had a feeling that his heart was pounding. 1 house, 2 people, 3 meals, 4 seasons, plain and cozy. Since being reborn, Gu Yifan had always had a feeling of unreality, although he did not want to admit it. But he had been for some time. His heart most of the time has been wandering away from his outside the world. Always feel that he is a little out of place with this world. Afraid of a sleep up, the dream woke up. Everything will eventually return to the original point. And at this moment, his heart was unusually peaceful. Looking at the back of Su Qinghe, who was wearing an apron in front of him, he seemed to have found that answer in his heart. Half an hour later, by the small table next to the living room, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both sat facing each other. Bean, you look good at this craft. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup that had just come out of the pot not long ago and was still steaming, Gu Yifan's appetite was instantly whetted. Su Qinghe didn't say anything. She was silently helping Gu Yifan load the rice. It really looked like a wife serving dinner to her husband who came back from work after a hard day's work. The soup's a little hot, so eat something first. Su Qinghe handed the bowl in her hand to Gu Yifan and spoke softly. Looking at Su Qinghe, whose forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat in the heat of an April day in order to cook a meal for herself, Gu Yifan felt an inexplicable stirring in his heart. And when Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan suddenly looking at himself motionless, her small face slightly reddened. Do I have dirt on my face? Su Qinghe whispered with a small red face. No, let's eat. Gu Yifan came back to his senses and took the bowls and chopsticks in Su Qinghe's hands and said softly and gently, "Ooh." Su Qinghe obediently nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 85, Su Qinghe's black silk first experience. 20 minutes later. At this point, the table was essentially cleared of all food. Phew. Gu Yifan let out a long breath with a satisfied face. There's one thing to be said for Su Qinghe. This bean's cooking skills are really good. Su Qinghe had a small appetite and didn't eat much. Most of these dishes went into Gu Yifan's stomach, and seeing Gu Yifan eating so well, Su Qinghe was very happy in her heart. She then got up to clean up the dishes and then took them into the kitchen to wash them. As for Gu Yifan, he leaned back on the sofa like a grandpa, took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it up beautifully, and began to gulp down the smoke. After Su Qinghe finished washing the dishes and came out, she saw Gu Yifan smoking and first froze for a moment. Her small frown slightly frowned, but she didn't say anything. Silently, he turned back to the kitchen, and in no time at all, He came out with a pot of freshly boiled water and made Gu Yifan a cup of honey grapefruit tea. Have some honey grapefruit tea, it's dry, and if you smoke too much, your throat will be uncomfortable, Su Qinghe whispered. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then took the hot tea and spoke. Okay, thanks. However, seeing that her mouth was slightly open and she looked like she wanted to speak, Gu Yifan frowned and said, You have something you want to say to me? Su Qinghe froze for a moment, thinking in her heart, how did he know about the pinch? Aha. However, when she saw that Gu Yifan kept staring at her, she could only nod obediently. No, if you have something to say, just say it. Mother ********* is acting like a pussy, Gu Yifan said with some good humor and amusement. Su Qinghe. She was a bit confused and looked at Gu Yifan with a bewildered expression. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so used to scolding Wang Zibo that I almost forgot you're a pussy. Su Qinghe. Straight face. Oops, don't worry about those details, just say what you have to say. It's not like I'm going to eat you. Gu Yifan waved his hand and directly changed the topic. When Su Qinghe saw him change the topic, she deflated her small mouth, but she didn't dwell on it anymore. She hesitated or spoke. Smoking is bad. Could you smoke less? Gu Yifan's eyes glazed over. He didn't expect Su Qinghe to say this, but it was a good thing she hadn't outright told him to quit smoking. Otherwise he really wouldn't have known whether he should say yes or no. After all, it's impossible to say you can quit all of a sudden when you've developed a habit over 2 lifetimes. But seriously, cigarette stuff is not a good thing as we all know, but sometimes it's really good for men. None other. Cigarettes at least hurt only your lungs, not your heart. Gu Yifan vaguely remembers that the first time he started smoking in his previous life, it seems to have started after his confession was rejected by Han Lime. It's like a dog licking disorder, and then it slowly became a habit, and you can't go a day without smoking it. For a while, Gu Yifan once again fell into the unpleasant dog-licking memories, and Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan stopped talking after she finished speaking. She thought Gu Yifan was angry, so she hurriedly spoke in a small, weak voice. You, don't be angry. I was reading that smoking can be very harmful to the body, and that smoking a cigarette will reduce your life expectancy by about 5 minutes on average. Only before she could finish her words she heard Gu Yifan speak. Good. Ha? Su Qinghe didn't react. She looked at Gu Yifan with a blank expression. I promise I'll try to smoke as little as possible from now on. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head, his tone gentle. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe was still a bit confused as she subconsciously nodded her head. As the saying goes, satiation is not a good idea. Gu Yifan suddenly remembered the matter of letting Su Qinghe and wear black silk, so he looked at her and spoke faintly. Right, Bean, do you remember the agreement between us? It was only when she heard Gu Yifan's question that Su Qinghe came back to her senses. As soon as she thought of how she had sworn before that Gu Yifan couldn't surpass her grades, Su Qinghe couldn't help but have a small blush on her face. Remember. She nodded honestly. Well, just remember. So now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. The corner of Gu Yifan's mouth slowly curled up, revealing a Dragon King smile as he said. Looking at that smile at the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth, Su Qinghe suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Just as she was rambling on, she saw Gu Yifan take out an exquisite gift box from his school bag on the side and hand it over. She subconsciously reached for it. Open it up and see for yourself. Gu Yifan took a gentle sip of the honey grapefruit tea on the table, then faintly said, Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe obediently opened the box's packing rope. In the next second, only a pair of black-ass wrapping stockings appeared in front of his eyes. Her eyes instantly widened as she jerked her head up to look at Gu Yifan. Her eyes filled with shocked essence as she said, Silk, stockings? Right, stockings. Gu Yifan nodded faintly and said, No, wasn't it about clothes? How could this be? At this time, Su Qinghe's small face had already turned red, and she opened her mouth somewhat weakly. Yes, black silk is clothes too, right? There's nothing wrong with it. Gu Yifan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qinghe, stockings are clothes. It does seem that way. What a great point. I can't believe I can't refute it. It's just that this is something she's never worn before. Su Qinghe was on the verge of crying all. She really didn't think that Gu Yifan would want herself to wear black silk. Looking at Su Qinghe's bitter little face, Gu Yifan spoke faintly. Hey, Bean, you're not unable to play and want to cheat, right? Su Qinghe, straight face. No, she whispered as she gently bit her lower lip. Just don't have one. Get changed. Gu Yifan's pair of heroic sword brows slightly raised and said. Su Qinghe inwardly refused, but was afraid that Gu Yifan would get angry after she played tricks on him, so she had to accept it obediently. She said to Gu Yifan in a voice like a mosquito silk whisper, I just did the dishes all smelly with fumes. I'll go to take a shower first, and wear it later. After saying that and not waiting for Gu Yifan to react, She ran away holding the box containing black silk. Yes, you're not mistaken. She ran away. Looking at her fleeing back, Gu Yifan was a bit confused. No, what the hell is going on? This being isn't really going to cheat, is he? Half an hour later, when Su Qinghe walked out of the bathroom shower, Gu Yifan mused on the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Souvenir? Su Qinghe's Collector's Edition HD Black Silk Photo. School uniform skirt plus 20D black silk. Gu Yifan looked at the scene in front of him, the whole eyes wide open, mouth slightly open. For a time chicken move simply cannot speak. It's a good thing he didn't turn into a screamer on the spot. The style of the school uniform of the first middle school of the mountain city is a bit like the high school uniform of the kids' dayside, which is the more popular international high school uniform style in recent years. Unlike the conservative traditional school uniforms in China, these uniforms look more youthful and exuberant. Still, after the introduction of this popular style into the country, the girls' skirts were made longer to be more in line with national conditions. There are still a lot of girls who love to wear penis clothes and secretly take their dresses to the tailor to make them shorter. That shortened skirt, is as exaggerated as it can be. Basically the kind that reveals your buttocks and buttocks when the wind blows. That's a lot of schoolboys. Of course, there was no way Su Qinghe was going to do that. She wasn't one of them. I just don't know if it's because the uniform size is set small, or because her legs are too long. This high school uniform is worn by her like a JK sailor suit in the small days, especially under the short summer school uniform skirt. The 20D black silk perfectly outlined Su Qinghe's exaggeratedly proportioned long legs that had been hidden under the loose pants. The screen is full of thighs. Tisk. This being has really surprised himself, and at this moment, Su Qinghe's delicate and absolutely beautiful little face was flushed, and there were still some water beads left from the water vapor during the bathing at her cheeks, and the whole person seemed to be pure and full of temptation. Pure desire ceiling? Such a sentence suddenly popped up in Gu Yifan's mind. This word is still the invention of those network beggars, the so-called netizens, on the Douyin in the previous life. Well, seems to be from a girl called what Ria simple dance burst of fire video. Because that girl's screen name was taken to look like a flavor of a small-time baka person, Gu Yifan didn't pay attention to it. However, that girl's face value could only be described as average in Gu Yifan's opinion, and leaving the beauty face would probably be a passerby level. Suddenly inexplicably burst into flames all over the net, and also dare to claim what pure desire ceiling. Gu Yifan can only say that the power of capital is really incomparably powerful. In the past, Gu Yifan was very disdainful. Do those Netflix things that are built on technology and hard work deserve it? Now after looking at Su Qinghe again, Gu Yifan realized what it means to be a real pure desire ceiling. Clear water out of hibiscus, naturally unadorned. The ancients were true to their word. Su Qinghe, who had never worn black silk before, seemed to be a bit uncomfortable, and she felt a bit uneasy. Although this black silk was made of a special material, and it was icy cold and very flattering to wear, Su Qinghe was still a little less accustomed to it. Plus Gu Yifan had been staring at her legs, which made her even more shy, and at this moment, her face was so red that it could almost drip water. Can I take it off? I'm not used to wearing it, Su Qinghe said in a small voice with a red face. It was only when he heard Su Qinghe's voice that Gu Yifan came back to his senses. He looked at the red-faced and very unnatural Su Qinghe, although he still wanted to admire the black silk again, but looking at Su Qinghe's appearance was a bit too much for him, so he nodded his head and said softly, not used to it? Then don't wear it. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. But, how can you not leave something to remember such a beautiful moment? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. What did it mean? Next, only to see Gu Yifan pull out his cell phone with a click and freeze the picture. Su Qinghe in the photo, eyes shy with some confusion. The whole person is beautiful. After Gu Yifan had admired it for a while, he nodded with great satisfaction as he waved his hand and said, "Alright, go and change it." Yeah. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe then reacted, turning around and running back to her room with a small red face as if she had been pardoned. Not for a while. She then changed into a normal bodysuit and came out. After all, this weather in the mountain town isn't quite right for summer clothes right now. At this time, Su Qinghe's small face still retained some redness. She lightly bit her pink lips and hesitated for a while before opening her mouth in a small, weak voice. Can you delete the photo? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He looked up and glanced at Su Qinghe then babbled in a serious manner. Photos? What photos? Straight face. Su Qinghe had a helpless look on her face when she saw this. She knew that getting Gu Yifan to delete the photos was impossible, but it's a good thing that the photo isn't something forbidden. Had to stop. After staying at Su Qinghe's house for a while longer, Gu Yifan glanced at the time. It was already almost 9 o'clock in the evening. Considering that Su Qinghe still had to get up early tomorrow to work part-time at the Baozi store, Gu Yifan got up and went home alone after making an appointment with her to come and pick her up tomorrow morning. At the balcony window, Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan's departing back with eyes full of reluctance. Only, she couldn't help but pout her little mouth in the next second. This stinking bad guy, smoking again. Looks like I'll have to prepare some more ice sugar pear water for him to bring over tomorrow, she thought darkly in her mind and turned toward the inside of the kitchen. 92 minutes at night. Lakeville Subdivision. Building 7. Unit 3. Room 305. Gu Yifan had just stepped out of the elevator door when he realized that his door seemed to be open. He couldn't help but frown slightly. It's not a burglar, is it? As he was thinking, he took a quick step toward his door. When he was almost at the door of his house, he was relieved when he heard a loud laugh coming from inside. None other. That pig-squealing laugh came from no one but his own mom. But there seemed to be other people's voices in the laughter. A guest in the house? And there's a lot of people? Holding his doubts, he entered the house and shouted out of habit, "Mom, I'm home." The movement on this side of the doorway caught the attention of the people inside, and all of them couldn't help but look towards him. You brat, just come back. Why are you shouting so loudly? Chen Dongmei's voice rang out, and Gu Yifan got a good look at the lineup inside the living room at that moment. In addition to his own dad and mom being there, Han Lemon's family of 3 was also there. He froze. At this moment, his heart was very puzzled, but he still politely opened his mouth to greet him. Uncle Han, Auntie Qing is also here. Yifan, you're back. Han nodded with a smile and said, and Yi Wanqing, who was sitting next to him, smiled and said, Yifan how come the school is over so early? Right, come back so late Did you go on a date with some girl? Ho ho ho. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. How did he feel that Han Lemon's mom had something in her words? End of chapter. Chapter 87. Yi Wanqing, no more pretending. Showdown. I just want you. Gu Yifan gave her a deep look, then casually pulled an excuse to perfunctorily say, oh, I went to review with my classmates after school, so I came back late. But it doesn't seem to be perfunctory, after all. Looking at black silk counts within the review, doesn't it? Han Lemon was talking to Gu Yifan with her own mother. She also quietly stole a glance at Gu Yifan, eyes with a little angry and a little aggrieved. In short, it is very complex. In fact, Gu Yifan had also noticed her eyes, only he didn't care too much about it. After all, just finished looking at Qinghe's black silk dress, and also gave people a photo. Can't be over there just plucked sympathy, this side and open licking it. In short, licking dogs and all that is impossible to be anymore. Be whoever you wanna be. Since there were guests in the house, it was not good for Gu Yifan to go back to his room directly, and after he changed his shoes, he also came to sit down on this side of the sofa in the living room. He casually picked up an apple from the table and nibbled on it. You kid, you could at least peel it before you eat it. Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, said with some disgust, why, it's no ill to eat it without drying it. Gu Yifan waved his hand with a disinterested expression. Chen Dongmei, by the way, Mom, didn't you say this morning that you and my dad you guys were not coming back tonight? Gu Yifan asked as he nibbled on an apple and opened his mouth to his old mom. Oh, it was, but then the meeting was cancelled later, so it's back. Chen Dongmei replied casually. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said, then why didn't you guys tell me about it? It was Chen Dongmei's turn to freeze. Yeah, I said how I always feel like I'm forgetting something today, so that's what I forgot to mention. Looking at her son's surprised and bewildered face, Chen Dongmei's heart was suddenly flooded with a trace of guilt and embarrassment. Only in the next second, the twinge of guilt and embarrassment was instantly thrown to the back of her mind and disappeared without a trace. I forgot. She waved her hand and said casually, you can't starve anyway. It doesn't matter. Gu Yifan, straight face. Mom, there's been something on my mind I've been wanting to ask you. After a moment of silence, Gu Yifan slowly spoke. Chen Dongmei frowned and said, what is it? Did you and my dad pick me up and raise me or not? Otherwise, why? You're even nicer to the next door's Whitey. Note, Whitey is a dog, than you are to me. Gu Yifan said with a grimace. Chen Dongmei's old face went dark as she slapped Gu Yifan on the shoulder. You little brat. What are you talking nonsense about? My mom worked hard to carry you to term. Okay, ugh. If I had known you were so disobedient, I would have known that a piece of barbecued pork would have been better than a. Seeing that his mom was going to learn the lines of those dog-blooded dramas on Jade Channel again, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted to stop. Stop. Mom, I was wrong. As long as you don't speak Cantonese, I'll do anything you want. There's no way around it. His own mom learned that half-assed Cantonese from the TV, and after hearing it, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from sputtering with laughter. Count on your kid having a conscience, Chen Dongmei said with a smug look on her face. No, why don't you let me speak Cantonese? She suddenly realized the blind spot and said with some confusion, why? Don't you have a point in mind, Mom? You're full of chili-flavored half-assed Cantonese that sounds like it's killing people. Gu Yifan said quietly. Chen Dongmei, straight face. Gu, where did I put my chicken feather duster? Ha ha ha. Seeing Gu Yifan's quirky appearance as the mother and son duo fought, the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Yi Wanqing, couldn't help but laugh. While Gu Yifan's dad was trying his best to hold back his laughter at this point, there was one thing to be said for him, and then on the point of his wife speaking Cantonese, he was in agreement with his son, but he didn't dare laugh. He was afraid that the battle would be directed at himself later. Even Han Lemon, who had been in a bad mood, couldn't help but have a smile emerge from the corner of his mouth at this moment. The atmosphere, for a moment, seemed to have returned to its former harmony. Yes, as the two families are relatively close. Scenes like this have often appeared between the two families before. After the joke, Han Lemon's mom, Yi Wanqing, suddenly opened her mouth and lamented. Dong Mei, our two families have known each other for more than 20 years. Well, it's been almost 30 years all. Chen Dongmei also opened her mouth to respond. Yeah, time flies. In a flash so many years have passed, and Yifan and little Lamoner have both reached adulthood. Yi Wanqing opened her mouth and sighed. Ugh, our generation is starting to get old. Chen Dongmei nodded and said. At one point, the two women began to feel a lot of emotions, and the two people on the side, Gu Jiangmo and Han Jianzheng, glanced at each other, looking at each other somewhat in disbelief. Both of them very tacitly did not say anything and sipped their tea in silence. Han Lemon instead sat silently playing with his cell phone from time to time, seemingly messaging and chatting with someone. As for Gu Yifan, it was even more so. He just sat on the side and ate an apple by himself, uninterested in the chatting of the two middle-aged women. Another moment passed. After the two middle-aged women sighed a bit, Yi Wanqing suddenly changed her mind and opened her mouth. Dong Mei, what do you think about letting little lemon child be your daughter-in-law? Ha! When her words came out, Chen Dongmei directly froze. In fact, it wasn't just Chen Dongmei. Gu Jiangmo and Han Jianzheng both froze at this time as well. As for Han Lemon and Gu Yifan, their minds weren't on this, so they didn't hear it clearly and continued to do their own things. You said that our two families have known each other for so many years, and Yifan and little Lamoner are also childhood friends who grew up together and know each other well. So let's have a kiss on a kiss. That seems to be very good too. Yi Wanqing continued to speak. Chen Dongmei had yet to react from Yi Wanqing's words. Instead, at this time, both Gu Yifan and Han Lemon also clearly heard what Yi Wanqing said. Brush. Han Lemon's small face instantly turned red, and she stared at her old mom with a wide-eyed look of disbelief. And Gu Yifan's apple-eating action in his hand was slightly stalled as he looked at Han Lim's mom with a shocked expression. Nima. No, what is this mess? For a moment, everyone present was shocked by Yi Wanqing's proposal. Dongmei, what do you think of my proposal? Seeing that everyone was silent, Yi Wanqing spoke again. At this time, Chen Dongmei also came back to her senses, and she didn't know how to pick up this topic of Yi Wanqing for a while. Dongmei, I have totaled it. Our two families. Seeing that Yi Wanqing was still going to open her mouth, Gu Yifan, who was on the side, was now completely unable to sit still. End of chapter. Chapter 88. The unobtainable is always in commotion, and the favored is emboldened. Gu Yifan, he was in a hurry. He quickly stood up and spoke. Auntie Ching, don't joke. Han Lim and I are just friends. He emphasized the word friend. Why, Yifan, you and little Lamoner have been so affectionate since childhood. Auntie thinks. At this time, Han Jianzheng, who was on the side, couldn't hang on to his face, and he hurriedly spoke. Wanqing, what are you talking nonsense about? Yifan and little Lemon are still young. Why are you talking about this? Yi Wanqing, seeing her speech interrupted, she glared back at her husband. Oh, dear, piggybacking on a teammate. It's really not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Han Jianzheng, this guy just knows how to work all day long. He doesn't know how to put some thought into his daughter. Doesn't he know that his daughter's heart is set on that Gu Yifan kid? Really? Yi Wanqing felt like she was going to die of anger. If Han Jianzheng knew what was going on inside his wife's mind at this time, he would definitely cry out in injustice. It's something that he really didn't know about. When Yi Wanqing thought of today's noon, her daughter ran back from school in tears. That pearly sad appearance. She could not help but feel heartbroken. From this she could already conclude that her daughter really liked that Gu Yifan kid. But it was too late. The other Gu Yifan had completely given up on her since she rejected him last time. And listened to their daughter said, Gu Yifan seems to have another new love. And that girl she has seen. Talking about that girl, that face value and temperament than their own daughter ever. The one she likes and the one who likes her. If she were Gu Yifan, she would also choose the one who likes her. So then she decided to step in and help her daughter out. So, that brings us to tonight. But now that he had managed to pull off an old face to throw out this topic, this dog even came to tear down his own stage. Yi Wanqing was so angry in her heart, she couldn't help but give her husband another hard look. However, because she was outside at the moment and concerned about her husband's face, she didn't get mad. At home, she'd have to make him look good. Han, for his wife's eyes, he read them as a wait-and-see at home in a while. It depressed him to no end. What's going on with your wife today? Taking the wrong medication? For the tawdry maneuver his wife had just made, he said he was helpless and perplexed. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Gu Jiaghua and Chen Dongmei, both husband and wife, glanced at each other. Immediately afterward, Chen Dongmei opened her mouth to round off the conversation. Why, old Han, Wanqing is just being kind, so don't talk about her. After saying that, she turned her head to Yi Wanqing and spoke. However, Wanqing, now the main focus is not free love. This is their young people's business. We do not get involved in it. It's best if they make it. It doesn't matter if they don't. It doesn't affect the relationship between our two families anyway, does it? Ho ho ho. Seeing that Chen Dongmei had said this, Yi Wanqing knew that this topic could not be continued. Why? I just feel that I have watched this child Yifan grow up since I was a child, and I especially like him, and I want us to be close to each other. Well, it's me who's in a hurry. Also, let them young people make their own decisions on this matter and let nature take its course. Ho ho ho. Yi Wanqing also said with a smile. Gu Yifan looked at his mom and Han Lime's mom as if he and Han Lime didn't exist, discussing this matter in a big way. He was shocked. It's not. Are you that forward-thinking? But, are you guys really good at this? I'm still a kid myself, and it's almost time for the college entrance exam. Is it really a good idea to mention this at this time? At this moment, Gu Yifan was speechless in his heart. Unlike Gu Yifan, at this moment, Han Lemon only felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Especially the moment Gu Yifan had just hurriedly stepped forward to clear the relationship. Her heart was aggravated. She felt like she could hardly hold back the tears in her eyes, so she dabbed her feet and said, Mom, Dad, Uncle and Auntie, I suddenly remembered that I still have my homework left to do, so take your time to chat. I'll go back first. After saying that and without waiting for the crowd to react, he quickly walked out. Regarding Han Lemon's sudden reaction, among the crowd, other than Yi Wanqing, no one else knew what had happened. For a while, the scene was a bit awkward. However, after this little episode, the crowd didn't have the heart to continue chatting. After a few more idle words, Yi Wanqing and Mr. and Mrs. Han Jianjiang both got up to take their leave. After sending the couple away, Gu Yifan was about to go take a shower and go to bed, but was pulled back by his own mom. Brat, come here first. I'll ask you something first, Chen Dongmei said with a dark face. Gu Yifan's footsteps lurched, so he had no choice but to sit down again helplessly. What are your orders, Mother Superior? He looked at his old mom a little sardonically. You brat, don't give me that playfulness. Chen Dongmei glared at her and said without a trace of humor. Say it, what the hell did you do to someone else? Han Lemon, today? Gu Yifan? What did I do to Han Lemon? I didn't do anything, he said with a confused look on his face. Yes? Then why did people come to your door today and say they want to recruit you as their son-in-law? Just tell me what people figure? Is the figure you look human? Or figure you don't like to bathe? Chen Dongmei heckled with a look of disgust. Gu Yifan. No, I don't know what people figure me for. Anyway, I didn't do anything, he said with a helpless look on his face. It's a big deal. Before, he desperately tried to lick himself, and he was still ignored. Now that's good. When he stopped being a lickspill, she came to him of her own accord. The unobtainable is always stirring, the favored emboldened. I have to say, this Lu Sun is really right. I think it was Lu Sun who said that. Forget it. Anyway, it's that saying, this person, you can't eat too much, or you'll be prone to ing. Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Chen Dongmei could only speak helplessly. You, it's not all your fault. Who let you go and provoke people before? You didn't even give me a clear explanation on Qinghe's side, and now there's another one. Han Lemon, you really want to be a Chen Shimiayu? Hearing his mom's words, Gu Yifan was once again speechless. What's this all about? He didn't want to talk anymore. Right. I'm warning you, it's about to be the college entrance exam. Don't mess with me at this juncture. I don't want you to just graduate high school and I'm going to be a grandmother right away. Gu Yifan. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 89. Han Jianjiang. Damn, the cabbage that he has raised for 18 years is about to be arched? On Gu Yifan's side, after being warned by his own mom, he ignored him. After taking advantage of his dad and mom to go back to bed, Gu Yifan hid in the balcony and quietly smoked a cigarette before going to take a shower as well. Everything seems to be back on track. His side was normalized, while on Han Lemon's side, it was a different story at this point. After coming out of Gu Yifan's house, Han Lemon was running home in tears. And after Han Jianjiang and Yi Wenqing husband and wife rushed back to their home, just as soon as they entered the door, they heard the dull and suppressed cries coming from their daughter's bedroom side. Yi Wenqing rushed over and opened the door to see her daughter crying under the covers. Oh. Han Jianjiang froze for a moment as he looked at his wife with a confused expression. Wife. What's going on here? It was fine if he didn't speak, but when he did, Yi Wenqing became angry. And have the nerve to ask? It's not all your fault. Yi Wenqing glared at him fiercely and said without any goodwill. What? Han Jianjiang was even more confused. Blame me? No. What did I do to deserve this? However, Yi Wenqing didn't pay any attention to him and hurriedly walked over to start comforting her daughter. Oh little lemon child, be good, be obedient, don't cry, it's okay, there's mommy. She gently lifted the covers and spoke in a soft, comforting tone. Wow, woohoo. However, hearing her own mother's words, the aggression in Han Lemon's heart won out even more, and she couldn't restrain herself from letting out a loud cry any longer. Looking at her daughter's crying pearly appearance, Yi Wenqing's heart was a heartache. There, good boy, it's okay, don't cry, mommy's heart is aching. If you keep crying, mommy can't help but cry with you. Good girl, baby, let's not cry. Yi Wenqing's eyes reddened and she also choked a little. Han Jianjiang, who was standing in the doorway watching this scene, had no idea what was going on, and he scratched his head, his entire body in a state of bewilderment. 12 o'clock in the morning, on the living room sofa, Han Jianjiang looked at his wife with a shocked and incredulous face. Wait, honey, let's stroke for a second. Are you saying that our little lemon loves that Gu Yifan kid, and then that Gu Yifan kid doesn't care about her? He asked, a little less sure. Right. Yi Wenqing nodded. No, didn't you say that Gu Yifan liked our little lemon and confessed to her? After that, did little lemon reject him? He somewhat wondered if he had heard wrong, and looked at his wife with some disbelief. Right, indeed. Yi Wenqing nodded again. Han, all right, so what's going on now? He was now baffled by his wife's words. Ugh, Han Jianjiang not I say you don't know all day just busy with your work that also should take some time to care about their own daughters. What you just said was over a month ago. Now that's changed. Gu Yifan confessed his love for little lemon and after he was rejected, he started to alienate little lemon. And your daughter? After seeing Gu Yifan ignoring herself, she got anxious and has been trying to find ways to repair her relationship with Gu Yifan. But then, people are really saying they're ignoring her this time. I have a feeling it's not that little Lemoner doesn't like that Gu Yifan kid, but because the two grew up together and are too familiar with each other, she herself doesn't even know that she likes that Gu Yifan kid. Yi Wenqing slowly spoke. Han, after listening to his wife's words, Han Jianjiang felt that he was only traveling for more than half a month. How come the world has changed? He looked up at his wife in disbelief and said, oh wife, are you sure little lemon child likes Gu Yifan? Crap, she doesn't like Gu Yifan, so why is she crying so sadly? What's wrong with her? When Yi Wenqing saw her husband questioning her, she glared at her without any goodwill. Han Jianjiang didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long moment of silence, he looked at his wife and said sullenly, damn, the cabbage he's been raising for 18 years is about to be arched? Though he had long thought this would be the day. After all, Gu Yifan and his own daughter grew up together, and the relationship between the two families has always been quite good, but he didn't expect this day to come so fast. Before, when he heard that the brat Gu Yifan had been rejected for confessing his love to his own daughter, he was secretly glad. Results, now it's turned into your own daughter rushing to get something for nothing? Cam, cheap Gu Jiagua, that old boy picked up his daughter, such a good daughter-in-law, for nothing. Just as he was feeling a bit indignant in his heart, Yi Wenqing spoke again. Ha, arched, now is your daughter for nothing. People Gu Yifan do not want now. Yi Wenqing didn't have the good sense to say. Han, he jerked his head at the sound of his own wife's words. What do you mean? He frowned. Literally, Yi Wenqing did not have the good sense to say. After human Gu Yifan was rejected by little Lemoner, he is now getting close to a girl whose looks and temperament are not inferior to little Lemoner's, and it seems that they are all close to being together. Why else do you think little lemon child was in such a hurry? And why did I suddenly set up the matter of the two families tying the knot today? Good for you, even if you don't help. You even tear me down. Han, so what's the deal now? Seeing his wife a little angry, had Han Jianjiang some snappy way? I don't know. Yi Wenqing didn't have the good sense to say. Why don't I go back to that Gu Yifan kid tomorrow and have a good chat? Han opened his mouth after some thought. Alright, still not embarrassed enough today, are you? One time is enough. More than that, it's as if our daughter is unwanted and is rushing to be subsidized. Yi Wenqing couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, after thinking about it, she spoke again. I don't believe that little Lemon and Gu Yifan's feelings for more than 10 years can't stand up to the girl that they just met not long ago. Besides, the two of them are just having a falling out between kids right now, so maybe after a while, the two of them will make up again. This, well, Han Jianjiang thought about it, also really is such a reason. So they spoke, well, children and grandchildren, public opinion, children and grandchildren blessing. Then this thing, we do not get involved. Let nature take its course. 4:30 in the morning. It was still dark outside the window at this time. Gu Yifan, who was lying in bed, was woken up by a ringing cell phone alarm clock. The reason why he set such an early alarm clock was because he had made an appointment with Su Qinghe to accompany her to go to the Baozi store part-time today. After changing his clothes and simply washing up, Gu Yifan left a note for his parents and went out. End of chapter. Chapter 90. Su Qinghe, don't be mean to me, okay? In the morning, 5 o'clock sharp, Gu Yifan drove his car to the happy neighborhood on East 8th Street, and from afar he saw Su Qinghe's lonely figure under the dim streetlight. He couldn't help but frown, and couldn't help but speed up a bit. The car soon stopped in front of Su Qinghe. The car window lowered and Gu Yifan's handsome face appeared in front of her. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. She was just about to open her mouth when she heard Gu Yifan say in a somewhat angry tone, "Didn't I tell you to wait for me upstairs?" Oh. Su Qinghe was a bit unresponsive by Gu Yifan's angry tone of voice. "Get in the car." Seeing Su Qinghe's dumbfounded look, he said with some impatience, "Ooh." At those words, Su Qinghe, who had returned to her senses, didn't dare to speak. She silently opened the car door and sat in the car. "You don't know what time it is? Don't you know it's dangerous for you to come out by yourself? I told you to be good and wait for me upstairs. Why did you have to come out alone? What do you want me to do if something happens to you?" Su Qinghe's but hadn't even sat still when she was given a chopping output by Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was about to explode with anger. He had told her ahead of time not to come out, just wait upstairs, and still had to come out. Don't you know it's dangerous for her to be a girl at night, especially in the alleys of such old neighborhoods? If you really meet any bad guys, no one will save you even if you shout through your throat. Really? Su Qinghe. Although Gu Yifan's tone wasn't very nice, she wasn't angry, because she knew that Gu Yifan was worried about herself. "Yeah, sorry." Seeing that Gu Yifan was very angry, she reached out and pulled his sleeve and said in a small, weak voice, "I just don't want you to wait for me for too long. I'm sorry, don't be angry, and don't be mean to me, okay?" Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her, and seeing her small red face with a soft, aggravated look, his heart instantly softened, and his anger instantly subsided by a large amount. "No more of that, you hear me?" He had a helpless face and was somewhat unhelpful. No. Su Qinghe replied in a small voice. "Hey, you're not mad at me for just being mean to you like that?" Gu Yifan suddenly thought of something, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Ha?" Su Qinghe froze for a moment first. "No, there isn't." She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan, then gently shook her head and said with a serious face, "I know you're worried, don't get angry." Seeing her with a small, serious face, Gu Yifan didn't know what to say. What a bean, he didn't take it well. "I'm not naive," Su Qinghe pouted and retorted in a small voice. However, Gu Yifan just grunted and ignored her, started the car and walked away. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed since the day Gu Yifan accompanied Su Qinghe to her part-time job. During this month or so, Gu Yifan basically spent the rest of his time with Su Qinghe every day in addition to attending classes in a routine manner. The days were uneventful and pleasant. Strangely enough, since that night when Han Lemon ran out of his house in tears, "I don't know what Yuanqing said to her afterwards, but in any case, she never came to find fault with Gu Yifan again." Gu Yifan was also happy to be at ease, just so he didn't have to worry about this trouble with Han Lemon anymore. Also good. Anyway, after the high school entrance exam, we all went our separate ways from then on. And that was that. 2013, May 30th, Thursday, sunny. There are 8 days to go for the entrance exam. The big red letters on the blackboard on the classroom wall. The big red letters with the red chalk that had been written in time erased and erased. A constant reminder to the crowd that time is running out. An atmosphere of tension and oppression permeated the entire senior classroom. All the senior dogs, except for eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, their asses barely left their seats for the rest of the day. Van, how do I solve this problem? I've been trying to figure this out for a long time, and the answer just doesn't add up. Just as Gu Yifan was looking out the window and gawking at the scenery, Wang Zibo at the front table suddenly held a test paper and asked, Gu Yifan, who had been interrupted from his thoughts to return to his senses, turned his head to look at Wang Zibo. It was somewhat amusing to see him look like he was scratching his ears and face was red with anxiety. "Bring it over and I'll look at it." He trailed off. With just one glance, Gu Yifan could see the problem. He looked up at Wang Zibo and said, "You're right, It's the answer that's wrong. Ha! Wang Zibo froze for a moment. It shouldn't be. Isn't that the standard answer that comes with the test paper? He scratched his head, a little foxed. Believe it or not, Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, no, believe. Van, I believe you. Seeing this, Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth. It's just that the standard answer matched with this test paper can be wrong. Isn't this a pure pitfall? Isn't that normal? Standard answers are made by people too. And with so much information in papers printed, it's not surprising that there are mistakes, Gu Yifan casually explained. Also, Wang Zibo sniffed and thought it made sense. It was just that he was still a little upset in his heart about the person who had printed the question paper. Cam, son of a, wasting over an hour of my time. He took the test paper and cursed. Seeing him like this, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little and said, okay, Baron Thin. People don't mean it. Besides, you scolded people and can't hear you, so why waste your breath? Ha! That being said, I'm still a little upset inside. These people who print question papers are so irresponsible, Wang Zibo said with some indignation. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and didn't bother to talk to him. He turned his head over to continue looking at his view. Wang Zibo saw Gu Yifan sleep in class and laze around and look at the scenery in class, and he didn't even need to read books and review in a dashing manner. And he was envious in his heart, but he still had a bit of a pussy in his own mind. There's no way around it. Who let Gu Yifan, this guy, take the first place in 3 consecutive mock exams with perfect scores in all subjects? Unsurprisingly, this year's top student on the college entrance exam is not Gu Yifan. Now the whole school leaders are eager to give him as the god of fortune to offer up whatever he wanted to do. It was called a request. Not to mention Gu Yifan sleeping in class. Even if he is in class, they are smilingly accepting it. None other. Simply because, at this moment, Gu Yifan represented the political achievements they were about to get their hands on. Oh, dear. Man to man. It's exasperating. I wonder how many people envy Gu Yifan. However, Wang Zibo was looking on the bright side. Who is Gu Yifan? His brother. Gu Yifan equals Wang Zibo. Gu Yifan equals future top student of the college entrance exam. So, future high school seniors equals Zibo Wang. There's nothing wrong with it. Old iron. End of chapter. Chapter 91, Suching his naughty side? Refusing to bail out. Jingle bells dash. Accompanied by the ringing of the class bell, Gu Yifan, who was sleeping on the table, felt that his nose was a little itchy. He slowly opened his eyes, only to see Su Qinghe was reddening her little face. She had her hands behind her back, looking at herself as if she were a small child who had made a mistake. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he said with some surprise, Bean, why are you here? Su Qinghe reddened her pretty face and explained in a small voice, the director of teaching. The director of teaching asked me to go to the office, and then I heard the teacher say that she was going to ask you to go as well, so I came over. Gu Yifan nodded and said, let's go then. Aha. She nodded, then followed Gu Yifan out of the classroom. Just when she thought Gu Yifan hadn't noticed what had just happened, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Yifan suddenly came to her ear and whispered, I'll clean you up at night for what you just did to my nose. Brush. Su Qinghe's body was slightly stagnant. Her delicate and absolutely beautiful little face was once again dyed with a touch of redness. Even the skin at the neck was also dyed with a touch of pink. So he knew. Done. This big bully is going to bully himself again. Office building. 3rd floor. 305. Office of the Director of Instruction. At this time, in the office, besides Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, there were a few students from other classes as well as a few homeroom teachers. The small office was packed. Well, everyone is here, right? The teaching director in charge of teaching, Chen Xiangdong, looked at the crowd then slowly said, Director Chen, they're all here. A male teacher with a Mediterranean haircut spoke up and replied, okay, this is a small place. Let's talk over there in the conference room. Chen Xiangdong opened his mouth. After that, he led the crowd toward the conference room upstairs. Mr. Yi, what's going on here? Gu Yifan, who was walking at the end with Su Qinghe, he whispered to his homeroom teacher, Yi Xiangying, and inquired, it's about bailing out. You'll find out in a minute. Yi Xiangying first looked at the crowd in front of him and then whispered, Gu Yifan instantly understood. A few minutes later, inside the conference room, the people were each seated next to their homeroom teacher in turn. Ahem. Seeing that everyone was seated, Director of Instruction Chen Xiangdong coughed lightly, then looked at the crowd and spoke. Well, teachers, students, this time, I called you over here, but I want to talk to you about the matter about the school's list of guaranteed students. Gu Yifan had been secretly observing the crowd. Seeing the Director of Instruction finish his words, the faces of the people present did not change much. Thinking that apart from himself and Su Qinghe, It was estimated that they all probably already knew about this in advance. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but glance at his homeroom teacher Yi Xiangying. Looks like the old is pretty unreliable. In fact, he had wronged Yi Xiangying. The reason why Yi Xiangying didn't mention this to Gu Yifan was because the matter of him bailing out was basically a done deal. The 3 consecutive final exams were all full marks in all subjects, so unless the school leaders were blind, how could Gu Yifan not be on the list for guaranteed admission? As for Su Qinghe, the same is true. Starting from the first year of high school, all the way to the 3rd year of high school was the first in the grade, until Gu Yifan's appearance to break her spell of reigning first. Such a person guaranteed list how could not have her, so her homeroom teacher didn't mention it to her. Well, every year the school has guaranteed places in several top universities in the country. I think everyone knows about this. What about this year? It's no different. There are currently a total of 8 guaranteed spots in the school. And what about the students who are coming over today? It's a total of 10. After Chen Xiangdong finished speaking, the people present all looked at each other a bit blankly. With 8 spots and 10 people total now, that means 2 people are going to be unable to bail out? Then why the hell did you call those 2 guys who couldn't bail out? Isn't it just pantsless farting and redundant? Many people thought darkly in their hearts. Well, everyone take a moment. The reason why I let 10 of you come over here is because among them, students Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, Qingbei and many other colleges and universities have sent information saying that the 2 of them can be admitted without exams and have 4 years of tuition and miscellaneous fees waived, so the 2 of them don't take up a quota. Chen Xiangdong looked at the crowd present and slowly explained. Wow! As soon as his words fell, the people present couldn't help but cast their gazes on the 2 of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. There's surprise, envy, and admiration. In short, it's just complicated. Also, one is the first in the whole grade with perfect scores, and the other is the first in the whole grade since the 1st year of high school. If they are called school bully, then Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe are school god-level characters. Therefore, it was not surprising that Qingbei's side made such an offer, but Gu Yifan was a bit surprised. After all, this bailout thing, he didn't have the chance to get in touch with it in his previous life, so he didn't understand it. So is Su Qinghe the bean. Don't say bailed out. In her previous life, she people are gone. As for this life, she all day in addition to study is with Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan did not understand this. She is even more do not understand. She was a little uncertain for a moment, and subconsciously wanted to ask Gu Yifan for his opinion. It was just that the 2 were sitting far apart in the middle, so she couldn't be bothered to ask. As for pulling out your cell phone to send a message, that's even worse. After all, it's disrespectful to take your cell phone out on an occasion like this. Seemingly seeing Su Qinghe's small mind, Gu Yifan cast her a reassuring glance. After receiving Gu Yifan's gaze, Su Qinghe relaxed in her heart. Well, this is something that everyone can go back and think about first. Also talk to your family to determine which school to choose for bonding. Well, if there are no other questions, everyone who has received a bonding form will go back and fill it out, and will give their responses tomorrow. And then the school will arrange for everyone to go to the corresponding colleges and universities for a bonding visit. And the specific bonding results will come out before the college entrance exams, and won't affect everyone's college entrance exams. If there's anything else you don't understand, ask your respective classroom teacher. Good. Today this matter will be here. Delayed everyone's lunch break. Let's disperse. After the director of teaching and learning Chen Xiangdong finished, see the time is almost up. They are ready to announce the adjournment of the meeting to go to the teachers and staff cafeteria to open the meal to go. Just before he finished speaking, he saw Gu Yifan suddenly raise his hand and say, "Reporting director, I have something to say." Chen Xiangdong froze. He just wanted to black face but realized that the person who spoke was Gu Yifan. That half-black face instantly returned to normal, and even squeezed out a trace of a smile and said, "Oh, it's Gu Yifan student. What do you want to say? Ho ho ho." The gazes of the crowd also turned to Gu Yifan. Under the gaze of the puzzled crowd, Gu Yifan slowly spoke, "Director Chen, can I not choose to bail out?" Crowd. End of chapter. Chapter 92, Smaller Pattern? Su Qinghe's choice. It was already 12:30 noon when he came out from inside the conference room of the office building. Su Bean. How true. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe helplessly with a complicated face and said, "No, I have my own reasons for refusing to bail out. Why do you want to follow my example of refusing to bail out too?" Yes. After Gu Yifan refused the opportunity to bail out in front of him, Su Qinghe, the simpleton, followed him and refused to bail out as well. This made Gu Yifan helpless. The reason why he refused to bail out was because that dog of a system had just appeared out of nowhere and released a new mission for him, and it was a task he simply couldn't refuse. Or rather he didn't want to refuse. Timeline back to just now in the conference room. Just as Gu Yifan was planning to accept the school's guarantee in a low-key manner, figuring out which school to choose. The voice of that dog of a system suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the system's mainlined manifestation of sainthood in front of people mission. As high school is one of the most important stages in life, how can a successful winner in life not leave behind a legend belonging to his or her high school years? Please ask the host to choose whether or not to give up the opportunity for guaranteed admission, directly participate in the college entrance examination, and obtain the national top student of the science and engineering subject in the college entrance examination with a perfect score in all subjects, so as to make his name resonate throughout the country and become a legend of his high school years. The host will be rewarded with 150,000 original shares of Mutai upon completion of the mission. Note, original shares may be sold at any time without restriction. When he heard the system's voice, his entire body froze, appearing before men. That's pretentious. But that's not the point. The point is that 150,000 original Mutai shares. In the latter days, for Mutai, this big name stock, I am afraid there are not many nationals do not know it. Mutai stock from the issuance and listing to the moment of Gu Yifan's death. Within a few decades this stock has experienced a total of 2 drops. Over 2 trillion market capitalization. Big A myth. The first bull stock in Big A. All names are enough to explain its awesome. If Gu Yifan remembers correctly, Maotai's original share capital is 185 million. The official online Big A is 2001. The circulation of the listed and issued a total of 71.5 million shares. The issue price of 31.39 yuan per share. The total share capital of that year is also 250 million. It's 2013, and the total equity seems to be in the low 1 billion range. And the stock price is what? Gu Yifan was a bit unable to remember for a while. But, undoubtedly, now the stock price is certainly no matter how much. As long as you take that 150,000 original shares, he Gu Yifan are earn. None other. Only because the original share price of Mutai was only $1. Right. You didn't hear me wrong. It's $1. And the main point is that the original shares are not subject to release restrictions, so you can get out anytime you want. Ding! The system warmly reminds, the current Mutai stock price is about 200 yuan per share. Note, non-integer numbers, with decimal points, are rounded to the nearest whole number. Just then, the system's voice sounded again. Holy, 150,000 times 200. 3 million? Gu Yifan's entire body instantly froze. Nima, $30 million. Who can top this? Who can refuse? Originally, Gu Yifan also planned to take his bank card to spend a wave of money after the college entrance exams, to use up the last Bow Strike cashback opportunity, and then take the money from the Bow Strike cashback to go to college and start a business from scratch. Previously, he had always felt that this was all the startup capital the system offered him. Results. Special Meow now is directly his Meow gave 30 million. Immediately let himself on the peak of life? $30 million. For the ordinary family, save a little. Completely enough to directly lay flat for life. Of course, there was no way Gu Yifan would just lie flat. After all, he still wanted to stand on top of that pyramid to see the scenery up there. But $30 million, it's also enough to make do with a lot of entrepreneurial trial and error. At least you don't need to start a business that fails once and then you can't turn it over completely like the average person. As in the case of Mr. Wang, his dad casually dumped 500 million on him to start his own business. And the system just gave himself $30 million to start his own business. So it was nothing in comparison. And that reward comes with a quest condition too. Okay. Although this task was a piece of cake for the current Gu Yifan, but after all, he had refused the guaranteed admission and had to take the college entrance exams. A lot more trouble, wasn't it? Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. Moreover, he thought about it and intended that after he got the 150,000 Mutai original shares, he would not sell them all at once to start his own business. After all, he knew the truth of the cunning rabbit. He intends to leave at least a part of the original shares, not to mention that the original shares are difficult to buy, compared to now. The latter-day Mutai stock price but exceeded the height of 2,600. Leaving a part of the stock as a bottom is also considered a guarantee. Gu Yifan suddenly felt that all along his pattern had been small. But think about it. All reborn also with the system. To still like those reborn inside with the system also pennies do not give their own miserable to sell boxed lunches. Go to send express delivery entrepreneurial protagonist. That also have a sympathy of the system. Ding. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Host. The system's voice sounded again. What's the point of picking this nigga? System, I choose to give up my bailout. His mind was made up at once. And so, there was the previous scene. Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking, Su Qinghe thought that he was going to be pissed off by himself. So she stood on her tiptoes and stretched out her small hand to test the tip of Gu Yifan's nose. Noticing Su Qinghe's small movements, Gu Yifan came back to his senses. Su Qinghe hurriedly withdrew her small hand like a frightened bunny, like a child who had done something wrong, lowering her head and not daring to speak. Seeing her silent, Gu Yifan became even more angry. Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Seeing her in this state, Gu Yifan was infuriated and laughed. Brush. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened, and for a moment she didn't dare to look at Gu Yifan at all. Why don't you take it if you're guaranteed a ride? It's a fear of the worst. Haven't you thought about what if you accidentally do poorly in the college entrance exam? You little twerp, you're really going to piss me off, Gu Yifan said very helplessly, and when Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan was still angry, she whispered, no, it won't be, other than you, other people, aren't afraid, ugh. Looking at her in this serious and naive manner, Gu Yifan sighed helplessly. It was no use him saying anything after what had happened. However, in fact, there is no need to worry too much. With Su Qinghe's current grades, as long as nothing happens, the college entrance exam is just a handful. Besides, so what if she fails the test? Have yourself in. Damn it, it was Su Qinghe who did nothing in her life, and she could afford to feed her herself. So all the more reason not to worry about anything. It's just that he doesn't want Su Qinghe to have regrets about her high school years. Seeing Gu Yifan sighed with a helpless look, Su Qinghe reached out her small hand and gently tugged on his sleeve. Her voice was small and weak, and she said in a somewhat petulant manner, it won't be a bad test, so don't get angry. Okay, I know you're tired of it. Really? Gu Yifan glared at her, not in a good mood. It's awesome. Seeing that Gu Yifan said the wrong word, Su Qinghe glanced at him and whispered, Gu Yifan, alright. That's all there is to it. Let's go eat first, he said helplessly. Suddenly, he thought of something, so he spoke again. By the way, classes will be suspended starting the day after tomorrow. Starting today, you'll move into my house. You'll eat whatever I eat. You can't eat anything indiscriminately, and you can't leave my sight except for going to the restroom and sleeping. Otherwise, if something really happens, eat bad stomach or something like that, and you fail the college entrance exam, and I get in and you don't, then you'll come back to repeat the exam all by yourself. You. Su Qinghe. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Gu Yifan's bullying. Hey, Su Bean, talking to you, do you hear me? Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't say anything, Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say, oh who? No. Su Qinghe pouted her little mouth and said sullenly, really, I'm all pissed off and hungry. Come on, let's go eat. After Gu Yifan finished speaking, he pulled Su Qinghe's small hand and walked quickly in the direction of the school cafeteria. What a bossy, yet knife-edge guy. Su Qinghe quietly stole a glance at him, the corners of her mouth slightly up. When he arrived at the school cafeteria, Gu Yifan let go of Su Qinghe's small hand in advance. After all, it's a crowded place and a bad influence. Perhaps he just pissed off Gu Yifan. Just arrived Su Qinghe will take the initiative to help go to the queue to fight the meal. Gu Yifan pull cannot pull. A few minutes later, Su Qinghe then came back with 2 portions of rice. She handed Gu Yifan the one with more meat in her hand, and left the other one with more veggies for herself. Gu Yifan gave her a deep look, but didn't say anything. It was just a matter of putting meat on her dinner plate every now and then while she ate. Su Qinghe had been trying to refuse, but she didn't dare to speak when Gu Yifan gave her a look and silently accepted. After lunch, it was already almost 1:30 in the middle of the day. Naps or no time for naps. After Gu Yifan sent Su Qinghe back to the classroom, he went downstairs and returned to his own classroom. He had just sat in his seat when he saw Han Lemon's best friend, Wu Xiaoyan, come up and ask, Gu Yifan, did you really refuse the Qingbei guaranteed scholarship? Ha? Gu Yifan froze. How did you know? He said with some confusion and wonder. Oh, I just heard it in the girls' restroom from the guy in the class next door. Wu Xiaoyan subconsciously replied. Coward. This girl's restroom is worthy of being a gossip staging area. Gu Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Ouch. Wu Xiaoyan blushed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. She looked at Gu Yifan with a curious face and opened her mouth to ask, forget about that for now. Did you really reject the Qingbei guaranteed scholarship? Right. That's right. I refused. Gu Yifan didn't hide it and spoke directly. After being personally verified by Gu Yifan himself, Wu Xiaoyan's mouth opened into a big O shape. She looked at Gu Yifan with an incredulous face and muttered, you refused to be guaranteed a scholarship to Qingbei, so where do you want to take the exam? Is there any other school in the country that's better than Qingbei? I don't know. Wait until after the test. Gu Yifan said indifferently with a disinterested face. Wu Xiaoyan. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Gu Yifan, let me ask weakly. Are you sick? After a long period of silence, Wu Xiaoyan suddenly raised her head to look at Gu Yifan and asked in a small voice. Gu Yifan, goi on roll. He looked at Wu Xiaoyan with a black line on his face and said generously. Okay. Wu Xiaoyan nodded with an embarrassed face and said. With that, he turned and rolled away in silence. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something, so she turned around and smiled. Gu Yifan, do you want to know which school little lemon heir wants to take? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. With a slight frown, he turned his head and coldly glanced at Wu Xiaoyan and faintly said, don't want to, not interested, cut, you just pretend as hard as you can you. Humph. When Wu Xiaoyan saw him say this, she couldn't help but give him a blank look, then hummed and walked away. Gu Yifan shook his head and didn't say anything else, but Wu Xiaoyan did remind him of this. In his previous life, Han Lemon filled out the English major of the Shanghai Foreign Language Institute, and although he failed the exam at the time, he made a point of choosing a lousy second-bench science and technology college across from the foreign language in order to continue to lick her. According to the memories of his previous life, Han Lemon should still choose the Shanghai Foreign Language Institute in this life. But it doesn't matter, one just wouldn't pick this school anyway. Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. Time passed and a week passed quickly. On the blackboard wall of the classroom, the countdown of 8 days to the college entrance exam has also become 1 day. Today was the last day before the entrance exams, and everyone was asked to return to school, where their homeroom teachers distributed passes and explained the do's and don'ts of the exams as well as looking at the list of exam rooms. Senior classroom. At this time, on the classroom podium, class teacher Yi Xiangying is selling the notes of tomorrow's college entrance examination. Especially must remember to bring the pass. Gu Yifan, however, did not listen at all, and he looked at the both familiar and unfamiliar pass in his hand, and suddenly had a feeling that it was like a lifetime ago. The pass is still the same pass from the previous life. Even the pass number has not changed. Just, one is not the same person one was in a previous life. In his previous life, he was a muddled mess of exams, but now he is destined to be a rock and his name is going to be remembered by history. Why does it feel a little middle-aged? Just as Gu Yifan was lost in thought, Wang Zibo in the front row suddenly turned around with an excited face and rushed to open his mouth. Brother Fan, how many exam rooms are you in? Our school. The third exam room. Gu Yifan, who had returned to his senses, glanced at him and said casually, our school. Then we can't go to the exam center together. I'm in the art annex. Exam room 6, Wang Zibo said with some disappointment. But, soon the look of disappointment on his face was swept away, only because Gu Yifan faintly said, I heard that there are quite a lot of beautiful women in the art annex. Wang Zibo's eyes lit up. Yeah, the art annex is notorious for having a lot of beautiful women in the mountain town. After all, most of the people who attend there are art students. There are a lot of beautiful women studying art. This is natural. It's June in the mountain town, and it's already as hot as Tokyo, and everyone is hot as hell. And this time the girls have changed into the cool summer clothes. It is a good time to see the big white legs. Doesn't that mean that one can take the exam while admiring the big white legs? TSK. This seems to be pretty good too. Just thinking about this, Wang Zibo's face couldn't help but curl up slightly. Gu Yifan saw his lewd face. How could he not know that little thought in his heart? So he spoke faintly once again. Baron Thin, let's just say, is there a possibility that most of the young ladies in the art annex don't take their exams in our school either? The smile at the corner of Wang Zibo's mouth stalled slightly. Why? It doesn't matter. We're going to take the test, not to look at long legs. It doesn't matter. He forced a smile somewhat self-congratulatorily. Gu Yifan let out a heckle and didn't bother with him anymore. He lowered his head and pulled out his cell phone to send a QQ message to Su Qinghe, asking where her exam room was. End of chapter. Chapter 94, Su Bin is not Bin anymore? Gu Yifan, it's not good to fool around anymore. Soon. Su Qinghe's side replied. Su Bin, I'm in this school, the third exam room. How about you? Gu Yifan froze for a moment after reading the message. Smiling slightly, he typed a reply. Coincidentally, I'm also at our school, the third exam room. Just as the two of them, he and Su Qinghe, were chatting hotly, the class teacher on the podium, Yi Xiangying, had also finished all the notes. Well, I'm done with what to watch out for. Don't be too nervous when you go back. Everyone, have a good rest for tomorrow's college entrance exam. Well, I'm here to wish you all the best of luck with your flags and all the best of luck. And finally, that's it for our senior class's last class of high school. Class dismissed. As Yi Xiangying announced the dismissal of the class, the entire classroom crowd stood up and shouted, Goodbye teacher. Okay, bye class. With a goodbye, and a sign that the 10th high school career is over. Women's dormitory entrance. Bean, is that all the stuff? Is it all taken? After Gu Yifan helped Su Qinghe carry her things to the car, he opened his mouth to ask while handing her a tissue to wipe her sweat. That's about it. Because usually I go home for the weekend and don't have much in the dorm. After Su Qinghe took the tissue and wiped the sweat from the corner of her forehead, she nodded and said, Okay then, get in the car. Let's go home. Gu Yifan nodded and said, aha. Su Qinghe charmed a bit and nodded vigorously. Since Gu Yifan drove his dad's broken charade today, it didn't attract much attention. This is still his own good and bad, and finally even moved out Su Qinghe. Empress Dowager Chen this only agreed to drive his father's broken car to school. Yes, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Gu Yifan hadn't dared to tell his family that he had a big G until now. After the two of them got on the car, Gu Yifan habitually helped Su Qinghe to fasten the condom. Yuck! And after fastening the seatbelt, he started the car and set off. After all, it was on campus, and there was no telling where a person might leap out at any moment. So Gu Yifan slowed his car down. After leaving the school, Gu Yifan went straight in the direction of the happy neighborhood where Su Qinghe's house was located. The two of them planned to go over to Gu Yifan's house after first putting some of the daily necessities that Su Qinghe used in the dormitory back home. Seeing that Su Qinghe was very hot, Gu Yifan turned down the air conditioning temperature in the car again. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. The air conditioning is loud, but don't look at the car as a bit beat up. But the air conditioning is really nothing to write home about. It didn't take long for the car to get cooler. Bean, the college entrance exam is tomorrow. Are you nervous? Gu Yifan asked casually. Ha? Gu Yifan's sudden opening made Su Qinghe freeze for a moment. She tilted her little head and thought seriously, then turned her head to Gu Yifan and spoke softly. Still, okay. Just okay. Actually there's nothing to be nervous about. The college entrance exam is just similar to our usual practice exams. Gu Yifan nodded and said with a face that had nothing to hang on to. Suddenly, he remembered something, so he turned his head and gave Su Qinghe a somewhat teasing look and said, by the way, Bean, for this college entrance exam, do you want to compete with me again to see who has a higher score? Swipe. Su Qinghe suddenly remembered the last time this guy fooled himself into wearing black silk. Her small face turned red all of a sudden. No, don't, she pouted. In fact, when she lost to Gu Yifan in the first citywide simulation test, Su Qinghe was a bit unconvinced in her heart. But, after Gu Yifan had pressed herself with perfect scores in all subjects in the next two citywide mock general exams, she was convinced. Is really convinced. That's 3 perfect scores in a row. Not everyone can be as powerful as Gu Yifan. The big side stage. She was a little skeptical that this Gu Yifan fellow had been hiding his clumsiness and deliberately letting herself fill him in. However, looking at the beginning when Gu Yifan seriously asked himself those math problems, it didn't look like Therefore, she could only attribute it to Gu Yifan's IQ being too side stage. So now when she heard that Gu Yifan still came to snub her bet, Su Qinghe didn't even want to ignore him. One is not stupid. People are not Bean. When Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe ignoring him, he suddenly felt a bit bored. If I had known, I would have given her some water before, so that now she is afraid of herself. It is not good to fool his mind thought darkly. Suddenly, Su Qinghe gave a startled cry. What's wrong? Gu Yifan turned his head and glanced at her, casually asking. I think I saw Wang Zibo, that cart guy seems to be him, right? Su Qinghe said with some uncertainty. Gu Yifan turned his head and swept in the direction of her finger, and found that the person who was pushing a car on the non-motorized lane across the road was none other than Wang Zibo. Well, it's him. I guess the car broke down or something. Let's go over there and ask. Gu Yifan nodded and said. With that, he turned the car around at the intersection and drove over to Wang Zibo's side. Yes, as Gu Yifan expected, Wang Zibo's electric car was indeed broken. In June, the midday sun is already very hot. The hot sunlight was shining directly on his cheeks, making his skin feel hot. This broken car? It breaks down sooner or later, but this time of the day, it really pisses me off. Wang Zibo cursed and grumbled while pushing the cart laboriously forward. Anyone who has ever experienced an electric car without power should know that it's exhausting when it's all about manpower to push it. I'm dying for a bottle of ice-cold drop. Wang Zibo, who was already tired and sweating profusely, couldn't stop wailing. Just then, a car honked behind him. He was taken aback, moodily annoyed. He was about to open his mouth to burst a few words of nationalism when he saw the car behind him slowly pull up beside him. Just as he was puzzled, the car window came down and Gu Yifan's handsome was looking at himself with a teasing face. Burp. Van. Why you? Wang Zibo said with some surprise. Baron, is your car dead or broken? Gu Yifan spoke faintly. The car broke down. Wang Zibo wailed. Doggone it. It just broke down very suddenly. I almost fell down. Hearing Wang Zibo's words, Gu Yifan felt a bit amused. This dog Baron thing has no one else's luck. Oh, and then what? Are you trying to cart it back? The sun is so high right now. It'll take you at least an hour to cart it back. Gu Yifan opened his mouth and asked. Ugh, I don't want it either. It's a piece of car. If it wasn't for the fear of my mom beating me up, I'd want to just throw it away, Wang Zibo said with a helpless face. Hearing his words, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and said, alright, there seems to be a car repair store in front of us, so push it over there and take a look at it first. If it doesn't work, put it here for repair first, then take my car and go back first. Aha! Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Wang Zibo's eyes snapped open. Yes, oh, why didn't I think of that? He slapped his thighs and said with some surprise, Gu Yifan, done. With that kind of IQ, you'd just be a highly educated artificial feces maker even if you got into college. End of chapter. Chapter 95, Eve of the Senior Exam. Gu Yifan and Su Qingha are living together? Okay, I'll pull over in front and wait for you while you push the car over to the mechanic store, Gu Yifan faintly said. After saying that, he kicked the gas pedal. The car quickly disappeared in front of Wang Zibo, leaving only the dust flying from the friction of the car tires on the ground. Cough cough cough. Wang Zibo choked on a mouthful of dust and couldn't help coughing. He looked at the distant car ass with a helpless face and deflated his mouth. Doggone brother fan, even if you don't help me push the car, you still let me eat a mouthful of dust. How come I'm so bitter? Cure it all. However, what Wang Zibo didn't realize was that this was just the beginning. After sending the car to the repair store, the store said that it could not be repaired for a while, so he had to put the car in the repair store first and then got into Gu Yifan's car. Phew, once on the car, feeling the coolness of the air conditioning inside the car, Wang Zibo's entire body sat paralyzed in the back row and couldn't help but lament, it's going to tire me out. It's better to sit in the car and blow the air conditioning comfortably. Baron, we have to go to Su Qingha's house before we go back. After he got into the car, Gu Yifan turned his head to him and said casually, anything, as long as we don't have to walk, we can go anywhere, Wang Zibo said with a bitter smile. Gu Yifan glanced at him from the rearview mirror, not knowing what he was calculating, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. 10 minutes later, East 8th Street Bliss neighborhood, Gu Yifan slapped Wang Zibo, who was so comfortable that he was about to fall asleep. Right back to sleep. Wang Zibo said in a daze. Brother fan, what's wrong? We're at the place. Come down and help carry the stuff, Gu Yifan faintly said. Ooh. Wang Zibo hadn't reacted yet. He nodded and then followed Gu Yifan out of the car. That's it, help carry the stuff upstairs. With that, Gu Yifan slung an oversized duffel bag over his shoulder. It was only then that Wang Zibo completely came to his senses, and he looked at some of the pots and buckets and hangers and such left on the ground, and somewhat froze. Brother fan, what about you? Isn't there more of this? I'll move these. Gu Yifan pointed at the things on the ground and said indifferently. Wang Zibo, straight face. Okay, sunshine all around. I'll go first. 305. I'll meet you upstairs. After saying that, he patted Wang Zibo's shoulder and said lightly. Then in the face of Wang Zibo's grudging gaze, he picked up the bucket on the ground with one hand and walked away with Su Qingha's small hand in the other, leaving him alone in a standstill mess, until the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qingha, hand in hand, disappeared from their line of sight. Wang Zibo's skin was burning hot from the sun before he came back to his senses. Damn Gu Yifan, the feelings are just to make me come as a laborer. Even if this eating dog food is enough, I have to be made to work as a laborer. Why is my life so bitter? Woohoo! He couldn't stop wailing with a long sigh up to the sky. He felt that he must have forgotten to wash his face before he left the house today. Or else why was his face so dark and unlucky? 10 minutes later. Here, have a bottle of water. Gu Yifan looked at Wang Zibo, who was sitting paralyzed on the sofa with a lifeless look on his face, smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and faintly said, seeing that there was water. Wang Zibo's eyes turned green, like a person who had been thirsty for 3 days and 3 nights in the desert had found an oasis, and he hurriedly struggled to sit up while taking the water handed over by Gu Yifan. Room temperature huh? Is there an ice one? Wang Zibo froze for a moment and opened his mouth. Ice your sister. Ice. You're drinking ice water like this now. You're thinking you don't have to take the entrance exam tomorrow, aren't you? Gu Yifan blankly glanced at him and said without a trace of anger. Wang Zibo thought about it and felt that what Gu Yifan said made sense, so he had no choice but to nod helplessly and say, alright. Gu Yifan glanced at him and didn't speak again. Taking advantage of Su Qingha's gap in her room to pack her bags, he took out a packet of huazi from his pocket and handed one to Wang Zibo before the two of them walked out onto the balcony to gobble it up. Brother fan, I just heard you say that sister-in-law Qingha this is already living in your house? Glancing back this way toward the living room, Wang Zibo whispered to Gu Yifan and asked. Right, almost a week ago, Gu Yifan said casually as he exhaled a smoke ring. I'm going to, Bulls ****, so you guys are officially living together. Wang Zibo marveled a bit. Gu Yifan, pop. Cohabitation Pete. It's just that she doesn't feel comfortable being on her own during the time of the entrance exams, so she's staying at my house for the time being. and my mom and dad are both at home. Same. What's in that head of yours? Gu Yifan didn't hold back from giving him a slap on the face and blackened his face without good humor. Hiss. Wang Zibo covered the back of his head. Mouth some unconvinced muttered, all live together. Is not cohabitation a meaning of the well? Gu Yifan. He was speechless for a moment, but was already too lazy to care. June 7, 2013. A clear, sunny day. The college entrance exam is on schedule. Early in the morning, Gu Yifan was woken up by a cell phone alarm clock ringing. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and pushed open the door to his room, realizing that Su Qinghe had already gotten up long ago at some point. It was sitting on the couch at the moment. Fuming. Morning, Bean. Gu Yifan greeted casually with a yawn. Good morning. Su Qinghe turned her head and saw Gu Yifan getting up and whispered as well. At that moment, there was a clanging sound from the kitchen. My mom in the kitchen? Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Aha, auntie's in the kitchen making breakfast. Su Qinghe nodded and said, I want to help. She won't let me. Ooh, it's okay, just let her do it. Don't think about it. Gu Yifan nodded and said. Saying that, he walked to the kitchen door and glanced inside. Seeing a scene of chickens flying inside, Gu Yifan's entire body was dumbfounded. Mom, what are you getting at? He said with some shock. Brat, you're up. What's going on? Can't you see that food is being made? Mo pussy, hurry up and get cleaned up. Breakfast will be ready soon. Chen Dongmei turned her head and saw that it was her son, so she spoke. No, Mom, why are you doing all this? Gu Yifan pointed at the scene of the 3 stoves firing at the same time and spoke with some tears and laughter. You're planning to make a banquet, aren't you? Straight face. Hearing his words, Chen Dongmei was speechless. She turned her head and couldn't help but give her son a blank look, but she still opened her mouth to explain. Those are stewed soups and desserts for you and Qinghe to eat at noon. 7:30 in the morning. Under Chen Dongmei's urging, the 3 of them went out in a flurry. End of chapter. Chapter 96, the high school exam. The high exam. The college entrance examination. Underground parking lot. How come the skier doesn't go in? Chen Dongmei said with some impatience. Mom, isn't today our college entrance exam? Why do I feel like you're even more nervous than we are? Gu Yifan leaned over to help her put the gear in, then said with some tears and laughter. You brat, today is a big event in the lives of you and Qinghe. I can't be nervous. You think everyone is as heartless as you are all day long. Chen Dongmei turned around and glared at him, not in a good mood. Well, whatever your old man says is right, but I'd better drive now. I'm scared to ride in your car. Gu Yifan said helplessly. Why? No, I'm fine. Chen Dongmei waved her hand and said, Mom, stop it or let me drive. If I let you drive, I don't know how long I'll have to drive before I can get to school. It'll be a problem if we arrive late and can't get into the exam room. And, Mom, don't forget that your son and I aren't the only ones in this car. If you don't consider me, you have to consider someone else. Qinghe, right? Gu Yifan said with a resolute attitude. There is no way. He felt that his mom is really too nervous. This state is really not very suitable for driving. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of the eventuality. Well, Chen Dongmei thought about it and also felt that her son had a point. Gu Yifan then got out of the back row and went around to the front to replace his old mom. As it was still early and there were traffic police to divert traffic on the school road. About a little more than 8:10, Gu Yifan and the others arrived at the entrance of Shanchangno, one middle school without any problems. At this time the entrance to the school was bustling with parents who had come to send off the exams. After Gu Yifan found an empty parking space and parked the car, the 3 of them got out. Son, Qinghe, while there's still some time left, you guys double check if you've brought all your passes and other things. At the school entrance, Chen Dongmei inquired once again to both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. Ahem, Mom, you've asked this question 10 times along the way. It's all brought, don't worry. Gu Yifan shook the bag in his hand somewhat helplessly. There? Chen Dongmei froze for a moment, then she waved her hand and said, Hey, just bring everything. It's always right to pay attention. Ugh, Gu Yifan sighed helplessly. Mom, why don't you take a taxi back? The car I'll just drive back at noon. In your state, I don't feel comfortable driving back by yourself. Go. What's not to worry about? I just forgot for a second. Come on, your mom's not that fragile. Chen Dongmei blankly glanced at him and said without any goodwill. However, after such an interruption from Gu Yifan, her heart really wasn't as tense as it was just now. Okay, Mom, you go home first. No need to send it. Well, don't bother coming over to pick us up at noon. We'll just take a cab back ourselves. Gu Yifan thought for a moment, then opened his mouth to his old mom. It's better if I pick you guys up. Chen Dongmei had hesitated to open her mouth. I really don't need to, The sun is so high at noon and there are so many cars on the road. It's too much trouble for you to run around. We'll take a cab back the same way. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, That's fine. Why don't you guys go on inside? I'll go back and make dinner and wait for you to come back for lunch. Chen Dongmei thought for a moment, then nodded. Well, Mom, don't worry about going back. It's just a little college entrance exam, waiting for your son to get you a high school diploma back, so you can be happy too. Ho ho ho. Gu Yifan waved his hand again and said with a smile, You brat, but also the top student of the college entrance examination. You can get into a book. I will piss myself laughing all. Chen Dongmei thought he was bragging and couldn't help but give him a blank look and said without any goodwill, Yes. Until now Gu Yifan's dad and mom's understanding of his results are still stuck in more than 3 months ago. Behind these several mock exams they did not ask the results. Gu Yifan did not say. That's why she thought Gu Yifan was bragging to tease her. Ha ha. Gu Yifan saw himself saying this. Also did not explain too much. He smiled and opened his mouth. Okay, then we will go in first. Mom, you also quickly go back. After a while the sun comes out. It's going to be hot. After saying that, also did not wait for his mom to open her mouth. He pulled a puzzled Su Qinghe. The two of them came to the school entrance checkpoint. After presenting the examination pass, they slowly walked into the school inside. Chen Dongmei froze slightly as she looked at the backs of Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both holding hands. In the next second, the slightest hint of a pleased smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Aha! Gu Yifan, this little stinker has really gotten the hang of it. Looks like it won't take long for Qinghe to become her own daughter-in-law. Chen Dongmei muttered under her breath. At this point, the tension in her heart was swept away. On the school road, Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe looking at herself several times like she wanted to speak. So she spoke. What's up? If there's anything you want to say, just say it. Well, it should be pretty easy for you to take the high school entrance exam with your grades. Su Qinghe tilted her little head a bit puzzled and confused. Hey, Auntie, why did you just say that you were bragging again? What a little twerp. Because my mom doesn't know what my grades are now. Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch Su Qinghe's small nose and opened his mouth. Ha! Su Qinghe froze for a moment. Why? Why? Because of these practice test scores in the back. My parents, they didn't ask. So I didn't say anything. So they're stuck to this day in the memory of my grades barely making it to the first grade. Gu Yifan said with a smile. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe understood and nodded seriously and said, Alright, let's go. Go sit in the exam room and wait for the test to start. Gu Yifan loosened the hand pinching Su Qinghe's nose and said indifferently. But He suddenly turned his words around and reached his head to Su Qinghe's face to look at her. Gu Yifan's sudden proximity caused Su Qinghe to freeze for a moment first. In the next second, her small face instantly turned red, and even the fair skin at her neck flushed a layer of pink. The whole thing was very flustered with a racing heart. What a sensitive silly simpleton. Seeing this, Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then leaned over and whispered in her ear. Su Hanin, do you really not want to think about making a bet with me again to see who can take first place in this college entrance exam? If you can win me, there's a surprise. As soon as she heard the word bet, Su Qinghe couldn't help but tremble slightly. No. She shook her little head hastily, stuttering a little nervously. Oh, it's boring. Seeing this, Gu Yifan shook his head and muttered. When he finished speaking, he straightened up, turned around, and walked forward with great strides. Phew. Only then did Su Qinghe let out a deep breath with a small red face. This stinking bully, bullying me again. She deflated, slandered her belly mentally. Hey, Bean, hurry up and follow me. Gu Yifan's voice came from the front. Ooh-hoo, come on, on. Su Qinghe hurriedly answered, then ran all the way to catch up with Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 97. In this moment, each other's heartbeats at the same rate. June 8th, the second day of high school. Today was much better as opposed to the first day of chicken scratch. After sending Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe to the examination center, Chen Dongmei rushed back home to start preparing tonight's sumptuous dinner to welcome the two who had finished the examination. In the afternoon, around 5:10, after Chen Dongmei got all the dishes almost done, she drove her car and hurriedly rushed to the entrance of Mountain City No. 1 Middle School. At this time, the entrance to the first middle school in Mountain City was filled with parents waiting for their children to leave the examination room. All of them crossed their fingers with nervous anticipation. 5:30, clang 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 dash. It is time for the exam to end. So all candidates are asked to put down their pens immediately to stop answering questions and place their answer cards, test papers and drafts on the desk in top to bottom order. With the sound of the radio, the last English exam of the college entrance exam ended. It also means that the 3-year high school career of the seniors is also completely over. It's out. It's out. I don't know who shouted. And the parents outside the school entrance all looked in the direction of the school entrance in an uncharacteristic manner. Only a boy with dyed yellow hair came out of it with a dangling look on his face. Phew, For a moment, everyone withdrew their gaze in disappointment. None other. It's only because this yellow hair doesn't look like a good person at first glance. As time passed, one after another, people kept walking out of the school entrance. Daughter, this way, this way. Some parents waved and yelled. The reporters who were broadcasting live on the side also hurried to find a well-behaved student who appeared to be a schoolboy at first glance to interview. As for why we pick people, you know. And at this time, Gu Yifan sighed. He was now standing under the big banyan tree outside the examination room playing with his cell phone while smoking a cigarette. As usual, Gu Yifan turned in his paper early and came out early. He wasn't the first to go over to the school gates, though. There were two reasons. One was because he wanted to wait for Su Qinghe that bean. Another thing is that there must be a lot of parents and reporters outside the school gates right now. Although the first one to go out looked very pretentious, Gu Yifan didn't want to be surrounded like a monkey. So it's better to wait for Su Qinghe here in the cool and smoke and play with the cell phone. Moreover, after Su Qinghe comes out in a while and finds herself waiting for her here, she will surely be touched and bad, and then a little bit of fooling around. Tonight it is estimated that there will be a black silk show to see. Doesn't it smell better than going out and looking at those parents' big yellow teeth? After another 2 minutes, Gu Yifan had long since finished his cigarette, and he looked in the direction of the third examination room, which was swarming with people. In the crowd, Gu Yifan searched but did not see Su Qinghe's figure. Also, with this bean's non-competitive character, seeing so many people, he would probably wait until the last one to come out. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and thought darkly in his heart. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yifan thought for a moment and took out his cell phone in preparation to send a message to Su Qinghe, telling her where he was waiting for him. However, this time, Gu Yifan thought wrong. Su Qinghe at this time has long followed the people together with the group walk down the stairs, only because she knows that Gu Yifan and her do not want to let him wait too long. Just as Gu Yifan was typing, Su Qinghe happened to descend the last staircase. Drip 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 drip. Su Qinghe was about to look for Gu Yifan's figure when suddenly she heard the sound of her cell phone texting in her pocket. Big bully Gu, I'm outside the exam room under the big banyan tree. As soon as Su Qinghe finished reading the message, she looked up and saw Gu Yifan under the big banyan tree not far away. And as it happened, at that moment, Gu Yifan also raised his head and looked over this way. 4 eyes. In the crowd of people, each other's eyes are only left with each other's figure. Under the sunlight, Su Qinghe smiled brightly. A glance for 10,000 years. Gu Yifan only felt that the entire human world was instantly eclipsed, leaving only her delicate little face with a smile like a flower. By the time he came back to his senses, Su Qinghe had already trotted all the way to her. Looking at Su Qinghe, whose forehead was sweating because of the path, Gu Yifan's eyes were gentle, and he stretched out his right sleeve to gently help her wipe away the sweat at the corner of her forehead. Looking at Gu Yifan's sudden gentle and intimate actions, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. There are so many people here. How did he dare? Su Qinghe lowered her head with a small red face, not daring to move at all. Come on, let's go home. Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then stretched out his right hand and spoke softly. Su Qinghe froze for a moment as she raised her head to meet Gu Yifan's gentle, watery gaze. Aha! She suddenly smiled sweetly, then nodded seriously. In this moment, the two men's heartbeats were at the same rate. In the crowd, the two of them clasped their fingers together, holding hands and walking slowly together in the direction of the school entrance. At the entrance of the school, Chen Dongmei and her old girlfriend Yi Wanqing were looking at the direction of the school entrance with eager anticipation, seeing that the people around them had already received their children one after another, while Gu Yifan and the others were still late. The two couldn't help but start to get a little worried. Wanqing, do you think Yifan and the others should not have gotten into any unexpected situation? Chen Dongmei anxiously paced in place while speaking to Yi Wanqing. I don't think so. It's probably crowded. It'll take a while to get out. Yi Wanqing was also a little worried. She was a little less certain and said, Ugh, why does this feel more stressful than when we were assigned units back in the day? Chen Dongmei sighed. If Chen Dongmei knew that at this time, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were holding hands in a sweet and incomparable way, she didn't know what kind of mood she would be in. I'm waiting outside the door and you two are walking slowly and talking about love? I should have known that a piece of barbecue pork would be better than you. Well, would probably be the idea. In fact, both Chen Dongmei and Yi Wanqing were just concerned at this time. They all forget there's a thing called a cell phone. Another 5 minutes passed. Han Lemon is out. When she saw her own mom and Gu Yifan's mom, she quickly walked over this way. Both Yi Wanqing and Chen Dongmei's eyes lit up. Then they also greeted them with quick steps. Little Lemon Air. Did you see that Gu Yifan kid again? After Yi Wanqing's mother and daughter exchanged pleasantries for a while, Chen Dongmei couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, Gu Yifan? Han Lemon froze for a moment, then spoke. I haven't seen him yet. I'm in the 16th exam room. He's in the third exam room. I'm not with him. So, alas, this child Yifun, why hasn't he come out after all this time? Chen Dongmei was a bit disappointed and said with a somewhat worried tone, Auntie Mei, you don't have to worry, there are still a lot of people inside, so he should be the one going slow. Seeing that Chen Dongmei was a bit worried, Han Lemon spoke up to comfort her, just as a few people were talking. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both at this time also hand in hand slowly walked to the school entrance not far. End of chapter. Chapter 98, after the high school exams, don't they all carry people? Hey, Dongmei, Yifan is out. Yuanqing was the first to see Gu Yifan, so she shouted excitedly at Chen Dongmei. Aha! Chen Dongmei turned her head and looked in the direction of Yuanqing's finger, and from a distance, she saw the figures of Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe appear in her line of sight. Her eyes lit up slightly. It's finally out. Her heart, which had been hanging in the air, could finally land in peace. Aha! Suddenly, Chen Dongmei sensed what seemed to be wrong. Holding hands? What's going on here? These two are actually holding hands openly? This isn't a simple hand pulling like in the morning. Instead, it's a 10-finger kind of thing. I'll go. Now that this is the end of high school, don't they even carry people anymore? Chen Dongmei was a little shocked in her heart too. Just as she was shocked, the mother and daughter Han Lim on the side also noticed the scene of Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both holding hands. Yuanqing was a bit surprised, while the expression on Han Lemon's small face on the side instantly froze and her eyes reddened. At this time, Gu Yifan, who was not far from the school entrance, also saw the figure of his old mom. Bean, my mom is over there. Let's go over there. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe's footsteps lurched, following Gu Yifan's gaze, only to see that Gu Yifan's old mom was standing not far away watching the two of them. Suddenly thinking of something, her small face instantly turned red and struggled to pull her hand out of the center of Gu Yifan's palm. However, at this moment, the two of them had their fingers interlocked, and Gu Yifan's large hand was holding hers so tightly that she simply couldn't break free. Can you let go of me first? She said with a small red face. Gu Yifan glanced down at her, looking at her shy little red face, and realized something. However, he didn't release Su Qinghe's hand. Instead, he held it tighter. It's okay. Let's go over there first, he said faintly. After saying that, he led Su Qinghe towards his own mom's side. Su Qinghe. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Just now in the school Gu Yifan held hands in front of so many people she was already very shy. Now Gu Yifan was actually holding his hand in front of his mom. She only felt that her little face couldn't stop burning. Her whole body was shy like a cooked prawn. Her head lowered at a loss for words. Just as the two were about to come this way, Han Lemon suddenly spoke up. Mom, I'm tired and want to go home. Her voice was a little shaky and weepy, and her tone was laced with an endless amount of aggravation. At this time, the two of them, Chen Dongmei and Yuanqing, had also come back from their return. Yuanqing sensed that her daughter's mood was not right, so she spoke softly. Okay, let's go home. After saying that, she turned her head to Chen Dongmei to see that, Dongmei little Lemoner is a bit tired, so we'll go back first. We'll talk later. Chen Dongmei wasn't stupid, and she realized at this point that Han Lim's mood change was because of her son and Su Qinghe both. For a while she didn't know what to say, so she nodded somewhat awkwardly and said, Hey, okay, drive slowly on the road. Yuanqing didn't say anything more as she nodded, turned around and brought Han Lemon, and the two of them left. Ugh, one chased them to death in the first place, one arrogantly refused to accept them, and now this. One can only say that the two are destined for each other. Looking at Yuanqing and Han Lim mother and daughter's back, Chen Dongmei sighed softly, her eyes somewhat complicated. Mom, what are you muttering about? Is that Auntie Qing and the others? Gu Yifan said casually. Retracting her gaze, Chen Dongmei realized that at this moment, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, had walked to her without knowing when. Looking at Gu Yifan's face made her angry inside. It's not because of you, brat. Chen Dongmei glared at him and said without a trace of anger. Gu Yifan? All because of me? What did I do again? Me? Gu Yifan was dumbfounded. After saying that, Chen Dongmei then turned her head to look at Su Qinghe beside Gu Yifan and spoke with a smile. Qinghe finally finished the exam. Hard work. Looking at their own mom that seems to instantly change into another face like double standard attitude. Gu Yifan's heart is more speechless. Hello auntie. It's not hard work. Su Qinghe greeted in a small voice with a red face. Hey, okay. Looking at Su Qinghe's look of a shy little daughter-in-law, Chen Dongmei couldn't stop liking it in her heart. She smiled and spoke. Qinghe come on, let's go home. Auntie has made you a big table of delicious food to celebrate the successful conclusion of your college entrance exam. As he said that, he pulled Su Qinghe and the two of them towards the parking spot. Gu Yifan froze, He didn't react for a moment. No. Celebrating the successful conclusion of Chingha's entrance exams? What about me? After saying that, he chased after them in the direction of the two. Suehu neighborhood. Building 7. Unit 3. Room 305. I go. Mom, so many dishes. You are going to set a banquet, Gu Yifan looked at the dining table, which was filled with a large table of delicious meals, and was somewhat surprised. A lot? Chen Dongmei opened her mouth. Isn't that a lot? Can this be eaten by just the 4 of us? Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly. Hey, this is not to celebrate the successful completion of Chingha's college entrance exams. Happy day, more is more. If you can't finish it, just heat it up for you tomorrow. Chen Dongmei waved her hand and faintly said, Gu Yifan, Mom, let's just say, am I really yours and my dad's? He said bitterly with a speechless and helpless face. Crap, my mother carried you to term and you're telling me this kind of thing? Believe it or not, I'll whip you. Chen Dongmei's eyes glared, and she said without a trace of anger. No, then you're still making me eat leftovers. That wicked stepmother in Snow White wasn't as mean as you, was she? Gu Yifan was a bit unconvinced and said indignantly. Hearing her son's words, Chen Dongmei's face darkened as she turned her head to Gu Jiangwo, who had just brought the old fire soup out of the kitchen, and said, Old Gu, where's my chicken feather duster? Gu Yifan, straight face, it's that trick again. Dad, don't you care about your daughter-in-law? Gu Yifan shouted at his dad. Gujarat? He just turned his head. This mother and son are making a scene. No, what's wrong with you two mothers? He said somewhat helplessly. Dad, your daughter-in-law is going to hit me. Don't you care? Gu Yifan hurriedly came to his dad's side and opened his mouth. Beat you? Right. Oh, then fight. Gu Jiagwa said faintly. Gu Yifan, family foul tired. The family is so tired of it. End of chapter. Chapter 99. The air shakes cold. Su Bean, when are you going to stand up? Put. Su Qinghe, who had just come out of the kitchen with the dishes, couldn't help but laugh out loud when she looked at Gu Yifan, who had a quirky look on his face. With this smile, she drew Gu Yifan's gaze over. Hey, Su Bean, what are you laughing at? You're so happy that I'm getting beat up, aren't you? Gu Yifan glared at her with black lines all over his head and said without any goodwill. I didn't. No. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened and hastily put away the smile at the corner of her mouth, looking like a good boy who had done something wrong. Ha ha ha. Qinghe, laugh if you want to. We're not afraid of him. Chen Dongmei saw the situation and walked to Su Qinghe next to reach out and hold her arm. A look of auntie for you to do the Lord's work. Smiled and opened his mouth. When Su Qinghe heard this, her small eyes weakly glanced at Gu Yifan. Her small face flushed, her head lowered and she didn't dare to speak. Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't dare to speak, Chen Dongmei said with some hatred. Qinghe, what are you looking at him for? Don't be afraid of him. Does that brat Gu Yifan usually bully you a lot? If he ever bullies you, you tell auntie now, and auntie will back you up and beat him up. Gu Yifan. At this moment, he was speechless in his heart. There's no one else's mom like your own. What kind of person helps others to bully their own son? Isn't it true that the average mother-in-law, in-law? Gu Yifan suddenly reacted. Okay, Su Qinghe. Well, she is not for the time being, but who was it that said that mother-in-laws and daughters-in-law are difficult to get along with? Stand out, see if I can't beat you to death. Looking at his mom there to teach Su Qinghe how to deal with himself, Gu Yifan was so helpless. Gotta. From there, the family status went back one place. There's no way around it. Who let people have backstage? However, Su Bean, I advise you to think clearly. In this house, although you have my mom to support you during the day, you can be arrogant, but at the end of the night, don't you cry for your daddy. Gu Yifan thought secretly in his heart. While thinking that, he didn't forget to cast a threatening gaze at Su Qinghe. Noticing Gu Yifan's unkind gaze, Su Qinghe couldn't help but tremble slightly as she hurriedly whispered. Auntie, Yifan he didn't bully me. The air shakes cold. So Bean, when are you going to stand up? Chen Dongmei, straight face. So you've been here all day, and you're the clown in the end? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup Gu Yifan, this brat, has given Su Qinghe, this child, to defend him so much. Oh, dear, Qinghe, this child character so soft. In the future can how to pressure Gu Yifan, this bastard. Let's hope that brat doesn't let her get hurt. Chen Dongmei thought helplessly in her heart. Alright, the food is all ready. Everyone sit over and eat. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it while we eat. Gu Jiangwo, who saw his wife as a clown, hurriedly opened his mouth to round off the situation. The family of 4 then sat down around the table to start dinner. Yes, that's right. At this time, the relationship between Su Qinghe and Chen Dongmei's husband and wife was more like a family than Gu Yifan. In the hearts of the couple, Su Qinghe had long been a part of the family. son, you're an adult too. Happy today. Have a drink with dad. At the dinner table, Gu Jiagwa opened his mouth in a rare moment. Upon hearing this, Chen Dongmei surprisingly did not speak out against it this time. But come to think of it, Gu Yifan had already graduated from high school and was an adult. With them being so open-minded, a little alcohol wouldn't hurt. Yes. Seeing that his mom didn't object, Gu Yifan nodded. Then he got up and picked up the thatch on the table and opened it, and was just about to use the small cup that came with it, when he saw his dad speak up. The small cup is too much trouble. Use this big one. Ah, good. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and nodded again. He took the large glass his dad handed him and poured a full glass first for his dad and then for himself as well. Hey, you two drink less. Seeing this, Chen Dongmei couldn't help but give the two of them a blank look and said, why, it's all right, it's a happy day, and that's less than 3 taels of wine. This big man can't get drunk on that. If you don't know how to drink, how can a man get a foothold in society? Don't worry. Gu Jiangwo waved his hand and said with an unprecedented hardness. Chen Dongmei knew that what her husband said was a bit reasonable, but she still couldn't help but give him an angry look and said, okay, I don't care. Anyway, if you drink too much, you father and son will sleep on the floor tonight. The two of them, Gu Yifan and his own dad, glanced at each other and were both silent. Neither man took that to heart, though. His own mother is a knife mouth and heart. This is just to say, the real two really drank too much, and they might be heartbroken. Chen Dongmei saw that the two men pretended to be dead and didn't say anything anymore, so she didn't spoil the two men's fun anymore. That white wine stuff is spicy as hell, and I don't know what's so great about it. After she muttered, she turned her head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Qinghe, let's two lesbians just drink some juice huh? Okay, auntie. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently, and after finishing, she got up and took the initiative to help to the juice. Chen Dongmei looked at such a knowledgeable and well-behaved Su Qinghe. In her heart that was more and more like, come on, let's raise our glasses together and clink one to celebrate the successful conclusion of the college entrance exams for both Yifan and Qinghe. And good luck in advance to both of you on your exams. Chen Dongmei raised her wine glass and opened her mouth to several people and proposed. Yes, it is indeed time to touch one. Starting today, you two are considered adults in the truest sense of the word. I hope you both get into the college of your choice. Gu Jiagwa also spoke up and agreed. Touch. The 4 men's glasses clinked together. Next, the family of 4 chatted while eating, and the whole picture was very harmonious. At 10:30 p.m. Look, I told you not to drink so much, and you still have to. Chen Dongmei looked at her husband who was already drunk and very angry. She turned her head to Gu Yifan and said somewhat angrily, really, you didn't stop your dad either? Yes, this Gu Yifan guy actually drank his dad down. You should know that Gu Jiangwo is a frequent socializer, but his drinking capacity is not bad. At this moment, Gu Yifan was only a little dizzy, not drunk. Originally, Gu Yifan planned to finish that bottle of Mauzi with his dad. However, after finishing that bottle of wine, Gu Jiangwo realized that he didn't even have a red face, just like a person who was fine, so he shouted at him to open another bottle. As a result, they both drank away. Taking advantage of their own mom and Su Qinghe, 2 people to the living room sofa side to watch TV, and secretly opened a few bottles. In the end, a total of 6 bottles of wine were opened, but before the 6th bottle was finished, Gu Jiangwo directly fell asleep, and so it came to pass. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Drunkenness? Stubborn Su Bin. Ahem. Mom, do you think I can stop my dad if you didn't stop him with his personality? For his mom's questioning, Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly. Chen Dongmei turned around and glared at him, saying in a bad mood, yo, there's something to be said for drinking so much wine. I haven't gotten to you yet. What happened to the promise of only 1 bottle? Look how many bottles you've all had, and you even drank your own old man down. I didn't see it. Why are you so capable? Wasn't it that you used to drink secretly before? Gu Yifan. Straight face. He had an embarrassed look on his face. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, he couldn't refute it for a while. He hadn't really thought about the fact that he could drink his dad down. It was reasonable to say that even if he had lived a new life, he was simply no match for his dad as far as drinking was concerned. In fact, not only him, if Gu Jiagwa was not drunk, I guess he himself could not figure out why he would not be able to drink his own son. A novice. Could it be because one's physical qualities had gotten better after being reborn? Right. When the system gave himself that whatever fighting technique earlier, it should have also changed his physique along with it. Gu Yifan thought about it, and it was likely that this was the reason. Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking, Chen Dongmei also thought that he was almost drunk and confused as well. After all, her husband, a regular and fairly good drinker, had fallen straight to sleep drunk, and there was no reason why her son wouldn't be drunk. Shaking her head helplessly, she turned her head to the side and spoke to Su Qinghe. Ching-ha, you help this brat Yifan back to his room for a rest. It's going to be a pleasure for you tonight. You help keep an eye on him, and if he wants to throw up later, you get him a trash can. Aha. Su Ching-ha nodded, then assisted Gu Yifan to turn around and go back to his room. After watching the two walk into the room, Chen Dongmei turned around and looked at the mess in front of her. Looks like there's going to have to be a restraining order for this father and son. Otherwise you might have to drink next time. She thought darkly to herself and shook her head as she too helped her husband into the bedroom. Gu Yifan's room. Su Ching-ha looked at Gu Yifan, who was already dazed. Her brows wrinkled slightly, her eyes full of heartache. At this time, Gu Yifan also noticed Su Ching-ha's difference, and knew that the probability was that this being was heartbroken. So he waved his hand at her and said, "Alright, I'm fine. There's a bit too much stuff outside, so it's hard on you. Go out and help my mom clean up together." Su Ching-ha didn't say anything, she just gently shook her head. Obviously, she didn't feel comfortable with Gu Yifan being on his own. When Gu Yifan saw that she refused to go out, he probably knew what was going through her mind. Somewhat touched in his heart, he reached out and gently rubbed Su Ching-ha's small head, softly and gently said, "I'm really not much drunk. I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Don't worry." Su Ching-ha pursed her lower lip. She still gently shook her head and whispered, "In the past, Grandma said that people who were drunk would say that they weren't drunk." Gu Yifan, straight face. Honestly, he was only slightly feeling a little tipsy right now, and couldn't really talk about how drunk he was. But looking at Su Ching-ha's stubborn little look, she also knew that she was refusing to go out. "So you're just going to watch me sleep here?" Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. "Aha." Su Ching-ha gently nodded. After thinking about it, she added, "Auntie asked me to keep an eye on you, and when you fall asleep, I'll go help Auntie clean up." Seeing her nodding her head in a serious manner, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. "Okay, so I'd like some water now. Can you go out and get me a glass of water?" Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Ching-ha first froze for a moment, then gave Gu Yifan a somewhat suspicious look. She somewhat suspected that Gu Yifan was deliberately trying to support her out. "Didn't mean to detach you. I'm really thirsty." Gu Yifan was truly helpless. Why is this being so stubborn? Ooh. Seeing that Gu Yifan was really not lying to himself, Su Ching-ha nodded and said, "Then I'll go now?" "Aha, go on." Gu Yifan nodded and said. Seeing this, Su Ching-ha then got up and opened the door of the room and walked out. But while this being went out, he also purposely left the door of the room open so that he could turn around and see Gu Yifan. This little thought of hers made Gu Yifan look dumbfounded. This is really a bean. Gu Yifan surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment. Not long after, Su Ching had dabbled back with a cup of warm boiled water. "Hey, slow down, wait and fall." Seeing this, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth. Su Ching's small face was slightly red, but she didn't say anything. Silently, he handed the glass of water to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan took the cup of water and took a sip, then froze for a moment and said, "You added honey?" "Aha!" Su Ching-ha nodded and replied in a small voice. "Auntie told me that honey water can relieve discomfort." "Ooh." Gu Yifan nodded, then took another large sip of honey water. Neither spoke again afterward. The two were wide-eyed, and the atmosphere in the room was a little awkward for a while. After a good while of silence, Gu Yifan spoke tentatively. "I'm much better now. Why don't you go take a bath and sleep?" Su Ching-ha did not say anything as she did just now, but only gently shook her head. This made Gu Yifan very helpless. "So Bean, you, how can you be so stubbornly cognizant? I'm really fine with it." Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little face and said. Su Ching-ha didn't resist. She just looked at Gu Yifan with an aggrieved look on her face and whispered, "It hurts. It hurts." Seeing her like this, what else could Gu Yifan say? So he could only let go of his hand. However, because of this, Su Ching-ha, the simpleton, also realized that Gu Yifan didn't really seem to be drunk. Seeing that he was a bit angry, Su Ching-ha reached out and tugged on his sleeve saying in a small, weak voice, "I believe you. Don't get angry, okay? I'm not mad." Gu Yifan turned his head and glanced at her and opened his mouth. Su Ching-ha didn't say anything, still looking at him with a pitiful look. Gu Yifan had to speak again. "I'm really not angry." Only his tone was much softer this time. When Su Ching-ha heard this, her heart was relieved, and her face revealed some naive smiles. Then I'll go out and pack my things." After thinking about it, she added, "I just talked to my aunt and I'll clean up later." This sentence, naturally, was explained to Gu Yifan. "Yes, but I'll go out and clean up with you." Gu Yifan nodded and said. After saying that, he sat up from the bed and then walked straight out of the room. Su Ching-ha saw that he was walking very normally, and did not look like he had been drinking in the slightest. She nodded slightly, and her heart was then completely relieved, then also stood up hurriedly and followed out of the room. End of chapter. Chapter 101, Another Midnight Climb? The boss is a wonderful person. It was 11:30 at night by the time the two men finished cleaning up the mess. Even though the air conditioning was on, Su Qinghe was still tired and sweating. Okay. In fact, most of the things were done by Su Qinghe. Gu Yifan just helped to play on the side. It wasn't that he didn't want to do it, but Su Qinghe wouldn't let him. No way. Gu Yifan then had to let her go. Hard work. Woolly bean. Wipe the sweat off. Gu Yifan handed her a wet wipe and smiled. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded, but she had some doubts in her heart. House bean. What does this mean? Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't explain, she wanted to say, what's in the house? Gu Yifan froze for a moment, looking at Su Qinghe's curious baby face. He only felt a little amused, because he was just saying it casually. He didn't expect Su Qinghe to catch the point at once. Our meaning. He smiled slightly and replied casually. Ooh. Su Qinghe gently nodded. However, in the next second, she suddenly reacted and her entire little face instantly turned red. Bean? This big bad bully bullies himself again. She pouted, then stole a glance at Gu Yifan, thinking very shyly and somewhat helplessly in her heart. Gu Yifan didn't expect Su Qinghe to think so much in her little head. He looked at the time. It was already 11:40 at night. With the wine all gone and no sleepiness, he thought about it and suddenly turned his head to Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Bean, let's go out for a walk, shall we? Su Qinghe, who was thinking nonsense, didn't react. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan with doubt written all over her small face. What did you just say? I say, how about we go for a walk and take a walk? Gu Yifan helplessly repeated it again. A walk? Su Qinghe was a bit uncertain. However, Gu Yifan didn't give her time to think about it, and straight away he got up and pulled her outside. Su Qinghe was a bit helpless. This big bully is really overbearing. After getting off the block, Gu Yifan realized that outside was surprisingly more comfortable than at home. The breeze of the summer night air whipped through his face, taking away the last vestiges of alcohol from his body. Suddenly, Gu Yifan said on a whim, let's go watch the sunrise again. Yes. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan, who had an excited face. She couldn't bear to spoil his fun, so she gently nodded. Say it and do it. Since he had been drinking, Gu Yifan didn't drive himself. The two of them walked straight in the direction of the entrance of the neighborhood, and in no time, they were out of the neighborhood. 11 o'clock in the evening, the time is not too late. The neighborhood near the night market stalls still have a lot of people naked drinking and chatting. On a summer night, barbecue and beer can take away the fatigue of the day. On the side of the street tooth at the entrance of the neighborhood, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both stood under the streetlight waiting for the car. There are still a lot of cabs on the road at this hour. In no time, an empty car came, and Gu Yifan waved his hand to beckon it to stop. Master, to Oxhead Mountain. After getting into the car, Gu Yifan spoke to the driver in front of him. Bullhead Mountain? The driver looked surprised when he learned that the two were going to Bullhead Mountain at this point. Going to Bull's Head Mountain at this hour? You're not going for a wild ride, are you? Young people these days really know how to have fun, he thought darkly in his mind. However, this was someone's freedom, so he didn't say anything more. Okay, he nodded in response, then started the car and headed straight for Bullhead Mountain. 12:20 in the morning. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, arrived at the foot of Nyoto Mountain. The two of them didn't go straight up the mountain. Instead, they came over to the side of that late-night snack stand from last time. Just like last time, there were quite a few people at the stalls at this time, eating their midnight snacks, beside the frying pan. Also still the same familiar middle-aged man boss is busy non-stop. Gu Yifan held Su Qinghe's small hand, and the two of them arrived in front of the stall. Boss, 2 orders of chow mein, with meat and eggs and spices, packed. Gu Yifan greeted the boss. Okay. The middle-aged boss was hefting a pot and responded casually. However, when he looked up, he first froze for a moment before recognizing both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. It couldn't be helped that the two had high face value in the whole tawdry operation of climbing the mountain in the middle of the night. It was hard for him not to remember it. It's you guys, little brothers. Haven't seen you for a while. Ho ho ho. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, said with a smile. Yes, it has indeed been a while. LOL. Gu Yifan also responded with a smile. Suddenly remembering that he hadn't brought a flashlight for this matter on the spur of the moment, he spoke to the middle-aged boss. By the way, boss, do you still have an extra flashlight here? I'll buy another one from you. The middle-aged man froze. Little brother, you guys are planning to go up the mountain again? He said with some surprise. Right. I'm studying photography and plan to take some more sunrise photos. Gu Yifan casually pulled a reason and said, oh, like that. The middle-aged man saw that Gu Yifan was empty-handed and didn't see a camera, and although he was puzzled, he didn't think much of it. After all, cell phones are pretty good at taking pictures these days, so maybe they were using them to take pictures. But more flashlights I don't have here for a while. Tell you what, you just take this flashlight of mine and go up the mountain to use it first, and then when you guys come down the mountain you'll just give it back to me. The middle-aged man thought about opening his mouth. This is not good, is it? I don't know what time it is when I come down after shooting sunrise on my side. Or you might as well just sell it to me. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Ha, it's fine. I'll probably be open until morning at this booth too. If you really can't, just take it and give it back to me the next time you come over. The middle-aged boss waved his hand and said, this. Gu Yifan still felt a little embarrassed. Geez, it's just a flashlight. It's not like it's anything valuable. Alright, little brother. That's it. I'm giving you guys fried noodles now. You're packing them up to take up the mountain for dinner, right? I'll add more noodles for you guys. Ho ho ho. The middle-aged man said with great enthusiasm and bravado. In that case, thank you boss. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't make any more pretense as he smiled and opened his mouth. Why, it's alright, they're old acquaintances, as they should be. Actually, when I was younger, I used to love going hiking in the middle of the night. The middle-aged boss waved his hand again and smiled. Gu Yifan froze for a moment before reacting. He looked deeply at the middle-aged boss and thought darkly in his heart. TSK tisk TSK. Looks like this boss was a man with a story when he was young. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Wrapping Dreams Like a River of Stars. Su Chingha's heart was no longer alone. Not for a while. The two people's fried noodles were then ready, and the middle-aged boss even took a big bag for the two people, and in addition to the fried noodles, he also gave the two people 2 bottles of mineral water. Gu Yifan wanted to pay, but the middle-aged boss was dead set against it. Eventually it had to stop. Then thank you, old man. Later, when I come down the mountain, I'll come over and return the flashlight. Gu Yifan smiled and thanked him. It's fine, just don't give it back. The middle-aged man grinned. Ha ha, older brother atmosphere. I'll leave you alone then. Let's go. Gu Yifan laughed out loud. After saying that, the two of them turned away under the smile of the middle-aged boss. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, at the foot of Bullhead Mountain, it was still the same familiar road up the mountain. Since Gu Yifan and Su Chingha had experienced climbing the mountain last time, this time the two of them spent a lot less time than last time. It was about 1:30 a.m. Before the two were once again on top of the mountain. The oversized rock was still in that position. Gu Yifan put the fried noodles he packed up on top of the rock, then took the flashlight and led Su Chingha and the two of them to walk around and stroll around on the top of the mountain. After wandering around and not finding any danger, Gu Yifan and Su Chingha both climbed to that big rock and sat down. Hungry? Why don't you eat something first? Considering that the two of them had just climbed the mountain for half an hour, Gu Yifan opened his mouth to Su Chingha, who was sitting next to him, and inquired. A little. Su Chingha cocked her little head and thought for a moment, then said seriously. Looking at her serious look, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. This bean, sometimes he's just too cognizant of the truth. But that's good. At least people are sincere, aren't they? Gu Yifan also liked this playing straight ball style get along mode. If one of them are with Han Lemon like that. Han Lemon. Yes, Gu Yifan suddenly thought of the previous life to Han Lemon as a licking dog. That time Han Lemon in a good mood also want to guess by themselves. In a bad mood also want to go to guess by themselves. Guessing the right is okay, guessing is not right and also with you to throw a tantrum. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now I think about how I was able to put up with all of this at the time. But he seemed quite happy with himself at that time? Sure enough, being a lickspittle is toxic. Gu Yifan couldn't help but spit in his heart. It's still my Su Bean who's good. How gentle and thoughtful and understanding. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at Su Chingha who was helping himself to break the disposable chopsticks, only to see that she broke the disposable chopsticks and then carefully cleaned those tiny burrs on the chopsticks with the light of the flashlight. Looking at Su Chingha's delicate little face that was close by under the reflection of the warm yellow light of the flashlight, a rare touch of tenderness surfaced in Gu Yifan's eyes, and he quietly looked at her like this. After breaking her chopsticks, Su Chingha looked up and realized that Gu Yifan was quietly looking at her. What's wrong? Su Chingha asked in a somewhat puzzled whisper. It's fine. Gu Yifan, who had returned to his senses, waved his hand and said. Su Chingha beamed, and although it was a bit strange, she didn't pursue it any further. She picked up another pair of disposable chopsticks and once again carefully cleaned the burrs from them. Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then picked up the fried noodles on top of the stone and started to eat them. 20 minutes later, Gu Yifan took a mouthful of the mineral water handed over by Su Chingha. Then he jumped down from the boulder, pulled the packet of wazoo out of his pocket in the process, and held it in his mouth after popping one out of his cigarette case. I was about to light it, but realized that I had forgotten my lighter. It's a big deal. What's the difference between that and taking a dump and forgetting your paper? No way. He was about to shove the cigarette back into the holder when a fire lit up in front of him with a pop. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He turned his head and realized that Su Qinghe, the simpleton, was holding a lighter in her hand and lighting it. So Bean, where did you get that lighter? He said with some confusion. I was just at the house and I saw that you forgot to take it, so I took it, Su Qinghe explained in a small voice. Ooh. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan gave her a deep look, then nodded and said, thank you. When he finished, he took the lighter from her and relit the cigarette. Suck. Phew. A greenish-white smoke slowly rose in the warm yellow light. Gu Yifan specially took a few steps forward, pulling himself a little further away from Su Qinghe, so as to save the smell of smoke from smothering her. Su Qinghe also seemed to know what Gu Yifan was thinking. She obediently turned around and cleaned up the lunchboxes on the stone and put all the garbage inside the bag. After packing up her things, she then turned around and sat on a rock, looking at Gu Yifan, who was not far away. With her hands on her cheeks, the cool mountain breeze brushed his face, and the whole person's mood was much more relaxed. Su Qinghe just sat quietly on the stone, silently looking at Gu Yifan, who was swallowing clouds not far away, and did not know what was in his heart. After another moment, Su Qinghe withdrew her gaze. She looked up into the sky. It was a nice night with no clouds to hide the stars in the sky. Looking up at the stars from the top of the mountain on a summer night, bright as ever. For some reason, Su Qinghe suddenly felt some inexplicable joy in her heart. She always felt that the scenery was different this time than what she had seen on her last visit. Maybe it's because the last time she came, her own heart was still alone, and this time it's no longer alone. Bean. Just as she froze and dazed, Gu Yifan's voice rang in her ears. Returning to her senses, Su Qinghe realized that Gu Yifan had finished his cigarette at some point and walked to her. What's wrong? She spoke softly. Well, do you want to go back to your home in southern Minnesota to see it? Gu Yifan opened his mouth after a moment of contemplation. Gu Yifan's words caused Su Qinghe to freeze for a moment. Reacting, she seemed to think of something and was silent for a moment. Gu Yifan saw this look on her face, and in his heart, he probably guessed what she was thinking, so he didn't rush her, and just silently climbed up the boulder to sit next to her. Half a day later, Su Qinghe suddenly spoke up. Think. She turned her head to Gu Yifan, who was right next to her, and spoke softly. Good. Let's get ready, and in a few days, I'll take you on a trip back. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and directly nodded his head. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe nodded seriously. After a moment's thought, she spoke again in a whisper. Can I lean on your shoulder? Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her and didn't say anything, just straight away took her into his arms. For all you hikikomori reading this, a word from the young author. Given that a number of hikikomori have responded to me that the system gives too much stuff and gives too much money, saying that it's very unlikable. There are even a lot of hikikomori scolded me, saying that I cannot write entrepreneurship, cannot be poorly informed, logic confusion, penmanship with frivolous words, writing, criticized me worthless. Okay, the small author admits that he is not a god. Write something someone does not love to see is normal. After all, the audience groups are not the same. Do not love to see delete the bookshelf to leave is, but swear words, really some excessive. Do you think that's necessary? Do you think I'll lose a piece of meat for cursing me? So it's just a waste of your own breath and traffic. See, I'm done ignoring you. However, given that quite a few reasonable hikikomori don't seem too keen on getting something for nothing, offering to read about startup content and such, I've revised chapter 92, about the original shares there, by changing both the number and the amount. It's also a bit of padding for subsequent entrepreneurial writing. In fact, the small author's intention is this, after all, reborn with a system, to still be like what is not the same as a variety of bitter to start a business, then also want the system for what? Is not pure sand sculpture? I was thinking, the reality has been so tired. Do not want to worry about the money to worry about, without those business wars and so on. More right sweet love warm daily life. Real life is already bitter enough. See, it can be a little bit easier. You want to read about entrepreneurship, don't you? Well, to satisfy you, then the little author will write. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to write about it. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Trust from Su Bean. Let's go to Jiling. Gently closing her eyes and feeling Gu Yifan's warm embrace, Su Qinghe felt an incomparable peace in her heart at this time. In this moment, one is no longer alone. It suddenly rose in her heart that if time could stay forever in this moment, it seemed as if she had no regrets. Unlike her, at this moment, Gu Yifan was desperately trying to divert his attention. This bean seems to have grown up a lot, Gu Yifan secretly calculated in his heart. Maybe that's the difference in thinking between men and women. So Bean. Gu Yifan pressed back the fluttering within himself and opened his mouth to change the topic. Su Qinghe, whose entire body was curled up in Gu Yifan's arms, closed her eyes and hummed softly. Gu Yifan glanced down at her, saw her look of lethargy, shook his head helplessly, and opened his mouth to ask, Bean have you thought about which school you want to enroll in yet? Hearing these words, Su Qinghe's movements paused for a moment. She slowly opened her eyes and tilted her little head up to look at Gu Yifan. What about you? Instead of answering, she opened her mouth to ask, Seeing Su Qinghe ask herself back, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. After thinking about it, he spoke. Well, let's go to Jinling, to feel the charm of the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties. Jinling? Su Qinghe was a bit puzzled. Well, go to Jinling, but everything still has to wait until the scores come out. In case another school offers me a better deal, I might just go. Ha! Gu Yifan nodded and said with a smile. Originally he wanted to stay in the mountain city. After all the contacts and relations of his family were here, and it would be convenient for him to start his own business or do something about it. But on second thought, after a few years of severe crackdowns, it's better not to cause trouble for his dad, and suddenly he didn't want to live in the mountain city all the time. The world was so big, he had to go out and have a look around. If you really want to come back, then you have to wait until the mountain city government invites you to come back and invest in style. That way, your mom and dad will have a good look on their faces. As for choosing to go to Jinling, it's also true to say that you're going to feel the charm of the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, and JLU is really good too, and is in the top tier of all colleges and universities in the country. Ooh. After listening to Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe nodded with some seeming understanding. She then whispered, Wherever you go, I go. Even though her voice was small, Gu Yifan still heard it. He smiled slightly and said, You trust me that much? Ha? Not afraid I'll sell you out? Aha, not afraid of that. Su Qinghe gently shook her little head and said. After a moment's thought, she added, You won't. Yo, such confidence. Okay, you guessed right this time, Gu Yifan said with a smile. Su Qinghe also smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. As for the matter of whether or not the two could get into Jinling University, neither of them had given it a second thought. That's it, just the confidence of a schoolteacher. In the morning, at 5:30. Summer mornings are foggy in the mountains, except for the small clearing at the top of the hill. It was all foggy and misty. Bean, I didn't expect the fog to be so heavy today, so I guess I won't be able to see the sunrise, Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly to Su Qinghe beside him. Aha, it's fine, I've seen it last time. Su Qinghe nodded, but instead turned her head to comfort Gu Yifan and said, It's getting late, and I still have to go return Uncle's flashlight, so why don't we go down the mountain? Okay, that's as good as it gets, Gu Yifan nodded and said. The two then cleaned up a bit before taking their trash with them and heading down the mountain. Even though she couldn't see the sunrise today, Su Qinghe could tell from her footsteps that she was still in a pretty good mood. Gu Yifan was infected by her, and the regretful emotion of not being able to see the sunrise was swept away. Just as the two were halfway up the hill, the sun came out. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both looked at each other, their eyes blank. Okay, maybe that's just how life is. There's always something missing. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, stopped at the halfway point of the mountain and watched the sunrise for a while before going straight down the mountain. When the two came to the foot of the mountain, the sun was already all out. The warm sunshine sprinkled on the two faces, the coldness of the night's dew was all dispersed, and the whole body was warm. At 6:10, the two returned to the late-night snack stand from last night, just as the middle-aged owner was packing up his table and loading his car. If it's any later, I guess the boss is gone. After returning the flashlight to the boss, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, called a cab and went home. June 11th, the third day after the entrance exam, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, were strolling around the mall, intending to buy the things they would need for their upcoming drive back to southern Fujian. I'm heading north, out of the season with you, around the steering wheel, slewing my regrets. As he was picking out his camping equipment, Gu Yifan's cell phone rang. Gu Yifan put down the things in his hands and took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at it, realizing that it was that guy Wang Zibo who had called. With a slight smile, he casually picked up. Hey, Baron, what's up? What are you up to? Van? Wang Zibo's breathless voice rang on the other end of the phone. Gu Yifan frowned slightly and said, Baron Thin, you sound breathless. Rewarded yourself for being a life coach again last night? Ha? Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone froze for a moment and said with some confusion. What reward? What mentor? Nothing. What is it that you want from me? Say it. Gu Yifan didn't explain and said lightly. If Wang Zibo knew what the rewards in life coach meant, he would probably eat a great deal of essence. Because, Gu Yifan guessed correctly. Wang Zibo didn't dwell on the rewards either. He nodded and said, Brother Fan, it's like this. Those people in the class are organizing a dinner and singing tonight. They can't contact you on QQ and they don't have your cell phone number, so they asked me to ask you if you're going to go. Hearing that it was a get-together, Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth and refused. Forget it, I won't go. You guys have fun. Brother Van, if you're not going, then I'm not going either. You might as well play a couple games with that time. Brother Fan, let me tell you, I have practiced the new hero for 3 days and 3 nights. We will go online together in the next 2 days. You give me guidance to see how it is. At the mention of the game, Wang Zibo was a little excited. Not in a couple days. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Why? Wang Zibo said with some confusion. Because I'm going on a driving tour. Gu Yifan faintly said to Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone. Zibo Wang. End of chapter. Chapter 104. On the eve of her departure. Suching his heart. Self. Driving? No. Van. You're not kidding me, are you? Wang Zibo weakly opened his mouth. What's the joke? Hearing what Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone said, Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. Van. You're for real. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone was shocked. He thought for a moment and weakly opened his mouth. I also want to go on a trip. Can you take me one? I can do all the dirty work, such as serving tea and pouring water. Hearing Wang Zibo's words, Gu Yifan smiled faintly, waiting for your words, because originally he had planned to call Wang Zibo together. After all, this long-distance driving, more people can also have more care. And like he said himself, you always need someone to do the dirty and heavy lifting along the way. And he, Wang Zibo, is the man for the job. Take you? It's not impossible to bring you along, but on one condition. Gu Yifan pretended to ponder for a moment and said, what conditions? Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, but he thought about it and spoke directly. Oops, whatever, Brother Fan, as long as you bring me along, I'll do whatever you want. Seeing this fellow like this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Okay, you said it yourself. I'm at the department store. Come on over, Gu Yifan said indifferently. After saying that and not waiting for Wang Zibo to react, he hung up the phone straight away. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Wang Zibo didn't react for a while, and Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan, who had a bad smile on his face after hanging up the phone, and was a bit puzzled. There's the man who carries our stuff. Gu Yifan pinched Su Qinghe's little nose and said with a faint smile, let's go, Su Bean. Let's make a big purchase. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe was a bit uncertain, but still obediently followed Gu Yifan. 3 hours later. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the successful use of the 0 to 1000 times consumption cashback Bowstrike card. The current consumption amount is 66,824. 5 yuan, triggering the Bowstrike cashback multiplier of 16. 8 times, and the cashback amount is 122. 651. 6 yuan. The current balance of the host's account is 124. 673. 93 yuan. Listening to the crisp mechanical female voice of the system in his head, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. It's only 16. 8 times, Gu Yifan murmured with some disappointment. But come to think of it, you can't really give yourself a 1,000x Bowstrike and just take the $60+ million. Well, 16. 8 times a million or so isn't bad. That $150, 000 in original Mutai shares is getting ready to arrive after a while anyway. Now with this $1 million or so, at least this time on the driving road, you don't have to be afraid to spend money on yourself. You can't be too greedy, can you? Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. However, at this moment, the two of them, Su Qinghe and Wang Zibo, were looking at this huge pile of things in front of them with a confused face. There's a computer, a cell phone, and a bunch of assorted food as well as an assortment of backcountry camping gear. The two had already lost track of how much money Gu Yifan had spent in total. In any case, tens of thousands of dollars were definitely there. After all, the computers and cell phones alone have gone for 30,000 to 40,000 dollars. This, Wang Zibo looked at this huge pile of things in front of him and was shocked. Brother Fan, are you planning to live in the wilderness for a long time? Pop, live you sister alive. Do you still want the computer? Hurry up and get all this stuff in the car for me numbly. Gu Yifan couldn't help but give him a slap in the face and said without a good mood. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. Then his eyes glared. Suddenly a look up to Gu Yifan. He was a little disbelieving, weakly said, that, Fan brother, you just said, this computer has me a share? That's bull ********. Why else would I buy 3 computers? You can have this computer as an adult birthday present for you. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said lightly, but my birthday has already passed. Wang Zibo said with some bewilderment. Oh, that counts as next year, Gu Yifan said casually. Wang Zibo, straight face. No, do you want it or not? No, I'll take it back and return it. Grinding like a pussy, Gu Yifan said with some impatience. Don't help. I want it. I want it. Once he heard Gu Yifan say that he was going to take the computer and return it, Wang Zibo was anxious. Thanks to my van for the laptop. Van, I love you like that mouse loves rice, he said to Gu Yifan with a fawning face, and sang as he said it, which made Gu Yifan almost not hold back from kicking him down the stairs. Two people had a hard time to stuff all the things to the car to go. At this time the car in addition to the front seat, the other places are all stuffed full, so almost cannot be loaded. No way, Gu Yifan bought too many things. Bean, let's get in the car. Gu Yifan patted the dust on his hands and spoke to Su Qinghe by his side. Aha! Su Qinghe didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Right after the two of them sat in the car, Wang Zibo just wanted to get into the car, but realized that there was no place for him at all. Brother Fan, can't sit down, what should we do? He rushed at Gu Yifan in the driver's seat, somewhat confused. Oh, it's okay, I've got it covered. Gu Yifan glanced at him, then faintly said. When he finished speaking, he turned around and fumbled around in the car's storage compartment, seemingly searching for something. Aha! Found it! Not a moment later, Gu Yifan smiled faintly and said, Nah, here's $2, take the bus back yourself. I'll wait for you at home. Remember to come over and get your computer, haha. After saying that, did not wait for Wang Zibo to react. A hand will be the $2 into his hands, and then start the car. A foot throttle down. Boom! At a roar of a car engine, the car sped away. Wang Zibo stood dumbfounded and dazed at this scene. Half a day later, doggone Gu Yifan, drive your own car and still make me take the bus. Forget it, for the sake of the laptop, I'll let you off the hook this time. Wang Zibo, who had returned to his senses, muttered to himself with his mouth. On Gu Yifan's side, Su Qinghe, who was sitting on the passenger seat at this time, was also holding a laptop in her arms. No way, there's really no room in the car. At this moment, she was silent with her head bowed, not knowing what she was thinking. With a preoccupied look, Gu Yifan also noticed that her state was not right at this time, so he opened his mouth and called out, Su Han? Su Qinghe didn't look up, she just responded softly. Gu Yifan thought for a moment and spoke. Is there something you want to say to me? End of chapter. Chapter 105, The Difference Between Su Qinghe and Han Lime? Little housekeeper, Su Bean. Su Qinghe, who had been guessed at the center of the matter, froze for a moment. She raised her head to look at Gu Yifan and hesitated for a moment before whispering, In the future, can you not spend so much money for me? Gu Yifan, who was driving, paused in his hand movements. It turns out that he was the one who spent so much money at once, and this being felt the pressure, but he really hadn't considered that earlier. After a moment of silence, Gu Yifan drove the car to the side of the road and slowly stopped. After parking the car, he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe. The two men looked at each other in all directions. Feeling Gu Yifan's burning gaze, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened by his look, and her eyes somewhat dodged. Just as the bombing was getting too much for her, Gu Yifan spoke up. Su Bean. Su Qinghe lowered her head and grunted, her small red face still not daring to look at him. Gu Yifan looked at her and slowly said, I'm sorry, it's me who didn't consider your feelings anymore. But then again, I didn't buy all these things just for you. I've been using them too, haven't I? But, Su Qinghe just wanted to open her mouth, but she was interrupted by Gu Yifan waving his hand directly. Wait, just hear me out. Buy you a cell phone. That's because that cell phone of yours has been used for many years, right? The signal sometimes works and sometimes does not work. Sometimes send you a message you cannot receive. Well, you also don't want to be unable to receive my messages in time in the future, right? As for the computer and stuff, this will be considered as my college gift to you. You see, Wang Zibo as my friend has a share, so you have one too. So it's not too much, right? So what? You don't need to have a burden on your heart. And this computer will be used when you go to college, and you'll use it for studying in class. So these are useful things, not just a waste of money, right? Do you think I'm making sense? After listening to what Gu Yifan said, Su Qinghe's small brows were still slightly furrowed. Although what Gu Yifan said seemed to make sense, she always felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Su Qinghe was about to be crippled by her own lulling, Gu Yifan smiled faintly and spoke again. Bean Hearing Gu Yifan call out to him, Su Qinghe lifted her head and looked at him with some confusion. Well, are you worried about the money? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Aha! Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe didn't react. She subconsciously nodded. See for yourself. Gu Yifan didn't say anything either, but just handed over his cell phone with his bank card balance open. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and she took the cell phone handed over by Gu Yifan with some uncertainty. When she saw the 7-digit balance displayed on top of her cell phone, her entire eyes instantly widened. She turned her head to Gu Yifan with an incredulous expression, shock written in her eyes. Looking at her with a silly look, Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll her little head. Don't worry, I earned all this money myself. Well, I earned it all myself, so it's okay to spend just a little bit. Gu Yifan smiled and said gently, System. Stinky. JPG. Ooh. Su Qinghe nodded with a blank face, but soon she too came back from her shock. There was a moment of silence. She thought for a moment, then looked at Gu Yifan and whispered, Although you have money, we still can't spend it recklessly. This money is saved for later when you start your own business. Because she felt that Gu Yifan was able to make so much money now, the probability was that he would have to start his own business in the future. And starting a business required a lot of money, so she still didn't want Gu Yifan to spend money for himself. Even if he couldn't help him, he couldn't pull him back. Su Qinghe thought silently in her heart. Her words, on the contrary, made Gu Yifan freeze. Entrepreneurship? He hadn't thought that Su Qinghe would think of something so later for himself. But after thinking about it, he probably figured out why Su Qinghe would think so much for himself, because that's just the way she is. If it were Han Lemon's girl, when she saw that she had so much money, her first thought would probably be how many beautiful dresses she could buy. In short, she wouldn't think so much for herself, because the previous life is so. After graduating from college and working, every time he called Han Lemon out to eat, Han Lemon pick all the 5-star restaurant. Want to buy anything is not to look at the hang tag, want to buy on the buy. She never considered how much Gu Yifan's salary was after graduation and how much he had in his pocket, as if his money was easy to earn. It's a little arrogant. Idle. You picked it out yourself. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. It's still my Su Bean who's good to himself, always thinking of others first while always putting yourself last. A girl like that is a real treasure, but a treasure indeed. At least it's a big D. It's really hard to tell. Su Bean's strength is actually so strong. It seems that small children won't lack nutrition in the future. Well, himself will not be lacking. The corner of Gu Yifan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly at the thought of Gu Yifan, a touch of the Dragon King's smile appearing on his face. Su Qinghe? Another moment passed. Gu Yifan, who came back to his senses, saw that Su Qinghe was looking at herself with a face full of doubts and questions, so I guess she couldn't figure out why she had just laughed. Gu Yifan didn't explain, but just smiled faintly at her and said, Good, I promise you. We won't spend money recklessly in the future. Well, the things that should be bought will be bought, and those that should not be bought will not be bought. This way okay? Hearing that Gu Yifan had agreed, Su Qinghe's eyes lit up and a sweet smile appeared on her small face. Aha! She nodded very happily and vigorously. But, right at this moment, Gu Yifan suddenly turned his words around and spoke again. Su Qinghe cocked her little head and looked at him with a silly look on her face. Just when she was puzzled, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth hooked up and looked at her with a teasing smile. Bean, I didn't expect you to be a little housekeeper. Su Qinghe didn't react for a moment, but, the next second, it was a reaction. The small expression on her face suddenly stagnated, and her delicate, unpowdered face was instantly dyed with 2 shades of red, and her entire body was so shy that she was at a loss for words. Gu Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw her in this state. Seeing Gu Yifan mocking himself, Su Qinghe glared at him with some shame. She pouted and didn't want to care about Gu Yifan. This stinky guy. It's just that this glance of hers was not at all lethal to Gu Yifan, but instead, the cute look of that beaming mouth made Gu Yifan even more sexually aroused. However, this place was not suitable to continue teasing her, so after Gu Yifan pinched her little face, he withdrew his hand to restart the car and walked away. End of chapter. Chapter 106, A Chance Encounter. Class dinner? An hour later, Wang Zibo once again transformed into a hard labor moving workers. Gu Yifan bought the computer and some other large things to the upstairs. As for the rest will be left in the car. Anyway, when the time comes to take away. Fortunately, at this time Gu Yifan dad and mom are not at home. Otherwise it is necessary to ask him where the money. Looks like we need to get something going soon. Then we can explain where our car and money came from. Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. It's already hot as hell in June in Mountain City. After running back and forth and moving things a few times, Wang Zibo guy has long been tired and sweaty. At this moment, he was panting heavily while fanning the wind towards his face with his hands, and that look was very weird, like a wild dog in heat by the roadside. Seeing him like this, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Here, drink a bottle of water first. The air conditioner will get cold in a while. Gulp, gulp. Wang Zibo took the water and couldn't talk in time. hurriedly opening it and pouring a few mouthfuls. Hiccup, he even burped. Gu Yifan glanced at him in disgust, and said without any good humor, "Dog Baron Thin Thing, can you be more disgusting?" Wang Zibo was a bit embarrassed. He said with a bitter fat face, "Brother Fan, this is not something I can control. I'm dying of thirst." Gu Yifan thought about it. This guy Wang Zibo did work hard today, so he spoke. "Alright, take a rest. I'll treat you to a big meal out later." Aha! Once he heard that he could eat a big meal, Wang Zibo's eyes lit up. "Van, I knew you were the best for me. Van, be a brother in heart. I love you," he said with a fawning lewd face. Gu Yifan, straight face. "Get out. Labor is not a stirrer." He glared at Wang Zibo and said in a bad mood. Oh. Wang Zibo froze for a moment, but quickly reacted as he hurriedly spoke. "Brother Fan, I'm not either. Sister-in-law, Brother Fan slandered me." Saying that, he also didn't forget to ask for help from Su Qinghe's side. Su Qinghe was given a big red face by Wang Zibo's cry of sister-in-law. She couldn't understand the conversation between the two of them, and looked at Gu Yifan with a bewildered face. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly, but still said, "Don't pay attention to him, he's crazy." Ooh. Su Qinghe nodded and didn't say anything else. At 6:30 p.m. The sun was halfway to sunset. The temperature outside has dropped quite a bit as well. It was almost time for dinner. It just so happens that tonight, his father and mother have something to do, not come back to eat dinner himself and Su Qinghe on the outside to eat. Only now there is more a supersized light bulb. Wang Zibo just. Gu Yifan looked at the time and thought it was about time to go out. So he spoke to Su Qinghe on the side and said, "Su Hanin, it's almost time, let's go out." After saying that he turned his head to Wang Zibo, who was eating a small snack next to the coffee table, and said, "Hey, Baron Thin, let's go." That attitude was a world away. "Brother Fan, you're so gentle with your sister-in-law, can't you be nicer to me?" Wang Zibo deflated his mouth and said with a bitter face, "Oh." Gu Yifan glanced at him, then faintly said, "Next time Pai Ding." After saying that, he got up and pulled Su Qinghe's hand, and the two of them walked towards the door. Wang Zibo, straight face, with a helpless look on his face. He also hurriedly got up and followed. While waiting for the elevator, Wang Zibo suddenly remembered something, and he spoke weakly to Gu Yifan. "Brother Fan, you're not going to make me take the bus again this time, are you?" Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he turned his head to Wang Zibo and said, "It's not impossible if you want to take the bus." No, I don't want to." When he finished speaking, he grabbed Gu Yifan's other arm tightly, as if he was afraid that if he let go, he would run away. "Alright, you let go of me. I'm not running. It's not decent for a grown man to pull and tug." Gu Yifan was speechless with a head full of black lines. Upon hearing this, Wang Zibo glanced at him suspiciously to make sure that he didn't look like he was lying to himself, and only then did he let go of his hand somewhat resentfully. "Get out of the way. Don't take it from me," Gu Yifan said with a look of disgust. "Just leave. Why are you so mean?" Wang Zibo muttered in a somewhat unconvincing whisper, but dutifully walked to the other side of the elevator. None other. He's afraid of getting punched. Evening, 6 o'clock sharp. Yamashiro Grand Hotel. Here we are. Get off. Gu Yifan opened his mouth after parking the car. "Wow, Mountain City Grand Hotel. Brother Fan, you're really treating me to a big meal." Wang Zibo looked at the restaurant's signboard and said with a surprised face, "Mountain City Hotel. Is a Mountain City people know the name of the hotel? Formerly known as the state-run hotel. After the reform and opening up, the name has been retained, has been continued. It's one of the more famous restaurants. The meals here are not cheap, but the quality of the food is over the top. So long lived in the downtown area of the Mountain City. The family came to friends and relatives or have any happy events. Like to come up here to eat. Lazy face have. Come on, stop barking and go inside." Gu Yifan saw that he looked like he had never seen the world and shook his head somewhat helplessly. "Go, let's eat a big wave today too." Wang Zibo hemmed and hawed. Just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned back to Gu Yifan and asked weakly, "So what, Brother Fan, did you bring enough money?" Gu Yifan. He looked at Wang Zibo with a speechless face and said in a good-natured manner, "No, I'll press you here to brush the dishes in a while." After saying that he didn't give a damn about him anymore, holding Su Qinghe's little hand, he walked straight towards the inside of the restaurant. Seeing this, Wang Zibo's heart was suddenly in the right place as he hurriedly shouted, Brother Fan, wait for me," then ran all the way after him. The three had just entered the lobby of the hotel when a waiter greeted them. "Hello, are the three of you having dinner?" The waitress lady smiled at the few people. "Yes, please find us a seat." Before Gu Yifan could say anything, Wang Zibo, who was on the side, said with a smile, "Okay, 3, please follow me this way." The waitress lady nodded, still smiling. Wang Zibo, Gu Yifan? Just then, someone behind them suddenly called out the two men's names. Gu Yifan's footsteps slightly lurched as he glanced back and realized that it was He Ming, a classmate from his own class. Before he could say anything, Wang Zibo on the side staggered and spoke first. What a coincidence. He Ming, why are you here too? He said with some surprise. His words made Hermine freeze for a moment. Isn't our class gathering here today? Aren't you guys here for the potluck? He said with some confusion. Hearing this, Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo both turned their heads and glanced at each other. This is quite a nifty coincidence. End of chapter. Chapter 107, Han Lemon's expectations? Decline the invitation. Looking at the somewhat strange looks of the two, He Ming seemed to realize something. The scene was a little awkward for a while. Seeing this, Gu Yifan spoke up. We didn't attend the party today because we had something to do. Yeah, me and Van. We had something going on today, so we missed the class party. Wang Zibo, who was on the side, also spoke up and agreed. Seeing that Gu Yifan had directly picked it out, He Ming didn't feel any more awkward as he nodded and said, so you guys are here to eat? Yeah, came over for dinner with my friends, didn't realize it was such a coincidence that the class potluck was here too. Gu Yifan smiled and nodded. So should we go over there and eat together and forget about it? Big schoolgirl Han is there too, He Ming subconsciously blurted out. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have said the wrong thing, because at that moment, the poor schoolgirl Su Qinghe was quietly standing next to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan first turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and saw that she didn't have any reaction. Then he turned his head to He Ming and spoke. Forget it, we won't go over there. We still have some things to do after eating in a while, so we won't stay long. Okay then you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll head over there. Seeing that Gu Yifan had opened his mouth, He Ming nodded and said, yes. Gu Yifan nodded and said nothing more. He Ming sniffed and was also very sensible and didn't linger any longer, turning around and walking away. After walking a few steps, he thought for a moment and then turned his head and said, oh yeah, the boxes in 308 to 309, the classmates are all there. If you have time in a while, come over and show your face and have a drink is fine. This time, Gu Yifan didn't open his mouth again and just nodded to indicate that he knew. Seeing this, He Ming also turned around and left, watching his departing back gradually disappear. Gu Yifan then turned his head to the waiting waitress lady and spoke. Hello, please give us a separate private room. The waitress lady first froze for a moment, but immediately reacted as she nodded and smiled. Okay, 3 of you. This way please. Yamashiro Grand Hotel, 3rd floor. At this time, the 2 boxes 308 to 309 were opened, and a total of 3 tables were placed in the box. A group of young boys and girls were chatting excitedly, with giggles coming out from time to time, and the whole scene was incomparably lively. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, a boy in a white shirt who wore his hair in a grown-up fashion stood up and pretended to cough twice, drawing the crowd's attention to him. This person was none other than the class president of the senior class and the initiator of this party, Yi Tianlong. Seeing that all the people were looking at themselves, Yi Tianlong's mouth slightly hooked up, smiled and opened his mouth. People are almost all here. Classmates, allow me to say a few words first, and then let's open the banquet. Okay, yes, say it. What are the instructions for Yi Daban-san? Yes, what are the orders of Yi Big Handsome Brother? The group commanded a smile and opened their mouths. Oh, where are the orders and instructions? Just a few words. First of all, let's congratulate you all on the successful conclusion of the college entrance exams, and I hope you all get your desired grades. Well, the end of the college entrance exams also have a few days. This time to organize a gathering with everyone together. It is to have fun and relax with everyone. However, this time, due to the limited time, it's a bit hasty to temporarily book everyone here to get together. Well, next time, when the results of the college entrance exams come out, when the teacher appreciation banquet comes out, let's book a 5-star hotel to have a big feast. The moment he said this, many people in the room frowned, because they felt that this place was already very good, and if this thank you banquet went to a 5-star hotel to be set up, it would have to cost a lot of money, which was a bit of extravagance and wastefulness. Seeing the different expressions of the crowd, Yi Tianlong probably guessed what they were thinking, so he spoke again. I know what everyone is worried about, but please don't worry, our class fee still has some left. The expenses will be paid by our class fee at that time, and if it's not enough, the rest will be paid by me. I just hope that everyone will give face to be there on time to participate. Wow. As soon as his words fell, the crowd in the room stirred. *******. Squad leader atmosphere. Dragon is awesome. Freeloader, I, Chen Tianyi, am the first to get the field. The squad leader has invited us to a 5-star hotel for a big meal out of his own pocket, so there's no reason for us not to go. Yeah, don't worry squad leader. I'll be there for sure. A group of people stood up and opened their mouths to compliment, while Yi Tianlong pretended to be low-key and kept saying polite things like it's alright. The whole scene looked a harmonious one. Of course, not everyone ate him up. At this time, sitting behind the main table in a white chiffon princess dress, Han Lemon appeared to be a little distracted. For just what Yi Tianlong said, she did not listen to half of it. She clutched her cell phone in her hand, and every now and then she raised her head to look at the door of the box, as if she was waiting for someone. Bang! Suddenly the compartment door was pushed open from outside. Han Lemon's eyes lit up slightly, and he hastily raised his head to look in the direction of the doorway. Not only her, but almost everyone present couldn't help but look in the direction of the entrance of the box. The door opened and He Ming looked at everyone looking at him. He was a little confused. No, I just came a little late. The big guys aren't going to make such a big deal out of it, are they? No, everyone say something. You guys are looking at me with that kind of look. Make it seem like you want to eat me. I'm a little scared. Seeing that the crowd was silent, he once again whispered weakly. Ha ha ha. He Ming, you kid with all this fat, who wants to eat you? Yeah, He Ming, you're too fat to eat. Ho ho ho. The group came back to their senses and once again joked. And Han Lemon's eyes flashed with a flash of disappointment as he took a good look at the visitor. Is this stinking Gu Yifan really not coming? Her mind was a little lost in thought. Sitting next to her girlfriend Wu Xiaoyan also noticed her abnormality at this time. See, her interest is not high. Mood is a little low, but from time to time towards the direction of the door to look forward to what seems to look like. Heart also probably guess why she will be like this. Wu Xiaoyan spoke in a small voice. Little lemon air. Are you waiting for Gu Yifan? Don't wait. That Gu Yifan fellow shouldn't be coming. Hearing her best friend's words, Han Lemon's face slightly stuttered, but it quickly returned to normal. She turned her head to look at her best friend and said with some arrogant deadpan denial, who said I waited for him? I'm just hungry to see why the food hasn't been served yet. Wu Xiaoyan. End of chapter. Chapter 108, Han Lemon's unusual behavior. Yi Tianlong's lifelong enemy. Obviously, he was expecting Gu Yifan to arrive, but he was dead set on being hard-mouthed and arrogant. I'm sure it's worthy of the arrogant lemon princess. Wu Xiaoyan thought somewhat breathlessly yet helplessly in her heart, but seeing her like this, Wu Xiaoyan didn't intend to say anything more. Instead, the conversation between the two happened to be overheard by He Ming, who had just sat down. Without much thought, he blurted out, are you guys talking about Gu Yifan? I just bumped into him downstairs in the lobby. Aha! When Han Lemon heard this, her heart was delighted and her eyes lit up slightly, but then she immediately pressed back that little bit of joy in her heart and faintly said, He Ming, you've seen Gu Yifan? Then why hasn't he come up yet? Oh, they're not here for the party, they just happened to come over for dinner. He Ming didn't think much about it and answered casually. After saying that he added with some doubt, Senior Han, you're so close to Gu Yifan, don't you know? Han Lemon's face instantly sank after hearing him say this. But, it really wasn't that He Ming was intentionally mocking or anything, it was because there wasn't anyone in the entire class who didn't know that the two had grown up together and that there was a good relationship between them. Of course, this was before Gu Yifan confessed to her. No one would have guessed that only 3 short months later, the two were strangers to each other. Suddenly, on the side, Wu Xiaoyan spotted the blind student, and she said with some confusion, Wait, He Ming, did you just say them? Is there anyone else besides Gu Yifan? Yeah, that one Zibo guy is also with Gu Yifan. Oh, right, there's also class 5's pauper schoolgirl Su Qinghua. Without even thinking, He Ming blurted out, Su Qinghua. After hearing this name, Wu Xiaoyan couldn't help but subconsciously turn her head to look at Han Lime, and found that at this moment, her best friend's face had indeed darkened a few more points. The atmosphere was, for a moment, a little strange. Seeing this, He Ming also sensed that something was wrong. Could it be that Gu Yifan and Su Qinghua are really in a relationship between the two of them? He suddenly remembered the rumors circulating in the school during that time before the college entrance exam between the three of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghua and Han Lime. And thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Han Lime one more time. But, he also felt something strange in his heart at this time. Why does this Han Lemon have a black face? Wasn't it clearly Gu Yifan who confessed to her before and then was unceremoniously rejected on the spot? Even if he was really with Su Qinghua, there was no reason for Han Lime to have a black face, right? Is it because you don't want what you don't want and you don't allow others to want it either? Girls are so weird. Thinking of this, He Ming couldn't help but look down on Han Lime a few more points. If originally Han Lemon was a perfect score in his heart, now it was estimated that there were only 90 points left, and this 90 points was still all held up by her face value. Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking it. After all, he wasn't a party to it. And what exactly happened between them? That was something only they knew. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, he himself is an ordinary poor. These school flowers are goddesses and what not with himself is not related. I'm afraid that the only connection I have with the school's flower, goddess, or whatever, is in the national production area. Thinking of this, Himing then relieved himself again. Himing shook his head, and just as he got up and was about to pour himself a drink, Han Lime suddenly spoke up. Himing, can you take me to him? Ha? The movement of Himing's hand stalled slightly. Seeing Han Lemon looking straight at him, he asked tentatively with some confusion, looking for Gu Yifan? Right. Han Lemon nodded expressionlessly. Himing froze for a moment, then spoke. This where they are right now I'm really not sure. Hey, I just bumped into them in the lobby, but I did tell them our box number. I just don't know if they will come over. Ooh-hoo. A flash of disappointment passed through Han Lemon's eyes, but she didn't make things difficult for Himing. After thinking about it, she turned her head to her best friend Wu Xiaoyan and spoke. Xiaoyan, I'm going to the restroom. With that, he got up and headed for the door. Wu Xiaoyan froze for a moment and suddenly thought of something, so she also hurriedly got up and followed. Hey, Limey, wait for me, I'm going too. She opened her mouth as she gave chase. Her voice was so loud that for a moment, the crowd in the originally rowdy box couldn't help but look over this way. Seeing that everyone had inquiring expressions on their faces, Himing's brows furrowed slightly as he spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Seeing this, the crowd was only slightly puzzled, but they didn't think much of it. The sound of merriment resumed once more in the box. Just then, Yi Tianlong, the squad leader, walked over and sat down next to Himing, only to see him come to Himing's ear and ask in a whisper, "What did you just say to Han Lime?" Himing froze for a moment. He turned his head to Yi Tianlong and frowned. Didn't say anything. Yes? Why do I get the feeling she's not in the right mood? Yi Tianlong said with some doubt. Oh, it might be because of Gu Yifan. I'm not sure exactly. Himing replied casually. Gu Yifan? At those words, Yi Tianlong couldn't help but frown. For this Gu Yifan fellow, Yi Tianlong had always regarded him as a formidable enemy. He was so much more handsome than himself, he thought so himself. And with the school flower Han Lemon is a childhood sweetheart all day together. Once upon a time, he always thought that Gu Yifan this guy is really ing lucky. However, Gu Yifan suddenly had some kind of nerve, and after confessing his love to Han Lemon in front of the whole school and being rejected without mercy, he even ran off and jumped off a building to commit suicide. So Yi Tianlong felt that he was ruined. Yi Tianlong is the kind of traditional chauvinist who believes that women are renamed as subordinates of the strong. Although he himself adored schoolgirl Han Lemon, Gu Yifan, a big man, had done such a thing as lightening his life for the sake of a woman, which made him feel very shameful. He felt that Gu Yifan was no longer worthy of being his opponent, and if it came to academic performance, he had left Gu Yifan in the dust. Originally, within the boys in the class, the only one whose grades could touch his own was Li Mingho, the language class representative and study committee member, so she didn't pay any more attention to Gu Yifan, intending to wait for the end of the college entrance exams in front of his face to go to the school flower Han Lime. Let him Gu Yifan see what is called a real man, real love and academic double harvest. Results. The special meowing close to the college entrance examination before the city's simulation unified examination also do not know Gu Yifan this guy actually ate what brand of Vigo surprisingly inexplicable sudden rise bow up, and more than once, 3 times, Gu Yifan scored perfect scores on 3 consecutive citywide practice tests, not to mention myself, this is rubbing the city's seniors on the floor. This caused Yi Tianlong to recontextualize Gu Yifan once more. He even found Gu Yifan's picture from somewhere to make a big head poster and put it on the wall of his room. From then on, Yi Tianlong regarded him as the enemy of his life. End of chapter. Chapter 109 Wang Zibo's Envy. Han Lemon, Gu Yifan you stop right there. Mountain City Grand Hotel. 2nd floor separate box. At this moment, Gu Yifan was casually talking to Wang Zibo while drinking tea. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, sat quietly on the side helping Gu Yifan iron the dishes while silently listening to the 2 men talk. After ironing the dishes, she carefully dried them before setting them in front of Gu Yifan. Dry. Clean. She spoke softly. Okay, thanks. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then softly and tenderly said. And Wang Zibo, who was sitting opposite the 2, saw this scene with envy written in his eyes. The sister-in-law Qinghe is also too gentle and too good to this guy fan. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Shouldn't you get a girlfriend yourself? The thought of it sent ripples through his heart. Van. Do not want to eat dog food. Wang Zibo hurriedly changed the topic. I heard that this box has a minimum consumption. We just 3 people want a box is not a bit of a waste Oh, I know. Gu Yifan turned his head over to look at him faintly said. Just those people in the class is not also here to eat it. sit in the lobby for a while, in and out will inevitably bump into, to box, although it is said to be a little bit of a wave, but save the embarrassment. Oh hoo, yeah, almost forgot about that. Ho ho ho. Wang Zibo smiled and nodded. Soon, the dishes ordered by the trio were brought up by the waiter. Since there were no elders around, the three of them were relatively casual, chatting casually as they ate. Of course, it was mainly Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo who were talking, while Su Qinghe sat quietly at the side taking small bites of food. And when she saw that Gu Yifan's bowl was empty, she added new dishes to his bowl from time to time, and Gu Yifan occasionally saw that she always ate green vegetables, so he also pinched meat into her bowl. This scene caused Wang Zibo to want to roll his eyes from time to time. It made the idea of getting a girlfriend even stronger in his mind. I said, brother Fan, sister-in-law Qinghe. Ah, there are still people here. If you guys keep this up, I'm full of dog food, where can I eat? What do you mean? Wang Zibo didn't hold back as he said with a bitter face. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe exchanged glances. Su Qinghe's originally fair little face instantly turned red. She hastily withdrew her own gaze and lowered her head silently without speaking. Off. Seeing this, Gu Yifan glared at this guy Wang Zibo and said in a bad mood, love to eat or not? Not eat just so I can eat more. Wang Zibo, straight face. Single dogs don't have human rights. I'm not going to say it anymore. Wang Zibo's tone was a little bitter as he forced Lai Lai to say in a small voice. When he finished speaking, he stopped talking and lowered his head to dry his meal in silence. There's no way around it. Taking someone's hand is short. Eating someone's mouth is short. Where is the human right for a dabbler himself? Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly when he saw this look of a dead pig. This dog baron thing, really can't do anything with him. Just then, someone else knocked on the compartment door. Come in. Gu Yifan thought it was a waiter, so he shouted casually, Ka-ching. The door opened, only to see a white chiffon dress. Han Lemon appeared in the doorway. Upon seeing the visitor clearly, Gu Yifan froze. Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking, Wang Zibo turned around to see that his entire body was also momentarily frozen. It was Su Qinghe who was unaffected, and she looked at Han Lime, who had suddenly appeared, with some confusion. Ahem, Princess Lemon, why are you here? Wang Zibo, who had returned to his senses, was the first to speak. Said he also did not forget to look at Gu Yifan. The meaning was obvious. At the critical moment, you still have to look at you, brother Bo, right? Gu Yifan read the meaning in his eyes and couldn't help but give him a blank stare. And Han Lemon didn't answer Wang Zibo's words. She just stood in the doorway without a word. Little Lemon, why are you walking so fast? Just at this time, Wu Xiaoyan also rushed over. Only when she saw the scene in front of her, her voice came to an abrupt end. Hi. Wu Xiaoyan opened her mouth in a somewhat awkwardly sarcastic manner. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was a bit strange. Seeing this, Gu Yifan had no choice but to open his mouth to break this embarrassment, so he politely opened his mouth and said, well, Wu Xiaoyan, have you guys eaten yet? Sit down and eat something together if you haven't. We don't. Wu Xiaoyan was just about to open her mouth to say no, but Han Lemon moved, and without a word, she walked straight to the table and sat down. Wu Xiaoyan, for a moment, did not know what to say. Now she was neither sitting nor not sitting. Sit down. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth to relieve her. Oh, well, yes. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoyan had a step, so she walked over to the empty seat next to Han Lemon and sat down. Baron Thin, go ask the waiter to bring over 2 pairs of new dishes, and order 2 more dishes on the way. Gu Yifan turned his head to Wang Zibo and spoke. Ha! Wang Zibo first froze for a moment, and quickly reacted by hastily nodding his head and saying, Oh, I'll go now. When he finished speaking, he immediately got up and slipped away. After he left, the atmosphere in the box became more and more oppressive. Even Su Qinghe, the simpleton, couldn't help but become more restrained. Gu Yifan also noticed her difference, so he reached out and gently held her small hand. It's okay, I'm here. At this same time, his voice quietly rang in Su Qinghe's ears. Feeling the warmth coming from the palm of her hand, Su Qinghe's body froze for a moment before slowly turning her head to look at Gu Yifan and gently nodded. Gu Yifan also glanced at her and nodded gently before withdrawing his own hand, picking up his chopsticks and first giving her some food in his bowl. Only then did he turn his head to look at Han Lemon and speak directly. You're here to see me, aren't you? What's the matter? His tone was flat, no emotion audible at all. Seeing Gu Yifan talking to himself, and still with such a cold tone, the aggression in Han Lime's heart immediately surged up. Her eyes were slightly red, and she pursed her red lips lightly, not looking at Gu Yifan. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoyan hurriedly opened her mouth to round up the situation for her. Why, there's nothing much going on. Little Lemon and I just heard Ming say that you guys were here as well, so that's why we came over to take a look at you guys. Ho ho ho. Oh hoo. Gu Yifan gave her a deep look, then nodded slightly. Then, no one spoke again. Once again, the atmosphere in the box fell into silence. After a few more moments, Gu Yifan felt that this kind of atmosphere is really a bit depressing, so he got up and opened his mouth to Wu Xiaoyan. Well, we've also eaten almost enough. There's something else to do in a while, so we'll leave first. Right, I've asked Wang Zibo to add the dishes for you guys. I'll get the order in a while as well, so you guys take your time to eat, huh? After saying that, he turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Bean, let's go. Aha. Su Qinghe was very obedient and nodded her head obediently. The two then left the table towards the entrance of the box. Just then, Han Lemon spoke up. Gu Yifan, stop right there. End of chapter. Chapter 110. You walk your sunny way, I'll wear my boulevard. Han Lemon's sudden opening caused both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe's footsteps to stall at the same time. However, this time Gu Yifan didn't want to pay attention to her. None other. It's been too many times. She came to herself this time for nothing more than the same reason as before, questioning why she was ignoring her. And then all sorts of aggravation and all sorts of crying. It was like this every time. If she wasn't annoyed, Gu Yifan, was. To be reasonable, he hadn't gone back to actively messing with her since he returned from Rebirth, right? Instead, she turned around and pestered herself after seeing that she wasn't being a dog licker anymore. As to why this is so, it's nothing more than probably a momentary discomfort or more of a resignation. It's actually understandable. The arrogant little male can only allow me to ignore you. How can I allow you to ignore me? But then, what he encountered this time was the reborn Gu Yifan. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Gu Yifan had already seen through her character and her little tricks of walking the dog. Lick the dog, 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 lick the dog. He is not. How can he still fall for this big mistake? Gu Yifan shook his head as he ignored Han Lemon's shouts and directly took Su Qinghe's hand and headed for the door again. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't turn around and still wanted to go, Han Lemon was completely anxious. She was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying, and rushed at Gu Yifan's back and shouted, Gu Yifan, you don't dare to pay attention to me. You coward. You big liar. You stop. Woohoo. Hearing Han Lemon's slightly crying voice, Gu Yifan still ignored it. Only he didn't, but Su Qinghe did. Only to see Su Qinghe suddenly stop. Gu Yifan could only force himself to stop as well. He frowned slightly, then turned sideways to look at Su Qinghe somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? Seems like she really wants to talk to you. Su Qinghe shook her head and whispered. When Gu Yifan heard this, his brows frowned even tighter, and after a moment of silence, he looked at Su Qinghe and spoke. You're not jealous? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She first nodded and then shook her head, looking at her in this tangled, silly and naive manner. Gu Yifan smiled faintly and understood her meaning in his heart. Okay, then, I'll listen to you, he nodded and said, then turned his head to Han Lemon. Seeing that Gu Yifan turned back, Han Lem's face was delighted as she huffed and said very aggressively, Gu Yifan, you're finally willing to turn around and look at me. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan's brows furrowed once more as he said in a flat tone, fellow student Han Lemon, it seems that everything that should be said between us has already been said clearly, right? No, Gu Yifan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have lost your face in front of so many people that day. I know it's wrong. I'll apologize to you. Will you forgive me? Seeing this, Han Lemon hurriedly opened his mouth. Hearing Han Lemon's words, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and then he fell silent. He hadn't expected that Han Lemon, who had always been arrogant and had a strong sense of self-esteem, would apologize to himself in front of the others. But, whether this time Han Lemon really knew it was wrong, or just wanted to apologize to redeem herself to continue to be her licking dog as well, this time Gu Yifan didn't even want to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. And really, Gu Yifan had thought about it seriously over the past few days, and he realized that he wasn't actually angry because Han Lemon had rejected himself in public and lost face. He was angry with himself, pissed off at his former self who had been a lifelong lickspittle. In his previous life, he had been a lickspittle for his entire life, but in the end it was just a waste. So in this life he just didn't want to be a lickspittle anymore. That's all. He shook his head slightly at the thought. Before she could open her mouth, Han Lemon saw him shaking his head, and the aggression in her heart intensified. She once again lowered that haughty little head, and pleaded in a humble tone, Gu Xiaofan, I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong, don't ignore me, let's go back to the way we were before, okay? Hearing Han Lemon once again call his own nickname that belonged exclusively between the two when he was a child, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Phew, he exhaled deeply, then looked up at Han Lime and spoke, Han Lime, you really don't need this, to be, fan. I know I'm wrong, It's really hard for me to feel bad that you've ignored me all this time. I've thought about it for many days, and I realized that all these years, it's always been you who tolerated my little temper tantrums, and I've never taken care of your feelings, so I can understand if you're angry with me this time. I'm sorry. I'm wrong, so forgive me. Okay, let's do what we always do. Let's be good, okay? Han Lemon spoke once more with a sobbing voice. Ugh. Gu Yifan let out a light sigh, then looked at Han Lime and slowly said, Han Lime, I'll be honest. I actually haven't been mad at you for confessing to you in public and you rejecting me about it. After all, this is as you said, we grew up together. It's true that we're childhood sweethearts, but it's only childhood sweethearts. There's no law that says that childhood sweethearts have to be together. And you're right, it's your right to reject me, but then again it's also my right to like or not like you. You weren't wrong, and I wasn't wrong, so I'm not mad at you for any of this. And then there's no question of original forgiveness. As for what you said about us going back to a relationship like we had before, and getting along like that, I think that's probably not going to happen. We are friends with each other, but the way we used to get along like that is not the way friends should get along. And there's a more important point, which is, we're all grown up. We should all have our own lives, and we can't stick together forever, can we? Not to mention, what kind of friends stick together every second of every day? So what? It's not that I'm ignoring you. I've just figured out what I want out of life. That's all. Anyway, now the college entrance examination is also over. In another 2 months, once the university starts, in the future, we are not expected to see each other once a year. You walk your sunny road. I wear my forest shade. Well, the boulevard. So is not very good? And don't you think it would be nice for us to just stay out of each other's way for a while? Right. After a pause, Gu Yifan once again looked at her and slowly said in a flat tone, I remember all of this. What I already told you last time, and made it very clear, right? After hearing Gu Yifan's words, Han Lemon panicked inwardly. She first froze for a moment, then rushed to Gu Yifan's face as if she were mad. 2:20 a.m. Updated. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Couldn't sleep in the middle of the night? Got up and coded a chapter. Well, I can't bear it. I'm too sleepy. I have to go to sleep. The dog's life is important. Oh. End of chapter. Chapter 111. I still prefer the old arrogant lemon princess. Han Lemon grabbed Gu Yifan's hand as she said in a bit of a panic with red eyes. No, it's not like that. Gu Yifan, we grew up together. I don't want to leave you. I don't want to lose you. I don't want my world to be without you. And, you used to say you'd never leave me. You big liar. Are you going to go back on your word? Don't you want me? Gu Yifan. Han Lemon, you calm down. There is no one in this world who can never be separated from anyone. You're just not used to not having me annoying you all day for a while now. In 2 months, when the university starts, you will have your own new circle of friends in life, and so will I. By then you will realize that we are all just an unobtrusive passerby in each other's lives. No more of me as a friend, no less of me as a friend, with or without my presence. So, that's it. I don't want to say anything more than that. Goodbye, or never again is fine. After Gu Yifan finished speaking, he pushed Han Lemon's hand away with a slight force. Then he turned around and walked to Su Qinghe without hesitation. Bean, let's go, he whispered softly and tenderly. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded with some bewilderment. Just the moment the two men turned around, Han Lemon's emotions completely erupted, and she couldn't stop the tears in her eyes from flowing down like a flash flood breaking through a levee. Gu Yifan, don't you go. I was wrong. I regret it. I accept your confession. I promise you. Don't go away, okay? She cried loudly at Gu Yifan's back. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few people present all stagnated, and Su Qinghe's heart was even more inexplicably tense. Gu Yifan also froze. He was a bit surprised. He really didn't expect Han Lemon to say this at this time. Subconsciously, he first glanced at Su Qinghe, only to see that this bean had a nervous look at this moment, and Gu Yifan felt a bit amused. I guess this bean is now regretting that he just told himself to stop. His mind thought darkly. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yifan turned to look at Han Lime and spoke expressionlessly. Sorry for being late. The moment he said this, Han Lemon's little face instantly turned white, and the entire group looked at Gu Yifan with disbelief on their faces, forgetting to cry for a moment. No, it's not too late. It's not too late. Han Lemon's mouth muttered to himself. After she finished speaking, she jerked her head up to look at Gu Yifan. Little fan, I know you still like me, right? I was wrong. I really regret it. You confess to me one more time and I'll accept you, okay? Gu Yifan. He was a bit speechless, and even felt that Han Lemon's was a bit bewitched. You know, late deep love is cheaper than grass. It's like, that flower is wilting before you think to water it, which is a bit redundant. From the moment he returned from his own rebirth, the two were already destined to miss each other. Missed, not wrong, but over, People once there is a gap. It is really hard to get closer. And the world only in good, but not in good as the beginning. The enthusiasm once exhausted. There is only indifference. Once your own defiantly pulled out your heart and put it in front of you. You didn't cherish it, and when you lost it, you started to regret it. Realize that leaves don't yellow in a day and hearts don't cool in a day. In his previous life, he had given all his feelings to Han Lemon, and could even be said to have given his all, but he had never received any response, breaking down in the midst of being rejected over and over again, and eventually ending up holding his breath in the midst of disappointment over and over again. Yeah, you say you regret it now, though I don't know if you really do or if it's simply a case of resignation and impulse. But so what? Broken mirror. Even if reunited, there will be cracks. The rope is broken, and then how to tie it will have knots. How could he or she allow himself or herself to repeat such a mistake once more in a new life? So, I'm sorry, Han Lemon. Gu Yifan looked at Han Lemon and said resolutely. Hearing Gu Yifan's refusal, Han Lemon completely crazy. She kept mumbling something about how it couldn't be. It couldn't be. Suddenly, she saw Su Qinghe beside Gu Yifan, so she pointed at her and said with a sobbing voice, Gu Yifan, are you because of her? Because of this woman. That's why you don't like me anymore. What makes her better than me? We grew up together, and our childhood sweetheart's affection for more than 10 years is no match for her. An outsider? I've told you I know it's wrong, and I regret it, and I can accept your confession. Why you just won't forgive me? Why do you prefer her to me? Su Qinghe, who was originally standing quietly by Gu Yifan's side, heard Han Lemon suddenly speak of herself, and her entire body froze slightly, subconsciously glancing at Gu Yifan for a moment, somewhat at a loss for words, and Gu Yifan couldn't help but furrow his brows again at this time. He felt that Han Lemon this one incorrigible. Why did she involve Su Qinghe in a good cause? He got a little angry and frowned with a somewhat cold face as he looked back at Han Lemon. Just before he could open his mouth, Han Lemon once again cried and opened his mouth to accuse. Say it, Gu Yifan. Say it. You tell me. On what grounds? Why should you do this to me because of her? Whoa. At this time Han Lemon has obviously lost her mind. The original exquisite makeup has also long been tears to the flowers. The whole person looks where there is still the appearance of a proud little princess. How is it that she is also the girl she loved for her entire life in her previous life? Seeing this scene in front of him, Gu Yifan's heart couldn't help but palpitate slightly. He didn't say anything, just gently let go of Su Qinghe's small hand, then turned around and slowly walked in front of Han Lim. As for Su Qinghe, when she saw Gu Yifan let go of her hand, she froze for a moment. Her heart was a bit empty. She looked at Gu Yifan with a blank face as he turned towards Han Lim. Her whole mind was confused for a moment. Ugh! Gu Yifan stood in front of Han Lim, looking at her who was crying into tears, and sighed softly. Why bother? He reached out his hand and gently helped her wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes, and Han Lim bit her red lips lightly, looking up at him with a bewildered expression, the aggression in her heart breaking in vain. Gu Yifan, I was wrong. You still like me, right? Han Lemon blearily watched him sob while saying weakly in a very humble manner. At this moment she wanted to jump into Gu Yifan's arms and cry bitterly, but she was stopped by Gu Yifan. Ugh! Oh little lemon child, I still prefer your old look of the arrogant self-line princess. Gu Yifan shook his head once again and spoke with a light sigh. But then, he turned his words around and spoke in a serious tone. Don't scold, don't scold. I get up, breakfast hasn't eaten to write until now. Oh, I'll have a bite to eat. I'll write the next chapter in a while. Don't yell at me. Oh, and don't just read it. Leave some comments and throw in some stats. Big guys, so I know you're all ducking. Oh. End of chapter. Chapter 112. This time, I choose her. Seeing Gu Yifan's turn of phrase, Han Lemon felt bad. She looked at Gu Yifan blearily, her mouth slightly open just wanting to say something. Then she heard Gu Yifan open his mouth again and said, Little Lemon, this time, you're really wrong. What happened between us originally had nothing to do with others. From the moment you rejected me, it was already destined between us that it would be the result of today. Missed, is missed. I am no longer the same as I was at the beginning, and you are not the same as you once were. We can't go back to the way we once were, but I can promise you that I won't intentionally avoid you in the future. We're still friends, but only friends. So, just have to say sorry. After saying that, Gu Yifan let go of Han Lim's hand without hesitation, turned around and picked up Su Qinghe, who had a bewildered look on her face, and then stepped out of the door of the box without looking back. This time, let Han Lemon cry and shot behind him. Gu Yifan did not stop again. All of this happened too fast. Wu Xiaoyan on the side had not had time to digest. Things have developed to this point. When the backs of both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe disappeared, she looked at Han Lim, who was crouched on the dining table and lost her voice, before she came back to her senses. How did this turn out? She said with a confused look on her face. It's not Wasn't it Gu Yifan who liked Han Lemon and then confessed to her and was rejected? How but it feels like the roles have been switched. Now it's Han Lemon who likes Gu Yifan and then in turn confesses to him only to be rejected? And is there really something going on between Gu Yifan and poor schoolgirl Su Qinghe? Between Little Lemon and So Qinghua? He chose So Qinghua? Wu Xiaoyan's entire body was now in a daze. She felt her brain buzzing. But now his good girlfriend is lying on the table crying her eyes out. This time is not suitable to think too much of these. She hurriedly walked to Han Lime's side, began to comfort up. Little Lemon child, good boy, do not cry, do not cry. What everyone didn't know was that the moment Gu Yifan turned around, the gears of fate began to turn. He was holding Su Qinghe, who was still a bit confused, and the two of them had already walked to the corner of the stairway, and it just so happened that at this moment, Wang Zibo had just gone to the restroom and came out after ordering the food. The three met head-on. When he saw the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, he said with a confused face, brother Fan, sister-in-law Qinghe, what are you guys doing? Gu Yifan also froze for a moment, almost forgetting about this guy. That, Baron Thin, did you ask the waiter to order yet? He asked casually. Ordered it. Wang Zibo was a bit puzzled, but still opened his mouth. Oh, that's fine then. Qinghe and I still have some things to do, so we'll leave first, so you can stay and eat with Han Lemon and the girls. I'll get the bill in a minute. Don't you worry. Gu Yifan nodded and said. Gu Yifan's words made Wang Zibo even more confused. What the hell? It's settled. Here's another $200. Keep an eye on Han Lemon for a while. When she's done crying and her emotions have stabilized, you take a taxi and send her home. Gu Yifan didn't have time to explain so much to him, and with that, he pulled out $200 from his wallet and shoved it into his hand. After saying this and not waiting for him to react, he pulled Su Qinghe's hand and walked downstairs. Zibo Wang. His mouth was slightly open with a dumbfounded face as he looked at the backs of Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, who were gradually moving away, and then looked down at the $200 in his hand, and the whole person was a bit unsure of what was going on. This fan was so kind as to leave $200 for himself? Asterisk. He suddenly reacted. Just now Gu Yifan seemed to be saying that he would wait for Han Lemon to finish crying. Asterisk. Son of a Gu Yifan. I knew you weren't that nice. Wang Zibo's eyes glared and his entire body jumped up cursing. After cursing, he hurriedly ran toward the box side. In the parking lot of the hotel, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, at this time the two of them had already sat in the car. Neither of them spoke, though, and the atmosphere seemed slightly somber. I'll get out of the car and have a smoke. We'll go later. Gu Yifan felt a little annoyed, so he opened his mouth. After saying that and not waiting for Su Qinghe to reply, he opened the car door and got out of the car on his own. He pulled the pack of cigarettes out of his pocket and casually popped one out of the box and held it to his mouth. When I was about to look for the lighter, I realized that the lighter seemed to have been left in the car, and just as I was about to turn back, I heard a pop sound, and a flame lit up in front of my eyes. He froze for a moment, but turned his head to see that Su Qinghe didn't know when he also followed himself out of the car, and at this moment was holding a lighter and wanted to help himself light a cigarette. Thanks. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. After helping Gu Yifan light his cigarette, Su Qinghe stood quietly and didn't say anything. Suck. Phew. Gu Yifan took a hard drag on the cigarette before slowly exhaling. He thought for a moment and turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and spoke. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Su Qinghe paused as she raised her head to look at Gu Yifan before silently withdrawing her gaze again. After a moment of silence, she shook her head softly and whispered, No. Oh. Gu Yifan nodded, then took another drag on his cigarette and said, Just now you weren't afraid that I'd accept Han Lemon? Afraid. This time Su Qinghe answered quickly. Gu Yifan grunted, then looked at her and said in a flat tone, Then you didn't let me go just now? Hearing Gu Yifan's somewhat unpleasant tone, Su Qinghe was slightly embarrassed. She spoke in a small, weak voice. I saw her crying so hard. Gu Yifan spoke again. So you pushed me out? I don't. Su Qinghe pouted and retorted in a small voice. Only the more she said it, the smaller her voice became, and it was obvious that the bottom was a bit lacking. In fact, just now she was scared, but she wasn't thinking of pushing Gu Yifan out. It was just that when Gu Yifan let go of her hand and walked in front of Han Lemon after Han Lemon said that she could accept Gu Yifan's confession before, she panicked at that moment. Her heart was empty, as if the most important piece was missing, and at that time, she didn't dare to speak up because after so long, she knew more or less about what happened between Gu Yifan and Han Lime. One can only remain silent. Luckily, Gu Yifan hadn't left himself behind, or else he would have gone back to living alone again. No? Seeing her naive look of defiance, Gu Yifan was furious. So Bean. His tone of voice intensified quite a bit as he said, Su Qinghe tilted her little head up to look at him. Just this once. If there's a next time, then we'll never have a next time. Hear that? Gu Yifan glared at her, not in a good mood. Aha, no, no. Su Qinghe laughed nervously as she looked at Gu Yifan and nodded vigorously. All right, that's enough of that. Looking at her with a giggle, Gu Yifan said in a bad mood, I just didn't eat enough. Find a place to eat some more. After saying that, he put out the cigarette in his hand, then sat back in the car. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Yi Wanqing. If you want to chase after recalling Yifan, you have to let go of your haughty nature. 9:30 at night. Crestwood Subdivision. Building 19. Unit 8. Room 906. Yi Wanqing looked at her eyes red and swollen from crying Han Lime. Her brows couldn't help but knit up. At this point she already knew what had happened. After sending Wang Zibo and Wu Xiaoyan's away, she looked at her daughter, who was also in a bit of a trance, and her heart was filled with helplessness, but more than anything else, she was heartbroken. Ugh, what a pain in the ass. She sighed softly and shook her head. The two people who had grown up closer than anyone else were now in such a state that no one could have imagined. Although she knew that this matter could not be blamed on Gu Yifan, but looking at her own daughter's sadness into this way, she more or less to Gu Yifan still have some opinions. Who let him make his daughter so sad and upset? Facts aside, isn't he at fault at all? If Gu Yifan knew what Yi Wanqing was thinking at this moment, he would probably cry out in admiration. If this punch comes down, even Buddha can't carry it. Baby, don't feel bad. Let's not feel bad. It's okay, Mom will help you out. Yi Wanqing hugged her own daughter and comforted her softly. Hearing his mom's words, Han Lime's heart's aggression once again surged to her heart. She turned her head to look at her mom and said with a sobbing voice, Mom, Gu Yifan he rejected me. He doesn't want me. He really doesn't want me. Woohoo. After saying that he couldn't help but cry once more. Okay, good girl. Baby, let's not be sad. My baby is so beautiful and so good. It's his loss if Gu Yifan rejects you. It's okay, don't cry, don't cry. Yi Wanqing continued to speak. But I don't want him to leave me. Woohoo. Hearing her own mom's comforting words, Han Lemon cried even louder. Bean-sized teardrops couldn't stop flowing outward from her already red and swollen beautiful eyes, and she opened her mouth slightly to sob a little. In the past, it was people Gu Yifan who rushed all kinds of to be good to you, and you silently enjoyed people's goodness to you, and even sometimes a little bit of dislike, and now that people ignored you and stopped being good to you, you regretted it again. You don't know how to cherish it when you have it, and you only know how precious it is when you lose it. Looking at this scene, Yi Wanqing didn't know what to say for a moment, but who let Han Lemon be her own daughter? Looking at her so sad and heartbroken, Yi Wanqing knew that the roles had begun to be reversed in this relationship, while her own daughter was already in deep, little lemon air. You really don't want Gu Yifan to leave you, do you? After thinking about it, Yi Wanqing opened her mouth. Aha! Hearing his mom's question, Han Lemon tilted his head to look at his mom while shedding tears and nodding. Okay, Mom knows. Seeing the way her daughter nodded her head, Yi Wanqing thought about it or opened her mouth to confirm it again. But, little lemon air, Mommy has to ask you again. Think seriously, do you really like Gu Yifan? Or is it just that you don't want to lose the goodness he has for you? This is important. If you don't like him, you just enjoy the fact that he's been taking care of you unconditionally and treating you well, then Mom thinks it's fine the way it is now. After all, he's decided to put you down after a long time, and it would be a bit unkind of you to disturb people's lives again. She spoke with some gravity. After all, the two families have been friends for so many years. Little lemon child to just enjoy Gu Yifan to her good. Gu Yifan is not good to her. She is not willing to just then they teach her to go back to Gu Yifan after hanging people again. This is indeed a little bit less moral. Hearing her own mom's question, Han Lemon froze for a moment, and she glanced at her mom with some bewilderment. Little lemon air, you have to ask your own heart. If you really like him, then Mom can help you work together to win him back. If you are just not happy that he ignores you and doesn't treat you well anymore, then that's it. You guys can just be ordinary friends. That's good for you, for Gu Yifan, and for both of you. Seeing her daughter's somewhat bewildered appearance, Yi Wanqing spoke again with a serious face. Seeing his mom suddenly so serious, Han Lime forgot to cry for a moment. She seriously thought about her mom's words. Her mind recalled the old days when Gu Yifan was good to her and took care of her in every way, and then remembered the hard feelings and aggression in her heart since Gu Yifan ignored her. After a moment of silence, she raised her head to look at her old mom and sobbed in a somewhat hoarse voice. Mom, I like Gu Yifan. Sure enough, hearing her own daughter's words, Yi Wanqing was somewhat helpless in her heart. Maybe little lemon air had already liked Gu Yifan a long time ago, but it was just that the previous kind of mode of getting along between the two made her unable to see her heart clearly. Now that Gu Yifan had left, she had also finally seen her heart clearly. It just seems a little late for that. Alright, good boy, don't cry. Crying won't solve the problem. At this time you should even more pull yourself together. Isn't Gu Yifan ignoring you? Then you take the initiative to make him ignore you. You know, a man chasing a woman is a mountain. A woman chasing a man is a veil. Not to mention the fact that there's already a 10-year relationship foundation between you two. And that Gu Yifan guy used to like you so much. Yi Wanqing opened her mouth and said slowly. But, Gu Yifan, he seems to like someone else now. He doesn't like me anymore. The tears on Han Lemon's face had stopped, and she sniffled and said in a very aggravated manner. Yi Wanqing froze for a moment. She almost forgot about this. However, she didn't really believe that Gu Yifan had moved on so quickly. That girl surnamed Su should just be a shield that he had launched to reject Little Lemon, and the current relationship between them was a friend at best. Why, my silly baby, do you really believe that boy Gu Yifan doesn't like you anymore? Think about it. You've been in a relationship for more than 10 years, and he's liked you for so many years, so how could he possibly say he doesn't like you anymore? He didn't say he didn't like you when he rejected you either, right? Yi Wanqing gently wiped away the teardrops at the corner of her eyes and spoke softly. Aha! After hearing what his own mom said, Han Lemon froze for a moment. She thought about it seriously, as if it was her own mom who had a point. And for such a long time it's been people Gu Yifan who have been giving unilaterally, and they get tired too. Plus your refusal last time broke his heart. That's why his attitude is so cold and hard right now. So yeah, if you really want to get him back, you've got to show your attitude. You've got to show him you're serious. Yi Wanqing opened her mouth word by word, and the most important point is that you have to let go of your arrogant nature. Han Lemon. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 114, calling brother outside, calling bully at home? I'm not arrogant. Han Lemon deflated her small mouth and whispered with some defiance. Nah, look at you. I just said something about you and you're not happy about it. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but roll her eyes helplessly. Han Lemon. Ugh. Seeing this, Yi Wanqing shook her head inside softly, and said in a serious tone, Little Lemon, you really need to change this arrogant nature. How many times has mom said you before? You just don't listen to me. If you keep treating Gu Yifan with this lofty and arrogant nature, then how can he care about you? In the past, he liked you, spoiled you when you were arrogant and play a small temper and so on. He will think how you are all good. But now, he has been broken by you, decided to leave you. If you are in such an attitude to him, will only make him more and more fed up with you, for fear that in the end, do not say that you like it. That is, no way to do friends. After hearing his own mom's words, the expression on Han Lemon's face slightly stalled. Little Lemon child, think about it yourself. You are already 18 years old, and have become an adult. This will soon be going to college people. There is still a long way to go in the future. You will meet different people and different things. In the past it was us who spoiled you, but what about in the future? Other people will not spoil you. If you keep on treating everything with this temperament, you will eventually suffer. So then, mom hopes that you, in the future, no matter when you encounter anyone or anything, first think about these words that mom said today, and you can't just let your own nature come to you. A lot of things, a lot of relationships, once a problem arises, it's very hard to undo and repair it. This is something that you should understand by now as well. Mom, I know it's wrong. I'll change from now on. Han Lemon's eyes reddened once more, and she raised her head to speak softly to her old mom. Then I'm going to go after Recall Yifan now. He's going to come back, right? Well, if you can learn from your mistakes, you're still a good boy. Don't worry, mommy will help you. On the People's Square, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, were casually walking. Su Qinghe was holding an ice cream in her hand, and every now and then she stretched out that little pink tongue and gently licked it, stirring up the ice cream that accidentally stained the corners of her mouth. That youthful, cute and slightly seductive little look made Gu Yifan's gaze a little infatuated for a moment. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Yifan staring at his face, Su Qinghe asked with a somewhat puzzled crooked little head. Ahem, it's okay, you got ice cream stuck to the corner of your mouth. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded, then stuck out her little tongue and licked it towards the corner of her mouth. Gu Yifan? This action of Su Qinghe's almost made Gu Yifan unable to resist surrendering the white flag. Seeing Gu Yifan looking at himself with wide eyes, Su Qinghe's pretty face slightly blushed. After a long moment of silence, Gu Yifan expressionlessly and suddenly spoke. Next time, no more lip licking outside. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and although she had some doubts in her heart, she still nodded very obediently. Right, Su Bean, have you memorized everything I just taught you? Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Aha. Su Qinghe first gave Gu Yifan a somewhat strange look, then nodded and said, Remember, that'll do, repeat it for me. Gu Yifan glanced at her and said indifferently, Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded, then whispered, I call you brother when it's crowded outside. and I call you, when I'm alone. Speaking of this, Su Qingha's small face slightly reddened. Then she couldn't say anything else? Gu Yifan frowned slightly. Go on. What did you call me when the two of us were alone? Dad. Su Qingha lowered her head. She lightly bit her lower lip. Her voice was like a mosquito wire and said, hey. The corner of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly and said, right. What else? What should you do when you meet a pretty young lady outside? When I meet a pretty young lady, I say, young lady, my brother likes you. Can I leave a contact? Su Qingha skimmed her mouth and said with some reluctance, tisk. Not bad. Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction, then said with a smile, given that you're so well behaved, let's go. Brother will buy you another ice cream to go. Ha? Su Qingha froze for a moment. She glanced down at the ice cream in her hand that she hadn't eaten half of, and hurriedly spoke. No need. I can't finish it. Oh, it's fine. I'm done eating. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, Su Qingha, straight face. Hey, Bean, hurry up and follow me. Gu Yifan, who had already walked away, turned around and shouted at her. Ooh, come on, eat on. Su Qingha hurriedly answered, then carefully escorted the ice cream in her hand towards Gu Yifan's side. The night in the mountain city is very lively with neon signs and crowds of people coming and going in the square. After buying the ice cream, the two of them walked to the edge of the square. The night breeze brushed her face, taking away the fatigue of the whole day. Su Qingha ate the ice cream in her hand in small bites, enjoying the coziness of the moment very much. Bean, why does your ice cream feel a bit different from mine? Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. What's different? Su Qingha whispered with some doubt. You're probably too bad to eat this one. You reach over and I'll take a look. Gu Yifan frowned and said with some seriousness. Ha? Su Qingha froze for a moment, then without any doubt, hurriedly handed the ice cream she was holding to Gu Yifan. However, the next second, her eyes instantly widened in disbelief as she looked at Gu Yifan. None other. Only because Gu Yifan the dog thing will be her hand ice cream nibbled a big mouth. At this time her hand only left an ice cream but pear. Well, the flavor is fine. It shouldn't be bad. Gu Yifan said indifferently. Su Qingha. Straight face. Don't look at me like that. I'm helping you test the poison for your own good. Gu Yifan put together shameless, serious nonsense. Su Qingha pouted her little mouth, looking like an aggravated daughter-in-law. She didn't want to care about Gu Yifan. If she could, she would love to bite Gu Yifan. This stinky guy, right now. If Gu Yifan knew what Su Qingha was thinking at this moment, he would probably be even more sexually aroused. Bite? It's not like it won't work. After all, the two of them hadn't reached the depths of a pipe bowl friendship? Bean, there seems to be someone singing over there. Come on, let's go over and take a look too. Gu Yifan saw that Su Qingha was a little bit unhappy. He hurriedly pointed to the crowd in the direction of the northeast corner of the square and changed the topic. After saying that also did not wait for Su Qingha to open her mouth, then pulled her too straight to go over there. Stop cursing. Today's second installment is fresh out of the oven and still warm. The third shift is also being written. Don't rush. Oh. End of chapter. Chapter 115, How fortunate to have met you. I only wish to live up to the light of day. Walking in the rain, blue streetlights peeking out, looking at each other in a silent tight embrace. As the two approached, the song became clearer and clearer. Despite the rudimentary radio equipment, it is still not difficult to hear that this street singing is a strength, and the Cantonese pronunciation is also very accurate. A bit like the Hong Kong island side of the accent, it is clear that the singer has specially learned. The song continued to echo in the sky above the square with the night wind, bringing a touch of otherworldly warmth to this noisy night. Many pedestrians who like music or like to have a good time also stopped to listen. In a short while this area will be surrounded by a lot of people. Gu Yifan held Su Qingha's hand and walked through the crowd to the front. Su Qingha didn't understand Cantonese, but she also found it very nice. What's the name of this song? She turned her head to Gu Yifan and asked in a small voice. Cold Rainy Night, one of the more classic old Cantonese songs. Gu Yifan smiled faintly and opened his mouth to reply. Ooh. Su Qingha nodded with seeming understanding. Just as the two of them were whispering, the crisp mechanical female voice of the system rang in Gu Yifan's head. Ding! Triggering a randomized task from the system. Please ask the host to go on stage and sing an exclusive love song for the treasure girl Su Qingha and amaze the crowd present. Upon completion of the mission, 100 torn white silks will be rewarded. Note 100 tear not rotten white silk made of white silk. In addition to the difference in the ordinary white silk beauty, warm in winter and cool in summer, the most important point is that the material is special 100 tear not rotten. Gu Yifan. He kind of realized that this mother ******* ing system just ing loves to pretend. Every time it's a crowd, it's always trying to pull something. And white silk. Nima. Last time it was black silk. now you've got yourself a whole white silk. Should we get ourselves a fishing net next time? Sure enough, doggone it, it's just not a decent system. Gu Yifan was speechless for a while in his heart. But, speechless is speechless, but he, Gu Yifan, still kind of wanted to see what Su Qinghe that bean looked like in white silk, and he already had a black silk canonical photo of her, so wouldn't he have to have a set of white silk as well? Aha! Gu Yifan suddenly felt that it seemed good to collect all the styles of stockings on the market and let Su Qinghe try them out for a canonical collection, and when Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking, she only thought that he was listening to the song seriously, so she didn't think too much about it. Su Bean, do you want to hear me sing? Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. Ha! Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan and saw that he didn't look like he was joking, so she nodded seriously and said, I want to. Yes. Wait. Gu Yifan nodded and said. At that moment, it just so happened that the girl who was singing also happened to finish the last line of the lyrics. Gu Yifan saw this, then let go of Su Qinghe's hand and walked forward. He first put $100 in the G-box, then came to the side of the girl who was already there. He pointed to Su Qinghe, then whispered a few words in the ear of the young lady, who froze for a moment, then smiled and nodded, handing over the microphone and guitar to him. Su Qinghe looked at the scene with a bewildered face. She did not expect Gu Yifan to say sing to himself as now buzz. Gu Yifan took the microphone and tested the sound, then spoke. First of all, I thank Missy for lending me this stage for the time being, and for this next song, I'm going to give it to someone who is very important in my life. Following Gu Yifan's gaze, everyone looked at Su Qinghe in the crowd. So romantic, many of the young ladies couldn't help but have a flash of envy in their eyes. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, some small social fear of Su Bean's small face instantly turned red. She shyly lowered her head, for a moment some nervousness and at a loss for words. Yes, go for it, brother, handsome, we support you. Snap. Someone in the crowd of onlookers spoke up and applauded in encouragement. Ha ha, thank you all for your support and encouragement. I'm not a professional singer, so don't laugh at me if I don't sing well. Gu Yifan held up the microphone and opened his mouth with a smile. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but laugh, finding Gu Yifan very amusing. Yes, then without further ado, let's get started. Gu Yifan squared his shoulders, then picked up the guitar and tried the chords. Clang. The crisp and pleasant sound of the guitar rang out, and Gu Yifan nodded slightly. This young lady is really a professional, and her guitar tone is well tuned, without any nonsense. As Gu Yifan's fingers plucked the strings, a melodious and rhythmic guitar sound slowly resounded on the field. Aha! The crowd's eyes lit up, and even though they couldn't hear which song it was the intro to, they all thought the backing vocals sounded great. When the crowd was puzzled, Gu Yifan spoke into the microphone. The first time I saw you coyly show a smile, but already let me receive the signal of falling in love. The chaotic world thumping beautiful. Gu Yifan had just opened his mouth and sang the first line, and the eyes of everyone present instantly widened. The young lady standing next to Gu Yifan, who was waiting to help him save the day, was also looking at Gu Yifan with a shocked face at that moment. This connoisseur knows whether there's one or not when he opens his mouth. Professional. Definitely professional singer level. Others may not be able to hear it, but she can. Asterisk. What kind of divine voice is this? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but subconsciously foul-mouthed. Hush, quiet. The crowd glared at him, signaling him to be quiet. And at that moment, Su Qinghe, who was in the crowd under the field, was also amazed by Gu Yifan's singing. Although she had a self-perception that Gu Yifan's singing should be good, she didn't think that he would be such a good singer. And he just said this song is for the most important person in his life. Thinking of this, two slight blushes once again rose on her small face, and her entire being was both shy and touched. Her heart warmed. However, Gu Yifan really didn't know any more about the thoughts of the crowd on the field as he continued to sing. Love to gently kiss you in my arms, quietly feel your soft tresses. Small shoulders also have a big dependence. His gentle and magnetic voice was like a bullet hitting the heart of the crowd, giving people the feeling of suddenly returning to the sweet love of their youth. The corners of the mouths of everyone present couldn't help but curl up slightly as an ant-like smile appeared on their faces. With the accelerated rhythm of the guitar, transposed, began to upward high up. Gu Yifan's voice also followed the elevation of the song, sometimes melodious and sometimes high, but also like their own lover in the ear murmur, the complex life over the simple. Because of your companionship, I would like to be like this, to hold your hand to forever. Fortunate to be in love with you, the rest of my life for you. Fortunate that fate has arranged that I shall see the sea of flowers with you. Blessedly, this dialogue has gone a long way without change. The crowd has long been immersed in the world of music, cannot be extricated. All of them gently closed their eyes, feeling the emotions in the lyrics, reliving their deepest part of the initial throbbing about the beautiful first love. The Only Su Qingha at this time, but the eyes are gleaming looking at Gu Yifan. The small head does not know what to think. End of chapter. Chapter 116, planned for a long time? Su Qingha, this stinking Gu Yifan is fooling me again. Just when Gu Yifan sang halfway, more and more people on the square were attracted by Gu Yifan's song. The crowd was very quiet listening. There are even a lot of people picked up the cell phone and began to video up. 2 minutes later. As long as you're around, I look forward to 3 lifetimes. Until Gu Yifan finished singing the last line. The ones present were still immersed in Gu Yifan's song, and the scene was quiet. Half a day later. Good to hear. Awesome. Snap. I don't know who took the lead first. A burst of mountainous shouts of approval and applause suddenly rang out. Thank you all. Gu Yifan bowed slightly towards the crowd. Then he turned his head to the young lady standing aside and said, "Thank you for the guitar and the microphone. The stage is handed back to you next." He. After saying that, he unhooked the guitar on his body and handed it back to the young lady who had not yet completely returned to her senses. "Ah, you're welcome, you're welcome." The young lady also came back to her senses at this time, and she hurriedly took over her guitar and spoke. Gu Yifan nodded, and just as he was about to turn around he was stopped by the young lady. "That, handsome, can I ask you a question?" Hearing the voice, Gu Yifan's footsteps lurched as he turned his head to look at the young lady with a slight smile and said, "It's okay, you can ask." "Well, what's the name of the song you just sang?" Hesitating for a moment, the young lady asked in a somewhat embarrassed whisper. Gu Yifan froze for a moment before reacting. He almost forgot that it's 2013 and the song hasn't been released yet, but he didn't want to explain himself too much, so he just blurted out, "Well, the song is called Fortunate." "Fortunate? No. Is the song on the internet?" The young lady was flabbergasted. Just then. "Phew, man, that's too good to be true. Sing another one, pretty boy." Yes. One more song." The crowd began to cajole, asking Gu Yifan to sing another song. Still, Gu Yifan shook his head slightly as he smiled and spoke. "I'm just a soy sauce player. It's better to leave the stage to our beautiful young lady." Ha. After saying that, he didn't wait for the crowd under the stage to react. He hurriedly pulled Su Qingha's hand, squeezed out of the crowd, and quickly disappeared into the night. Asterisk. Suddenly someone in the crowd slapped his thigh in excitement and said, "I forgot to ask this handsome pot what the name of this song is." "I'll go." "Yao. I forgot about it if you didn't say anything. I'll have to go back in a while and hurry up to find out what the name of this song is. It's so good." Someone opened their mouth to chime in. "By the way, did anyone take a video just now? I was so mesmerized that I forgot to record the video." "That. I have it here, but only half of it, and I forgot to record the front too." Asterisk. Half is fine. Can you send me a copy? +1. For all this, Gu Yifan would have no way of knowing. At this time, he and Su Qingha had both walked a long way in one breath, and due to the haste in which they walked, Su Qingha had fine beads of sweat appearing at the corners of her forehead. "Wipe the sweat off." Gu Yifan took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingha. "Aha." Su Qingha nodded, then reached out and took the tissue Gu Yifan handed over. Gu Yifan took out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was already 10:30 in the evening, so he opened his mouth and said, "It's getting late. Let's go get the car and go home." After saying that, he very naturally took Su Qingha's hand, and the two of them walked in the direction of the parking lot not far away. So walking on the sidewalk, Gu Yifan suddenly remembered something and spoke. Su Qingha tilted her head to look at him with some doubt. "Do I sing well?" Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. "Good to hear." Su Qingha nodded without hesitation. "So are you happy?" Gu Yifan continued to speak. "Happy." Su Qingha nodded seriously and said, "Then shouldn't you give me a reward if you're happy?" Gu Yifan continued to speak. "Should." Su Qingha didn't think too much. She subconsciously blurted out. Just as soon as this was said, she herself realized something was wrong. "Okay, so come home in a little while and you put this on for me." With that, Gu Yifan handed her a medium white silk. "Ha!" Su Qingha froze as she looked at the scene in front of her with a dumbfounded expression. She then turned her head violently to look at Gu Yifan again, her eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. "Hey, what's that look in your eye? You're the one who just said you wanted to reward me. I didn't force you, haha." Gu Yifan's face didn't change as he spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qingha. 20 minutes later. East 8th Street, Happiness Neighborhood, room 305. In the bedroom, Su Qingha hand tightly clutched the pair of knee-high mid-calf white silk. Small face slightly red somewhat coyly looked at Gu Yifan weakly said, Really want to wear it? Can. Not. No. Gu Yifan said with a non-negotiable look. "Hey, Su Bean, I trust you so much, you shouldn't be able to deny it, right?" Su Qingha. Straight face. "And there is not stupid. Just back on the road she has reacted. Gu Yifan, this stinky guy, this is a long time to plan. And one is just fooled by him step by step. The big bully is bullying himself again. Woohoo. Well, I'm going out first, call me when you're done changing. Gu Yifan didn't give Su Qinghe a chance to retort and turned around to walk out of the bedroom. Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan's back, knowing in her heart that she couldn't escape this time. 2 minutes later, Gu Yifan hadn't even finished his cigarette when he heard the sound of Su Qinghe's room door opening. He turned his head and his entire eyes instantly froze. White silk adds attack speed, black silk adds blitz. It's true to its name. Gu Yifan fiercely inhaled 2 large puffs of smoke, which allowed him to calm himself down a little. And when Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan's eyes that wanted to eat her, her whole body was so shy that she didn't even dare to look at him anymore. If he wants to, then should one resist? But he can't beat him himself. What to do? Woohoo! Su Qinghe was nervous in her heart. Just like that, after Gu Yifan calmed down a little, he admired it carefully from top to bottom, inside and out. Su Qinghe's small face was so red that it was about to drip water. She opened her mouth in a small, weak voice. But, can I change it? Wait, I almost forgot about business. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone from his pocket as he spoke. Ka-ching. The picture is fixed. The photo of Su Qinghe's small face is flushed, wanting to talk, green with a hint of attack charm. Another trophy. Gu Yifan nodded with great satisfaction. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through his mind, so he raised his head and spoke to Su Qinghe. Su Hanin, I have a classic water ground tofu kung fu move. Do you want to learn it? Su Qinghe? End of chapter. Chapter 117, Grinding Tofu Massage? Unreliable mom. 10 minutes later. Is this the tofu grinding kung fu he was talking about? Su Qinghe was half lying reclining on the sofa. She looked at Gu Yifan, who was constantly kneading his feet while talking on the phone with a complicated face. She always felt like she was once again being fooled by Gu Yifan. But, is pretty comfortable, Su Qinghe thought darkly in her heart. Aha! Suddenly, the force on Gu Yifan's hand unconsciously increased by a few points, and Su Qinghe let out a muffled grunt in comfort. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he looked up at Su Qinghe, with 4 eyes facing each other. Su Qinghe's small face was instantly dyed with 2 shades of red. Gu Yifan smiled faintly, and the movement of his hand changed, gently rubbing back and forth on Su Qinghe's jade foot. Su Qinghe's little face became redder and redder. What's that noise? Hey, Van, are you listening to me or not? The voice of Wang Zibo came from the other end of the phone, and Gu Yifan then came back to his senses and said, well, listening, then, Zibo Wang. Where is there any then? Princess Lemon was still crying the whole time I left with Wu Xiaoyan. In short, Princess Lemon is really sad this time. I feel as if she really regrets it. Brother Fan. Wang Zibo thought about it and spoke. Oh, I know. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Gu Yifan said casually in a flat tone. Wang Zibo had the helplessness to say. Brother Fan, why don't you go and see Princess Lemon? I always feel that things shouldn't have turned out like this between you two nowadays. Although judging from Gu Yifan's attitude, being a couple between the two of them, he and Princess Lemon, was probably impossible. Moreover, Gu Yifan now had Su Qinghe, and the important thing was that he, Wang Zibo, also felt that Su Qinghe was more suitable for Gu Yifan than Han Lime. It was just that the relationship between the three of them, who had grown up together, made him not quite want to see Gu Yifan and Han Lime fall out, so he couldn't help but mention it. Just as he finished speaking, he heard Gu Yifan on the other end of the phone faintly say, I still have to grind tofu. No time, that's it, hang up. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the other end of the phone, Wang Zibo had a helpless look on his face. Grinding tofu? What the hell kind of bull excuse is that? Wang Zibo shook his head helplessly and couldn't help but spit, casually throwing his cell phone to the sofa next to him. Gu Yifan was about to put his hands together when he jerked his head up but found Su Qinghe was looking at himself with a watery gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have something on my face? Gu Yifan froze. No. Su Qinghe's pretty face slightly reddened and hurriedly whispered. Oh. Gu Yifan didn't think much of it when he heard this, and his hands continued to knead back and forth on her jade feet that were wearing white silk. Su Qinghe pursed her lips slightly, trying not to make a strange sound. Another half hour passed. Gu Yifan stopped his hand movements. He clapped his hands and said, well, today's touching. Cough. Today's grinding tofu style massages here. Well, next time I'll press you when I learn a couple new moves. Su Qinghe froze for a moment and said, Still need to press or what? I tell you this foot massage is needed for a long time. Otherwise this once or twice, the effect is not big. Gu Yifan said in a serious manner with a serious expression. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe skimmed her mouth. She always felt that Gu Yifan was fooling her again. Gu Yifan directly ignored her little expression and looked at the time and faintly said, "Okay, it's not too early. Let's go back over to Tsueihu district." Su Qinghe thought for a moment. She looked up at Gu Yifan and whispered, "I want to stay here tonight." Gu Yifan frowned at his words. "Why? Is it because you're not used to living here?" "No." Su Qinghe gently shook her head and said, "I have to leave in the next 2 days. I want to accompany my mom and grandma in them." Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He turned his head to look at the effigies of Su Qinghe's mother and grandmother on the stage and instantly understood what Su Qinghe meant. "Well, so do you need me to stay here with you?" He spoke thoughtfully. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's eyes brightened slightly. In a small, uncertain voice, she said, "May I?" Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan was a bit dumbfounded. "Yes." He reached out and pinched Su Qinghe's little face and said, "I'll make a call and tell my mom that we're not going back tonight." "Yes," Su Qinghe said with a bright smile. A pair of peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. "Looking very nice." Gu Yifan didn't say anything else as he picked up the cell phone on the couch and walked to the balcony to call his old mom. The phone rang for a moment before being answered. "Hey, brat, it's so late. Why haven't you brought Qinghe back?" Before Gu Yifan could open his mouth, his own mom's questioning voice came over the phone. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he shook his head helplessly, waiting for his own mom to finish nagging. He then touched the tip of his nose and opened his mouth. "Mom, we don't go back tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone asked with some uncertainty, "What did you just say?" "Ahem. I said Su Qinghe and I aren't going home tonight." Gu Yifan spoke again. "Chen Dongmei." She was silent for a long time before she said quietly, "You guys just graduated and you're playing this big?" Straight face. It was Gu Yifan's turn to be speechless. "What is this old mom of yours thinking?" "No, Mom, what are you talking about?" Gu Yifan spoke to Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone with a helpless face. "We're just staying over at her house tonight. By the way, we're just packing up what we need to leave for our graduation tour the day after tomorrow. It's not what you think." Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone instantly understood. So it was his own thinking that was distorted. Still, she was dead set on admitting it. "What I think. I don't know what you're talking about." Gu Yifan, seeing his mom say this, he couldn't find a reason to refute for a while. "Alright, that's it. It's okay not to come back, but be sure to be safe. Just don't kill anyone." When Chen Dongmei saw that her son was not speaking, she spoke. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Gu Yifan to respond. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Gu Yifan's entire face darkened. "What do you mean? You must be safe? What do you mean? Just don't kill anyone? What's all this talk about?" He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe, who had long since turned red, and a feeling of powerlessness arose in his heart. "I've got such an unreliable mom." Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., "Yes, it's me. It's too hard for me." End of chapter. Chapter 118 Change. Su Qinghe's small mind. "Ahem." Gu Yifan pretended to cough, and then said to Su Qinghe somewhat awkwardly, Su Bin my mom, that person you also know, sometimes just love to say some unreliable words. You don't take it to heart, ha? Su Qinghe's small face was so red that it was almost dripping. She nodded and grunted in a small voice. It was just that the atmosphere was still a little awkward. It's getting late. I'm going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes and some toiletries on the way up. Gu Yifan thought about changing the topic. I'll go with you, Su Qinghe whispered. There's a small supermarket nearby. You don't know the way. Good. Gu Yifan glanced at her, then nodded and said. 10 minutes later, when Gu Yifan was picking out his underwear, he turned around and realized that Su Qinghe that Bean didn't know where he had run off to. Frowning slightly, Gu Yifan casually grabbed a box of underwear on the shelf before starting to look for Su Qinghe. The 24-hour mini-mart was very small, and Gu Yifan found Su Qinghe's naive figure in the frozen products section after strolling around. She was so mesmerized that she didn't even notice when Gu Yifan walked up to her. Gu Yifan frowned and glanced at her, only to see that she was looking blearily at the ice cream inside the freezer. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little for a while. You want some? He shook his head helplessly. Su Qinghe didn't react. She subconsciously nodded. However, she reacted in the next second and turned her head violently to find Gu Yifan looking at herself with a dark face. Her little face quickly turned red as she lowered her little head, not daring to look at Gu Yifan at all. Seeing this naive look on her face, Gu Yifan said, somewhat helplessly and somewhat in a bad mood, Want to eat? Think. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qinghe raised her small head and looked at him and nodded. Think. No. Gu Yifan gave her a blank look without a good mood. At those words, Su Qingha's pair of water-shedding peach blossom eyes flashed with a touch of loss. She pouted her little mouth without saying anything, only looking blearily at the ice cream in that snow cabinet. Come on, don't be condescending. It's like I'm abusing you. Gu Yifan shook his head and said with a helpless face. You've already eaten 2 ice creams tonight. If you eat any more you'll get a stomachache. 1.5. Su Qingha pouted and whispered. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and he gave Su Qingha, the simpleton, a somewhat surprised look. It's okay. It was a nod to herself, who had just grabbed half of her ice cream and remembered it. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little for a while. He didn't have the heart to say, okay, 1.5 is 1.5. That's more than enough. Can't eat any more. Oh hoo. Su Qingha nodded with her small mouth, a very obvious look of defiance. Okay, I'm afraid of you. You can buy it now, but you'll just have to put it in the fridge until tomorrow, or you'll really get a tummy ache if you eat too much in one sitting. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan's heart softened and he said without a good reason. Aha! Hearing that Gu Yifan had agreed, Su Qingha's eyes brightened slightly as she hurriedly nodded. At night, 11:55, Gu Yifan walked out of the bathroom while wiping his hair. He was taken aback when he just walked over to the living room side, only to see Su Qingha was lying on her back next to the refrigerator staring motionlessly at the clock on the wall. So Bean, what are you doing lying there? Gu Yifan frowned and said. Ha! Su Qingha, who was caught red-handed, was also taken aback. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan somewhat embarrassed and spoke. I'm waiting for tomorrow. There's still 5 minutes to go before tomorrow. Gu Yifan. He instantly understood Su Qingha's small mind. His face darkened, and he said in a bad mood. Don't even think about it, and you're not allowed to eat even after 12 o'clock. Go back to your room and sleep. Saying that, he walked forward and gently pinched Su Qingha's small neck and brought her back inside the room. Get some sleep. Tonight, you sleep in the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. Don't even think about waiting for me to fall asleep to get up and go sneak some. If I find the ice cream gone in the morning, see what I'll do to you. Gu Yifan pretended to be fierce and said. Oh hoo. Su Qingha pouted and nodded her head. It was clear that she was unconvinced but could do nothing about it. Gu Yifan directly ignored her aggrieved little eyes and walked outside the room to pick up the hairdryer and start blow-drying her hair. Su Qingha nestled in the quilt quietly glanced at him, saw that he ignored himself, so he had to obediently lie down on the bed and sleep. Not long after, Gu Yifan also came back from blow-drying his hair. After glancing at Su Qingha and realizing that she was obediently lying down to sleep, she nodded with satisfaction. 2:30 in the morning. Su Qingha lay on the bed staring blankly at the dark ceiling with wide eyes. She was insomniac. Not only her, Gu Yifan also lost sleep, smelling the unique fragrance of Su Qingha's body coming from her side. Little Gu Yifan was a little tempted. Are you asleep on that? In the darkness, Su Qingha spoke in a small voice. However, after waiting for half a day, he didn't wait for Gu Yifan's response. Just when Su Qingha thought Gu Yifan had fallen asleep, he spoke. No. Su Qingha's expression was delighted as she whispered. I can't sleep. What do you want to do this late at night when you're not sleeping? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. I don't know. I just can't sleep. Su Qingha spoke in a somewhat weak tone. Is it okay for you to talk with me? Okay, whatever you want to say. Say it. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Well, what was the name of that song tonight? Su Qingha suddenly remembered this matter, so she asked in a low voice. The Fortunate. Gu Yifan replied casually. Have the honor of. Su Qingha repeated it in a small voice out of her mouth, and after thinking about it she opened her mouth again and said, Can you sing this song again for me? Air. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and he said somewhat helplessly. Su Hanin, it's a big night. Are you sure? You should be able to sing a little quieter, okay? Su Qingha opened her mouth in a somewhat petulant-like whisper. That sticky gibberish was too much to hear. Gu Yifan felt that this evening's Su Qingha seemed a little different from usual. How to say it? Usually she was like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law, but this evening she was a lot more cheerful. I don't see that I even dared to pout and play a little bit with myself just now. Perhaps it was because she had let her guard down completely after all this time together? Gu Yifan thought about it in his heart, and it seemed that this was the only answer. But that's fine. Such Su Qingha gentle with some playfulness. Such a her than before that sullen sufferer look a lot more angry, but also seems more real. After thinking about it, Gu Yifan spoke. Okay, I'll sing. After saying that, he hummed softly. The first time I saw you coyly smiling, but already let me receive the signal of love. The chaotic world thumping beautiful. Listening to Gu Yifan's gentle voice that seemed to be murmuring softly in her ears, Su Qingha's eyes lit up slightly. This was the feeling. She secretly opened her cell phone recording, and then slowly closed her eyes silently listening to Gu Yifan singing this song that belongs to him alone, and in no time she fell asleep with a smile on her lips. End of chapter. Chapter 119 Mischief? Wang Zibo, brother fan. You're on fire. When the song ended, Gu Yifan saw that Su Qinghe on the side did not respond. He turned his head in the direction of the bed, where bright moonlight spilled through the white glass window. Perhaps because of the rebirth benefits, Gu Yifan's eyesight had also become better than before, and he could vaguely see Su Qinghe, who seemed to have fallen asleep on the bed, as well as the corners of her mouth that were slightly curled up with a smile. Listening to her emit smooth breathing sounds, he could be sure that Su Qinghe really had fallen asleep, and Gu Yifan couldn't help but laugh dumbly. After staring at Su Qinghe's unpowdered but delicate and absolutely beautiful little face for a while, shaking his head slightly, Gu Yifan also lay down again. It didn't take long for him to ease into sleep as well. There was no talk all night. The following morning, the sun was shining brightly, and the warm sunlight shone somewhat warmly on people. Gu Yifan was not awakened by the sunlight, but by Su Qinghe's hair strands that ruffled his nose a bit. He frowned and subconsciously reached up to ruffle the hair from his face. Seeing that he was about to wake up, Su Qinghe hurriedly shrank back to the bed like a fertilized bunny and started pretending to be asleep. Gu Yifan slowly opened his eyes, a hint of bewilderment flashing in his eyes. After seeing his surroundings clearly, his consciousness then slowly came to his senses. Turning his head towards Su Qinghe on the bed, he only saw that the eyelashes on his eyes fluttered slightly. It was obvious that he had woken up early but was pretending to be asleep. Thinking of the somewhat itchy feeling in his nose when he just woke up, Gu Yifan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but laugh helplessly and dumbly. He didn't expect Su Qinghe, the simpleton, to have such a playful side. With a twinkle in his eye, since Su Qinghe liked to pretend to be asleep, then he would tease her himself. So he got up and slowly walked to the bedside, while Su Qinghe seemed to have noticed Gu Yifan's movements. Her eyelids were moving, and the lashes on her eyes fluttered a little involuntarily, just when she was about to lose her act. Pa! The crisp slapping sound of palms touching flesh rang out as Gu Yifan's palm imprinted on her roundness. Yikes! Su Qinghe let out a delicate cry, then sat up from the bed. She subconsciously covered her buttocks. Her small face had long been red, shyly looking at Gu Yifan. Su Bean, you're awake? I was just about to wake you up when you woke up on your own. What's that look on your face? Having a nightmare? Gu Yifan did not change his face or his heart as he talked nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qinghe, deliberately, he did it on purpose. This big bully must have done it on purpose. Su Qinghe thought in her heart in shame and indignation. Just looking at Gu Yifan's innocent face, she couldn't say that she was actually pretending to be asleep, had to suffer through it all in silence. Her little expression and dissimilarity naturally fell in Gu Yifan's eyes without a hitch. The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, but it quickly returned to normal. Well, since you're awake then get up, wash and clean up, and I'll go out for breakfast with you later, Gu Yifan faintly said. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe was still a bit shy and angry, and nodded with an unnatural expression. However, Gu Yifan pretended not to see it and directly ignored her little aggrieved look. I'm going to go wash up first. He dropped this before he turned and opened the door to his room and walked out. Tisk. Nice elasticity. Not to mention, it feels pretty good in your hand. Gu Yifan's mouth didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional as he muttered in a small voice. Su Qinghe, degree. Gu Yifan's voice was small, but she still vaguely heard it. This made her even more humiliated, and her little face was so red that it could drip water. She looked at Gu Yifan's back and wanted to rush up and bite him to death, but she didn't dare. Woohoo! All the way until breakfast, Su Qinghe still had some wrath in her heart. Gu Yifan took it all in and felt some amusement in his heart. This bean, it's really vegetable and fun-loving, quietly holding a lapis lazuli token, keeping a promise, parting always in disillusionment. Just then, Gu Yifan's cell phone rang. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Who was calling this early in the morning? Wistfully, he pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and looked at it. On the screen of the cell phone, there were 3 big words, Wang Baron Thin. This made him unable to help but slightly furrow those 2 good-looking sword brows. Hey, Van, something big is going on. He had just picked up the phone when he heard Wang Zibo on the other end yelling like he had taken Viagra. Gu Yifan, I'm not dead yet. I say, you dog Baron thing, what are you ghosting about this early in the morning? Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown. Not in a good mood. No, Van, it's on fire. You're on fire, Wang Zibo said loudly and excitedly again as if rewarding himself for reaching an orgasm. However, Gu Yifan didn't even understand him half the time. What with what messed up Kunstar talk? Gu Yifan furrowed his brows in dismay and said, speak a language that humans can understand, okay? Ha? What the hell is a Kunstar? Wang Zibo asked stupidly. No, compliment you, bastard. Say what you have to say, fart what you have to say, and don't delay my breakfast. Gu Yifan didn't bother to talk nonsense to him and spoke directly. It's like this, Van, you're going to be on fire. Wang Zibo hurriedly spoke. It was just that his words made Gu Yifan even more and more puzzled. This dog is not taking expired Viagra, is he? Fan, I didn't realize you had such a knack for singing so well. Wang Zibo opened his mouth. Hearing the word singing, Gu Yifan suddenly remembered what happened last night. Only he was a little puzzled again. How did this dog Wang Zibo know? Did you just say something about me singing in the plaza last night? He thought about opening his mouth. Ah, yes. Van, you know about it too? Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone was a bit surprised. It's early in the morning. What the hell do I know, lol? Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. Wang Zibo first froze for a moment, then came in with, Brother Fan, I suggest you take a look on Weibo. I don't know who posted the video of you singing on the street online. It exploded, and now the video has more than 10 million plays. It's just gone crazy all over the class group. Everyone's been talking about it. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan's brows frowned slightly. There was one thing to say, he really didn't know about this. Okay, I know, I'll look at it later. Gu Yifan nodded and said, by the way, Van, there's one more thing I want to tell you. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone sounded a bit coy and stammered. Gu Yifan's frown deepened as he sniffed. Say, he said with some impatience, this, Fan I seem to be in love. Wang Zibo said very shyly. Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Gu Yifan exploded. 7 golden bricks of love? We've only been apart for less than half a day, and Wang Zibo is in love? Listening to Wang Zibo's somewhat coy and unnatural voice on the other end of the phone, Gu Yifan was dumbfounded. That, Van are you listening? Seeing Gu Yifan's sudden silence, Wang Zibo once again whispered, listen, say, what blind girl has taken a liking to you? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. No. Oh brother Van, look at you, what do you mean you're blind? I'm quite handsome. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone deflated his mouth somewhat unconvincingly. Well, it's kinda crickets. Crickets of crickets, Gu Yifan faintly said. Zibo Wang, come on, I don't want to talk to you. I've lost my noodle. Hey, wait a minute, I'm not done yet. Seeing that Gu Yifan was about to hang up the phone, Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth. What else is there to talk about? Hurry up. Gu Yifan was a bit speechless and didn't have the good sense to say. Van that other person is a little bit older than me. Do you think it's acceptable? Wang Zibo hesitated, somewhat stuttered. At that Gu Yifan frowned. He originally thought that Wang Zibo said he was in love with the next class or his own classmates, and he even thought it might be Han Lime's best friend Wu Xiaoyan. After all, these two people before school is just like a pair of happy couple. Gu Yifan remembered that in his previous life, Wang Zibo also said that he liked a person's family, so that's why he didn't ask more questions. Only what he never expected was that this dog Wang Zibo had found a sister older than himself. Could it be that because of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, the trajectory of Wang Zibo's life had also changed? Think about only this argument. After all, Wang Zibo's previous life is only examined a 3-book university, and this life in their own in Suqing his help. No accident if the second is no problem. So perhaps the moment one's rebirth began, not only did the gears of one's own destiny begin to turn, but so did everyone around one. Having figured this out, Gu Yifan was relieved. He smiled slightly and said, yes, dog Baron, sister is good, sister is wonderful, sister let you have no worries, but also can treat you like a treasure. The most important thing is that sister knows to get down when she taps her ass. Tisk. But, you dog, when did you find a girlfriend? This thing is hidden really deep. Surprisingly, not a single word has leaked out. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone heard Gu Yifan's flirting. His old face reddened, and he stammered a little. It was just last night that the relationship was established. Gu Yifan at this time can already imagine what Wang Zibo is now forced. A slight smile casually said, Line Ayu, this speed, enough can say, when to bring out to meet Wang Zibo froze for a moment and said, meeting, what else, isn't it normal to meet? This, hearing Wang Zibo's stuttering voice, Gu Yifan frowned. No, you guys can't be the one who hasn't met someone yet, right? Wang Zibo hesitated for a moment and spoke. It's true that I haven't seen it yet, but, I've seen pictures, and we've also videoed it. Gu Yifan, internet dating? He was a little speechless. Wang Zibo nodded and said. Hearing this, Gu Yifan fell silent. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Is there even online dating these days? I'm afraid I have too many loins. Ahem, brother Fan, why don't you say anything? Are you thinking that this is a bit unreliable? Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone said in a small, weak voice. That's bull *******. More than somewhat. That's pretty unreliable. Okay. Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to say. Say it. Where is that sister of yours from? How old is she? How many people are in her family? And does she have a boyfriend? Zibo Wang. When he heard Gu Yifan ask if he had a boyfriend, he was speechless with a black line on his face. What's going on here? If she had a boyfriend, she wouldn't be looking for herself. If Gu Yifan knew what Wang Zibo was thinking right now, he would definitely be unable to resist saying, "Brother, you're still too naive. Having a boyfriend is nothing. Having a husband is ing normal. Wan Ru isn't from our side, but she's working on this side of the mountain city now too." Age then. Wang Zibo opened his mouth. Only when he mentioned his age he hesitated for a moment and said, is indeed quite a bit older than us. Hearing this, Gu Yifan heard that something was wrong, and he frowned and said, "Big quite a bit is how much?" This, Wang Zibo was a bit stumped as to what to say. From Wang Zibo's attitude Gu Yifan could determine that there was indeed a problem here. How much bigger is this fart this? Anyway, he didn't take it well. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Zibo whispered, big 20. How much bigger? Gu Yifan thought that he had heard wrongly as he opened his mouth and asked with some uncertainty. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone crossed his heart and clenched his teeth. 20 years older. Gu Yifan. Convex, ****** dish. You're not ing kidding me, are you? Is this nifty what you said earlier about being bigger? Yes, and yes indeed it's just a big billion dots. ****** in hell. 20 years older than your mom. Gu Yifan directly exploded. He blackened his face and rushed at Wang Zibo on the other end of the cell phone to split his head. Wang Zibo. Straight face. He knew it would turn out like this, so that's why he hesitantly considered whether or not to tell Gu Yifan. If it wasn't for the fact that the other woman had asked him to meet today, he really wasn't going to tell Gu Yifan so soon. Grass. Who knows if people approaching you want to GA your waist? Delete her. You're crazy. Gu Yifan saw that Wang Zibo didn't dare to speak anymore, so he once again opened his mouth without any good humor. Van. Calm down for a moment. Actually, Wanru is indeed kinda nice to me. I've known her for more than a year now, and she hasn't even asked me for money in, and she even often recharges games and buys game skins for me. Wang Zibo opened his mouth to explain. Get. Still a rich woman. Can you this is? People say that the female big three hold gold bricks. This is a time to hold 7 or 8 a little bit of small profits to buy him off. Gu Yifan some speechless angry. Okay, I'm not lazy to care about you. Something happened don't yell at me. Wang Zibo. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 121. A love that's over before it's begun. Seeing that Gu Yifan seemed to be a bit angry, Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Don't be a brother fan. You can't ignore my brother It's because I'm a bit uneasy that I'm talking to you about this. Yo, didn't you just say that people don't want anything from you? Why are you so uneasy now?" Gu Yifan said with some mockery. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone had an embarrassed look on his face. Wan Ru she asked me to meet her. I don't dare to go by myself. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Gu Yifan. It was only after they were all about to meet that he came to tell himself. Gu Yifan was speechless. Are you going to meet? Hearing Gu Yifan's question, Wang Zibo hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth. Well, want to go, after all, after chatting for so long, not to go to meet. I'm a little reluctant Immediately afterward, he fawned a bit and said, "Brother Fan, why don't you accompany me on a trip?" Hearing this, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and said, "When?" "Just this afternoon at 2:30, with an appointment at the Star Hyatt Cafe." Wang Zibo hurriedly spoke. "Alright, come over to my house this afternoon and I'll walk you." Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to say, "But to tell you in advance, I'm just accompanying you over there. I'll wait for you outside, and you'll take care of the rest on your own." "Okay, Brother Van. As long as you go with me. If something happens, I'll text you. You can't just leave me alone." Ha. Wang Zibo hemmed and hawed. "Alright, that's it. Damn, delaying me from eating noodles." Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say, and after saying that, he no longer cared about Wang Zibo's beeping, and directly hung up the phone. And Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone didn't get angry when he saw Gu Yifan hanging up on him, and he gave a silly hefty smile. Then, humming a little song, he opened his closet and began to rummage through it looking for clothes with the intention of primping himself. As for Gu Yifan's side, he casually slipped the phone back into his pocket before realizing that Su Qinghe was looking at himself with a puzzled expression. Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Yifan frowned and said. Su Qinghe didn't answer. Instead she opened her mouth and asked, "Did something happen?" "Oh, it's that one Zibo guy who's got something going on." Gu Yifan also did not explain too much. After all, Wang Zibo this matter may have to make a joke. So simply do not tell. Well, after eating in a while, let's go home first. I'll go out with Wang Zibo in the afternoon. You help me pack at home. I'll be back later to take you to the movies. He thought for a moment and spoke again. Ooh, although Su Qingha had doubts in her heart. But if Gu Yifan didn't say anything, she didn't ask more questions and obediently nodded her head. Lakeville Subdivision, Building 7, Unit 3, Room 305. Just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zibo appeared in front of Gu Yifan's house. When Gu Yifan saw that Wang Zibo was wearing a suit and shoes, he said with a dumbfounded face, "What the hell are you doing? Aren't you hot?" Wang Zibo's old face was red. He said with some embarrassment, "Cough, this is not trying to give people a good impression. Steal my father's. How? Handsome?" Gu Yifan glanced at him and said with a speechless face, "Those who don't know think you're from some company that sells insurance. Son of a, all you do is dislike me all day long. Can't you say something nice to compliment me?" Wang Zibo said sullenly with a helpless face. Can't really say one thing. Our school teachers taught us from a young age not to lie. I can't help it. I'm just such a truthful person." Gu Yifan faintly said. Zibo Wang. He no longer wanted to talk, and every time he fought with Gu Yifan, he couldn't talk over him. In the past, there was still Princess Lemon who could cure this brat, but now, Princess Lemon wasn't any good anymore. He couldn't talk about it, he couldn't fight it. What could he do? He's helpless. 2:10 p.m. Star Hyatt Cafe. Under Gu Yifan's gaze, Wang Zibo apprehensively walked into the cafe holding a bouquet of freshly bought roses. Gu Yifan was idle and bored, so he went to the side of the lounge chair and sat down to smoke while chatting with Su Qingha, that naive QQ. Su Qingha was helping Gu Yifan pack his bags at home at the moment, asking him from time to time if he was going to bring this shirt, and if he was going to wear that pair of pants. Gu Yifan didn't feel annoyed, patiently telling her one by one which ones to bring and which ones not to bring. Su Bin, oh, I know. After Su Qingha replied this sentence, she didn't reply to the message for a long time. She should be busy packing up her things. Gu Yifan didn't care. He casually slipped his cell phone back into his pocket and was just about to get up and go back to the car to sit and blow the air conditioning when he saw that dog Wang Zibo walking out of the cafe holding that bouquet of roses, looking at him with a pale face, looking like a defeated cockerel, like a decaying ghost. Gu Yifan was dumbfounded, pulling out his cell phone and taking a look. He found that Wang Zibo's entire journey from going in to coming out totaled less than 10 minutes. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. I'm sure it's true that the man is known as a fast shooter. Gu Yifan shook his head slightly and said, then walked over toward him. Wang Zibo also saw Gu Yifan at this time, and he squeezed out a smile on his face that was worse than crying. Get in the car and talk. Gu Yifan frowned and said, tell me about it. How's your sister with the 7 gold bricks? On Gu Yifan's big G, he turned his head to look at Wang Zibo after turning the air conditioner all the way up to maximum and spoke faintly. Wang Zibo's mouth was slightly open, as if he wanted to speak but didn't know where to start. Seeing his pouty face, Gu Yifan probably guessed what was going on, so he wasn't in a hurry to rush him. After a moment of silence, Wang Zibo raised his head and cried with an open face to Gu Yifan, Brother Fan, do you have a cigarette? Give me one. Gu Yifan didn't say anything, just took out his own packet of Huazi from his pocket and handed it to him. Pa. Suck. Phew. Wang Zibo took the cigarettes, pulled one out of the box and lit it up, inhaling a large mouthful of it fiercely. Then only then did he open his mouth and said, paralyzed. Old man's first love ended before it even started. Brother Van, if I had known I would have listened to you and not come. He muffled as he took another big drag on his cigarette. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said indifferently, what exactly is the situation? Tell us. Alas, the person looks just like the photo, is indeed quite good looking and has a gentle personality. Wang Zibo said with a sigh. That's not so bad, except for being a little older. Gu Yifan took a sip of the water on the side and then said casually, yeah, it was pretty good. Wang Zibo glanced at Gu Yifan and spoke, but, for S sake, she's got 2 kids. End of chapter. Chapter 122. Divorced with 2 children, 20 years less. Put. Gu Yifan just drank a mouthful of water without swallowing, straight all sprayed on Wang Zibo's face. He stared at Wang Zibo with wide eyes and a shocked face. Wang Zibo was also dumbfounded by his sudden mouthful of water and stared at him with the same wide eyes. The two were wide-eyed, and for a while there was a weird awkwardness in the car. Sorry, couldn't hold back for a second. Gu Yifan, who was the first to come back to his senses, hurriedly picked up the paper towel on the side to help Wang Zibo dry the water on his face. 1 minute later, Wang Zibo's face became even more depressed. He looked at Gu Yifan and complained with a bitter fat face. I say Brother Fan, I'm already miserable enough. You also sprayed me with a face of saliva. That's water all right. Gu Yifan gave him a blank stare without a good mood. That's got your spit in it too. Wang Zibo said breathlessly. I don't care. Brother Fan, you have to make it up to me. Gu Yifan just glanced at him and didn't heed his words, instead speaking. No, did you just say that your good sister has 2 children? Hearing his words, Wang Zibo's expression once again stagnated. Who? he exhaled deeply. Then only then did he speak. Yes, one. She has 2 children. One is 3.5 years old and just learned to talk, and one is 1.5 years old. Speaking of this, he turned his head violently to look at Gu Yifan. Brother Fan, do you know that she just even breastfed her baby in front of me? The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth twitched, and his mind was filled with images. The picture was too beautiful. He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. So, you ran out? Gu Yifan stiffly braced himself to keep from laughing out loud as he gritted his back teeth and tried his best to keep his tone calm and said, or else, do I stay there and watch her breastfeed? Wang Zibo said with his head full of black lines. It's not impossible. Divorced with 2 children. Buy 1 get 2 free. Directly less 20 years of detours belong to me. Gu Yifan made an effort to hold back his laughter and said faintly, Zibo Wang. He glanced at Gu Yifan and said sullenly, Brother Fan, I know you want to laugh at me right now, so laugh if you want. Put. Wang Zibo's words made Gu Yifan unable to hold back his laughter any longer. I'm sorry, I'm professionally trained, and no matter how funny it is, I usually don't laugh unless I really can't help it. Ha ha ha. Gu Yifan couldn't help but cast a pitying glance at Wang Zibo before laughing loudly. Wang Zibo's face darkened as he didn't want to talk, glancing his head out the window without a word. After this experience, Wang Zibo felt that he would never believe in love again in his life. Relationship dogs don't even talk. He's planning on being broken. That is. Woohoo! 3:30 in the afternoon. After sending Wang Zibo home, Gu Yifan picked up Su Qinghe and went out again, because he promised to take Su Qinghe, the bean, to the movies. Along the way, Su Qinghe noticed the corners of Gu Yifan's mouth rising slightly from time to time, as if he had thought of something happy, but she didn't care. 4:30 o'clock in the afternoon. In the movie theater, Su Qinghe first looked seriously at the movie being played on the big screen, then turned her head to look at Gu Yifan. This is obviously not a comedy movie. Why Gu Yifan is from time to time in the laugh. She was dumbfounded, her little head full of question marks. Gu Yifan at this time also noticed that Su Qinghe was staring at himself. He froze for a moment, then spoke. What are you looking at me for? To watch a movie. Su Qinghe's mouth opened slightly, but in the end she didn't say anything. She turned her head and silently watched the movie again. Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw her being strange. Just then, Gu Yifan suddenly heard a suppressed cry of alarm from not far behind him. Why does that voice sound familiar? Kind of like the study material on your own computer's D drive? Gu Yifan thought to himself. He subconsciously glanced back, but due to the dim light in the movie theater at this time, he didn't see anything clearly. Not many people came to see the show, and the theater was sparsely empty. Yikes! Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, another suppressed voice reached his ears. The voice was clearly coming from clenched teeth and sounded a little suppressed. Gu Yifan, who had 365 study materials, could already determine as well as be sure that it was the same as the teacher's pronunciation inside his own study materials. In an instant, he realized what was going on. Tisk tisk. This kind of thing was only seen in the study material before, but I didn't realize that in real life there were really people who dared to play like this, and by the looks of it, it's obvious that this ninja isn't going to carry anyone. It's a good thing you don't treat your buddies like outsiders. Ha. Art comes from life. Mr. Chernyshevsky is true to his word. But, it's 13 years now. They have cameras in movie theaters in this day and age. That's a lot of courage to give up your life for art in broad daylight. Gu Yifan couldn't help but give a thumbs up for these two and silently said oxen in his heart. Just then, the voices behind them intensified and grew louder. Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say anymore for a while, and Su Qinghe, who was originally watching the movie seriously, also heard the sound at this time. At this time, she still didn't know what this was. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan and whispered, Gu Yifan, I seem to hear some strange sounds? Gu Yifan was walking around. When he heard Su Qinghe's words he came back to his senses, and turned his head to see that she was frowning with some nervousness and fear. Obviously he didn't think about it that way. Instead he thought that some kind of psychic event had happened. Oh, it's fine. Maybe there's a mouse in the movie theater stealing corncobs. Gu Yifan gently patted the back of her hand and casually said, Don't pay any attention to it, keep watching your movie. The movie is about to reach its most exciting climax, and if you miss this part, you won't be able to watch it. Rats? Corn on the cob? Su Qinghe frowned with a small frown full of puzzlement. Alright, the rats will run away in a while. Don't worry about it, just focus on the movie. Gu Yifan saw her look like a curious baby, so he hurriedly changed the topic and said, after saying that, he gently held Su Qinghe's little head upright so that she could continue to look at the big screen. Although Su Qinghe still had some doubts and fears in her heart, but seeing that Gu Yifan had said so, she could only obediently turn her head to continue watching the movie. Thinking of having Gu Yifan by her side, she wasn't so scared. It didn't take her long to get caught up in the excitement of the movie. End of chapter. Chapter 123. You people also strange good Lu. I thank you. Oh, the time just ticked by. Su Qinghe was captivated by the movie storyline, and she concentrated on the big screen. It was Gu Yifan who was distracted by the squeaks and whimpers behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a lack of public decency. Gu Yifan cursed in a small voice. The scene shifts and the movie story is about to have a wonderful climactic part. Bang! Ah! With a gunshot, a white patch of something resembling brain matter appears on the face of the hero's wife in the movie. This scene also signals the movie's official high-flying revenge phase. At the same time, the voice behind Gu Yifan came to an abrupt end. 2.5 minutes. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, and said with a contemptuous smile on his lips, Hearing Gu Yifan muttering to himself, Su Qinghe had turned her head and looked at him with a puzzled face and asked in a small voice, How? What happened? It's fine. Gu Yifan pinched her little face with a slight smile and said, Watch the movie. Write me an afterthought after watching it later. It's due. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She looked at Gu Yifan with a confused face as she whispered, Is everyone going to write? No, only first-time moviegoers use writing. Gu Yifan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe's eyes were filled with suspicion, but she obediently nodded. Watching a movie for the first time in her life, she really didn't understand it, but she wasn't stupid, and she always felt that Gu Yifan was trying to fool her. 5:30 in the afternoon. The movie broke up and Gu Yifan was about to get up, but he found Su Qinghe still sitting stupidly on the chair, seemingly waiting for something. Movie's over, let's go. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe froze for a moment and said, Didn't you say you still have to write afterthoughts before you can leave? Degree. Gu Yifan had forgotten about it, but he didn't expect Su Qinghe, the naive one, to remember. Come on, no need to write. Just kidding, he said with a slight smile. Su Qinghe. Sure enough, this stinker is just fooling himself. She pouted her little mouth in her heart a little unhappy and said, You bully me again. Okay, well, how about this? I'll buy you ice cream to make it up to you, okay? Gu Yifan saw that she looked unhappy and thought about opening his mouth. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up slightly. Is it okay to eat? To eat too? She licked her cherry lips and asked in a small, tentative voice. No. Gu Yifan saw through her small-mind at a glance and refused without mercy. Going to Su Qinghe beamed her little mouth and said with some conviction, I haven't eaten the one you promised me yesterday. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he glanced at Su Qinghe. Tisk tisk. Remember that. This morning Su Qinghe wanted to eat it, but was rejected by Gu Yifan on the grounds that it was not suitable to eat something icy early in the morning, and would cause diarrhea. Although Su Qinghe was unwilling, she didn't dare to rebel against Gu Yifan, so she had no choice but to accept it helplessly. I didn't realize that this bean had been remembered until now. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Seriously though, this really isn't the best weather for eating too much icy stuff, especially for girls. Looking at Su Qinghe's little pitiful look as she looked at herself with bated breath, Gu Yifan once again said with a firm resolve, No. Seeing that Gu Yifan's tone was a bit fierce, Su Qinghe didn't dare to speak. She silently lowered her head and followed Gu Yifan towards the outside of the movie theater. Passing by the corner of the back row, Gu Yifan found a pair of men and women sitting paralyzed in their chairs with a face of contentment as if they had entered sage time. Presumably the two big rats who had said something about themselves earlier that they were stealing food. Gu Yifan just glanced at it and withdrew his own gaze, then turned back and took Su Qinghe's small hand and walked straight out of the movie theater. 10 minutes later, Su Qinghe sitting on the co-pilot's seat was licking the ice cream in small bites, her two small feet swinging happily, squinting her eyes from time to time, looking very enjoyable. How can anyone love ice cream so much? Gu Yifan had a helpless look on his face. Seeing Gu Yifan staring at himself, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. She hesitantly struggled for a moment whispering, Do you want to eat it too? When Gu Yifan saw her look, he guessed what was going on in her mind. He couldn't help but give a blank look and said, No more food. You eat it yourself. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe's small face was slightly pleased, and she hurriedly nodded and said, Gu Yifan took it all in, and in his heart he cried and laughed a little more. Shaking his head, he started the car, and with a roar of the car's engine, the car flew in the direction of his neighborhood. None other. His own dad and mom were at home waiting for the two to come home for dinner. Yo, Mom, what a good day today. Why so many good dishes? In the restaurant, Gu Yifan looked at the large table full of food on the table and couldn't help his appetite, saying, he said he was going to pick up a piece and try it out. Pop, the back of his hand was slapped hard by his own mom. How old are you? Still stealing food? Hurry up and wash your hands first. Chen Dongmei glared at him without a good look. Gu Yifan had no choice but to turn around and wash his hands with a resentful face. Gu Yifan always had a strange feeling when he heard the word cheating. That said, a real sneak peek would be the kind that was just in the movie theater. Ching-ha, if you guys leave, Auntie won't be able to see you for many days. Here, have some more. At the table, Chen Dongmei kept on chucking food into Su Qinghe's bowl. With a look of great reluctance, Gu Yifan sat aside. He looked at the small hill of vegetables in Su Qinghe's bowl, then looked down at his own empty bowl and deflated his mouth. Gu Jiagua saw all of his son's expressions in his eyes and felt a bit amused, so he chucked a piece of meat into his bowl. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he turned his head to look at his dad, only to see Gu Jiangwo said meaningfully, "Men, that's how it is. The future is still long. Just get used to it." Gu Yifan's face was so helpless that he couldn't even find a reason to retort for a moment. He could only shake his head and continue to lower his head and take a big bite of the rice in his bowl, as if he was trying to turn his grief into appetite. Su Qinghe, who had been paying attention to Gu Yifan, also noticed that he was a bit jealous at this time, so he snuck a large chicken thigh from his bowl into his bowl and whispered, This is for you." Gu Yifan froze again. He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and saw that she was looking at him with a serious face and gesturing for a chicken leg. He was silent. After a long time, Gu Yifan saw her still looking at himself, had to black face to hold out such a sentence, "You people also strange good lo. I thank you oh." Su Qinghe's small face was slightly red. She gently shook her head and whispered, "Aha, no, you don't have to be polite." Gu Yifan, straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 124, Gu Yifan, Su Bin, get up and boo-boo. Gu Yifan was straight away not going to be able to straighten up by Su Qinghe's serious little look, and say you're not Bean. Who believes you? He shook his head helplessly before ignoring her. The next morning, 5:30, Su Bin, let's go out quietly. Don't shoot. Gu Yifan spoke in a low voice to Su Qinghe beside him. Aha. Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan and nodded with a serious face. At this point in time, the sky was just dawning, and both of them had already washed up and were ready to go. The reason why Gu Yifan got up so early, it was because he didn't want his dad and mom to send two people, adding to the sadness. Okay, in fact, the main reason is because I don't want to hear my own old mom nagging me again. Having already listened to her chanting all night last night, Gu Yifan was already afraid. Su Bin, have you gotten everything? Gu Yifan turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe, who was at the side. Aha, it's all taken. Su Qinghe nodded and said, yes, come on then, let's go now. Gu Yifan nodded and waved his hand. After that, the two of them set off with a suitcase each. In the underground parking lot, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were already sitting in the car. Seeing that Gu Yifan was about to drive off after helping himself fasten his seatbelt, Su Qinghe was a bit puzzled. Isn't Wang Zibo going to go with us? Oh, I forgot to tell you, the kid's not going to be there at the moment. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to explain. Yes, after experiencing yesterday's divorce with two children, Wang Zibo's entire body has lost its essence. All he wanted to do now was sleep on him for days and nights. So yesterday afternoon, he told Gu Yifan that he would not go on this driving trip, and he was afraid that if he went together, he would have to eat Gu Yifan's and Su Qinghe's dog food along the way, and it would be even more difficult for him to eat it in his heart. Why is it that other people's is a sweet love, while theirs is a strange love like being divorced with two children? That would probably make him want to die. So it's better to stay by yourself and lick your wounds alone to avoid being hurt twice. But, this matter, Gu Yifan naturally is not good to tell Su Qinghe. After all, Wang Zibo this person usually although the appearance of a big grin but in the end still want a point face. Ooh. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't explain, Su Qinghe didn't ask more questions, because in her opinion as long as Gu Yifan was with her that was enough. It didn't matter to her if Wang Zibo went or not. 10 minutes past 6 in the morning. After eating a small noodle dish for one at the breakfast place next to the neighborhood, the two of them set off into the sunrise. The early morning sun wasn't too hot, and there was a warm feeling as it poured through the front windshield of the car and onto the two men's faces. From the mountain city to the southern Fujian Zhengqing more than 1,600 nearly 1,700 kilometers. The entire uninterrupted highway if you have to drive almost a whole day. Gu Yifan naturally will not have been driving so long. He has booked a good hotel this afternoon first to Tanzhou site to stay. Anyway, the time is not urgent. To come to how cannot taste the local characteristics of Hunan cuisine it. As for the specific stay how many days that will be his fate. Fun if you stay for 2 more days. Not fun if then repair a little. The next day will continue to set off Su Qinghe old home Manan Zhangchang. Bean. Su Qinghe was leaning against the glass car window, tilting her little head curiously looking out the window at the ever retrogressing scenery, when she suddenly heard Gu Yifan call out to her. So she turned her head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Go down today and we'll stay over in Tanzhou first, then at night I'll take you to eat the food in Tanzhou. play for 2 days before going to your old home, how about it? Gu Yifan told Su Qinghe about his intentions. Aha! Su Qinghe gently nodded and said, listen to you. Yes, then it's decided first. Gu Yifan nodded and said, well, in a while if you are sleepy you can put the chair down and sleep for a while first. If the air conditioner is cold, there is a blanket on the back seat. Take it off yourself. Seeing that he had arranged everything in a clear manner, Su Qinghe was very touched in her heart. Aha, I know. She nodded and responded softly. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more when he heard this, and he casually turned on the car stereo, and the music slowly resounded in the car. The world in the rearview mirror, getting farther and farther away from saying goodbye. You turn to the back. Your side face is still beautiful. Accompanied by the sound of music, Gu Yifan drove the car slowly towards the elevated direction. Over time, Gu Yifan had been traveling on the highway for more than 2 hours. He turned his head to the side and realized that Su Qinghe, the simpleton, had fallen asleep at some point. At this moment, her small brow was slightly furrowed, and she wondered if she was dreaming. The sunlight sprinkled on her face, tinting the long eyelashes with a touch of gold, and that exquisite 360-degree face with no dead angle made it seem like people couldn't take their eyes off of her. Good thing Gu Yifan has been looking at it every day for a few days now, and has gotten used to it, or else he really might have gotten into some kind of safety accident. Shaking his head slightly and reaching out to help her pull the blanket upwards, Gu Yifan then continued to drive in earnest. After another hour, Gu Yifan slowly parked the car in the highway service area. After the car was parked, Gu Yifan woke up the sleeping Su Qinghe. Well, Su Qinghe unconsciously grunted, and the long eyelashes on her eyes twitched slightly, then slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she was still a bit confused in her eyes, and only when she saw Gu Yifan's handsome face did she come to her senses completely. Her small face blushed slightly as she whispered, Two, not yet. Now this is in the service area, and you've been asleep for a couple of hours, so go shush. Gu Yifan opened his mouth with a smirk on his face. Ha! Hearing Gu Yifan say the word hush, Su Qinghe's originally slightly red face instantly turned red. Her eyes were extremely evasive, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes at all. Okay, no teasing. I'll take you to the restroom, then I'll get some gas and we'll continue on in a few minutes. I feel like it's probably around 12:30 p.m. We'll be able to reach the territory of Tanzhou, so let's find a place to eat when we get there. Gu Yifan reached out and pinched her flushed little face, then said with a smile, Aha! Su Qinghe's small face was still red, and she responded with a small humming voice like a mosquito wire. This bean, as always, is so thin-skinned. The smile on Gu Yifan's face intensified when he saw this. Gu Yifan looked at the invoice in his hand, showing the amount of consumption as 835 yuan. There's one thing to be said for this thing being a real oil tiger. It's a good thing he's not short of money right now, otherwise he wouldn't really dare to take this car for a drive. After waiting a little longer, Su Qinghe also came out of the restroom. End of chapter. Chapter 125, Video Explosion. The first time the two had a room, Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan leaning next to the car door smoking a cigarette from afar, so she quickly walked over this way. Before Gu Yifan could open his mouth, Su Qinghe opened her own mouth to explain. There were a lot of people queuing up inside, so it took a little longer to wait. Aha, it's okay, you drink some water first. I'll finish a cigarette first, we'll leave in a while. Gu Yifan nodded and casually handed her the bottle of water. Good. Su Qinghe took the water and nodded, then very obediently stood aside and waited. Good, then let's keep going, Gu Yifan said with a big wave of his hand. This time Su Qinghe didn't sleep anymore. She accompanied Gu Yifan the whole time, and the two of them chatted with each other. Of course, most of the time it was Gu Yifan who was talking, and she whispered a few words every now and then. In the meantime, originally Gu Yifan just burst into flames on Weibo song singing video suddenly burst into flames on all major platforms, and with viral propagation speed detonated the entire network. I don't know who retweeted it first either. Anyway, 1 by 1, 10 by 10, 1000 by 1000. Thousands of people are all retweeting and commenting. Asterisk. What kind of divine voice is this? Awesome. I love that voice. Indeed, the singing level of this person is definitely at a professional level. Other than that, to be able to sing like this despite the professional equipment is really bullish. Yes, with this level of singing and face value, they could have debuted in place. Everything upstairs is right. I'm a face party, even though I don't know music, but this little brother is so handsome. I'm truly in love. This video is not clear enough. Does anyone have the original video? Paid for the original video. This brother is indeed very handsome, but am I the only one who noticed that girl paper in the crowd who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy? Bull asterisk. Brother, that's a sharp eye. Asterisk. I really didn't notice until you guys said it. That girl is really good looking. I'm a girl and I still like this little brother. Any idea who he is? Me too. Does anyone know this handsome guy's contact info? I want to give him a monkey. 1. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So soon the play count is over 10 million? Bull batch ah. From my years of experience as an internet keyboard warrior, this dude is going to be on fire. Countless people were discussing this video of Gu Yifun's underneath every single video on every single platform. And in no time at all, the number of likes and plays on all the platforms combined had directly broken through 100 million. For a while, the entire internet was looking for Gu Yifun, all wanting to know his true identity. There are no exceptions. At this time in Mountain City No. 1 middle school, the senior class's class group also exploded. Only because someone forwarded that video to the group and everyone. Chen Ming, comrades, come and take a look. Is that person in the video the god of learning Gu Yifun? Xia Yuha, let's see. Luo Yanhao, I'll go. Although the pixels of this video are a bit crummy, you can still tell that does seem to be that Gu Yifun guy. Pan Si Min, Nyoa, I didn't expect student Gu Yifun to sing so well. Literature and Arts Committee member Chan Kaho, asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of divine voice is this? I should have known that I'd want him in the campus singer competition. Study committee member Li Mingho, what is it him? This video is so blurry. It's not sure if it's him. Kiki-chan, why do I smell a sour lemon flavor? Hashtag carrot hashtag. Yeah Mei-ling, ha, I think so too. Squad leader Yi Tianlong, if it's Gu Yifun, we'll know if we ask him. Chen Yongji, yes. At Gu Yifun, the school bully, come out and say if the person in this video is you. For a while, a bunch of people in the class group were starting to frantically at Gu Yifun. However, at this moment, Gu Yifun was driving seriously on top of the highway. As for class groups, that thing, isn't it always shielded? So at this point he had no idea about all this happening on the internet and in the class group. 12:20 minutes past noon, the two finally entered the boundaries of Tanzhou. Welcome to Tamsho. Looking at a short distance away, with a large few words written on the head of the toll station, Gu Yifun turned his head and rushed Su Qinghe with a faint smile and said, Su Bin, to Tanzhou. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded. She turned her head to look out the window, glancing around with some curiosity. This was the first time she had ever been to Tanzhou since she had grown up. Seeing her look like a curious kitten, Gu Yifun smiled slightly and didn't say anything more, driving the car down the highway slowly towards the toll station. After paying the toll, Gu Yifun checked the location of the hotel and navigated directly there. 12:50. Gu Yifun's car stopped in front of a 5-star hotel. Yeah, right. Gu Yifun booked a 5-star hotel. Anyway, he wasn't short of money now, so naturally he couldn't possibly treat himself badly. After all, isn't that what money is for? Here it is. He turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe gently nodded. Then the two of them got off. Just after getting off the bus, a hotel parking porter greeted him, and then very respectfully took Gu Yifun's car keys to help go park the car. It's time to say no. The service at the 5-star hotel is really good. Both of them don't need to take their luggage. There will be a special staff to help bring it to the room in a while. As soon as he walked into the hotel lobby manager greeted him with a professional smile. Sir, ma'am, may I ask what I can do to help you? I have reservations. Last name Gu. Gu Yifun faintly said. Okay, Mr. Gu, please follow me this way. The two of them were then led by the hotel lobby manager to the front desk to check in. Looking at the opulent decoration in the hotel, Su Qinghe's entire body couldn't help but be a little inexplicably nervous. However, when she learned that Gu Yifun had just opened a room, she became even more nervous. Not for a while. The hotel lobby manager then checked the two in, and she had wanted to take them upstairs, but Gu Yifun could see Su Qinghe's nervousness, so he thought about it and refused. After receiving the room card and ID card from the hotel lobby manager, Gu Yifun held Su Qinghe's hand and the two of them entered the elevator, and the hotel lobby manager didn't say much. She helped the two press the elevator and then respectfully retreated. As the elevator continues to rise, Su Qinghe's heart is more and more nervous. She really did not expect Gu Yifun only booked a room, although the two also slept in the same room, but this to the hotel room or her first time in case he wants to, himself should he resist? End of chapter. Chapter 126, The Great Oolong. Su Qinghe, I want to bite you to death. Ding! The elevator doors on the 30th floor opened. Here we are. Bean, let's go. Gu Yifun spoke softly. Ha! Su Qinghe, who was rambling, heard Gu Yifun's voice before she reacted. What I'm talking about it. Gu Yifun was a bit strange when he saw that she had a soulful look on her face. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe hurriedly nodded. She pursed her lower lip lightly and followed Gu Yifun out of the elevator with a look of death. City of Mountain City, Crestwood Subdivision, Building 7, Unit 3, Room 305. jingle bells dash. A crisp phone rang. Chen Dongmei, wearing an apron from the kitchen, hurriedly walked out to pick up the phone. Said, "Hey, hello, looking for which one?" Her words just fell. A low male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I'm a teacher from the admissions office of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. May I ask if it's Gu Yifan's house? I'd like to, pop. Just before that person could finish his words, he was hung up directly by Chen Dongmei. Sure enough, the closer this is to the college entrance exams out of the results, the more scammers are. The school just finished publicizing fraud prevention yesterday, and today it's just crashed into itself. And the Kyoto Conservatory of Music, his own son isn't even an art student. This scammer is a little too unprofessional, isn't he? Shucks, there really are all kinds of people. Chen Dongmei cursed under her breath. Suddenly she smelled a burning odor coming from the kitchen side. My fish. Her eyes suddenly glazed over and she hurriedly dropped the phone and ran over to the kitchen. At this time, Chen Yi on the other end of the phone was in a daze. What's this? He had only just said a few words and hung up on the other side of the line. Had he called the wrong number? He picked up that phone number on the table once again and checked it. Which is correct, right? What's going on here? Did you accidentally press it yourself and hang up? He thought darkly in his mind. So then he repressed the phone number and dialed it again. Jingle bells dash. Another crisp ringing of the phone. Chen Dongmei, who was cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, couldn't help but frown. Still, she put down what she was holding for the moment and came out to answer the call. When the call was answered, this time Chen Yi learned his lesson. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Hello, I am a teacher from the admissions office of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music. May I ask if this is Gu Yifan's house? I would like to. Listening to the low male voice coming from the other end of the phone, Chen Dongmei's face instantly darkened. It's you again, you liar. Just now it's you. Now it's you again. You pay for my fish. I'm warning you. I'll call the police if you call here. Chen Dongmei directly opened her mouth and cursed angrily. Pop. After saying that, he hung up the phone once more. Chen Yi, liar, pay for the fish? What's all this about? Could it be that one is opening it the wrong way? Listening to the burst of busy line tone coming from the phone, he was in a daze. So then, with a heartbeat, he gritted his teeth and dialed the same number he had just dialed again. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Sorry, Chen Yi. Straight face. Hearing this familiar voice, how could Chen Yi not know that he was being blackmailed? Judging from the tone of the other party, he or she is being treated as a liar? Just what the hell is that payout fish again? Chen Yi's head was filled with black lines. Somewhat uncertain. Su Bin, what are you waiting for? Come in. Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe standing in the doorway with a complicated look on her face. He frowned and looked at her with a speechless face. Ooh. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe lightly bit her red lips as she gave Gu Yifan a complicated look before nodding with a red little face. Seeing her in this state, Gu Yifan was a bit unsure. What's wrong with this bean? What's gotten into you all of a sudden? Shaking his head helplessly, he casually closed the door when Su Qinghe came in. Only when Su Qinghe walked inside the room, she froze, because the first thing that comes into view is a living room. The whole room was very spacious. That, Su Bin. These two rooms, you choose one. Just as she froze, Gu Yifan's voice reached her ears. Su Qinghe hadn't reacted yet. She subconsciously blurted out, No, aren't we sleeping together? Just as she finished speaking, Gu Yifan looked at her with wide eyes. You want to sleep with me? And at this time, Su Qinghe also realized that she had said the wrong thing. Her small face instantly reddened, and she hastily waved her hand and said, No, I didn't mean that. I thought. It was just that the more she spoke, the quieter her voice became. And where did Gu Yifan not understand what was going on at this point? So this being thought he was booking just one room and was going to sleep in the same bed with himself tonight. No wonder she had just had that series of strange behavior. Thinking of this, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He looked at Su Qinghe with a smile on his face and said, Su Bin, you want to sleep with me? You should have said so earlier. I wouldn't have booked this suite if I had said so earlier. But, it doesn't matter la. You want to sleep with me is not impossible. Tonight we, no need. I'll sleep in this room tonight. Su Qinghe's face was so red at this time that it was about to drip. She panicked and opened one of the rooms and ran in with a flurry. Looking at Su Qinghe's way of falling away, Gu Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud. What a silly simpleton. Su Qinghe, who was leaning behind the door, heard Gu Yifan's laughter coming from outside, and Su Qinghe's little face reddened like a boiled prawn. Phew, she exhaled deeply, trying to calm herself down as much as she could, or else she felt like her face was going to be burned all over if she kept this up. It's just that, is really so embarrassing. This stinking Gu Yifan just knows how to bully himself. Woohoo! Another 2.5 minutes passed. The hotel sent up their luggage, and only then did Gu Yifan knock on the door of Su Qinghe's room. At this moment, Su Qinghe's face still had some redness left on it, and the whole person looked very attractive. As soon as Gu Yifan thought about what had just happened, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, and Su Qinghe looked at the corners of Gu Yifan's mouth that curled up slightly, where she didn't know that he was laughing at herself. Pouting, she had the urge to pounce on Gu Yifan, this stinky guy, and bite him to death. Only she herself also knows that if she really pounces on it, I'm afraid the one who will be bitten to death will be herself. Ah, woohoo, I'm too hard. This stinking bully just bullies people all day long. End of chapter. Chapter 127, Tiger's teeth are cute, but they'll scratch if you don't handle them properly. Just when Su Qinghe was thinking about how to bite Gu Yifan, the big bully, to death, he opened his mouth. Ah, Su Bin Bin, ah, you're showing your teeth. What are you trying to do again? I want to bite you to death. Su Qinghe didn't react and subconsciously said what was on her mind. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Bite me to death? Looking at her two cute little tiger teeth, Gu Yifan suddenly remembered a terrier above a certain tone in his previous life, so he gave Su Qinghe a somewhat meaningful look and said, although your two little tiger teeth are very cute, but you're a novice. Improper operation will scratch me. Su Qinghe? She was a bit confused by what Gu Yifan said. Seeing Su Qinghe's bewildered look, Gu Yifan didn't explain much. He smiled faintly and said, let's go. Take you to lunch first. When he finished speaking, he took her small hand and the two of them walked out of the room. Just as Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both went downstairs to have lunch, far over in the mountain town in a milk tea store called Mountain Language Tea Pie, Han Lemon was sitting in the store with her best friend Wu Xiaoyan, the two of them drinking milk tea. Looking at Han Lemon's sullen appearance, Wu Xiaoyan knew she was still having a hard time over Gu Yifan's rejection of her the other day. Even though as her best friend she didn't want Han Lime to be upset, she couldn't do anything about it. After all, it was a relationship issue between the two and it was not good for outsiders to interfere. She could only try her best to tell her all sorts of interesting stories to make her happy, but no matter how dry her mouth was, Han Lime still looked disinterested. Only when the three words Gu Yifan were said did Han Lemon react slightly. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoyan was very helpless. After thinking about it, she couldn't help but speak. Little Lemon Air, it seems like you really like Gu Yifan. Han Lemon froze for a moment. Seeing her best friend directly poking her heart out, her expression got a little unnatural. This time, however, she didn't arrogantly deny it again. Instead, after hesitating for a while, she softly spoke. I don't know if it is. I only know that my mind is now filled with memories of my past with him. Ugh. Wu Xiaoyan sighed softly and said, it's all about him in my head. This is already like. No way. Actually, I told you about this in the first place. It's just that you kept thinking that you didn't mean that to him, that you were just good friends with him, and that you rejected his confession. Hearing this from her best friend, Han Lemon's eyes instantly dimmed considerably. Ugh, forget it, it's over. But, little lemon child, what do you think now? Recapture him, or just leave it at that? Wu Xiaoyan hesitantly opened her mouth. When she said this, Han Lemon was silent. After a while, she slowly looked up, her eyes became firm and said, I want to try to win him back again. I don't want to lose him. Aha, that's right. Since you don't want to give up on him, then you need to buck up. That confident and arrogant Princess Lemon is the key to attracting Gu Yifan. Seeing this, Wu Xiaoyan opened her mouth and cheered. Aha! Han Lemon nodded vigorously with a combative face, only to be handsome for no more than 3 seconds before her little face crumpled once again. She looked at her bestie and said with a bitter little face, it's just that, Gu Yifan, he's ignoring me right now, and he's also pulling the plug on all of my contacts, and I don't know how to go about getting him back. This is indeed a pain in the ass. Wu Xiaoyan thought for a moment and spoke. By the way, little Lemoner, did you read the message in the group in the morning? Han Lemon got a kick out of her best friend's jump in conversation. However, she quickly reacted as she spoke. Well, I watched. That guy is him. And that girl in the crowd should be Su Qinghe. That song was sung by him to her. Speaking of this, Han Lemon's eyes reddened slightly. Her heart was very aggravated because she remembered that Gu Yifan used to go to learn guitar still for her. And now he's actually singing to other girls on a guitar he learned for himself. Looking at Han Lemon with a look like she was on the verge of tears, Wu Xiaoyan hurriedly spoke up. That Su Qinghe isn't the point right now. The way I see them, they shouldn't really be together yet. So as long as you get Gu Yifan back, the rest will go away. Aha! Hearing her best friend's words, a flash of hope flashed anew in Han Lime's eyes as she looked toward Wu Xiaoyan and spoke. Really, Xiaoyan? They're not together yet? Aha! From my last observation of them, it doesn't look like a couple relationship between them, although their demeanor is a bit intimate. It's not very natural. I think the reason why Gu Yifan held her hand last time was because he deliberately did it to show you, Wu Xiaoyan said with an air of conviction. Then in that case, Gu Yifan should still like me? Han Lemon said with joy in his heart. Right, at least I think so. After all, he's liked you for so many years. How can he just say he doesn't like it anymore? It doesn't make sense, Wu Xiaoyan said with certainty. Then, Xiaoyan, what do you think I have to do now to get him back? Han Lemon thought for a moment and spoke. Let me think about it, haha. Wu Xiaoyan mused for a moment before coming over to Han Lim's ear and whispering. Like this, little Lemoner, you first ask Wang Zibo to help you trick Gu Yifan out. Then this, then that. After hearing her best friend's words, Han Lemon's delicate and beautiful face was instantly dyed with 2 flushes of red. She hesitated and spoke in a somewhat shy whisper. Is this really okay? Why not? I'm telling you, it's not just girls who have a thing for guys who take their first time. It's guys too. They always remember their first woman best. As long as you guys are raw, I don't believe he'll still ignore you. When the time comes, he'll surely come back to you obediently. Between you two right now, you're just missing an opportunity. Once this impasse is broken, relations will naturally return to the way they were before, Wu Xiaoyan said in a serious manner. This, after Han Lemon hesitated for a moment, her heart was somewhat moved by her statement. On the Tanzhou side, at this time, Gu Yifan was having lunch with Su Qinghan in the downstairs restaurant of the hotel, quietly holding a lapis lazuli token, keeping a promise, parting always in disillusionment. Just then, his cell phone, which was sitting on the table, rang. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he casually picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was an unfamiliar number. Frowning slightly in his brow, he had some doubts in his mind, but after thinking about it he picked up the phone. End of chapter. Chapter 128, Class Teachers Call? Grabbing people from major art colleges. Hello, who is it? After the call was connected, Gu Yifan said in a flat tone. Gu Yifan, it's me, class teacher Yi Xiangying. The person on the other end of the phone spoke. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then spoke. Oh, Mr. Yi, what's the matter? Did have something to ask your opinion on. Yi Xiangying on the other end of the phone spoke. Well, you say. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. For this class teacher of his, Gu Yifan still had some respect. After all, the last time he had applied for no night study he had given himself a lot of convenience. Well, here's the thing. After hearing his homeroom teacher Yi Xiangying's words, Gu Yifan was a bit confused. Mr. Yi, are you saying that the Capital Musicology and Star Ocean Performing Arts Academy and many other art colleges and universities contacted our school saying that they want to specially recruit me? He froze for a moment and opened his mouth. Yes. They thought you were very musical after seeing that video of you and said they didn't want to miss out on your talent. Yi Xiangying replied. Gu Yifan frowned and said. Wait, Mr. Yi, I'm a bit confused. What video did you just say? It was Yi Xiangying's turn to be a bit confused. She said with some doubt. It's that video of you singing on the street. Your own video. Don't you know it? Gu Yifan suddenly remembered that Guy Wang Zibo seemed to have told himself about this yesterday, but he didn't care too much about it at the time. After all, it's just a small explosion on Twitter that doesn't make any waves at all. Seeing Gu Yifan's reaction, Yi Xiangying really didn't know what to say. Oh, Gu Yifan student, didn't you look at your cell phone today? She couldn't help but roll her eyes helplessly. I've been out traveling today and haven't really paid attention to any of this, Gu Yifan said with a bitter smile. Then I suggest you look online for yourself later. That video of you singing on the street is everywhere right now. Basically it can be swiped on all the major platforms on the internet. Even the various class groups in our school are circulating it. That heat can simply be said to be unprecedented. Well, in other words, that means you're already on fire. Those schools are also looking at both your talent as well as your business value. So that's why they're trying to special admit you to school early. Yi Xiangying opened his mouth. Well, I'll take the time to look at it later. Gu Yifan shook his head. By the way, in front of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music side has also called to your home. But your mother seems to think that people are liars. Pull the people black. So people cannot contact you, which contacted the school side. After hearing his homeroom teacher's words, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. This dry and decisive way to blackmail. Indeed very much the style of Empress Dowager Chen. Because your cultural achievement is there. If no accident, this year's top student of our city's college entrance examination should be you. Everyone has high expectations of you. So the school side means to let me ask for your opinion. If these art colleges are interested, then give your contact information to others. If you're not interested, then don't let them come to bother you. Yi Xiangying continued to speak. Gu Yifan thought about it. If the school didn't give his contact information to people, it was probably not a good idea. So he spoke up. Teacher Yi, ask the school to give them my contact number. If I have anything to say, I'll just come and talk to them myself. Hearing Gu Yifun's words, Yi Xiangying on the other end of the phone couldn't help but frown slightly. She hesitated for a while but still spoke. Yifun student as your class teacher I still want to remind you a word. Although into the art college you can go to the entertainment industry artist road in the future, but this road's water is too deep. You have to think about it don't make a decision easily. There are things you can discuss with your parents. You can also look for me to chat a little. Although the teacher I do not know much, but some things or more or less can give you some advice. Hearing his homeroom teacher's heartfelt words, Gu Yifun was a little touched, because he knew that his homeroom teacher was concerned about him and was afraid that he had chosen the wrong path. There was one thing to be said, his own homeroom teacher, Yi Xiangying, this person, apart from usually being slightly strict, other aspects were still quite good, but then again, the reason she was so strict was for the good of her students. After all, it really didn't have much to do with hers if your grades were poor or not, and if you could get into a good college or not. Yes, she had a bit of a bonus for getting good grades in the college entrance exams for the class she led as a homeroom teacher, but that bit of money was really nothing for them as teachers. So whether or not a classroom teacher or a teacher treats her students harshly or not is simply just a matter of whether or not she is dedicated to her profession. Yes, Teacher Yi, I understand. Don't worry, Gu Yifun said with a faint smile. Good, then since you agree, I'll have the school give them your contact information. Well, that's it for now. Have fun on your vacation, and we'll see you in some time when the college entrance exam results come out to fill out your aspirations. Yi Xiangying didn't nag anymore as she spoke directly. Okay, teacher, bye. Gu Yifun nodded and said. After that, the two hung up. Kyoto Conservatory of Music, Star Ocean Performance Academy. Gu Yifun cupped his cell phone and repeated the words with his mouth. These two schools in the country is considered to be more famous two art schools. Now many of the entertainment industry when the big stars are from these two schools. With what his class teacher said, now that he is already considered to be out of the circle on the internet, then he just need to choose one of the schools to go in. It is estimated that there will immediately be countless people who want to take advantage of this heat to praise themselves, coupled with their own experience in the latter part of the world. When a copyist casually copy two songs, copy two scripts and so on, it is estimated that in a few minutes you can officially debut, and soon you can also mix a personal style. But, even though Gu Yifun was usually a bit shameless, he still had some bottom line as a human being. It was fine to play around with things like copying songs and scripts, but he couldn't really do it if he wanted to make a living out of it. Some classic songs, classic movies are better left to the original authors, and Gu Yifun doesn't want to change those. Showbiz this road is not what Gu Yifun wants. Reliving this life, he just want to live freely according to his own ideas. When the star artist, there are too many rules and regulations constraints, not to mention the other things. The thing that Yi Xiangying said earlier about the water being too deep. Just a single paparazzi sneak peek and all kinds of catching gossip. Gu Yifun couldn't stand it. The more important point was, Gu Yifun, didn't lack money at all. Why bother to be a playwright and be made to look like a monkey? After figuring this out, Gu Yifun shook his head slightly, then put down his cell phone. End of chapter. Chapter 129 Black Silk Technician Su Qinghe is online. After putting down his cell phone, Gu Yifun saw Su Qinghe looking at himself with a curious expression, obviously interested in the content of the phone call he had just made, but didn't dare to open his mouth to ask, so he had to look at himself with bated breath, waiting for himself to open his mouth to speak first. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifun was a bit amused. With a twinkle in his eye, he intended to tease Su Qinghe. The silly simpleton, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have money to pick up on my face? Hurry up and eat your food. Gu Yifun pretended to be a little impatient. Su Qinghe, she was dumbfounded by Gu Yifun's sudden change of face. Her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. The words reached her mouth, but when she saw that Gu Yifun seemed to be a bit angry, she silently swallowed back, skimming her lips. She had no choice but to dutifully bow her head and eat. Seeing her look like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, Gu Yifun couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. Just this scene with her head down, Su Qinghe can't see it, otherwise it is estimated that she can't wait to pounce on the spot and bite him to death. Soon, the two finished their lunch, but it's 2:30 in the afternoon at this point. Let's go. It's still sunny out there. Go back to your room with you and rest for a while first. I'll take you out later when the sun isn't so hot. Gu Yifun opened his mouth. After saying that, before Su Qinghe could open her mouth, the ringtone of Gu Yifun's cell phone that was placed on the table rang once again. Both of them were stunned, and Gu Yifun picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was an unfamiliar number attributed to the capital city. He guessed it would be someone from one of those art school admissions offices. Shaking his head, he picked up the phone anyway. Hello, how are you? I'm a teacher from the admission office of the Kyoto Conservatory of Music, Chen Yi. May I ask if you're student Gu Yifun? On behalf of our Kyoto Conservatory of Music, I'd like to invite you to join us. Before Gu Yifan could open his mouth, he heard the person on the other end of the phone speak rapidly to introduce himself and explain his intentions. Are you in a hurry? Are you in a hurry to take a? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the person on the other side hurriedly opened his mouth again. I just contacted your school side. Please, you must believe me. I'm not a liar. Scammers? Right. Kyoto Conservatory of Music. Isn't this guy the one that the previous homeroom teacher said was treated like a liar by his own mom? It seems that his own mom has given people a whole lot of shadows. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Poor kid. Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say for a moment. Hello, I know. With a slight smile, Gu Yifan spoke. Phew. Hearing that Gu Yifan had opened his mouth, Chen Yi on the other end of the phone heaved a sigh of relief. Just, in the next second, Chen Yi's face fell once more. Hello, your reason for coming has already been explained to me earlier by my teacher. But sorry art school doesn't really fit in with my personal plans for my life in the future. So thank you for the invitation. Only Gu Yifan spoke faintly. Chen Yi. No, so dry? I haven't said anything about this condition yet. He didn't know how to reply for a moment, but his duty was to speak up. Gu Yifan, our school is very sincere. If you can come to our capital city music academy, we will not only reward you with a one-time award of 1 million yuan, but also give you a waiver of all tuition fees for 4 years of college. Starting from the month of your enrollment, there will be a monthly living expense subsidy of 20,000 yuan, and we can give you a promise that you will have performance opportunities as soon as you enroll. From the month of your enrollment, you will be given a monthly subsidy of 20,000 yuan for living expenses, and we can promise you that as soon as you enroll in school, you will be given the opportunity to perform. $1 million? After hearing the conditions that the Capital Conservatory of Music had offered himself, this surprised Gu Yifan a bit. Normally, special enrollment does not have such favorable conditions. Looks like there's been some serious Googling of his own. Knowing that with their own results, the college entrance examination Qingbei and other famous schools is stable, and may even be the top student of the college entrance examination. Once he is the top student of the college entrance examination, then when the time comes to casually choose a school, the various rewards will not add up to less than this million now. So the opposite side is so generous to give such conditions. However, there was one thing to be said for making such an offer, and it was indeed as sincere as the other party had said. However, Gu Yifan had already made a decision. How could he change it easily? Seeing that he didn't open his mouth, Chen Yi thought that he wasn't satisfied with these conditions, so he opened his mouth again and said, Mr. Gu Yifan, if you're not satisfied with these, the conditions are still open for us to renegotiate. And with such a good appearance and voice condition talent, it's really a pity that you don't go into the entertainment industry. Chen Yi continued to bitterly open his mouth to persuade, but Gu Yifan still opened his mouth and refused. I'm sorry, I'm really not considering art schools at the moment. Thank you for your school's kindness. Hearing Gu Yifan's refusal, Chen Yi was a bit unwilling in his heart as he spoke again. Student Gu Yifan, do you really not want to consider it anymore? With your qualifications and the heat you're experiencing right now, it's very easy for you to go straight into the industry. Going down the road of acting, it could be smooth sailing for you in the future. Don't you want to take advantage of such a good opportunity? Singing is just my personal hobby. I didn't think of him as a career, and the path of being a star goes against my life philosophy. So sorry. Gu Yifan didn't hesitate to open his mouth again and refused. Teacher, I still have some things to do, so I'll hang up first, bye. After saying that, he didn't wait for the other side to speak, and hung up the phone straight away. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Chen Yi's mouth opened slightly, and the words that came to his mouth could only be choked back. He was hung up on by Gu Yifan's family at noon, and now he was hung up on by Gu Yifan again. Sure enough, it's not a family. He spat silently in his mind with a helpless face. In the hours that followed, Gu Yifan once again received calls from different schools. Rejection after rejection. It made his whole being a little irritated. In the back, he simply turned his cell phone off directly after sending a message to his old mom. After turning off his cell phone, Gu Yifan only felt that the entire world was cleared. So Bean. Gu Yifan suddenly spoke to Su Qinghe, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Su Qinghe turned her head to look at him with some confusion. Ahem. I taught you the watermill tofu style massage last time. Do you remember? Gu Yifan opened his mouth in a serious manner. Su Qinghe suddenly thought of something. Her small face slightly reddened. What? Gu Yifan gave her a blank look and said in a bad mood, do you remember or not? Remember. Su Qinghe reddened her little face and said in a somewhat stuttering whisper, "That'll do. Come here, it's your turn to press me today." Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan faintly said, "By the way, remember to wear black silk." Oh, Su Qinghe. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Sharing a Bed? The feeling of oppression from Su Qinghe. Oh hiss. Gu Yifan sighed comfortably and muttered in a small voice, "Chimo chicken das pinch." Su Qinghe cocked her little head with a blank look at him, but the movements of her hands didn't stop. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan was afraid that Su Qinghe would get tired, so he shouted at her to stop. He rolled over onto his back. In all seriousness, not bad, not bad, Su Bean. You've got my true skill in this craft. I declare that from today onwards, you're my No. 88 exclusive technician. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. Although she somewhat couldn't understand what Gu Yifan said, she always felt that there was something strange somewhere. Alright, that's enough for today. Take a break, Gu Yifan said indifferently. Ooh. Su Qinghe gently nodded. She just wanted to get up and go out but was pulled down by Gu Yifan. Yikes. Caught off guard, her entire body fell into Gu Yifan's arms. Subconsciously, she wanted to struggle to get up, but Gu Yifan's lazy voice came from her ears. "She'll lie with me for a while." Feeling Gu Yifan's strong arm around her, Su Qinghe's struggling movements stalled, her heartbeat accelerated, and her entire body instantly became stiff. "I'm tired. I'll take a nap." Seeing that she didn't move, so Gu Yifan changed to a comfortable position holding her sideways and spoke softly in her ear. The airflow brought up by his speech tickled Su Qinghe's ears. Puff, puff. At this moment, Su Qinghe only felt that her heartbeat was almost 120 miles per hour. She lay in Gu Yifan's arms not daring to move a muscle, her little face so red that it could drip water. However, it was good that Gu Yifan didn't make any next move, which made Su Qinghe quietly breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Another moment passed. Su Qinghe's emotions also slowly calmed down, and her body movements were no longer so stiff. Listening to Gu Yifan's steady breathing coming from her ears, Su Qinghe realized that Gu Yifan seemed to be really asleep. "I guess I'm tired after driving all morning," Su Qinghe thought darkly in her heart. She gently moved her body and stole a sideways glance at Gu Yifan. At this time, Gu Yifan's eyes were closed tightly. The eyelashes under those eyes were long. Su Qinghe secretly compared them in her heart, and felt that they were longer than even her own. "He's not as mean as he usually is when he's asleep." Su Qinghe suddenly remembered the scene of the first time the two met, when she thought that she was about to jump off a building at that time, and this big bully still asked her if she wanted to eat a chili bar. Su Qinghe was a little at a loss as to what to say. But, seriously, at that time, for the Gu Yifan that suddenly appeared, Su Qinghe's entire body was confused, and then he accidentally fell down because he wanted to pull himself. At that time, he was really scared, afraid that something really happened to him because of himself. That way, he wouldn't have peace of mind even if he died. But luckily, there was a scare in the end. And then there's the back, where he takes himself for a hike. And, looking at Gu Yifan's handsome face like that, Su Qinghe's mind suddenly flashed through the bits and pieces of the two of them over this period of time. She realized that the days were not long, but they were some of the happiest, most blissful times she'd had in a long time. Although sometimes this big bully always bullied her, it didn't stop her from remembering Gu Yifan's goodness. Thinking, and without realizing it, she too fell asleep. Su Qinghe had a dream. In the dream she seemed to have returned to her childhood, lying in her father's warm embrace, carefree and happy and cozy. Evening, 6:30. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe who was shrinking in his arms and sleeping soundly. At this moment, she seemed to be having some kind of beautiful dream, her mouth with a slight smile, her little head unconsciously rubbed into her arms, like a lazy kitten. Gu Yifan smiled faintly and couldn't help but reach out and gently poke her little pink face. The sleeping Su Qinghe unconsciously frowned her small brows, but she still didn't wake up. Seemingly thinking of something, Gu Yifan reached out and touched the cell phone on the bedside table, turned on the camera, and took a selfie at the two. Ka-ching! The image is frozen in the moment. The face value of the two that cannot be said. A casual shot is still very online. Perhaps the sound of the cell phone camera will Su Qinghe noisy. She subconsciously to Gu Yifan armpit drilled. The entire small head is buried in the arms of Gu Yifan, like an octopus hanging on Gu Yifan, the two close to each other, as if this is more secure. Feel the pressure coming from his chest. Gu Yifan couldn't help but freeze, then shook his head slightly, a slight helpless smile on his face. Another moment passed. Seeing that it was about time, Gu Yifan was about to wake her up. However, before he could do anything, Su Qinghe woke up on her own. Her beautiful peach blossom lower lashes fluttered slightly before she opened her eyes in a daze. At first, there was a hint of confusion in her eyes, only for her to instantly come to her senses when she saw that Gu Yifan was looking at her with a smirk on his face. Her small face instantly blushed slightly, her entire being so shy that she was somewhat at a loss for words. Upon realizing that she was lying on top of Gu Yifan in her entirety, she subconsciously tried to struggle to get up. Only this time Gu Yifan spoke. Don't move, don't blame me if you go off in a while. Ha! Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, but quickly reacted. Her originally fair little face had long since turned so red at this point that it could almost drip water. Just listening to Gu Yifan's words, she didn't dare to move, so her little face flushed red as she lay in Gu Yifan's arms. Time passed without realizing it. After a long time, both of them had calmed down. At this moment, both of them had no distractions in their minds, just quietly enjoying the beauty of this moment. I don't know how long it took, seeing that the room had begun to become dark, and in the darkness, Gu Yifan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Alright, get up, ooh-hoo." Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe nodded, which then got out of his arms then climbed up from the bed. Just the moment she left Gu Yifan's embrace, she felt a sense of loss instantly fill her heart. Gu Yifan did the same, and for a moment, he was really reluctant to let Su Qinghe get up. After all, the two of them had already slept all afternoon, and if they continued to get mushy in bed, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to hold it in himself. Despite the human nature of the matter, though, he felt it was a bit premature. Not to mention Su Qinghe was unprepared. He himself was unprepared. After all, Su Qinghe such a girl, life has been cruel enough to her, has no longer tolerate half a bit of harm. If you can't clothe her with your own hands, then don't remove her garments so easily. Gu Yifan has always felt that the three views of this sentence are very positive, but nowadays, in this era of materialistic desire, how many people are able to stay from one to the other? Gu Yifan is also not sure. So, take a look again. At least it is still a little early. Everything, just go with the flow. End of chapter. Chapter 131, Snacker Subin? Women are creatures of the mouth. Su Qinghe didn't know at this point that Gu Yifan, the big bad wolf, was almost going to eat her. At this moment, after she got up, she hurriedly dawdled outside the room with a red little face like a fertilized bunny. Looking at Su Qinghe's back as she fled, Gu Yifan smiled faintly before he too bounced up from the bed. The two of them simply cleaned up before heading out the door. Saifangping Night Market Street, one of the more famous snack streets in Tamzhou. At this moment, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, appeared here. Both sides of the street are densely packed with all kinds of specialty snacks. There are local Tanzhou and other places, and even Gu Yifan their mountain city specialty snacks. In short, south of the sky and north of the world. As long as you think of it, there are all kinds of things here. It was 7:30 p.m., which happened to be the evening rush hour. Snack street in a lot of people, the face of so many people. A little social fear of Su Qinghe at this time. The heart is very nervous. One of her small hand tightly clutched Gu Yifan's sleeve. For fear of an accident they will be lost. Gu Yifan naturally noticed her difference, so he backhanded her other small hand. It's okay, I'm here. Gu Yifan spoke in a gentle tone. Finished speaking then took her hand and walked inside. Feeling Gu Yifan's large, powerful hand that wrapped around her palm, the tension in Su Qinghe's heart faded quite a bit, allowing Gu Yifan to lead her on a sweeping journey of eating from head to tail. In the meantime, over at the Mountain City Fingertip Edge Internet Cafe, two youthful and beautiful figures suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cafe. Fingertip Edge Internet Cafe. Wu Xiaoyan looked up at the photo in the doorway, mouth reading. Yes, the visitors were no one else but Gu Yifan's childhood friend Han Lemon and her best friend Wu Xiaoyan. Standing in the doorway, looking at the dim lights and the smoky scene in the internet cafe, coupled with the rising and falling sounds of shouting and cursing coming from the seats, Han Lemon's delicate little brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. This was the first time she had come to an internet cafe since she had grown up, and before she had only heard Gu Yifan and the others talk about the scenes inside the cafe, but she had never been there before, because in the 18 years of her life she had been taught that people who came to internet cafes were not good students. Of course, Gu Yifan and Wang Zibo were among them. Only, Gu Yifan listened to himself, and as long as he didn't let him go to the internet cafe, he wouldn't go. Little Lemon, are you sure that guy Wang Zibo is here? Wu Xiaoyan covered her nose and spoke. Aha! Hearing her best friend's words, Han Lemon came back to her senses, and she nodded before speaking. I messaged him earlier, and that's what he told me. Oh, let's go in then. Wu Xiaoyan nodded and said. After saying that, he pulled Han Lemon, and the two of them lifted the white plastic curtain and walked inside the internet cafe. Since the inside of the internet cafe wasn't too big, the two of them soon found the location of the machine where Wang Zibo was. At this time, Wang Zibo was holding a cigarette in the game to kill the sacrifice of his dead first love, oblivious to the arrival of Han Lemon and Wu Xiaoyan. Groove, son of a shooter, what the are you running for? Shoot her instead. Wang Zibo was suddenly sold by his teammates, and his bloodied was killed by the super soldier twice, so he was so angry that he shouted loudly and excitedly. The cigarette dangling from his mouth shook violently, spilling ash onto the computer keyboard in a flurry. This scene happened to be seen by Han Lemon. Seeing Wang Zibo with a cigarette in his mouth and a beard, a look of a social street sneak, her delicate little frown couldn't help but wrinkle deeper. Hey, Wang Zibo. Wu Xiaoyan patted Wang Zibo's shoulder and shouted. Wearing headphones, Wang Zibo did not hear the sound but felt someone patting himself, so he turned his head to look. At that glance, he froze. He took off his headphones and said with some surprise, Princess Lemon, Wu Xiaoyan, why are you guys here? Han Lemon glanced at him and didn't answer his words, instead frowning with a small frown as she looked around the room as if searching for something. What can I do? I came to see you. Wu Xiaoyan, who was on the side, did not speak in a good mood. Looking for me? Wang Zibo was a bit confused. What are you looking for me for? He was a bit frozen in disbelief. Looking for you. Wu Xiaoyan was just about to say it, but was interrupted by Han Lime's opening on the side. Zibo, where's Gu Yifan? Isn't he with you? Van? He's not with me. Wang Zibo opened his mouth. And do you know where he went? I went to his house to look for him. No one was home. I heard my dad say that Uncle Jogwa and Aunt May seem to be traveling. Han Lemon frowned. Wang Zibo hesitated for a moment or spoke. Well, I don't know if Uncle Jogwa and Aunt May are out on a business trip, but Brother Fan really isn't at home. He's gone on a trip. Traveling? Han Lemon froze for a moment and said, right, he went out on a trip, and I was supposed to come along, but something happened to me temporarily, so I didn't go with him. Wang Zibo nodded and said, so he traveled by himself? Han Lemon frowned. That, I can't very well say. Hearing this, Wang Zibo subconsciously glanced at her, not knowing what to say. Seeing him like this, Han Lemon seemed to have thought of something as well, and her face instantly darkened. Then without a word he turned and walked away. Men, no good. Wu Xiaoyan on the side naturally understood what was going on, and she couldn't help but glare at Wang Zibo, saying that she had also turned to follow Han Lime. Zibo Wang. He looked at the backs of the two women leaving with a dumbfounded look on his face. It's none of my business. Wang Zibo, who was innocently lying down, was speechless. Ugh, what's the point of being in love? Love dogs don't talk. Still my game smells good. He sighed and muttered something under his breath before putting his headphones back on and charging through the continent of Ionia. Su Bean, there's a spicy rabbit head seller over there. Let's go over there and try it and see what's the difference between it and the one in Mountain City. On the street of the night market in Tanzhou, Gu Yifan suddenly found a stall selling spicy rabbit head not far in front of him, so he pulled me Su Qinghe and walked over. Aha, this smells pretty good to me. Su Bean, do you eat it? Gu Yifan turned his head and spoke to Su Qinghe beside him. Looking at the rabbit head with a somewhat hideous face, Su Qinghe was a bit scared, and she gently shook her head. Gu Yifan didn't force her. After all, it's normal that some people love to eat this stuff and some people don't dare to eat it, but as long as it's not the kind of rabbit so cute, how can I eat rabbit? That kind of pawn and stand up, the mother of God will do. He turned his head to the boss and spoke. Boss, 2 servings of spicy rabbit head. Okay, the stall owner, a middle-aged man, responded with a smile. A few minutes later, degree. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe's snacker look as she held the rabbit head in both hands and gnawed her mouth full of red oil. Sure enough, women are all mouthy creatures. End of chapter. Chapter 132 Capitalized Subin vs Pikachu Battlesuit. Seeing that Gu Yifan was staring at himself, Su Qinghe's somewhat embarrassed little face slightly blushed. She didn't want to eat this rabbit head originally, but Gu Yifan made it so bad that he had to let her take a bite. Yet with that one bite, her eyes lit up as if she had opened the door to a new world. In the end, the 2 spicy rabbit heads in Gu Yifan's hand all went into her stomach. At this moment, she then realized that the rabbit head had all been eaten by herself, and Gu Yifan had only taken a small bite. 2, why don't we go get 2 more? She looked at Gu Yifan and spoke in a small, weak voice. Gu Yifan saw that she looked like she hadn't finished yet, and said with some tears and laughter, you snacker, who was it that just said I don't eat? I don't eat? No, not me. Su Qinghe shook her head in a serious manner and said. Gu Yifan was a bit helpless when he saw that she had actually learned her nonsense skills. Taking out a tissue, he wiped the red oil from the corners of her mouth, and then said in a nonchalant voice, let's go and get 2 more. Aha! Su Qinghe's eyes brightened slightly as she smiled sweetly before nodding vigorously. The 2 spicy rabbit heads seemed to be quite a lot, but this thing didn't have much meat, so there was no fear that Su Qinghe would have an upset stomach if she ate too much. It's just that he didn't expect Su Qinghe, the simpleton, to have the potential to be a snacker. Nope, one should have realized it long ago. In order to eat an ice cream can fight with oneself. All kinds of tricky and pampered guy. Is not a foodie, what is it? Looks like Su Bean is really not Bean anymore. 10:30 at night. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both strolled through the city streets of Tanzhou holding hands. At this point the two had eaten all the way through. I have to say, Tanzhou deserves to be known as the snack capital of the country. Moreover, the prices in this era of Tanzhou were not as exaggerated as those in the latter days, and the two of them ate from the street to the end of the day for only about $200. Gu Yifan suddenly recalled that in one of the most famous ripoffs in Tanzhou that he saw on the internet in his later life, a small section of 2 or 3 centimeters long duck intestines dared to sell for $3. At the time, there were also people on the internet who said, "That's the price. If you can't afford it, don't eat it." At that time, Gu Yifan was very speechless when he saw these remarks. Is it a matter of money or not? To put it mildly, it's a bit dodgy to sell that for $3 a stick when you can barely see it with the naked eye. As they walked, without realizing it, the two came to the river. The lights on the other side of the river were dimmed, and the breeze from the river took away a lot of the heat. At this time there are also a lot of cool breeze of the riverside of the family. From time to time out of the children's laughter and play. Su Qinghe was staring at the river in the distance, and she didn't know if she was reminiscing about the flavor of that spicy rabbit head just now or thinking about something. The little eyes froze and looked a little naive. Su Bean. Gu Yifan suddenly turned around and opened his mouth to call out. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She cocked her little head at Gu Yifan and asked in a small voice, "How? What's wrong?" "Well, do you want to continue to play here for 2 days or do you want to go back to your hometown Zhencheng earlier?" Gu Yifan pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case and held it in his hand. Raising his head toward her and casually asked, "Want to go back?" Su Qinghe thought about it and spoke softly, "It's been a long time since I went back to see my mom and dad." Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Didn't her mom and dad already? Seemingly seeing Gu Yifan's doubts, Su Qinghe added in a whisper, "The grass is growing, so it needs to be cleaned up." Gu Yifan instantly understood her words. Yes, after thinking about it, he spoke. "Then tomorrow, when we get to the county town, I'll go with you to buy some incense and candles for the tribute." "Aha." Su Qinghe gently nodded. Gu Yifan wasn't talking as he pulled out a lighter and lit the cigarette in his hand. Phew! Under the dim yellow streetlights by the river, greenish-white smoke rose slowly, and a faint scent of tobacco filled the air. Su Qinghe didn't say anything more about him smoking, because she had been with Gu Yifan for a while now, and the number of times he smoked was indeed much less than before. After a cigarette was finished, Gu Yifan snuffed out the cigarette and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road, then turned his head to Su Qinghe and said, "It's getting late. We still have to get up early and set out tomorrow. Let's go back to the hotel." "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe obediently nodded. This time she took the initiative to extend her own little hand for Gu Yifan to hold her. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then smiled faintly and held her small hand in his palm as the two of them turned toward the road. There are a lot of cabs on the road at this point, so after casually stopping one and reporting the hotel's address, the driver carried the two in the direction of the hotel. 11:30 at night. The two returned to their hotel room. Gu Yifan first called the front desk to arrange for a staff member to come over and help him drive the car to fill up the gas tank, and then only then did he turn his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. "Su Bean, you go take a shower first." Hearing the word bath, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. Despite the fact that the relationship between the two was already very close, Su Qinghe's skin was as thin as ever. Seeing her suddenly blush again, Gu Yifan couldn't help but open his mouth to tease her. "What? Are you thinking that washing alone is a waste of water and you want to do it with me?" "Ha?" Gu Yifan's words startled Su Qinghe. She hastily waved her hand and stammered a little. No, I'm on my way." After saying that, he ran back to his room in a huff. Looking at Su Qinghe's back, Gu Yifan smiled slightly. Soon, Su Qinghe finished her shower and came out. The steam from the bathroom had dampened the ends of her hair, a blame of bangs resting on her forehead, and the whole thing looked naive with a hint of playfulness. Fresh out of the shower, she was wearing a cute Pikachu pajama set, and the original 2D Pikachu pattern on that chest was hardened into 3D. Sure is a well-capitalized woman. Speaking of which, this set of pajamas was the one Gu Yifan took her to buy the other day. At that time, when the two of them were shopping at the mall, among the wide range of pajamas, Gu Yifan took a glance at this set of pajamas, and then said that he would buy it for her. As for why you chose these pajamas, Pikachu battle suit ahoy. Those who get it get it. Looking at Gu Yifan's eyes that were filled with laughter as he looked at himself, Su Qinghe was a bit bewildered. Only when she looked down, she reacted instantly. Brush. Her little face instantly turned red. No wonder. Gu Yifan, the big bully, had to buy this set for himself that day. Originally she hadn't known why, but now she finally understood. This big pervert. I'm done washing, so I'll go to my room first, she said with a small red face before trying to turn and run away. Results. She just turned around but Gu Yifan gave her a hand. End of chapter. Chapter 133, Su Qinghe's little book. Yikes. Su Qinghe let out a shriek, her entire body unable to control herself as she fell into the arms of Gu Yifan. who was sitting on the sofa. For a while, the movements of the two were very ambiguous, and Su Qingha's heartbeat began to accelerate, and her breathing couldn't help but be rapid. Just when Su Qingha was a bit at a loss for words, Gu Yifan's voice rang in her ears. Su Hanin, are you afraid of me? Su Qingha's little face was so red at this time that it could drip water. She lowered her head and didn't dare to meet Gu Yifan's eyes at all. Hearing Gu Yifan's question, she opened her mouth as if her voice were mosquitoes and said, No. If it wasn't for the relatively close distance between the two at this point, Gu Yifan really wouldn't have been able to hear what she was saying. No, then why are you running? Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to say. Look, if I hadn't caught you, you would have almost fallen, right? Su Qingha. She turned her head violently to Gu Yifan with a shocked face, forgetting to blush. Obviously it is this big bully deliberately pulled himself down. She did not know what to say for a moment. Alright, get up. Watch where you're walking next time. Gu Yifan spoke faintly after taking advantage of the situation. After saying that, he held Su Qingha's buttocks with both hands and made her stand up from his arms. Su Qingha. She pouted and didn't say anything. If she could, she just wanted to bite Gu Yifan. This stinky guy, always bullying yourself. Humph. But in the end, she just grunted, then turned around with a small red face and went back to her room. She felt that if she stayed any longer, she would be eaten alive by Gu Yifan, the big bully. Yes, she hadn't guessed wrong. For a moment just now, Gu Yifan almost couldn't help but eat her. There's no way around it. He is not Lu Xiaohui, that eunuch, beauty in the arms. This who can top Just when he was ready to stop tolerating the transformation into a werewolf, the damn system came out to stir up trouble again. Said what the current good sense between the two for 199%. Currently belongs to the friendship above the lover is not full state. Can poke through that layer of window paper water to reach the couple relationship. But immediately after that dog system said something else. The current two people are only 1% short of reaching the 200% limit of goodwill. After reaching the limit of goodwill and then become lovers, the system will be upgraded to LV2. And you can unlock new skills as well as get a copy of the system's special rewards specially prepared for the two people. This made Gu Yifan have to hold back the bullets that were poised to fire hard. You know that this kind of forced holding back is not something that the average person can withstand. Pain. It hurts too much. That level of difficulty can only be appreciated by those who have experienced it. Gu Yifan couldn't help but curse as he got up and walked to the balcony to light a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Phew. It was only after a series of 2 cigarettes that Gu Yifan suppressed the impulse in his heart. Dog system, when the time comes to reach 200% goodwill, if you want to give a reward that I'm not satisfied with, I'll blow myself up and die with you. He cursed mentally. System, yen at yuan at, percent hashtag yuan percent hashtag. And at this time, Su Qingha, who was in the room, covered her entire little head in the quilt. Her small, unpowdered but exquisite and absolutely beautiful face was redder than a boiled prawn at this moment. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. The next day, it was about 8:30 in the morning before the two men came out of their respective rooms. Since being reborn, Gu Yifan overslept for the first time in an unprecedented period of time, and Su Qingha, who had always been used to waking up early, did the same. Regarding last night's incident, both of them very tacitly kept their mouths shut. After washing up, Su Qingha silently went to pack the two's luggage. As for Gu Yifan, he called the hotel to help prepare breakfast and send it up, so that it would be easier to check out and leave after eating in a while. At around 9:10 in the morning, after Gu Yifan and Su Qingha both finished checking out of the hotel, the two of them got into the car and set off. Since Su Qingha hadn't slept all night last night, it wasn't long after the car had just hit the highway that she fell asleep. Gu Yifan didn't feel much. After all, after being reborn, his physical quality was a lot stronger than before, and an hour or two of sleep a day was already enough. The car flew down the highway, and the scenery on both sides of the road kept going backwards. According to the route hints of the navigation plan, it takes about 9 hours of driving to reach the city of Menanjiang. However, it is not realistic to drive for 9 hours in a row in one breath, so the probability is that the two of them will have to eat lunch and rest in the service area at noon. Gu Yifan turned up the air conditioning in the car slightly so that Su Qingha wouldn't catch a cold when she fell asleep. Then it was time to concentrate on driving. Time flies, in the blink of an eye. Gu Yifan has been driving on the highway for more than nearly 5 hours, and at this time it is already about 1:30 in the afternoon. Su Qingha has also woken up. Gu Yifan intends to find a service area to stop and rest for a while. After all, although the car also still has oil, but also need to add some oil to be able to save a moment of trouble. I have to say that this car is good in every way, except that it is a pain in the ass to have to refuel frequently. It's fine for short distances. You always have to keep an eye on the gas gauge for long distances or you're in trouble. Bean, you're starving, aren't you? there's a service area up ahead. Let's get something to eat later. Gu Yifan turned his head sideways and spoke to Su Qinghe. It's okay, it's fine, not very hungry. Su Qinghe shook her head and whispered. After waking up from a nap herself, Gu Yifan was still driving, and she felt that Gu Yifan was working harder. It would be nice if he could drive himself, so that he wouldn't have to drive so hard by himself. Su Qinghe's heart suddenly sprouted the idea of getting a driver's license. She made a secret note of it and planned to learn how to drive when she had time in college. 10 or so minutes later, in the restaurant of the highway service area, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both sat face to face. Su Qinghe first helped Gu Yifan with a bowl of soup, and then she was ready to get up and go get him some food. Properly looking like a gentle little daughter-in-law, Gu Yifan smiled faintly and reached out to stop her, saying gently, "Alright, I'll just get my own food later." "No, it's fine, I'll be quick." Su Qinghe still wanted to go, but was pulled back by Gu Yifan. He reached over and took the bowl in Su Qinghe's hand to help her get a bowl of soup, and then spoke. "Be good, be obedient. You have some soup first. I'll go and get the rice in a while." Seeing this, Su Qinghe's mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she obediently sat down. After Gu Yifan finished the soup in 3 or 2 bites, he got up and went to fetch his food. Su Qinghe looked at his back, her eyes filled with emotion. She was such a person, one who was easily satisfied and easily moved. Taking advantage of Gu Yifan's absence, she opened her accompanying bag and pulled out a small black notebook from it, then wrote carefully on it with one stroke. When Gu Yifan came back, she hurriedly put the book away again, looking as if nothing had happened. End of chapter. Chapter 134, Arrival in Zhongcheng. Want to see you. Just want to see you. Gu Yifan just happened to see the scene. He froze for a moment and said with some curiosity, "Su Bin, what were you doing just now?" "No, not doing anything." Su Qinghe opened her mouth in a serious manner. Gu Yifan frowned slightly, but didn't think much about it. He passed the bowl full of rice in his hand to Su Qinghe's face and said softly, "Well, eat first." "Ha?" Looking at the full bowl of rice in front of her, Su Qinghe was a little difficult. "This is too much, I can't finish it, it will be wasted." "Oh, it's fine, you eat first, just give me what you can't finish." Gu Yifan waved his hand with a disinterested face. Su Qinghe? At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, finally arrived at the Zhangcheng toll station. Due to time constraints and the fact that Su Qinghe's old home is in a small village in a county below Zhangcheng city, the old house in the village has been unoccupied for many years and naturally can't be inhabited. So Gu Yifan still decides to stay in the city for one night now, and then go to Su Qinghe's village in the morning. After leaving the toll station, Gu Yifan found a place to pull over temporarily, intending to take his cell phone to check the hotel information first. "Su Bin, let's just stay in the city tonight and go over to your old home site in the morning." Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and said casually while checking the Zhangcheng hotel information. "Aha, okay." Su Qinghe didn't have an opinion. She nodded and said. After looking around for a while, Gu Yifan realized that there was only one 3-star hotel near the beach over here, so he booked a suite again. There's no way around it. If he doesn't book a suite, he's afraid he really can't help it. "Well, let's go to the hotel and drop off our stuff. Then we'll take you to dinner." Gu Yifan put down his cell phone and spoke. After saying that, he restarted the car and drove towards the hotel according to the navigation route. At 6:30 p.m., Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both checked in smoothly. After putting his luggage away and simply tidying up, Gu Yifan booked a restaurant with a sea view and took Su Qinghe out. Originally Su Qinghe thought that these 2 days all the way over has spent a lot of money. Want to casually find a place to eat some even. But how can Gu Yifan agree to it? With his 3-inch tongue and that superb ventriloquism, a set of combinations came down and Su Qinghe was fooled. Looking at Su Qinghe's blank face that couldn't stop nodding, Gu Yifan felt a little funny in his heart. This being did get a little smarter, but not much. After the two of them arrived at the restaurant, Gu Yifan felt that he had really gotten his money's worth out of all this. The large, white and transparent floor-to-ceiling glass windows, with a panoramic view of the sea outside, the sound of piano music and the sound of waves crashing on the beach in the ear, together with the delicious ingredients. It has to be said that it is a feast for the eyes and ears as well as for the taste buds. Gu Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Su Qinghe was also very satisfied with some of these, but she, who was used to being thrifty, still felt in her heart that it was too expensive. But then again she said she disregarded Yifan. As the famous saying goes, life is like QJ, and since you can't fight it, you might as well enjoy it. No way. If you can't beat it, join it. She had to enjoy it in silence. After a few more moments, the piano in the restaurant suddenly stopped. The pianist hurriedly ran towards the outside of the restaurant, and the windy look didn't know if he had an upset stomach from too much seafood. Without the sound of the piano, The whole atmosphere in the restaurant always felt a bit strange and something seemed to be missing. Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown. After thinking about it, Gu Yifan looked up at Su Qinghe, who was taking small bites of the cheesy lobster ball, and spoke. Su Bean, do you still want to hear me sing? Su Qinghe's eyes lit up as she looked at Gu Yifan with an expectant face and said, that last time? Gu Yifan froze for a moment, but quickly understood what Su Qinghe meant. He smiled slightly and said, piano this time? Sing something else. Ooh-hoo. A flash of disappointment flashed across Su Qinghe's small eyes, but it was well concealed by her. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more. He waved towards the waiter's little brother and then whispered something in his ear. The little brother first froze for a moment and then hurriedly nodded. Reaching out his hand to make a motion of please, Gu Yifan spoke towards Su Qinghe. Bean, I'll go for a while. Aha. Su Qinghe didn't say anything. She nodded very obediently. Gu Yifan nodded and didn't say anything in return, following the waiter's little brother straight in the direction of the piano's location. Buzz. The waiter's little brother picked up the microphone and said, next, we have Mr. Gu playing and singing a song for us. Mr. Gu would like to dedicate this song to his companion Ms. Su Qinghe. Everyone applaud and encourage. Pop 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 pop. As soon as the waiter's little brother's words fell, the commotion over here attracted the attention of the guests dining in the restaurant, and all of their gazes couldn't help but look curiously at Gu Yifan. But everyone was also very facetious as they applauded. Gu Yifan didn't shy away from the stage when he saw this. He bowed slightly towards the crowd before he walked to the front of the piano and sat down. Phew, he exhaled deeply, his mind recalling the tune of the song, and then he moved, his long fingers sliding across the piano keys. A crisp, pleasant sound of steel rang throughout the restaurant. Aha! This prelude made the eyes of the people in the room light up. It's okay. This handsome guy has two skills. No wonder he dares to perform on stage. Many people fought darkly in their hearts. It was also at this moment that Gu Yifan spoke up. When love is left as a relic, inscribed in hieroglyphics as memories, and missed for centuries, only then is it etched in stone. That low voice made the crowd in the room stare once more. If I could go back to the Ice Age, how I would like to hold you close and deal with you. How your laugh heals and awakens life, losing your landscape, like a ruin, like a lost civilization. Can a miracle, a ray of hope? Can we meet again? I want to see you, only want to see you. The future past, I only want to see you. Through 1,000 million timelines, the sea of people together. Su Qinghe rested her hands on her cheeks, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Gu Yifan, who was playing and singing lovingly in front of the piano on the stage. At this moment, it was as if Gu Yifan was the only one left in her world. Looking at the boy in front of her who was unbelievably good in every aspect, suddenly she felt that she should also work hard, or else she would really not be able to catch up with him. And at that moment, Gu Yifan finished singing the last line of the lyrics. Could it be that you're waiting for an I do? Just like me. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Old Home? Daya, Su Qinghe. Next to the shoreline guardrail, the salty sea breeze was a little sticky. Su Qinghe looked at the dotted fishing boat lights on the sea level not far away, not knowing what she was thinking. So Bean, what's on your mind? Gu Yifan rubbed her little head and said. Su Qinghe's originally smooth and watery hair was somewhat messed up by him, but it wasn't unsightly. Instead it had a kind of messy beauty. Su Qinghe's mouth opened slightly. Hesitating for a moment, she turned her head to Gu Yifan and whispered, I suddenly feel useless. Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown. He looked at Su Qinghe with some doubt and said, why are you suddenly saying this? You're too good. She pouted a little embarrassed and whispered, oh. Gu Yifan froze, and he cried and laughed a little. You're still a silly simpleton. Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little face, then spoke softly, little fool, you're actually very good yourself. Look at you. You're a good student, you're good looking, and you're still the Su goddess to all the boys in the school. Hearing Gu Yifan say the word goddess Su Qinghe couldn't help but feel a slight blush on her small face, and she always felt that there was something strange in her heart. Come on, you're using delusions of grandeur. In my mind you're good and excellent too. Walking with you before, didn't you see the boys looking at me with envy and even wanting to kill me? Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, the blush on Su Qinghe's face deepened, and she couldn't help but give Gu Yifan a blank look. This stinker is rambling. It's not that much of an exaggeration. Okay, good girl, don't think too much, and don't worry about what people say. Just be the truest version of yourself, and I'll take care of the rest. Gu Yifan spoke softly and gently. Su Qinghe tilted her little head up to look at him, and the two of them looked at each other. Half a day later, seeming to have figured something out, Su Qinghe smiled brightly and said, aha, I know. Watching her smile, Gu Yifan followed suit. 11:30 at night. After the two finished their walk on the beach, they returned to the hotel. Perhaps because of the previous experience? This time, Su Qinghe ran back to her room in a huff after taking a bath. Gu Yifan didn't have any distractions this time, and after smoking a cigarette he also took a bath and went to bed. There was no talk all night. The next morning, early in the morning, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, went out after having breakfast at the hotel. Zhengcheng City downtown is only a few dozen kilometers away from Su Qinghe's hometown. The two men in the city to buy incense and candles and paper money and tribute these then drove towards the direction of Shashi village. Shashi village is exactly where Su Qinghe's old home is located. A small fishing village by the sea. Driving all the way there, basically taking the coastal highway. The scenery on both sides of the river is really quite impressive. Gu Yifan's car speed was slowed down, and the two of them enjoyed the scenery along the way while blowing the sea breeze, which was quite comfortable. Around 9:30 in the morning, the two of them arrived at Su Qinghe's old home, Shashi village. The village is not too big, consisting of a dozen or so families, and most of the language used for communication over here is based on Southern Fujianese, so Gu Yifan naturally can't understand it. There it is, up ahead there. Su Qinghe pointed to an overgrown and somewhat dilapidated-looking brick house in front and spoke softly. Yes, let's find a place to stop the car first then. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded. Only her eyes had been but did not leave that dilapidated house. There were very few outsiders coming here, let alone with such a luxury car, and as soon as Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both entered the village, someone noticed them. After parking the car, just as soon as they got out of the car, there were a number of middle-aged women sitting around picking peanuts underneath the big banyan tree, curiously sizing up the two of them. Maybe it's near home. At this moment, Su Qinghe couldn't help but feel a little nervous in her heart. Gu Yifan didn't feel anything. He even smiled and greeted the old aunts under the banyan tree. It's a self-effacing look that, in other latter-day parlance, would be socially awesome. Sure enough, what goes around comes around. Chen Dongmei's socially awesome personality had indeed been inherited from Gu Yifan. Looking at the former home that carried his childhood memories has now become mottled and dilapidated and overgrown with weeds, Su Qinghe has mixed feelings in her heart. Noticing Su Qinghe's strange emotions, Gu Yifan walked to her side and gently held her hand. Speaking softly, "It's okay, I'm here." Aha! Su Qinghe raised her head to look at him and gently nodded. Just then, an old woman came out of the low house next to her. Are you guys? She looked at the somewhat unfamiliar Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both, and said with some doubt. Hearing the sound, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both turned to look over at the same time. The old woman spoke in Southern Min. Gu Yifan couldn't hear her, but it was Su Qinghe who recognized the visitor at a glance, and she spoke in Southern Min in a low voice. Third aunt. That old woman, whom Su Qinghe called third aunt, visibly froze for a moment when she heard this. She carefully sized up Su Qinghe and frowned in and out, because she really couldn't recognize who Su Qinghe was. Third aunt, it's me, I'm Daya. As if she could see the doubt in the old woman's eyes, Su Qinghe spoke again in Southern Min dialects. Daya? The old woman seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Su Qinghe and spoke tentatively. Daya, are you the Sume family's Daya, Qinghe? Aha, it's me. Su Qinghe nodded and whispered. Gu, Daya, it's you. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. Ah, Auntie San couldn't recognize you all of a sudden. The old woman spoke with a surprised look on her face. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded and didn't say anything more. It's just the way she is. There's no way around it. Is it coming back to stay? Daya, what are you doing back this time? Third aunt looked at Su Qinghe and casually asked. No. Su Qinghe gently shook her head and whispered. I just came back to pay homage to my parents. Ooh-hoo. So? Third aunt nodded and said. In a flash, you're so old, you shouldn't have come back for a long time. It's indeed time to pay homage to your parents. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded, then fell silent again. Instead, it was Gu Yifan on the side who spoke to Su Qinghe. Is this a relative? Su Qinghe first nodded then shook her head. She thought for a moment and spoke in a small voice. Aha, third auntie, she's my grandmother's sister. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded, hearing the two men talking. Although the old woman couldn't quite understand Mandarin, she probably guessed the meaning from their expressions and body language, so they whispered at the two men. End of chapter. Chapter 136. A promise at the tombstone to not be alone in the future. Daya, this young man is your date, isn't he? He's so handsome. The old woman smashed her mouth with a smile on her face. Hearing this, Su Qinghe's small face instantly turned red, but it was Gu Yifan who was at a loss because he didn't understand Minanese. Third aunt, he's not. Su Qinghe whispered after sneaking a glance at Gu Yifan. Yak, third auntie is just old, not stupid. You're all holding hands and you're still saying otherwise. Lie to the devil. The old woman slanted a glance at Su Qinghe and faintly said. Su Qinghe. The blush on her face deepened a few more points, and she shyly lowered her little head. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe, who suddenly blushed again with a puzzled face. He opened his mouth and asked, Su Bean, what are you guys talking about? Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She hurriedly shook her little head, somewhat stuttered. No, didn't say anything. Gu Yifan frowned. Is that so? Aha! Su Qinghe nodded her head vigorously as if she was pecking at a chicken. Ooh-hoo. Although Gu Yifan had doubts in his mind, he didn't say anything more. Right, Bean, aren't we going up the mountain later? Why don't you ask Third Ant if you can borrow a hoe and sickle or something? He thought about opening his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Being reminded by Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe also remembered the main thing, so she spoke to the old woman. Third Ant, I want to go up to the mountain to pay homage to my parents in a while. Can you lend me some tools? Ooh-hoo. That'll work. Just come home with me later and get it. The third ant was quick to agree. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both went up the mountain. Su Qinghe wore a straw hat holding a sickle for cutting rice, while Gu Yifan carried a hoe, the other end of the hoe picking a basket of joss sticks and paper money in tribute. The two of them walked towards the mountain. Actually, they say it's a mountain, but technically, the mountain in front of us can only be considered a dirt slope hill. It's not too high and not too steep, so the ascent isn't too tough. 20 minutes later, the two arrived. Is it here yet? Gu Yifan looked at the weeds all over the ground and opened his mouth. Aha! Su Qinghe gently nodded. Yes. Gu Yifan nodded, then put down the things on his shoulders and spoke. Then let's get to work. When he finished, he began to clear the weeds from the ground. Seeing this, Su Qinghe also put down the things in her hand and began to clean up with Gu Yifan. Half an hour later, the surrounding weeds were finally cleared by the two men, and two side-by-side tombstones were revealed. Gu Yifan placed the joss sticks, paper money and tributes that he brought over one by one. Then he spoke softly to Su Qinghe. Okay, Bean, I'm going to go over there to smoke a cigarette, so you talk to your parents. Aha! Su Qinghe looked back at him and nodded gently. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more when he saw this. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, then turned around and walked towards the other side of the gravel edge, leaving space for Su Qinghe. After he left, Su Qinghe, who was still quite calm, could no longer hold herself together, and her eyes instantly reddened. Mom and Dad, I came to see you. She squatted in front of her parents' graves to put incense and candles on one by one, and while lighting them, she whispered softly, Mom and Dad, do you know, some time ago, I almost had to go to you, but I didn't because of someone's appearance. He was very good to me, and his family was also very good to me. He is very handsome and very good. Sometimes when I am by myself I often wonder if it is Mom and Dad you guys let him come to me. Otherwise why would he show up so timely? Whenever I need it again, he will always be in the first place. Mom and Dad, he was also the one who came back with me to see you today, so you should have seen that, right? You guys would like him too, right? Su Qinghe's tone was soft and low, as if her parents were right in front of her, talking to her face to face. Half an hour later, looking at the burnt-out ashes of the incense and candles in front of her, Su Qinghe silently stood up from the ground, and at that moment, Gu Yifan had long since stood by her side, just quietly accompanying her. Okay, let's go. When the last of the incense ash fell, Su Qinghe looked back at Gu Yifan and squeezed out a smile on her face and said, despite the smile on her face at this time, the touch of sadness in her eyes is a long time to melt. Gu Yifan looked in his eyes and felt some heartache. He reached out and gently held Su Qinghe's small hand, and softly and gently spoke. Well, do you want to stay a little longer? No need. Su Qinghe gently shook her head and said, yes. Gu Yifan nodded and said, after thinking about it, he opened his mouth and solemnly promised, then let's do it this time. Next time when you want to come back to see your aunt and uncle, just tell me, as long as you want, I'll bring you back anytime. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She tilted her head to look at Gu Yifan. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, her heart was very touched. She didn't say anything, just nodded seriously and hard. Gu Yifan then didn't say anything else as he turned around and silently began to pack up the tools on the floor. Su Qinghe looked at his back. Her heart warmed. She turned her head to look at her parents' tombstone and spoke softly. Mom and Dad, did you see? He's really good. In the future, my daughter will no longer be on her own. After collecting the things, Gu Yifan picked the basket and walked over to Su Qinghe and spoke softly. Alright, let's go then. Aha, okay. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan didn't say anything else, but just silently took Su Qinghe's hand, and the two of them turned around and walked towards the bottom of the mountain. The moment the two turned around, a mountain wind came and swept the ashes from the two graves into the sky. So Bean, is this where you went to school as a child? Gu Yifan looked at the row of short houses in front of him that were already crawling with vines in a dilapidated state and opened his mouth. Aha, this is where I went to school when I was very young. Then after Dad's accident, Mom went to work in Mountain City, and I went with her. Su Qinghe nodded and spoke softly. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded. In that case, you went to all of middle school in Mountain City as well? Aha. Su Qinghe nodded and replied in a small voice. My middle school was in the 14th middle school. 14th grade. Ha, I'm in the 1st grade. No wonder. I said how come I haven't seen you before? Gu Yifan nodded at his words and said. Suddenly, he spoke again. Su Bin, you say, if we had known each other when we were young, would we have become good friends at that time? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She was silent for a moment first, then tilted her little head up to look at Gu Yifan with a serious and determined nod. Will. End of chapter. Chapter 137 Essential Programs of Childhood? Su Qinghe was shocked. Chirp. Bang. 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 Ha ha ha. Gu Yifan was accompanying Su Qinghe on a tour of her alma mater, reminiscing about her childhood, when suddenly a sound of firecrackers came from not far away. At the same time, it was accompanied by a burst of small children's giggles. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe turned their heads over to find a group of children standing by the stinky ditch not far away playing with rubbing cannons. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. From memory, wasn't this stuff only available near the New Year? It's only June and there are fireworks for sale before New Year's? Looking at the group of kids playing, the whole thing made Gu Yifan a little itchy. That said, he hadn't played with the stuff in years. Not since the city's total ban on fireworks. Su Bin, have you played with these? Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and asked casually. No. Su Qinghe gently shook her head and said. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. No? A little puzzled, he spoke. Didn't you live in the village for a while when you were a child? And didn't you play then? Su Qinghe's eyes darkened as she shook her head again and spoke softly. When I was little, none of them played with me. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, almost not remembering this. Well, so do you want to play? After thinking about it, he spoke up. Su Qinghe was a little unresponsive. She cocked her little head and looked at Gu Yifan with a bewildered face. It's those little fireworks the kids are playing with. Do you want to play? Gu Yifan blankly glanced at her before speaking again. Think. Su Qinghe looked towards Gu Yifan and gently nodded after thinking seriously for a moment. Looking at her silly and naive look of seriousness, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Okay, wait for me. Gu Yifan turned toward the group of small children when he finished speaking. I only saw him say something to the group of small children, and in no time at all, there were cheers of joy from the small children over there. Then a group of kids. They ran off in a huff. Su Qinghe looked at the scene in front of her with a confused face. Somewhat unsure, Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose then walked back to Su Qinghe. Wait, Gu Yifan faintly said. Su Qinghe, however, was a bit confused as she couldn't understand what he said. It was just that Gu Yifan didn't explain either, so she had to swallow back the words that were already on her lips. 10 minutes later, the group of small children who had just run away came back again, carrying a cardboard box straight to the two men. Big brother, we got back what you wanted. A slightly older child at the head of the group grinned at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan glanced towards the cardboard box, only to see that it was filled with all sorts of small fireworks. He nodded with satisfaction and said, Tooth Friction Su, right? Well done. Ha. The kid known as Tooth Wipe Su smiled somewhat shyly. Then he handed Gu Yifan the bundle of change he was grasping in his hand and said, Big brother, this is the money left over from buying fireworks. Well, no need. You take this change and split it with them, and go buy yourself whatever you want to eat. Gu Yifan waved his hand very boldly. Aha! Tooth Friction Su's eyes lit up. He was a little weirdly embarrassed and touched the back of his head and laughed nervously. Thank you big brother atmosphere. Ha, alright, put your stuff down and go play by yourselves, Gu Yifan said with a smile, as if he was a child's head. Okay, big brother, sister-in-law, take your time. Tooth Wipe Su nodded, then greeted the group of children around her and left happily. As for Su Qinghe, she blushed a little at this little kid's phrase sister-in-law, and she gave Gu Yifan a somewhat strange look in her eyes. It hasn't been long, and this big bully is now the head of the kids? Gu Yifan glimpsed that Su Qinghe was looking at him in a somewhat strange way, so he spoke. Su Hanin, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? Su Qinghe pouted and said, No. Oh, come on then, brother will take you to relive. No, take you to feel the joys of childhood. Ha. Gu Yifan smiled and opened his mouth. When he finished speaking, he shouldered the cardboard box on the ground filled with all kinds of small fireworks and waved his hand. A few minutes later, a patch of barren grass outside the village. Nah, so Bean, see it over there? There's a fresh pile of cow dung over there. Go ahead and blow it up. Gu Yifan pointed in the direction not far away and opened his mouth. At this time, it was noon and the sun was hot. Under the scorching sun, a pile of fresh yellowish cow dung appeared oily and shiny under the gaze, and judging from the degree of sheen that had risen, the probability was that it had just recently been discharged. Ha! Su Chingha froze for a moment. She looked over in the direction of Gu Yifun's finger. Her entire body was confused. Fried cow dung? She, who had never done this before, subconsciously swallowed weakly and spoke. Can I not play? Gu Yifun froze for a moment. He looked at Su Chingha with some confusion. Why don't you play? I am afraid. She spoke somewhat weakly with a small red face. Hey, it's okay. Gu Yifun waved his hand and said, as long as you're afraid to run fast enough, the cow dung won't be able to catch up with you. Su Chingha. Hey, here's the deal. I'll give you a sample first. Gu Yifun saw that Su Chingha still didn't dare, so he picked up a box of Monkey King and walked towards the pile of cow dung. Bang! Watching that pile of cow dung explode in front of her eyes, Su Chingha was dumbfounded. Well, doesn't that feel good? Gu Yifun walked back to Su Chingha somewhat excitedly. Su Chingha. Straight face. This. She gave Gu Yifun a somewhat strange look, and for a moment, she actually couldn't really find a reason to retort. Okay. It seems like a little bit of excitement? Looking at Su Chingha's scared look that was both vegetable and wanting to play, Gu Yifun was a bit amused. Su Bean. It's okay. Don't be afraid. At most you'll just get blown up. It's not that powerful. At most it'll hurt a little. It won't kill you. Gu Yifun, the dog, stood aside and opened his mouth to encourage. And this is a must-have childhood program. You only have to fry it once and you'll discover a new continent. I guarantee you'll fall in love with frying cow dung. When Su Chingha saw Gu Yifun say this, she became even more nervous in her heart, and for a while she stood dumbfounded, not daring to do it even more. No, are you good or not? Mother ***************** her's acting like a pussy. Seeing that she had not dared to light the fire, Gu Yifun looked anxious for her. He was a little annoyed and took out a cigarette from his pocket to prepare to calm his mood. He was just about to light his cigarette when he happened to see Su Chingha lighting the torpedo in her hand. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Su Chingha's hidden attribute? Torpedo? Gu Yifun hurriedly rushed at, and still stood dumbfounded at the same place. Su Chingha shouted, Hey, Su Bean, what are you doing? Hurry up and throw it away. Ha! It was only when Su Chingha heard Gu Yifun shout that she reacted, and she hurriedly threw the torpedo in her hand forward. Coincidentally, the torpedo just happened to land on that oily pile of cow dung. Gu Yifun saw this scene, scared to the mouth of the cigarette fell. He hurriedly went forward to pull up Su Chingha's hand. Head also did not return outside the back to run to. Boom! Claptrap. The two hadn't run far when an explosive sound came from behind them. After the blast, the pile of cow dung on the ground was long gone. All that's left is blasted up cow dung roiling in the sky like a heavenly flower scattering down in the air. Gu Yifun's heart beat wildly as he watched the horror-like scene before him. Nima! But if he and Su Chingha were to run one step slower, it was estimated that they would be splattered with on the spot. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Su Chingha, and found that at this moment, her small face was flushed, and he didn't know whether it was because she was nervous and excited or because she had just run hard for a while. Anyway, at this time her little face could not see the slightest fear, and even some small excitement. Torpedoing cow dung. This bean is tough enough. Seeing Gu Yifun look at herself, she was a little embarrassed and spoke in a small voice. Did I just do something wrong? Hearing Su Chingha's voice, Gu Yifun turned his head to look at her, his eyes somewhat complicated. No, you're right, Gu Yifun said somewhat unkindly. Ooh-hoo, Su Chingha sniffed. She didn't hear Gu Yifun saying the opposite. She took it seriously, gently nodded her head. Suddenly, Su Chingha's afterglow glanced at a pile of cow dung next to the two men. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she said with some eagerness, Then, there is still cow dung over there. Do we still have to go and blow it up? Gu Yifun? Nima, come again. Looking at Su Chingha's somewhat small excitement, Gu Yifun instantly widened his eyes as he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't come. You're not fit to play this. Ha! Su Chingha froze for a moment, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Why? Hadn't he been urging himself to blow up cow dung earlier? Why don't you let yourself blow up all of a sudden? Seriously though, this fried cow poop seems to be really enjoyable, In terms of the mood of that one moment just now, Su Chingha was a little unsure of how to describe it. Excited? Addicted? All in all, she did have a feeling like she had discovered a new continent. Gu Yifun looked at Su Chingha as somewhat addicted appearance, and for a while he didn't know what to say. If this being doesn't know how to be afraid, he's even addicted to playing. He felt that Su Chingha's hidden attributes appeared to have been activated by himself. After half a day of silence, Gu Yifun said quietly, I suddenly have some regrets. I shouldn't have brought you here to fry cow dung. Su Chingha. Straight face. 10 minutes later. Here, just play with this chick. On a vacant lot with no cow dung, Gu Yifan pointed at a chick-shaped firework and faintly said to Su Qinghe. The reason why the venue had changed was because Gu Yifan was now afraid of cow dung when he saw it. None other. Su Qinghe the bean is now so excited to see cow dung that he wants to immediately pull out a torpedo. One is really wrong. Why do you have to take her to blow up some cow poop? Gu Yifan only wanted to give slap himself 2 big mouths now. Ha! Su Qinghe heard this, he froze for a moment, always feeling that something was strange, but couldn't say where it was wrong. But this chick firework is too small, isn't it? She pursed her lips and pointed to another larger cock firework and whispered, "Can I play with this big one?" Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He looked at Su Qinghe's expectant face and couldn't bear to reject her. Only nodding helplessly did he speak. "Okay, then you can play with that big chicken first." Aha! Seeing that Gu Yifan nodded in agreement, Su Qinghe had a bright smile on her face. 1.5 minutes past noon. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time, seeing that it was not early, and the two of them had not eaten lunch yet. Then he turned his head to Su Qinghe and said, "Su Hanin, it's noon. We should almost go back to the city." Ha! Su Qinghe was still a bit reluctant to finish saying, "Leaving so soon? Still fast." Ha! It's 1:30. We haven't had lunch yet, and it's past 2 when we get back to the city. I see you're having a lot of fun with this bean. Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes at her and said. Su Qinghe was poked through the small mind, her small face slightly red. After thinking about it, she pointed to the ground box, still left some small fireworks, and opened her mouth. "What about these? Give these to whoever you see at the entrance of the village. These are worthless anyway." Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe pouted a little in her heart, but in the end she nodded. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan knew what she was thinking at a glance. "Well, when we go back to the mountain city, find a night time, I will take you to the suburb moat side of the enlarged fireworks, so it's always okay," Gu Yifan said with a helpless face. Aha! Su Qinghe's eyes lit up and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. The days of June pass in a flash with the sound of cicadas chirping. It was already the 5th day back from Su Qinghe's old village. In the past few days, the two went to the ancient city, went to Dongshan Island, also went to the Fishbone Sandbar. In short, the shopping and playing and eating are also basically tried once. It was also time to return. So Bean, Gu Yifan opened his mouth to Su Qinghe, who was stepping barefoot on the beach and playing in the sand. Hearing Gu Yifan call out to him, Su Qinghe hummed and turned her head to look at him. "We've been out for a week now. Why don't we start back tomorrow?" Gu Yifan took a sip of coconut juice, then spoke. "Good." Su Qinghe didn't hesitate as she gently nodded. After this time out, the relationship between her and Gu Yifan grew closer. That layer of window paper, too, was about to be completely pierced by the last thread. "Well, but there's no need to rush. Let's play while we head toward Hill City. I guess by the time we get back to Mountain City, the results of the college entrance exams will almost be out soon." Gu Yifan thought for a moment and spoke. "Su Hanin, are you really going to plan to go to Jinling with me?" Aha! Su Qinghe didn't have any extra words to say as she gently nodded. "Do you have to be with me? Isn't Sibei good?" Gu Yifan asked knowingly. Su Qinghe paused for a moment. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan, then spoke with a firm face. "Wherever you go, I'll go." End of chapter. Chapter 139. Su Bean, he always likes to touch my feet. 11:30 at night. In the hotel room, Su Qinghe was lying on the bed holding a pen in her hand and writing something carefully in her black notebook. Gu Yifan had just come out of the shower, and he was about to call out to Su Qinghe to take a shower when he happened to see this scene. He froze for a moment and muttered under his breath, "What is this Bean doing?" Out of curiosity, he then eased up behind her, intending to see what she was doing, and since Su Qinghe was too involved, she didn't even notice when Gu Yifan appeared behind her. June 14th, 2013. Sunny. On Dongshan Island, he stole a kiss from me. June 15th, 2013. Rain. Today, the weather was not so good. I spent the whole day in the hotel, and the big bully again persuaded me to wear black silk. June 16th, 2013. Cloudy. The big bully stole my ice cream again today, and he owes me a total of 6 ice creams. June 17th, 2013. Sunny. I discovered a secret. He always liked to touch my feet. When Gu Yifan looked at the contents of the notebook clearly, his whole body was bad. This Bean even keeps a diary every day? It's just, how this diary entry doesn't look right. What do you mean I like to touch her feet? That is not. She twisted her own foot. She helped her rub her foot. Just rubbing a little longer. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. I'm not a foot soldier, okay? It was also his tisk sound that Su Qinghe on the bed realized, and she subconsciously looked back, only to see Gu Yifan looking at himself expressionlessly. 4 eyes. Yeah, reacting. Su Qingha let out a shriek as she hurriedly withdrew her own gaze and panicked, shoving the notebook under her pillow along with the pen. That red little flustered face looked like a fertilized bunny. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't say anything, Su Qingha ghostly lifted her small head to look at Gu Yifan and weakly whispered, "If I say I didn't do anything, do you believe me?" Gu Yifan. He didn't say anything and just gave Su Qingha a look. The meaning was clear, "I look like a cutie to you, do I?" Su Qingha read his eyes, and the color of that small face that had already been reddened couldn't help but deepen a few more points. "It's getting late. I'm going to take a shower first." Unable to withstand Gu Yifan's burning gaze, Su Qingha hurriedly found an excuse to bolt. "Oh, go on," Gu Yifan faintly said. "Aha!" Seeing that Gu Yifan let himself go so easily, Su Qingha was a bit surprised. Did he not see himself above? Aha! It should be. Otherwise, how could this big bully let himself go so easily? Su Qingha thought darkly, and at the same time, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. Without further hesitation, Su Qingha hurriedly grabbed the bathrobe on her bed and ran towards the bathroom. Only when she had just stepped out of the room door with her front foot, Gu Yifan's voice sounded quietly in her ear. "Classmate Su Binhan, can you tell me what it means that I always like to touch your feet?" Su Qingha's footsteps slightly stalled. Then she pretended not to hear Gu Yifan's words and hurriedly ran away. Yes, that's right, she ran away. That speed, it's good enough to go to the world sprints. Only this bean seems to have forgotten that her laptop is still sitting under her pillow at the moment. Gu Yifan originally wanted to go over and take the book out to see how much this bean had written bad things about himself, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. Just now he saw it himself and it was just a mindless act. It can still be justified. Now if he goes to take it out and look at it, then this behavior is a bit too much. Although the relationship between the two is close to breaking the window, but more or less need to respect the privacy of the individual. But, so thick a notebook above densely written words, just now he just glimpsed to see the record of the past few days. The other time of it. It's okay. This Su Bean. I can't believe there's this secret. Half an hour later. Squeak. The door to the bathroom was gently opened a crack, followed by first a small head quietly peeking out from inside, then a small white hand, and then half of his body peeking out. Su Qingha's pair of picking flower eyes dripped and turned, carefully observing the surroundings. After confirming that Gu Yifan wasn't there, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. She dashed out of the bathroom in a hurry and ran into her room in a flash. Only when she closed the door and leaned against the door panel to sneak a sigh of relief, Gu Yifan's voice ghostly rang out. "Yo, Su Hanin, you're back from being a thief?" Su Qingha was violently shocked. She raised her head and let her eyes go, only to see Gu Yifan lying on the bed with a teasing look on his face. Su Qingha's eyes glazed over as she opened the door of her room to take another look to confirm if she had gone to the wrong room. This look, that's right. Then, Gu Yifan, this big bully, how he will be in his room. Su Qingha was dumbfounded. "Come here." Gu Yifan looked at her and spoke faintly. His tone was flat but full of unquestioning doubt. When Su Qingha saw that his tone was not right, where did she dare to speak? So she could only obediently walk in front of him. "Get up here and lay yourself down." Gu Yifan once again spoke faintly. "Ha?" Su Qingha was shocked in her heart. This big bully is trying to. She jerked her head up to look at Gu Yifan, her eyes filled with shock. Her mouth opened slightly just as she wanted to say something, but she was ruthlessly interrupted by Gu Yifan. Do I still have to carry you, do I? Hurry up and lie down yourself." Gu Yifan's face was calm, but his tone was somewhat impatient as he said, "Su Qingha." She was silent. At that moment her mind was at war with heaven, as if two little people were quarreling in her ears. One wants to lie down and accept Gu Yifan's sanction, and the other wants to refuse, because once a man gets his hands on something easily, he won't cherish it again. Just as she was rambling, Gu Yifan got up. He walked off the bed and silently walked over to Su Qingha. Yikes! Caught off guard, Su Qingha was shocked. The whole uncontrollable fell toward the bed. Flop plop dash. Lying down on the bed in a strange position, her heartbeat instantly accelerated and raced up, and her small face had long since reddened through and through. He's not even done it yet, and he's down first? How does this feel? Like you're lying down on purpose? What to do? Would he think he was lying down on purpose too? Just when she was full of nonsense and didn't know what to do, suddenly, she felt Gu Yifan's breath hit her face. Done. This time, I really can't escape from the clutches of this big bully. Woohoo! Just when Su Qingha closed her eyes and intended to resign herself to her fate, Gu Yifan's voice sounded quietly in her ears. End of chapter. Chapter 140. Gu Yifan, I like girls who always have toothpaste on their clothes. I say, Su Bean, how can I rub your medicine with your legs so tightly clamped? Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say, ha. When Su Qingha froze for a moment, she heard Gu Yifan continue to speak. Don't you know that your feet are still not well? Just run so fast for what? Immediately afterward, she felt a warm liquid spilling onto her feet, and then Gu Yifan's large, warm hands began to rub back and forth on her ankles. It hurt a little, it tickled a little, and the tingly feeling hit my whole body at once. Oh. Su Qinghe then realized that he just wanted to help himself rub the medicine. Then what one just thought. Su Qinghe's small face instantly turned red like a monkey's, but at this moment she hated to bury herself in the ground. Shame on you. Woohoo. Fortunately, at this time Gu Yifan is half squatting on the side of the bed, cannot see the expression on her face. Otherwise Su Qinghe do not want to live. 10 minutes later. There. Gu Yifan clapped his hands, then stood up and said, the swelling has gone down. Pay attention during this period of time and don't jump around. After 2 days it should be fine. Ooh. Su Qinghe's face had already returned to normal at this time. She obediently nodded and said, alright then, you go to bed early and get up in the morning and we'll set off straight home. Gu Yifan glanced at her and opened his mouth. With that, he turned and walked out of the room, and in the process helped her turn off the main light in the room. As soon as Gu Yifan left, Su Qinghe rolled over and pulled the quilt over her little head. Woohoo! Early the next morning, Gu Yifan woke up early. He pulled open the curtains and found that it was gray outside the window. It's going to rain, he muttered under his breath. Changing his clothes, he pushed open the door to his room and prepared to go out and wash up. Just after opening the door of the room, Su Qinghe on the opposite side also happened to open the door and come out. Good morning, Su Bin. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and smiled. Good morning, Su Qinghe also greeted in a small voice. The two then went to the bathroom together to wash up. Su Qinghe took the toothbrush like a little daughter-in-law and very naturally helped Gu Yifan squeeze the toothpaste, then handed it to him. These days, the two spent time together. Every day she did this, and both of them had gotten used to this pattern. I see that it's going to rain outside, let's leave after breakfast in a while, otherwise it's not safe to drive when it's raining heavily back there, Gu Yifan said somewhat vaguely as he brushed Ya. However, Su Qinghe did understand his words, so she gently nodded and said, listen to you. As he was talking, Gu Yifan suddenly glimpsed a drop of toothpaste foam sticking to the eyes of Su Qinghe's Pikachu pajamas. You have toothpaste stuck to your shirt. Gu Yifan pointed at her chest and opened his mouth. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and she subconsciously looked down, realizing that the toothpaste dripped exactly where. Brush her small face instantly turned scarlet. Looking at that quite capital Pikachu, Gu Yifan suddenly remembered that in his previous life online those LSPs said, like clothes are always stained with toothpaste prints of the girl. Such a girl greatly grinning cute. Today Gu Yifan was considered to truly understand the meaning of this sentence. I have to say, he likes girls like that too. The atmosphere in the bathroom became a little ambiguous for a while. I'm ready to go ahead and pack. After washing up, Su Qinghe whispered then ran away. The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth rose slightly as he watched her fleeing back. June 23, 2013, just after 11 p.m., the class group, which was originally dead, suddenly became active as if it had been pumped with chicken blood, for no other reason. It's because there's only an hour or so left before the results of the college entrance exams come out. Hey, quintessential hearts, trembling hands, class, you'll be checking your scores soon. Are you ready? Asterisk when you say that, I'm suddenly a little nervous. Yeah, I don't know if I can pass the second grade line. Our whole family is glued to the computer right now. I'm ready to get hit by a co-ed double. 2. Ugh. So nervous. Egg ding. Come on man. Team up and hack together. Do you guys think the top student of this college entrance exam will be Gu Yifan? Who knows until the results come out. It should be him 8 or 9 times over. I think so. And at this time, this side of the Tsuehu district, 7 buildings, 3 units, room 305. Gu Yifan's family of 3 and Su Qinghe's 4 were sitting in the living room watching TV. Yes, it had been 3 or 4 days since the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, had returned to Mountain City. Compared to the tense and lively atmosphere in the class group, the atmosphere on Gu Yifan's side was much more calm. Su Bin, peel an orange for me. Gu Yifan sat on the sofa and said very naturally to Su Qinghe who was sitting next to him. Ooh. Su Qinghe nodded, then picked up the orange on the coffee table and started peeling it. Chen Dongmei Gu Yifan instructed Su Qinghe to do something, so she glared at him and said in a bad mood, Gu Yifan, you brat, making Qinghe peel oranges for you again. Do you not have long hands? After saying that she turned her head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Qinghe, don't mind him, let him peel it himself if he wants to eat it. Gu Yifan, degree. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, froze for a moment. She first looked at Chen Dongmei then Gu Yifan and whispered, Auntie, it's okay, I'll just peel it. Chen Dongmei, the expression on her face stalled slightly. So the clown is actually himself? She shook her head helplessly and said with a helpless face, Alas Qinghe You. Just spoil him. Sooner or later, he'll be spoiled rotten. Su Qinghe's small face was slightly red. She didn't dare to speak, so she could only lower her head and silently peel the orange. And Gu Yifan, who was on the side, couldn't help but snicker when he saw his old mom suffer. You brat, what are you laughing at? Chen Dongmei's eyes glared and she said with a black face, is it because I haven't beaten you for days? Itchy skin is it? Burp. Once he heard this, the smile on Gu Yifan's face gradually disappeared. Oh, dear. True family disciple bit orange. Okay, Su Qinghe said in a small voice, and with that, she handed over the peeled orange, and Gu Yifan silently took the orange and ate it. Chen Dongmei saw him playing dead and ignoring herself. Her heart was even more angry, but there's nothing to be done about it. Seeing this, Gu Jiangwo was afraid that the fire would spread to his innocent fish, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to change the topic and said, "What's that, son? Is it possible to check the scores of the college entrance exam today? I bumped into Han Jianzheng this morning in front of the neighborhood. That guy said that the results of the college entrance exam are going to be released today, so go log on to the webpage to check and verify." End of chapter. Chapter 141, Gu Yifan, I'm not pretending anymore. I'm showing my cards. Hearing his dad's words, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. If his own dad hadn't said anything, he honestly wouldn't have remembered that it was going to be the 24th soon. Yes, oh, I almost forgot about this great thing. Brat, hurry up and get the laptop out and check it. Chen Dongmei, who was originally a bit depressed on the side, instantly forgot about her unhappiness as she slapped her thigh and said, Gu Yifan looked up at the clock on the wall, found that 11:30 have not yet arrived. To be out of the results also have to be after 12 a.m. So they spoke, Mom, this is still early. Have to 24 official website is still logged on. 12 o'clock and then look at it. Moreover, I think it doesn't matter whether to check or not. Didn't the Qingbei side call over 2 days ago and say, your son I am the top science student in the college entrance examination, and Su Bean is the top student. The first and second are wrapped up by the two of us. So what else is there to check? Chen Dongmei and her husband and wife looked at each other, and for a while, they actually didn't know what to say. Yes, 2 days ago, they received a phone call from Qingbei and Shanghai University, saying that they congratulated Gu Yifan on becoming the top student of the 2013 college entrance examination, and also promised a lot of conditions, saying that they hoped Gu Yifan would enroll in their school. At first Chen Dongmei thought that people were scammers. After all, the results of this college entrance examination are not even out yet. How Gu Yifan became the top student of the college entrance examination. The most important point is that their son's results they know at best, can be on the level of a book. What the top student they do not believe. It was only after the opposite party explained again and again, and also brought out the school principal, that the two of them half believed in the couple. And this is not over. The next day Su Qinghe's side also received the same phone call, said she became the top of the college entrance examination, and these colleges and universities also promised a bunch of conditions only to give her open conditions. Then Gu Yifan slightly worse. His own son and Su Qinghe both bagged the top 1 or 2 places in the college entrance exam? A series of 2 big surprises hit Chen Dongmei and Gu Jiangwo for a time a little confused. Su Qinghe's grades had always been good. The two of them, husband and wife, were aware of that, but that brat in your own family is so fierce? It took the two of them, husband and wife, 2.5 days to calm down, but out of caution, the couple didn't tell their friends and family the news for a while. But there is a saying, happy is also really happy. The couple lay in bed that day tossing and turning, unable to sleep at all. At 5 or 6 a.m., after quietly coming out to take a look and realizing that both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were asleep, the couple was so excited that they fought on the spot. It's cold and warm when you're in your middle age. Comrade Lao Gu almost wanted to hide in his flat and not go home for the past 2 days. If it weren't for, Gu Jiangwo, who was caught up in memories, suddenly came back to his senses. He couldn't help but shiver, then pretended to cough twice and said, I think it's better to check the scores. Seeing the scores, your mom and I can feel more at ease too. Yeah, Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, also spoke up and agreed. In a moment, you and Xinghe will both check it out. This can't see the scores. I'm in a state of confusion in my heart. Seeing his dad and mom said so, Gu Yifan had to nod his head and said, okay, now it's not on point. I'll check again after 12 o'clock. Seeing him say this, Chen Dongmei then nodded in satisfaction. Oh yes, Gu Yifan suddenly spoke up. Dad and mom, I'll greet you first. I'm not going to Qingbei The moment his words came out, both Chen Dongmei's husband and wife couldn't help but frown. The couple subconsciously glanced at each other, and Gu Jiangwo spoke, you're not planning to go to Qingbei? Right, Gu Yifan nodded. After thinking about it he opened up again. To be exact, it should be us, because Su Qinghe she doesn't plan to go to Qingbei either. Gujarat. Chen Dongmei. For a moment the couple was speechless. People are squeezing through the head to want to go to Qingbei. The two guys in front of me is good, but also do not want to go. It's really that both of them, husband and wife, don't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Gu Jiaguo looked up at his son and spoke in a calm tone. Why don't you go? Give me a reason. Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, also looked towards him, and it was clear with that look that she also meant the same thing. Gu Yifan froze as he thought for a moment and spoke. There's no particular reason. I just simply don't want to go to the capital. Speaking here, he turned his head and pointed at Su Qinghe, then spoke. As for her reason is because of me. Su Qinghe saw that several people were looking at her, and she nodded gently with a small red face. The couple from Gujarat. Silence. For a moment, the couple was silent. After a long time, Gu Jiangwo and his wife looked at each other, saw her slightly nodded, so he spoke. Well, which school to choose? This I talk to you to respect both of you, but I hope that you can seriously think about it. After all, in the country, the best university is also these two. After thinking about it, Gu Jiangwo turned his head to look at Su Qinghe again and said in a serious tone, especially Qinghe, you need to think about it. Some things can't be done emotionally. You need to think about it before making a decision. Uncle doesn't want you to think about it later and regret it. Su Qinghe froze for a moment first when she heard the words. She wasn't stupid. Naturally she understood what Gu Yifan's dad said. She first glanced at Gu Yifan, then turned her head to Gu Jiangwo. Her tone was calm, but her gaze was unusually firm as she said, Uncle Gu, Qinghe knows, I choose to be with him. Hearing this, how could Gu Jiaguo not understand what she meant? Yes, then uncle respects your opinion. He nodded and said. After that he turned his head to Gu Yifan and spoke with a calm face. Brat, tell me, if you're not going to Qingbei, where are you going? Go to Jinling, Gu Yifan said indifferently. Jinling? At that Gu Jiangwo frowned slightly. He was a little surprised. Originally he thought that Gu Yifan did not want to go to the capital as want to stay in the mountain city. After all, if in the mountain city, his own connections are here, when he graduates, whether he wants to go into business or politics, these are not a problem. But he never expected that Gu Yifan would choose the unfamiliar Jinling, thousands of miles away. Why Golden? After thinking about it, Gu Jiaguo opened his mouth. Chen Dongmei on the side was also very surprised why it was Jinling, so she also couldn't help but look over towards Gu Yifan's side, waiting for his answer. This is why, under the gaze of his dad and mom, Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone from his pocket and handed it over. Gu Jiangwo picked up his cell phone with a puzzled frown. This look, his furrowed brow deepened. End of chapter. Chapter 142. Me, Gu, millionaire, Van. Looking at his own appearance reflected on the phone screen, Gu Jiangwo's face darkened as he raised his head to look at Gu Yifan and said quietly, Brat, do you have something against me? Gu Yifan looked at his dad with a bewildered face, somewhat puzzled. No, Dad, what do you mean by that? Then what do you want me to look at myself for? Gu Jiangwo said coldly with an unkind face. This is, the side of the Chen Dongmei also curious to come over. She to the cell phone screen line a look. The whole person is also confused. No, there's nothing here. You brat, tease us. She glared at her own son, not in a good mood. Ha, now Gu Yifan was even more confused. It can't be. Saying this he reached out and took the cell phone from his dad's hand to take a look, only to see that the phone is a lock screen state. Black, can see only his own handsome face. Gu Yifan said with some embarrassment. Sorry, the phone locked the screen. He. Gujarat. Chen Dongmei. Gu Yifan re-unlocked his phone and handed it over once more. One Harvest Technology Limited? Looking at the company business license in the phone screen, Chen Dongmei subconsciously read it out. Instead, Gu Jiangwo noticed the name of the legal person on the top of the business license, as well as the company's address was in Jinling. He frowned and said, This is your company? Right. Gu Yifan nodded. Hearing the conversation between father and son, Chen Dongmei was a bit confused. She seriously looked at the business license on top of her phone one more time, and only then did she notice that the name of the legal entity was none other than her own son. When did you register your company? Where did you get the money? Gu Jiaguo forbade frowning and said, The company is the other day I found the Jinling side of the agency to help the registration of good. As for the money, registered companies do not spend a few dollars. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to explain. As the deputy director of the Investment Promotion and Construction Bureau of Mountain City, Gu Jiangwo naturally knew this. He asked where the money meant to come from to fund the company's operations. His face darkened, and he said without a trace of humor, It doesn't cost a few dollars to register a company. I know better than you. I mean, where do you get the money to run a company? Ooh, I made the money speculating in stocks. Gu Yifan picked up the apple on the table and nibbled on it, then explained lightly, said he was afraid that his dad did not believe, and then took the phone to open his bank card account handed over. Gu Jiangwo had just received the cell phone when Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, came over. The couple's eyes instantly widened when they saw the balance displayed on their cell phone bank card account. 1234567. Hiss. Chen Dongmei subconsciously counted once, jerked his head up to look at his son with a shocked face. 7 digits? Gu Jiangwo was much calmer than his wife Chen Dongmei. He looked at Gu Yifan with a serious expression and was about to open his mouth when he heard his son say, "Right, this is more than $1 million here. But don't worry, all of this money is earned from my stock speculation. It's all clean money. As for where I got the money to speculate on stocks, well, the money I started to speculate on stocks is from childhood to adulthood. The New Year's Day you guys give me the year-end money and the usual pocket money saved up. Not much, but also more than 100,000 yuan. Note, he made up his money or when licking dog to Han Lemon spent. Just his parents do not know just. As for why and when I speculated on stocks, well, speculating on stocks didn't start until I was an adult at the age of 18, but I had been researching and figuring things out before that because of my hobbies, so it wasn't very sudden. And then, maybe it's just more luck these days, the stocks I bought doubled tenfold, so that's how much money I have," said. Here Gu Yifan paused. He looked in front of him, has been shocked to the expression of some stagnant mom and dad. A face calmly opened the door. Well, to say that the account of the I've said clear to account for clear. So, Dad, Mom, what else do you have to ask? Once again, the Gu Jiagwa couple was silent. In those few short minutes, the two men were shocked again and again by their son. Was really shocked. From upper middle grades to high school entrance exams to turning down invitations from Qingbei and then dumping a 7-figure account balance out in the cold. The point is, a high school student who just finished his senior year of high school made millions speculating on stocks. It's a no-brainer. I'm afraid people will think they've gone crazy if I tell them. However, this is all so truly in front of the couple. How can they not be shocked to awe? At a certain moment, both husband and wife had some doubts in their hearts whether the Gu Yifan in front of them was still their son or not. But it was just a thought. They still knew their son. He wasn't the type to mess around. It's just that he hid such great things from his own couple without saying a word. I wonder just how many other things he's hiding from his own couple. 2. Gu Yifan also knows that his dad and mom still can't accept these for a while, and need to digest and calm down a bit, so he wasn't in a hurry and just silently nibbled on the apple he was holding. After half a day of silence, phew, the couple, Gu Jiangmo and Chen Dongmei, glanced at each other, then exhaled deeply at the same time. Brat, you're trying to scare me and your dad to death. You're a high school senior again and over $1 million. My little heart is still pounding wildly even now. Son, it's not that mom doesn't believe you. You confide in mom and honestly tell her how many other things you're hiding from us. Don't come out of the cold all of a sudden again. Your mom, my heart can't take it. Chen Dongmei looked at her son helplessly. Gu Yifan said with some embarrassment and helplessness. No, that's all. You and my dad don't know me yet. I used to understand, but now I understand. Over $1 million. In a short period of time, your kid has made more money than your dad and I made after surviving most of our lives. Chen Dongmei's eyes glared and she said without a trace of anger. It's only $1 million. Is that a lot? Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice. Chen Dongmei raised her eyebrows. What did you kid just say? Ahem. No, didn't say anything. Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice and casually pulled a line without blushing. And he was thankful in his heart at that moment that he hadn't said anything about that car. Otherwise he wouldn't have known how to explain it properly. Forget it. Anyway, now that we have this company as a front, we can just talk to them later when we have the chance. You brat, tell us honestly, how many other things do you know that we don't? Chen Dongmei couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, Gu Yifan, straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 143, Showdown. Empress Dowager Chen, I only recognize Su Qinghe as my daughter-in-law. Nope, it's true that there are no more. Gu Yifan patted his chest and opened his mouth to reply with an affirmative look. Chen Dongmei stared into his eyes with a skeptical face and said, there really isn't any more? Are you kid sure? Okay. Gu Yifan nodded and bit out. It's really gone. You, Chen Dongmei still want to say something, but was interrupted by her husband Gu Jiangwo. Well, wife, you do not force him. Son has grown up, have their own ideas. We can't control it. As long as he doesn't do anything illegal or criminal, the rest let him go. This, Chen Dongmei saw her husband said so. After thinking about it she said somewhat helplessly, well, whatever, love how it is. Phew. Hearing his mom's words, Gu Yifan was quietly relieved. Well, Gu Jiangwo pondered and opened his mouth. Son, you want to start a business in the university, I do not oppose you. Just I see that you open this as a technology company. Right, open technology companies should not go to the capital or Shanghai is better? Speaking here, he paused, then raised his head to look at Gu Yifan and slowly said, so, Why did you have to choose to go to Jinling? Ha? Gu Yifan did not expect his dad to ask this. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, "Well, Dad, if I say, I simply just like Jinling, do you believe it?" Gu Jiaguo was rendered outright speechless by his sentence. Half a day later, he raised his head and gave Gu Yifan a deep look, then shook his head and said, "Forget it, I don't care why you have to go to Jinling, just figure it out yourself. Snail living in the mountain city. Although I and your mom can guarantee you a lifetime of peace and stability, but you are also an adult. Go out to break into the world or not. The road is your own choice. No matter what you do to make any decision, as long as you do not regret it." After hearing his dad's words, Gu Yifan was somewhat touched in his heart as he spoke softly, "Dad, don't worry, I understand." Gu Jiangmo nodded and once again said in a serious tone, "Well, being outside is not like being at home. You have to think twice before you do anything when you encounter things. Of course, saying this is not for you to just tolerate things when you encounter them, and to be strong when it's time to be strong. You just need to remember, no matter what happens, behind you there are still me and your mom." Hearing this, Gu Yifan's hand movements paused slightly, and he only felt warmth in his heart. Yeah, home, at all times, is our haven. At this moment, Gu Yifan just wanted to stand up and give his dad and mom a big hug. Just, when he heard his dad's next sentence, the expression on his face stagnated, and the whole person was instantly nonchalant again. There, with that out of the way, then it's time to talk about what's going on between you and Qinghe. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and he suddenly had a bad feeling, only to see his dad picking up the teacup on the table and taking a light sip. Then raising his head he slowly said, "Brat, when are you going to do an engagement ceremony with Qinghe?" Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe. The two of them looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Brush. Su Qinghe's little face turned scarlet at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Dad, what are you babbling about?" Gu Yifan looked at his dad with wide eyes and opened his mouth. At those words, Gu Jiaguo's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. He said with a serious face, "Brat, don't you have any idea in your heart what I'm saying? People's Qinghe even gave up Qingbei for you and went to Jinling with you. What more do you want? As a man, it's time to man up when it's time to take responsibility." Gu Yifan, after hearing his dad's words, he fell silent. Noticing Gu Yifan's difficulty, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, spoke up, "Uncle, don't blame Yifan, it is my own choice to go to Jinling with him, not about him. And, we're not in a relationship." Once she said this, Gu Jiangmo and Chen Dongmei, husband and wife, were all silent. Seriously, the two of them really didn't know that Su Qinghe and their son were not even boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Judging by the closeness between the two, they both assumed the two had been together for a long time. It was just that they hadn't been able to poke their nose into the matter before because of the fast approaching college entrance exams. To be reasonable, both husband and wife never thought their son could do something so irresponsible. Does Gu Yifan still have that girl Han Lim in his heart? Just in that case, what does that make Su Qinghe? That wouldn't be fair to her at all. Thinking of this, the couple's faces couldn't help but darken. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was also a bit depressing and awkward. "Uncle and Auntie, I'm a little sleepy, so I'll go to my room and rest first." Su Qinghe's eyes reddened slightly as she stood up and whispered, "Ha?" Chen Dongmei reacted. She squeezed out a smile on her face somewhat awkwardly and said, Fine, sleepy, just go rest, don't mind us." "Aha." Su Qinghe nodded and whispered, "Good night, Uncle and Auntie." After saying that, he turned and walked back to his room. Looking at Su Qinghe's slightly forlorn back, Chen Dongmei and her husband and wife glanced at each other, their eyes filled with guilt. After Su Qinghe closed the door to her room, Chen Dongmei turned her head to look at Gu Yifan, who was still silent, and said somewhat angrily, "You bastard boy, look at what you've done." "Gu Yifan, what did I do? I don't seem to have done anything, do I?" Gu Yifan was somewhat helpless in his heart. "Put away that innocent look on your face. It makes me sick to look at you." Chen Dongmei was a bit angry. "I'm just asking you, are you still thinking about that Han Lim girl in your heart?" Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he said with a helpless face, "I didn't." "No? You know in your own heart whether there is or not. I'm just asking you, if you still think of Han Lemon in your heart, why did you come to mess with other people's Qinghe?" Chen Dongmei was really angry. She blackened her face and chopped her head at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan was a bit speechless for a while, not knowing what to say. "Gu Yifan, I'll tell you, your mother, I only recognize Su Qinghe as a daughter-in-law in my life, and in the future, no matter who you bring back, as long as it's not Qinghe, I'll disown them all. And, this is a big deal. If Qinghe doesn't come back to this house in the future, you don't have to come back in the future either. All of you surnamed Gu are the same. Not one good thing." Chen Dongmei's face was dark the entire time. Her tone was a bit agitated and she said in an exasperated manner. After saying that, he went back to his room in anger. Gujarat. Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 144 Wife Abuse Momentary Pleasure. Wife Chasing Crematorium? Gu Jiagua, who was innocently lying down, was speechless throughout at this point. He turned his head to glare at his son with a black face. Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly. Dad, you don't think you want to scold me too, do you? The corners of Gu Jiagua's mouth twitched slightly as he said in a cold tone. If you weren't my son, I'd want to whip you. Gu Yifan. Straight face. What you did in this matter of Qinghe is really something. After saying that, Gu Jiangwo stood up and turned towards the direction of the bedroom. Seemingly remembering something, he suddenly stopped walking and looked back at Gu Yifan and said coldly, I'll remind you one last time. If you don't take care of this matter of Qinghe properly, your mom is estimated to be able to never speak to you again in this lifetime. Gu Yifan. After saying that, Gu Jiangwo did not stay any longer, and straightly opened the bedroom door and walked in, leaving Gu Yifan alone in the living room cluttered with. He looked at his dad and mom's closed room door, and then turned his head to look at the bedroom door of the room Su Qinghe was in, somewhat helpless. No. Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose with a bitter face and said, It seems that I didn't say that I don't want to be with Su Qinghe, right? Ugh. He let out a light sigh before glancing once more in the direction of the room Su Qinghe was in. Just now Su Qinghe that bean should be very sad. In fact, he understands what his own dad just said. He understood the reasoning. But the problem was that the system's goodwill of that mother had never reached 200%. Yes. From the last time the system said that it was 199% goodwill between him and Su Qinghe to now. So many days had passed and that number still hadn't changed at all. Otherwise, last time in the hotel on the way back, he would have long ago directly eaten Su Qinghe straight away. Where would it wait until now? As for his own mom's comment that he still had Han Lemon in his heart, that was nonsense. From the moment he was reborn and decided not to become a licking dog, there were already two parallel lines between him and Han Lemon that could no longer intersect. But to look at it from another angle, in this matter about Su Qinghe, in fact, how is it not like what his own dad said? What he did is really not a thing. Maybe it's because the dog-licking aftermath of his previous life was so vicious. In this life one has been deliberately avoiding this question from the inside all along, I guess, rightfully enjoying Su Qinghe's kindness to herself, enjoying this ambiguous relationship. In other words, how could one not be hanging on to Su Qinghe the way Han Lemon hung onto himself in his previous life? Do not do unto others what you have not done unto yourself. When you think about it like that, you really don't seem to be a thing. To say whether you like Su Qinghe or not, this question was actually something Gu Yifan had seriously thought about. The answer is yes. It was just that he had never been able to open his heart and completely accept Su Qinghe like he had treated Han Lin when he was a licking dog in his previous life. To put it another way, there is a thorn in his own heart, and he doesn't dare to give all his heart again without reservation. LOL. If you want to blame it on the after effects of licking the dog in his previous life is too deeply poisoned, there are shadows all. Han Lemon. Right. It's all Han Lemon's fault. Right. Nothing wrong with that. It's all Han Lemon's fault. Gu Yifan put together a shameless thought. Just, how is this not a self-congratulatory exercise in cowardice and incompetence to make excuses? In this life, why should one still be influenced by Han Lemon? Not being a dog licker doesn't seem to conflict with liking Su Qinghe, does it? Cam. The system mission. Good sense. Gu Yifan decided to ignore it through and through. System. After figuring it out, Gu Yifan's gaze became incomparably determined. He got up and slowly walked to the door of Su Qinghe's room, then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A not-so-heavy knock sounded on the door. Su Qinghe, who was lying on the bed looking at the ceiling above her head in a daze, subconsciously turned her head towards the door when she heard the sound. Bean, are you asleep? At the same time, Gu Yifan's voice came from outside the door. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She hesitated, but still responded softly. Not yet. Her voice wasn't too loud, but Gu Yifan, who was close to the door of the room, heard her. Well, then I'm coming in, Gu Yifan said. Then without waiting for Su Qinghe to agree or not he directly opened the door and walked in. Before Su Qinghe could react, Gu Yifan appeared in front of her. 4 eyes. Su Qinghe's eyes were a bit unnatural. Her gaze subconsciously dodged, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes. Looking at Su Qinghe's eyes that were still slightly red, Gu Yifan's heart was very unfavorable. Bean. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe responded in a small voice. Let's talk. Gu Yifan spoke softly. Ooh. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, then gently nodded. Gu Yifan then walked over to the bed and sat down. He looked at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth to ask, do you like me? Ha? As soon as his words came out, Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. Even the originally fair skin at that neck was tinted with a touch of pink. The whole shyness. Aha. After a moment of silence, Su Qinghe didn't dare to look at Gu Yifan, but only gently nodded. Well, do you think I like you then? Gu Yifan spoke again once more. Hearing his words, Su Qinghe first looked up at him and then withdrew her gaze. She lowered her head and whispered, I don't know. There was a lack of confidence in her tone. Oh, Gu Yifan first nodded, then suddenly spoke again. Su Bin, let's be together. Su Qinghe's eyes snapped open as she lifted her small head to look at Gu Yifan with a surprised expression. So Bin, I say, let's be together. Will you? Gu Yifan looked into her eyes with a serious face and said. A flash of joy flashed through Su Qinghe's eyes as she first nodded, but soon she seemed to suddenly think of something before shaking her head again. It was Gu Yifan's turn to freeze. This nodding and shaking of the head, is it a yes or no? He was a little confused for a moment. Su Bin, what do you mean by that? Don't you want to be with me? Gu Yifan said with some doubt. I want to, but, again, I don't want you to regret it. I don't want you to feel pressured and feel guilty to stay with me because of what your aunt and uncle said. Su Qinghe thought about it as she whispered. Bean, don't worry, that's not why I'm saying these things. What I just said is what's really in my own heart and I mean it, so you don't have to worry about anything. Gu Yifan looked at her and said in a soft and gentle tone. After listening to Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's eyes struggled for a moment but in the end she gently shook her head. End of chapter. Chapter 145. Gu Yifan rejected? Han Lemon cried. Seeing Su Qinghe shaking her head again, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly. Su Qinghe, on the other hand, tilted her small head and looked at him and said in a small, serious voice, I know what's going on between you and her. No, there's nothing between me and Han Lemon anymore. Gu Yifan frowned and spoke. After Su Qinghe heard this, but she gently shook her head once again. I believe you. It's just that I know you're not ready in your heart, and I'm afraid that you'll regret it. Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say for a moment. Real wife abuse is fun for a while, but wife chasing is a crematorium. Done. This is the end of the line. After a moment of silence, Gu Yifan looked up at her and said, what if I was never ready? Su Qinghe paused for a moment. She raised her head to squeeze out a smile on her face, and opened her mouth to Gu Yifan. I'm okay, I'm fine, I can wait for you, and when you think clearly and are ready, I'm alright. Hearing this, Gu Yifan's heart suddenly stagnated. Looking at this silly and naive appearance of Su Qinghe in front of him, his heart became more and more distressed. After being silent again for a while, Gu Yifan spoke. Then you're not afraid that if you don't promise me now, I'll fall in love with someone else in the future? The smile on Su Qinghe's face slightly stalled as she lowered her head and fell silent. Half a day later, only then did she raise her head to look at Gu Yifan, and her eyes were a little red. I'm afraid, but I don't want you to regret it later. Hearing this, Gu Yifan couldn't hold his heart any longer. What kind of person is that stupid? Every word is about him. Every word is about him, but never about himself. Oh, dear. What a silly simpleton. After staring at Su Qinghe for half a day, he spoke softly, can I hug you? Su Qinghe froze for a moment, then her small face slightly reddened as she nodded. Aha! Gu Yifan didn't speak again as he reached out and gently embraced the girl in front of him into his arms. Feeling the warmth of Gu Yifan's embrace, Su Qinghe's heart suddenly became less sad. Su Bin. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe answered in a small voice. So this is considered your rejection of me? Gu Yifan spoke again. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, and after she reacted, she didn't know what to say, so she had to be silent. Seeing that she didn't speak, Gu Yifan spoke again. Then when are you going to accept me? Su Qinghe's mouth opened slightly, but she didn't know how to speak. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Gu Yifan was also a bit helpless, and after thinking about it, he spoke. Alright, I understand what you mean. The slightest bitterness appeared on his face when he finished speaking. I didn't expect my first confession in this life to be rejected once again. Still, it kind of made itself. Ugh. He sighed softly and shook his head in self-deprecation. Seeing him sigh, Su Qinghe hurriedly spoke in a small voice. I'm not. I just want you to think clearly. Only she was interrupted by Gu Yifan before she could finish. Alright, no need to say anything. I know. Good girl. Don't move. I just want to hold you. Ooh-hoo. Seeing this, Su Qinghe didn't say anything more as she obediently nodded. Although the two hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, Su Qinghe knew at this point that Gu Yifan had her in his heart. That way, it's enough. As for the formal confirmation of the relationship, she wanted to wait for Gu Yifan to really think clearly, from the heart and willingly, not like now because of the words of the aunt and uncle. Under the impulse to say these words to himself, she didn't want the two to be together under this kind of outside pressure, didn't want Gu Yifan to regret it later, and didn't want the feelings between the two to be the slightest bit separated because of this. More importantly, She trusted Gu Yifan and didn't want to put too much pressure on him, as long as he had himself in his heart and he could always be there for her. This thought had arisen from the moment Gu Yifan had fought to save her from falling down the stairs. If Gu Yifan knew what was going through her mind at this moment, he would probably be even more heartbroken. How in the world could there be such a little cutie? At this time, Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was thinking that Su Qinghe, a naive person, was too insecure. As it was, he planned to plan a formal, public confession that would give her enough security after a while. Just as the two were cuddling and listening to each other's heartbeats, enjoying the beauty of the moment, all the class groups in the senior year exploded. For no other reason, only because the high school grades are out. Many of those who got the desired results have been sharing their excitement in the group. The students who did not do well on the test were a bit gloomy. A college entrance exam touches the hearts of countless families and parents. Crestwood Subdivision, Building 19, Unit 8, Room 906. Han Jianjiang looked at his own daughter, who had walked out of the study, and his heart thumped when he saw that she was somewhat disoriented. Lemonade, have the grades come out yet? How many points? He opened his mouth a little nervously and asked. Yi Wanqing also looked at her daughter with a nervous face. Yes, just after 12 o'clock. Both husband and wife are nervous, and it is not good to go to urge their own daughter, as long as silently sitting in the living room to watch TV to hide their nervousness. Han Lemon saw that her dad and mom were looking at her, and all of a sudden her eyes reddened. This sudden scene caused the couple to panic a bit. After the two glanced at each other, Yi Wanqing hurriedly walked up and opened her mouth to comfort. Is it a bad test, baby? Good boy. All right. Although the college entrance examination is an indispensable part of life, but it is not all. As long as we have worked hard, try our best. Before she could finish her sentence, she heard Han Lemon say with a sobbing voice, 638 points. What? Yi Wanqing was confused for a moment. She looked at her daughter and said with some uncertainty, Little Lemon, how many points did you just say? 638 points. Han Lemon lowered his head and spoke again. Yi Wanqing. She gave her daughter a somewhat speechless look. No, Little Lemon, isn't this your usual normal level score? It's even a few points higher. Yes, but I can't go to the same college as Gu Yifan. Woohoo! Han Lemon's nose soured, and she cried out in aggravation. Yi Wanqing, straight face. Han, straight face. It's not. How did this get back to Gu Yifan? The couple looked at each other, both confused. They were a little confused about what their daughter was saying. Wait. Yi Wanqing opened her mouth. Where's my husband? If Gu Yifan had been there, he would have subconsciously reflexively uttered this sentence. No, Little Lemon Air. Did that Gu Yifan kid fail the exam? Yi Wanqing said with some confusion. No. Han Lemon cried with a small face and said, he did very well on the exam. Full marks. Yi Wanqing. End of chapter. Chapter 146, Wang Zibo, both mouths are side stage. Little Lemon Air. If I just heard you correctly, you're saying that boy Gu Yifan got a perfect score on the exam? Yi Wanqing said with some lack of confidence. Right. Han Lemon nodded and said, I asked Wang Zibo for Gu Yifan's pass number, and I just stopped by to check it for him, and he scored full marks. Mom, he's definitely going to Qingbei with these grades. I can't go to the same school as him. Woo. Han Lemon said and cried again. Note, the top 50 shields in the province for the high school entrance exam are 18 years from now. Hiss. After hearing her own daughter's words, Yi Wanqing was petrified on the spot. Her mouth opened slightly, and before she could open her mouth, the Han Jianjiang on the side was so shocked that he directly exploded. Asterisk. All perfect scores. That means that Gu Yifan kid scored 750 points on the exam? Vanama. So Wolfie? Asterisk. Gu Jiagua, that old kid's family has smoke coming out of their graves. Right. Han Jianjiang muttered to himself with an incredulous face. Hearing this uncontrollable string of expletives from her husband, Yi Wanqing came back to her senses. She turned around and glared at her husband without a good look. Han Jianjiang, the daughter is still here. What are you babbling about? Hearing his wife's somewhat unkind tone, Han Jianjiang also realized that he had indeed said the wrong thing just now. Normally, the couple pays more attention to teaching by example, and usually do not easily swear in front of their own daughters. Now yourself. Han Jianjiang first glanced at his daughter, then said with some embarrassment, a moment of chicken. Sorry. Yi Wanqing glared at him once again, but did not say anything more. Instead, he began to comfort his daughter. As for Gu Yifan's side, at this time, he also received a bombardment of countless messages. There were class groups chatting at classmates sending them privately, and basically, everyone was coming to ask if he had checked his grades. There were even congratulations sent to him from various subject teachers. The teachers must have known about Gu Yifan's grades one step ahead of everyone else. After all, they all knew Gu Yifan's school number. He wanted to reply to the message, but didn't know how to do so, since he hadn't even checked his grades yet. So many people ask me about my score. Let's go check the results. Gu Yifan put away his cell phone and spoke. Oh, yes. Su Qinghe nodded. In fact, she was also a little curious about how many points she scored, so Gu Yifan held a laptop, and the two began to inquire. Maybe it's because there are so many people checking their scores that the servers are bursting at the seams. The two logged in repeatedly for quite some time, which led to the website. Bean, check you first. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Then he entered Su Qinghe's pass number. Soon, the computer screen then displayed Su Qinghe's college entrance exam results. Name, Su Qinghe. Languages, 135. Math, 150. Science, 298. English, 145. Total score, 728. 728 points. Not bad, my bean, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. This score was not far from Su Qinghe's usual scores, which meant that she had played steadily in this exam. Su Qinghe gave Gu Yifan a somewhat strange look, always feeling that his words sounded strange somewhere. However, if you think about it, your own performance in front of this big bully can only be regarded as okay. I don't know how this stinker learned. Obviously at the beginning, he still had a lot of knowledge points that he didn't know, and his grades were quite a bit worse than his own, but in just 1 month, his grades instantly caught up with his own, and it was still a perverted kind of grade with full marks. If she hadn't been with Gu Yifan and watched him study, she would have really thought that he had been pretending all along, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. What she does not know is that Gu Yifan, the shameless guy, does not talk about martial arts to open up. Seeing that Su Qinghe has suddenly stopped talking, Gu Yifan didn't care. He typed in his pass number on the computer keyboard, and after verifying it, his results also appeared on the computer screen. Name, Gu Yifan. Languages, 150. Total score, 750. Looking at the series of neat and eye-catching 150 points on the computer screen, Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, he said with the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Su Qinghe. His own grades are already considered very, very high, yet he scored a perfect score across the board, more than 20 points higher than himself. Is this called not bad? She no longer said she wanted to talk or care about Gu Yifan, and even had the urge to pounce on this stinky guy and bite him to death. If Gu Yifan knew what was going through Su Qinghe's mind at this moment, he would definitely cry and laugh. To know, Su Qinghe's achievement is a little bit of accumulation by strength, and he can take this achievement is because of his own as a reborn person has a system to open up to do. If you really rely on Gu Yifan's previous level of all the knowledge is returned to the teacher, I'm afraid that it will be able to get into a college. And 750 points does seem like a bit of a stretch though. But, as a born again, but also with a system to open the hanging, if this can not do, then simply sell a block of tofu head to create death. None other. If you're such a loser, you're just a feces making machine like that guy Wang Zibo. Wang Zibo? Speak of the devil. Just then, Gu Yifan's cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and saw that it happened to be that guy Wang Zibo calling. Only this guy would have the good sense to call himself at this point. He had just unlocked his cell phone and connected the call when he heard the somewhat agitated voice of Wang Zibo's doggy Baron Thinthing coming from the receiver. Hey, brother Fan, I'm ashore. Hiss. That loud voice made Gu Yifan suck in a breath of cool air. Damn you, Gu Yifan said without a trace of anger. You barren dog. It's the middle of the night. Ghosts are crying and howling. Be careful of your neighbors complaining about you disturbing the public. Burp. Wang Zibo's words were choked back hard. Immediately after that, he whispered as if he were a thief and said, Fan brother, you checked the score without Gu Yifan. Straight face. Mother asterisk. I told you to keep your voice down. I didn't tell you to be a thief. But he didn't bother talking about him anymore. The dog Baron thing was dead in the head. Just checking. Why? He said casually. How many points? Wang Zibo spoke tentatively. It won't be a perfect score again, right? Or else, Gu Yifan said faintly. Zibo Wang. After half a day, he stifled this sentence. Brother Fan, you're a real pervert. Dogs, you're cursing me in a ing roundabout way. Gu Yifan's face darkened, somewhat speechless. Ha? Wang Zibo hurriedly opened his mouth. No, I'm praising you. He. By the way, how many points does that Qinghe's sister-in-law have? He hastily changed the topic and said, 728 points. Gu Yifan said casually. Wang Zibo was instantly silenced by the dry again. Both families are perverts. Gotta. I never should have asked, he said with a bitter face. End of chapter. Chapter 147. In terms of filling cups, you have to look at Gu Yifan. Early the next morning, before the rooster crows, Gu Yifan was dragged out of bed early by his own mom. It was only because the matter of his high school entrance examination was spreading throughout the mountain city. All the relatives, classmates and friends were bombarding the house phone early in the morning. At first Chen Dongmei was a bit confused, but after understanding the situation she also reacted. This time he really believed that his son was really becoming the top student of the college entrance examination. Even downstairs in the neighborhood committee had pulled up a banner early in the morning. Warmly congratulate the owner of this neighborhood, Gu Yifan, for becoming the top student of the college entrance exam. The school side was even more exaggerated, pulling up banners overnight that had been made early. After all, the school leaders knew the news that Gu Yifan was the top student in the college entrance examination before anyone else, so everything was ready early. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the school leaders began to meet early to discuss and study the matter of giving Gu Yifan a reward in vigorously publicizing the first middle school of Mountain City. Note, the national ban on speculation on college entrance exams had not yet begun in 13. Mom, what time is it? The sleepy Gu Yifan looked at his mom with a helpless face and said, "It's already 6:30. Why are you still sleeping? Look at Qinghe and look at you. She got up early and got busy. And in a moment your big uncle and the others are coming over. The neighborhood committee side is also coming over. And your school side is also coming over. What do you look like if you don't get up?" Chen Dongmei glared at him and said in a bad mood, "This, Gu Yifan is very helpless. Yet there is nothing he can do. Ugh, if I had known it would be so troublesome, I would have taken a laborious entrance exam," he muttered in a low voice under his breath. "What nonsense words are you saying? Don't force me to whip you at the happiest time, huh?" Chen Dongmei's face darkened as she gritted her teeth. If it wasn't for the fact that this little brat was a high school senior, she wouldn't even want to talk to him regarding that incident last night. Gu Yifan deflated, but didn't say anything more. This gotcha is a real stinker. If Wang Zibo was here, he would have immediately given him a thumbs up and said with a look of adoration, "Brother Fan, it's still you. I'll give you 101 points for this fake. I'm not afraid of you being proud at all." 11:30 noon. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, stood in the middle of the school's leaders, both of them with big red flowers around their necks, holding two plaques with 300,000 bonuses and 100,000 bonuses written on them respectively. Ka-ching. As the reporter following the movie pressed the shutter, the picture was frozen in the moment. 12 noon. Gu Yifan sat unimaginatively on the sofa, causing Chen Dongmei, who was on the side, to stifle her blank stares. Then he didn't bother to pay attention to him and went into the kitchen to start working on his lunch. To be honest, it really wasn't Gu Yifan's fault. From the time he woke up in the morning until now, the family has sent away 4 or 5 waves of people before and after, around the fact that with his strong physique are tired enough, and his face is about to smile numb. "Su Bin, are you tired?" Gu Yifan spoke to Su Qinghe, who was sitting quietly by the side. "Ha?" Su Qinghe froze. She thought seriously for a moment then whispered, "Still, okay. Oh, if you're not tired come over and help me pound my legs." Gu Yifan opened his mouth in a serious manner. "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe sniffed and nodded very obediently, then got up and walked next to him to start helping him pound his legs. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Dongmei, who came out of the kitchen. Her eyes glared as she blackened her face and loudly questioned, "Gu Yifan, what are you little brats up to?" "Ha?" Gu Yifan was startled by his mom's loud voice. "I didn't get an airplane either?" He froze. "You asshole, you have the nerve to ask Qinghe to help you pound your leg?" Chen Dongmei said with a black face. "All day long, you just know how to bully other people's Qinghe. But you can. Why don't you go up to heaven to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun you?" Gu Yifan. Straight face. Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan was scolded again, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. "Auntie, he didn't bully me. Qinghe, don't protect him, he's like a grandpa. All he knows is to make you call all day long. It's all because you're spoiled," Chen Dongmei said with some hatred. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened as she lowered her head somewhat shyly. However, the movements of her hands still didn't stop and she continued to help Gu Yifan pound his legs. "Chen Dongmei, gotta, it's hopeless, the clown is himself again. I do not know Gu Yifan, this brat gave her what soul soup. Last night he was that kind of attitude. Today even with nothing like, 2 people well." Seeing his old mom suffer, Gu Yifan couldn't help the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Su Bin, there's no need to pound the legs. Help me pinch my shoulders." He deliberately opened his mouth. "Aha." Su Qinghe nodded very obediently, then got up and walked behind Gu Yifan and started to help him pinch his shoulders. Chen Dongmei. Straight face. "Oh, dear. Young people nowadays, can't figure it out. She had given up struggling. All she could do now was try not to let her asshole of a son get her hurt. It was just that for some reason. Once she saw her son's dejected face, she was furious. "Bastard. Stop clicking and come over here and help me with the dishes," she said with a black face. "Oh, Gu Yifan saw that his mom was on the verge of going berserk, so he took the good with the bad, and after he answered, he turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke, "Alright, don't press it first, and continue after dinner in a while." "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe gently nodded. Chen Dongmei on the side was completely speechless when she saw this. "You just spoil him. Sooner or later, he's going to get bullied to death. Out of sight, out of mind." She stomped her foot and turned to walk back to the kitchen. Gu Yifan smiled slightly and also stood up from the sofa and walked towards the kitchen. There's no way around it. Empress Dowager Chen was on the verge of storming out, and if she didn't go to help wash the dishes she was probably going to be really beaten up. "I want to touch your hair. Just a simple test." In the kitchen, Gu Yifan washed the dishes while humming a song by Lao Shui in the latter days. Obviously, he was in a good mood at this point. On the side of Chen Dongmei really cannot hear, is cutting vegetables. The more she thought the more angry, so the chopper to the plate at chop. Bang! The loud sound made Gu Yifan give a start. With a confused look on his face, he turned his head towards his mom's side, only to see her staring at him with a black face. Gu Yifan weakly opened his mouth. "Mom, you are this? Say it. How do you brats plan to settle the matter of Qinghe?" Chen Dongmei said with an open face. Gu Yifan froze for a moment before reacting. Sure enough, your own mom still can't hold it in. He had been wondering how his mom hadn't mentioned it today. It wasn't like her style. Thinking of this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but smile slightly. End of chapter. Chapter 148 Gu Yifan's Secret. Don't you kid me with your playfulness. Chen Dongmei glared at him without any good sense. Hurry up. If you don't give me a perfect solution to this matter of Qinghe, I'm not done with you. Gu Yifan said with a helpless face. I didn't say I didn't like her either. Did I? Like? When he said this, Chen Dongmei raised her eyebrows and said with some displeasure, like, you still read in your heart about the people Han Jianzhang daughter. Like, you still don't talk to confession. Like, you're still not with her after so long? Gu Yifan was directly confused by his mom's breathless triple question. No, Mom, who told you I still read about Han Lemon? He said somewhat breathlessly. You didn't? Chen Dongmei said with a questioning face. No, Gu Yifan said firmly. Che, don't I know you well enough? Don't pretend in front of me. Chen Dongmei said with some disdain. Gu Yifan, no, Mom, I really didn't. Seeing the way he refused to admit his hardness, Chen Dongmei waved her hand and said with a disgusted face. Alright, after all these years, how did you treat that girl Han Lemon? Your mom, I'm not blind. Gu Yifan, gotta, it's a chance that nothing you say will help, he thought with a helpless face. Forget it, he was too lazy to explain. What his own mom said is what it is. Anyway, it's pretty clear whether or not there is one in your own mind. Seeing that he was silent again, Chen Dongmei was furious in her heart. She said coldly, in short, I don't care if you still think about that Han Lime girl. On Qinghe's side, you absolutely can't let her get hurt. Otherwise, don't blame me for disowning you as my son. Gu Yifan said somewhat helplessly. Mom, not so much. As for, Chen Dongmei said word for word. Seeing his mom's attitude like this, in the end, Gu Yifan didn't bother to say more. He helplessly shook his head and said, okay, Mom, don't be angry. How to do? I have a number in my own heart. In short, will not let her get hurt. Okay. Hearing him say this, Chen Dongmei's face only slightly improved. She frowned in dismay. You kid better remember what you said today. At 3:30 p.m. In the Mountain City Flowers Milk Tea Store. Fan, are you really not going to go to Qingbei? Wang Zibo sucked in a mouthful of milk tea, then opened his mouth to Gu Yifan, who was sitting across from him, and asked, right, why? Wang Zibo said with some confusion. To say that before Gu Yifan refused to Qingbei's guaranteed admission, it can be said that in order to want to participate in the college entrance examination to pretend to be a pussy, it should be to verify their own results by the way to their own high school years to draw a perfect sentence, so that their own life has no regrets. This idea, although a little odd, but he is still barely able to understand. But, the problem is that now the college entrance examination is also finished. The results are also out, and this college entrance examination is forced to, this wind is also finished for him. Now Qingbei and many other prestigious universities have also once again thrown him an olive branch. Good lord, that offer is much more exaggerated than the last time I bailed. Logically, this time he should just quietly take the prize money and then gladly accept the olive branch from one of the universities such as Qingbei. But, he was really never expecting that this time Gu Yifan had once again rejected Qingbei once again. The high school students, Qingbei's recruiting. Anyone else would have laughed in their sleep about this. Is this how schoolboys think differently from ordinary people? That was all he could think of. Otherwise, he really couldn't find any reason to explain this confusing behavior of Gu Yifan. And at this time, Gu Yifan, who heard his doubtful question, picked up the table and drank a mouthful of milk tea. then raised his head to look at him and faintly said, "There's no reason for it. It's just that I simply don't want to go." Zibo Wang. It was surprising that he was speechless for a moment. One can only say in secret. Bullseye. What about sister-in-law? Wasn't sister-in-law second in the province? If she goes to Qingbei, then won't you guys have to be in a long-distance relationship for 4 years in college? Wang Zibo said with some curiosity. Su Qingha's small face was slightly reddened by this sister-in-law of his, and she said in a small voice, "I'm not going to Qingbei's either." Wang Zibo somewhat couldn't believe his ears as he first looked at Su Qingha, then turned his head to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan saw this puzzled look on his face, so he added, "She's with me, and she rejected Qingbei too." Zibo Wang. He was utterly speechless this time. It's not enough to reject this one, but both of them together. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this little couple. No, you boy. What's that look? Gu Yifan saw him looking at himself and Su Qingha with that strange look in his eyes, so he didn't have the heart to say, "Ha, reacting." Wang Zibo hastily waved his hands and said, "No, no." Then he immediately opened his mouth to change the topic again. "Right, brother Fan then you and sister-in-law Qingha, where are you planning to go?" Where Gu Yifan couldn't see his little mind, he helplessly gave him a blank look and said, "Go to Jinling." Jinling? Wang Zibo froze for a moment. "No, brother Fan, is there any famous university in Jinling?" he said with some confusion. Gu Yifan was speechless. "You mustn't let anyone from Jinling University hear this, or Jesus won't be able to save you even if he comes." The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth twitched, and he said without any good humor, It was only then that Wang Zibo remembered that Jinling University seemed to be a top 10 985 university in the country. "Ahem," he said with some embarrassment. "That, brother Fan, sister Qingha, means both of you are going to Jinling University?" "Right." Gu Yifan didn't hide anything and spoke directly, but Wang Zibo was still a bit puzzled. "No, brother Fan, why do you have to go to Jinling?" In fact, not only him, Su Qingha is actually not quite sure why Gu Yifan had to go to Jinling to go to college, just that he did not say. She did not ask. Anyway, for Su Qingha, the simpleton, she would go wherever Gu Yifan went, as long as she was with Gu Yifan, that would be fine. Hearing this, Gu Yifan's hand movements paused. He looked down at the milk tea in his hand, his eyes a little deep, as if remembering something. Seeing that he was thinking about something, Wang Zibo didn't disturb him and just looked at him quietly like that, waiting for his answer. As a result, after half a day, Gu Yifan came back to his senses but said the same thing as nothing. Gu Yifan saw Wang Zibo looking at him, so he casually said, "There's no reason for it. It's simply because I like Jinling." Zibo Wang. When he heard this answer, he was depressed. It's the same as saying nothing. Why don't you just not say anything? He spat silently in his mind, but he could sort of see that Gu Yifan had a secret in his heart here. At the same time, Suihu district side, Yi Wanqing and Han Lemon mother and daughter with a fruit basket appeared in Gu Yifan home door. End of chapter. Chapter 149 Choice? Let's go to Jinling together. There was a knock on the door. Chen Dongmei, who had just finished her work and was sitting down on the sofa in the living room, was puzzled when she heard the commotion, and then she got up and went to open the door. Ka-ching! The door opened, and when Chen Dongmei saw the mother and daughter, Yi Wanqing and Han Lime, standing in the doorway, she was a bit surprised. Wanqing and little Lime, why are you here? Listen to the little lemon child, said Yifan. The child is lucky to become the top student of the college entrance examination. Early I thought to come over to congratulate, but the morning is noisy. Know that you are busy, did not dare to come over to bother. This is not delayed until now to come over it. Yi Wanqing smiled and opened her mouth. Ha! Wanqing, look at what you're saying. There's no need to be so polite between our two families. Come on, come in and sit down. Chen Dongmei waved her hand and said with a smile. The two were then welcomed into the house. Wanqing, make yourselves comfortable. I'll make a pot of tea. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth to greet her. After saying that, he got up and went to boil water to make tea. Just as the tea was being made, Yi Wanqing casually opened her mouth and said, Dongmei, where is Yifan's child? Why don't we see him? Oh, that brat Yifan, he went out in the afternoon, saying something about drinking milk tea with his classmates. Chen Dongmei replied casually as she continued the water. You know, that brat hasn't been home every day since the college entrance exams finished, either going out to play with his classmates or traveling. Why? It's normal for boys to be playful, and it's understandable to relax a bit since it's just after the entrance exams. Yi Wanqing said with a smile. Why? I know this too, so as long as I don't make a scene, I don't bother with him about this. Chen Dongmei opened her mouth after she came back from receiving the water. After some pleasantries, the two of them, Yi Wanqing and Chen Dongmei, chatted about the matter of volunteering for the college entrance examination. Dongmei, or you are good Don't even need to worry about filling out these aspirations. Like Qingbei Shanghai, these schools, Yifan the child should be closed eyes to fill out all can it. And I've heard that the top students of the college entrance exams will have schools contacting them in advance. Has anyone contacted Yifan's side? Yi Wanqing picked up her teacup and took a sip, then seemed to open her mouth intentionally or unintentionally. Wanqing, I get angry when you talk about this. Chen Dongmei shook her head and said, Yi Wanqing froze for a moment. She was a bit puzzled. How so? Alas, it's actually nothing. The Qingbei side you just mentioned did call over to contact them, and the conditions they offered were all quite good. Chen Dongmei sighed and said somewhat helplessly, it's just that brat Gu Yifan turned them down. Hearing this, Yi Wanqing was confused. What kind of divine operation is this? Is it possible that there is a better school than Qingbei in China? This wave of Gu Yifan's operation, she was really somewhat unable to understand. It wasn't just her. The Han Lemon on the side was also a bit confused at this point. Gu Yifan rejected Qingbei? The mother and daughter looked at each other, and both of their eyes were filled with surprise. Afterwards, Yi Wanqing opened her mouth to ask out the doubts in the hearts of the two. No, Dongmei, is there a better school in the country than Qingbei? Yes. I don't even know what this brat thinks. Chen Dongmei said somewhat helplessly. So all these schools rejected it. Where did Yifan he choose? Yi Wanqing thought for a moment and opened her mouth to ask, could it be that you want to study abroad? Chen Dongmei shook her head and said, rather, there is no intention to go abroad. Just on the third year of high school at that time I asked his father if he wanted to go abroad to study. He did not even think about it, refused. That Yifan intends to volunteer for which school? Yi Wanqing froze a little. Jinling. Chen Dongmei spat out these two words with a helpless face. Like Wang Zibo in the milk tea store earlier, the first reaction of both mother and daughter was, are there any good schools in Jinling? Yi Wanqing and Han Lemon, both mother and daughter, glanced at each other with bewilderment in their eyes. Immediately after that, he was expressing no sisterly to this choice of Gu Yifan. Brother Fan, sister-in-law Qinghe, what do you think is a good major for me to fill in which school? In the milk tea store, Wang Zibo opened his mouth to both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe and asked, it depends on where you want to go yourself. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. He did not open his mouth to help Wang Zibo make a decision. Although the two are hair small relationship is very good, but the matter of choosing a school still has to be chosen by his own to decide. Their own at most is to give him some advice on choosing a specialty. I don't know. After all, my grade is more or less embarrassing. Wang Zibo said somewhat helplessly. Yes, Wang Zibo examined 538 points. This score is just stuck there, not up and down. Choose a good one in difficult. Choose the second bar and some unwillingness, is indeed some embarrassment. But to say the least, his results are also considered to be overplayed. After all, on his previous results, at most barely a 2-book only. The luck and then a little close to the test smashed, so a throw then may have to go to a college. Gu Yifan shook his head, then picked up the milk tea on the table and took a sip, and didn't say anything more, letting Wang Zibo figure it out on his own. Why don't, Brother Fan, I'll go to Jiling with you guys, so we can be closer. After pondering for a while, Wang Zibo opened his mouth. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. If he remembers correctly, in his previous life, Wang Zibo stayed in the mountain city to attend a 3-benchmark institution, but now it is because he chose to go to Jiling. It seems that the gears of fate had begun to turn from the moment he was reborn. Just think about it. Gu Yifan nodded after thinking about it. In fact, where I go is the same. After all, I myself is what kind of pussy I am very clear in my heart. This time if there is not you and sister-in-law Qinghe in the college entrance examination before these months to me crazy duckling tutoring, I am absolutely impossible to test to this score. And again this score is considered to be I step on the dog poop luck overplayed it. So there's nothing to think about. I'll just go to Jiling, with you guys. Brother Fan. Wang Zibo opened his mouth. Gu Yifan didn't say any more when he saw this. He nodded and said, alright, since you've thought it through, then report to Jiling. So, Brother Fan, which school can I apply to with this score? Wang Zibo opened his mouth and asked. Jiling Polytechnic Institute. Gu Yifan said indifferently. Note, fiction. Do not bring into reality. Do not bar. Golden Polytechnic? Right. Gu Yifan nodded and said. It happens to be in the university town next door to Jiling University. Although it's a second-book institution, it also belongs to the head second book in the country. No worse than a normal first book. Wang Zibo nodded and said. Then Brother Fan, which major do you think is better for me to choose? What are you interested in? Gu Yifan glanced at her and said. Wang Zibo was asked. He thought about it and weakly opened his mouth. Does that, playing games count? Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 150 Sun, Sand, Waves, Bikinis. Gu Yifan looked at this dog Wang Zibo with a speechless face. He really wanted to directly slap him with two big mouths. Wang Zibo weakly opened his mouth. Brother Fan, don't look at me like this. I'm afraid. Van, getting down to business. Seriously, what would be a better major for me to enroll in? Gu Yifan glared at him and said without a word, don't you like playing games? Then enroll in computers. Computer? Wang Zibo froze for a moment. He thought about it. This computer sounds like it can often touch the computer big. Then he cannot play games every day? This seems pretty good. Yes. Without further hesitation, he simply shot off. I'll take the computer science program. Meanwhile, on Han Lemon's side, Yi Wanqing was looking at her with a worried expression. Little Lemon, have you really thought this through? Yi Wanqing frowned and spoke. You have to know that with this score, you are perfectly capable of going to the Magic City Foreign Language Institute that you've always wanted to go to. Aha! Han Lemon nodded and said with a serious face and firm eyes. I've decided. With the announcement of the results of the college entrance examination situation in each province, the matter that the Mountain City had produced a full perfect score college entrance examination scholar was instantly spread all over the north and south of the Yangtze River. I scored 750 on the high school entrance exam. What kind of concept is that? It was important to realize that before Gu Yifan, there was only one person in history who had gotten a full nude score of 750 on the college entrance exam, and Gu Yifan was the second. In other words, the name Gu Yifan will surely go down in the history of college entrance exams. Even the People's Daily named the story. For a while, men and women, young and old, people everywhere in the streets and alleys began to talk about it. At the same time, a number of prestigious colleges and universities across the country have come and gone. Everything was about wanting to recruit Gu Yifan to their school. Even Qingbei and other colleges and universities that had previously been rejected by Gu Yifan had once again thrown him an olive branch. And this time the conditions they offered were even more enticing than the last time. None other. After all, no one would want to miss out on such a talent. However, Gu Yifan still refused without hesitation. What? Student Gu Yifan, did I hear you correctly? Just now you were saying that you're considering choosing our Jinling University? Chen Champion, the head of the admissions office of Jinling University, said with a look of surprise. Originally, he just followed the process to try to contact Gu Yifan, who was the top student of the college entrance examination in Chuanyu province, but in his heart, he actually didn't hold much hope. After all perfect scores on the high school exams. Right, Gu Yifan nodded and said indifferently, it's not just me, the second best student in the college entrance exam, Su Qinghe, also has this intention. Champion Chen's eyes were as wide as bull's eyes as he looked at the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, in front of him with a face of disbelief. Vanama, he couldn't help but burst into flames now. In hell, one is not dreaming, is one? The first and second place in the Mountain City College entrance examination surprisingly both abandoned Qingbei consider choosing their own Jinling University? This huge surprise shocked Champion Chen to the point where his head was a little dizzy. Returning to his senses, he hurriedly spoke. Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe, first of all, thank you for your trust in our Jinling University. You wait for me for a while, I'll first talk to the university leader over there on the phone, and report to him about this matter. Don't worry, I'll definitely do my best to help you fight for the best conditions. Please believe in me. After all, in this current situation, the original special enrollment conditions that the school side was prepared to give were no longer suitable. It's such a big deal. That's something you have to ask the principal for. He can't do it alone. Seeing that Champion Chen was a bit agitated, his speech was a bit less sharp, but Gu Yifan didn't say anything more as he smiled faintly and said, alright, then I'd like to thank Director Chen first. You're welcome Gu. This is what I should do. Then I'll go and report this matter to the leadership first, and I'll give you an answer by this afternoon at the latest. Champion Chen opened his mouth. Well, okay, Gu Yifan nodded. Passed away in June and arrived in July. Almost 2 months have passed since the end of the college entrance examination. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both volunteered to be admitted to Jinling University as promised. Of course, Jinling University lived up to its name and gave him and Su Qinghe conditions that both he and Su Qinghe were very satisfied with. With the end of the college entrance examination admission work, after the baptism of time, Gu Yifan the heat of the college entrance examination has also gradually faded, and replaced by a certain star-cheated, a certain top-stream collapsed room, Menon, Gulanjiu, sun, sand, waves, bikinis. The salty sea breeze brushed against my face, taking away the warmth from the surface of my body and leaving behind a silky, sticky feeling. Gu Yifan wore sunglasses on his head, and underneath a pair of big, flowery pants lay leisurely under a parasol on the shore. Yes, after spending half a month at home with nothing to do, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe returned to Menon once again. Of course, this time, not only the two of them, but also a supersized lightbulb, Wang Zibo. This dog thing dead skinny must follow over. Beautiful name about love lost. Need to go to see the sea to treat love injury. What else could Gu Yifan say? So he had to take him with him. It's just as well that there's a shortage of people to serve tea and carry bags along the way. Wang Zibo fits. Ah. Gu Yifan opened his mouth, and Su Qinghe on the side put the cleaned grapes into his mouth. This scene could not help but make Wang Zibo, who was watching from the side, roll his eyes. I said, Van, I'm still here. With a face of bitterness coupled with helplessness, he spoke, can you give the child a way out? At those words, Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened, but it quickly returned to normal, because she was getting numb to such conversations. Gu Yifan pulled down his sunglasses and turned his head to glance at Wang Zibo on the recliner beside him, then faintly said, envious? Envious of you looking for your soul sister who holds 3 gold bricks to go off, and no one to stop you. Wang Zibo, straight face. As soon as he heard Gu Yifan say the words 3 gold bricks, Wang Zibo's mind couldn't help but recall the images from the cafe that day, and he couldn't help but shiver. Brother Fan, didn't we agree not to mention this matter? He said with a helpless face. Oh yeah? Did I promise you that? How come I don't remember? Gu Yifan said faintly. The expression on Wang Zibo's face slightly stalled. Yeah, Gu Yifan this mother doesn't seem to have said that he won't promise not to talk about it. He was surprisingly speechless for a moment, after a long silence. That, Brother Fan, Sister Qinghe, I'll go down and swim 2 laps in the sea, Wang Zibo said quietly. He needed to put out the fire and calm down. After saying that, he didn't wait for Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe to reply, so he immediately flashed and ran away. If you can't afford to mess with them, you can't afford to hide from them. Ha, you can't be ruled yet, little man. Looking at Wang Zibo's headless back, Gu Yifan said with the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. End of chapter. Chapter 151 The tail end of July. Childish assholes. Su Qinghe gave him a somewhat strange look with her eyes, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. After watching Wang Zibo walk away, Gu Yifan turned back to Su Qinghe and spoke. Come on, Bean, let's continue. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe didn't say anything, just nodded very obediently. While eating the grapes that Su Qinghe fed into her mouth, she looked at the bikini beauties playing air volleyball on the beach. This little life, beautiful. And when Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan had been looking at those bikini beauties, her mouth opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. She glanced down at her tightly wrapped, loose-fitting bodysuit and for a moment was lost in thought. Bean, what are you waiting for? Go on. Gu Yifan's voice rang in her ears. Ooh-hoo. Returning to her senses, Su Qinghe hurriedly nodded, then continued her feeding work. 10 minutes later, Wang Zibo Gray slipped back. Gu Yifan looked at his expression, some abnormal, some doubt. No, your ing body did not dip into the water on the swim finished? Hearing the question, Wang Zibo's face was a bit unnatural, and with a coy expression, he came over to Gu Yifan's ear and whispered a few words. Gu Yifan's expression also became incomparably wonderful after hearing this. Waterfall? The word popped into his head. In his previous life, Gu Yifan had seen on news reports that there would be these things on the beach, but he honestly didn't think that today he would let this dog Wang Zibo stumble upon them. Most importantly, it's ing broad daylight. In broad daylight? Hiss. Gu Yifan felt a little uncertain for a moment. And then you were so scared that you ran back in ashes? Gu Yifan slanted a glance at him and said faintly. Wang Zibo was a bit embarrassed and his expression was a bit unnatural, because Gu Yifan had guessed correctly. Where had he seen this kind of scene in 18 years of maternal single solo? He almost muscled on the spot when he was just plastered. He was so scared that he immediately ran back in a panic. Su Qinghe on the side couldn't understand the conversation between the two. She tilted her little head with a puzzled look at the two. Gu Yifan saw Su Qinghe's naive and curious face, and said in a somewhat unfavorable manner, Su Han, what are you waiting for? Do your work. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe didn't dare to eavesdrop anymore. She obediently continued her feeding work. In the following days, Gu Yifan teased Su Qinghe and walked Wang Zibo every day when he had nothing to do. 3 more days passed in a flash. On July 28th, Gu Yifan's few people began to return. None other, only because tomorrow is the class graduation dinner. Originally, Gu Yifan didn't intend to attend, but class teacher Yi Xiangyin called and insisted he attend by name. And he said something about how this graduation dinner wouldn't be complete if he, a high school senior, didn't even attend. The words had been said, so Gu Yifan had no choice but to agree. After all, Yi Xiangyin did give him a lot of convenience in the matter of not going to night study before. Well, is right. Definitely didn't agree to it because he wanted to go and play hard to get. That's all. Treading on the tail end of July, Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe, and Wang Zibo returned from Minnan to Mountain City once again. August 1st, 2:30 p.m. Gu Yifan is half lying on the sofa, watching TV while playing with Su Chingha's jade. Small feet, beautifully named to help her massage. Su Chingha looked at him with some odd eyes. She wasn't stupid. She had already known that Gu Yifan just wanted to play with her feet. Just knew it, but she dutifully stuck out her little feet for him to play with. However, her heart also became more certain of this particular fetish that Gu Yifan liked to touch her feet. Just as Gu Yifan was having fun. A sharp knock on the door suddenly sounded, followed by the loud voice of that dog Wang Zibo. Van, open the door. Su Chingha inside the living room was startled when she heard the sound and hastily drew her foot back from Gu Yifan's leg like a frightened bunny. Gu Yifan's hand was empty, and he first glanced at Su Chingha, who had a small red face, before he got up with a dark face and walked towards the door. Ka-ching! The door opened, only to see Wang Zibo's fat face that was as black as carbon appeared in Gu Yifan's line of sight. Originally he was also black but not that black. It was just that he had been staying at the beach all this time so he appeared even darker. It's hot. Wang Zibo was just about to walk in when he realized that Gu Yifan had blocked the doorway. He froze for a moment, then spoke. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? It's hot as a dog out here, so let me go in first to cool off. With that, he drilled through Gu Yifan's side. Well, solid. It's a flexible fat guy. Seeing him come in, Gu Yifan didn't stop him anymore as he closed the door and turned toward the living room elevation. Hello sister-in-law. Wang Zibo grinned at Su Chingha. Hello. Su Chingha nodded in a small voice in response. During this period of time, Su Chingha had also gotten used to Wang Zibo calling her sister-in-law all day long, and now she could already do it without blushing. Subsequently, Wang Zibo was also unobtrusive as he picked up the tea on the table and poured himself a cup, then picked up the grapes on the table and started to eat them again. Dog Baron, running to me all day long? Are you fed up with nothing to do? Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say, you haven't eaten enough dog food in this period of time. And you want to come over and eat some more, don't you? Wang Zibo's action of eating grapes in his hand stalled, as if he had recalled something horrible, and that black face became a little white. He already regretted traveling with Gu Yifan and the others. Half a month. It's a whole half a month. He had eaten the dog food spread by both Gu Yifan and Su Chingha for a whole half month. From the day he came back from traveling, he swore that unless he found a girlfriend, he would never go out alone with both Gu Yifan and Su Chingha again. Bullying a single dog. Woohoo! After coming back from Minan, after a full 2.5 days of slowing down, Wang Zibo was only able to slow down. None other. That's a tough dog food aftermath. Phew. Wang Zibo exhaled deeply, then looked at Gu Yifan with a bitter face and said, then I'll go? Go. Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to say, good riddance, Zibo Wang. In the end, Wang Zibo still didn't go. It's so hot out there. Blowing the air conditioner is so refreshing. It's impossible to go. I won't go even if I'm dead. Due to the presence of Wang Zibo, Gu Yifan naturally did not continue to touch. Continue to help Su Chingha massage her feet. This made Gu Yifan look at him everywhere. End of chapter. Chapter 152 Dog Food in Graduation Final Chapter. In response, Gu Yifan didn't give Wang Zibo a good look the entire afternoon. Seeing this, Wang Zibo even weakly asked him why he didn't seem too happy. This made Gu Yifan's face even more ugly. In hell, it's a bit of a pushover. If you spoil your own good deed, I'll be lucky if I don't give him 2 big mouths. Afternoon, 6:30. There is less than half an hour left until the agreed time for Gu Yifan and his class's class dinner. Wang Zibo could not wait to run home and change into his incomparably Thai clothes long ago, and then ran back again. Brother Fan, it's about time. Shouldn't we get going? Hey. He stood in the doorway and smiled heatedly at Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan, who heard the sound, turned around and took a glance, and his entire body was struck by lightning. Torn pants, eye-covering angled bangs. Isn't that a proper non-mainstream look? This gave Gu Yifan the illusion of dreaming back to the prevalence of 08 non-mainstream. After half a day of silence, Gu Yifan opened his mouth and said quietly, Baron Thin. You're just going to attend the graduation dinner all like this? Yeah. Wang Zibo very confidently shook the bangs in front of his forehead and said, Gu Yifan. He shook his head with a speechless face and said, fine, whatever you like. Wang Zibo was a bit uncertain, but didn't think much of it. He smiled and didn't say another word. Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Chingha, who was mopping the floor, and spoke, Su Hanin, I'm going out first. You can just have dinner with my mom when she comes back later. Don't wait for me. Okay. Su Chingha stopped the movements in her hands. She turned her head to look at Gu Yifan and nodded obediently. Looking at her naive appearance, Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little face, which had begun to look a little fleshy, and said with a smile, what kind of snack do you want to eat at night? I'll bring it back for you. Due to the presence of outsiders, Su Chingha's small face slightly blushed. Wang Zibo, who was on the side, couldn't help but roll his eyes when he saw the two of them spreading dog food to themselves again. Van, I'll wait for you at the elevator. After saying that, he slipped away without looking back. Gu Yifan glanced back at him and didn't care, turning his head to look at Su Qinghe and spoke. Is there anything you want to eat? Should I bring you some sugar oil poop? Su Qinghe gently shook her head, thinking that Gu Yifan came back already very late, and didn't want him to be too troublesome, so then she said in a small voice, No need. I'll be fine with a full meal at night. Really not? Aha. Alright then, stay home and stay put. My mom is already on her way back. Gu Yifan didn't force himself when he saw this. He thought about opening his mouth. Aha, I know. Su Qinghe nodded and said. Gu Yifan nodded, then turned toward the door. Wait a minute. Su Qinghe suddenly opened her mouth and called out. Gu Yifan's footsteps lurched as he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe with a puzzled expression. Su Qinghe didn't know how to open her mouth for a moment, a tangle written on her small face. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Gu Yifan walked up to her and spoke softly. What's wrong? After hesitating for a moment, Su Qinghe lightly pursed her lips. She raised her head and looked at Gu Yifan and whispered, Can you drink less alcohol and smoke less cigarettes? Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, Okay, I promise you. Upon hearing this, Su Qinghe's eyes lit up and a bright smile appeared on her face. Silly bean. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head, smiling. A gentle head-touching kill caused Su Qinghe's small face to slightly redden once again. When Gu Yifan saw this shy and cute look of hers, he couldn't help but pinch her little face again. Glancing at the time on the wall, Gu Yifan realized that it was already 5:40 at this point, so he spoke. Alright, it's too late. I'm leaving first, wait for me to come back. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded vigorously. Gu Yifan sniffed, and without further delay, turned around and walked out of the house. Su Qinghe looked at his back. She reached out and touched the small face that had been pinched by Gu Yifan, pouted her small mouth, and muttered in a small voice, almost pinched big all. So long. At the elevator entrance, Wang Zibo saw Gu Yifan's late arrival and deflated his mouth and spat. Gu Yifan glanced at him and faintly said, I've always been durable. Wang Zibo froze for a moment. He looked at Gu Yifan who was pressing the elevator. Are we talking about the same thing? Ding dash. The elevator arrived on the first floor. Brother Fan, this is only the first floor. Aren't we going to the underground garage? Wang Zibo said with some doubt. Mustn't we have a drink later? Gu Yifan glanced at him and faintly said, Drinking a car without driving a car. Drinking without driving a car. Take a taxi to get there. Zibo Wang. Gu Yunxian Hotel. Gu Yifan was the first to step out of the cab. Wang Zibo, on the other hand, followed behind and cursed as he stepped down from the passenger seat. Groove. I knew you were up to no good by letting me ride in the passenger seat for $50. There goes my weekly internet bill again. He wailed. Come on, you dog, go to the internet cafe except for playing games is watching movies. Have that time, might as well think about your 3 gold bricks of your home. A good sister who knows what she's doing. Gu Yifan said casually. Wang Zibo, straight face. Doggone Gu Yifan, can you stop bringing up the matter of the 3 gold bricks? He said with a black face. Oh, next time Pai Ding. Gu Yifan turned around and gave him a deep look and said. After saying that, he walked towards the inside of the hotel without looking back, leaving Wang Zibo alone in the wind. Seeing that Gu Yifan had already walked into the hotel, Wang Zibo came back to his senses and hurriedly chased after him. Doggone it, wait for me, Baron Thin. How many booths are here? Inside the hotel lobby, Gu Yifan turned back to Wang Zibo and casually said, Isn't it 305? Doggone it, you don't even read group messages. Wang Zibo couldn't help but roll his eyes without a good mood. He's in a foul mood right now, like the whiny he is. 305? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Again 305. Himself and this number really have a relationship. Shaking his head, he didn't think much about it, and turned his head to the hotel attendant miss and opened his mouth. That is in the 305 private room? Trouble miss you to lead the way. Yes, gentlemen, please follow me this way, the hotel attendant lady said with a smile. 2.5 minutes later, the name of the Hall of Denjiki is quite interesting. Gu Yifan looked at the name at the door of the 305 private room and muttered in a small voice at the corner of his mouth. Fan, what do you care about the name of the private room? Hurry up and go in. I'm starving to death. Wang Zibo mouth yelled, then pushed open the door of the private room. Pulled Gu Yifan walked in. End of chapter. Chapter 153. As soon as the door opened, there was an uproar of voices from inside. I have to say, the soundproofing effect of this 5-star hotel's private room is just great. Standing in the doorway just now with the door closed is no sound at all. Yoo-hoo, everyone's here. Wang Zibo grinned. The moment his loud voice came out, the originally still noisy private room instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people looked in the direction of the doorway at the same time. Wow, here comes the scholar. I don't know who shouted first, and then the crowd began to return to the lively look it had just had. Quickly come and sit down. The great scholar Gu is waiting for you. Yeah, 3 penalties for being late. Come on over here. A group of people were up in arms. Meanwhile, Han Lemon, who was sitting in the corner seat and was chatting with the girls, slightly stalled in his movements. She could no longer hear what the people next to her were saying. Her eyes were only left with Gu Yifan alone. Drinking is fine, but I need to sit down and take a breather first. Gu Yifan didn't hold back either, as he said with a slight smile. Then he pulled Wang Zibo and casually walked to one of the empty seats at one of the tables and sat down. Then under the coaxing of the crowd, Gu Yifan blew 3 bottles of beer in one breath. Yes, can. Student Gu Yifan is open enough. Awesome, old Van. When he finished his drink, the boys clapped their hands and said, even Yi Tianlong, who regarded Gu Yifan as his lifelong enemy, couldn't help but mutter in a low voice when he saw him in such a brash manner. That's how a real man should be. I'm really not as good as you. Another person who has always felt that Gu Yifan always steals his limelight and pretends to be a bully is Li Mingho, who is secretly taking advantage of the chaos and continues to coax the crowd to get Gu Yifan drunk so that he can make a fool of himself. However, he was highly influential. The boys saw Gu Yifan blowing 3 bottles of beer in one breath. It was astonishingly admirable, so no one gave a damn about his proposal. Besides, Gu Yifan wasn't a little cutie, and he didn't continue to drink anymore. The crowd then began to open their mouths again to ask him what it was like to be the top student of the college entrance exam. Yeah, Lao Fan. I've seen you on TV. Indeed, even the newspapers named it. Awesome Lao Fan. Right. I don't contact junior high school classmates for hundreds of years have sent messages over to ask me if I recognize the top student of the college entrance exam. Gu Yifan. Indeed, to be in the same class as the top student of the college entrance exam. This is awesome. I can brag about it for the rest of my life. I'm curious, though, what's it really like to be the top student? Huh? Yeah, I'm curious too. Gu Da handsome. Hurry up and tell us. For a while, Gu Yifan had just become the focus of attention. Gu Yifan just faintly said it would be cool, and then the people in the box had an orgasm. A group of people, all kinds of jokes in a sentence of jokes, once between classmates of the conflict, but also in this graduation dinner on the last day of the smoke dissipated. The whole scene was very lively and harmonious, rather like a feeling of being a student. Another moment passed. The time came to 6:30 o'clock in the afternoon. The homeroom teacher arrived late with the subject teachers. There was no unnecessary nonsense. First, the homeroom teacher took the lead in delivering a burst of brief graduation messages. Then the eating table officially began. After everyone had filled their stomachs with something first, the drinks were served. The object of the crowd siege at the beginning was still Gu Yifan. But who was Gu Yifan? He was a born-again who hadn't seen any big scene where a big snake defecated? In 3 words, he shifted the blame to the teachers who arrived late. So the battle began to shift back to the teachers. Since they have already graduated, all of them have also let go of their hands and feet. Facing the teachers has not been the same kind of constraints when they were still in school. A group of men with a glass of wine kept toasting all the teachers. There are even some guys who are notorious for playing wheelies. The male teachers were starting to get a little overwhelmed and it was a lively scene. In the end, a bunch of ruffians fresh out of high school froze and couldn't outplay 3 or 4 male teachers. A large number of people were drunk, including the naive lot of Wang Zibo. And at this moment, Gu Yifan was silently sitting in the corner smiling at the lively scene in front of him. His face was a little flushed, but his eyes were still clear. Obviously, he wasn't drunk. Also, even though Gu Yifan had blown 3 beers to begin with then drank more during the siege and toast. But, how could a man who could drink 6 bottles of mutai with his own dad without a problem get drunk so easily? And how could the ruffians in front of him who had just graduated from high school and were probably drinking for the first time be a match for him? It's not that he's arrogant or that he's targeting anyone in the room. It's that everyone in the room is trash. It was estimated that with Gu Yifan's current drinking capacity, I'm afraid he could pick over everyone present by himself. Just as he froze, suddenly, a cigarette was handed to him. Gu Yifan paused for a moment, then turned his head to look over, only to see that the physics teacher with a local support central hairstyle, He Kai-jian, had sat next to him at an unknown time. Obviously, the likelihood is that the looker couldn't stand up to the ruffians anymore and quietly ran over to hide from the booze. Seeing Gu Yifan freeze, He Kai-jian once again shook the cigarette in his hand, then smiled faintly at him and said, "Can you smoke?" "Will do." Gu Yifan didn't pretend that he wouldn't as he grinned. Said he took the cigarette that He Kai-jian's handed over. Pa! Gu Yifan took out a lighter from his pocket and helped his physics teacher to light his cigarette, and then only then did he light it for himself. Suck. Phew. Gu Yifan took a deep breath. and the greenish-white smoke first circled around inside his lungs before he slowly exhaled. Looking at Gu Yifan's skillful movements, not like he was smoking for the first time, He Kaijian on the side was a bit surprised, but thinking that he had also graduated now, he didn't say much. With that, the two men hunkered down in the corner in silence and gobbled it up. Mr. Gu Yifan, I heard that you finally chose Jinling University? He Kaijian asked casually after exhaling a mouthful of smoke. Well, yes. Gu Yifan flicked the ashes of his cigarette and also smiled slightly and said, well, although Qingbei is good, but it is not suitable for everyone. Jinling University is actually also good. Work hard. The teacher looks after you. He Kaijian reached out, perhaps drunk. He patted Gu Yifan's shoulder hard and said, caught off guard. Gu Yifan was almost slapped on the back. He froze and turned his head to look at his physics teacher. Found the face of his current color red. Eyes also began to be a little cloudy. It is clear that has been drinking too much. This is. Had to helplessly bitter smile. I was thinking of getting up and bugging out to get some air, and in the meantime calling Su Qinghe to see what she was doing. Just then, a small white hand appeared before his eyes. End of chapter. Chapter 154. Mom catches the bag. Gu Yifan's large social death scene. Gu Yifan's figure paused slightly. He slowly raised his head and realized that Han Lime, who was dressed in a white chiffon dress, was standing in front of him with a thermos cup in her hand. Drink some honey water to quench your thirst. Han Lemon lightly pursed her red lips and whispered. The honey water was something she had just gone out specifically to get the hotel staff to help her make. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then spoke. No, thanks. When he said this, Han Lemon's eyes darkened slightly. Still, she passed the thermos in her hand forward again. She said in a somewhat soft tone, you've just had so much to drink. Some honey water will make it less uncomfortable. No, I just didn't have much to drink. Thank you kindly. Gu Yifan once again opened his mouth and refused. Now Han Lemon's eyes reddened, and the aggression in her heart instantly filled her heart. I just had a hard time begging the waiter to get it for me. Will you drink a little? She lightly bit her lower lip, her voice a little aggrieved. He Kaijian, who was on the side, also noticed that there seemed to be some subtlety between Gu Yifan and Han Lime at this time. It's kind of like a young couple that's had a fight. Ahem. He pretended to cough twice, then thought for a moment and spoke. That, Gu Yifan student, the other Han Lemon student is also a good intention, so you can take it. Gu Yifan, all he wanted to do now was roll his eyes. It's not. This old you also come to blindly participate in what jingle bells dash. Just as Gu Yifan was riding the tiger, his cell phone rang. Gu Yifan's eyes lit up. Excuse me, I'm going out to take a call. Gu Yifan picked up his cell phone and signaled, then stood up and walked out of the box without looking back. Looking at Gu Yifan's back that didn't turn back, the aggression in Han Lime's heart couldn't be suppressed any longer, and tears couldn't be stopped from welling up in her eyes. She bit her red lip lightly, forcing herself not to let the tears slip. Mr. This honey water, for you to drink. Han Lemon finished shoving the thermos cup he was holding into He Kaijian's hand, then turned around and walked away without looking back. Ho Kai Kin. Outside the door of the box, Gu Yifan looked at the words Su Bingbing calling displayed on the screen of his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Woolly Su Bingbing, you're really my savior, he muttered before picking up the phone. Hey, Gu Yifan spoke with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Su Hanin, what's wrong? Miss me? Ha? When Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone heard Gu Yifan's words, her small face instantly climbed up 2 shades of scarlet. For no other reason, only then her cell phone was outgoing, and Gu Yifan's old mother was sitting next to her. Gu Yifan on the other end of the phone only heard Su Qinghe and then there was no movement. He was a bit puzzled. So Bean? I am. Gu Yifan frowned and said, no, what's wrong with you? Do you want me or not? Su Qinghe's small face was red like a ripe peach at this time. She lowered her head for a time and stammered, not knowing what to say. No, think means think. Don't think means don't think. What do you mean you're stammering like a pussy? Gu Yifan said in a somewhat impatient and unkind manner. Su Qinghe was dumbfounded. Wasn't she just a pussy? While Chan Dongmei, who was sitting on the side at this time, was filled with black lines. She could no longer listen. She said with a dark face, Gu Yifan, you brat, what are you talking nonsense all day long? Gu Yifan was confused. Just now he seemed to have heard his mom's voice. Mom? He spoke tentatively and weakly. It's me. You just know how to bully other people's Qinghe all day long. Is it fun? Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone said in a cold tone. Straight face. This is really your own mom. Large-scale social death scene. At this moment, Gu Yifan had an embarrassed look on his face. Ahem. After pretending to cough to hide his embarrassment, he opened his mouth in a serious manner. Mom, is there something wrong with calling me? Nothing much, just wanted to ask what's finished on your end and when you'll be back. Chen Dongmei knew that Gu Yifan, this kid, was playing dead. She could not help but roll her eyes without a good reason. If you come back early, bring some rice back from the supermarket downstairs. There is no rice at home. Ooh-hoo. Gu Yifan nodded, thought for a moment. He opened his mouth again. Well, it's 10 o'clock now. It's about time. But that guy Wang Zibo is drunk. I'll have to send him home first in a while, and I'll go back to buy it when I'm done. Okay, if you can buy it later, buy it. If you can't, just say so. I'll go down and buy it, or else I won't have any rice to cook congee with tomorrow morning. Chen Dongmei nodded and said, yes. Gu Yifan nodded and said, alright, I'll give my cell phone to Qinghe. You two talk. Chen Dongmei spoke. Then he returned the cell phone to Su Qinghe and said with a loving smile, Qinghe, you talk to that brat Gu Yifan. I'm going to take a shower first. With that, he got up and headed for the bedroom, leaving space for the two. Looking at the back of Chen Dongmei's departure, Su Qinghe's small face flushed for a while, some froze and did not know what to say. So Bean? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Su Qinghe answered in a mosquito-like whisper. Well, let's continue what we just left off. Do you want to miss me? Gu Yifan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qinghe didn't expect Gu Yifan to remember this, and the blush on her face became more and more obvious. Just say if you want to or not. Seeing her wheedling, Gu Yifan didn't have the heart to say. Think. Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan's tone was getting a bit impatient, so she obediently whispered. Her voice was small, but Gu Yifan still heard it. With a slight smile, Gu Yifan didn't continue to tease her, and after a few more sentences, the two of them hung up the phone. What a silly simpleton. After hanging up the phone, as soon as Gu Yifan thought of Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone blushing and shy at that moment, he couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth curl up slightly. Oops. However, as soon as he turned around, he was startled by Han Lemon, who stood behind him in a white dress with red eyes. When he saw clearly that the person in front of him was Han Lemon, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nima. Female, white dress, long hair. It's a big night, and it's really scary not to know. Gu Yifan secretly spat in his heart, shaking his head slightly. He didn't intend to pay any attention to Han Lemon either, cupping his cell phone as he prepared to walk back inside the private room to speak to the teachers, then leave first. Just as he turned around, Han Lemon spoke up. Wait. End of chapter. Chapter 155, Han Lemon's despair. Su Qinghe, I'm peeing. At those words, Gu Yifan's footsteps lurched, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. After thinking about it, he turned to Han Lemon and spoke. Student Han Lemon, is there something you want? We talk? Han Lemon lightly bit her red lips and whispered with a pleading tone. Gu Yifan's frown deepened as he spoke in a very calm tone. It seems like we've finished saying what we need to say to each other, right? Han Lemon choked for a moment, and the lashes on her eyes fluttered slightly. In a very humble tone, she spoke. I want to talk to you again, just for 2 minutes, okay? Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan really didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke. Well, if there's something to be said, say it. Seeing Gu Yifan agree, Han Lim's eyes lit up as she hurriedly walked up and tried to pull Gu Yifan's hand. Gu Yifan frowned slightly as he took a step back to avoid Han Lim's hand. Mr. Han Lemon, please behave yourself. His tone was calm, but there was a sense of detachment in his refusal. The expression on Han Lemon's face stalled. I just wanted to take you somewhere, she said, very condescendingly. I have to go home later, so if you have anything to say, you can say it here. Gu Yifan frowned without giving her the slightest chance and said in a flat tone. Hearing this, the aggravation in Han Lemon's heart grew even more. Gu Yifan, you've changed. You didn't treat me like this before. She opened her mouth with a sob in her red-eyed tone. Gu Yifan, here we go again. Every time he came and went, it was the same sentences, and his ears had already boasted calluses from hearing them. Mr. Han Lemon, if that's what you want to say, then there's no need to say anymore. I have to go beforehand, Gu Yifan said with some impatience. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the 305 private room over at the end of the corridor. Knock. Suddenly, Han Lemon ran over and hugged him from behind. Caught off guard, Gu Yifan's body was knocked into a slight stagnation. I don't want. Gu Yifan, I'm wrong, don't leave me, okay? I like you, I really like you. I don't want to be without you. I promise you, I'll be your girlfriend. Let's be good like we used to be, okay? Woohoo! The tears in Han Lemon's eyes could no longer be controlled. Listening to the sad sobs of Han Lemon, who was clinging to his back, Gu Yifan didn't feel any heartache, and was even a bit inexplicably annoyed. Without hesitation, he broke Han Lemon's arms around him with a slight push, and pulled back several steps to avoid her lunging again. Han Lime, who had been pushed away by Gu Yifan, had forgotten to cry at this moment. With an incredulous face, he looked at the expressionless and even somewhat indifferent Gu Yifan in front of him. Mr. Han Lemon, please behave yourself, Gu Yifan said coldly with a darkened face. Hearing this, Han Lemon's entire face turned ashen, because she had just seen indifference and disgust in Gu Yifan's eyes. This was the first time she had ever seen Gu Yifan look at herself with such eyes, and from the past, Gu Yifan's eyes would always be gentle and unbelievable when he looked at her. She regretted it. She really regretted it. The remorse and aggression in his heart completely erupted and overflowed like a monstrous flood. But then again, she really didn't want to lose Gu Yifan. She begged humbly while shedding tears. Gu Yifan, I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Will you give me another chance? Seeing Han Lemon's pitiful appearance as she cried with pearly blossoms, Gu Yifan's heart didn't have a ripple in it. He really didn't want to get involved with Han Lemon again, and he didn't want to give her any chance to turn himself into a licking dog again. That's all. Gu Yifan raised his head to look at her with a calm face and said, I'm sorry, I don't like you anymore. After saying that, Gu Yifan turned around and walked away without the slightest hesitation. Looking at Gu Yifan's desperate back, Han Lemon couldn't hold herself together any longer. She couldn't care less about the fact that she would stain her princess dress anymore, and as soon as she sat down on the floor, she let out a sob of pain. Hearing Han Lemon's heartbreaking cries behind him, Gu Yifan couldn't help but speed up his pace a few points. Having just pushed open the door of the private room, he came face to face with an anxious Wu Xiaoyan. Yeah, Gu Yifan was quick to pull her back, which prevented the tragedy of her fall. What are you going to do in such a hurry? Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown and said, Gu Yifan, it's you. That little lemon child is missing. Did you just see her outside? Not caring about her own situation, Wu Xiaoyan asked with an anxious face. Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he nodded. See, aha? Hearing Gu Yifan say that he had seen Han Lime, Wu Xiaoyan grabbed his hand and spoke. Where is she? Little Lime? She's over there at the end of the hallway. Go check on her. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Wu Xiaoyan nodded, then was about to run over to Han Lime. Wait. Gu Yifan opened his mouth and called her back. What's wrong? Wu Xiaoyan said with some bewilderment. Well, Han Lemon, she's not too stable. You send her home. I'll say something for you on the teacher's side. Gu Yifan opened his mouth, said also did not wait for Wu Xiaoyan to react, then once again pushed open the door of the private room and walked in. Wu Xiaoyan seemed to think of something as she hurriedly ran over towards the end of the corridor. After returning to the box, Gu Yifan was first dragged by the crowd to drink a few glasses of wine. Then he found the class teacher, Yi Xiangying, and a few other female teachers and said that they had to go first, and then pulled Wang Zibo, who had already sobered up a little bit, to go away. As for the things behind the gathering, naturally there would be class cadre Yi Tianlong and the others who would be responsible for the aftermath, and there was no need for him to take care of this. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, Gu Yifan sent Wang Zibo, who was hugging the pole in front of him and screaming that he was not drunk, that he could still drink, and that he wanted to fight with the pole for 300 rounds, back home safely. Vomit, claptrap, ouch, you little brat. I just mopped the floor. Listening to the door behind him, Wang Zibo's mom roared like a lion in the east of the river. Gu Yifan could only secretly say, Baron Comrade, wake up tomorrow, seek your own happiness. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan straightened up and took the elevator downstairs. Looking at the time, he realized that it was just after 11 o'clock, so he took out his cell phone and called Su Qinghe. Do. The phone rang for a while without being answered, and Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. What is Su Qinghe, the bean, doing? Why don't you unlock the phone? Just as he was about to hang up the phone, it was answered. Hey! The soft and sticky voice of Su Qinghe came from the handset of the cell phone, which was accompanied by a silky sound like running water at the same time. Su Bean, what were you doing? What took you so long to answer the phone? Gu Yifan frowned and asked. Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone froze for a moment, not knowing how to speak for a moment, just afraid that Gu Yifan would get angry again. She was silent for a moment before whispering. I was just peeing. Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 156, 2 honey waters, 2 attitudes. Hiss. Hearing Su Qinghe's words, Gu Yifan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Peeing? So the sound of water just now is. This bean is really not treating himself as an outsider at all. Is that sound something you can hear for yourself? For a moment Gu Yifan's mind was filled with images, and he hurriedly shook his head to get rid of the distractions in his mind. Can't think. Thinking about it anymore, he couldn't control the crash. And at this time, on Su Qinghe's side, seeing that Gu Yifan didn't say anything anymore, she sat on the toilet with a red face, and was a bit at a loss for a moment. Silence. Half a day later. Ahem. Gu Yifan coughed twice before opening his mouth. I'm already back in the neighborhood. Su Hanin. You go and tell my mom that I'll just buy rice and go back later. Aha! Su Qinghe's eyes lit up. You're back already? She asked with some small surprise. Right, that guy Wang Zibo got drunk and just sent him home. Gu Yifan replied. Can I go down to join you? Su Qinghe hesitantly asked in a small voice. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said, you want to come down and join me? Aha. Su Qinghe nodded. Okay, well, you tell my mom and come on down. I'll meet you downstairs. Gu Yifan nodded and said with a faint smile. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan stood downstairs before he finished a cigarette and saw Su Qinghe's silly figure. Bean, this way. Gu Yifan waved at her and said. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up, then quickly swept over towards Gu Yifan's side, then smiled nervously at him. Silly Bean. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head. Smiling, Su Qinghe's small face slightly red. She pursed her lips somewhat stubbornly retorted in a small voice. I'm not naive. Oh, I know. Silly Bean. Gu Yifan glanced at her and said casually. Su Qinghe. Straight face. She suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out a thermos cup from the bag she was carrying and handed it to Gu Yifan. This one's for you. Su Qinghe opened her mouth. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said. What is this? Auntie said honey water can cure alcohol. So Su Qinghe whispered. Just now he was also a little puzzled this big night. Su Qinghe, why carry a bag? The original is to load this. Is honey water such a coincidence? Gu Yifan was all a bit at a loss for what to say for a moment. Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking and stared blankly at the thermos cup in his hand, Su Qinghe thought she had done something wrong. Her eyes darkened and she opened her mouth in a small voice and asked, what is wrong? Don't you want to drink? Hearing Su Qinghe's voice, Gu Yifan came back to his senses. Looking at a naive look, Gu Yifan faintly smiled and said, it's fine, thank you my bean. With that, he took the thermos cup in Su Qinghe's hands, then opened it and took a big sip. Watching Gu Yifan drink the honey water, Su Qinghe's little face then revealed a sweet smile. A few minutes later, in the small supermarket near the neighborhood that is open 24 hours, Gu Yifan I was buying rice, and when I turned around, I found that Su Qinghe was gone. He shook his head helplessly, then walked straight to the freezer area, and saw Su Qinghe standing in front of the freezer staring blearily at the ice cream inside. Looking at the scene in front of him, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Well, don't look, you can't eat it now. He shook his head with a helpless expression. I think, I should be able to have a small bite of that, right? Su Qinghe looked at Gu Yifan and pouted. Don't even think about it. However, Gu Yifan didn't eat her at all and refused without mercy. Don't you know what's going on with yourself right now? Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. Still want to eat ice, want to have a stomachache, right? Su Qinghe pouted somewhat unwillingly. Then he was pulled away by Gu Yifan. On the way back to the neighborhood, Su Qinghe kept muttering with an unhappy look. Gu Yifan looked at her like this and really wanted to give her an earful, but he couldn't be bothered. Come on, don't beep. You can hang a bottle of oil. Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes in disgust. Su Qinghe glanced at him. She didn't want to care about this stinky guy who didn't give himself ice cream right now. Hey, Su Bean, if you keep this up, I'll get angry, Gu Yifan said in a cold tone. Hearing this, Su Qinghe's little face instantly collapsed, then squeezed out a smile at Gu Yifan and said, I won't eat it obediently, so don't be angry, okay? Wouldn't that have been the end of it? Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. After saying that, he pulled her inside the neighborhood with the rice bag in one hand. The next afternoon, Gu Yifan was enjoying Su Qinghe's feeding service when Wang Zibo appeared in front of his house wearing a pair of sunglasses. The moment he opened the door, Gu Yifan was confused for a moment. No, dog baron, what's your look? He said somewhat breathlessly. Wang Zibo's expression was a bit unnatural, and he stammered. It's big sun outside. Gu Yifan glanced outside, then had a black face. Vanama, outside the big cloudy day even the shadow of the sun did not see. You told me that the sun is too big? Wang Zibo was a bit embarrassed, then hurriedly opened his mouth to change the topic. Brother Fan, that my acceptance letter arrived. It says that school starts on September 15th. When will your school start? Oh, my side says August 22nd. Why? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. So, Wang Zibo said somewhat helplessly. Then we won't be able to go to Jinling together. It's not impossible if you want to come along, but I have to leave in a couple days. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said, Wang Zibo froze for a moment. He was a bit puzzled. You're going to Jinling tomorrow. It's still about half a month away. Going so early? Something else. Gu Yifan didn't explain much and said casually, Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't explain what he was going for, Wang Zibo didn't ask much. He thought for a moment and spoke. Forget it then. You and Qinghe's sister-in-law go first. I'll go on my own later, or I'll see who else from our class is going to Jinling, and team up with them to go together as well. Whatever. Gu Yifan nodded and said, Alright, come in and sit down for a while. Hearing the word sit, Wang Zibo's face changed slightly. No, I'm leaving now. He hastily waved his hand and said, Gu Yifan froze slightly as he gave Wang Zibo a somewhat puzzled look, always feeling that there was something wrong with this dog. Sure you don't want to come in and sit down for a while? He spoke, being a little hairy from Gu Yifan's eyes. Wang Zibo hastily waved his hand and said, No more sitting, my butt hurts. With that, he turned and slipped away. Gu Yifan looked at his pouting ass walking posture somewhat unnatural, seemed to think of something. End of chapter. Chapter 157, Departure from Jinling in the middle of August. Time passes without notice. Before I knew it, August was half over. Son you and Xinghe, when are you guys starting school again? On the living room sofa, Chen Dongmei opened her mouth to Gu Yifan and asked, August 22nd. Gu Yifan replied casually, Oh, that's not many days away. Chen Dongmei nodded and said, after thinking about it she turned to her husband again and spoke, How about this? Lao Gu, you take a vacation on the 22nd and send them to report to school. Okay, when the time comes, I'll make arrangements with letting the driver, Little Li, over there. Gu Jiangwo didn't have a problem with it. He nodded and said, seeing his dad and mom saying that they want to send themselves and Su Qinghe to report to the school, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth and refused. Don't, Dad, you don't have to send us. I'll go with Qinghe on my own. Are you kidding me? He still wants to drive that car of his to Jinling to use it, and if he lets his dad deliver it, won't he be exposed? Seeing Gu Yifan's refusal, Chen Dongmei couldn't help but frown. It's so far from Mountain City to Jinling, it's safer to let your dad send you guys. Why? What decade is it? Transportation is so advanced now, we can just take the car ourselves. And what's so far? Mom, you forget that some time ago I and Su Bingbing we all traveled to Manan by ourselves. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. This seems to be the same. Chen Dongmei almost forgot about this thing. Just her heart always feel a little strange. Others are eager to send their parents to college. How did the home of this brat this? But the opposite. Geez, don't worry, Mom, it's fine. Gu Yifan saw that his mom had loosened up a bit, so he added more fire to the road. Chen Dongmei subconsciously looked toward her husband's direction, exchanged a look. She also nodded and said, Okay, no need to send your father can also. You two go on the road to pay attention to safety on the line. Aha, I know, don't worry. Gu Yifan nodded in response. After thinking about it, he added, By the way, the two of us are planning to go over early on the 15th. Chen Dongmei couldn't help but frown again at his words. No, didn't you just say school doesn't start until the 22nd? What are you guys doing there so many days early? Why? I wanted to get there early to get used to my new surroundings. Gu Yifan smiled slightly and opened his mouth to explain. And Mom, did you forget that I have a company over there? Have to go over and take care of things too. As soon as she talked about her son's what's his name tech company, Chen Dongmei couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. She always felt, like child's play, that it didn't look good at all. It's just that again. I don't want to throw cold water on my own son. Okay, just go. Just I tell you you engage in what entrepreneurship can be, but the student should have the appearance of a student. You those college courses you also do not give me down. If you failed a course, you that what the labor of the company also do not open. Chen Dongmei blankly glanced at him and said without any goodwill. Gu Yifan clammed up. He said with a helpless face. I know, don't worry. Early in the morning of August 15th, after refusing to see their parents off, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe took advantage of the fact that their dad and mom hadn't gotten up yet, and the two of them left the house early with their luggage. Gu Yifan is intentional. One does not want to add to the sadness of their own mom. The second is to save a moment to have to explain the car thing. August is the hottest time of the year in the mountain city. Even though it's only about 6 o'clock at this time, carrying a suitcase downstairs, Gu Yifan felt a little sweaty. Are we really not going to tell our aunt and uncle? In the car, Su Qinghe whispered with a tangled face. No, I've left them a note. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, Besides, I haven't told them about the car yet. If I wake them up, my mom will be talking about it again. Su Qinghe still felt that leaving like this without saying a word always felt a little bit not good in her heart. Okay, it's okay, just give them a message when we get there. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head and said, Okay. Seeing that Gu Yifan had said this, what else could she say? Alright, let's leave now. It's still more than 10 hours to Jinling. If we leave now, we won't be there yet today. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. After that, he started the car. Boom! The roar of the Big G's engine snapped to life. Squeak squeak squeak. The car then faded into the underground parking lot with a sound of tires scraping the ground. 8:30 in the morning. Chen Dongmei saw the note message on the table as soon as she woke up. She got up and looked at it. The whole person was speechless. Gu Yifan, this little brat, even ran away without even saying hello. After thinking about it, she walked over to the phone and picked it up to call him. I'm heading north, out of the season with you, around the steering wheel, slewing my regrets. Gu Yifan, who was driving, suddenly heard his cell phone ringing. Bean, there's a phone call. I think it's my mom. Answer it. Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She was a little nervous. What am I going to say? Just tell them we're on the train. Just watch the rest. Whatever you say, Gu Yifan said casually. Well, Su Qinghe deflated her mouth and said helplessly. She picked up Gu Yifan's cell phone and pressed answer somewhat nervously. You brat. Wings hardened. Without saying a word, Long with Qinghe sneaked away. As soon as the phone was connected, he heard Chen Dongmei's splitting curses. Su Qinghe. Straight face. Hey, auntie, it's me, she whispered a little nervously. Ha? Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone obviously froze for a moment. Qinghe. It's you. Sorry. Auntie thought it was that brat Gu Yifan. Not scolding you. Chen Dongmei said in a soft tone, listening to his mom's attitude as if she had changed. Gu Yifan, who was driving, was speechless. It's a real people pleaser. Right, Qinghe. Why are you the one who answered the phone? Where's that brat Gu Yifan? Chen Dongmei on the other end of the phone spoke. Su Qinghe didn't know how to reply for a moment, and she subconsciously looked towards Gu Yifan's side. Say I went to the bathroom. Gu Yifan made a gag at her and said. Gu Yifan he went to the bathroom and didn't bring his cell phone, so I answered the call. Su Qinghe stammered a little nervously. End of chapter. Chapter 158. Arriving at Jinling. Love. Waterbed room? Hearing that Su Qinghe's tone on the other end of the phone seemed a bit nervous, Chen Dongmei froze for a moment. It was just that she didn't think much about it. After all, Su Qinghe's character had always been like this. Ooh. Chen Dongmei nodded and said, by the way, Qinghe, you guys are on the train to Jinling now, right? Yes, it's on the train. Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone opened her mouth and answered. Seeing Su Qinghe speak so nervously, Chen Dongmei was somewhat dumbfounded. This kid, he's a little bit of a sociopath. Come on, silly boy, why are you so nervous? Chen Dongmei smiled and opened her mouth. Well, you guys are in the car on it. Then auntie will not talk to you first. You guys arrived in Jinling. Remember to let Gu Yifan that brat give me a word. Okay, auntie, I'll remember to tell him. Su Qinghe answered very nicely. That's all for now then. Remember to take good care of yourselves, and when you guys come back from vacation on National Day, auntie will make you some good food, Chen Dongmei said with a doting face. Thank you auntie. Bye auntie. Su Qinghe was a bit touched. She nodded seriously and opened her mouth. Okay, bye Green Harvest, Chen Dongmei also said with a smile. After that, the two hung up. Phew, only after hanging up the phone did Su Qinghe let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had never been able to lie, and she was really nervous about being asked to deal with a scene like this. She couldn't help but glance at Gu Yifan before pouting. Blame it on this stinker. Gu Yifan, who was driving, caught a glimpse of her pouting, and naturally understood what was going through her mind. Alright, when we get to the service area later, I'll buy you an ice cream. Alright, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. Once she heard that Gu Yifan was going to buy her ice cream, Su Qinghe's eyes couldn't help but light up slightly. Is it okay to ask for two? She asked in a small, tentative voice. Gu Yifan. No, he cut in. Su Qinghe's small mouth couldn't help but pout as she glanced her head out the window in silent protest. However, Gu Yifan didn't eat her at all. Just see her this lovely appearance of beeping and couldn't help but soften her heart. The weather is too hot. Eat one on the line. Eat more, will have diarrhea. Su Bean, you don't want to poop in the car, do you? Su Qinghe, straight face. Although Gu Yifan spoke in a reasonable manner, none of it was something she loved to hear. She doesn't want to hear it. Don't listen. The wanker reads the scriptures, she murmured secretly in her mind. If Gu Yifan knew what was in her heart at this time, I'm afraid the car wouldn't be open, and he would have taken out his stick on the spot to educate her fiercely. 12:30 noon. In the highway service area, Su Qinghe ate Gu Yifan's ice cream as she wished. She held the ice cream with both hands and licked it in small bites. Perhaps because it was too icy, she spat out her little tongue every now and then, and the whole thing looked adorable. Gu Yifan looked at her adorable appearance and couldn't help but pinch her little face. Satisfied this time, he didn't have the heart to say, silly bean. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's peach blossom eyes curved up slightly as she nodded vigorously. Obviously at this point she was happy. Then shouldn't you tell me something? Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but tease her. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She tilted her little head to think, then looked at Gu Yifan with a serious face and said, you're a good person, Gu Yifan. Straight face. This sudden onslaught of good guy cards caught him a little off guard. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly, and he said with a speechless expression, "You're really good at talking." The two ate lunch in the service area, filled up the car with gas and then rested for a while before continuing on their way. Driving at highway speeds the whole time is incredibly boring. Gu Yifan asked Su Qinghe to take a nap, but Su Qinghe refused. Since she had fallen asleep on the last trip to southern Fujian, she wanted to accompany Gu Yifan this time. Seeing that Su Qinghe refused to sleep, Gu Yifan only thought that she wasn't sleepy yet, so he didn't force her. He turned up the music in the car a little, humming along as he drove. At 2:30 in the morning, Gu Yifan drove his car slowly into downtown Jinling City. At this time, even with Gu Yifan's strong physique that had been transformed, after driving for a whole day, he felt more or less tired. Su Qinghe, who was on the passenger seat on the side, had been fighting with her eyelids at this time, but she refused to sleep. At 12 in the morning in the middle of the day, Gu Yifan told her to go to sleep, but Su Qinghe still refused to go to sleep. Just whispered, "I want to stay with you." Then Gu Yifan was left with no temper at all. No way. Where can I find such a silly and cute girl paper? How could he afford to be angry with her again? So he let her go, only the car was speeding up a lot more, and the gas was almost to the bottom of his foot. So Bean. Gu Yifan opened his mouth as he drove. Hearing the voice, Su Qinghe forcibly propped open her eyelids and turned her head to look at him. "We've arrived in Jinling, you'll go to sleep when we get to the hotel in a while, just take a bath when you wake up." Gu Yifan opened his mouth. At those words, Su Qing gently shook her head as she whispered, "To wash before going to sleep." Even though she had been in the car all day today and had the air conditioning not sweating much, she was a little uncomfortable without a shower. "Okay, then we'll talk about it later when we get to the hotel." Gu Yifan opened his mouth. With that, he turned the car around toward the end of the intersection. 10 minutes later. You mean there are no more suites? Gu Yifan opened his mouth to the young lady at the front desk of the hotel. Yes. The hotel receptionist nodded and said, "There's only a couple's king-size bedroom and an erotic waterbed room left." Erotic waterbed. Why does this sound a little weird? Gu Yifan shook his head and hurriedly got rid of those messy thoughts in his mind. The suites are usually rarely booked on weekdays. Since he was driving all day today and didn't know if he could get to Jinling, he didn't book a hotel in advance, thinking that he would just wait until he got there and then just drive. The result is what we have now. Had I known that I would have booked the hotel online in advance? Gu Yifan thought somewhat helplessly at this time. Never mind. Let's just check out the other hotels then. Thank you. Beautiful. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. After saying that, he turned his head and took Su Qinghe's small hand, preparing to leave. Seeing this, the hotel receptionist lady on the side couldn't help but open her mouth and reminded, handsome. Now it happens to be the summer vacation. A lot of families come to Jinling to travel. The suites in the whole Jinling are harder to book these days. The two of you couples, I suggest you still open an erotic waterbed room is good. Our hotel's erotic waterbed room is also very good. Cost effective is also quite high. Gu Yifan. I hadn't counted on that. Just then, Su Qinghe, who was on the side, tugged on his sleeve and whispered, "Why don't we just book one?" End of chapter. Chapter 159. Gu Yifan, brought it myself. 2 boxes. Gu Yifan's entire body was confused. He looked down at Su Qinghe with a shocked face. At this moment, Su Qinghe's small face was flushed with a shy look. Just waterbed? Oh, my Su Bean, do you really know what this waterbed is for? Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say for a moment. For a while the atmosphere on the field was a bit awkward, while the hotel receptionist lady on the side was looking at the two with a thoughtful look. So Bean, are you sure you want an erotic waterbed room? After a long moment of silence, Gu Yifan said quietly, "Aha." Su Qinghe subconsciously nodded. Just, who knew what a waterbed was? She thought it was just a regular big bed. Seeing her nodding, Gu Yifan's heart became even more helpless, and he came to Su Qinghe's ear and whispered, "Su Bean Han, you're playing with fire. You know." Aha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She frowned her small brows, somewhat unable to understand what Gu Yifan said. After thinking about it, she only thought that Gu Yifan was talking about men and women sharing a room. Then her small face slightly reddened, and the whole person had shyly lowered her head. Gu Yifan saw how she first looked confused and then shy. Got a solid hammer. It was certain that Su Qinghe, the simpleton, really didn't know what a waterbed was for. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly as he turned around and walked to the front desk and spoke to the young lady. "Is there a standard room?" The hotel receptionist was confused for a moment. "Didn't you say you wanted to book the erotic waterbed room?" She subconsciously opened her mouth. Gu Yifan, straight face, with a speechless face and a head full of black lines, he said, "It's going to be the standard room. I prefer wet and dry to waterbeds." Aha! Hearing Gu Yifan's words, The hotel receptionist lady's eyes lit up slightly, instantly understanding. Okay, hold on. I'll check it out for you. Afterward, she revealed a silky ambiguous smile at Gu Yifan and said, yes. However, Gu Yifan was too lazy to bother with her and just nodded expressionlessly. Ha! Front desk lady fingers in the computer keyboard snapped knocked a few times, smiled and said, handsome, you are lucky. Standard room just left the last one. Okay, that's it. Gu Yifan said without the slightest hesitation. Okay, please show your IDs and you need to pay a deposit of 500 over here. The front desk lady said very skillfully. A few minutes later, check-in is done. Okay, here are your IDs and room cards. Please keep them. The room is on the 3rd floor, room 305. The elevator is out the door and to the left. The hotel front desk lady handed over the two people's ID cards and room cards and smiled. Okay, thanks. It was already late, and after Gu Yifan said thank you, he turned around and pulled the suitcase with one hand and led Su Qinghe in the direction of the elevator with the other. Handsome, wait. Just as the two walked to the elevator door, the hotel receptionist lady suddenly shouted at the two. Gu Yifan's footsteps slightly lurched as he turned his head to look at the front desk somewhat puzzled. May I ask what else is going on? I was going to say do you guys need this? Said she took out a box of Durex Slim from the counter. She smiled ambiguously and said, the ones in the room are more expensive and not cost-effective. Do you guys want to take a box with you? Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe? After a long moment of silence, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth twitched slightly as he said, no need, we have our own belt. After thinking about it, he held up 2 fingers and added, 2 boxes. After saying that, he pulled Su Qinghe's small hand, pressed open the elevator and took the bewildered Su Qinghe to walk in, leaving only the dumbfounded front desk lady frozen in place. Bull. After a long period of silence, the front desk lady spat out these 2 words from her mouth. Just now, what did that young lady mean by that? Su Qinghe hesitated in the elevator and asked in a small voice. It doesn't mean anything, don't get any ideas. Gu Yifan turned his head and glanced at her, saying faintly, ding. The elevator door opened and Gu Yifan pulled her out of the elevator. Room 305. Just didn't he pay attention to the words of the receptionist, and now looking at the room door number on the wall, Gu Yifan was a little confused. Another 305. Such a coincidence? Shaking his head, he didn't think much about it, and after swiping his card to open the door of the room and plugging in the electricity, he led Su Qinghe inside. A star hotel is still a star hotel, and although it is a normal standard room, the room is quite neat and spacious. Casually placing the suitcase on the luggage rack next to him, Gu Yifan turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Are you going to take a bath first, or am I going to wash first? Su Qinghe was still thinking about the conversation between Gu Yifan and the receptionist lady just now, and only reacted when she heard his words. Yeah, this time, unlike before, there's only one room tonight. You, go ahead and wash it, Su Qinghe said with a slight blush on her small face. Okay, then you can rest for a while, I'm going to take a shower. After saying that, Gu Yifan opened his suitcase and took out a change of pajamas and walked into the bathroom. Looking at Gu Yifan's back as he walked into the bathroom, Su Qinghe couldn't help but start to get a little nervous. Clap 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 clap. It wasn't long before the sound of running water from the shower came from the bathroom. Su Qinghe's heart was beating wildly. Originally she was still very sleepy, but at this moment, her sleepiness was completely gone. She walked over to one of the beds and sat down, looking a little overwhelmed as she couldn't help but clasp her 2 small hands together. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan walked out of the bathroom while rubbing his hair. Perhaps because he had just taken a hot bath, Gu Yifan felt a little hot, so he didn't put on a shirt. Gu Yifan was a bit puzzled. Su Bean, why don't you turn on the air conditioner? Su Qinghe was pulled out of her cluttered thoughts by his voice, and she subconsciously glanced at Gu Yifan, only to see Gu Yifan naked upper body, the neatly arranged 8-pack abs into her eyes. Su Qinghe's eyes glared. In the next second, the little face instantly turned red, hastily withdrawing her gaze in panic, like a fertilized bunny, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes at all. Seeing that Su Qinghe didn't answer himself, Gu Yifan turned his head towards her side, only to see that at this moment, Su Qinghe's little face was red, like a peach that was already ripe. What's this about? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He suddenly looked down at himself and instantly realized what was going on. Seeing her with this shy look, Gu Yifan couldn't help but want to tease her. He casually put the towel on the shelf, then took a step towards Su Qinghe's side. At this moment, Su Qinghe was keeping her head down, but she also sensed that Gu Yifan was leaning over to her side step by step. Puff puff puff. At this instant, her heartbeat accelerated once again and again, and her little face got hotter and hotter. End of chapter. Chapter 160. Even when Rudra comes, he must go again. just when Su Qinghe's heart was racing so fast that it was about to jump into her throat. Gu Yifan, however, brushed past her and picked up the air conditioner remote control on the nightstand. Drip! The air conditioner turned on and a cool breeze blew out from inside it. Taking advantage of a gap, Su Qinghe was also able to let out a sigh of relief. I'm going to take a shower, she said hastily before scrambling to grab her clothes from her suitcase and running inside the bathroom. Looking at her figure that fled like a frightened bunny, Gu Yifan couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth slightly. Putting down the air conditioner remote, Gu Yifan rummaged through the cabinet and found the TV remote, then casually turned it on. Whoa dash! Not a moment later, there was also the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Gu Yifan subconsciously turned his head toward the direction of the bathroom, only to see Su Qinghe's concave and convex figure reflected vaguely on the frosted glass. His eyes glazed over. Who the can top that? Gu Yifan hastily withdrew his eyes and stared at the TV screen and began to silently recite the true words. Half an hour later, just as Gu Yifan was fighting his heart demons, Su Qinghe's soft and sticky voice suddenly came from the bathroom side. Big evil. Gu Yifan, can you help me take my pajamas? I just took the leak. At this time in the bathroom, Su Qinghe looked at the pajamas in front of her, which only had pants and no top, and wanted to cry without tears. Hearing Su Qinghe's voice, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, but he didn't hear what she said too clearly, so he got up and walked to the glass door of the bathroom, gently knocked on the door and opened his mouth. Su Bin, what did you just say? Su Qinghe at this time, her face was so red that it could almost drip water. She whispered, I got leaky pajamas, can you help me get them? Ooh-hoo, just give me a second haha. Gu Yifan nodded at his words and said, after saying that, he walked to the luggage rack side, opened the suitcase and saw the blouse that Su Qinghe took and missed. Without thinking too much about it, he grabbed his clothes and retraced his steps to this side of the bathroom. After knocking on the glass door again, Gu Yifan spoke, Bean, I've got the clothes, but how do I give them to you? Squeak! Just as he finished speaking, the glass door of the bathroom opened a crack, and a small white hand cautiously reached out from inside. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Reacting, he put the clothes into Su Qinghe's hands. Whoosh! Su Qinghe's small hand then shrank back. Seeing this, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. What a simpleton, he thought darkly in his mind. A few minutes later, Su Qinghe had already put on her pajamas and walked out from inside the bathroom. At this time her little face was flushed, not knowing whether it was because of shyness or because she had just finished a hot bath. Probably both. Her eyes were a little flustered, not daring to meet Gu Yifan's eyes. Gu Yifan didn't say much either. When he saw her come out, he went into the bathroom and grabbed the hairdryer on the wall and started blow-drying his hair. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan blew dry his hair and came out. He walked to the bedside and picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was 4:30 in the morning. It's late, go to sleep, and we'll talk about the rest when you wake up. Gu Yifan spoke to Su Qinghe on the other bed. The redness on Su Qinghe's face had already faded, but her heart was still more or less nervous. Aha! She didn't say much, just nodded gently. Pa! The lights went out and the whole room darkened instantly. All that remained was the faint yellow light from the two nightlights next to the nightstand. Good night, woolly Su Bin. Gu Yifan turned sideways and rushed at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Late. Good night. Su Qinghe also whispered back. 5 o'clock in the morning. Listening to the sound of steady breathing coming from the next bed, Su Qinghe carefully turned around to look towards Gu Yifan's side. Through the weak light, Su Qinghe could vaguely see Gu Yifan's handsome side face, impeccably perfect from this angle. This big bully is so pretty, Su Qinghe thought darkly in her heart. Suddenly, Gu Yifan rolled over. 4 eyes. Was it good? Gu Yifan's voice sounded quietly. Ha! Su Qinghe's eyes first went wide. Brush! In the next second, her small face instantly turned red. It was a good thing that the lights were dimmer now, so she couldn't see or hear clearly, which made her feel quietly relieved. Why don't you go to sleep? Can't sleep? Gu Yifan spoke again. Aha! Su Qinghe answered in a small voice. After thinking about it, she whispered again. No, not used to it. After she finished speaking, Gu Yifan's side was silent. Half a day later, Su Qinghe was violently startled, only because she felt a sudden extra person under her comforter. Her body stiffened slightly, and not reacting, she subconsciously tried to shrink back. It's me, don't move, I'll hold you to sleep. Gu Yifan's voice rang in her ears. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's movements stalled in vain. She didn't shrink back any further. Just like this, she didn't move at all and leaned in Gu Yifan's arms, letting him hold herself tightly. Just that her delicate and absolutely beautiful little face had long since become as red as a ripe red apple at this time. Even though it wasn't the first time she had laid in Gu Yifan's arms, but every time she felt Gu Yifan's chest was big and thick, very secure. After a few more moments, Her mood slowly calmed down from her initial nervousness and ruminations. Her body also gradually softened from the stiff and straight at the beginning, and she even unconsciously rubbed herself into Gu Yifun's arms. However, this unconscious action of hers was what made Gu Yifun almost unable to strain himself to musk on the spot. A beauty warm in the arms. Who can top this? I'm afraid Ka has come and gone again. Bean. Gu Yifun couldn't help but speak. Su Qinghe grunted in response, while her small head rubbed against his chest once more. Gu Yifun, if you keep moving around, I really can't help it, he said quietly with a helpless face. Ha! Su Qinghe first froze for a moment. After she reacted, her little face once again became hot. She didn't dare to move anymore. Although, if Gu Yifun really want to do something to themselves, the probability of their own will not resist. But her heart is not yet ready to go with Gu Yifun's zero-distance communication. Honest face-to-face these. So she had to be good and didn't dare to move anymore. In this moment, neither spoke again. Silence. The room was once again in the midst of silence. The two of them hugged each other tightly, and the only thing they could hear was each other's thumping heartbeats and rapid breathing. End of chapter. Chapter 161. That girl with her eyes full of herself. Of course she had to swollen her ass. After another half hour of silence, Su Qinghe realized that Gu Yifun's breathing was getting more and more rapid. She suddenly remembered what she had been taught in her high school physiology class earlier, and she also roughly understood what kind of torment Gu Yifun was enduring at the moment. Are you having a hard time? Aha! Gu Yifun was trying his best to suppress the distracting thoughts of thought in his mind and casually returned. Hearing Gu Yifun's difficult voice, Su Qinghe was heartbroken. She hesitated, gently bit her lower lip, and said very quietly, "Why don't I help you?" Gu Yifun's eyes snapped open, and with a shocked expression, he glanced down at Su Qinghe in his arms. Su Bean, do you know what you're talking about yourself? Shaking his head slightly, he said somewhat helplessly. No. What? Nose. Su Qinghe nodded her head as her small face burned and said, it was Gu Yifun's turn to clam up. It's not. You know that and you're still saying that? For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. Ugh. After Gu Yifun sighed lightly, he spoke softly. Fool. It's actually not that hard. Don't think nonsense. Seeing that Gu Yifun refused, Su Qinghe's voice was as small as a mosquito wire. But, I don't want you to feel bad. After thinking about it, she added, and the teacher had taught in the physiology class before that it's not good for the body to hold more like this. Gu Yifun, straight face. This Bean, he knows a lot. But Gu Yifun didn't have that kind of sexual interest in the matter of just firing blanks. If you want to do it, then do it for real. There's no point in just firing blanks. And the most important point was that Gu Yifun didn't want their first time to leave a bad impression. After some serious thinking, Gu Yifun spoke softly and gently. Alright, it's really alright. Just be good and don't move. I'll just hold you and sleep. Don't think nonsense. Seeing that Gu Yifun had said so, Su Qinghe didn't say anything more. Ooh. In fact, her heart was also afraid, but she just didn't want to see Gu Yifun feel bad, so she gathered the courage to say these words. Gu Yifun gently kissed her forehead and tenderly said, Alright, I'm tired today for the whole day. Be good. Go to sleep. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded obediently, then closed her eyes very peacefully. Both of them stopped talking, quietly enjoying this moment of quality time alone between the two of them. Another moment passed, listening to the steady breathing of Su Qinghe in his arms. Gu Yifun knew that she had fallen asleep. As soon as he thought of what Su Qinghe had just said, Gu Yifun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. How can there be such a stupid girl? Gu Yifun heart some tears and laughter at the same time, but also heart is also very touched. Looking down at Su Qinghe, who was asleep with a smile still at the corner of her mouth. Is this full of your own girls? How can one fail her? Well, Su Qinghe stifled a grunt, and the eyelashes on her eyes trembled slightly before slowly opening them. She still had the slightest hint of confusion in her eyes, a look of who I am and where I am. Obviously, she hadn't completely come to her senses. After another moment's reprieve, Su Qinghe's consciousness returned, and she subconsciously glanced down, only to see that at this moment, his entire self was lying in Gu Yifun's arms like an octopus. He, on the other hand, was holding himself tightly, and the two of them were close to each other, and through the layer of thin pajamas, Su Qinghe could still feel Gu Yifun's scorching man's body temperature. This action. You're such a bad sleeper? Su Qinghe couldn't help the slight blush on her small face. Hiss. Gu Yifun woke up with a jolt, followed by a breath of cool air. At this time, Su Qinghe had already reacted. Her face instantly turned red, and for a while, the whole person was a bit flustered and incomparable. When she saw that Gu Yifun had woken up, she immediately started pretending to be asleep. There's no way around it. What I just did myself was a large social death. And after Gu Yifun was awakened by a burst of pain, he was dumbfounded. He subconsciously glanced at Su Qinghe in his arms and realized that she was still asleep at that moment. Did you just dream it yourself? It was just that the vaguely passing dissimilarity that made him feel not quite like a dream again. But what the hell is going on here? It's hard not to see ghosts. After thinking for half a day, Gu Yifan couldn't figure out what was going on. Shaking his head, he just assumed he was really having a more realistic nightmare. Turning his head towards the window, he found that the sky was already bright outside the window, and the sunlight shot through the gap of the white gauze curtains at the windowsill on Su Qinghe's face, and the roots of the fetal hairs were clearly visible on that white little face, which appeared to be very adorable. Gu Yifan couldn't help but reach out and pinch her soft little face, then reached for the cell phone on the nightstand and lit the screen, realizing that it was already 12:30 in the middle of the day. The two of them had slept for a good 6 or 7 bells this nap, and it was about time to get up for lunch. And at this moment, Su Qinghe almost couldn't tense up to reveal herself when Gu Yifan pinched her cheeks. She had heard Gu Yifan's whisper just now, if he knew he pinched it. I'm afraid. The image was too beautiful for her to think about. He had to force himself to hold back the guilt in his heart and continue to pretend to be asleep. Pa! Just then, a crisp slap sounded. Su Qinghe only felt her entire half of her ass go numb. She snapped her eyes open and looked at Gu Yifan with a shocked expression, only to see him looking at his nonsense in a serious manner. Su Hanin, you're awake? Su Bean, what's that look on your face? Did you have a nightmare? Su Bean, let's get up. The sun is shining on our asses. In this instant, the sense of guilt in Su Qinghe's heart was completely gone. She even felt that the strength she just pinched was too light. This stinky bully knows how to bully himself all the time. Woohoo! At 1:30 p.m. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe, who had been moping around since she woke up, and had some doubts in his heart. Bean, what's wrong with you? Was it not enough sleep? Gu Yifan couldn't help but ask. Su Qinghe, half of her ass was still aching now, and when she was changing out in front of her she peeked at it. It was all swollen and all. Now Gu Yifan, this stinky guy, even had the face to ask why he was unhappy. If it were not for the crowded restaurant, she would have wanted to pounce on the spot and ruthlessly bite this bad guy who just knows how to bully herself all day long. End of chapter. Chapter 162, Secretary Su on the line? Gu Yifan, something secretaries do. 3:30 in the afternoon. Gu Yifan drove the two of them with Su Qinghe to a commercial plaza located near the urban area of Jinling University. Half an hour later, Su Qinghe looked at herself in the mirror in an OL professional outfit with black silk high heels, with a somewhat complicated expression. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, stood on the sideline smiling and admiring this side of Su Qinghe that she had never had before. Black silk with a wraparound skirt is simply unbeatable. Do we really have to wear it like this? Su Qinghe's small face was scarlet. She looked at Gu Yifan and said in a very embarrassed whisper, yes, from now on, you're my exclusive little secretary. Gu Yifan looked at her with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. Su Qinghe, straight face. Gu Yifan's mind suddenly remembered such a sentence that he had seen on the internet in his previous life, so he came to Su Qinghe's ear and whispered, Su Bean Bean ah, have you ever heard such a sentence? Well, there is something secretaries to do. Nothing to do. Secretary, brush. Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. She lowered her little head in shame, thinking helplessly, this stinky bully is bullying her again. Just when the atmosphere was a bit ambiguous, the salesgirl in the clothing store walked over with a suit. With a smile on her face, she opened her mouth to Gu Yifan. Mr. Gu, the suit size has been altered for you according to your height. Try it on again and see. If there is still something that doesn't fit, this side will help you adjust it again. Yes, Gu Yifan nodded, then took the suit from her hands and walked over to the fitting room to start trying on clothes again. A few minutes later, Gu Yifan looked at himself in the fitting room mirror and nodded with satisfaction. I have to say, after this was modified to your height measurements, the dress looked like everything was just right on you. After a moment of self-appreciation, he walked out of the fitting room, and when he stepped out from inside the fitting room, the eyes of everyone present instantly widened. A well-tailored casual suit coupled with his incredibly handsome face, the whole person looked like a Prince Charming who had stepped out of a cartoon. If Gu Yifan agreed, they would be more than happy to become that white horse in his crotch. Even Su Qinghe, who was on the side, had beautiful eyes when she looked at such a handsome Gu Yifan at that moment. This big bully is really handsome, she thought darkly in her mind. Gu Yifan directly chose to ignore the secret glances of the sales clerks. He turned his head and smiled faintly at Su Qinghe to the side and said, Secretary Su, come over here. Seeing Gu Yifan calling himself Secretary Su in public, Su Qinghe instantly thought of what Gu Yifan had just said. Her little face reddened once more. Deliberately, this big bully definitely did it on purpose. She pouted and walked somewhat reluctantly to Gu Yifan's side. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, ignored her small aggrieved expression and looked at the two of them in the mirror. The proper overlord and his gentle little secretary nodding with satisfaction. He turned his head and rushed to the side of the sales lady whose legs were clamped together with a somewhat unusual flushed color and said faintly, "Okay, just these 2 sets. Help me take 2 more sets according to such a style, and then swipe your card." Aha! Hearing this, the sales lady on the side who was already excited by his heaven-defying face value instantly lit up her eyes. She hurriedly spoke. Yes, I'll go and arrange it for you now." Oh yes! Gu Yifan suddenly thought of something, so he pointed at the black silk on Su Qinghe's legs and said indifferently, "The quality of this black silk is not good. Once torn, it will be rotten. A few more pairs, together with the bill." Ha! The salesgirl froze at first. Bad quality and need more pairs? But, having been in the field for a long time, she suddenly got the point of Gu Yifan. Once you tear it, it's rotten. For a moment her mind had brainstormed a million images. I didn't realize that this handsome guy was playing with flowers. She looked deeply at both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, then hurriedly nodded and said, "All right, Mr. Gu, please wait a moment. I'll go and make arrangements for you." Aha! Gu Yifan didn't say anything more, just nodded lightly. Seeing this, the young lady didn't nag anymore and immediately turned around and went to make arrangements with those somewhat muddy legs. None other, a big client. She knew that the sets of clothes Gu Yifan had just asked for added up to the commission that topped her usual 1-month salary. After waiting for people to walk away, Su Qinghe reached out and gently tugged on Gu Yifan's sleeve whispering, "Their stockings are not good. I still have stockings. You can actually not have to buy them. It's okay. Those you can't tear. Her kind is better. Keep plenty on hand. You'll need it." Gu Yifan glanced at her and said lightly, "Su Qinghe." Meanwhile, in a commercial office building located in the CBD in the center of Jinling City, Wang Sharan, who was dressed in a straight suit, sat in the vice general manager's office with an apprehensive face. He looked at the employees who were snapping code at their workstations outside, and his eyes were very complicated, because this has been going on for almost a month or so now. Talking about it, he himself didn't know how to express his feelings. A little over a month ago, a mysterious big boss found himself through the industry headhunters, and offered himself $1 million a year to make himself jump ship to this Yeeho Technology Co. At that time, he happened to be ostracized in the company, has been depressed, coupled with the temptation of high salary package. He resigned in a hot head to jump over. Only when he came over, his whole body was confused. He and the cleaning lady are the only 2 people in the whole company. His heart was apprehensive, and he always felt as if he had gotten into a pirate ship. Well, in the middle of this mysterious big boss one after another with him on the phone a few times, and very trusting to him to turn a few million so that he first rented a whole floor of the office building, and then let him recruit a number of skilled employees engaged in the class of IT. As for the specific business to carry out, this mysterious big boss did not tell him. Just said let him see the situation to arrange first. So far, this mysterious big boss has disappeared into thin air again. If it wasn't for the fact that last month's employee wages were paid on time to the company's account, he would have thought that his mysterious big boss had run away. It's just that if this goes on, he won't be able to hold on to his paycheck. He then took on a couple of small projects using his previous contacts in the industry. No way, he didn't want it to be like this. But that mysterious big boss of his own was not there and didn't give any instructions, so he didn't dare to take the big project. If something happens here, I guess I can't afford to lose my little savings to my underwear. After thinking for a long time, he felt that it really wouldn't do to continue like this. If you don't do anything, you can't keep so many people. You can't burn enough money. After hesitating again and again, finally he pulled out his cell phone then dialed his mysterious big boss's number. End of chapter. Chapter 163 CP Lockout. What are we going to do now? Su Qinghe looked at the towering commercial office building in front of her and said with some curiosity. Gu Yifan turned his head to look at her, then smiled slightly and said, "I'll show you our family's company." Ha! Su Qinghe froze for a moment, then she suddenly reacted again, her eyes somewhat shyly glancing at Gu Yifan. If she hadn't heard correctly just now, Gu Yifan was talking about our family. The corners of her mouth quirked up slightly, something sweet in her heart. Gu Yifan didn't notice the change in Su Qinghe's heart. He held her hand and walked straight towards the lobby entrance of the office building. "I'm heading north, out of the season with you, around the steering wheel, slewing my regrets." Just as the 2 of them walked to the lobby entrance, Gu Yifan's cell phone suddenly rang. Gu Yifan pulled out his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was Wang Sharan who had called. As it happened, he was just about to try to call him to come down and pick him up as well. Smiling slightly, he picked up the phone. "Hey," Gu Yifan spoke faintly. "Boss, I'm Wang Sharan." Wang Sharan on the other end of the phone spoke very respectfully. "Boss, is it convenient for you to answer the phone right now?" "Well, it's convenient, and it just so happens that I wanted to give you a call." Gu Yifan smiled. Ha! It was Wang Sharan's turn to freeze. I am now downstairs in the company. You arrange for someone to come down and open the door. There is something we can talk about in the company later. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Yes, yes. Upon hearing that Gu Yifan was downstairs at the company at the moment, Wang Xiaoren dabbed his head and stood up, hastily speaking, I'll go down and pick you up now. Yes. Gu Yifan didn't refuse. He nodded lightly and said. After that, he hung up. As for Wang Xiaoren's side, after hanging up the phone, he immediately pushed open the office door and walked out. Papa. He stood in the office doorway and clapped his hands hard. Everyone stop what they're doing for a moment and clean up their respective desks immediately. The big boss is coming over. Whichever desktop is messy enough to cause displeasure to the big boss, then resign automatically. Wang Xiaoren said with a serious face. Wow. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the office was shocked. Asterisk. The big boss is coming? I always thought Mr. Wang was the boss. I didn't realize there was a big boss behind our company. A group of people were whispering and mingling. Alright, let's get moving. People. Wang Xiaoren spoke. After saying that, he turned his head to the company's front desk assistant young lady and spoke. Xiao He, you go down with me to fetch the big boss up. Okay, Mr. Wang. Helena nodded and said. After saying that, the two of them walked out of the office and took the elevator downstairs. After the two of them left, the crowd inside the office started to clean up. Good thing that usually everyone pays close attention to personal hygiene. In addition to their own desktop slightly messy, the office inside still looks quite clean and tidy. It didn't take long for the crowd to clean up their desktops. The crowd became curious again about this upcoming big boss behind the scenes. After Gu Yifan hung up the phone, he saw Su Qinghe looking at him with a curious face. So he spoke. Bean, let's wait a bit. Someone will come down to pick us up in a while. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded, then asked again in a small voice. Is this the company you told your aunt and uncle and them about last time? Right. Gu Yifan nodded and said with a slight smile. It's the time when we went to Minan. I found someone online to register. Speaking of which, it's my first time here too. Ha. Ooh. Su Qinghe gently nodded. This was something she had some impression of. Only she didn't ask Gu Yifan specifically at the time. Just as Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were talking, Wang Xiaoren appeared at the entrance of the office building with the two front desk assistant ladies in a hurry. Coming. Gu Yifan saw him from afar. Even though the two had never met, Gu Yifan guessed that he was Wang Xiaoren with his first feeling. And at that moment Wang Xiaoren also noticed his side. Eyes glazed over slightly. He also recognized Gu Yifan, because he had seen his ID photo when he was sorting out the company's information before. And at that time, he was still a bit impressed that his behind-the-scenes boss was so young. Ho, the boss is over there. Wang Xiaoren turned his head and spoke to the receptionist assistant Miss Helena. Then he quickly walked towards Gu Yifan's side. Boss, I'm Wang Xiaoren. He walked to Gu Yifan and spoke very respectfully. Good, Mr. Wang. It's been a hard time for you. Gu Yifan nodded and smiled. Eat the king's pay. Be loyal to the king, as you should. As you should. Wang Xiaoren hurriedly spoke. By the way, this is our company's front desk assistant, Lena He. Suddenly remembering something, he turned his head and pointed at Helena and opened his mouth to Gu Yifan. And at this moment, Helena did not have the slightest half reaction, just staring stupidly at Gu Yifan in front of her. Her behavior caused Gu Yifan to faintly stare. Ahem. Wang Xiaoren, who was on the side, could not help but feel a little embarrassed as he hurriedly pretended to cough twice before reaching out and tugging on Helena. It was only then that Helena woke up like a dream. Her face flushed slightly and she hurriedly spoke. Good old boss. Hello. Gu Yifan gave her a slight nod, then turned his head to Wang Xiaoren and spoke. Mr. Wang, let's go up to the office and talk. Yes. Wang Xiaoren hurriedly nodded, then spoke. Boss, and this lady, please follow me this way. After saying that, he made a gesture of inviting each other, and then he lagged behind Gu Yifan by half a body, guiding both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe towards the inside of the office building. At the same time, he didn't forget to glare back at Helena, signaling her not to make any more mistakes. Helena, straight face, she knew she was in the wrong, and with a look of embarrassment and ill will, she hurriedly followed suit. Only by now her heart had long been in shock. I'm going to. That's a little too young for your own boss, isn't it? And, it's just too good looking, isn't it? The same goes for the girl next to him. Too pretty, right? Is that girl the boss's wife? It should be. Looking at Gu Yifan holding Su Qinghe's hand, she secretly said in her heart, oh, dear, looks like you don't stand a chance. But there's something to be said for that. The owner and the owner's wife are too good looking for each other. As a face dog, she had already locked the CP of both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe in her heart. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Gu Yifan held Su Qinghe's hand, and the two of them took the lead to walk out from inside the elevator. followed by Wang Shaoren and the receptionist assistant Helena. Boss, this is our company. End of chapter. Chapter 164, Status of YHWT. Looking at the front desk, Waliha Technology Company, Ltd. A few hot gold letters. Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction. Boss, according to your order, this whole floor, our company has rented it. Wang Shaoren opened his mouth and introduced himself. Yes, Gu Yifan nodded. Boss, your office is inside. I'll show you there. Wang Shaoren once again spoke respectfully. Gu Yifan didn't say anything more as he nodded slightly. Then he stepped inside the office under Wang Shaoren's leadership. Only a few people had just walked in when they were taken aback by the sight before them. Hello boss. A dozen or so people stood respectfully on both sides of the aisle in 2 rows. And the moment they saw Gu Yifan, the crowd shouted in unison. Gu Yifan froze for a moment before turning his head to look deeply at Wang Shaoren. Wang Shaoren, straight face, and at that moment he was in a daze. He had just instructed the crowd to clean up the office environment, but he didn't expect the guys to pull a stunt. Well, hello everyone. Gu Yifan's face was as normal, and he nodded to the crowd with a calm face and said, on the contrary. Su Qingha, who was following her side, was a little less accustomed to it at this time, always a little social fear of her. Where has she seen such a scene? Noticing Su Qingha's dissimilarity, Gu Yifan turned his head to Wang Shaoren and spoke. Mr. Wang, let everyone disperse. Yes, boss. Wang Shaoren hurriedly nodded, then turned his head to the crowd and opened his mouth. Everyone is dispersed, each back to their respective workstations. What to do? Mr. Wang, let's go to my office for a chat. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Yes, boss, please follow me this way. Wang Shaoren hurriedly nodded his head. After saying that, he led the way towards the office inside. Looking at the backs of Gu Yifan, several people, all the people present looked at each other somewhat blankly. It's over. Are we doing a disservice out of good intentions? Seems like the boss doesn't like this kind of formalism much. It shouldn't be so bad, should it? Yeah, I saw the boss wasn't angry either. But have you guys noticed that the boss is really young looking? And really handsome too. Yeah, I forgot if you didn't tell me. I was too nervous just now. The boss is indeed so young. Right, did you guys notice that girl next to the boss just now? So pretty. She should be the boss's wife, right? It's indeed pretty. Looking like a fairy. Originally I thought that Xiao He was already pretty good looking, but now she's standing next to the boss's wife like a donggong maid. There's no harm in this without comparison. That girl should be the boss's wife. Because I just had a sneak peek and realized that the boss was holding her hand. I go to, boss and the boss's wife, 2 people, this face value is simply against the sky. The group whispered as they returned to their workstations. At this time, Gu Yifan sighed. He had already come to the general manager's office that Wang Shaoren had helped him set up. Looking at the neat and simple decoration and arrangement style inside the office, Gu Yifan glanced at Wang Shaoren on the side with some surprise. Ahem. Wang Shaoren was a little embarrassed by Gu Yifan's eyes. He opened his mouth to explain. Boss, I don't know how you like it, so I had to help you simply arrange it according to the more popular decoration style of the young people nowadays. If you don't like it, we can rearrange it. No need. That's it. I'm quite happy with this style. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said. Seeing that he was satisfied, Wang Shaoren's heart was then quietly relieved. That embarrassing thing at the door just now, coupled with the decoration issue, I'm afraid it will make this young boss of his leave a bad impression on him. Good to have a scare. That, Xiao He is it. Go and help make some cups of tea and bring them to the office. Gu Yifan spoke to Helena, the company's receptionist assistant, who followed him in. Okay, boss. Helena hurriedly nodded and said. When he finished speaking, he respectfully exited the office and brought the door with him. After she left, Gu Yifan turned his head to Wang Shaoren and opened his mouth. Well, old Wang, let us sit down and chat. Aha! Hearing Gu Yifan's address to himself change from Mr. Wang to old Wang, Wang Shaoren's heart secretly rejoiced. Because you can see from this that the boss is still satisfied with his performance overall. Yes, boss. He hastily nodded his head and opened his mouth. Old Wang, it's been a hard time for you with the company. On the parlor sofa, Gu Yifan spoke again to Wang Shaoren. It wasn't polite, but he really thought so. Although it was said that he had offered Wang Shaoren a high salary, and that these were things he should do. But, after all, since mid-June, after the establishment of the company, he himself acted as a handshake. And it was Wang Shaoren who dealt with and managed the company's small and large matters. So the phrase hard work was well deserved. Hearing Gu Yifan say this again, Wang Shaoren didn't dare to take the credit. As he did earlier, he hurriedly said that these are what he should do. Boss, it's good that you've come to the company. Before you've been away, our company lacks a backbone. Wang Shaoren slapped Gu Yifan very comfortably with an untraceable horse's ass. Ha, old Wang, we don't need to blow each other up commercially either. Gu Yifan faintly smiled and said, well, you probably say the current situation of the company. Okay, boss. Wang Sharan nodded and said, Lao Wang you also don't call me boss. This boss called a little rusty. Call Mr. Gu. Okay, Mr. Gu. Wang Sharan nodded again, and then corrected his color and started to introduce. At present, we have a total of 15 people in Yiho Technology Company, Ltd., including Mr. Gu, of which 10 people belong to the IT department, and they are recruited according to Mr. Gu's requirement of computer-skilled hands, 1 front desk assistant, 1 financial person, 1 personnel commissioner, and then it is me, and the cashier is not yet arrangements, temporarily by me concurrently, specifically waiting for Mr. Gu to arrange candidates. There is also the fact that currently our company has taken a few small projects about software development, which are being done by people in the IT department. After listening to Wang Sharan's introduction in one breath, Gu Yifan nodded slightly. At this point he had a roughly full picture in his mind of the company's current situation. By the way, General Manager Gu, the company's specific financial statements and project status for these 2 months are in my office. I'll go over now and bring them over for you to have a look. Wang Sharan said that he was about to get up to get the information, but was stopped by Gu Yifan. Lao Wang there's no rush on those first. I'll look at them later. Wang Sharan froze for a moment, then nodded and said, yes, and so it resumed its seat. After Gu Yifan mused for a while, he raised his head to look at Wang Sharan and opened his mouth. Well, Lao Wang the current situation of the company you know better than I do. You first say it. What are your views or suggestions on the future direction of the company's development? End of chapter. Chapter 165. 4G era approaches. The development direction of Yiho Technology? Regarding Gu Yifan's sudden question, although Wang Sharan was a little surprised that it came so quickly, he wasn't too alarmed in his heart. After all, Gu Yifan spent such a big price to invite himself over as the vice president. Naturally, it couldn't just be sitting around and eating dry food every day like before. For this day he had prepared in advance long ago. Wang Sharan pondered for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Gu, then I'll speak my opinion superficially. Well, go ahead. I'm all ears. Gu Yifan nodded. Wang Shui slightly organized the language, opened his mouth and said, well, on the company's business scope and name above, I think Mr. Gu should want to go to the technical route. Plus Mr. Gu let me recruit so many skilled about the computer industry as well as I myself is engaged in this area of work. Mr. Gu spent such a high salary to recruit me. I think Mr. Gu's current intention is to start from the internet, right? After saying that he raised his head to look at Gu Yifan, wanting to see what he meant. Well, good. After Gu Yifan picked up the hot tea on the table and took a light sip, he opened his mouth lightly. Then, Lao Wang, do you think that if we intend to start from the internet, then the entry point should be in which aspect? Hearing Gu Yifan's question, Wang Sharan couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly as if he was thinking about something. Gu Yifan wasn't in a hurry and slowly sipped his tea while waiting for him to speak. After a few more moments, Wang Sharan opened his mouth and said, Mr. Gu, our Yiho technology has just been established not long ago, and in terms of the current internet situation, if we want to quickly establish a firm foothold in this industry, I think we should pick an entry point that will quickly produce results, that is, the software development of the cell phone end. After all, the current domestic has begun to enter the 4G era. The cell phone industry is also going to enter a major reshuffle stage. Large-screen smartphones have become the mainstream of the times. Some of the software developed in the 3G era on our cell phones is no longer suitable for the role of the current cell phone. At this time, if we seize the opportunity, we should be able to quickly gain a firm foothold in the industry. After hearing him out, Gu Yifan gave him a deep look. It's amazing to consider that the 4G era will soon become mainstream. This business sense is quite sensitive. Not bad, not bad. It's a guy with real talent. And it's not a waste of time to spend $1 million a year to scoop him up. Don't look at $1 million a year seems like not much, but don't forget at present, One Harvest Technology Company, Ltd., is a newly established entrepreneurial small company. It's really not a bad deal to be able to offer a pay package like that. Just then, Wang Sharan frowned once more and spoke. Mr. Gu, as for the direction of the company's development in the back, this is something I haven't thought about yet. After all, in the age of the internet, all kinds of information are changing rapidly. With my current level of vision is still a bit poor, and I don't dare to jump to conclusions easily. He shook his head and said. Gu Yifan put down the teacup in his hand. He looked at Wang Sharan and spoke with a smile. Old Wang in fact you don't have to be presumptuous. It's already very good that you can think of this. And, speaking here, he paused for a moment, and then spoke again. Well, Lao Wang, you just said that the 4G era is coming. this is indeed correct. Probably will be at the end of this year. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology will formally release the 4G license to the 3 major operators. Looking at Gu Yifan so sure of himself, Wang Xiaoran did not disbelieve in his heart, but instead felt that he should have gotten some inside information. After all, for Gu Yifan to be able to start a company at such a young age was not something that ordinary people could do. Coupled with his mature and stable temperament and speech, it was obvious at a glance that his family was either rich or noble, so it's not surprising that such a person would know some inside information that ordinary people don't know. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, at the end of the year, if the 3 major carriers get a 4G license, then the whole country will really start to enter the 4G era. Then Mr. Gu, if we want to do the software development of the cell phone end, then the time left for us is not much, and we have to determine as soon as possible what type of apps we want to do it. Gu Yifan nodded and said, well, it's already mid-August, and there really isn't much time left until the end of the year. Here he suddenly changed his words and said, but before that we have to focus on another thing. The other thing? Wang Xiaoran said with some doubt. Right. Gu Yifan nodded and said, I wonder if you've ever heard of live broadcasting? Live? Wang Xiaoran froze for a moment, then spoke. Mr. Gu, are you talking about those live broadcasts of sporting events on the TV channels? Gu Yifan thought for a moment and spoke. It seems like you could say the same thing, but there are still some specific differences. How? Wang Xiaoran said with some confusion. Well, AC Fun Raw Release Live. Have you ever heard of it? Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. It's that one of those secondary anime serialization sites, one of the boards? Wang Xiaoran thought about opening his mouth. He had heard of this, and that was still because his nephew was a heavy 2-stabbing ape. But this platform was so different from the industry he had been in before, for which he hadn't delved into any of this. Right. Gu Yifan nodded then spoke. There's also Cool Show Live as well as Flying Fire Live. Have you ever learned about these 2 platforms? This is not really available. Wang Xiaoran shook his head after thinking about it. These he really wasn't sure about anymore. However, he did somewhat understand what Gu Yifan meant. Mr. Gu, do you mean we go and help others make platforms or software like this? Wang Xiaoran thought about opening his mouth. Yes, but no. Gu Yifan first nodded then shook his head and said, Wang Xiaoran was listening to the clouds and he looked at Gu Yifan with a puzzled expression. Seeing his puzzled face, Gu Yifan didn't sell himself short as he slowly opened his mouth and said, the platform we are indeed going to do. But for ourselves, this. Wang Xiaoran quickly understood what Gu Yifan meant. He thought for a moment and spoke. Mr. Gu, what you mean is that we also create a platform like this similar to the AC Fun Raw Release Live broadcast, and then run it by ourselves? That's right. Gu Yifan nodded and said, in the next few years, the live broadcasting industry is definitely the most promising industry as well as one of the fastest money-sucking industries. But we don't do single-track live. A single-track live. The audience is too small. We have to take the road of live diversification, content boutique development, with the game as the main. Otaku, star show, technology, outdoor, sports, music, film and television set a number of hotspots as one of the integrated live platform. End of chapter. Chapter 166. The first 5-year plan and high-profile dog food. Game-based? Wang Xiaoran frowned slightly and said with some concern, Mr. Gu, although there is currently a large gap base in the gaming industry, most of them are taking the route of developing games. Will this live game broadcast really be watched by anyone? Hearing Wang Xiaoran's words, Gu Yifan smiled. Others might not know, but he naturally knew as a reborn person how the live broadcasting industry was going to develop in the next few decades. Not to mention, the AC Fun Raw Release Live, which was renamed to Douyu TV in the bright year, has made a fortune today. Even the Cool Show Live and Flying Fire Live that only do a single track. Now these 2 platforms are in full swing in the crazy money. In 14 to 15, a variety of live broadcasting platforms have sprung up in the past 2 years, desperately trying to squeeze into this track. Among these platforms is the Game Live, mainly Douyu. In 15 years the emergence of Panda Live is the most hot. It is also because of getting this live broadcast platform. The latter day has the name of Netflix harvester Xiao Wang, constantly creating momentum, active in the public's vision. Those years were his most rampant and high-profile highlights. Although the Game Live broadcast was replaced by the newborn platforms of Chopsticks Hands and Jittery Voice in later years, the craziness of those years was enough to prove that the comprehensive live broadcasting platform, which is mainly based on Game Live broadcasting and combines a lot of hotspots such as otaku, star show, science and technology, outdoor, sports, music and movie, is indeed successful. And now, what Gu Yifan wants to do is to replicate the model of the previous generation of Douyu live broadcasting, as a springboard, to kill a bloody road in the traffic era. But Gu Yifan didn't say any of this, nor did he need to. After all, he was the only one who was clear about this latter-day matter. and others might not believe him even if he said it, so there was no need to waste these words. Seeing that Gu Yifan smiled faintly but did not say anything, although Wang Sharen had doubts in his heart, he did not have the heart to ask questions. After a long time, Gu Yifan came back to his senses. He turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Bean, where are the things I asked you to pack in your bag? Bring them to me for a moment. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. Then he opened the briefcase he was carrying and took out a thick document and handed it to Gu Yifan. After Gu Yifan received the document, he put it directly in front of Wang Sharen. Old Wang, this is the planning program I've made. Take a look at it first. He spoke faintly. Ooh-hoo. Okay, boss. Wang Sharen didn't react for a moment, and he habitually called Gu Yifan boss instead of Mr. Gu. Gu Yifan didn't care. It was just a title anyway. It was the same thing. The first 5-year plan. Wang Sharen picked up the document on the table. His eyes lit up slightly and his mouth subconsciously whispered. As he began to flip through it, it didn't take him long to get caught up in the planning at the top of the document. Frowns were sometimes furrowed, sometimes soothed. The entire group was deeply shocked by the contents on top of the document. Seeing him like this, Gu Yifan smiled slightly and didn't say anything, just casually sipping his tea and waiting for him to finish reading the documents. He suddenly remembered something, so he turned his head to Su Qinghe, who was at the side, and spoke. Bean. When Su Qinghe heard him call himself, he was a little puzzled and said, how? What happened? Well, it may take a while for me to talk things over here. If you're bored, you can go to the back restroom and play with your cell phone or take a break. I'll come find you when I'm done talking. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Su Qinghe first froze for a moment, then she gently shook her head. I'll be quiet, she whispered. Gu Yifan first froze for a moment, then reacted to the meaning of Su Qinghe's words, and he cried and laughed a little. Silly, I didn't think you were in the way. What we were talking about was rather boring. I was just afraid you'd get bored. You can stay here with me if you want. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head softly and gently. Hearing Gu Yifan's explanation, Su Qinghe's face then revealed the slightest smile. Aha! She nodded vigorously, then whispered, I'm here with you. Yes. Gu Yifan nodded and smiled, then couldn't help but reach out and squeeze her little cheeks again. Just at this time, Wang Sharen also roughly gave the document a quick glance. Boss, you're such a business genius. He couldn't help but exclaim with an excited look on his face. Boss, burp. Only when he just raised his head, his face instantly stagnated, and the words that had already reached his throat came to an abrupt end. He hastily lowered his head, pretending not to see the scene before him. This one must be his future boss's wife. He was a bit curious in the front, but Gu Yifan hadn't been introduced, so he couldn't be bothered to ask more. It's just that, at this point, his heart is a bit bitter. His own boss and his boss's wife were spreading dog food in front of him, an older single dog, which was not trying to kill him. Wang Sharen's voice was the one that made Su Qinghe remember that there were still outsiders present here. She couldn't help but her little face slightly reddened, and she was very shy and embarrassed in her heart. Ahem. Gu Yifan also pretended to cough twice to hide his embarrassment. He looked at Wang Sharen and spoke. Old Wang, you've finished reading, haven't you? That serious look, as if nothing had just happened. Wang Sharen couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in his heart. I'm sure it's worthy of being my own boss. This determination, bar none. Straightening his color, Wang Sharen couldn't help but open his mouth again and ask, Boss, did you make this 5-year plan? Aha! Gu Yifan nodded faintly. Hiss. Wang Sharen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Boss, I have to say, you're the most business-minded person I've seen in all my years in the industry. He slapped his ass over, causing Su Qinghe, who was on the side, to be unable to resist a somewhat different look at him. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little at his ass kissing. He waved his hand and said, Alright, cut the crap. Old Wang, if you were given $10 million in startup capital, could you complete this 5-year plan? Aha! Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Wang Sharen's eyes lit up. Yes, that has to be okay. 5 million. No, 8 million will do. Just give me $8 million and I promise to finish the job. Wang Sharen patted his chest and assured. No, just $10 million. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said. Speaking here, he turned his words, looked at Wang Sharen with a straight face and said, however, I have a condition. Within 3 months, I want to see our own live broadcast platform online. Can this be done? Wang Sharen. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 167. Let's call him Mate Tef. When he heard Gu Yifan pause, Wang Sharen's heart thumped. Sure enough, there's no such thing as a free lunch. However, he also knew that Gu Yifan was testing his abilities. If he can't meet his requirements in 3 months, I'm afraid his $1 million annual salary as vice president will come to an end. After a little thought, Wang Xiaoren raised his head to look at Gu Yifan and let out a bitter smile. 3 months is a bit tight, but with the reference and assistance of this information from you, boss, if I say no again, then I won't be able to deserve such a high salary that you, boss, have given me. Gu Yifan didn't say anything, just picked up the teacup on the table with a calm face and took a sip. Su Qinghe also didn't say anything. She just looked at Gu Yifan with some curiosity then Wang Xiaoren. She was a little confused as to how the conversation between the two was like a mute riddle. For a while, the atmosphere in the office was somewhat eerily quiet. Wang Xiaoren saw that Gu Yifan did not say anything. His heart crossed, clenched his teeth and opened his mouth. Boss, give me 3 months. No, 2.5 months. 2.5 months if I can't do it to make the live broadcasting platform that belongs to our company itself. Then I'll take the initiative to resign. Only after he finished the sentence did Gu Yifan put down the teacup in his hand without slowing down, and spoke with a slight smile. Why? It's not that serious. Not so much. Not so much. Despite what Gu Yifan said, how dare Wang Xiaoren take it seriously in his heart? He insisted. Boss, yes, if I can't do it, I don't have the face to stay in the company anymore. This, Gu Yifan pretended to hesitate for a moment, then reluctantly opened his mouth and said, alright, then it's 2.5 months. I'll wait for old Wang. You surprise me. Okay, boss. Wang Xiaoren nodded and spoke. Lao Wang I didn't say for you to call Mr. Gu just fine. You're being too formal. Gu Yifan feigned some dissatisfaction. Wang Xiaoren said with some embarrassment. Sorry, Mr. Gu. Well, that's right. Only then did Gu Yifan nod in satisfaction. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoren seemed to have thought of something, so he opened his mouth again and asked Gu Yifan. Right, Mr. Gu, I just saw that you named the live broadcasting platform you're going to make for our company as Mate Television in the document of the 5-year plan. Does this name have any special meaning? Hearing his curious question, Gu Yifan froze slightly. His was suddenly silent, as if he was remembering something. Phew, after a long time, Gu Yifan let out a long breath. It's kind of a tribute. Gu Yifan spoke faintly, except he didn't explain too much. Wang Xiaoren's mouth opened slightly as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything because he saw that Gu Yifan didn't want to explain. Well, right, Lao Wang you as soon as possible in accordance with the requirements of my 5-year plan above the company structure to get up. There is also immediately began to recruit other departments. Another thing is to start setting up a subsidiary, Matao Media, as soon as possible, specializing in the public relations, hype, and later operations before and after the launch of Matao TV. After Gu Yifan thought about it, his fingers gently tapped the desktop while speaking. Yes, knowing that Gu Yifan attaches great importance to the Mate Television live broadcast, Wang Xiaoren did not hesitate to nod in response. Gu Yifan looked at the time and realized that it was already 6:30 p.m. Without realizing it, he had already been chatting for about 2 hours, and at this time has long passed the off-duty time, so they opened their mouths and said, well, time is not early, old Wang, eat together, let's eat and talk. Wang Xiaoren almost blurted out that he wanted to agree, but suddenly noticed the boss's wife, Su Qinghe, sitting next to Gu Yifan, and swallowed his words for a moment. Gu Yifan also noticed this subtle movement of his. He shook his head helplessly and said with some tears and laughter, alright, it's alright, old Wang, go and book a private room, let's go there together in a while. Wang Xiaoren, who had been read through his mind, was a little embarrassed, but he quickly returned to normal. He hurriedly nodded and said, okay, Mr. Gu, I'll go book a private room. When he finished speaking, he got up and immediately fled. After giving his back a deep look, the office door was closed again before Gu Yifan withdrew his gaze. Su Bin, he spoke to Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe turned her head to look at him with a puzzled face. How? What happened? It's okay, just calling you, Gu Yifan said casually. Hearing this, Su Qinghe's eyes became even more confused. Come here, I'll hug you, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. It's not good that this is an office, is it? She said with a small red face. It's okay, it's not like anyone dares to come in, Gu Yifan faintly said. This, Su Qinghe reddened her little face and hesitated for a moment before she still obediently walked next to Gu Yifan. Gu Yifan smiled slightly at the sight, then gently picked up the hug and placed it on his lap. Yikes! Caught off guard, Su Qinghe let out a cry of surprise, then subconsciously wrapped her hands tightly around his neck. The two were close to each other. Su Qinghe stared blankly, not reacting for a moment. Su Bin, why are you staring at me with such big eyes? I'm not going to eat you, Gu Yifan said with a teasing face. Brush and Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her head in panic, not daring to look at Gu Yifan at all. On the contrary, Gu Yifan couldn't help but kiss her on her small pink face when he saw how shy she looked. This bite of his made Su Qinghe even more nervous. She hugged Gu Yifan tightly, a little at a loss for words for a moment. Just then, dum 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 dum. There was a sudden knock on the door. Wang Xiaoren went and returned. After he gently knocked on the door of Gu Yifan's office, he stood in the doorway and spoke at the inside. Mr. Gu, I've booked the hotel. Should I go back first or wait for you to go over together? Hearing the sound, Su Qinghe hurriedly struggled to get out of Gu Yifan's arms. Looking at Su Qinghe's flustered appearance like a frightened bunny, Gu Yifan shook his head somewhat helplessly. He then turned his head to Wang Xiaoren who was outside the door and spoke. Well, you wait for me. Let's go over together. The Grand Hotel Jinling. Gu Yifan stood at the door of the 305th private room, somewhat frozen. Is it 305 again? He didn't know what to say for a moment. It's been said that when a number keeps popping up over and over again in your life, it means that it's reminding and suggesting something to you. In a previous life, there were scientific studies that showed the ultimate answer to the universe was 42. Is it possible that the same applies to the 305 figure? End of chapter. Chapter 168, Gu Yifan. It's called borrowing and paying homage. Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped at the entrance of the private room and didn't leave, Wang Xiaoren also hurriedly stopped. He stole a glance at Gu Yifan and saw that his brows were furrowed and he seemed to be thinking about something, but he didn't dare to open his mouth to disturb him, so he could only silently stand back and wait. Su Qinghe also froze for a moment. She gently tugged on Gu Yifan's sleeve. Some doubtful whispered openly. What happened to you? Hearing Su Qinghe's voice, Gu Yifan came back to his senses. He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and shook his head slightly. It's fine. Go in. After saying that, he took her hand and walked inside the private room. Su Qinghe frowned her small eyebrows, but it was not a good time to ask after her, so she pressed the doubts in her heart and did not say anything more. After the three of them were seated, Wang Xiaoren hurriedly called the waiter to arrange for the food. Since Gu Yifan still had to drive, he declined Wang Xiaoren's offer to serve the wine. Soon the meal was served, and the three of them began to chat as they ate. Of course, it said 3 people, but in fact it was only Gu Yifan and Wang Xiaoren who were talking. Su Qing then quietly sat next to her and ate her meal in small bites. When she saw that Gu Yifan's bowl was empty of food, she silently added food to him. A proper little feeder. Wang Xiaoren, who was on the side, watched all this in his eyes, and in his heart, he was very envious of his boss and his boss's wife's good relationship, and at the same time, he was also secretly calculating whether he should also find a girlfriend. After all, the mother fetus solo, single for more than 30 years now, has relied on the company of the 5 girls to get through all these years. Only theoretical knowledge, but no real combat experience. To say out is really a bit shameful. According to reason, with his status and conditions, even if he does not have a girlfriend, clubs and alleys and so on should be quite a lot of contact, but some of the cleanliness of his, for these he has always been avoided like a snake scorpion, so that led to decades of working as a personal trainee, quietly practicing left-right combat techniques every day for solace. Technically, he's in his 30s and still an old virgin today. Previously he had all but always felt that he was fine on his own with the company of the 5 girls as well as the left and right combat techniques. But today, under the onslaught of wave after wave of dog food from both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, his heart faltered. As he was talking, Gu Yifan realized that Wang Xiaoren suddenly didn't move and seemed to be in a daze. Old Wang. He frowned and called out several times before Wang Xiaoren came back to his senses. Mr. Gu, I'm sorry, I suddenly remembered something and then got distracted. Sorry. He spoke hastily and somewhat awkwardly. Gu Yifan glanced at him, but did not dwell on this matter. Mr. Gu, did you just say that our Mate Television's framework is directly copied from Cool Show Live and Flying Fire Live? Is this really good? Wang Xiaoren followed up on what he had just said and opened his mouth. After he finished speaking, Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, No, what do you mean by plagiarizing? Speak so harshly. Can you call this business thing copying? It's called borrowing and paying homage. He spoke faintly. Wang Xiaoren didn't know what to say for a while. Never heard of Deep City Penguins? I'm sure you know better than me how Penguin got started. Lao Wang you have to learn more from people's predecessors. Besides, we are merely learning to replicate what our predecessors did today. Blame the Penguin for the injustice. Gu Yifan is a serious and put together shameless nonsense. Wang Xiaoren, straight face. His eyes were a little strange as he stole a glance at Gu Yifan who was spouting nonsense in a serious manner, and saw that he didn't even bring a single drop of red to his cheeks. The heart could not help but feel very emotional. There is a say one. Their boss this thick skin that is really no words I would never have been able to say such shameless words. Oh, dear. No wonder I didn't get to be the boss. So it's because I don't have a thick enough skin. Wang Shaoran secretly sighed in his heart. But, since his boss had said so, what else could he, Wang Shaoran, say? Anyway, he is at best a part-time job. The boss said how to do, then how to do it yourself. Although it does seem a bit unethical. Forget it. If you have a grievance, just go directly to your own boss, he thought darkly in his mind. Both of them then very quietly agreed that neither of them would mention it again. After about another 20 minutes. Hiss. Wang Shaoran first sucked in a mouthful of cool air, then looked at Gu Yifan across from himself with a shocked expression. After a short 20 minutes or so, this boss of his was really bringing him countless surprises. And his own boss's business sense that is so strong that it is vastly afraid. Just two people talk. Gu Yifan casually out of those points, casually take out one. The probability is that people can make a lot of money. No wonder you're a company owner at such a young age. Sure enough, it's not for nothing that it works, Wang Shaoran thought darkly in his heart. After dinner, Gu Yifan continued to talk for a while about the direction of future changes in the internet, as well as the future positioning of the company. Listening to you is better than reading 10 years of books. After a whole meal, Wang Shaoran felt that he had benefited a lot. He felt that his previous self was really too small compared to his boss Gu Yifan. That pattern was really too small. Evening, 9:30. Under Wang Shaoran's fond gaze, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both got into the car. Well, Lao Wang I usually probable not much time to the company side of the sit shift. The company side will be fortunate to you to pay more attention. Gu Yifan lowered the window and spoke to Wang Shaoran. Okay, Mr. Gu, don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the company. Also, I'll go back tonight and organize all that you said this afternoon, and start executing the implementation tomorrow. Wang Shaoran nodded seriously and said, through this afternoon's contact down the road, he was truly deeply impressed by Gu Yifan. Even he had a feeling that it would only be a matter of time before AI technology took off. As long as he clung to Gu Yifan's thigh, he would definitely be able to make a career in the future. Yes, but you don't have to be too nervous. I'll be in Jiling for the last few years. If there's anything you can't solve in the company, just call me again. Of course, don't call me for every little thing, Gu Yifan said casually. Aha! Wang Shaoran's eyes lit up slightly. In that case, wouldn't he or she be able to communicate with the boss about the company on a regular basis? At least there won't be any more of the previous situation where the boss's silhouette is missing for hundreds of years. After thinking about it, Wang Shaoran hurriedly opened his mouth and said, Mr. Gu, you just said that you'll be in Jiling for the next few years, so you can't be a shirker all the time. You have to come to the company more often. After all, you are the backbone of the company. End of chapter. Chapter 169, Sleeping Together and Night Tour of Qinhuai. Having heard what was said, Gu Yifan frowned slightly as he thought about it and felt that what Wang Shaoran had said did make some sense. He thought for a moment and spoke. I may not be available during the week. I'll try my best. Wang Shaoran froze for a moment as he subconsciously spoke. No, Mr. Gu, what else is more important than the company's business? School. Gu Yifan glanced at him and said lightly. Wang Shaoran's eyes glazed over as he looked at Gu Yifan with a shocked expression. Go to school? Right. Gu Yifan nodded faintly. Wang Shaoran, is his own erudite, business-savvy boss with a mature and steady temperament still just a student? His mouth opened slightly, and for a moment, he was so shocked by Gu Yifan's words that he didn't know what to say. Alright, I've got some things to do later, so that's it for today. Old Wang, you go back and rest early too. Gu Yifan didn't talk any more nonsense with him and waved his hand, saying, boom. When he finished speaking, he started the car and turned around and left with a kick of the gas. Wang Shaoran had a complicated expression as he kept watching the backs of the two departing, hesitant to say anything. Su Qinghe looked back with some curiosity at Wang Shaoran, who was still standing in place with a grumpy face, and then glanced at Gu Yifan. If she hadn't followed Gu Yifan throughout tonight to witness this entire process, I'm afraid she'll feel like she somehow got an uncle-level love interest. But, this also shows that the big bully is really good. As he was driving, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then casually asked, Su Bin, is there something dirty on my face? Why are you looking at me with such eyes? No. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened and said in a small voice. Gu Yifan glanced at her, saw her face reddening again, and shook his head helplessly. This Su Hanin always blushed so easily. He was really afraid that she would be burned by her own blush one day. After returning to the hotel, Gu Yifan first went to the front desk of the hotel to have the work's original standard room replaced with a king-size bedroom. There's no way. Although the standard room can separate wet and dry, the bed is too small, and when he hugged Su Qinghe to sleep last night, he couldn't spread out at all. The front desk lady has changed, not the naive batch lady who asked Gu Yifan if he wanted a set last night. Today, this front desk lady is more quiet. Work is also more nimble, not a moment to help two people to change the room formalities to be done. Well, Mr. Gu, I've already changed the room for you. Room number 311. It's on the same floor as before. Just turn right after you exit the elevator. The hotel receptionist lady smiled at Gu Yifan. Okay, thanks. Gu Yifan also smiled back. Then he held Su Qinghe's small hand and the two of them walked towards the elevator. Just one bed? Su Qinghe looked at the large bed in front of her and hesitantly asked in a small voice. Yeah, that bed was too small for 2 people last night. Gu Yifan nodded and said casually. What? Don't you want to sleep with me? If you don't want to, I'll just go get another room. Gu Yifan deliberately teased her. Saying that, he made a gesture to turn around and go to open the room. Su Qinghe hastily reached out and pulled him back to speak in a small voice. Don't. Gu Yifan turned around and looked at her pretending not to understand her words too. Su Hanin, didn't you not want to sleep with me? What does this mean? No, don't open it, it's a waste of money. Su Qinghe whispered with a small red face. The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly, but he soon spoke again with an expressionless face. Oh, so, you're just heartbroken about the money, or you don't want to sleep with me? Forget it, I'm not that bad. I'd better get another room. I'll sleep by myself. Seeing Gu Yifan say this, Su Qinghe didn't even know what to say for a moment. While Gu Yifan saw that she didn't say anything, he directly turned around and opened the door to the room. No, don't, I want to. Right at this moment, Su Qinghe's somewhat shy and uncontrollable voice came from behind him. The corners of Gu Yifan's mouth rose as he forced himself not to laugh. Then he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe in a serious manner and said, Su Bin, what did you just say? It was too low. I didn't hear it. Su Qinghe, straight face. She sort of reacted. This stinky guy Gu Yifan is doing it on purpose. He clearly just had heard it, but still pretended not to hear it. Just deliberately trying to bully himself. Aha! Gu Yifan raised his eyebrows and pretended to be a bit impatient. Not talking again. I'm leaving if you don't talk. With that, he made a move to leave. Su Qinghe bit her lip and said with a face of shame, Don't go. I want to be with you. Oh, in that case, I'll begrudgingly continue to sleep with you tonight. Gu Yifan is serious to get together shamelessly said. Su Qinghe, Omega, Bolt Q. 11:30 at night. Su Qinghe had just come out of the shower when Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. Su Bin, do you want to go out and play? Ha? Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She was a bit unable to keep up with Gu Yifan's jumpy rhythm of thinking. Go to. Go where? She giggled a little. Qinhuai River. Gu Yifan opened his mouth with a slight smile. Smoke covers the cold water and the moon covers the sand. And the night is spent at the Qinhuai near the wine shop. This line of ancient poetry written by a Tang dynasty poet suddenly appeared in Su Qinghe's mind. Want to go? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Yes. Su Qinghe thought seriously, then nodded and said, Just say go. After Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both changed their clothes, they went out. The two of them followed the online Qinhuai River tour guide. First drove to the east gate of Fuzinio, then found a place to park the car and then got off. August in Jinling is as hot as the mountain town. Good thing it was late in the day and the temperature had dropped slightly. Su Qinghe wore a pure white dress and gently pulled her hair up to hang behind her. The whole person looked immortal. Those so-called netizens in the latter days who lived all on technology and ruthlessness were not even East Palace maids compared to her. Gu Yifan held her small hand and the two of them walked down the steps to the banks of the Qinhuai River. The commerce on both sides of the Qinhuai River was exceptionally prosperous. With the colorful lights hitting the river and the sparkling light, it does look like something else. On both sides of the riverbanks, the night breeze whipped through, also taking away the heat of the whole day, making people feel unusually comfortable. Su Qinghe curiously surveyed the scenery along the shore, and her mood looked very good. Even the matter of Gu Yifan deliberately bullying her in front of her dissipated into thin air with the night breeze. End of chapter. Chapter 170 Grade D Grade Powerhouse, Su Qinghe. I wish I could see the backyard flowers of that businesswoman across the river. Gu Yifan leaned on the railing, looking at the breathtaking night view of the Qinhuai River in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. Su Qinghe gave him a confused look. She always felt that there was something wrong with Gu Yifan's words, but for a moment she couldn't think of what was wrong. Unfortunately, it's too late for a cruise. Gu Yifan didn't notice Su Qinghe's abnormality as he said to himself, Let's go Bean. Let's take a look over there. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe obediently nodded. It was already 1:30 in the evening when the two of them returned to the hotel from the Qinhuai River. Despite the cooler night breeze off the river, I was more or less sweating after a trip out. Bean, go take a shower and then go to bed. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Aha. Su Qinghe didn't say much as she gently nodded. Then he grabbed his pajamas and went into the bathroom. Not for a while. The bathroom then resounded with the sound of running shower water. Gu Yifan was a bit bored and turned on the TV, casually switching between stations to watch. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of something tiny on the table, like some kind of remote control, so he walked over and curiously picked it up and surveyed it. What the hell is this? Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice under his breath, then casually pressed one of the buttons. No response? He frowned slightly. Yikes. Just then, he heard Su Qinghe's exclamation of surprise from the bathroom. Subconsciously, he turned back. Gu Yifan's eyes instantly glared like bull's eyes, only to see the original bathroom glass has now become transparent. Su Qinghe's flawless figure appeared openly in her own line of sight. 4 eyes. Gu Yifan's entire body was in a daze. That's how this thing turned out to work? Reacting, he forced himself to calm down and opened his mouth in a serious manner. Su Bin, what's wrong? Looking at him as if he couldn't see himself, Su Qinghe was filled with doubt. Is it possible that this glass can only be seen from the inside and not the outside? That's not true, but obviously you can't see outside when you're bathing yourself in front of you. Is it possible that I'm blind? Bean, what's wrong? Why don't you say something? I'm going in if you don't say something, Gu Yifan said while admiring the beautiful scenery inside the bathroom, once again pretending not to see anything. Ha! Hearing Gu Yifan say he wanted to come in, Su Qinghe panicked. She hurriedly spoke. No, it's fine, I'm fine. Ooh-hoo, just be okay. Gu Yifan just looked at her and faintly said, even though Su Qinghe thought that he couldn't see her. From her perspective, Gu Yifan happened to be standing right in front of her looking at her, and her little face couldn't help but blush slightly. Gu Yifan then didn't keep staring at her. After all, if he looked at her for a while longer, he would reveal himself. It was just the whiteness that lingered in the back of his mind. There's one to say, Su Qinghe's body is really nothing to write home about. Although Gu Yifan knew she had a good figure when he hugged her before, he didn't expect it to be this good. Especially that bears capital that is even more impressive. At least it's a big D-level powerhouse. In the future, your own children are not expected to be short of food, especially the fragrant meadow. Of that shocking glimpse made Gu Yifan unable to resist the desire to salute her. Shaking his head, Gu Yifan hurriedly got rid of those thoughts in his mind. When Su Qinghe wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly redirected the bathroom glass. When Su Qinghe was almost done with her bath, she suddenly realized that the bathroom glass couldn't see outside again. She looked at the scene in front of her with a dumbfounded look on her face, and even stepped forward to touch the glass. She was sure she couldn't see out again from the inside. This, and what did, just do? Could it be that you were seeing ghosts in your own eyes? At this moment, Su Qinghe can't help but be a little skeptical of life. She'd been still thinking about it even after she'd gotten out, but she couldn't figure it out how. Aha, Bean, you're done with your bath. Then I'll go wash up too, and then we'll go to bed. Gu Yifan looked at her and said casually. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded somewhat absent-mindedly, then she looked over at Gu Yifan with her mouth slightly open, looking like she was about to say something. What's wrong? Gu Yifan said, feigning confusion. Su Qinghe hesitated. She frowned with her small brows somewhat torn between wanting to tell Gu Yifan what had just happened. After thinking for a while, she raised her head to look at Gu Yifan and spoke in a small voice. I just bathed inside as if I could see you outside, but I suddenly couldn't see it again behind me. Aha! Gu Yifan could barely hold back his laughter. Yes? Forcing back his laughter, he spoke in a serious voice. There is such a thing? Really, I saw you, Su Qinghe said with a small frown. Oh, you mean you can see it at first, and then you can't see it after you've had a shower, right? Yes, Su Qinghe nodded with a serious face. Well, that may be this hotel bathroom glass has a heat-sensitive effect. You just wash as not hot water. Bathroom water vapor steam, the temperature came up, the glass became transparent state, and then you finished the bath. The temperature dropped, the glass is back to normal. Gu Yifan mused for a moment, then babbled in a serious manner. Su Qinghe felt as if it made sense after Gu Yifan's flurry of words, but she was getting torn again. If the glass was transparent, then wouldn't Gu Yifan be able to see himself just now? Just thinking about this, Su Qinghe, but the glass is supposed to be one way. You can't see inside from the outside, and I didn't even see you just now. Just then, Gu Yifan opened his mouth and added, Aha! Su Qinghe's eyes lit up slightly. Hearing this, her heart was then slightly relieved, but she was still more or less suspicious. Seeing this, Gu Yifan spoke. Well, if you don't believe me, I'm going to take a shower now, so just see if you can see me outside. After saying that, Gu Yifan got up and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. Whoa dash. Before long, the sound of running water from the shower resounded in the bathroom. Su Qinghe glanced over towards the bathroom glass and realized that she really couldn't see inside from the outside. Well, the big bully didn't lie to himself. It really can't be seen outside. Thus, she then completely believed what Gu Yifan had just said. End of chapter. Chapter 171. You can be responsible for giving me. Suddenly, Su Qinghe thought about how she had just suspected Gu Yifan. This should have just disappointed him inside, right? Thinking of this, Su Qinghe's heart couldn't help but feel a little guilty. She thought about it and planned to apologize to Gu Yifan later when he came out of the shower. She shouldn't have suspected him. This big bully is always bullying himself, but he is really a good man. A decent man. Aha! One wouldn't even suspect him in the future. Su Qinghe clenched her fists and thought darkly in her heart. She glanced at the time and realized that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning. So he got up and prepared to make the bed, so that Gu Yifan could sleep when he came out later. As soon as she thought that she would be able to sleep in the warm embrace of this guy Gu Yifan again tonight, Su Qinghe's heart felt very secure. The thought of this made the movements of her hands a little more cheerful. As she was tidying up, Su Qinghe suddenly discovered the remote control that Gu Yifan had just casually thrown on the bed. What is it? Remote control? Looking at this thing in her hand that was similar to an air conditioner remote control, Su Qinghe whispered with some curiosity. After thinking about it, she pressed the on-off button on the remote. Why is there no response? Like Gu Yifan before her, Su Qinghe thought there was no reaction. Only when she turned around, her whole body was confused. And at that moment Gu Yifan, who was in the bathroom hole while humming a little song while taking a bath, seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. He turned his head to look. 4 eyes. Only to see Su Qinghe looking at herself with a whole face of dullness. Gu Yifan. Su Qinghe. At this moment, both men were confused. Gu Yifan was the first to react. He looked at Su Qinghe and said quietly, Su Bean, have you seen enough? Yikes. It was only when she heard Gu Yifan's words that Su Qinghe came back to her senses. She let out a cry of alarm, and that exquisite and absolutely beautiful little face instantly turned red. As she somewhat fumbled to turn off the remote control in her hand, the glass of the bathroom blurred once more, re-separating the two. Only at this time, Su Qinghe's little face was burning hot, and that touch of red went all the way to her neck. She just felt like her little face was burning, and the bed didn't have the heart to be in the process of being cleaned up, so she took off some and climbed onto the bed, pulling the covers over her little head as soon as she could. At this time she was full of Gu Yifan's figure, especially the neatly arranged 8-pack abs. All she felt for a moment was her mouth drying up a bit. Nope. Su Qinghe remembered something. What happened to the promise of not being able to see inside from the outside? In other words, this big bully could see himself all the time? That also yourself is not. Woohoo! Shame on you. Sure enough, this big bully has been lying to himself. Thanks for feeling a little guilty just now. As a result, this stinky guy had just been a serious guy who kept fooling himself. And, I can't believe I believed it myself. Su Qinghe, why are you so stupid? Woohoo! As soon as she thought that Gu Yifan had just read them all, Su Qinghe didn't know how to face him in a while. And at that moment, Gu Yifan in the bathroom was also embarrassed. Careless. Just now I was so focused on enjoying the scenery that I forgot to put away that remote control. In fact, it was also mainly because he didn't expect Su Qinghe, a silly naive person, to play with this remote control. It's over, Gu Yifan thought somewhat helplessly. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan walked out of the bathroom after taking a shower. At this time, Su Qinghe, who was cowering in the quilt, also heard the sound of the door opening, and she also knew that Gu Yifan had come out. But at this point, her little face was still burning, and she simply didn't know how to face him. Although the two of them had been very close to each other for a while now, hugging and sleeping together, they hadn't reached that level of honesty. Ahem. Gu Yifan pretended to cough twice. Su Qinghe's body in the comforter stagnated in vain, but still remained shrunken inside and didn't dare to move. Gu Yifan had been observing her side and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh when he saw this, then silently walked over. Su Qinghe also felt Gu Yifan walking to the bedside, and at that moment, her little heart fluttered wildly. Su Bean, you're going to die of boredom if you don't come out. Gu Yifan spoke helplessly. Saying that, he gently pulled away the quilt that covered Su Qinghe's little head. The two looked and finished each other off. It can't be helped. Since it's come to this, it has to be faced, doesn't it? The quilt was pulled back, revealing Su Qinghe's flushed little face. The two just looked at each other, and for a while the atmosphere was a little awkward. Su Bean, would you believe me if I said I don't know what's going on? Gu Yifan spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Su Qinghe, straight face. She glanced up at Gu Yifan with a look that was like saying, do I look like a little cutie to you? Do I? Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed by her look, so he had to say somewhat sardonically, well, I did see it, but not much. Well, just that much. No, not much. Hearing this, Su Qinghe didn't even know what to say for a moment. No, say something. I really didn't see much of it anyway. Believe it or not, I do anyway. On the contrary, what I can say for sure is that you did get me naked. There's no dispute about that, is there? Su Qinghe. Hearing Gu Yifan's shameless words, Su Qinghe was completely speechless. She, who had always had a gentle and soft character, couldn't help but want to give him a big blank stare at this moment. Her face was red, and she even had the urge to jump up and bite the stinky guy who knew how to bully her all day long. She didn't want to speak, but Gu Yifan, the thick-skinned guy, opened his mouth again. Su Bin, I don't care. You've seen my body naked. You have to be responsible for me. Su Qinghe's eyes were wide open and she looked at him with a surprised expression. Hey, Su Bin, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Seeing her look of surprise, Gu Yifan couldn't help but speak. No, you're not trying to eat your way out of this and be irresponsible, are you? Su Qinghe, straight face, haven't even said a word myself, and this big bully is the first one to make a bad accusation? At this moment, she was choked by Gu Yifan's words for a moment and didn't know what to say. Her little face was suffocating red and she wanted to say something, but she didn't know where to start. After a long time, she reddened her little face and whispered with an aggrieved face. You bullied me. Gu Yifan's eyes glared and he spoke hurriedly. Hey, don't say anything nonsense. I didn't bully you. You're just bullying me. Su Qinghe was on the verge of crying and said with a pitiful look. Gu Yifan, straight face. The next chapter has been posted. It just got reviewed right after I posted it. It's this point and I don't know if it's still going to be released. No, I wrote a confession. I didn't write anything else. As you all know, I'm a positively tight author who writes proper books, never drives, never shibboleths, and I don't know why I was banned. I don't want to. I'm helpless, crying. TT. End of chapter. Chapter 172. Su Bin, be my girlfriend. Seeing that Su Qinghe was on the verge of crying by herself, Gu Yifan knew that the game was off. Alright, no more aggravation. I don't want you to be in charge. Will that always do? He said somewhat helplessly. Su Qinghe didn't say anything, she just gently shook her head. That pitiful look. I feel sorry for her. Seeing that she still didn't say anything, Gu Yifan had to zoom in. He walked step by step to Su Qinghe's front and attached himself to kiss her on the lips before she could react. Well, caught off guard, Su Qinghe's body instantly stiffened and her entire body froze. Her eyes went wide and she seemed to want to say something, but her mouth was gagged. Gu Yifan gently pried open her shell teeth, and Su Qinghe's body instantly went soft. 10 minutes later, Gu Yifan sensed that Su Qinghe was about to run out of breath, and only then did he release her with some intent. Hoo-hoo. Su Qinghe's small face was red as she gasped for air. Just now, she felt that if Gu Yifan had let go of her a few more seconds later, she would probably have fainted. It would be embarrassing if she really fainted. I'm afraid she was about to become the first person in history to be kissed unconscious. Gu Yifan didn't say anything and just looked at her slightly swollen lips with a smile on his lips. I have to say, it's really quite soft. Feeling his burning gaze, Su Qinghe's face's blush couldn't help but deepen a few more points. She couldn't help but shyly lower her head shrinking to the inside of her neck. You bullied me again. Su Qinghe lowered her head and said in a somewhat aggravated whisper. This time, Gu Yifan didn't retort. After all, he had just finished kissing someone, and those somewhat red and swollen lips were the best evidence that he had indeed bullied, and there was no arguing with that. However, he had thought well and clearly before this kiss went down. Kissed, hugged, slept together, and now even his body has been shown to others. The relationship between the two really needs a definitive answer now. Even though that dog system kept reminding that the good sense was still 1% short, Gu Yifan no longer wanted to care. After all, if it dragged on like this, it was indeed too unfair to Su Qinghe. He wanted to give Su Qinghe a proper identity and a reason to keep her by his side all the time. Su Bin, be my girlfriend. Gu Yifan looked at Su Qinghe and spoke softly and gently. Just after his words fell, Su Qinghe's body slightly stalled. At this moment, she had forgotten her shyness. Her eyes were wide open and she looked at Gu Yifan with an unbelievable look. Her little face burned so badly that she felt like she was really going to burn herself all over again if she continued. Gu Yifan spoke again with a serious face. Su Bin-chan, be my girlfriend. I. Su Qinghe covered her small face with both hands, and her entire body looked very flustered. She really didn't expect that Gu Yifan would say this to her at this time. Puff 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 puff. In the face of Gu Yifan's confession, her heartbeat couldn't help but begin to accelerate, and her heart felt like a deer in the headlights. What a silly simpleton. Gu Yifan gently pushed her hand covering her small face away, his eyes looking at her tenderly. Originally, after being rejected by her last time, Gu Yifan was not planning to confess to her again so soon. After all, it was such a short interval that such a hasty confession seemed a bit implausible. Another one was that Gu Yifan had wanted to wait until the goodwill between the two reached a perfect 200% goodwill, then find a suitable opportunity and wanted to give her a formal and grand romantic confession ceremony. It's just that today this suddenly happened, momentarily disrupting his original plan. It also strengthened his heart. That was, he liked Su Qinghe. There was no doubt about it. After all, Who could not love such a naive treasure girl? But this was good now. Although it was a bit rushed, but perhaps this way, Su Qinghe would be more receptive. After all, this Bean was a little naturally social, and a crowd would rather make her more nervous. Su Bean, I've thought about it for a long time during this period of time, and I've thought it through. I like you, there's no doubt about it. So, will you be my girlfriend? Gu Yifan looked at her with eyes full of deep love and said softly and tenderly, I. In the face of Gu Yifan's gentle confession, Su Qinghe was so nervous for a moment that she was a bit at a loss for words, and even her speech began to stutter a bit. Gu Yifan didn't rush her. He reached out and touched her little head, and said gently, alright, there's no need to be nervous, just think about it for a while, and it's okay if you think about it clearly before answering me. Listening to Gu Yifan's gentle, watery voice, Su Qinghe only felt like her heart was melting. In fact, this big bully is still very gentle when he is not fierce or bullying himself, she thought darkly in her mind. It was just that she was still a little worried that Gu Yifan was just acting on impulse and that he would regret it later, because she knew that there was still a Han Lemon straddling the gap between the two of them, her and Gu Yifan. Although Gu Yifan kept calling her Su Bean, it wasn't like she really didn't know anything, so, she was a little hesitant. Gu Yifan also saw Su Qinghe's worry, so he spoke softly, fool, I know what you're worried about and what you're afraid of, and I don't want to explain too much about what happened in the past, but what I can be very sure of is that I like you. And what I'll like in the future will only be you. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe's heart that was originally hesitant was completely firm. Yeah, could it be that even with the presence of someone else, one would leave him? The answer is no. So why should one think so much, fear and worry so much? Originally, he did not dare to ask for too much, but also just wanted to stay quietly by his side all the time. Therefore, Su Qinghe then didn't hesitate any longer. She slowly raised her own little head and locked eyes with Gu Yifan. At this moment, the eyes of the two people only have each other, can no longer tolerate anyone else. Silly Bean. Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little face, then smiled faintly and said, don't think too much, my heart is so small that it can't tolerate anyone else but you. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded, and after hesitating for a moment, she spoke again in a small voice, then will you still be mean to me, in the future and still bully me? Looking at her serious little expression, Gu Yifan's expression slightly stalled. He genuinely did not expect that Su Qinghe would mention this at such a romantic time. What happened to saying, don't talk about the past? So to speak, love goes away, right? Gu Yifan thought with some bitterness and helplessness in his heart. End of chapter. Chapter 173, The Overbearing and Jealous Mr. Gu Yifan didn't say anything, so Su Qinghe looked at him fixedly. She really couldn't stand her serious and stubborn little eyes. Gu Yifan had to smile awkwardly with some helplessness and said, no more being mean, no more bullying. So it's always okay, right? You have the wrong tone and a bad attitude. Su Qinghe bristled, somewhat dissatisfied with his tone and attitude. Gu Yifan, straight face, put. Seeing Gu Yifan's helpless and defeated face, Su Qinghe couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing her like this, how could Gu Yifan not know that this Bean was deliberately trying to get back at himself? His old face darkened and he lunged forward, his entire body pressing down on Su Qinghe's body. Yikes! Caught off guard, Su Qinghe let out a cry of surprise, turning her head to look at Gu Yifan's handsome face that was close at hand, and her small face instantly reddened. Good you Su Bean, your wings have hardened. How dare you even tease me? Today I'm going to show you why the flowers are so red. Gu Yifan blackened his face and leaned over to viciously whisper in her ear. No, don't. Su Qinghe was startled by Gu Yifan's tone, and she hurriedly opened her mouth. Don't? Gu Yifan raised an eyebrow. Aha! Su Qinghe hurriedly nodded vigorously like a chicken pecking at rice. So do you know what's wrong? Gu Yifan gently pinched the back of her neck and faintly said, wrong. Su Qinghe stammered with a small red face. Wrong? So do you promise to be my girlfriend? Gu Yifan once again vicious said. Su Qinghe's small face reddened once again, and her voice grunted like a mosquito wire. What does aha mean? Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, do it or don't do it in one sentence. Make it seem like I'm forcing you. Answer, I promise. Su Qinghe said with a shy face. That's more like it. Gu Yifan nodded with satisfaction and said, well, from now on, you, Su Bean is my Gu Yifan's girlfriend. From now on, by your boyfriend I cover you. Su Qinghe, straight face. Why does this sound strange? Similar to the jungle worship? Not romantic at all. Su Qinghe silently spat at Gu Yifan, the big bully in her heart. But, from this moment on, one is really not alone anymore. Mom, Dad, Grandma, do you see? I'm doing well and I'm happy to have him with me. Boo carrot 3. Just as Su Qinghe was rambling, Gu Yifan leaned over and smooched her little face. Su Qinghe was somewhat unable to react. She turned her head and looked at Gu Yifan with a somewhat shocked glance. No, what's that look in your eye? Gu Yifan glanced at her and said shamelessly, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with me kissing my own girlfriend, right? Su Qinghe. Time passes in August with a chorus of cicadas. On August 22nd, the start of the school year at Jinling University also arrived on schedule. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the admissions office of Jinling University called over to ask Gu Yifan when he could arrive at the school so that they could arrange for a special staff member to pick him up. No way. That's how high school seniors are treated. Su Bin, have you packed yet? In the hotel room, Gu Yifan shouted at Su Qinghe, who was still in the bathroom not knowing what she was doing. Come. Su Qinghe hurriedly answered. Then it took another minute or two before she stepped out of the bathroom. I'm good, she whispered. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yifan turned towards her. With this glance, Gu Yifan's entire body instantly froze. She was seen wearing a white slim-fitting dress, elegant but with a hint of playfulness. The dress has a detailed pleated design that flows gorgeously in the light of the room. The hem of the skirt is made of light watercolor prints, as if waking up the fragrance of flowers and plants, with a pair of fresh and compact white high heels, making her legs more slender and charming. The long, slightly permed and curled hair was worn in a complimentary manner, pleasing her gentle temperament and taste. The whole person seems to be from a peaceful and wonderful wonderland, full of aspiration and expectation for life and the future. Gu Yifan was infatuated. This dress is the second day after the two people determined the relationship Gu Yifan took her to buy, but because at that time to buy too many clothes, Su Qinghe did not try on one by one. Most of them are Gu Yifan according to her height and size to let the clerk directly wrapped up. So it was the first time he had seen Su Qinghe wearing this now. Needless to say, there was a real wow factor to him. When Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan looking straight at her, her little face turned red all of a sudden. Although the two are officially a couple, that doesn't stop her from still blushing as much as ever. After Gu Yifan admired it for a while, he suddenly thought of something, and his brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly. Seeing him suddenly frown, Su Qinghe instantly became more nervous. Doesn't look good? She said in a weak little voice with her little face flushed. Good looking, but you might as well change. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. When he said that, Su Qinghe was even more confused. It's because it's so nice. I don't want you to wear it out like this, Gu Yifan said indifferently. Su Qinghe, straight face. She instantly understood that Gu Yifan was jealous. What a bully. She gave Gu Yifan a somewhat strange look and thought darkly in her heart. Go on, change. Gu Yifan directly ignored her strange little eyes and faintly said, Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe pouted, but still obediently nodded her head. A few minutes later, Su Qinghe rechanged her clothes and walked out of the bathroom. This time she didn't wear a skirt again, but a white loose short t-shirt, and the lower half of her body was wearing a blue jeans with a high waist design, which made her legs look thin and long, and her feet were stepping on a pair of white canvas shoes, and the whole person looked innocent with a hint of cuteness. She had a pair of large eyes as clear as a lake, her curved eyebrows were thin and long, and her long hair fell down softly as if it were a jasmine in full bloom. And that gentle temperament made it impossible for people to take their eyes off of her with just one glance. Gu Yifan still couldn't help but frown a little. How? What happened? Seeing that Gu Yifan was still frowning, Su Qinghe said weakly, still, or not, okay is okay. Gu Yifan frowned and spoke, what if I suddenly don't want you to go out? Ha? Su Qinghe cocked her little head and looked at him with a puzzled face. Why? Where's the why? You're so good looking. I don't want you to go out and show it to other men. No? Gu Yifan glared at her, not in a good mood. Su Qinghe, straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 174 Opening Day. Champion Chen Show of Goodwill? Su Binhan, who only had Gu Yifan in her eyes. After listening to Gu Yifan's words, Su Qinghe didn't even know what to say for a moment. Before, when the two of them hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, although Gu Yifan was also overbearing towards her, but now after confirming their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, he was even more overbearing and jealous. What a bossy, jealous guy, Su Qinghe's heart secretly thought. She wasn't angry though, instead she was a little happy inside, because it also proved that Gu Yifan really cared about her in his heart. So, that I wear another jacket? Su Qinghe thought about it and looked at him and whispered, Gu Yifan. He glanced at Su Qinghe and faintly said, the weather is so hot, wear a jacket again shall not heat you up. Forget it, make it seem like I'm being petty. Su Qinghe, straight face. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Gu Yifan drove his own Mercedes-Benz Big G with Shawnee license plate with Su Qinghe, and the two of them appeared at the Gulu campus of Jinling University. At this time, at the entrance of Jinling University, many freshmen arrived accompanied by their parents. There are also many sophomores and juniors at the entrance, who are braving the sun to warmly welcome the new students. There are two very eye-catching banners stretched right above the school entrance, which can be seen from afar. One of them reads, welcome to the arrival of the new students of the class of 2013, Jinling University, the new beginning of your life. Another reads, warmly welcome the National College Entrance Examination top student Gu Yifan. This one banner caused the name Gu Yifan to attract a lot of attention once again. Dead memories began to attack all the freshmen. When Gu Yifan gave up Qingbei and finally chose Jinling University, it caused quite a stir. Many freshmen chose Jinling just because of Gu Yifan's reputation as a top student in the college entrance exams. After all, the top students of the college entrance examination have chosen Jinling. And what reason do they have not to choose Jinling? Of course, there were also quite a few people who scoffed at the comparison and thought Gu Yifan was stupid. However, Gu Yifan was unclear about all of this, as he hadn't paid any attention to it at all. What others think won't change his choice anyway. With that kind of free time, he might as well touch Suqing his feet a few more times. Morning, 10 minutes past 10. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both drove to the entrance of Jinling University and then stopped. There is no way. The school has a gate. Foreign social vehicles need to report to enter. Just as Gu Yifan was about to go up and communicate with the security guard at the gate to see if he could drive in, his cell phone rang. I'm heading north, out of the season with you, around the steering wheel, slewing my regrets. Pulling out his cell phone, it was the director of the admissions office of Jinling University, Chen Champion, who called. The two had had a drink once before when they were in the mountain town and were close enough to call themselves brothers. Gotta. Just as soon as I dozed off, a pillow was brought to me. He picked up the phone with a slight smile and said, Hey, Director Chen, what are the instructions? Why, Yifan, where would I have any instructions? It's just that today is not the new student report day. I learned from the enrollment office that you've already arrived in Jinling, so I want to ask you to come to the school or not. Do you need me to go pick you up? Yifan, you're really something. Why don't you call me when you're in Jinling? Champion Chen on the other end of the phone said with some anger. Because Gu Yifan gave up Qingbei and chose Jinling University, the school side paid special attention to him, and as the Champion Chen who personally snatched Gu Yifan from the hands of Qingbei, he was even more recognized by the school leaders. He was directly mentioned from the position of the director of the enrollment office of JLU to the position of the deputy director of the Department of Economics and Management of JLU. Don't look at his rank seems to be downgraded from a full director to a deputy director. But that power is the difference between a day and a land. The power of the vice chairman of the Department of Economics and Management at Jinling University was not comparable to that of a small director of the admissions office. Originally thought that the life is so mixed to the end of the Chen Champion did not expect the line of the mountain city has brought him such a big surprise. So his gratitude towards Gu Yifan deepened. This is not just from the enrollment office side to learn that Gu Yifan has arrived in Jinling. He immediately called Gu Yifan, wanting to contact feelings, and through the time spent together and understanding of the trip to Mountain City, he felt that Gu Yifan was definitely not an ordinary person, and that he would definitely be able to achieve great things in the future. Such a person, they do not and is not yet risen to maintain a good incense love, and so on the rise of people, and then go to flatter that can be too late. After all, people care more about the snow than the icing on the cake. Oh, I was just getting to the entrance of the ancient house campus too. It's not because I don't want to cause trouble for you, Director Chen. Ho ho ho. Gu Yifan said with a smile. What? You're here already? Ha? Champion Chen on the other end of the phone rubbed his head and stood up from his position and said, Yes, I just arrived a few minutes ago. I drove here, but the security guards wouldn't let me in, so I was about to see how to apply for a temporary certificate of access. Gu Yifan said casually. Ha, what's this about applying for a temporary certificate of access? You give me the license plate number and I'll have the gate guard side just let it go. Champion Chen spoke directly. After thinking about it, he changed his words. Forget it, no need to go through so much trouble. I happen to be over here at the ancient building campus. Wait for me, I'll come over to pick you up now. This, Director Chen, there's no need to be so troublesome, right? As soon as he heard Champion Chen say that he was coming over to pick himself up, Gu Yifan hurriedly opened his mouth. Ha, it's no trouble, we haven't seen each other for some time. It's time for dinner. I'll take you to finish the formalities and have a drink together at noon. Champion Chen on the other end of the phone spoke. Alright, it's a deal. Just wait for me for a few minutes. I'm coming over to pick you up now. After saying that and without giving Gu Yifan a chance to refuse, he directly hung up the phone. This, listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Gu Yifan had a helpless look on his face. Why did he feel that this Champion Chen was even more enthusiastic than before? It puzzled him a little. Shaking his head, he really couldn't figure it out. So Gu Yifan simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, it didn't matter to him no matter what Champion Chen's intentions were. Himself a reborn person, also meow with the system. No matter what to face does not bring false good not. casually putting his cell phone back into his pocket. Gu Yifan turned his head and saw Su Qinghe was looking at himself with a curious face, so he casually said, "Someone said he's coming over to pick us up. Let's wait for him in the car for a while." "Who? Sleeps?" Su Qinghe said with some doubt. "Champion Chen. Well, is the director of the admissions office that you met with last time." Gu Yifan pinched her face and casually explained. "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe thought about it. Gu Yifan said so she remembered that there was this person, but exactly what he looked like no longer had much of an impression, so she did not say anything more. Also, Gu Yifan was the only person in her world. As for others, they were naturally dispensable to her. 10 minutes later, Chen Champion's hurried figure appeared at the entrance of Jinling University. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Do you know that you'll look like I'm a loser if you talk like that? Since there were more people coming and going at the school entrance, Gu Yifan moved the car forward. Chen Champion, who came to the school entrance, didn't see Gu Yifan, so he took out his cell phone and called him. "I'm heading north, out of the season with you." The phone rang, and Gu Yifan picked up the phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was none other than Champion Chen who was calling. "Bean, here's our pickup," Gu Yifan said with a faint smile at Su Qinghe. After that, he picked up the phone. "Hey, Yifan, I'm at the school gate. Where are you?" As soon as the phone was connected, Champion Chen spoke. "Oh, Director Chen, I'm in the car right next to the school gates. The car has Mountain City license plates." Gu Yifan opened his mouth. "Mountain City license plate." Champion Chen repeated the chant in his mouth. At the same time, Gu Yifan also saw Champion Chen standing at the school entrance. "Oh, Director Chen, I see you. Wait for me, I'll come over." Gu Yifan spoke to Champion Chen on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he simply hung up the phone. "Bean, let's go over there." Turning his head to speak to Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan started the car and drove over towards the entrance of Jinling University. Not long after, Gu Yifan drove his car and slowly stopped in front of Champion Chen. Seeing a Mercedes-Benz Big G parked in front of him, Champion Chen froze for a moment. At first, he thought it was a parent who had come to drop off a student, but when the car door opened, he was completely confused. "Long time no see, Director Chen," Gu Yifan greeted with a smile. Champion Chen was still a bit confused at this point, but he quickly reacted. Only his heart was still a little shocked. "I'll rub it in. This Gu Yifan guy was driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G? Nima, freshman enrolls in Mercedes-Benz Big G." He surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment, so he could only smile bitterly. "Yifan, long time no see. Hello Director Chen." At this time, Su Qinghe on the passenger seat also got out of the car, and she whispered a greeting to Champion Chen. Su Qinghe student, you're here too." Champion Chen froze for a moment and said, "Well, we both came together," Gu Yifan casually explained. Chen Champion at this time also slowed down from the shock of Gu Yifan driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G to school. He spoke to the two men. "Well, let's go into the school first and talk about it." "Go, I'll take you in." Half a day later, with Champion Chen's endorsement and stating that Gu Yifan was the top student of the college entrance examination written on the banner, the security guard sniffed and released him without hesitation, and also very enthusiastically offered to help Gu Yifan this car license plate recorded into the school access control system, for long-term access to the campus permit. "No way, that's how high school seniors are treated." Gu Yifan sniffed and happily agreed. After all, so that it would be easier for him to drive in and out in the future, right? Yifan, I remember you should have just turned 18 this year, right? Champion Chen, who was sitting in the back seat, couldn't help but speak. "Right, why?" Gu Yifan said with some doubt. "You drive a Big G at 18, I drive an Alto at 35. It's so human," Champion Chen said quietly. "Ha ha ha." Gu Yifan smiled and said, "Why, Director Chen is joking. The car is just a transportation tool. The Big G Alto are the same." Champion Chen, "Yifan, that's easy for you to say. My broken Alto isn't even a fraction of your Big G," he said in a somewhat breathless hushed voice. Actually, it's all the same. If Director Chen likes it, it's okay for us to drive it differently for a while." Gu Yifan waved his hand casually. As soon as he said this, Champion Chen's eyes lit up slightly, but they quickly dimmed again. "Forget it," he shook his head and said. "If I accidentally bump into it, I can't afford to pay for it with my small salary. It's okay, it's on me if I touch it," Gu Yifan said with an indifferent face. "Forget it." Chen Champion thought for a moment and said, "It's not appropriate for me to open this Big G in my capacity, and later on, others who don't know will think that I've raked in a lot of oil and water." Okay. However, if Director Chen wants to open up at any time, just give me a direct word. Gu Yifan didn't force himself. He said casually, "Yes." Champion Chen also nodded nonchalantly at his words. "By the way, Yifan, did your family buy this car for you?" he said with some curiosity. No, I earned this car myself, Gu Yifan casually replied as he drove. Aha! Now Champion Chen was even more surprised. He originally thought that Gu Yifan was a rich second generation and the car was bought by his family, but he didn't realize that he earned the money to buy the car himself. Seeing Champion Chen's doubt in the rearview mirror, Gu Yifan casually explained, when I was in my senior year of high school, I took my pocket money to play stocks and earn some money, so I bought this car. Champion Chen, senior year of high school, pocket change, played stocks, made some money, big G. None of these words were hitting the defenses of Champion Chen's heart. He couldn't help but speak up. Yifan, when you said you earned some money, is that a few $1,000,000? Well, pretty much. Gu Yifan didn't reveal his bottom and replied casually. Champion Chen. He didn't know what to say for a moment. In such a high-pressure study situation in senior year, Gu Yifan even had the heart to speculate on stocks and made at least a few $1,000,000? Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Compare it to Gu Yifan. Chen Champion suddenly felt that he had lived all of his 30 years on a dog. He's suddenly a little less inclined to talk. Autistic. Seeing Champion Chen's expression in the rearview mirror as if he had eaten, Gu Yifan spoke in a somewhat puzzled whisper. A few million doesn't seem like much, does it? His voice was small, but the car was so big that Champion Chen still heard it. At this moment he was truly and completely speechless. He looked at Gu Yifan, who was playing the steering wheel with one hand in a very dashing and handsome movement, and suddenly had the urge to jump out of the car. No way. Chen Champion had always boasted that maturity and stability was his signature, but now that he was staying with this Gu Yifan guy, he felt like he was being hit by a downward spiral on all fronts, and the whole thing was on the verge of an inferiority complex. Forcibly resisting the urge to jump out of the car, he held his tongue for half a day before saying quietly, Yifan, do you know that when you talk like this, you'll look like I'm a loser? Gu Yifan, who was driving, was dumbfounded. What? You don't seem to have said anything yourself, do you? Go to get there. Gu Yifan was just about to open his mouth to say something, but Su Qinghe, who was beside him, suddenly opened her mouth in a small voice to remind him that the freshman reporting office had arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 176. Starting the first meal of your college career. Half an hour later, in the teacher's cafeteria of Jinling University, Chen Champion looked at the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, who were throwing food at each other in front of him with a loveless look on his face. In front of him, he was so struck down that he was on the verge of getting low self-esteem, and now he's coming back to force a mouthful of dog food on himself. What's all this about? He already regretted offering to invite Gu Yifan for dinner. Ahem. He couldn't help but fake a couple coughs to remind the two that this was a public place and to be mindful of the impact. Hearing him cough, Gu Yifan turned his head to look at him somewhat puzzled. Director Chen, is this your throat? Straight face. I say Yifan, can you two eat properly? I'm such a big living person still here. I'm full just eating dog food from the two of you. Can you consider my feelings as an older single dog? Champion Chen said with a grimace. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said with some embarrassment. Sorry get used to it. Ho ho ho. Champion Chen shook his head and didn't say anything more. Gu Yifan had said so. What could he say? He was helpless. At the very back of the living area of the employees of Jinling University, in front of a small, detached Chinese-style courtyard, Yifan, Qinghe, this is the dormitory the school has provided for you two, Champion Chen said with some envy in his eyes. Don't look at the fact that he is now the deputy director of the Department of Economics and Management, but the house he was assigned to is just an ordinary suite dormitory. Only those few senior professors have a single Chinese-style courtyard like this, so it can be seen that Jinling University has really spared no expense in order to recruit Gu Yifan. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, both looked at the small Chinese-style courtyard in front of them and were very satisfied. Although Gu Yifan had the money to buy a suite directly outside, but now this was free. There is no cost for anything. Even the utility bills don't have to be paid. Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe, two people just live on the line. So, not living for nothing. Although not living in a group dormitory, the university career seemed to lack something. But to be honest, Gu Yifan was indifferent to this. After all, although the dormitory can promote the friendship of classmates, but there are also a lot of non-compliance. After all, we are all from different parts of the country and everyone has different habits and routines. The men's dorms are fine. The women's side is practically a mini-society with more trouble. As far as Su Qinghe's somewhat cowardly little socially terrified character is concerned, placing her in the girls' dormitory, Gu Yifan is really uneasy. So, for now, it's fine. But, you still have to buy a house. After all, it's a sure thing this time of year. Not to mention, you can buy now and put it away for a few years without living in it. And then in a few years, Find someone to take it over and offer it at the peak of prices in the early 19th, and make a serious profit. It may seem unkind, but that's what capitalists do. How to say, he is now also a businessman of size is not. Alright, Yi Fun, Ching-ha I'll leave you guys alone for now. Call me anytime later if you guys need anything. Champion Chen spoke to the two. Brother Chen, don't you want to go in and sit down for a while? Gu Yifan opened his mouth. No, orientation is in 2 days, and there's something else going on in the office this afternoon, so I have to go over there. Champion Chen smiled and politely declined. Can become the director of the person, more or less or a bit of insight. Know what is called to see the good to accept. Anyway, the incense has been renewed today, and there will be a long time to come in the future. Oh yeah, you guys have a class meeting tonight. If you don't want to go, I'll just tell your respective counselors ahead of time. I know them all pretty well. Champion Chen suddenly remembered and spoke. Forget it, let's go over there for the night. This is after all a new arrival. It's not good to be too high profile. Gu Yifan thought about opening his mouth. Well, is fine. Alright, Yifan, Xingha, you don't need to send them off. Go inside and clean up your new home. Champion Chen waved his hand at the two men and said. After that, he turned and left. After he left, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, exchanged glances. Go, look at our new home for the next 4 years, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile at Su Qinghe. Aha, Su Qinghe said with a sweet smile. Gu Yifan smiled without saying anything, pushed open the yard fence and held Su Qinghe's small hand as he walked in. Chinese courtyard has 2.5 floors. The first floor is the kitchen and living room. The second floor is the bedroom living room. The rest of the half floor is not really half a floor. Just in the roof above the addition of an attic pavilion used for meeting guests to drink tea and temperament. But most of the Chinese architecture is like this now. 2 people will be the entire small courtyard up and down or strolling around. Found that the living facilities should have all equipped, and even the bed's quilt also have a new not yet unpacked in the corner of the bedroom. Should I say no? This school is pretty sweet. Although he, Gu Yifan, wasn't bad with this amount of money, but at least he saved himself the trouble of buying it, didn't he? He nodded with great satisfaction, and his favorability towards Jinling University couldn't help but increase a few more points. Su Qinghe's entire body was very excited, and after visiting the small courtyard she began to pack up, unable to sit still at all. Although this house was not her own, in her heart, it was considered the first home for both her and Gu Yifan. So, of course, you have to take care of it and set it up. Gu Yifan felt that this was good enough for now, and told her not to mess around and rest for a while, but after persuading her a few times, Su Qinghe still wanted to clean up, so in the end, she had no choice but to give up and let her go. 5:30 in the afternoon, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, finished their campus cards and had their first college meal in the school cafeteria. The moment also signaled the official opening of both men's college careers. Just as Gu Yifan was helping Su Qinghe peel the shrimp, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Gu Yifan looked up and froze for a moment as he looked at the unfamiliar face in front of him. Hello you, is this seat taken? The boy whispered somewhat coyly as he pointed to the empty seat next to the two. Oh, no, Gu Yifan replied casually. So, that I can sit here? The boy spoke up somewhat weakly. Be my guest. Gu Yifan felt in his heart that there was something strange about this person, but he still spoke casually. Thanks. After the boy heard Gu Yifan's words, he said thank you, and then he carried his own plate and sat down on the seat next to both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. Gu Yifan didn't care and continued to lower his head to help Su Qinghe shell the shrimp. Su Qinghe saw that he gave all the shrimp to himself, so he put a few more from his own plate into his bowl and whispered, "It's too much. You eat too." Gu Yifan glanced at her and didn't say anything more as he smiled faintly and said, "Good." A side of the boys just sat down to see the scene as a face of curiosity to survey the two. Eyes constantly have eat melon type light flow. End of chapter. Chapter 177, Avid fan? Gu Yifan, refusing to be a stirrer. He's been watching you, Su Qinghe whispered. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan turned his head towards the side, and upon realizing that Gu Yifan was looking at himself, the boy hastily withdrew his own gaze and lowered his head to pick at the rice in his bowl. Seeing this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly, but he didn't say anything. Turning to Su Qinghe, he spoke, "Eat quickly, don't worry about it." Ooh. Su Qinghe obediently nodded her head, but she still glanced at the boy somewhat strangely before withdrawing her gaze and paying no further attention. Another moment passed. Gu Yifan felt that the man next to him was staring at him again, and his heart grew unhappy, so he put down his chopsticks and turned his head to look at the boy expressionlessly and said, "Classmate, what's the matter with you?" It's okay. Ho ho ho. The boy who originally pretended to eat with his head down was suddenly flustered in his heart, and hurriedly waved his hand and laughed somewhat awkwardly. Gu Yifan, This guy's words directly rendered Gu Yifan speechless. He meowed, staring at me all the time and saying it's okay? You think I'm blind? Gu Yifan didn't bother to give a damn about him. After all, this guy had only been staring at himself, and hadn't done anything excessive. Yes. But, Gu Yifan couldn't eat this meal. Damn, being stared at all the time by a guy who didn't know if he was a stirrer or not was too much for anyone to eat. Damn. I didn't think I'd be targeted by the G-men on my first day at Jindal. Jindal really did surprise herself. Gu Yifan thought breathlessly in his heart, shaking his head helplessly. He turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. Bean, are you full? Let's go if you're full. Full. Su Qinghe nodded and said. After that the two were ready to get up and leave. Just then, wait a minute. The guy who was suspected to be a stirrer suddenly spoke up and called out to the two. At that Gu Yifan frowned as he turned his head to look at the guy and said coldly, what's your business? Seeing that Gu Yifan's tone was a bit cold, he Dong hurriedly opened his mouth. Classmate, are you called Gu Yifan? Hearing this, Gu Yifan's frown deepened. Sorry, class, I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to make sure. Seeing Gu Yifan frowning as if he was somewhat displeased, he Dong hurriedly spoke. Yes, I am. Gu Yifan nodded and said indifferently. Why, do you have something? Seeing Gu Yifan admit it, he Dong's eyes lit up. He was a bit excited as he grabbed Gu Yifan's hand in surprise. Brother Fan, I just thought it was you, but I haven't dared to recognize you for fear of recognizing the wrong person. This guy's sudden action made both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe a bit confused. With a slight force, Gu Yifan shook off He Dong's grip on his hand. No, classmate, who are you? His face darkened and he said somewhat breathlessly, do I know you? He Dong also reacted, realizing that his behavior was a bit abrupt. He was a bit embarrassed and coy. That, Brother Fan, my name is He Dong. I'm a big fan of yours. Ho Dong? Big fan? Gu Yifan was a bit confused. He racked his brain and searched his mind, and could not yet find a counterpart. It's not. What's all this nonsense? Brother Fan, I came to Jinling University for you. He Dong continued to speak. Gu Yifan's eyes glazed over. Nima, why does this sound more and more wrong? Wait, what do you mean you came to Jinling University for me? Gu Yifan was a bit speechless as he hurriedly opened his mouth to clear the air. Nima, I don't know you, and I don't want to be a stirrer. Stirring the... He Dong was at a loss. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and exclaimed, Van, I'm not a G-man. His voice was so loud that for a moment the people sitting nearby eating couldn't help but turn their eyes this way. Especially those muscle-bound gym students all had their eyes slightly lit up, with the slightest hint of ambiguity in their eyes. G-man? It seems like I'm hearing something really bad. Noticing the somewhat strange eyes of the surrounding crowd, Gu Yifan's face darkened even more. He pulled up Su Qinghe, who was a bit bewildered at the side, and left without looking back, leaving He Dong standing alone and messy. At the end of August, the sycamore tree leaves on both sides of the road at Jinling University are still green, with only a few yellowing of the end of the leaves. Who was that guy just now? Su Qinghe opened her mouth with some curiosity and asked. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said somewhat helplessly, if I say I don't know either, would you believe me? Faith. Su Qinghe nodded seriously. Well, this guy came out of nowhere, like a crazy person, and he knows me, yet I am not impressed with him at all. Gu Yifan was somewhat speechless. After thinking about it, he spoke again. Forget about him, let's not talk to the little cutie. If you see this person in the future, just remember to take a detour. Su Qinghe obediently nodded. Well, go back and get cleaned up, and I'll walk you to class for the class meeting later. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Yes, although he and Su Qinghe both belonged to the Department of Economics and Management, Gu Yifan had enrolled in the Economics and Finance Management major, while Su Qinghe had enrolled in the Financial Management major. Su Qinghe's Financial Management major was chosen by Gu Yifan for her, none other. It's so that when she graduates, she'll be directly responsible for the financial management of ICHT. Don't look at today's EHA Technology as just a small startup company, but Gu Yifan is confident that as long as the Mate live broadcast is out, it won't take more than a year. The company is bound to completely gain a firm foothold in the market, and then quickly rise. By then the amount of money involved in the company's account will be bigger and bigger. So, the company's finances still need to be in the hands of someone you can trust, and Su Qinghe is definitely the best candidate. Of course, it's not like she has to go to the office and stare at it all day. Rather, it is necessary for her to be able to read and understand the company accounts and all this. After all, this stuff if you do not understand, by the time the company has been hollowed out still stupid to help count the money. As for financial management experience and so on, directly take their own ready-made company to operate. It will not take long to get started in minutes. And, Don't look at Su Qinghe's whole silly and naive appearance, but don't forget that she is still a school bully. So, there's no need to worry at all. Evening, 7 o'clock sharp. The sky is still not completely dark. Gu Yifan first sent Su Qinghe to the Jixing building where their class is located, and then only then with a cigarette in his mouth wandered towards the Shuhua building where his class is located. Vango! Suddenly a voice rang out behind him. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He looked back with a cigarette in his mouth. The whole person instantly bad. Wine, recently this month because of some things. People in the field. Every day is relatively busy. Coding is almost always forced to squeeze out the time to use the phone to code, so the update time is a little less normal. At present, I can only guarantee that the bottom 2 times a day, as far as possible 3 times. Broken is not broken, because a day does not code. I cannot get energized. There is also the fact that after writing on a cell phone, because of time constraints to proofread, there may be quite a few cases of typos, so please be kind to the hikikomori. Well, it's 1:28 a.m. Stayed up late to sneak in a chapter, and I guess I'll have to wait until daylight tomorrow for the next one. Good night Makabaka, love you guys yo. End of chapter. Chapter 178. Hey buddy, you have the same name as the high school student Ed. Only a slightly shy shooting coy fleshy chubby face appeared in his line of sight. Who could it be if not the stirrer, Ho Tung Tung? Cam. Obscure. Gu Yifan cursed, then directly ignored his shouts and walked straight towards the front. Brother Van, you wait for me. Seeing that Gu Yifan ignored him, he dong hurriedly shouted. While shouting, he quickly ran towards Gu Yifan's side. In no time, he ran in front of Gu Yifan to stop him. This fat bastard can run so well? Who? Gu Yifan's face darkened as he looked at He Dong, who was standing in front of him panting, and said in a cold voice, "What do you mean?" When He Dong saw that Gu Yifan's attitude was wrong, he hurriedly explained, "Brother Fan, I don't mean anything else. I just want to make friends with you." "Sorry, I have no shortage of friends," Gu Yifan coldly said. Damn. A guy who is suspected to be Zero comes over and says he wants to be friends. It's already good enough not to slap him on the spot. Hearing Gu Yifan's words, He Dong was a bit embarrassed. I'm really not a G-man. He spoke hastily. Doesn't matter. Whether you're a G-man or not is none of my business, Gu Yifan said expressionlessly. After saying that, he walked away without looking back. Straight face. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, He Dong had a bitter look on his face. He was just admiring and respecting Gu Yifan for being a great learner, but now he turned out to be treated as a changed G-man. It's a big deal. He knew that this time he really couldn't wash away even if he jumped into the Yellow River. 7:28 p.m. Gu Yifan found his classroom in Economics and Finance Management 1 class. Just as he stepped into the doorway of the classroom, he realized that it was almost full of people by now. His appearance drew quite a bit of attention. The girls were surprised that there was such a handsome and extremely handsome guy in their class, and they couldn't help but look at each other with glowing eyes. The boys, on the other hand, couldn't help but whisper an explosion of nationalism. None other, only because there was a guy in the class who was even more handsome than he was. Damn it! As for Gu Yifan's identity as the top student of the college entrance exam, not a single person recognized it. If you want to say the name Gu Yifan, I guess everyone knows. After all, it was this dog that rubbed himself and others on the ground in this year's college entrance exam. As for what he looks like, most people don't know or haven't paid attention. Plus, the picture of him in the newspaper earlier was very blurry. So, it was sort of normal for the crowd not to recognize him. In the midst of the girls' whispers, Gu Yifan found a corner seat against the back row and sat down casually. Scanning around the entire classroom, Gu Yifan realized that the entire class of Finance Class 1 was about 50 people, and the male-to-female ratio was also about 1:1. Sure enough, there are still quite a few girls studying finance. Not so many that it's an all-bachelor class like the Polytechnic class. Hey man, nice quality of girls in your class. Just then, a voice rang in Gu Yifan's ears. Gu Yifan turned his head to look, only to see a boy with a flirty airplane head looking at him with a silver smile on his face. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. My name is Pang Xiaoqiang. My friends call me Pang Xiao. Man, what's your name? The airplane-headed grinned at Gu Yifan. Looking at the self-satisfied guy in front of him, Gu Yifan didn't hold back. He smiled slightly and said, Gu Yifan. Great name. Pang Xiaoqiang blurted out without even thinking. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little at the situation. No. Suddenly, Pang Xiaoqiang whispered with some doubt. Why does the name Gu Yifan sound so familiar? It's just a popular name. It's not surprising that it sounds familiar, Gu Yifan said casually. Pang Xiaoqiang froze for a moment, then subconsciously nodded. Also, completely forgetting that he had just said the good name thing himself. Just then, a boy wearing glasses sitting in the front seat of the two whispered. The senior high school student seems to be called by that name as well. Gu Yifan and Peng Xiaoqiang both looked at him at the same time, and the boy with glasses was a bit embarrassed as he coyly said, "Hello guys, my name is Wang Shui, the one selling 13? Peng Xiaoqiang blurted out, "Wang Shui," straight face. His face flushed slightly, and he said with some embarrassment, "No, it's just the same name. Just like this brother has the same name as the top student of the college entrance exam." "Yes oh." Peng Xiaoqiang then reacted. He slapped his thigh and said, "Coincidence, buddy, you have the same name as this year's top student. Well, does seem like quite a coincidence." Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then said with a faint smile, "Jingle bells." At 7:30 p.m. A class bell rang right on time. In the meantime, a chubby figure stepped on the bell and appeared panting at the classroom door. After he scanned towards the inside of the classroom, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then it took a deep breath and ran over to the back row of the classroom. Van. Gu Yifan was listening to the tart Pengxiao and the 13 selling Wang Shuyi grading the girls in his class when suddenly a somewhat familiar voice came to his ear. He turned his head and saw the slightly flushed, fat face of G-Man He Dongdong appear in his line of sight. Gu Yifan. It's a ghostly thing. Gu Yifan was truly and completely speechless this time. He Dongdong grinned at Gu Yifan and said, "Brother Fan, what a coincidence. I didn't expect us to be in the same class yeah, ha ha ha." Gu Yifan glanced at his face and didn't say anything. He Dongdong didn't care. He heatedly smiled at the boy next to him who was playing with his cell phone with his head down and said, "Bro, lend me a hand. Is it okay to let me in?" The boy looked up at him and didn't say much, nodded, then made way for him to enter. Just like that, He Dongdong sat next to Gu Yifan as he wished, which made Gu Yifan not even know what to say. "Hey, Lao Fan, this dude, you know him?" Peng Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, heard the commotion. He opened his mouth to Gu Yifan with some curiosity and asked, "Not recognizable?" Gu Yifan faintly said, "Ooh." Peng Xiaoqiang nodded, but there was some doubt in his eyes. He had just clearly heard this fat man call Brother Fan, while Gu Yifan had said that he didn't recognize this person. There must be something odd about this. His mind thought darkly. Hearing Gu Yifan say that he didn't recognize him, He Dongdong had a bitter look on his face. Noticing Peng Xiaoqiang looking at him, he smiled coyly at Peng Xiaoqiang, then turned his head to Gu Yifan and whispered, "Brother Fan, you have to believe me. I'm really not a G-man." Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 179 Group Dance at the First Class Meeting. G-man? Peng Xiaoqiang's eyes lit up slightly. "Dude, if you're talking about this, I'm not sleepy. Nosy G-man." He looked at He Dongdongin with a lewd face and laughed. He Dongdong's old face flushed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Just as he was about to say something to explain the misunderstanding, a sound of high heels rang out at the classroom door. Then they saw a middle-aged woman wearing a professional teacher's outfit and gold-rimmed glasses walk in from the classroom door. For a moment, the classroom, which was still a bit rowdy, instantly quieted down. Chen Wenjing stood on the podium and first scanned the crowd in the classroom. Then he turned around and picked up an electronic pen and wrote 3 big words on the blackboard. Chen Wenjing. Then a string of phone numbers was written down. "Well, students, I'm very happy to meet with you all in Jinling University. In the next 4 years of college, it will be me as your counselor to accompany you through your 4 years of college career. On the blackboard is my name and contact number. Everyone can take a note of it. And in the future, if you encounter any difficulties, you can contact me directly for anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Peng Xiaoqiang was horrified. Our counselor is actually her. Wang Shuyi was a bit curious and asked in a low voice, "Peng Xiao, do you know our counselor?" "Recognize? Not really, just heard about her from our last class." Chen Wenjing, nicknamed the Exterminator. She's said to be the one who's famously strict in our entire economics department. Peng Xiaoqiang opened his mouth in a small voice to explain. Wang Shuyi was a bit surprised. He first looked up and stole a glance at the counselor Chen Wenjing on the podium with a smile on her face, and then glanced at Peng Xiaoqiang with a face of conviction, and whispered with some not quite daring to believe, "Peng Xiao, it can't be? I see that Ms. Chen is quite amiable." Young B, if you feel that way, then I can only say that you're still too young." Peng Xiaoqiang shook his head. Straight face. "No, what the hell is B minor again? When did I become a B major?" Wang Shuyi was a bit confused. Peng Xiaoqiang glanced at him and said lightly, "Aren't you called Wang Shuyi?" "Yes," Wang Shuyi said with some bewilderment. "So what does Wang Shuyi sell?" Peng Xiaoqiang continued to speak. 13 incense? Wang Shuyi said with some embarrassment. "Right, Wang Shuyi sells 13 incense. Isn't 13 AB? So there's nothing wrong with calling you B minor." Peng Xiaoqiang was talking nonsense in a serious manner. Wang Shuyi, he was beyond words. Gu Yifan, who was on the side, saw that he was a bit embarrassed, so he opened his mouth to solve the problem. "Young Peng, continue talking about the counselor. Yes, you just said that Mr. Chen is very strict. How is that? Fine shiver. The person next to him spoke up in agreement. Ahem. Actually, I don't know much about it. Just in the group to hear the past seniors and sisters say extinction. Mr. Chen is super ruthless. The class she leads, as long as it's her class, no one dares to skip class, because as long as she skips a class, the failure rate is 99.9%, and the remaining 0.1% all depends on her mood. Hiss. The people around him couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they heard his words. Truancy once. 99.9% failure rate. The remaining 0.1% all depends on her mood. So what's the difference between that and flunking 100%? No one would dare to run away from her in this situation, right? A group of people fought helplessly in their hearts. Just then, the movement over here also caught the attention of Chen Wenjing on the podium. The smile on her face instantly disappeared, and she frowned slightly, pointing at Gu Yifan and the others sighed in a cold tone. Hey, what's up with those boys over there? The moment she said this, everyone in the classroom unanimously looked over towards Pang Xiaoxiang and the others, seeing dozens of pairs of eyes staring at them. Pang Xiaoxiang and the others were all very embarrassed as their old faces turned red. I'll talk up here. You guys talk down here, right? If you like to talk so much, you'll be given the floor to do it. Chen Wenjing said in a cold voice with a dark face. Pang Xiaoxiang's few people looked at each other, somewhat face to face. For a while several people shut their mouths, each with their heads lowered like an ostrich. On the contrary, it was Gu Yifan who had a calm face because he had experienced this kind of scene a lot in his previous life. It's just a small scene, okay? In fact, the main thing was that he was sitting on the edge of his seat, and just now when that guy Pang Xiaoxiang was talking louder and louder, he had already sensed that something was wrong. Before Chen Wenjing was furious, Gu Yifan had long been sitting quietly in his place in a serious manner, looking at the blackboard on the podium with full attention and pretending to memorize the number. So, in this round, he was not among the people Chen Wenjing scolded. Seeing that several people didn't dare to speak, Chen Wenjing didn't say anything more. After all, this was just the first day. She was afraid of scaring the crowd. The future is long. And then slowly accompany this group of unruly little rabbits to play well. Disobedient. Let them know what it is like to fail a course. Alright, none of that, right? Chen Wenjing swept a circle of the crowd before saying expressionlessly, without further ado, I'll start the roll call then. Call out those whose names are called. The crowd looked at each other, but no one dared to speak anymore. Seeing this, Chen Wenjing nodded with satisfaction, then turned over the list in her hand and began to read. Chen Siki, go to. Seeing that her name was called, a girl in the front row of the classroom who was roughly around 1 meter 5 in height, with a petite figure but possessing a proud capital stood up and weakly opened her mouth. Hiss, childishly huge. I'm going to, Legal Lolita. For a while, a group of people in the class began to whisper again. The surrounding people's comments made Shinseki's little face redder and redder. Her little face flushed, the whole person looked like a ripe papaya. Even the exterminator Chen Wenjing froze for a moment when she saw the girls, but she quickly came back to her senses. Well, sit down. She nodded at the papaya lady named Shinseki and said. Then it continued with the roll call. Pang Shu Kung. Hearing his name being called, Pang Xiaoqiang shook his head and made what he thought was a very handsome gesture and shouted. Here, Gu Yifan, who was on the side, froze for a moment when he saw this action. Poon Chodan? This guy really is a tart. This action would have been an absolute hit on the internet in the latter days. Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. When Chen Wenjing saw him shouting so loudly, she couldn't help but frown slightly, but she didn't say anything more. She nodded and gestured for Pang Xiaoqiang to sit down, just about to call out the next name. Suddenly, her whole body froze. End of chapter. Chapter 184. Years of College Priority Delivery. Right to choose a mate. How did the school put this god in his class? Chen Wenjing was a bit stunned. She really didn't know anything about the senior high school scholar Gu Yifan being in her class. Since she had just returned from vacation, everything was rushed and she hadn't had time to go over the list and get to know the students. She was still quite appreciative of an all-around schoolmaster like Gu Yifan, especially since Gu Yifan scored all perfect scores in the college entrance exam. That's something that can't be beat. Anyone who has been through a high school exam knows how hard it is to get a perfect score like that. That's no more difficult than winning the lottery. I didn't realize the top student of the college entrance exam was in our class, Chen Wenjing said with a faint smile. Wow. As soon as she said that, the entire classroom began to stir. I go, not it? The top student in the college entrance exam is even in the same class as yourself? Wow, God actually also enrolled in the finance major. I thought God will go to study math, physics and chemistry and so on later into the Chinese Academy of Sciences to do scientific research. I never thought that the God of learning would be by our side. I scored 650 points on the high school entrance exam. The top student scored 750 points. And we can't believe we're in the same class. What an honor. Yeah, the strongest college entrance exam scholar in history is in the same class as me. I can brag about this awesomeness for the rest of my life. Where is the great God? I haven't seen a living scholar yet. A group of people were talking at the bottom. Asterisk. Lao Fan. I didn't expect the top student of the college entrance exam to be in the same class as us. Then don't we have two Gu Yifan? That's too much of a nifty coincidence, isn't it? Peng Xiaoqian slapped his thighs as soon as he rushed at Gu Yifan somewhat cockily. It hadn't occurred to him at all that the two Gu Yifans were actually the same person. On the contrary, it was the B major Wang Shuyi on the side who reacted, and he subconsciously glanced at Gu Yifan and thought. Chen Wenjing saw the crowd under the stage talking excitedly. This time she didn't get angry and said with a slight smile, "Is our top student Gu Yifan here yet?" Hearing the crowd's murmurings, as well as Counselor Chen Wenjing's question, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly, then prepared to get up and stand up. Lao Fan, they're calling for the senior high school student. What are you doing standing up? Peng Xiaoqiang, who was beside him, saw that Gu Yifan was about to stand up. He hurriedly tugged on his sleeve and whispered. Gu Yifan glanced at him, then faintly said, "I wanted to get along with you guys in a low profile as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to get alienation in return. No more pretending. I'll show my cards. I'm the top student of the college entrance exam. Gu Yifan, Pang Shu Kung." He looked at Gu Yifan with a confused face, somewhat unsure. "Hey, it's not." He was just about to continue opening his mouth to say something, but he was hastily pulled back by Wang Shuyi, who was at the side. "Xiao Peng, stop it now. Can't you see? Old Fan is the top student of the college entrance exam. Gu Yifan, Peng Xiaoqiang, straight face. Our top student of the college entrance exam, Gu Yifan, hasn't come yet?" Chen Wenjing on the podium saw that there was no movement from the stage and said with some doubt, "Could it be that the top student of the college entrance exam, Gu Yifan, hasn't reported to the school yet?" The crowd in the classroom also thought with some confusion. Just as the crowd was wondering, Gu Yifan had already stood up. He looked at the counselor on the podium and spoke with a calm face. "Gu Yifan here." As his words fell, all the people in the classroom couldn't help but turn their gazes to him. "Wow, I can't believe it's him. So handsome. I didn't expect the high school student to be so handsome. Handsome and talented. Love. Sisters, I've booked this dude. Don't anyone take it from me. Go. Step aside. What just you booked? See what you can see. We all speak from our strength." Yeah, really handsome." A group of girls in the class then began to make a fool of themselves. Originally, when Gu Yifan entered the classroom, there were quite a few girls who had paid attention to him, thinking of finding an opportunity to find out about him. And now, after learning that he was the top student of the college entrance examination, Gu Yifan, it was even more cocky. In just such a moment, Gu Yifan took the next 4 years of college. The girls in the class have the priority of choosing a spouse. At this moment, not to mention them, even Chen Wenjing, the counselor who had always been unsmiling, couldn't help but freeze for a moment the moment she saw Gu Yifan. Good-looking and handsome grades are still so excellent. If she is still a young girl at the age of 18, it is estimated that she cannot help but adore Gu Yifan. It's not that girls have no shame in wanting to stick it to each other or anything, but it's human nature for women to admire the strongest person in the world, and it's been that way since the beginning of time. On the contrary, those boys in the class were all silent at this moment. Convex, ****** dish. I can't believe it's him. Everyone was very shocked in their hearts. Originally, Gu Yifan's face value that was so handsome that it was a crime had already made them feel a huge threat. And now the special Miao even told them that this guy was still the top student of the college entrance exam. God, this is so damn unfair. Gave him unbelievable face value and then also gave him unbelievable academic performance. So much for the son of Qi in this? A group of people cursed in their hearts. Yes, a fine-looking man, worthy of being the top student in the college entrance exams. Returning to her senses, Chen Wenjing smiled and nodded. Gu Yifan was a little embarrassed by the compliment. He shook his head and humbly said, "Mr. Chen is too kind. He. Ha, I'm just stating a fact. Young man, you are too modest." Chen Wenjing smiled and spoke. Seeing her say so, Gu Yifan more or less some embarrassment. This topic a moment indirectly also is not pick up also is not, can only helplessly smile. Chen Wenjing's first impression of Gu Yifan was very good. Seeing this, she waved her hand and spoke. "Well, student Yifan, sit down first." "Okay, thank you Mr. Chen." Gu Yifan didn't say anything more as he nodded then sat down. "There, well, let's get on with the roll call." Chen Wenjing pushed the gold wire spectacle frames on the bridge of her nose before rushing towards the crowd and faintly saying, "He Xiao Mei, here, Ming Li, here." The roll call still continued, but the minds of the people in the classroom were no longer on it. Old fan. I didn't expect you to be the top student of the college entrance exam. Gu Yifan, you cheated me out of my feelings. In the back row of the classroom, Peng Xiaoqiang said to Gu Yifan with a bitter face. Gu Yifan, straight face. Why does that always sound so strange? What do you mean you cheated on his feelings? Make it sound like you're a scumbag who started it all. Gu Yifan's entire body is speechless. End of chapter. Chapter 181, running for interim head? No, class officer. Not even a dog. After a roll call, everyone is each pretty much primed to get to know each other. With Peng Xiaoqiang, a socially awesome person, chirping away and analyzing the face scores and circumferences of the girls in the class. Gu Yifan did learn that there were indeed a few girls in the class with pretty good bodies. Well, among them Papaya Nymphetch and Siki counts as one. Legit Lolita. Still popular amongst guys. After the roll call, the election of the temporary class leaders began. Well, we have a total of 50 students in our class, except for some students who came late due to family matters. The rest are all here. Next, the second part of tonight's session, that is, to elect a man and a woman, two temporary class leaders responsible for cooperating with the teacher to manage the class affairs during the military training. Now let's elect the interim head of the boys' side. Are any of you interested in volunteering? Hearing the counselor's words, quite a few people in the class looked a bit eager to try. Even the tart Peng Xiaoxian looked a bit intrigued. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was still looking like an old man. None other. Simply because he's not interested in being a student class act all that. Although being a student class officer during college does hone your skills. In particular, the positions of class president and secretary of the youth league can really be beneficial for applying for membership in the party and for future political careers and the like. But Gu Yifan wasn't going to take the path of politics in the future, so these couldn't be said to be useless to him. But there really wasn't much usefulness. Being on duty is time-consuming and a lot of hassle. So, Gu Yifan had nothing to ask for, so why ask for trouble? It would be better to have that time to flirt with Su Qinghe and touch her feet. Suddenly, Gu Yifan noticed everyone's gazes on himself. He froze for a moment and said with a confused voice, "Why is everyone looking at me? Extinction. The counselor is calling you." He Dong Dong, who was on the side, opened his mouth in a low voice and reminded, "Call me?" Gu Yifan was a bit bewildered as he turned his head towards the top of the classroom podium and found the counselor, Chen Wenjing, looking at him with a smile on her face. "Student Gu Yifan, are you interested in serving your classmates as the temporary head of the class?" Chen Wenjing spoke again. Gu Yifan was confused for a moment. Being the temporary head of the class? Reacting, he hurriedly spoke. Teacher Chen, the principal's side has given me an assignment, asking me to go over to the bamboo garden site to study with Professor Wang every day, so I probably don't have that much time to manage class matters. Or, it's better for someone else to be it. I'm not very suitable. Gu Yifan laughed bitterly. Seeing him politely decline, Chen Wenjing froze for a moment. Also, there should be quite a few arrangements on the school's side for high school seniors. After thinking about it, she didn't say anything more. Nodding slightly, he said, "Well, or not. The matter on Professor Wang's side is more important. Mr. Chen, I think that Mr. Peng Xiaoqian's personality would be more suitable to be in charge. Although it was just a short contact of less than an hour, I think Peng Xiaoqian's classmates are more extroverted and can mingle with the classmates. I think he is more suitable to be the person in charge than me." Gu Yifan thought for a moment, then pointed at Peng Xiaoqiang, who was sitting next to him, and opened his mouth. The entire Peng Xiaoqiang on the side was dumbfounded as he looked at Gu Yifan with a shocked expression. "It's not, brother, I haven't even thought about running for office yet." Following Gu Yifan's gaze, the crowd saw a confused Peng Xiaoqiang. Dozens of pairs of eyes were looking at themselves at the same time. Even with Peng Xiaoqiang's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush slightly. Chen Wenjing looked deeply at Gu Yifan, then thought for a moment and turned her head toward Peng Xiaoqiang, who was smiling awkwardly, and spoke. "Well, since Gu Yifan is strongly recommended, then Peng Xiaoqiang, are you willing to be the temporary head of the class?" Peng Xiaoqiang first froze for a moment, then thought about it somewhat less well. Chen teacher, I am willing." "Yes." Chen Wenjing nodded and said, "Then the temporary head of the boys' side will be you." Yes, Mr. Chen, I will seriously cooperate with you to serve the students." Peng Xiaoqiang hurriedly opened his mouth to express his loyalty, completely forgotten who was in front of a mouthful of extermination master called. "Well, Peng Xiaoqiang, students please sit down." Chen Wenjing waved her hand at him and said, and then went on to speak. "The temporary person in charge on the boys' side is already there. Is there anyone on the girls' side who is willing to serve the students next? As soon as she said this, the girls on stage started whispering. Compared to the non-competition on the boys' side, the girls' side looked a lot more competitive. Several girls in a row stood up and grossed out. After some introductions and explanations, the temporary head of the girls' side eventually fell to a girl with glasses named Hz. Immediately following the program was an explanation of the rules and some of the do's and don'ts of JLU. The class meeting lasted until 9:20 or nearly 9:30 p.m. The time of military training is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In these 2 days everyone take a good rest. By the way, when everyone goes back, remember to send your height and size to the 2 persons in charge, so that we can arrange for the issuance of military training clothes. Well, it's getting late, so that's it for today's class meeting. The 2 people in charge stay for a while. Everyone else is dismissed to go back to rest. Chen Wenjing spoke to the crowd. After she finished speaking, the crowd in the classroom swarmed out of the classroom in groups of 3 or 5. Fan, should we wait for that Peng Xiao, or should we go first? Bi Shui Wang opened his mouth to Gu Yifan and asked, let's go first. It's not going to be long on his end. Gu Yifan casually returned. Also, let's go first then. Wang Shui nodded and said, by the way, Fan, which dormitory do you live in? He suddenly thought of something and spoke up. Oh, I don't live in a dorm. Gu Yifan casually returned. Ha? Wang Shui froze for a moment. Brother Fan, you're a walk-in? Gu Yifan froze for a moment as he thought for a moment and spoke. It's not exactly a walk-in. It's just that I don't live with you guys. Wang Shui was a bit confused. Well, we're the only ones left in the classroom. Let's go too. Gu Yifan didn't explain too much and casually changed the topic. With that, he got up and headed for the classroom door. Ooh. Seeing this, Wang Shui also hurriedly followed, and He Dong, who had not dared to open his mouth on the side, also silently followed behind. Thus, a small group headed by Gu Yifan was formally formed. End of chapter. Chapter 182. Bo Baijie, this damn sour smell of lava. After leaving the classroom, Gu Yifan sent a message to Su Qingha asking her if the class meeting was finished so he could go over to pick her up. Not long after, Su Qingha came back with a message saying that it would take a while, so Gu Yifan could go back to the small courtyard by himself first. But, how could Gu Yifan go back first by himself? Who are you messaging with? Van, smiling like that? Be Major Wang Shui, who was walking by the side, saw Gu Yifan looking at his cell phone with a smile on his face, so he opened his mouth curiously. Should be sister-in-law. He Dong, who was following behind, picked up the conversation. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He had almost forgotten about the existence of these two. After a night of explaining, He Dong had proved that he wasn't a stirrer. It was just one of Gu Yifan's more avid fans, and those previous behaviors were just nervous and excited to see his idol. It was all a misunderstanding. He glanced at the somewhat talkative He Dong, but Gu Yifan didn't say anything more. He thought about it and opened his mouth. I still have something else to do in a while. I have to go to the side of the knowledge building. Different roads, let us go separately here. After that, he waved at the 2 men, then turned and walked in the other direction. Only 2 people, Wang Shui and He Dong, who were looking at each other in dismay, were left behind. Ahem, Tuko, what did you just say? Sister-in-law? Wang Shui, who was the first to come back to his senses, looked at He Dong somewhat puzzled and said, At this time, He Dong also reacted to the fact that he had just talked too much. For a moment he didn't know if he should or shouldn't say anything, but just now, Gu Yifan didn't say anything about himself, so I guess he didn't care too much about others knowing about it. He thought darkly in his mind. After calculating some, he spoke. Well, Brother Fan should have a girlfriend. I saw in the school cafeteria in the evening. Asterisk. Hearing He Dong's words, Wang Shui's eyes glared, very shocked. Old Fan, this guy is handsome and his academic performance is perverted even if he has a girlfriend? Although I didn't dare to look much in front of me, my sister-in-law is also super good looking. Better looking than all those actresses on my TV. The 2 of them, her and Fan, stand together. They're a perfect match. Seeing his shocked appearance, He Dong shook his head and spoke softly. At those words, Wang Shui suddenly fell silent. Phew. After a long time, he exhaled deeply and said with a bitter look on his face, God, you're not fair. As for all this, Gu Yifan was unknown. At this time, he had a cigarette in his mouth and was walking while sending QQ messages with Su Qingha. At this time, Su Qingha's side was also ready to end the class meeting. Seeing Gu Yifan say that he was coming over to pick himself up, Su Qingha couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth slightly curved up, and her heart was very happy. Hey, Qingha, who are you secretly chatting with? Smiling so happily? Like what happened to Gu Yifan in front of her? A girl with glasses sitting next to Su Qinghe came over and whispered. The girl named Bao Baijie's Su Qinghe came to the classroom just after the acquaintance. The character with the tart Peng Xiaoqiang a bit like, are a bit of social awesome disorder of self-cooked character. Ha! Seeing Bao Baijie come over, Su Qinghe was a little flustered and put her cell phone away. Her small face instantly colored with 2 shades of scarlet, whispering, "No, nothing." Bao Baijie saw this blushing and shy little look on her face, and it was clear that she didn't believe it. But after all, we hadn't known each other that long, and we weren't that familiar yet, so she didn't press the issue too much. There was just some curiosity in his heart as to what kind of boyfriend Su Qinghe would find with such a character. I also don't know if Su Qinghe, the simpleton, can get used to it in a new environment. Gu Yifan shook his head, and after exhaling the last puff of his cigarette, he snuffed it out in the garbage can by the side of the road before continuing on his way. On the road, Gu Yifan opened the dialogue box of the 2 people again to look at. Si Su Qinghe suddenly did not return the message for a long time. He was a little puzzled, but did not think too much about it. Only the pace of his feet could not help but speed up a few more points. Well, it's getting late. That's all for tonight's class meeting. Students go back to rest. As the words of the counselor on the podium fell, the first class meeting of Su Qinghe's class finally came to an end. The entire classroom instantly began to buzz with the crowd chattering away to their new classmates they had just met. Su Qinghe glanced outside the classroom window, then glanced at her cell phone again. Seeing that Gu Yifan had sent several messages to herself that she hadn't replied to, she was a little nervous, afraid that he would be worried, so she hurriedly typed a reply explaining what had just happened. "Qinghe, want to go back to the dormitory together?" Bao Baijie opened her mouth to Su Qinghe, who was typing, and asked. "Ha?" The sudden voice caused Su Qinghe to freeze for a moment. She tilted her small head to find her classmate Bao Baijie looking at her. She was a bit bewildered. Because she was only focused on typing to explain to Gu Yifan, she didn't hear what Bao Baijie just said. "What did you just say?" Su Qinghe's small face was slightly red, a little embarrassed, and asked in a small voice. Su Qinghe's small face was slightly red, and she asked in a somewhat embarrassed whisper. "Bao Baijie." She couldn't help but roll her eyes and shook her head helplessly. "I say, do you want to come back to the dormitory with us?" "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe nodded and said with some embarrassment. No need, I will leave later." "Aha?" Bao Baijie froze for a moment. "It's a long way from here in the dormitory. Are you sure you don't want to come with us?" "Yeah, come along. There are streetlights, but it's weirdly scary this late." A girl next to her opened her mouth to chime in. "Aha." Su Qinghe gently nodded. Because Gu Yifan had said that she should just be good and wait for him in the classroom, and she hadn't yet told her newfound classmates that she didn't live over at the girls' dormitory. Waiting for the boyfriend to come and get it? Bao Baijie suddenly thought of something. Her eyes rolled, then she raised her eyebrows and opened her mouth to ask. Brush. Being told by her what was on her mind, Su Qinghe's small face was instantly colored with 2 red clouds. Seeing Su Qinghe in this state, Bao Baijie knew that she had guessed correctly. Ugh, what a damn sour smell of love. Bao Baijie couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Wow, Qinghe, you just came to school and got a boyfriend?" "No, Qinghe is so beautiful. You should be asking, how did she get swindled?" Yes, Qinghe, is your boyfriend in our class or a senior?" "Beauty Su, tell us how you found your boyfriend." The several girls next to her were a little surprised and a little curious as they surrounded Su Qinghe and opened their mouths to ask. "No, not I." Being surrounded by several people asking about this, Su Qinghe was shy for a while and stuttered a bit, not knowing what to say. Just then, Gu Yifan also came, downstairs of Jixing building. End of chapter. Chapter 183, leisurely before military training. Su Hanin, I'm willing. Seeing a group of people swarming down the stairway, Gu Yifan first waited for the people to disperse a little before walking up. Classroom 305. Why 305 again? Gu Yifan's mouth chattered as he went up the stairs. Wow, sisters, look, this boy is so handsome. What class is he in? Frog Fun is really handsome. Love this face. Sisters, I want to get up there and ask for contact information so bad. A group of girls passing by whispered as they pointed at Gu Yifan. However, Gu Yifan was thinking about the number 305 at the moment and didn't even notice any of this. 2.5 minutes later, Gu Yifan came to the door of classroom 305. At this time the classroom has been almost gone. The classroom podium, a middle-aged male teacher is in a few students in the exchange of some things. On the seat in the back row of the classroom, Su Qing has sat alone in her seat, fuming. That goofy look, looking a little naive, was very cute. Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then walked straight towards her side from the back door of the classroom. Bean, what's on your mind? His voice rang suddenly in Su Qinghe's ears. Yikes! Su Qinghe was taken aback. Her exclamation of surprise caught the attention of several people on the podium, and their eyes turned toward her. Su Qinghe's small face slightly reddened. Gu Yifan hurriedly said sorry to the few people on the podium, then pulled Su Qinghe out of the classroom. A few people on the podium looked confused, but when they saw that nothing was going on, they withdrew their gaze and went on about their business. Sorry too. Outside the classroom corridor, Su Qinghe whispered with some embarrassment. It's okay, let's go. Gu Yifan rubbed her little head, then spoke softly. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. The two of them then walked hand in hand towards the bottom of the stairs. At this time, there were still quite a few people who had just walked out from inside the classroom, and when they saw the two of them they were stunned by their face value. Only when he saw two people holding hands, obviously a couple, he lost his mind. Gu Yifan didn't care about other people's eyes, very blandly holding Su Qinghe's small hand as he walked along. Soon the two were walking down the stairs. So Bean, how does it feel to be in a new class for the first time? Is there anything you're not used to? On the campus path, Gu Yifan casually asked. Su Qinghe froze for a moment. She tilted her little head and thought seriously, then said, It's okay, the classmates are quite friendly. I also met a new friend. Just now she saw that it was late and the way back to the dorm was a bit dark. She was afraid that I was not safe and asked me to go back to the dorm with them. Oh, Gu Yifan was slightly surprised. Then this girl is pretty nice. I'll buy her dinner with you sometime. Ha! He smiled and opened his mouth. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded with a sweet smile. 2 days passed in a flash. In these 2 days, Gu Yifan accompanied Su Qinghe to stroll around the campus every day to familiarize herself with the environment, and occasionally the two of them went to the library to read books, and the days passed by in a very leisurely manner. In the small detached courtyard, Gu Yifan was sitting on top of the recliner with a copy of Human Nature's Weakness in his hand, drinking tea and looking at it at the same time. After these 2 days the two kept adding items to the small yard. At this time this 2.5-story detached small yard also began to have some life, and a little more of a sense of home. At this moment, Su Qinghe, clad in a bib, was washing the greens next to the pool in the yard. Su Bean, what's cooking tonight? Casually placing the book in his hand on the coffee table, Gu Yifan got up and came next to Su Qinghe and opened his mouth with a smile. Yes, on the second day of school, Su Qinghe saw that Gu Yifan didn't really like to eat the meals in the cafeteria, so she asked Gu Yifan to take her to the supermarket outside the school to buy a lot of dishes in the refrigerator. And in the past 2 days, it has been Su Qinghe who has been doing the dishes for him to eat. Nowadays, the two of them didn't have to go to the school cafeteria to eat those difficult meals, and every day Su Qinghe would change her style and make different flavors of dishes for him to eat. Under Su Qinghe's feeding over the past 2 days, Gu Yifan's mouth had been spoiled quite a bit. Hearing Gu Yifan's question, Su Qinghe looked back at him and whispered, soy sauce water pike, lychee meat and bitter melon pearl casserole, and bok choy. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then said with a bitter face, eating bitter melon again. Ha! Su Qinghe glanced at him and explained in a small voice, Tian, the weather is too hot. You've been a bit on fire lately, and bitter melon can reduce heat and fire. Hearing Su Qinghe's explanation, Gu Yifan had a bitter look on his face. He shouldn't have mentioned this yesterday, and, in fact, what he really wants to say is, what is the reason for this fire of his own? Don't you, Bean, know? Because Su Qinghe was not used to sleeping by herself in the new environment. It was Gu Yifan who held her together every day for the past 2 nights. 2 people sleep on really just sleep, which what also did not do. At least a blood young man beauty in the arms. See but cannot eat, he Gu Yifan cannot be on fire? In such a state, it is estimated that even Buddha would have to pop a few pimples if he came. However, Gu Yifan was too embarrassed to tell Su Qinghe about these. This girl has been looking at herself all day with an innocent and naive look on her face, so she can't even lay her hands on her. Forget it, just wait a little longer. Wait until she's a little more acclimated to her new surroundings. Gu Yifan thought helplessly in his heart. He shook his head helplessly. Fine, is there anything I can help you do? Gu Yifan thought and spoke again. No need, I'm fine on my own. Su Qinghe gently shook her little head and whispered, you go sit over there, it'll be fine soon. Again, every time he asked Su Qinghe if there was anything he needed help doing together, Su Qinghe always said she could do it herself. For the past 2 days, he's been acting like a grandpa, just sitting and waiting to be fed every time. So Bean, after Su Qinghe poured out the water, she turned her head and looked at Gu Yifan in a somewhat puzzled manner and asked in a small voice, how? What's wrong? You're not letting me do anything, so you're not afraid of raising me to be lazier and turn me into a loser. Ha? Gu Yifan said helplessly. Ha? Su Qinghe didn't expect Gu Yifan to say this. She was a bit confused. Reacting, she shook her head gently and said, you wouldn't. Gu Yifan frowned, somewhat not quite understanding whether her words meant that she wouldn't become lazy or wouldn't be able to cook. When Su Qinghe saw this, she thought about it and added, just, even if you become a waste. It doesn't matter. I'm willing to do this. Gu Yifan. Straight face. End of chapter. Chapter 184, Gu Yifan, your classmate's name sounds quite impressive. What do you mean it doesn't matter if I become a loser? Looking at Su Qinghe, who had a serious little expression look on her face, Gu Yifan's entire body was bad. No, So Bean, do you want to see what you just said? Gu Yifan spoke quietly. Ha, Su Qinghe was at a loss. Suddenly, she reacted. The small face couldn't help but slightly redden. Somewhat embarrassed, the small voice weakly said, I didn't mean that. I meant to say. Alright, no need to explain. It's fine. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to interrupt her explanation and waved his hand. The water is full. Quickly wash the dishes. Hearing his words, Su Qinghe looked back and realized that the water was already so full that it was about to overflow, and hurriedly turned around in a panic to turn off the faucet. Looking at her somewhat furtive appearance, Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little. Evening, 6:50. Looking at the large bowl full of white rice in front of him, Gu Yifan was somewhat helpless. This Su Bean is afraid that he won't have enough to eat. Seeing Gu Yifan look at himself, Su Qinghe reddened and whispered, accidentally overcooked. Sure enough, I'm saying how yesterday it was a normal amount and today I'm treating myself like a pig. Gu Yifan shook his head and didn't say anything more. Hurry up and eat. He spoke softly. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded, and then the two of them started. It had to be said that the dishes made by Su Qinghe were really delicious, with both color and flavor. I'm sure it's true that I'm a good wife and mother type of treasure girl. Gu Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, he thought of the military training tomorrow, so he spoke. Right, Bean, the military training will be tomorrow. Do you want to go? If you're afraid of the sun and don't want to go, we can skip it. The school had mentioned the exemption of military training when we were specially recruited before. Better go join in. Su Qinghe thought seriously before speaking. With the entire class participating, it seems a little out of place if you don't attend. Moreover, just a little bit of sunshine. Su Qinghe has never been the kind of delicate person, so she is not afraid of it. Yes, although Gu Yifan was a bit surprised by Su Qinghe's choice, he didn't say anything more as he nodded and said, if you go, then I'll go too. If Su Qinghe went, then he naturally had to go as well. Otherwise he wasn't too worried about this being by himself. 7:30 in the morning. Bean, are you better? Gu Yifan stood in the doorway of the restaurant and shouted at Su Qinghe, who was still in the bedroom, not knowing what she was doing. Here comes. Su Qinghe's voice came from inside the bedroom, and immediately afterward, she was seen running out of it in a panic, almost falling over. Gu Yifan hurriedly ran over to her and held her in place, saying with a helpless face, what's the point of being so flustered? There's still time. I'm just calling you, not rushing you. Su Qinghe's small face reddened and said in a small voice, I'm just afraid that you've waited too long. At those words, Gu Yifan was somewhat helpless. What a silly simpleton. He couldn't help but flick Su Qinghe's cerebral collapse and said with some anger, yikes. Su Qinghe let out a cry of pain as she covered her forehead and whispered, it hurts. It hurts. Oh, Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say, Su Qinghe. She pouted her little mouth with a small expression of a grieved look. Well, we have to go. If we don't, we'll be really late later. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly. Oh. Although Su Qinghe was a bit unhappy, she still nodded, then followed Gu Yifan out of the small courtyard. Get in the car. Gu Yifan opened the passenger door and turned his head to Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded, then smoothly got into the car under Gu Yifan's hand on her butt. Nice touch. Gu Yifan glanced down at his palm. Then the corner of his mouth curled up slightly as he said. His voice was so small that Su Qinghe didn't hear it, or else he would definitely have to make a big red face again. With a slight smile, Gu Yifan also went around to the driver's seat, then opened the door and sat in it. Firstly, he was very considerate to help Su Qinghe fasten the condom, then a foot of gas pedal down. The car in a burst of engine roar, slowly drove out of the yard, straight towards the direction of the school playground and go. Along the way, Gu Yifan slowed the car down. After all, it was on campus, and who knew if someone would suddenly appear out of nowhere, so it was better to be careful. 7:50. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both came to the school playground not far away. First looked for a place to park the car well before the two of them got off and slowly walked towards the playground side. So Bean, you know the location of the square your class is in, right? Gu Yifan handed Su Qinghe the several bottles of water in the bag and then opened his mouth to ask. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded and spoke. I saw it inside the group. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He was a bit surprised. When did you even add a group? How come I didn't know? Was Baijia's classmate who pulled me into the class group? Su Qinghe glanced at Gu Yifan and explained in a small voice. Gu Yifan's eyes glared. Is that name serious? No, Bean that classmate of yours named Bai Jie? Gu Yifan couldn't help but open his mouth and ask. Ha! At Gu Yifan's question, Su Qinghe was a bit puzzled, but she still obediently answered. Aha! Her name is Bai Jie, but her surname is Bao, last name Bao, Bao Bai Jie. This appears to be even more tawdry. Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say for a moment. Seeing that Gu Yifan's reaction was a little strange, Su Qinghe asked in a somewhat puzzled whisper. What happened? Gu Yifan looked at the innocent-faced Su Qinghe and didn't know how to speak. He only shook his head and casually said, It's fine. The name of your classmate sounds quite impressive. Straight face. Su Qinghe was so whole by Gu Yifan's words that she didn't know what to say for a while. What do you mean people's names sound awesome? She gave Gu Yifan a strange look, wanting to pounce on him and bite him. Alright, it's almost time for the military training assembly. Our class team is in the open space over there in the school building. I'll send you here, and I'll come back to pick you up after you're dismissed at noon. Gu Yifan pretended to ignore Su Qinghe's strange little eyes and opened his mouth to change the topic. At those words, Su Qinghe was smoothly distracted. She nodded and said, Aha, you get going. It's not good to be late. Yes. Gu Yifan smiled and nodded, then pinched her little face and said, Remember to miss me yo. Brush. Su Qinghe was Gu Yifan's words to the whole little face instantly turned red. The whole person is like a ripe peach, lovely with a hint of sexy temptation. End of chapter. Chapter 185, Familiar Figure? Gu Yifan was in the wrong place. At this time there were also many students on the road who were hurrying towards the playground. The commotion on the two's side also attracted a lot of attention. No way. The two of them have that heavenly face value right there. It's hard not to pay attention to them. Noticing that there were quite a few people looking this way, the redness on Su Qinghe's small face became more and more obvious. There are a lot of people here. Can you stop bullying me? Su Qinghe said weakly in a small voice like a mosquito wire. Ha ha. Seeing Su Qinghe being shy like this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Alright, I won't tease you. I'm leaving. I'll come over to pick you up at noon. After that, he turned and walked away. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, Su Qinghe's eyes were very complicated. This big bully promised not to bully, but still bullies me. She bristled, mentally slandering her belly. Ha! At this time, it so happened that several girls from Su Qinghe's class were rushing to the playground. Bao Baijie saw Su Qinghe by herself was looking at the distance when she walked over and said with some doubts, What are you looking at here? Qinghe? Ha! The sudden voice startled Su Qinghe. She snapped her head back and was relieved when she realized she knew her classmate Bao Baijie. Nope, didn't see anything. Su Qinghe hurriedly whispered. It was only her flustered little expression plus the redness that still remained on her face that made it obvious that Bao Baijie didn't believe it. She turned her head to follow the direction of Su Qinghe's previous gaze, but she only saw the hurried backs of a few people, and nothing else. Turning her head over, she looked at Su Qinghe with a suspicious face and muttered in a small voice, It shouldn't be. Su Qinghe was a little hairy from her gaze, her face turned even redder, and the whole person was very embarrassed. Alright, it's almost time to gather. We'll be late later. Let's hurry over there. Just then, a girl next to her spoke up and relieved herself. After that, they pulled Su Qinghe, and the group of people hurriedly walked over in the direction of the team their class was in. At this time the playground was densely packed with black heads, and everywhere there was the noise of talking. Everyone was wearing the camouflage uniforms used for military training, and it was impossible to tell which team was which class. Financial Management Class 1, please gather this way. Accounting Class 3, over here. The temporary heads of each class in the crowd all shouted loudly at the top of their voices. Over there in our class. A girl in Su Qinghe's group saw the location of her class team in the crowd and hurriedly opened her mouth. So the group walked through the crowd. Suddenly, Su Qinghe froze, and she stopped, because she seemed to see a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd. Only that the crowd was surging, and she could not see it again in a flash. Qinghe, why don't you go? When Bao Baijie saw Su Qinghe suddenly stop and not go, she was a bit puzzled. Hearing Bao Baijie's question, Su Qinghe gently shook her head. No, nothing, she whispered. Bao Baijie. She always felt that there was something strange about Su Qinghe, but she didn't think much of it, just assumed that's how she was wired. The instructors seemed to be coming over. Let's go. She shook her head helplessly. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded, then followed her with quick steps to the location of the line where her own class was. 10 minutes later, what had been a messy playground was gone. After all, everyone was a college student. A relatively high-quality crowd, so apart from the chaotic scene at the beginning when they were looking for a line, every class was now lined up in a neat and orderly manner. I have to say, there are just so many girls studying finance and accounting and such. Well, except for that mix and a few majors with a relatively small number of engineering classes in the team, the rest are all financial accounting and other professional classes. The entire playground, as far as the eye could see, was mostly filled with girls with bulging pecs. It is said that the bald head is the only standard to test whether the boys are really handsome. And for the girls, the military training camouflage clothing is no less important. The really beautiful girls even in camouflage clothing cannot hide the light on her body. This is the case with So Chinghua. She stood in the middle of the group, but whoever swept by with a glance, the first person she saw had to be her. No way. The face value against the sky coupled with the characteristic gentle and soft temperament of her body. It is hard for people not to notice her. Many of the boys had already noticed her, and were secretly calculating in their minds to strike up a conversation in a moment by delivering water or something like that, to see if they had a chance to take it. After all, those seniors say that when you go to college, 4 years of college is incomplete without a relationship. The math is pretty loud. It's just a wrong calculation. Trying to tease Su Bingbing is destined to be fruitless. And Gu Yifan sighed. At this time, he had already arrived at the side of the teaching building, only looking at the empty space in front of him, where no one was seen. He was a bit confused. What's with this? Could it be that he remembered wrongly and didn't meet here? He took out his cell phone from his pocket, and then logged into his QQ. When he clicked into his class group, which realized that the group had sent out a notice in the morning to temporarily change the meeting place to the basketball court next to the big playground over there. The basketball court next to the big playground. That is to say that he is a trip for nothing, right? Gu Yifan's entire body didn't know what to say. But it was no one else's fault, as it was my own fault for not paying attention to logging into the class group messages. Oh, dear. I should have known I would have driven here. Now it's good to have to go back and go through it all again. Gu Yifan was so dumbfounded by his own stupidity that he cried and laughed a little for a while. Beep 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 dash. A whistle blew. All of them. Attention. At ease. Platoons report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Similar noises continued to resonate throughout the playground. And at this moment, Gu Yifan was still rushing over to the playground. Report instructor. Financial management class 1. 50 people should be here. 45 people are here. 1 person is on leave. 1 person is exempted from military training. Pang Xiaoxiang stood in front of the group and shouted at the dark-skinned instructor in front of him. Upon hearing this, Go Rundong couldn't help but frown slightly, and that face that was already somewhat dark appeared even darker. It's just the first day of military training and there are so many people absent. Such a diffident attitude. It's obvious that they don't take the matter of military training to heart. Yes, the list of absences and excused absences will be reported to me later by the class president. Go Rundong nodded to Pang Xiaoqiang with a dark face and said, Yes, instructor. Pang Xiaoqiang replied loudly. Get in line. Go Rundong opened his mouth. Just then, Gu Yifan's belated figure also appeared at the edge of the playground. End of chapter. Chapter 186. Gu Yifan, then I'll go? Standing at the edge of the playground, looking at the basketball court, that dense and wearing the same crowd. Gu Yifan a burst of head. It really seems like this is a rhythm that doesn't want you to participate in military training. He shook it helplessly, then searched the crowd for familiar-looking figures of his own, trying to find the team his class was on, and on the side of the financial management class. After Pang Xiaoqiang rejoined the team, Go Rundong then scanned the circle of the crowd and spoke with a calm face. My name is Go Rundong. You can call me Instructor Ge. I will be responsible for training you for the next half-month of military training. I'm not a very good-tempered person, but as long as everyone can do a good job training according to my requirements, I won't make things difficult for you. Well, I hope everyone has a smooth and harmonious next 20 days. Wow. As soon as his words came out, the crowd in the room clamored, looking at the dark-skinned, serious-looking instructor in front of them, who was not to be messed with at first glance. All of them did not know what to say for a while. East, why don't we see Van? In the team, the Major Wang Shuyi asked in a low voice to Fatty He Dong Dong beside him. I don't know. You didn't add Van his contact info? Give him a call and ask him later when we're dismissed. He Dong Dong replied in a small voice. I don't have his contact information. That day he left in a hurry. Forgot about it. Wang Shuyi froze for a moment and said somewhat helplessly. You don't suppose Van he doesn't remember that military training is today, do you? After thinking about it he spoke again. No, can't, can you? He Dong Dong whispered with some uncertainty. Quiet. Seeing the crowd and the team whispering, Go Rundong blackened his face and shouted, Did you guys not hear what I just said? Whoever speaks again will be punished by running 5 laps of the playground. Crowd. For a moment, the crowd was too silent to speak. Report. Just then, a report caught the attention of the crowd. Van? Wang Shuyi and He Dong Dong both looked at each other in surprise. Van came at this hour? It's over. Load the gun this time. At this time, the two of them secretly felt bad in their hearts and said, On Go Rundong's side. He heard the voice and looked back. Frowning, What's your name? Which class? Report instructor. My name is Gu Yifan. I'm in the first class of financial management. Gu Yifan spoke in a low voice. Gu Yifan? Gu Rundong mouthed the words for a moment, then pulled out the class list and glanced at it, and indeed saw that it was with Gu Yifan's name on it. Why are you so late? His face darkened as he exclaimed. Although this instructor's tone wasn't very good, but after all, it was his own problem, so Gu Yifan didn't get angry as he spoke, reporting to the instructor. I went to the wrong place in front of me, so I came late. Wrong place? Hearing Gu Yifan's somewhat outrageous reasoning, Gu Rundong clearly didn't believe it. Ha! He glanced at Gu Yifan and sneered. Good, very good. Hearing this, Gu Yifan felt bad in his heart. Sure enough, in the next second, he only saw this black-faced instructor in front of him roar loudly. You, now immediately go and run 10 laps for me and come back afterward. Gu Yifan. Just then, Peng Xiaoqiang, who was in the team, saw that Gu Yifan was going to be penalized for running laps and hurriedly stood out. Reporting to instructor Gu, he shouted, Gu Yifan, he's the student who was exempted from military training. When Gu Rundong heard Peng Xiaoqiang's words, he frowned and turned his head to look at Gu Yifan. You're exempt from military training? That's right, instructor. Gu Yifan nodded and said. His reply caused Gu Rundong's brows to furrow even tighter as he looked at Gu Yifan and said coldly, I see that you're alive and kicking and you don't look like you're sick. And, since you're exempt from military training, why did you even come over? Gu Yifan froze. What do you mean I don't want sick people either? That said, I don't know how to answer you if you ask that. It's hard to say that you're cheap and just want to come to military training. As for the exemption of military training is their own school to their own enrollment benefits of this matter. Gu Yifan do not want to say. Also lazy to say it out of the crowd is also just feel that they are pretending. He was too lazy to make a spectacle of it. It was pointless. So, I'm leaving? After thinking about it, Gu Yifan looked at this instructor and tentatively opened his mouth. Gertrude. He said this in such a way that even Gu Rundong did not know how to take it for a moment. Ha ha ha. On the contrary, the people present were amused by this hilarious dialogue between the two and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Shut up. What are you laughing at? Did I make you guys laugh? Hearing the laughter of the crowd, Gu Rundong's face grew darker and darker as he turned around and shouted at the crowd. Hiccup. Oh, the crowd immediately closed their mouths, not daring to laugh anymore. Gu Yifan, right? Are you still going to join the military trainings or not? If you're not going to participate, then please leave and don't interfere with our military training. Gu Rundong thought for a moment, then looked at Gu Yifan and said coldly. Gu Yifan was in a difficult position for a while. He had offended this instructor, and if he participated in the military training, he would probably not be able to avoid being put in some small shoes. If he didn't participate, he came all the way here, and since Su Qinghai had participated in the military training, it didn't seem to make sense if he didn't participate. Just when everyone present thought that Gu Yifan would choose not to participate in the military training and envied him for not having to do so, he spoke up, reporting to the instructor. I'm in military training. He looked at this black-faced instructor in front of him and exclaimed. Aha! Everyone in the room froze. He actually chose to participate in military training? This sun is so hot. Military training half a month down. I guess the skin is going to take off a layer. Can we not use military training? It does not smell good? Really? They couldn't even find a reason to take a leave of absence if they wanted to not participate in the military training. But Gu Yifan was good. He obviously had the treatment of being exempted from the military training but even chose to give it up. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Don't even know what he was thinking. Is it possible that the thinking of high school seniors is different from that of ordinary people? Many people expressed a great deal of distaste for Gu Yifan's choice. Even Gu Rundong froze for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed across his eyes before he looked deeply at Gu Yifan and said indifferently, since you chose to voluntarily participate in the military training, the matter of being late this time will not be pursued. You join the team. Yes, instructor. Gu Yifan nodded and said. After saying that, he walked to the back row of the line and stood behind Wang Shuyi. Alright, we've been delayed for a few minutes. Now begin military training immediately. Gu Rundong swept a circle of the people present before shouting. All of them. Attention. At ease. Turn right. Everyone take a lap to warm up. End of chapter. Chapter 187. Su Bin was accosted. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1. Come on back there. Stay in formation. The commotion on Gu Yifan's side of their class caught the attention of the entire playground. Because the whole playground is only their classes to run laps to warm up. The other classes have not yet begun to stand military posture. Just the instructor is explaining the military training precautions. What major is that? There are so many boys. Indeed. I saw a couple of little brothers who were really good looking. Look at the last row. You guys, there's a handsome guy. Wow, it really is. Yeah, I go. So handsome. It's my food. Would love to be his girlfriend. What class are they in? Does anyone know? Many of the girls in the accounting program looked at their class curiously and whispered. Their voices were not small, and the blunt words were not at all disguised. The girls' swooning looks made the surrounding boys roll their eyes. Are they all so open-minded in college? No wonder. It's often said that it's harder to find girls with membranes in college than it is to win the lottery. The boys can't help but start to miss their high school days, when they were young, conservative, shy teenage girls. 8:30 in the morning. Although it was still quite early, the sun, which had already revealed its full splendor, although not as hot as it was at high noon, still made one's skin sting slightly. Looks like we still need to go outside and buy some sunscreen for Su Chingha that bean to apply tonight. Otherwise, with such a big sun, half a month of military training, Su Binbin mustn't darken up a circle. Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart, and at this time, where Su Chingha's class was located, she also saw Gu Yifan who ran to the upper crowd. Her eyes lit up slightly, but there was some doubt in her mind. Didn't this big bully say that their class was training in the open field over the school building? How come you're on this side of the big playground now, too? She cocked her little head, wondering a bit. Beep dash. Just then a whistle sounded interrupting her thoughts. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but turn to the instructor standing in front of the group, only to see that their instructor was looking at them with a dark face. All so fond of looking at it. Are they? He said coldly. The crowd didn't dare to speak for a while. All of them. Attention. At ease. Look left. His own instructor was obviously a little angry, and for a while, everyone listened to the password command and obediently did as they were told. Since you guys like running so much, let's give you a run for your money. The instructor spoke faintly at the crowd. Ha! The moment his words came out, the people in Su Chingha's class showed little expressions of horror. All of them. Turn right. Run forward. Everyone stay in formation and run 2 laps around the playground for fear. 2 minutes later, Gu Yifan and his side just happened to have finished running a lap, and just as the crowd was neatly retreating towards the basketball court, they happened to meet up with Su Chingha and her class. The two classes brushed past each other, both sizing each other up with some curiosity. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, saw Su Chingha in the crowd at a glance, and Su Chingha also saw him at that moment. 4 eyes. Gu Yifan smiled faintly and then made a Su Binbin gesture at her, and Su Chingha couldn't help but blush slightly when she saw this. This big bully knows how to bully me. Su Chingha pouted and slandered her belly and her heart in a small voice. Due to the large number of people in the group and the noisy running, this scene was not seen by anyone else. Just then, don't fall behind. Hurry up and keep up. The instructor's voice rang out on the periphery of the runway, and everyone couldn't help but speed up their movements by a few moments. Su Chingha turned back to see that Gu Yifan and his class's team was already far away. Since the basketball court was some distance away from the large playground location, it made it difficult for the two to see each other again, but it was fine. When the military training was disbanded, she would be able to go find this stinky guy Gu Yifan. Putting away her wild thoughts, Su Chingha turned back to follow the class team and ran in earnest. The morning is time, soon spent in the military postures. What made Gu Yifan somewhat surprised was that Go Rundong didn't deliberately pick on him. Although he hadn't been paid much attention to this morning, he hadn't been given any special shoes to fill. If he let Go Rundong know about this thought, Gu Yifan would not be able to resist giving him a slap on the face. As a soldier, although Go Rundong, was a bit upset with Gu Yifan, he was not so petty as to even specially put small shoes on him. What's more, Gu Yifan was still just a freshman egg in his eyes, so there was even less need to do such a thing. Beep dash. All of them. Attention. At ease. Dismissed. At the instructor's word of dismissal, the crowd dispersed. One by one, they were like wild horses that had lost their anuses, madly running wildly in the direction of the school cafeteria. The scene, it was just beautifully tragic. It's actually quite normal. After all, everyone had been standing for a whole morning. All of them were tired, hungry and thirsty, and now even if they put an elephant in front of them they would probably be able to be chewed up. Of course, there are a few who aren't so pushy. Su Chingha is one of them. She looked down at the already empty bottle of mineral water in her hand and had to gulp silently. Bear with me. We'll have water when we get back later. Her mind wondered darkly. In fact, Gu Yifan had prepared several bottles of water for her this morning should be enough for her to drink all morning. It's just that on the way to the military training, she found out that Bao Baijia's several people forgot to buy water because they came in the morning in a hurry. So she gave them her own water and left only one bottle for herself. So this is not enough to drink. Su Chingha student. Just then, a voice rang out beside her. Su Chingha heard someone call herself. Some doubts turned her head to look over, only to see a boy about 1.75 meters in height was standing in front of her. Su Chingha did not recognize him, but saw that he was somewhat familiar. Should be a classmate of her own class? She thought in her heart. The boy's face was slightly red, and he didn't know whether it was caused by the sun or nervousness, only to see him smile at Su Chingha and say, "Hello, Su Chingha student, you're thirsty, right? This bottle of water is for you." Ha! Su Chingha froze for a moment, reacting. She hastily waved her hand and refused. No, I'm not thirsty, thank you, just kidding. How could she possibly want water from another boy? If Gu Yifan, that big bully, knew about this, he would definitely be beaten to tears. Seeing Su Chingha's refusal, the boy visibly froze for a moment. End of chapter. Chapter 188 Protective Bao Baijie? Gu Yifan is here. The boy probably didn't expect Su Chingha to refuse so dryly. He didn't just give up though. Well, it's okay. It's not thirsty. You can just take it and drink it when you're thirsty. We're all classmates who should help each other. It's just a bottle of water. It's not worth much. Ho ho ho, the boy said, and he passed the water forward. Yeah, when Su Chingha saw this, she subconsciously took a few steps back. Where had Su Chingha experienced this scene? At this time she looked a little flustered. She shook her head and hastily waved her hand again in refusal. No, I'm not thirsty, and I can't take anything from you. What do you mean, and I can't ask you for anything? The boy was dumbfounded. He was somewhat unable to understand Su Chingha's words. Just then, seeing the movement on Su Chingha's side, Bao Baijie walked over. Hey, Luo Chengjie, what are you doing? Bullying my family Chingha? She pulled Su Chingha behind herself with a protective look, then frowned at Luo Chengjie. Seeing that Bao Baijie had come over and saw someone she was familiar with, Su Chingha was quietly relieved. Luo Chengjie, looking at Bao Baijie that squeezed his eyebrows and looked at himself as if he was defending himself against hooligans. Luo Chengjie was somewhat speechless. No, Baijie, you say this. Which eyes did you see me bullying classmate Su Chingha? He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Bao Baijie, and said with a speechless face, I just saw that Su Chingha's classmate was out of water, so I wanted to bring her a bottle of water, okay? Che. Bao Baijie gave him a disgusted and disdainful look and said, I still don't know what you are playing in your heart. I know better than anyone what you were like in high school. You did. I'm telling you, put away that little mind of yours. Don't get any wrong ideas about my Chingha, or I won't spare you. Yes, Bao Baijie did know Luo Chengjie, because the two came up from the same high school. Luo Chengjie High School on the basis of their own family, a little money, and then school grades are not bad. All day in the school, all over the girl. Throughout the 3 years of high school, there was no telling how many innocent young girls had been cheated out of their bodies by him. With her Bao Baijie words, like Luo Chengjie, such a person is a scum, is the dregs of society, living in this world is a scourge, is a useless manure-making machine just. So, when she had just seen Luo Chengjie come up to accost Su Chingha and pester her, that's when she got so emotional. Luo Chengjie, straight face. Seeing that Bao Baijie reacted so much after seeing herself, Luo Chengjie was speechless in his heart. Those who didn't know, thought they'd done something to her and started a fight. This tigress is still as nosy as she was in high school. I didn't expect to be in a class with this tigress when I went to college. What bad luck! Luo Chengjie secretly spat in his heart. Baijie, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean anything else. I was simply thinking that classmates should help each other out. Ha! He squeezed out an ugly smile on his face and somewhat awkwardly and unobtrusively smiled at Bao Baijie and said, Ha! Bao Baijie just heckled, with a disdainful look on her face. If you can believe what this scum says, a sow would be up a tree. Oh, so much resentment? Seeing Bao Baijie's disdainful face, Luo Chengjie was a bit confused. He really couldn't figure out where he had offended this tigress, who had been against him at every turn from high school until now. If it wasn't for the fact that she was a woman, I would have gone up to her myself. Dry. Suddenly Luo Chengjie's eyes brightened slightly. His eyes narrowed slightly and he looked up and down at the Bao Baijie in front of him. Next, he couldn't help but deflate again. He can't really be sexually interested in a tigress with the body of a dry-fried string bean. Hey, Luo Chengjie, what are you still staying here for? You're not welcome here. Being a little hairy from Luo Chengjie's gaze, Bao Baijie couldn't help but shiver, and then crossed her arms and rushed at him, loudly scolding. Luo Chengjie couldn't help but have a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. First he looked at Bao Baijie, who was blocking Su Chingha's body with a disgusted face, then he rushed behind her to reveal a delicate and absolutely beautiful little face of Su Chingha with a slight smile and said, Then, Su Chingha student, I won't bother you guys first. See you in the afternoon for the military training. Su Chingha didn't look at him and didn't answer, just lowered her head without knowing what she was thinking. Luo Chengjie was not annoyed at the situation. He shook his head, then turned around and walked away with the bottle of water in his hand. Bao Baijie kept her dead eyes on his departing back until he walked away. Then she withdrew her gaze. Turning to Su Chingha behind herself, she spoke. Alright, it's alright, he's already gone far away. Aha. Su Chingha nodded, then looked at her with a serious face and said, Thank you, classmate by Jie. You're really a good person. Bao Bai Jie. The good guy card? Bao Bai Jie was speechless in her heart. It was just that when she looked at Su Qinghe's serious-looking little expression that didn't look like a joke, she didn't even know what to say for a while. This is a real bean. She couldn't help but roll her eyes straight up and mentally spit out the words. How? What happened? Su Qinghe saw her roll her eyes, so she said with some doubt. Bao Baijie couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth twitch slightly. What else could she say when she saw this? It's okay, she blandly said. Expressionless, you talk so well. Ooh-hoo. Although Su Qinghe had some doubts in her heart, she nodded without much thought. After thinking about it, she added, Thank you. You're very nice to talk to. Bao Baijie. Straight face. Seeing this, Bao Baijie directly gave up struggling. Right at this moment, Chen Jie's few people who had gone to the public restroom next to the playground to use the toilet in front of them also came back. What is it? Seeing that the atmosphere between the two of them, Su Qinghe and Bao Baijie, was a bit weird, Chen Jie a few people couldn't help but open their mouths and ask, It's okay. Bao Baijie was already powerless to spit as she waved her hand and said. After saying that, she turned her head to Su Qinghe and opened her mouth. Alright, it's not early, let's go. Go to the cafeteria to eat together, or else there will be no good food to eat all late. Ha! Su Qinghe froze at his words. She hesitated for a moment and spoke in a small voice. Why don't you guys go first? It was Bao Baijie's turn to freeze. You're not going? A little puzzled, she said. Don't you eat at noon? At those words, Su Qinghe didn't know how to explain for a moment. Just then, So Bean, a calm and magnetic voice sounded not far behind the crowd. End of chapter. Chapter 189. Stop. Chu Xiaoming, you don't have a chance anymore. Su Bean, hearing the voice, Su Qinghe, who was originally keeping her head down, had her eyes slightly light up. When she jerked her head back, she saw Gu Yifan standing under the shade of a tree not far away looking at herself with a smile on his face. She couldn't help the sweet smile on her face. It was as if the whole world had lost its color with that bright smile. The other girls in the room heard the sound and subconsciously turned around, only to see an angular, handsome face appearing in one's line of sight. So handsome. That was the first thought that came to the minds of the few girls in the room. Is he? Bao Baijie, who was the first to react, subconsciously blurted out. Hearing Bao Baijie's words, the other girls also reacted. They had seen Gu Yifan before. Yes, on the night of the class meeting, they had already met Gu Yifan on the way down the stairs. At that time, several women were amazed at Gu Yifan's heaven-defying face value, especially Chu Xiaoming. At that time, she was still thinking of rushing up to ask Gu Yifan for his contact information. After only a slight hesitation, Gu Yifan disappeared into the stairway. I didn't expect to meet again now. Moreover, it seems like he's here to find Su Qinghe. For a while several women were all shocked in their hearts. Seeing that the few girls standing next to Su Qinghe seemed to recognize him, Gu Yifan was a bit surprised, because he didn't know these girls at all. Shaking his head, he walked over to Su Qinghe. Bean, are these people? Gu Yifan spoke to Su Qinghe. It was only then that Su Qinghe reacted to the fact that her classmates were all still there. Brush. Her small face was instantly colored with 2 shades of scarlet, and even the exposed skin at her neck was covered in a layer of pink. The whole thing was shy and a little overwhelmed. Gu Yifan could see her nervousness, so he gently held her small hand, and patted the back of her hand. Su Qinghe as if instantly found the backbone slightly less nervous. Just the redness of the face is still very obvious. This scene all fell in the eyes of the few girls present. A flash of surprise flashed through their eyes, but they were soon relieved. Yeah, too. Su Qinghe was so good looking. It was normal to have such a handsome boyfriend. Only a few women still couldn't help a flash of loss in their hearts. Oh, dear. There goes any hope of picking up a cute guy, especially Chu Xiaoming. At this moment, her entire body was bad, because 2 days ago, she was thinking of asking for Gu Yifan's contact information. Almost became a mistress herself who interfered to destroy her classmates' relationship. It made her incredibly embarrassed inside. In fact, if Gu Yifan knew what was going through her mind at this moment, he would definitely say that she was overthinking it. Even if she had come over to ask for contact information that day, Gu Yifan wouldn't have bothered with her. So, what's with the meddling in relationships and the mistress thing? Ahem. Seeing that several girls had been staring at themselves with different expressions, Gu Yifan pretended to cough, and only then did they all come back to their senses. Well, several beauties are all Qinghe's classmates, right? How are you guys? My name is Gu Yifan. I'm Qinghe's boyfriend. Gu Yifan smiled slightly and spoke very generously and directly. As for Su Qinghe, when she heard Gu Yifan say that he was her boyfriend, her little face that had slightly recovered a bit of normalcy instantly turned red once again. The several women present were no better than Su Qinghe's performance, and after hearing Gu Yifan call himself a beautiful woman, Each of their little faces instantly turned red and fluttered a little. On the contrary, Bao Baijie wasn't much affected. She said to Gu Yifan in a dignified manner, "Hello, my name is Bao Baijie. I'm Qinghe's classmate." Aha! Gu Yifan's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, but it was only a flash that the crowd didn't notice. So this is the legendary Bao Baijie. Finally met the main man today. I have to say, the name is really, well, it's Tai. Gu Yifan thought darkly in his heart. However, he still had a normal appearance on the surface as he smiled slightly at Bao Baijie. "Hello fellow Bao. I've heard Qinghe mention you before. It's nice to meet you." "Qinghe mentioned me?" Bao Baijie was slightly stunned. She subconsciously glanced towards Su Qinghe's side, but she didn't think much of it, seeing that his several classmates were still looking like they were committing nymphomania. Bao Baijie was somewhat helpless and pretended to cough twice to remind a few people, even tugged on the sleeve of Chu Xiaomeng who was standing beside her. She somewhat hated her teeth and whispered, "Auntie, can't you stop being a nymphomaniac? People are watching." Ah! Hearing her words, Chu Xiaomeng instantly made a big red face. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Gu Yifan at all. Rushed to him and whispered coyly, "How are you doing? My name is Chu Xiaomeng." A few of the other girls, seeing this, also introduced their names. They were not as embarrassed as Chu Xiaomeng. After all, although they also marveled at Gu Yifan's handsomeness, they were not the ones who wanted to rush over and ask for contact information that day, so it was normal for them to behave slightly better. After a few introductions, the crowd had all gotten to know each other. After chatting a few more times, Gu Yifan saw that a few girls were a bit put out by having himself around, so he took Su Qinghe and left. Looking at the two's departing backs, the eyes of the few girls present were somewhat complicated. What a golden couple! One girl couldn't help but exclaim, "Yes, Qinghe and this Gu student look like a really good match walking together." Rosie spoke up and agreed. "Indeed, this Gu student looks very handsome, and he does deserve Qinghe in terms of face value." Bao Baijie nodded and said, "That, don't you guys think Gu's name sounds a bit familiar?" Right at this moment, Chu Xiaomeng, who was on the side, opened her mouth in a small, weak voice. "Aha!" Upon hearing this, several of the girls couldn't help but turn their gazes to her. Bao Baijie first frowned and said, "Xiaomeng, you can't be still harboring any fantasies about Gu's classmates, right?" "Yes, Xiaomeng, Mr. Gu is Qinghe's boyfriend. Don't mess around." "Right, we can't do anything about knowing 3 is 3. Yeah, dream, you don't have a chance anymore. Don't around." For a moment, several girls spoke up to persuade them. Oh. Chu Xiaomeng was dumbfounded. "It's not. I don't think I said anything, did I?" So Bean. In the car, Gu Yifan helped Su Qinghe fasten her seatbelt while speaking. Su Qinghe turned her head to look at him with some confusion. At this time, her face had returned to normal, and she didn't have the nervousness she had earlier. "How was military training this morning? Ever feel tired?" Gu Yifan opened his mouth as he drove. End of chapter. Chapter 190, Su Qinghe's request. "It's okay, it's not very tiring," a small voice replied. "Well, that's good." Gu Yifan nodded and said, "Right, let's go out to eat for lunch today, and later on, I'll stop by to buy you some sunscreen to rub on." "Ha?" After Su Qinghe froze for a moment, she whispered, No need, right? The sun has been very strong lately, and it's even more poisonous at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so you have to take care of your sunscreen or you'll get a sunburn. You don't want to be a little black cat in half a month, do you? Okay, you don't care. Just come with me." Gu Yifan turned his head and glanced at her faintly. Ooh-hoo. Seeing that Gu Yifan had said so, what else could Su Qinghe say? So she could only nod obediently. Suddenly, Su Qinghe remembered that someone had just accosted her, and she wondered if she should tell Gu Yifan. She was afraid that Gu Yifan would get angry if she said it, so then it got a little tangled up again. "What's wrong?" Gu Yifan noticed her difference and asked. After hesitating for a while, Su Qinghe still decided to tell Gu Yifan. She was afraid that if she didn't say anything, Gu Yifan would get angry when he found out later. "A boy just brought me water," Su Qinghe whispered. "I didn't ask for his water, though." Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan frown, so she hurriedly opened her mouth to explain. At the back, Bai Jie's classmate came over before he left. She also told me that that boy wasn't a good person. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He lightly stepped on the brakes and pulled over next to the school road, then turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke. "What's going on?" Su Qinghe didn't hide it, and told Gu Yifan what happened originally. After listening, Gu Yifan remained calm and said, "What's that person's name? Do you know?" "Good. Seems to be called Luo Chengjie." Su Qinghe thought about opening her mouth. Luo Chengjie. A flash of coldness passed through Gu Yifan's eyes before he nodded and said, "Okay, I know." His tone was calm, and not a trace of emotion could be seen on his face. However, Su Qingha understood him and knew that he was a bit angry at this time. Then he spoke in a small voice and said, "You, don't be angry, okay? I didn't ask for his things, fool. I'm not mad at you." Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head, smiling softly. "Having someone bring you water proves that my bean is very popular." Ha ha ha. Su Qingha wasn't stupid. She knew that Gu Yifan wasn't angry with himself, but he would be angry with others. So then he spoke in a small voice again. "Then you, don't go to that person's trouble either, okay?" She wasn't speaking for the boy. She just didn't want anything to happen to Gu Yifan because of herself. Hearing her words, Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Seeing that Su Qingha's eyes were full of worry, he instantly understood what she meant. "Yes, I'll do as you say and not bother the guy. That's a relief, right?" Gu Yifan shook his head. "Aha." When Su Qingha heard this, she nodded with a slight reassurance. After thinking about it, as if she was afraid that Gu Yifan would misunderstand, she whispered again, "I'm just scared, worried that you'll get hurt." "Aha." Seeing her anxious to explain, Gu Yifan couldn't help but pinch her little nose and laughed. "I know. What a silly simpleton. I'm not Bean." Su Qingha pouted and retorted in a small voice. "Ha ha ha." Looking at her defiant little expression, Gu Yifan couldn't help but laugh out loud. But, that's what was said. But, Gu Yifan still planned to find someone to check out the bottom line of this what's-his-name Luo Qingjie. How dare you hit on my woman? If he didn't let him shed a layer of skin, he, Gu Yifan, had been reborn for nothing. Right. Gu Yifan suddenly thought of something, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Bean you're saying that it was that Bao classmate of yours who just helped you out, right?" "Aha." Su Qingha gently nodded. After thinking about it, she added, "Bai Jie's classmates are very nice. I said earlier that she was a good person, and she even complimented me for speaking well." Oh. Gu Yifan clammed up. "You say they're a good person and they compliment you on your speech? Are you sure this is a compliment she's giving you for talking so well?" Gu Yifan could completely imagine Bao Baijie's expression at that time when she was probably filled with black lines and almost couldn't strain herself. This little fool just said he wasn't Bean. If you can say something like that, if you're not Bean, who is? It's not easy for this Bao student. Gu Yifan cried and laughed a little for a while. He didn't poke at it, though. Well, Bean is actually quite good, so let her stay so Bean. Anyway, in the future, everything has its own. She will just be responsible for being happy every day. What's wrong? Seeing that Gu Yifan suddenly stopped talking, Su Qingha said with some doubt, "Well, it's okay." Gu Yifan shook his head, then spoke, "That, Bean find a time. Let's invite Mr. Bao and those few classmates of yours to have a meal." Ooh. Although Su Qingha was a bit puzzled as to why Gu Yifan would suddenly say this, she still nodded obediently, because she knew that Gu Yifan must have his reasons for doing so. Seeing that she nodded, Gu Yifan didn't say anything more, and after reaching out and pinching her little face, he started the car and the two of them headed towards the school gates. 1:30 p.m. Help Su Qingha face, neck and hands all rub the sunscreen once. This only satisfied nodded. "Next time I'll just wipe myself." Su Qingha lowered her head with a small red face and said shyly, "Yoo-hoo." Gu Yifan said with a teasing face, "It's not like you haven't seen it before, but you're still shy on it?" It's okay if he didn't say it. Once he said it, Su Qingha's little face instantly reddened to the point of dripping water. She lowered her head. Her little head was almost buried to the inside of her neck, because she suddenly remembered what happened that night in the hotel in the shower. Seeing that she was so shy that her head shrank like an ostrich, Gu Yifan didn't continue to tease her. "Okay, no teasing. It's almost time. Let's get ready to go out," Gu Yifan said with a faint smile. Su Qingha pouted. "This stinky bully, every day just know how to bully herself. No way. You have to find a chance to bully your way back yourself," Su Qingha thought with some defiance in her heart. 1:50. Gu Yifan held Su Qingha's small hand as the two of them prepared to go out. Wait a minute. At the entrance of the small courtyard, Su Qingha suddenly thought of something, so she called out to Gu Yifan. "What's wrong? Anything you forgot to bring?" Gu Yifan's footsteps lurched and he said with some doubt, "Can I bring a couple extra bottles of water over?" Su Qingha spoke in a small voice. "Didn't you already bring?" Gu Yifan blurted out. Only halfway through saying it he seemed to think of something. End of chapter. Chapter 191. He spoke at Su Qingha. "Are you trying to bring it to your classmates and the girls as well?" "Aha." Su Qingha gently nodded. "Can do that?" She looked at Gu Yifan and whispered. "Yes you can." "Silly." Gu Yifan rubbed Su Qingha's little head and whispered with a gentle face. "But there aren't many bottles of water left at home, so when I pass by the kiosk in a while, I'll buy you a case and bring it over." "Ha?" Su Qingha froze for a moment. She hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "No, there is no need for so many. I will bring a few bottles over. Yes, it's going to be a little hotter in the afternoon than it was in the morning." So take it over to your classmates and see who needs it and give it to them. Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, "Ha, it's, other people give too." "Ha?" Su Qingha asked with some confusion. "Well, you see who needs it. Let them get it themselves." Gu Yifan nodded and said, "This." See, Su Qingha hesitation seems to be a bit distressed about the money. Gu Yifan touched her little head and said, "Why, it's okay, a box of water is not a few dollars. You think we are just acquaintances. You want to just give Bao classmates them. How will other people think of you? Can't be too generous to one another, right?" Su Qingha was a bit puzzled. Isn't it logical to give water to whoever is good to you? That would be the most normal thought for the average person, right? Well, I'll put it to you this way. Seeing Su Qingha's face full of puzzlement, Gu Yifan thought for a moment and opened his mouth. China itself is a society that emphasizes human feelings. Sometimes some small favors can play a big role. For example, this water delivery is equivalent to selling a small favor to your classmates. And if they take your favor, they can take care of you more in class in the future. Of course, in some other things we naturally have to have close and distant. Like Bao classmates, they have a better relationship with you. In the future, naturally more close some. After all, after the official class, our two majors are different. And sometimes we may have different course schedules, so we may not be able to stay with you all the time at that time. And I'm a little more relieved to have them take care of you for me. That's why I'm going to take them to dinner. Gu Yifan very patiently explained to Su Qingha. Su Qingha listened in confusion. In her simplicity, she couldn't figure out all these doors here. She just wanted to bring a bottle of water to Bao Baijie and the others. She didn't even think about it that much. Ugh. Seeing Su Qingha's confused look, Gu Yifan sighed helplessly and said, "Forget it, you don't need to understand this, just listen to me and do it. In the future, it's good to have me take care of these things." Ooh. Su Qingha sniffed and nodded very obediently. It was only in the afternoon, when the sun was blazing, when those students whose tongues were dry because they didn't have enough water with them received mineral water from her and threw her a grateful look. She seemed to somewhat understand the words Gu Yifan said at this time, treading in the front step and standing in the military posture. An afternoon passed quickly. At 5:30 in the afternoon, the sun had begun to fade to the west, and the sunlight was no longer as poisonous as it had been at the beginning. Beep dash. A sharp whistle came from the big stage side of the playground. After the lead instructors of each class made a uniform gesture of looking at their watches, they called out to the crowd that was sitting in place and resting. All of them, attention, look right, look forward, at ease, dismissed. With the instructor's loud order, the entire playground instantly boiled over. Black pressurized heads, swarming toward the outside of the playground. "Qingha student, thank you for the water today." "Yes, I almost died of thirst. The water from Mr. Qingha is simply timely rain. Thank you so much." Many people rushed to thank Su Qingha as they passed by her before leaving. It caused Su Qingha to keep waving her hands and saying that there was no need to be polite, but she had been unable to hold the gratitude of the crowd. At this moment, Su Qingha's little face was flushed and very shy, but her heart was very happy, because such a feeling was something she had never had before. In the past, she had no friends from elementary school to high school, and the relationship with her classmates was relatively cold. The whole person was alone, never had a situation like today, so much more or less with their own greetings. But, like this, it seems pretty good, Su Qingha's heart secretly thought. Qingha, you're still waiting for your family, right? Then we'll go first. Just then, a voice pulled Su Qingha's thoughts back to reality. She turned her head to see that it was Bao Baijie and the others who had greeted her and said they were going ahead. Wait a minute. Su Qingha reacted and hurriedly called them back, because on the way to military training this afternoon, Gu Yifan had told her that he planned to treat Bao Baijie and the girls to dinner tonight. Bao Baijie. Several people all had their footsteps slightly stuttered, turning their heads to look at Su Qingha with some doubts and spoke. "Qingha, what's wrong? Can it wait? He said he wants to buy you guys dinner." Su Qingha opened her mouth in a somewhat less than kindly whisper. "Him?" Bao Baijie's few people froze for a moment. Bao Baijie, who was the first to react, spoke up. "Qingha, are you saying that the one in your family wants to invite us for dinner?" "Aha." Su Qingha nodded and said, "He said he wanted to thank you for taking care of me." Qingha, are you serious? It's the other way around, isn't it? You should be the one taking care of us, right? We've been dabbling with your water all day today." Bao Baijie was a bit embarrassed. "To say treat, it should be us treating you two to dinner, right?" Su Qingha froze for a moment. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, No need." Thinking of Gu Yifan's words in the afternoon, Su Qingha added, "He said that he's a boy, and that it should be his treat for the first meeting." "Yes, Qingha is right. The first time we meet, it is indeed time for both of us to treat you." Just then, a voice came from behind a few people. At some point, Gu Yifan had already appeared behind a few people. At this moment, he was looking at several people with a smile on his face. When Su Qinghe saw Gu Yifan, her eyes lit up slightly, as if she had instantly found her backbone. Unconsciously, she had begun to rely on Gu Yifan more and more. Gu Yifan walked to Su Qinghe's side, then smiled somewhat jokingly and said, "A few beauties, give our two families a chance to treat us to a meal together tonight. Ho ho ho." This, seeing him say that was a little less nice for a while. End of chapter. Chapter 192, Coincidence? Dog Dato Gu Yifan. After a slight hesitation, Bao Baijie glanced at each other with a few women, then nodded and said, "Since Big Handsome Gu has said so, then it would be a bit unwise of us not to go. Sisters, we're going to have to slaughter these two for once tonight before we can do anything about it. Save the two of them from spreading dog food in front of us every day in the future." "Right, slaughter Dog Dato," Chu Xiaomeng, who was on the side, suddenly shouted. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and so did a few other girls. "How? What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Chu Xiaomeng, who hadn't yet realized that she had said the wrong thing, saw the crowd looking at her. "This, that, Chu student, can I trouble you to remove this word dog?" Gu Yifan touched the tip of his nose, somewhat embarrassed and helpless. Chu Xiaomeng's reflex arc was longer, and she reacted only then. Brush instantly made a big red face. "No, sorry, Gu student, I didn't mean to." Chu Xiaomeng hurriedly waved her hand with an embarrassed face. It's okay, I was just kidding." But the dog Dato, although it doesn't sound very nice, seems to have been quite rich indeed in those old days. I'll take that as a compliment from Chu. "Well, doggone it, I'll be a doggone it tonight. A few beauties, tonight I'll let loose and eat as much as you can on me." Gu Yifan waved his hand and said with great bravado, "Then thank you in advance, Mr. Gu Handsome." Ha ha ha. The group of people were amused by Gu Yifan's humor, and the scene was harmonious. At 7:30 p.m. In a food court not far from the entrance of Jinling University, on a dining table seat that could seat 10 people, Su Qinghe was very carefully helping Gu Yifan clean the dishes with boiling water. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was sitting on the sidelines with his head down typing on his cell phone, seemingly replying to a message. "Thank you." Suddenly, Su Qinghe spoke in a small voice. Gu Yifan, who was replying to the message, heard Su Qinghe suddenly say thank you. He stopped his hands and looked at her with a puzzled face. "Why are you saying thank you all of a sudden? Today I gave water to students in my class who forgot to bring it and they all thanked me. I've never had an experience like this before." Su Qinghe opened her mouth in a small voice to explain. "Oh, that's it, huh?" Gu Yifan drifted off. He thought for a moment and spoke. "So what are you happy about?" "Aha, happy." Su Qinghe nodded vigorously and said, "Well, it's good that you're happy." Gu Yifan smiled and spoke. "In the future, they'll miss your favor, and there shouldn't be anyone bullying you in class anymore." "Ooh-hoo." Su Qinghe once again nodded with some plausible understanding. "Alright, that's it for this." Gu Yifan put down the cell phone in his hand, reached out and pinched her little face and said, "By the way, from now on, with me, there's no need to say thank you between us." At those words, Su Qinghe froze for a moment, looking at Gu Yifan's handsome face. Her heart suddenly felt very warm. "Aha." Su Qinghe smiled sweetly as she nodded heavily. "Since we all have a day of military training, covered with sweat and sour smell, so Bao Baijie several people first go back to the dormitory to take a shower to dress up before coming out. It's actually understandable. Girls always need to look good before going out." As for Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, the two of them just returned to their own small courtyard and simply took a bath and changed before going out. Again, it was a drive, so the two arrived early. After all, it was their treat. They couldn't keep their guests waiting, could they? As for the choice of this ordinary food city stalls, not Gu Yifan stingy, not willing to spend money to invite people to go to a 5-star hotel, but because everyone is a student. All of a sudden to invite people to go to a 5-star restaurant is estimated to eat is not comfortable. Girls will also be embarrassed. Please in the school near the stalls. The price is cheap and affordable, but also suitable for the student party of the consumer concept. People chatting and so on will not be constrained. So just right. Bean, your classmates should be here soon. Let's order first. Look at what you want to eat and we'll order it. Gu Yifan looked at the time on his cell phone, then smiled at Su Qinghe. That gentle and doting look made Su Qinghe very happy in her heart. "It's all right, just order it," she whispered very nicely. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't force himself as he casually picked up the menu and read it. After briefly flipping through the back menu, Gu Yifan called the waiter over. This, and those, all of them." Gu Yifan said to the restaurant waitress lady. "Yes, please wait." The waitress lady nodded and then went to the backstage to help place the order. Gu Yifan ordered about 12 or 13 dishes in one breath. thinking that it should be about right, and if it wasn't enough, he would just ask the waiter to add a few more later. Just then, at the entrance of the food court, 3 doggy sneaky figures were jostling while walking inside the stall. You said Brother Fan doesn't live in the dormitory. Is he living with that sister-in-law off campus? How do I know? Who do I ask if you ask me? Isn't that what you said before? Fart. I didn't say that. I don't care. You're the one who said you had to treat tonight, or I'll tell old Van to go tomorrow. Please my ass. I don't have the money. The 2 men, Sa Man Peng Xiaoqiang and Bi Young Wang Shui, are at each other's throats. Ha! Suddenly, He Dongdong saw the 2 of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, not far away. Van? He subconsciously said. What Vango? Brother Van, didn't old Van say he went to accompany his sister-in-law? Hearing He Dongdong's voice, Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shui both subconsciously turned their heads to look at him and said in unison, Isn't that where Van is? He Dongdong pointed in the direction where Gu Yifan was and opened his mouth, following the direction of his finger. Both Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shui also saw Gu Yifan who was talking to Su Qinghe. Both froze at the same time. Dongzi, the pretty girl over there next to Fan is his sister-in-law, right? Wang Shui subconsciously opened his mouth and asked. Right. He Dongdong nodded. I go. Sister-in-law, this face value has no words. Really worthy of the old Fan. That's a lot of lust. Peng Xiaoqiang was also stunned by Su Qinghe's face value, he said with a shocked face, and that's when it happened. Gu Yifan happened to raise his head and look over toward the doorway, and he also saw the 3 people who were standing in the doorway with a doggy sneaky face. End of chapter. Chapter 193, Truth or Dare. Gu Yifan also froze for a moment when he saw a few people. Why are these 3 guys here too? He said with some confusion. Should we go over and say hello? It's not good, is it? Will going over there disturb Van? It's a bit hard to not say hello when you've seen it all, isn't it? The 3 men were somewhat torn. Dropping. Just then, Peng Xiaoqiang's cell phone rang. He pulled out his cell phone and realized it was Gu Yifan calling. He froze. When she looked up, she found Gu Yifan waving his cell phone at her. Gotta. It's a no-brainer this time. Hello Brother Van. Hello sister-in-law. The 3 of them, He Dongdong, laughed awkwardly at the 2 of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe. Hello you, guys. Hearing a few people call her sister-in-law, Su Qinghe responded with a slight blush on her small face. What are you 3 dogs doing sneaking around the door? Gu Yifan asked casually as he took a sip from his teacup. All 3 of them froze. It turns out that Gu Yifan has already seen a few people and they are still in tangled hesitation to come over to say hello. So embarrassing. That. Lao Fan we came over for dinner and planned to stop by for a drink. I wanted to ask you to join me, but it's not good to disturb you and your sister-in-law, so I didn't ask you, but I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that I bumped into you here. Peng Xiaoqiang spoke. Oh, Gu Yifan glanced at him, then nodded. That's what he said. He had chosen this store on the spur of the moment, so how did these 3 grifters know he was here? Just then, Bao Baijia's few people also appeared at the entrance of the food court. Several of the girls had changed their clothes and their faces were painted with delicate makeup, obviously well-groomed before leaving the house. But that's normal. Girls love beauty. Several people also saw the 2 of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, and then they walked over. When they saw that there were a few other boys at the table that they didn't recognize, they were a little surprised, but they didn't say much. Sorry I'm late. I've kept you waiting. A few of the girls spoke up somewhat apologetically. It's okay, we haven't been here long either, Gu Yifan said with a faint smile, and at this moment, when Peng Xiaoqiang's few people saw so many girls, their eyes went straight, and they couldn't help but get a little nervous for a while. By the way, these 3 are my classmates who happened to run into each other. They're having dinner with us tonight. Do a few beauties mind? If you mind, I'll just tell them to off. Ho ho ho, Gu Yifan said half-jokingly. Peng Xiaoqiang, straight face. Wang Shui, straight face. He Dongdong, straight face. Oh, so that's how it is. Upon hearing Gu Yifan's words, it dawned on the several girls that they were classmates who just happened to meet. It's fine. Since it's such a coincidence, then the 3 handsome men should eat together. There are more people and it's more lively, so that we don't have to be the only ones to eat your and Qinghe's dog food. After a few girls glanced at each other, Bao Baijie spoke up. Since a few beauties don't mind, let's eat together. Gu Yifan nodded and said. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Peng Xiaoqiang's 3 people and said indifferently, Hey, why don't the 3 of you quickly thank the several beauties for letting you dabble in the food? Introduce yourselves by the way. Reacting, Peng Xiaoqiang hurriedly spoke. A few beauties. My name is Peng Xiaoqiang. I'm in the same class as old Fan. Seeing Wang Shui and He Dongdong's 2 faces red with a nervous look, he continued to speak. His name is Wang Shui, but not the one who sells 13 fragrance. The other one is called He Dongdong. and we are all in the same class. You guys, my name is Bao Baijie. I'm in the first class of financial management. Her name is Chu Xiaoming. After some introductions, the crowd was seated. It was a good thing that the table Gu Yifan had asked for was big enough, or else it really wouldn't have been possible to sit at it with the extra 3 Peng Xiaoqiang at the moment. Seeing 3 more people, Gu Yifan was afraid that the dishes were not enough, so he called the waitress over and added a few more dishes. Well, I don't know what everyone loves to eat, so I ordered all the signature dishes of this restaurant. A few beauties see what else they want to eat. I'll just ask the waiter to add more. Gu Yifan spoke to the crowd. No, that's more than enough. We're afraid we won't be able to finish it. Looking at the dishes that nearly filled the entire dining table, a few of the girls hurriedly opened their mouths. Gu Yifan ordered so many dishes, which made them all a little less than happy. Although he had previously called for the slaughter of the big dog, it was just a joke. They were both students. How could they really do something like that? Okay then. Gu Yifan didn't force himself and directly handed the menu to Peng Xiaoqiang next to him and casually said, "Look at the menu. What do you guys want to eat? What do you want to drink and just add it?" Ooh. After Peng Xiaoqiang took the menu, he didn't make himself polite with Gu Yifan. After asking the girls if they drank beer, a few of them shook their heads and said they didn't drink, while Bao Baijie and one of the girls who wore black-framed glasses with a somewhat tall figure said they could drink some. Seeing this, Peng Xiaoqiang did not say anything more, so he ordered a few bottles of juice drinks, then asked the hotel waiter to serve 2 cases of frozen beer. Once the drinks and wine were up, the crowd went into food mode. The people chatted casually as they ate, and soon the initial rustiness was gone, and they slowly began to get acquainted, especially after 3 rounds of wine. Peng Xiaoqiang's several people also gradually let go, playing his unique flirtatious man temperament, all kinds of paragraphs at hand, making the girls laugh. The other girls who had previously said they didn't drink put down their drinks for beer and the group started playing games. Gu Yifan looked at the very harmonious scene in front of him and couldn't help but smile slightly. Sure enough, that's a great way for people with social awkwardness to get around anywhere. After playing the guessing game for a while, Peng Xiaoqiang really can't stand the siege of the girls, so he hurriedly proposed to play a different game. The girls were also having a good time, and the wine had all been consumed. This is relative. Of course, the girls basically didn't drink half the bottle, and so agreed without objection. Well, why don't we play the most popular game of truth or dare at the drinking table right now? Peng Xiaoqiang proposed after some thought. How? The girls hadn't played with these before and were a little curious. Well, it's this bottle of wine on the table. Spin it around and whoever the bottle is pointed at has to be punished, either by choosing truth or dare. And of course, those who don't want to choose either can drink half a glass at a time. Peng Xiaoqiang opened his mouth to the crowd and explained the rules. End of chapter. Chapter 194, College life is pretty good. Truth or dare. This game seems to be quite interesting, yay. The girls' eyes all lit up after hearing the rules, and so there was a flurry of agreement to play the game. Say it and do it. After having the restaurant waitress lady take away the finished plates, as the crowd waited in anticipation, Peng Xiaoqiang began to spin the bottle of destiny. Jingle bells. The bottles of wine were spinning rapidly around the table, and the crowd's moods couldn't help but begin to tense up. Of course, except for Gu Yifan. Because of this thing, he didn't know how many times he had played with it in his previous life, and there's nothing new about it. And with the amount of alcohol he has now, it doesn't matter if he turns to himself, he just drinks. Anyway, everyone in the room combined wasn't enough for him to drink, so he doesn't carry a falsehood at all. Su Qingha doesn't know how to drink and originally didn't intend to play, but the crowd said it was fine if she didn't drink, and Gu Yifan would just drink, so it was that Su Qingha also joined the game. Ding! The wine bottle slowly stopped. The mouth of the bottle was aimed right at Chu Xiaoming's position in the girls. Wow! Dream! The lucky winner of the first round is you. Ask, truth or dare. The crowd was up in arms too. Ha! Chu Xiaoming was dumbfounded. Well, since I was the one who turned the bottle the first time, it's up to me to ask. Dreamy student, are you ready? Peng Xiaoqiang looked at Chu Xiaoming with a smile on his face and opened his mouth. I should be ready, right? Chu Xiaoming weakly opened her mouth. Peng Xiaoqiang directly ignored that last word of hers, and spoke directly. Let's keep it simple then, and be sincere. Mr. Dream, which one do you think is the most handsome of the boys we have in the room? Mess with it. So easy. Yes, young Peng, your question is too simple, isn't it? Peng Xiao, you're asking such a simple question. Say, do you have a crush on our little Dream? The group of girls were a little disgruntled as they said the questions were too simple and not exciting enough. There's no way around it. Obviously, it's a giveaway. There were just 4 boys present, and in terms of handsomeness, other than Gu Yifan, none of them dared to say they were more handsome than him. On the contrary, Chu Xiaoming was at a loss. and she subconsciously looked in the direction of Gu Yifan. Honestly, she held her face a little red and whispered, Gu students, right? Mess with it. Dream, it seems you're still a thief. Yes, Dream, Xinghe is still here. Your intentions are too obvious, aren't they? The group of girls started snickering again. Their words caused the blush on Chu Xiaoming's face to become even redder. She was so shy, her head was almost shrunk to the inside of her neck. Alright, Mr. Dream has answered the question. So let's continue, shall we? This time again Dream's classmates spin the bottle and ask questions. Peng Xiaoqiang, the initiator on the side, hurriedly opened his mouth to round off the situation. The conversation was successfully diverted. Upon hearing this, the crowd is back to anticipating who the next victim, the next lucky one will be. The tension on the field is starting to build again. As the crowd watched, the bottle slowed to a stop. This time, the pointing finger turned out to be Bao Baijie. It's Baijie. Come on, Dreamy asked questions. A group of girls were very positive and said. Bao Baijie was a bit surprised, but she also accepted the questions graciously. But Chu Xiaoming, an honest person, didn't ask very tricky questions. She just asked how her impression of the crowd was. Bao Baijie naturally answered honestly. The crowd wasn't too happy about these first two questions. There's a flurry of them, and whoever's next has to ask for some excitement. The game has been going on, during which the big stall constantly echoed with the crowd's laughter and coaxing sound, causing the next out of the dinner gathering next to the male students of Jinling University are a little surprised. But more is envy, because that's a lot of girls, and the atmosphere is a little too good, isn't it? They'd like to join in, too. The game continues. The group played until 11:30 in the evening before breaking up. If it were not for the fact that the people are concerned about the military training tomorrow, I'm afraid that the people who have already gotten high are going to duel until dawn, because the questions asked later were getting tougher and more exciting. Especially Dare. The girls who had never played these before found it so exciting and fun. During this period, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were also drawn a few times, but they were all successfully dodged by Gu Yifan's choice to drink. This caused the crowd to express their displeasure, but there was nothing they could do about it. Who let them drink less than Gu Yifan? Night, 12 o'clock. Gu Yifan and Peng Xiaoqiang's few people sent all the girls back to the girls' dormitory safely. At this moment, Gu Yifan was like a nobody, and Su Qinghe was naturally fine because she hadn't drank a drop of alcohol. As for the remaining three, Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shui, Peng Xiaoqiang is still sober, and at best, he is just a little on top. No way, this guy drink table veteran. In addition to the beginning of the girls' siege cannot escape, the back to play the game. He simply did not lose a few times, so naturally nothing happened. On the other hand, He Dongdong and Wang Shui, the two rookies at the drinking table, didn't know anything at all, and kept manging and drinking, so it was normal to drink too much. Xiao Peng, I'll send you here. You pay more attention to the two of them. At the gate of the boys' dormitory, looking at the two men, He Dongdong and Wang Shui, who were already a bit drunk, Gu Yifan asked Peng Xiaoqiang, who was still sober, to pay more attention. Peng Xiaoqiang patted his chest and said that he would let him rest assured that he would definitely look after both Wang Shui and He Dongdong. Seeing that he was still awake, Gu Yifan didn't say anything more. Only after watching them walk into the dormitory did Gu Yifan withdraw his gaze. Bean, let's go back too. He turned his head to Su Qinghe beside him and spoke softly. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded her head very obediently, then extended her small hand. Gu Yifan was stunned at first, then he understood what she meant. He smiled faintly and gently took Su Qinghe's soft little hand. Let's go home. The two of them then interlocked their fingers and slowly headed in the direction of the small, solitary courtyard behind the faculty dormitory. As for Gu Yifan's car, he naturally didn't drive it because he had been drinking. We'll just have to wait until tomorrow after military training and then go out and pick it up. After returning to the small courtyard, Gu Yifan told Su Qinghe to take a bath first. Instead, he lit a cigarette and stood on the balcony of the second floor of the small courtyard, enjoying the night breeze while looking at the slightly cold campus not far away under the faintly yellow streetlights. Pondering, the cigarette clutched in his hand was half blown away by the night wind, and the scarlet glowing cigarette but flickered in and out of the night. Suck. Phew. Lowering his head, he took a deep drag on the cigarette and then slowly exhaled, greenish-white smoke rising and quickly disappearing back into midair. Suddenly, Gu Yifan smiled faintly, muttering to himself under his breath, college life is pretty good. End of chapter. Chapter 195, Fried Chili Peppers with 5-Nut Mooncakes versus Freshman School Flower Ranking. Military training days are always so boring. The same actions are repeated over and over again every day. Time flies. In a flash, a week passed. Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe also gradually adapted to life at Jinling University. The two of them went to their daily routine of military training and went back to their small courtyard in the evening to cook and eat. The days are quite pleasant and leisurely. It's kind of not even like college life, but more like the newlywed couple's post-wedding life. During this period, it was worth mentioning that after this week or so of military training, basically everyone had gotten a degree of tan. However, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe were the two exceptions. The two have basically changed nothing in terms of face value and are still at the top of their game. Gu Yifan had to be thankful that before resolutely to Su Qinghe bought sunscreen decision. Otherwise white and tender little Qinghe estimated to become black Qinghe are. August 30th, 12:30 p.m. Since Su Qinghe was dragged along by Bao Baiji and the others to go out to eat some kind of duck blood fan soup outside the school, Gu Yifan didn't have a problem with it. Instead, he thought that it was quite good. After all, Su Qinghe also needed to have her own friends. This way at least you won't be alone by yourself like before. Although it was said that she had herself with her every day, she was a boyfriend. And the companionship of a boyfriend was not the same as the companionship of a friend. That feeling was different. Without Su Qinghe, Gu Yifan naturally ate lunch today with Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shuyi as well as He Dongdong's 3 10,000-year-old single dogs. In the school cafeteria, Gu Yifan was swallowing the unnameable dark dishes of the cafeteria with some disgust like chewing wax. You have to look at the college cafeteria for dark cuisine. Orange fried pancetta. What kind of goddamn cuisine is this? Is this something a human being can think of? This will soon be the Mid-Autumn Festival. When the time is also like the previous life there are 5 nuts mooncake fried chili such a strange operation? Gu Yifan spat breathlessly in his heart as he ate his meal. Crap! A sudden voice startled Gu Yifan. He turned his head and saw Peng Xiaoqiang suddenly stand up from his seat with his cell phone in his hand. Wang Shuyi as well as He Dongdong and the people around him who were eating were all startled. At this time, Peng Xiaoqiang also reacted, seeing countless pairs of eyes staring at him. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't help but slightly redden his old face. He hurriedly and awkwardly opened his mouth. Sorry, a moment of excitement. Everyone continue to eat, ha. Seeing him this startled, Gu Yifan several people are a burst of speechless, and while the people around him saw this, they all withdrew their gazes and stopped paying attention to him. So what, Penso, why are you rattling around? The female cat in your house has given birth? Wang Shuyi glanced at him with a look of disgust. Yeah, Peng, what happened to the promise of set eggs and heavy kisses? Dongdong he, who was on the side, pushed the black-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose and said indifferently, Seeing He Dongdong as well as Wang Shuyi mocking himself, Peng Xiaoqiang couldn't help but roll his eyes and said somewhat unconvincingly, Brothers, you all log on to the school forum to see if you can still be so calm after watching you. Count me out, okay? Chen Dongyuan opened his mouth with a mysterious expression. School forums? What the hell? Mysterious. Wang Shuyi opened his mouth somewhat unimpressed. With this shock, I'd like to see what it is that makes our Peng Xiao so shocked. He Dongdong also spoke in agreement. With that, the two of them took out their cell phones from their pockets and logged into the school forum of Jinling University. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was calm and continued to eat his meal calmly, replying to Su Qinghe's messages from time to time. Less than a minute later, Gu Yifan heard the exclamations of shock from the forced young Wang Shuyi as well as He Dongdong in unison. Che, I was just told I was making a fuss, and now you two aren't much better than me. Peng Xiaoqiang glanced at the two of them and said with a face full of disgust. Straight face. The two of them, He Dongdong and Wang Shuyi, glanced at each other, their old faces slightly red, their eyes filled with embarrassment. Gu Yifan instead looked at these three guys with a puzzled expression. No, what is this earth-shattering news that has all three of you so cocky? He frowned, somewhat breathlessly. The three of them glanced at each other somewhat awkwardly, and Peng Xiaoqiang opened his mouth to explain. Old fan, it's someone who published the list of freshman schoolgirls of Jinling University on the forum. Paralyzed, these dogs are really fast. Yeah, Van, come check it out. I think I saw Qinghe's sister-in-law on the list too. Wang Shuyi suddenly opened his mouth and shouted. Gu Yifan was slightly stunned at his words, and he couldn't help but frown even more tightly. Let's see. He thought for a moment and opened his mouth, saying that he reached out and took the cell phone Wang Shuyi handed over. Freshman varsity list. 10th place, School of Physics, Charan Chen. Chen Charan, a native of Jinling, former flower of the 18th Jinling Middle School. Face value, 88 points. Personality, arrogant and cool. Not like to communicate with others. Logical beauty. Facts, there are some countless suitors in the 18th middle school in Jinling, but none of them can enter Chen Charan's heart. A rich second generation had bought a whole 999 roses for Chen Charan, in front of the whole class to her confession. Just when the people envy, she let people rich second generation have time to learn more math. Said she just counted once. The number of roses is not right. The rich second generation was pitted against the money. No. 9. School of Law Whiteout. Bailu, Beijing people, the former Beijing Experimental High School senior class flower. The family has 2 courtyards, properly small rich woman A. Personality, strong character, favorite reasoning, intellectual beauty. Deeds. In high school for the same class of girls suffered long-term domestic violence. She fought for their classmates. In the cooperation of the girls successfully sent the other parents to prison. Gu Yifan roughly scanned the back, and the contents were similar. It left him speechless for a moment. This what labor freshman school flower list. In addition to the name face value, even people's background deeds are raked out. There were even photos attached to each of the girls on it, and Gu Yifan took a look at them, guessing that they were the ID photos of the new students when they entered the school. I don't know which person leaked it out. Gu Yifan thought to himself, TSK, 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 this girl on the school flower list has one thing to say, her looks are really not bad. Indeed, this photo is as beautiful as a fairy, so the real thing must be even more exaggerated. There's one thing to be said for the guy who made this school flower ranking, he does have a sharp eye, but, to be powerful, it's still sister-in-law Qingha who's powerful. The first place in the freshman school flower list of Jinling University. Yay, brother fan, you've earned it. End of chapter. Chapter 196. Han Lemon Attack? Misunderstanding of the beggar trio. Hearing the words of Pang Xiaoqiang and the others, Gu Yifan raised his head and glanced at them somewhat breathlessly. I suddenly realized that the 3 dogs had come together at some point, and while looking at them beautifully, they were commenting on them. But, what do you mean? I've made a fortune? Make it sound like you're stumped for looks. Gotta. I'm not going to talk to you 3 single dogs that nobody wants. Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes at a few people, then prepared to slide down to read about Su Qinghe's introduction. Just then, Ha, Van, look, the 3rd place of this school flower ranking is also from Mountain City, eh? And you're still from your hometown with brother Fan. Do you recognize it? He Dong suddenly spoke. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. 3rd on the school beauty list? A mountain townie? With some curiosity, he pulled down the page on his phone and quickly slid to the 3rd spot on the school's flower list. Just this glance made Gu Yifan's entire body clam up. None other, only because the cell phone screen showed, freshman school flower list, 3rd place, foreign language college, Han Lime. Han Lemon, a native of Shanchang City, the former schoolgirl of Shanchang No. 1 middle school, face value, 96 points, personality, highly aloof, haughty with a hint of softness, a proud little publicist. Deeds. In high school, there was a boy who broke into the radio station and used the broadcasting equipment to confess his love in front of the whole school, and then was ruthlessly rejected. Gu Yifan. When he looked at the introduction, Gu Yifan's entire body was speechless. Crazy. Ha, who can tell me? Han Lemon. Why is she at JLU too? Cam, didn't that Han Lemon go to the Magic City College of Foreign Languages in her previous life? One has already deliberately avoided her. Even the school in Magic City is directly past not to choose. She even chased herself to Jinling? Gu Yifan didn't even know what to say for a moment. Treadmill. If he hadn't seen this whatever school flower ranking today, he really wouldn't have known that Han Lemon had also come to Jinling University. No wonder after the graduation dinner day, Wu Xiaoyan suddenly sent a message asking if she knew which school Han Lemon had enrolled in, and saying something like Han Lemon really knew it was wrong and had sacrificed a lot for herself. At that time, he only felt that what Wu Xiaoyan said was a bit inexplicable, but he didn't think much about it. After all, according to his previous life, at that time, Han Lemon had long since been accepted into the Magic City Foreign Language Institute. It's just that 1,000 times. I didn't expect it. Han Lemon, this girl actually also ran to Jinling University, and also ing with himself in the same campus. Vango, Vango. Just then, a shouting sound pulled Gu Yifan back to reality from his thoughts. Seeing Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shuti as well as He Dongdong, the 3 of them were looking at themselves with confused faces. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then glanced at the 3 of them, frowning as he said faintly, "What's wrong?" Seeing that Gu Yifan's state didn't seem quite right, there was a feeling of a prelude to a storm. Peng Xiaoqiang and the 3 of them were all at a loss for a moment, and all 3 of them didn't dare to speak for fear of accidentally touching Gu Yifan's mold. Seeing that the 3 called out to themselves but then suddenly stopped talking, Gu Yifan knitted his brows tightly and said in a somewhat impatient tone, "If you have something to say, just say it, and stammer like a." This. The 3 of them glanced at each other, and both Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shuyi did their best to slightly shake their heads. He Dongdong looked helpless at the situation. As Gu Yifan's fervent iron fan, he had to speak with a hard head. "Brother Fan, what happened to that? You just did? We called you for half a day, but you didn't answer, and you don't seem to look well. Are you not feeling well?" "It's okay." Gu Yifan glanced at him and said in a calm tone, by the way, Van, your cell phone just rang." Seeing that Gu Yifan wasn't angry, He Dongdong pointed to his pocket again and opened his mouth in a low voice to remind him. Oh, Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then nodded. He casually placed Wang Shuyi's cell phone in his hand on the table, then took out his own cell phone from his pocket and looked at it. It was discovered that it was his mentor, Prof. Wang, who was calling. Thinking that there must be something going on, he spoke to the three He Dongdongs. I'm full. Professor Wang seems to be looking for me for something, so I'll leave first. When he finished speaking, he didn't wait for the three of them to react. Gu Yifan got up and walked away with his dinner tray. The three froze for half a day before they responded. By the time they turned their heads to look in Gu Yifan's direction, he had already long since walked out of the cafeteria door and disappeared into the crowd. Peng Xiaoqiang and the three of them glanced at each other and looked at each other. What's going on with that, old Van? After half a day of silence, Peng Xiaoqiang said with a puzzled expression. If you ask me, who do I ask? I don't know. Is it the gripper who posted a list of freshman schoolgirls on the school forum because of this? Wang Shuyi froze for half a day and then said sullenly. Even the Guanxi dialect unconsciously sprang up. Seems like Cantonese people like to call people grips. Seeing him speak in his hometown accent, Peng Xiaoqiang glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. After all, it's just an accent. What place doesn't have one? It's not a big surprise. I think Major B has a point. You guys see the introduction of Qing, his sister-in-law. He Dongdong suddenly spoke quietly. He said and handed the introduction of the page about Su Qinghe to the two of them. First place, School of Finance, Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe, a native of Shancheng, originally from Zhangcheng, Minnan, the former schoolgirl of Shancheng No. 1 Middle School, nicknamed Schoolgirl of the Poor. Face value, 99 points. Personality, withdrawn, not yet confirmed, unknown. Deeds, entered Jilin University as the second place of the Science College entrance examination in Sichuan Province, had refused to be guaranteed by Qingbei, and still refused to be recruited by Qingbei when the results of the college entrance examination came out, and resolutely chose Jilin University, of which the specific reason and the specifics are unknown at present. Remark 1, suspected of having jumped off a building in high school? Rumor, unconfirmed. Remark 2, on the first day of the school year, a boy accompanied by a boyfriend is suspected to have reported to the school. Not yet confirmed. This, Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shuyi both looked shocked after reading it. Just now, several people didn't pay attention to the introduction about Su Qinghe's page. Just a general glance to know that Su Qinghe was the first place in the freshman school flower list. After all, Su Qinghe was Gu Yifan's girlfriend, their sister-in-law, and they didn't want to look at other school flowers like they were going to be judgmental, so they didn't take a closer look. As a result, now take a look. That litany of unconfirmed and suspected yes made them look a little confused. A loner? Green Harvest's sister-in-law is suspected to have jumped in high school. Suicide? At this moment, they seem to know why Gu Yifan reacted that way just now. End of chapter. Chapter 197, Skipping Class. Afternoon, 2:30. This is about to start military training. Why hasn't Brother Fan come yet? Wang Shuyi looked at the empty basketball court entrance and spoke in a whisper to He Dongdong beside him. I don't know. Maybe there's a delay on Prof. Wang's side? He Dongdong also responded in a small voice. All stop talking. Just then, the black-faced instructor Gurundong spoke loudly. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi and He Dongdong both hurriedly shut their mouths. All of them. Attention. Look right. Look forward. At ease. Report. 1, 2, 3. Unsurprisingly, Gu Yifan was absent. The whole afternoon of military training, there was no sign of him. After the end of the military training, Peng Xiaoqiang's three companions walked in the direction of the dormitory. Penso, why didn't Van come this afternoon? Wang Shuyi opened his mouth to Peng Xiaoqiang and asked. I don't know, but I just got a message from the counselor saying that old Van has taken the afternoon off for something. Peng Xiaoqiang replied. Oh, took a vacation. Just take a leave of absence, or I'm afraid he'll be targeted by Gramps again tomorrow. Wang Shuyi nodded and said. Don't worry, I already told Instructor Gu about this just before we left. Peng Xiaoqiang waved his hand and said. Oh I don't know what's going on with Van. He didn't look too good at noon. Could something have happened? He Dongdong on the side also spoke with some concern. Alright, Dongzi, old Fan reckons that Professor Wang had something temporary on his side and just couldn't make it over. And, besides, old Fan is such a steady man. Where's the use of you worrying about him? Let's hurry back to the dormitory and change clothes. Then go eat. I'm starving. When Peng Xiaoqiang saw his worried face, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said without any goodwill. After saying that, he pulled the two of them and squeezed into the crowd, walking quickly in the direction of the boys' dormitory. In the meantime, on Gu Yifan's side, at this moment, he was sitting in the office of the old president of Yiho Technology while drinking tea and listening to Wang Sharan's report. By 3:30 in the afternoon, he had finished handling the things that Professor Wang had instructed him to do. seeing as how military training has started long ago. It's not on and off again at this point. So much for simply skipping class and not going to military training. It is often said that no college career is complete without skipping classes. Just right. 2 days ago, Wang Xiaoran called again to let himself go to the company, to report on the progress of the work. And so it was. Gu Yifan then simply took his leave. Alright, Mr. Wang, there's no need to say anything, I generally already know. Seeing that Wang Xiaoran had pretty much said it all, Gu Yifan waved his hand and said, okay, Mr. Gu, the above is the current situation. According to the current R&D progress, probably at the beginning of next month Mate Television will be able to officially launch, but the mobile app end that you said, Mr. Gu, is not estimated to be that fast. Wang Xiaoran nodded and opened his mouth. Well, is there any difficulty on the mobile app end at the moment? Gu Yifan pondered for a moment and said, how to say it? To say that the big problem at present is actually no. Is our company about the development of cell phone software end of the skilled not quite enough? Everyone's main efforts are placed on the computer end, so this led to the cell phone end of the progress of the slightly slower, but the overall impact is not too big. After all, the market is still dominated by the computer end of the user, and smartphones are not yet fully popularized. Most people are still using keyboard machines, and that thing can't support our live streaming of Mate Television. Wang Xiaoran thought about opening his mouth and replied. After hearing Wang Xiaoran's words, Gu Yifan frowned slightly. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoran didn't say anything and just sat quietly waiting for him to speak. After a long silence, Gu Yifan looked up at Wang Xiaoran and said, how much money is left on our company's books? Recalling the general manager, the company currently has more than $9.6 million on the books, of which more than $1 million are used for the current. Wang Xiaoran was interrupted by Gu Yifan before he could finish. Okay, I know. Recruit, Gu Yifan faintly said. Wang Xiaoran froze for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Mr. Gu, are you saying that you want to recruit more people to do the development of the mobile app end? He looked at Gu Yifan and opened his mouth to inquire. Right, Gu Yifan nodded, then looked up at him with a serious face and said, recruitment. I want to see our Mate app on every smartphone before the National Day. This, Gu Yifan's request made it a bit difficult for Wang Xiaoran. What? Are there any other difficulties on Mr. Wang's side? Gu Yifan looked on and said faintly, boss, if you say so, what can I say? One word from the top, and it's a dead run down there. Wang Xiaoran thought helplessly in his heart. No, he shook his head decisively. Aha! Only then did Gu Yifan nod in satisfaction. He picked up his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was already 6:30 in the afternoon. So he stood up and spoke. Alright, it's getting late. Mr. Wang will get off work early even after he's done with his work. I'll go first. With that, he turned and walked out of the office. Wang Xiaoran, straight face, you just gave me a job. I can get off early. My ass. Looking at Gu Yifan's dashing departing back, he couldn't help but silently spit in his heart. When he walked out of the office, Gu Yifan realized that everyone at the workstation was still working overtime, and everyone was not at all interested in getting off work. Look at this thriving and busy landscape. Not bad, not bad. Gu Yifan nodded with great satisfaction. Sure enough, capitalists love nothing more than to exploit and oppress their employees. He thought in his mind's eye in a stinky way. Hello boss. As he walked to the front desk, the receptionist lady, Helena, smiled sweetly at him and said, well, how is it? Gu Yifan nodded slightly, then casually said, get off work early if there's nothing else. Okay, boss. When Helena saw that Gu Yifan still remembered her, she was so excited that her face turned red and she hurriedly spoke. I'll be off work after I finish organizing this information. Aha. Gu Yifan nodded and didn't say anything more. Turning, he walked out of the company's doors and headed for the elevator entrance. Looking at Gu Yifan's upright and handsome back, Helena murmured in a small voice with a face like a nymphomaniac. Alas, the boss is really handsome. It would be great if I could be his girlfriend. Ding! Gu Yifan was lucky. He had just walked to the elevator door and pressed the elevator, and it didn't take long for the elevator to come. After entering the elevator, Gu Yifan took out his phone and dialed Suqinghe's number. Do. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Hey! On the phone came Suqinghe's slightly rushed but soft and sticky voice. End of chapter. Chapter 198. Su Bin, are you stealing chili fries? When he heard Suqinghe's voice, Gu Yifan's mood couldn't help but become lighter. He couldn't resist the urge to tease her, so he spoke up. That, Bean, are you stealing chorizo? Ha! Hearing Gu Yifan's words, Suqinghe was a bit confused. No, she spoke hastily, I didn't steal the chili. Aha, no? Then why are you sounding so breathy? Gu Yifan deliberately opened his mouth. I was cooking. My cell phone ran out of battery and I put it upstairs to charge. I just heard it ringing and I ran up here. Su Qingha on the other end of the phone explained in a small voice with a red face. Gu Yifan froze for a moment and said, "You can hear even if you put your cell phone upstairs to charge?" I was afraid I wouldn't be able to hear your call and turned my cell phone up as loud as it would go. Su Qingha explained in a small, weak voice. Hearing Su Qingha's words, Gu Yifan's hand movement stalled. What a silly simpleton. He couldn't help but speak up. "I'm not stupid," she retorted in a small voice. "Oh, I know. Silly bean," Gu Yifan faintly said. Seeing him call himself a silly simpleton again, Su Qingha on the other end of the phone couldn't help but pout her little mouth. She was no longer able to refute it. "Alright, why don't you put your cell phone on charge? I'm going back now. Be home in about 20 minutes or so." Seeing that Su Qingha didn't say anything, Gu Yifan could already imagine her pouting on the other end of the phone, and couldn't help but open his mouth with a slight smile. "Ooh-hoo, then I'll go down and watch the fire and cook. The meal will have to come later." Su Qingha nodded and whispered, "Aha, go for it." Gu Yifan nodded and said. The two then hung up. He had just hung up and was about to put his cell phone in his pocket when it rang again. The snow fell so deep and so earnestly that it reflected me my scars in the snow. It hasn't snowed in over a decade. Gu Yifan froze for a moment. He lifted his cell phone and glanced at it, realizing that it was that dog Wang Zibo, who he hadn't seen for quite some time, calling. Casually picking up the phone, Gu Yifan faintly opened his mouth. "Hey, Baron Thin. Speak up if you have something to say, and fart if you have something to say." Straight face. Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone was choked for a while before he could open his mouth. "Van, you're such a man. I was going to tell you a big secret, but now I suddenly don't want to." He deflated, a little speechless. "What doggone big secret? Those two of yours aren't that big." Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. Wang Zibo was flabbergasted. Reacting, he was once again speechless. Why has this fan suddenly become so flirtatious? Is the big secret I'm talking about the big mic? Are we both talking about the same thing? Hey, say something. Seeing that he suddenly stopped talking again, Gu Yifan said somewhat irritably, "I'll hang up if I don't talk. I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner." "Brother Fan, you're such a... Does sister-in-law Qinghua know?" Wang Zibo spoke quietly. "Crap, she just loves my... What? You're not convinced?" Gu Yifan didn't have the good sense to say. Wang Zibo, straight face. "If you say so, what can I do?" He suddenly realized that whenever he fought, he was always unable to defeat Gu Yifan. You can't beat him for an hour. Oh, dear. Forget it. One is too generous to get on his bad side. Wang Zibo consoled himself using the AQ method of spiritual victory. After a moment of silence, Wang Zibo once again said undauntedly, "Brother Fan, do you really not want to hear the big secret I'm about to tell you?" "Don't want to." Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Once again, Wang Zibo was defeated. He weakly spoke. "Brother Fan, this big secret is related to you. Do you really not want to know?" "Love to talk," Gu Yifan replied without hesitation. Zibo Wang. Seeing that Wang Zibo on the other end of the phone had stopped talking again, Gu Yifan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth quirk up slightly. None other. Simply because he knew that the more he did this and the more he acted indifferent, the harder it would be in Wang Zibo's heart. Because this dog Baron thing has been like this since he was a kid and can't hide a thing. Sure enough, within 30 seconds, Wang Zibo raised the white flag and surrendered. Ahem. He only pretended to cough twice, then said somewhat sardonically, "Brother Fan, should I'd better say something?" Hearing this, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. He spoke faintly as he opened the main driver's seat door. "Suit yourself." When he heard this, Wang Zibo no longer hesitated, and he said what he had just held back in his head. "Did you just say that Han Lemon is at Golden University?" Gu Yifan said in a calm tone. "Yeah." When Wang Zibo saw that Gu Yifan's tone was very calm, his heart was a bit strange, but he still nodded and said, "Oh, I'm sorry, but I already know about this." Gu Yifan faintly said, Omega." It was Wang Zibo's turn to freeze. Originally, he had thought that Gu Yifan didn't know about this, as he had only just learned about it. He had asked Han Lemon before, but Han Lemon had been hiding and stammering and refused to say anything. I didn't expect Gu Yifan to already know. He felt like a clown and was thinking of watching Gu Yifan be shocked. "When did you know that, Van?" Wang Zibo said quietly. "Oh, it wasn't long," Gu Yifan casually replied. "Just found out at noon." Wang Zibo, straight face. "Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Qingha is still waiting at home for me to go back for dinner." "That's it," Gu Yifan faintly said. After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Wang Zibo to react. Listening to the busy line tone coming from the phone, Wang Zibo was speechless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This doggone Gu Yifan. He didn't forget to stuff himself with a handful of dog food before hanging up the phone. What a drunk. After a long time, he cursed under his breath. Half an hour later, Gu Yifan looked at the large pot full of bitter gourd rib soup in front of him, and his entire body clammed up. No, Su Bean, how come it's bitter melon again? He turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and said somewhat helplessly, You're on fire, Su Qinghe said in a serious manner. Gu Yifan. After a long silence, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he spoke quietly. Don't you have any idea why I'm on fire? If you keep this up, then I'm going to be rude. Su Qinghe looked at him with a blank expression. What is this big bully talking about? Why can't she understand? Thanks to my big brother Pengjiai. Pengjiai is true love. End of chapter. Take a day off. I just got off the highway and couldn't code in time, so I'll take the day off and update normally tomorrow. Sorry, all you hikikomori. Little author, June never returns. August 24th, 2023. Chapter 199 Secrets of the Grove? Enjoying the moon. Evening, 7:30. After dinner, Gu Yifan brought Su Qinghe to the lakeside on the campus of Jinling University for a walk. Along the way, Su Qinghe kicked the small stones scattered on both sides of the road from time to time, and it was obvious that she was in a good mood at the moment. Without realizing it, the two of them walked to the grove on the north side of the lake. Outside the grove on the green stone road, under the yellowish street lamps, the two just like this hand in hand slowly walking. Ears from time to time came bursts of cicadas. The opposite side of the lake playground also from time to time came the ball kicked into the cheering sound. After walking for a long time, Gu Yifan saw tiny beads of sweat seeping out from the corners of Su Qinghe's forehead and knew that she was a bit tired. Also, in September in Jinling, still sweltering, the hissing cicadas on the trees had already said it all. Plus, Su Qinghe was bouncing all the way. It would be strange if she didn't sweat. At this point, Gu Yifan saw that there happened to be a row of green stone benches at the entrance to the grove, so he held Su Qinghe's small hand and walked over. There were a few leaves of the sycamore tree sparsely scattered on the green stone stools. Gu Yifan casually waved them away. Then he and Su Qinghe both sat down. Su Qinghe tilted her head and gently leaned on Gu Yifan's shoulder. A little lost in thought as I looked at the dull yellow streetlight, a wave of inexplicable emotions rushed over me. I don't know why. She suddenly missed the campus and high school a little, even though at that time, before she had met Gu Yifan, she was alone and lonely. People are always like this, when they have the time, always want to escape, and then later on when you think about it again, no matter how good or bad, but will be immensely nostalgic, and all those wonderful things we keep thinking about, but always slowly forgetting as we think about them. Just as Su Qinghe was lost in thought, Gu Yifan also looked back at the dark little tree behind him like he was pondering something. Actually, Gu Yifan had always had a doubt in his heart. That's why every college has such a grove, and each grove has its own wilderness lore. Neither one spoke, just sitting quietly. After a long silence, when Gu Yifan came back to his senses, he realized that Su Qinghe was also dazed, and that quiet, non-speaking look looked a little silly. With a slight smile, he spoke softly, Su Bean, what are you thinking about? Su Qinghe was interrupted from walking away by Gu Yifan's voice. She looked back at Gu Yifan and said in a small voice, didn't think of anything. Gu Yifan knew at a glance that this bean wasn't telling the truth. The two of them had been together for so long. Su Qinghe had long since turned into his shape, and whether or not she was telling the truth, Gu Yifan could tell at a glance. He knew that Su Qinghe was a bit homesick. It was also true that the two had been away from the mountain town for some time. It just so happens that the Mid-Autumn Festival and the National Day will be linked together in a while, and there will be a long vacation, so the two of them will go home at that time. The more he did, the more he reached out and rubbed Su Qinghe's little head and smiled. Bean, wait for the National Day. Let's go back. Su Qinghe froze for a moment, and she turned her head to look at Gu Yifan with some surprise, because Gu Yifan surprisingly knew what was on her mind. Aha! Su Qinghe nodded, then said softly, I kind of miss Auntie and her cooking. Oh. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, then shook his head and said with some tears and laughter, if my mom knew about this, she would probably be overjoyed. But you're in such a hurry to become our old Gu family's daughter-in-law, aren't you? He added as he looked at Su Qinghe with a bit of a smirk. Su Qinghe is a little confused. Not in saying that you want Auntie and Auntie's cooking, how did it become? Her little face was flushed and she didn't know what to say for a moment. Silence. Half a day later, Su Qinghe suddenly spoke softly. What do you think those classmates from the old high school are doing now? Gu Yifan froze for a moment. Them? Probably on a college campus at the moment like the rest of us, adjusting to a new environment. Or maybe made new friends or talking and eating together. Or maybe busy in love. Ho ho ho. Gu Yifan thought for a moment, then opened his mouth with a smile. Oh, Su Qinghe gently nodded, and didn't say anything more. Snap. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Put. Just then, some strange sounds came from the grove behind the two. The sound was rhythmic, like some kind of instrument being struck, or like crickets chirping in the grass. It wasn't a loud sound, but it stood out in the night. Su Qinghe glanced back somewhat strangely at the darkened entrance to the grove, as if something terrifying was suddenly leaping out at any moment. Her body suddenly trembled slightly and subconsciously moved towards Gu Yifan's side, obviously a little scared. Gu Yifan was slightly stunned, and unlike Su Qinghe, he instantly knew what that sound was. Did you hear a noise? Su Qinghe spoke in a somewhat nervous whisper. Gu Yifan was a bit embarrassed. Of course he heard it and knew what the sound was, but he didn't know what to say for a moment. Why don't we go? Su Qinghe suddenly hugged Gu Yifan's arm tightly and spoke with a voice that trembled with fear. Well, let's go. Gu Yifan nodded at the sight and said. After that the two were ready to get up and leave. Just then, a pair of disheveled men and women suddenly leapt out of the grove, both straightening their clothes as they walked. The boy had a contented smile on his face, while the girl blushed a little and whispered something as she walked. It seemed to be saying that there were too many mosquitoes in the grove and that she had been bitten all over the place or something like that. The distance was a bit far, and neither Gu Yifan nor Su Qinghe heard too clearly. Suddenly, the two who had just walked out looked up, and their gazes bumped into both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, who were getting up from their chairs. Both sides were taken aback. The atmosphere was suddenly a bit subtle and awkward. The boys who came out of the grove had a sardonic look on their faces, while the girls hurriedly lowered their heads in embarrassment. Hi, what a coincidence. You too. You're here to enjoy the moon, too, ho ho ho. The boy had an embarrassed look on his face and opened his mouth very unnaturally to laugh awkwardly. Gu Yifan, Su Qinghe, both of them looked up towards the sky at the same time. It was pitch black at the moment. There was a hell of a moon, ho ho ho. The boy saw this and smiled awkwardly again. I mean, he wanted to say something else, but was pulled away in a hurry by the girl beside him. End of chapter. Chapter 200, Su Qinghe, strange knowledge has increased again. Looking at the backs of the two people fleeing, Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe both looked at each other, somewhat face to face. What's going on with him? Them? Su Qinghe looked up at Gu Yifan, her small face written with doubts and curiosity. Out of the grove at this hour. What do you think can happen? Gu Yifan glanced down at her and faintly said. Ha? Su Qinghe was at a loss. Suddenly, she seems to have thought of something. Brush. Her little face instantly turned red. Once upon a time she never thought about this kind of thing. Did not expect to go to college. This kind of thing with the TV series really happened around her. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan knew that she understood his words. So did that mean that he was ready to be able to stop eating bitter melon? He thought darkly in his mind. Just as he froze, Su Qinghe lowered her little voice and sheepishly opened her mouth. How can they do this? Maybe probably people prefer the atmosphere of the wilderness. We're all adults. It's their freedom to do what they want. Just don't pay attention to it. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed Su Qinghe's little head, shaking his head. Saying it as if it made sense. Su Qinghe was actually somewhat speechless for a moment. Alright, there are really a lot of mosquitoes here. Let's go too. Gu Yifan pinched Su Qinghe's small nose and spoke softly and gently. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe obediently nodded. Only the thoughts in her head had drifted to the clouds. Just because, she suddenly seemed to understand why Gu Yifan had been on fire all this time. Two people holding hands. Slowly the direction of the too small courtyard folded back. Under the dim streetlight, the silhouettes of the two men were reflected on the green stone road, looking so warm and beautiful. The two of them walked on, and soon they were about to reach the girls' dormitory. Don't you boys love a vibe like the one you just had? Su Qinghe suddenly spoke. Ha! Gu Yifan didn't react for a moment, but he quickly reacted and looked at Su Qinghe with a strange face. Why are you suddenly asking this? Good curiosity, Su Qinghe said in a shy whisper with a small flushed face. Oh, Gu Yifan smiled. Thought about it, he spoke. Well, it is actually okay. Other people I do not know. I do not feel much. That sort of thing depends on the individual. Ooh-hoo. Su Qinghe nodded with some plausible understanding. Alright, silly bean, don't think about it. Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and opened his mouth. Aha! Su Qinghe looked up at Gu Yifan and nodded seriously. Looking at her serious little face, Gu Yifan didn't know what to say for a moment. He always felt that Su Qinghe's knowledge of those strange and weird postures, had increased again. The two of them then didn't talk about the subject anymore. Gu Yifan thought Su Qinghe was no longer curious about this. Just, when he came out of the shower, she found Su Qinghe had already been lying under the quilt waiting for him. Silly bean, what's this? Gu Yifan said with some bewilderment. I'll sleep over here tonight. Is that okay? Su Qinghe blushed scarlet and whispered. Gu Yifan gave her a somewhat puzzled look at what she said, but didn't think much of it and nodded. Yes, as you wish. After saying that, he turned around and walked to the side to pick up the hairdryer and started to blow dry that wet hair. At this time, the upper half of his body was not wearing clothes. For this, Gu Yifan have long been accustomed to it. After all, we've all been honest with each other for a long time now, and it's just a matter of not wearing tops, which isn't a big deal. However, originally, Su Qingha also thought the same way. It's just that after that strange increase in knowledge this evening, her little head started to wander. Hiding under the covers, she quietly peeked at Gu Yifan's perfect 8-pack abs that were exposed to the air. Brush! Her little face couldn't help but redden again. She wondered if she wanted. Suddenly turn around. Gu Yifan realized that Su Qingha, the simpleton, was staring at him, and he thought Su Qingha was sleepy and wanted him to sleep. So he spoke. That, Bean, if you're sleepy, go to bed first. There's something to take care of over at the company. I'll go to the study to take care of it in a while, and I'll be back later. Ha! Su Qingha, who was rambling, was jolted awake at the words. So, how long will you be then? She asked in a small voice, biting her pink lip lightly. Don't know yet. Should be a while. Seeing her like this, Gu Yifan didn't think much of it, and casually said, you still have to participate in military training tomorrow. If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. Ooh-hoo. At those words, a flash of disappointment flashed through Su Qingha's eyes. The courage she had managed to muster had gone up in smoke in an instant on this one. Gu Yifan didn't notice this scene. After he put down the hair dryer in his hand, he turned around and walked out of the room, and also very considerately helped Su Qingha close the door to the room. Looking at the door of the room that had already been closed, Su Qingha's eyes were a little complicated. As soon as she thought of what she had just intended to do, Su Qingha couldn't help her little face burning. And if Gu Yifan knew what was going on inside Su Qingha's mind at this moment, and knew what he was missing out on here, he would probably have the heart to give himself 2 big mouths. 12:30 a.m. When Gu Yifan returned to his room from his study, Su Qingha had already fallen asleep long before he knew when. He closed the door to his room gently, then tiptoed to bed. When he looked at the sleeping Su Qingha with the corners of her mouth still smiling, Gu Yifan couldn't help but have the corners of his mouth slightly curved up. His mouth whispered to himself, what kind of beautiful dream is this silly simpleton having? Even sleeping is so happy? Shaking his head, Gu Yifan gently tucked Su Qingha in before turning off the nightlight next to the nightstand. Pop! The last rays of light in the room disappeared and the entire room was instantly plunged into darkness. There was no talk all night. The next day, early in the morning, Gu Yifan woke up to find that Su Qingha had gotten up at some point. After yawning, Gu Yifan also climbed up from the bed. After casually putting on a pair of pants, he opened the door to his room and walked downstairs with his bare upper body just like that. Listening to the clanging sound coming from the kitchen, Gu Yifan knew that Su Qingha was cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Smiling slightly, he walked to the kitchen door. At this time, Su Qingha also heard the commotion and turned her head to look. The first thing that came into her eyes was Gu Yifan's perfect upper body. So Bean, good morning. Gu Yifan looked at her and smiled. Brush. Reacting to Su Qingha, her small face instantly became red. End of chapter. Chapter 201. Holding hands? The shock of the crowd. Seeing Su Qingha's small red face, Gu Yifan was a bit in tears. It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you blushing? He didn't take it well. Su Qingha. She couldn't help but give Gu Yifan a big blank stare, then turned her head and continued to busy herself, not wanting to pay any attention to the stinky guy at all. Seeing that she ignored her, Gu Yifan felt a bit bored and touched the tip of his nose, then turned around to wash up as well. In the morning, 7:30, the two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qingha, sat at the dining table and slowly ate their breakfast. It had to be said that Su Qingha's craftsmanship was getting better and better. An ordinary xiaolongbao and skin egg thin meat porridge she had cooked were many times better than the ones outside. But think about it, the stuff outside can't afford to put in ingredients, while Su Qingha's own is made of real ingredients. That stuff can't be compared. After breakfast, the two of them set off for military training over at the big playground. Today is the 13th day of military training. There are also only 2 days left before the end of the half-month military training period. Today, all the freshmen of the Department of Economics and Management gathered in the large playground for training in preparation for the military drill in the next 2 days. And coincidentally, Gu Yifan's party of finance majors was right next to Su Qingha's party of finance majors. So today, Gu Yifan planned to send Su Qingha to their class site first, and then go back to his class location. After 10 days of military training, basically the class was familiar with each other. Coupled with the fact that Su Qingha even took the #1 position on the freshman school flower list, she was even more in the spotlight. Basically everyone knew about a girl with a great face in the financial management class. The boys in the surrounding class teams were all moving around, wanting to strike up a conversation with Su Qingha. not to mention the boys in their class. Since the last time Luo Qingjie accosted Su Qinghe's side is now basically every day there will be a lot of boys over to accost and send water to offer attentions, but without exception, they were all rejected by Su Qinghe. Plus the cap protecting Bao Baijia had been accompanying Su Qinghe's side, and those boys were stopped every time they came over and sprayed in crippling defeat. Now all the boys in the surrounding classes knew that the school flower Su Qinghe had a tigress by her side, regarding these things about herself being accosted, because she was afraid that Gu Yifan would get angry and jealous. Su Qinghe would take the initiative to explain the situation to him every day. Gu Yifan didn't feel anything, as long as those people didn't mess around. He wasn't angry. After all, Su Qinghe's face value was there, and it was not unusual for her to be accosted and have suitors every day. And he himself now has just as many girls coming over every day to hit on him for contact information and such. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. There's no way around it. That's the trouble with being too good looking. Who let his dad and mom give him this handsome to the bone face? 8:20. After Gu Yifan parked the car, holding Su Qinghe's small hand, the two of them walked straight towards the direction of the big playground over there. At this time, this side of the playground was already black with a crowd of people. Basically, everyone from the Department of Economics and Management showed up. Have you all read the school flower rankings on the school forum? Look, there's one thing to be said about this year's freshman babes, there's a real plethora of them. Indeed. Chen Charan from the physics college used to be the school beauty of our 18th middle school. She's really good looking in person. I didn't expect that she could only be ranked in the 10th place. That's really something I wouldn't have thought of. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bro, what a coincidence. You're in the 18th grade too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. One thing is for sure, that Chen Charan is really good looking. He's my type. Chen Charan is good looking, but she didn't lose unjustly, because those girls in front of her are really nothing to write home about. Yeah. Especially Su Qinghe, who was number 1 on the school flower list. My whole body was stunned when I first saw it that day. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Can this face really be found on Earth? Pure face ID photos can be beautiful like that. Is really absolute sun. That goddess Su does look good, but I still like Han Lime from the foreign language college. I saw her in person at the school cafeteria the other day, when she was wearing a white spun dress, and my whole body was stunned. TSK. That face value of Han Dashu's schoolgirl is really nothing to speak of. Especially that temperament on her body is proper Disney again escape princess ah. According to me, it's only right to put her first. Che, when you see the first and second place, you'll know why Han Lemon can only come in third. Indeed, in first place, Su Qinghe, I have to say that Goddess Su is truly impeccably perfect. Right, I'm for it. Goddess Su's first place is well deserved. You guys are exaggerating, right? Is it really that godly? Lying to you chopped grips. If you don't believe me, you go and ask the people who have seen Goddess Su yourself. Or you go and see for yourself over the first class of financial management during the break in a while. A group of boys who do not know each other are all talking about the recent Jinling University School Forum uploaded a boisterous list of school flowers. At this moment, Gu Yifan was standing at the edge of the playground looking out in the distance, searching with his eyes for the location of Su Qinghe's and their classes as well as his own class's team. Soon, he then saw the class sign held high by Su Qinghe's class, so he turned his head to Su Qinghe and said, I found it. It's on the southwest side of the big stage. Let's go over there. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded very obediently. As for the fact that her hand was now being held by Gu Yifan, she had long since gotten used to it. Although there were a lot of people in the playground right now, she was only slightly shy and didn't dare to hold hands with Gu Yifan. After all, it was now college, and Gu Yifan was his boyfriend, so holding a hand was a normal thing. Just, when the two appeared together in the large playground, they caused an instant commotion. No way. Both of them are so unbelievably good looking that it's hard not to get noticed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't that mess? Su, I don't know who shouted out first, so the gazes of the surrounding people couldn't help but focus towards those two figures at the edge of the playground. I'm going to, and it really is. Who's that boy next to schoolgirl Su? Convex, asterisk 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 dish. Hand in hand? Holy, the number 1 freshman school flower, Su Qinghe, actually has a boyfriend? Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe had just walked inside the playground when they were noticed, and a group of people pointed in the direction of the two and whispered, feeling the fiery gaze of the crowd. Brush. Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. Originally a little social fear, she was unconscious of the crowd's gaze, and her whole body began to tense up. End of chapter. Chapter 202, Jumping. Noticing Su Qinghe's nervousness, Gu Yifan stopped walking. He slightly tightened his grip, then leaned down to her ear and whispered softly, It's okay, I'm here. Don't be afraid. The airflow that Gu Yifan exhaled when he spoke tickled Su Qinghe's ears, and she became even more shy for a moment, and the redness on her face became more and more obvious. This whole scene was seen by everyone. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's a kiss? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog thief. Let go of my goddess Su. Stop. Dog. I'm at war with you. Cam. How dare this guy? A group of boys who were originally in love with Su Qinghe all exploded, and they stood out in righteous indignation. Their voices were loud, and Gu Yifan heard them all. But, feeling the countless pairs of eyes that wanted to kill focusing on him, he was indifferent. So what if you didn't? Or if you did? I kiss my own girlfriend. Light these guys' sympathy. He liked to see this group of guys who were not used to seeing themselves but couldn't do anything to dry themselves up and could only bark impotently. Su Bean, the instructors are ready to arrive. Let's go. I'll send you back to the team first. The corner of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly before he spoke softly. Aha. Su Qinghe nodded gently with a small red face. Afterward, the two of them slowly walked in the direction of the first class of financial management under the gazes of the crowd. I go to Mr. Bao Qinghe. She actually has a boyfriend? A girl in the team of the financial management class asked with a surprised look on her face. The others in the class also commanded to come over, looking at Bao Baijie with a curious face, wanting to hear what she had to say. When Bao Baijie heard someone call out to her, she turned her head and glanced at the girls before faintly saying, yes, that's right, this. Everyone was a little incredulous for a moment at her affirmative answer. After all, it hasn't been long since the start of military training. The number 1 ranked freshman school flower, Su Qinghe, was even teased away? That's too much speed, isn't it? Snap. It was as if Bao Baijie heard the sound of the boys in the room having their hearts broken. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Suddenly someone slapped his thigh and said, I suddenly understand why Su Qinghe got such a high score but rejected Qingbei and chose to come to Jinling University. So it's to be with her boyfriend. Hearing this, everyone present recalled the background introduction they had read about Su Qinghe on the forum. At that time, everyone was a bit puzzled as to why Su Qinghe had willingly given up Qingbei University, but now, combined with this situation in front of her, everything seemed to make sense. Hiss. I didn't realize that the number 1 schoolgirl was a love brain too. Someone opened his mouth and spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Yeah, such behavior is indeed love brain, though that boy does look handsome. But, leaving a good Qingbei not to go to school, to come with us to go to Jinda University, I do not know what to say about her. Yeah, that's silly. If we break up later, she'll regret it. By the way, I remember the forum said that Su Qinghe was suspected to have jumped from a building when she was in high school. It can't be that she can't think straight because of her love, right? Is this even a thing? Really? A number of people opened their mouths and agreed. Although there were no insulting words, the tone was somewhat sour and even carried a hint of disdain and contempt. In such words, Bao Baijie on the side couldn't help but faintly frown as she listened. She was just about to open her mouth when Xu Xiaoming, who was on the side, heard someone denigrating her sisters and badmouthing her male god. She directly jumped out angrily and shouted, what do you know? Xu Xiaoming's sudden outburst caused all the girls present to be somewhat confused. I don't know the situation, so don't say anything, will you guys? She blurted out a loud rebuke as her little face turned red with anger. Bao Baijie on the side also spoke with a dark face. We are all classmates. It's not good to chew on people behind their backs like this and say bad things about them, is it? Let's not talk about the fact that Qinghe hasn't offended you guys. Quite a few of you have even drank the water that Qinghe sent, right? Won't your conscience hurt if you guys are shading her like this? The girls who were better with Su Qinghe also commanded to stand out a little angry. You all don't know the situation. What are your blind guesses? Many of the girls were told to look embarrassed. Yes, some people are like that. If it hadn't been brought up now, they would have forgotten that they had drunk the water brought by Su Qinghe for free some days ago. However, there were quite a few people who were jealous of Su Qinghe's reputation as the number 1 school flower, and they still had a stiff upper lip. We're just being honest. We didn't say anything bad about her, and besides, we're not you guys, so what are you getting excited about? Qinghe is our sister. When you say her, you mean us. What do you mean we're excited? Xu Xiaoming red-faced and angry. And sisters, we've all only known each other for a few days. So sisters, just don't be a plastic sisterhood. Some of the girls were not convinced and continued to yin and yang. There's no way around it. Su Qinghe's face value is indeed too high. Even if the person looks good, her grades are still so good, and now she has become the number 1 school flower. Not only did the boys in her class like her, but those in the next class also came over every day to bring water and food to offer their attentions, and they had been jealous in their hearts for a long time. After all, with an existence like Su Qinghe in the class, they had all become green leaves that set off the roses. How could they be willing in their hearts? Now that there was an opportunity to step on Su Qinghe with great difficulty, Naturally they couldn't help but jump out one after another. The moment the girl's words came out, Bao Baijia's few people instantly all exploded. Bao Baijia directly stood out and pointed at the girl who had just been shady and coldly said, "Sure Meiwan, don't think that I don't know that lately you've been spreading bad words about Qinghe in the dormitory. Originally I didn't even bother to give a damn about you. Aren't you just envious and jealous of Qinghe's reputation as the #1 school flower and not convinced of her? If you're not convinced, go find the person who released this list yourself. How much do you mean by encouraging people to shady and denigrate their classmates here?" Smee. Being poked through Bao Baijia's mind, she was a bit speechless for a while, but how could she admit this in front of so many people? So then jumped feet blush pull neck mouth hard said, Who say bad things about her? And it's none of my business if she's the #1 school flower. Who am I to envy and be jealous of her? Bao Baijia glanced at her and said with some disdain, "Say it or not, are you envious and jealous? You know it in your own heart." Sure Meijuan's red color rose, and she wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by a magnetic male voice. "Oh, it's quite lively." End of chapter. Chapter 203, Gu Yifan, such a cheap request. This is the first time I've seen it. Oh, it's quite lively. The sudden voice made everyone in the room freeze, subconsciously turning his head to follow the direction of the voice. He only saw that at some point Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe had both walked up to the crowd. The moment they saw Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe, Chu Xiaoming's several girls' eyes lit up. Bai Jia, Xiao Meng, CC, how are the several beauties? Gu Yifan smiled and greeted the few people. Good day, Mr. Gu. Several of the girls nodded in response as well. This boy is so handsome. Yes, I knew it was cool just looking at it from afar, but I didn't realize walking in and looking at it. It's even better. Yeah, no wonder Su Da's schoolgirl rejected Qingbei University for him. Indeed, Qingbei and handsome. If it were me, I guess I would make the same choice as Su. The group of girls around them pointed at Gu Yifan and whispered in a low voice. The crowd's voices were small, but Gu Yifan heard an approximation. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was somewhat not quite right, Gu Yifan turned his head to look at Bao Baijia and spoke. That, Bao student, is this. When Bao Baijia heard Gu Yifan call out to her, she was just thinking about what to say about what happened in front of her when Chu Xiaoming, who was on the side, couldn't wait to speak. She said somewhat angrily, God of man, sure Meiwan was just badmouthing you and Qinghe, so a few of us got angry and argued with her. At those words, Gu Yifan first froze for a moment, and in the next second, his brows furrowed slightly. He turned his head to look at Chu Xiaoming and spoke. Xiaoming, what's going on? After Chu Xiaoming organized her language, she opened her mouth and explained. It's sure Meiwan who saw Qinghe won the first place of school flower, then envy and jealousy intentionally said bad things about Qinghe, saying that Qinghe gave up Qingbei University for you and chose to come to Jinling University as a love brain, and also said that the forums wrote about Qinghe's high school days what jumped out of the building for the love of her life and such words. Then we got angry and argued with them. Speaking here, the more she thought about it, the more angry she got, adding with a red little face exasperatedly, this sure Meiwan is the worst. She also spread bad words about Qinghe in the dormitory, thanks to the fact that Qinghe even gave her water for free before. It's really bad. Hearing this, sure Meiwan, who was on the side, couldn't stand up. She jumped out with a disdainful face and said, Hey, Chu Xiaoming, don't talk nonsense. When did I ever drink her water? I didn't drink the water last time. Don't press names on me carelessly. Hearing this, Gu Yifan turned his head and glanced at the girl named Sure Meiwan, and he also probably heard what was going on. Seeing Gu Yifan looking at himself, Sure Meiwan blared back nonchalantly, What are you looking at? I didn't say anything bad about you guys. I'm just talking about what's written on the school's forum. That's what it says, and it's none of my business. At this time, the commotion on this side also attracted the attention of the surrounding classes, because the military training has not officially begun. Many people have come over to eat and watch the fun. Gu Yifan was exasperated and laughed as he slowly walked forward. Sure Meiwan saw Gu Yifan walking in front of her. She was a little nervous but still a little colorful and tough-mouthed. What the hell? You still want to beat me up? Come on, there's something about Ben. Try touching a hair on my head. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan's face chilled as he coldly said, This is the first time I've seen such a cheap request. Just then, he realized that his sleeve was suddenly being pulled. With a slight lurch, Gu Yifan turned his head and realized that Su Qinghe had walked behind him at some point. What's wrong? Gu Yifan's face softened and he said softly. Su Qinghe lowered her head and didn't say anything, only pulling on his sleeve and gently shaking her head. Seeing this, Gu Yifan also knew what she meant, so he reached out and touched her small face softly and gently said, It's fine, everything has me, don't worry. Su Qinghe slowly raised her head openly to look at Gu Yifan, her eyes slightly red. She pursed her lips slightly, did not say anything, just still shook her head gently. Seeing this, Gu Yifan's heart ached. Bao Baijie several people also reacted at this time. They also hurriedly walked to Gu Yifan's side and spoke. Gu student, don't be impulsive. Hey, what for? Suddenly, there was a loud chortle from not far away. Only to see a few instructors have not known when to come over. See, this side of the situation does not seem to be right. So they blackface loudly reprimanded. What are you surrounded here? No need for military training, is there? Hurry up and go back to your class line. The crowd of onlookers hurriedly dispersed when they saw that the instructor was angry. And when Shi Meiwan saw that the instructor had come, she was quietly relieved in her heart, because the look Gu Yifan had just given her was really scary. If the instructor didn't come, I guess he would really beat himself up. Instructor, this man hit me. Shi Meijuan's eyes twinkled as she hurriedly ran to her instructor's side and wickedly said. At those words, Bao Baijie and the others all had their eyes glazed over, looking at her with an incredulous expression. Hey, Shi Meiwan, do you still want some face? When did Gu hit you? Where could Chu Xiaoming stand this? She was so angry that her face turned red and said. When the instructor heard this, he first looked at Shi Meiwan and realized that she didn't look like she had been beaten, so he walked over to Gu Yifan and frowned. Which class are you from? What are you doing here if you don't go back to your own class team? Hearing this instructor's words, Gu Yifan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Shi Meiwan with a calm face and said, Shi Meiwan, right? I'll remember you. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Su Qinghe and spoke softly. Su Bin, let's go. Let's go home. Su Qinghe froze for a moment first. Aha. She looked up at Gu Yifan and saw that his eyes were full of tenderness, not like he was joking, so she nodded gently. Gu Yifan smiled faintly, then took her hand and walked straight outside the group. And when Chen Pingping, the instructor of Su Qinghe's class, saw Gu Yifan ignoring his presence, his originally dark face became even darker at the moment. Stop! He rushed at the backs of both Gu Yifan and Su Qinghe and loudly scolded. Gu Yifan's footsteps slightly lurched as he turned his head to look at the instructor expressionlessly. You have something to do? Seeing him with such a hangdog attitude, Chen Pingping's face turned even colder. His face darkened as he said, What's your name and what class are you in? Oh, Gu Yifan, from the first class of financial management. Gu Yifan replied casually. After saying that, he didn't pay any more attention to him and turned around to lead Su Qinghe to continue walking outside. Pingping Chen, seeing Gu Yifan's attitude, he was about to explode with anger. He strides forward, pulling Gu Yifan by the shoulders and loudly chiding. Stand, did I let you go? End of chapter. Chapter 204 Bloodiness. One touch. Standing, did I let you go? With his shoulders grabbed, Gu Yifan's footsteps stalled slightly. His originally calm face also gradually chilled down, turning his head to look at Chen Pingping in a cold tone. Why? Do you still have something to do? Pingping Chen. Seeing that he was still gripping his shoulders and not speaking, Gu Yifan raised his eyelids and continued to speak. Let go. Chen Pingping this time was really pissed off. When so many years as a soldier, but also as a college military training instructor 5 or 6 times, what kind of students he has contacted. But, it was the first time he had met a student like Gu Yifan who dared to ignore himself and be so dense. This kind of prick, if you don't give him a little color, he really doesn't know what it means to know why flowers are so red. And with so many students watching, if you let go easily and let him go, how can you still be an instructor? Don't want to lose face yourself, ah? So, he met Gu Yifan's gaze with a dark face and sneered. If I don't let go, what can you do? Oh, Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Then with a slight shrug of his shoulders, the fighting unloading technique was then utilized, and his shoulders slammed directly into Chen Pingping's shoulders. Caught off guard, Chen Pingping's hand was empty and he stumbled, taking a few steps backward before he could stand still. He looked at Gu Yifan with some shock. Gu Yifan glanced at him and didn't say anything. Instead he turned around and continued to hold Su Qinghe's hand as he walked outside. Seeing that Gu Yifan ignored himself again, the corner of Chen Pingping's mouth twitched slightly. Stop, he shouted again. This review Yifan didn't pay any more attention to him, still holding Su Qinghe's hand and continuing to walk outside the playground. Bump, asterisk 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 dish. Chen Pingping couldn't help but burst out. He rushed towards Gu Yifan's side with an arrow step. Hearing the movement behind him, Gu Yifan pulled Su Qinghe outside and turned next to the side, avoiding his movements. Seeing that he had pounced, Chen Pingping was once again slightly stunned. Kind of funny. Practiced? He looked at Gu Yifan and said with some surprise. At this time, Gu Yifan's face had gone completely cold. Just now if he couldn't avoid it, at most he would have been hit. But, what about Su Qinghe? But don't forget that he was holding hands with Su Qinghe. If he was knocked down, Su Qinghe would definitely be implicated as well. Chen Pingping this time was considered to have completely touched his reverse scale. You want to get killed? Gu Yifan looked at him and said coldly. Hearing Gu Yifan's provocation-like words, Chen Pingping's face also went cold. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that in years. Kid, you're brave. However, that belligerent gene in his body was also hooked up, and he pointed at Gu Yifan and said with a single word, I'm just looking for death. What can you do to me? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Yifan spat these two words out of his mouth when he saw his warlike demeanor. Chen Pingping was completely angry this time. His face darkened as he said word for word, Kid, have the guts to fight me one-on-one? If you win me, feel free to go. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan first glanced at him and said indifferently, Oh, I see. I hope you won't regret it later. After saying that, he turned his head to Su Qinghe and spoke, Bean, go wait for me over there. No, don't fight, okay? Su Qinghe shook her head and whispered, It's okay, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Well, you stand aside and wait for me for 2 minutes. No, wait for me for 30 seconds, and then we'll go. Gu Yifan reached out and rubbed her little head softly and gently. Su Qinghe still wanted to say something, but Gu Yifan had already turned around and walked towards the instructor Chen Pingping's side. Seeing this, Su Qinghe's words were hard choked back. She understood Gu Yifan and knew that once this big bully decided something, no one could change it. At this time, she could only choose to believe Gu Yifan. Her heart was really worried, and she looked at Gu Yifan's side with a nervous face. 30 seconds. To catch up. What Gu Yifan had just said to Su Qinghe, Chen Pingping had heard it all. Kid, this time, you've really pissed me off. The consequences are serious. He looked at Gu Yifan and said in an icy tone, Oh, how do you fight? Go ahead. I'm in a hurry. Gu Yifan stood in front of Chen Pingping and said in a flat tone, Seeing him still looking so hungover, Chen Pingping was completely furious. There are no rules. Whoever falls first loses. He yelled at Gu Yifan. Well, you do it then. Gu Yifan still said with a calm face. As soon as his words came out, Chen Pingping's eyes instantly turned red. The soldier was warlike, and the bloodlust in his bones had been thoroughly aroused. At this moment, he couldn't care less about bullying the small with the big. Right now he just wanted to ruthlessly rub this kid in front of him on the floor. If he didn't beat Gu Yifan to his knees and call him daddy, he would call Gu Yifan daddy. After that, he rushed over to Gu Yifan's side, determined to knock Gu Yifan, a guy who didn't know the sky and the earth after learning 2 moves, down within 1 move. Beep dash. Stop. Just then, the whistle sounded, and at the same time a voice like thunderous chiding exploded in Chen Pingping's ears. It turned out that the situation on this side had also attracted the attention of the instructor force side. The red color in Chen Pingping's eyes instantly dissipated quite a bit, only that his fist had already rushed in front of Gu Yifan, and he simply couldn't stop. Just when he thought Gu Yifan was going to be hit by himself, Gu Yifan slightly sidestepped to avoid his fist once again. Then, they saw several people in camouflage uniforms walking quickly through the crowd of soldiers. The man in the lead first frowned at Gu Yifan, then looked at Chen Pingping and spoke with some dissatisfaction. Staff Sergeant Chen, what's going on here? At this time, Chen Pingping also realized that he had just been provoked by Gu Yifan's repeated provocations to be bloodthirsty and impulsive. He saluted the man in front of him then spoke loudly. Report platoon leader. I was just competing with this student. Competition? Upon hearing this, the platoon leader first froze, then his brows furrowed even tighter as he turned his head to Gu Yifan and opened his mouth to inquire. This student, is that so? Right. Gu Yifan first looked at it, then turned his head to look at this platoon leader and opened his mouth with a calm face. Nonsense. The platoon leader rushed at Chen Pingping and rebuked loudly. Staff Sergeant Chen, have you forgotten the discipline of our troops? This is a school. Don't bring those bad habits of your team that don't move to compete over here. And, what are you, an instructor, competing with a student? Can you afford to be responsible if you hurt a student? Pingping Chen, Gu Yifan. End of chapter. Chapter 205, Arrogant? Challenge. Instructor Chen Pingping was speechless because he was rebuked by his immediate leader, and realized that he had indeed just been uptight and impulsive. Gu Yifan, on the other hand, was speechless because this platoon leader felt that he must be the one to be beaten down. But think about it, after all, Chen Pingping is a formally trained soldier, and he is just a freshman student. According to the thinking and ideas of normal people, he and Chen Pingping match is equivalent to the egg against the stone. The one who is injured is naturally their own. Just what they didn't know was that Gu Yifan wasn't some ordinary college student. He was a reborn person with a system that was open and shut, a special level of fighting skills. He can have the same as the Special Operations Forces and the strongest single combat ability Special Forces. Although Gu Yifan had never used this extraordinary fighting technique, nor had he ever competed or fought with anyone. But, with that system's pissy nature, how could this special fighting technique be a mortal product? It's a good thing the system came out. Chen Pingping, an ordinary soldier, was really no match for him. Just as Gu Yifan was thinking, the platoon leader suddenly spoke up. Okay, it's almost time for the rehearsal of the repertoire drill, so all of them are dispersed, so do what you want to do. Yes, platoon leader, Chen Pingping said loudly. Seeing this, Gu Yifan didn't say anything more and turned around and walked to Su Qinghe's side to take her hand and prepare to leave. After all, it wasn't like he was some tyrannical person, and it wasn't like this fight was a necessity. It was just that just because he didn't want to cause trouble didn't mean that Chen Pingping would let him off easily. Seeing that he was holding Su Qinghe to go, he loudly scolded, "Hey, stop right there." Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan couldn't help but frown slightly as he turned around and spoke expressionlessly. "Instructor, you still have something to do? You can go, but she has to stay." Chen Pingping pointed at Su Qinghe and opened his mouth. Gu Yifan glanced at him, then he ignored him, turned his head and straightly pulled Su Qinghe outside. "Stop." Seeing that Gu Yifan was still so arrogant, Chen Pingping once again got on his head and couldn't care less that his platoon leader was still here. He rushed at Gu Yifan and loudly chided, "Little brat, do you really think I don't dare to beat you?" Gu Yifan's footsteps slightly lurched, then he slowly turned his head to look at Chen Pingping, who was already seething with anger, and said with a calm expression, "Is it true that the two of us can leave after I beat you down?" Wow! As soon as Gu Yifan's words came out, the surrounding melon-eating students began to stir. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This dude is awesome. Not doubt the instructor? Cocky enough to be a wolf exterminator. Indeed, it's pretty pretentious, though, I don't know if it's really powerful, or if it's a silver bullet. The students on the sidelines opened their mouths and whispered, and at this moment, Instructor Chen Pingping's eyes instantly filled with blood. In front of so many people, it was so arrogant to dare to say that he had knocked himself out. For the first time since he grew up, he had seen such an arrogant guy. "Kid, you're arrogant enough." Chen Pingping spoke with a frosty face. "Fine, as long as you can make me fall, I'll let you two go. I'd like to see whether your fist is bigger or my fist is harder." "Nonsense, Chen Pingping, don't forget what you are." Seeing that the atmosphere instantly became saber-rattling, the platoon leader loudly scolded. Seeing this, Chen Pingping's aura instantly withered, but still somewhat unconvinced, he called out, "Platoon leader, one more word out of you and I'll tell you to get the hell out of here right now." The platoon leader glared at him, his tone cold. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Gu Yifan and said in a flat tone, "This student, Instructor Chen was joking with you. This will start training soon. You can go back to your class team now." "I didn't think it was a joke. As a soldier, is there no taking back what you say? Since Instructor Chen said as long as my fists are big enough to knock him down let's go, then it's just as well that I ask you, leader, to be a witness." "Me," Gu Yifan challenged him. Gu Yifan spoke with a calm face. Wow. Gu Yifan's arrogant onlookers stirred. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is really ruthless enough. That leader has said to let him go. He is dead set on fighting with Instructor Chen. Cow. This dude is a real man. The group whispered again. "Can you not stop fighting?" Su Qing had tugged on Gu Yifan's sleeve and whispered, "Don't worry, I'll be measured on this one." Gu Yifan looked down at her and saw that her face was full of worry, so he smiled slightly and softly and gently soothed her. After saying that, he turned his head to that platoon leader and spoke again. "This leader, I want to challenge Instructor Chen. Can I?" Platoon leader Luo Fei saw that it was not easy to refuse under the eyes of the public, and could only politely open his mouth. "This student, fists and feet without eyes in case of injury is not good. You have to think clearly." "Don't worry leader, I know this. Fists and feet have no eyes. That's something I'd like to say too. If I hurt this comrade Chen Pingping, I also ask the leader to bear witness for us. This is voluntary on both sides. Just don't follow up and come after me again. After all, I'm just a student, and I don't want to start the school year with a big injury penalty." Gu Yifan said with a calm face. Platoon Commander Luo Fei saw Gu Yifan say this and didn't know what to say for a moment. The same cannot be said for Chen Pingping. This little brat in front of me is just too arrogant. Make it sound like he's really such a bully that he could injure himself. A little kid. If he couldn't even beat him, then these years as a soldier would have been for nothing. Chen Pingping's anger instantly surged upwards and said, "Platoon leader, I accept his challenge. If you are injured, you will bear the responsibility yourself. Do not hold the other party responsible for anything." At those words, platoon leader Luo Fei was truly and completely speechless. Seeing the two of them like this, and with so many people on the scene watching, he knew it couldn't be stopped. And soldiers are good at martial arts. Cutting against each other is a common occurrence in the force at this point. So he thought for a moment and spoke. "Since this is the case, and both of you agree, then I will be this witness." Cut to the chase. Point blank. Try not to appear injured. Gu Yifan knew that this latter remark of this leader was meant for Chen Pingping to hear, so that he would be careful with his hands. Seeing that he had been underestimated, Gu Yifan didn't say anything more. "How strong you are on your own. We'll see in a minute. The crowd then gave up the center field. Gu Yifan and Chen Pingping put some distance between the two of them. The two sides began a standoff. Chen Pingping looked at Gu Yifan with a disdainful face, and then he hooked his finger at Gu Yifan, making a provocative gesture. End of chapter. Chapter 206, Playing Dead? Vice-Chancellor, Sun Ling Ming. Chen Pingping couldn't wait. He intended to teach Gu Yifan a hard lesson by rubbing him on the ground a bit to teach him a deep lesson. Otherwise this arrogant little brat will never know what it means to be outside the sky. In the face of Chen Pingping's provocation, Gu Yifan remained expressionless, simply indifferent. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. Chen Pingping saw that at this point, Gu Yifan was still pretending, so he couldn't help but open his mouth loudly. I'll let you have a move. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Come on, come and hit me. Oh, the corner of Gu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly. The extraordinary fighting ability was instantly and perfectly displayed. Before anyone could react, they only saw Gu Yifan appear in front of Chen Pingping with a flash. In the next second, he was seen leaping high into the air, with all his strength concentrated in his legs, before kicking out viciously. Bang! Before Chen Pingping could see clearly, he was sent flying 10 meters away by Gu Yifan's vicious kick. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Hiss! Jing! For a moment, the field was instantly and terrifyingly quiet, and everyone was stunned by the scene, for such an outcome was unexpected by all. After all, one was a battle-hardened army instructor and the other was an ordinary freshman. Anyone watching this is a one-sided crush. It does seem to be a one-sided crush even now, only it's the other way around. At this moment, Chen Pingping, who was 10 meters away, was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and after a slight reprieve, he struggled to raise his head and looked at Gu Yifan with an incredulous face. Sorry, looks like it's still my fist you're bigger than. Gu Yifan looked at him and said faintly with an expressionless face. You. He covered his chest and trembled, unable to speak. Put. Chen Pingping spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his head tilted and his entire body fainted. As for whether he fainted because he was injured and vomiting blood, or whether he was infuriated by Gu Yifan's words, there was no way of knowing. Hurry! Help! At this time, platoon leader Luo Fei also reacted, and he hurriedly shouted. For a moment, the entire playground began to riot. However, the initiator at this time, Gu Yifan glanced at instructor Chen Pingping, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, with a slightly deeper meaning. Nothing else. It was only because he knew that Chen Pingping was faking a feint, because his kick over, although it looked exaggerated, but he had controlled the force of it. Using all the skillful strength, Chen Pingping did not suffer much injury at all. As for the mouthful of old blood he spat out, Gu Yifan had no idea what was going on. In short, he didn't lay a finger on it. Retracting his gaze, Gu Yifan walked over to Su Qinghe and took her small hand, then spoke softly. Su Bin, let's go. Ha! It was only when she heard his voice that Su Qinghe came back to her senses. She first glanced at Gu Yifan, then glanced at the instructor who had vomited blood, and said with a nervous face, Is he alright? It's fine, don't worry. Gu Yifan shook his head. Oh. She looked at Gu Yifan with a bewildered look on her face. She had vomited blood and passed out, but this big bully still said she was fine? There's really nothing to worry about. I didn't use much force, he was just playing dead. Seeing that she was still uneasy, Gu Yifan whispered and opened his mouth to explain. Ha! Su Qinghe was slightly stunned at his words. Returning to her senses, she glanced with some surprise at the instructor who was still lying on the ground like a dead dog. She knew better than anyone what kind of person Gu Yifan was. Since Gu Yifan had said so, it proved that it was really fine. Okay, good girl. Someone will take care of this later. Let's go. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Ooh-hoo. Although Su Qinghe was still a bit worried, she still nodded obediently. The two then walked slowly out of the playground as the crowd stirred. The scene of the two leaving, platoon leader Luo Fei all watched in the eyes, but he simply did not have the good sense to go up to stop. After all, it was agreed before the previous match that no matter which side was injured, the other side could not be held responsible. Although such behavior was not legally recognized, he couldn't pull that old face to stop Gu Yifan. And he had just rushed to Chen Pingping's side when he also knew that the dog was faking a feint. However, there was only the option of playing dead in such a scene. Otherwise by a student kick flying 10 meters away. As a military man to say Chen Pingping that old face also has no place to put a. Afternoon, 2:30 p.m. Principal's office. Gu Yifan picked up the hot tea in front of him and gently blew on it before taking a big sip. Good tea. He couldn't help but sigh. An old man sitting across from him with hair that was already a bit gray couldn't help but glare at him and said in a bad mood, Is drinking tea the way you drink tea? Chewing peonies. Hey. Gu Yifan was not angry. He heatedly smiled and said, Why? This tea is not just for drinking. How to feel comfortable, how to come is it? Grandpa's son, do you think it's so? The old man choked for a moment. It sounded so reasonable that he couldn't even refute it for a moment. Come on, you kid. You're the one with all the crooked ideas. Sun Lingming gave him a blank look and said, also, this is a school. You have to call Principal Sun. Yes. The old man in front of Gu Yifan was the current vice president of Jinling University, Sun Lingming. Okay, Grandpa Sun. Gu Yifan nodded. Sun Lingming. He was directly speechless by Gu Yifan's words, and if it wasn't for his grandmother's sake, he would have wanted to give Gu Yifan, this bastard, a slap in the face. Yes, Sun Lingming and Gu Yifan's family are somewhat related, but for all of this, Gu Yifan was previously unaware. If it wasn't for the fact that some time ago, his own grandmother had called and said that if he ran into any trouble in Jinling University, he would go to Sun Lingming and he would help you out. Gu Yifan didn't know about this yet. However, he only heard his grandmother say that Sun Lingming in the Golden University is some kind of professor or something, has not had the time to come to find Sun Lingming, originally thought of waiting for the military training finished have time to find him to pay a formal visit. I didn't expect it but because of the things that spread on the playground this morning, it was Sun Lingming who took the initiative to call him over. Gu Yifan froze slightly when he saw that Sun Lingming was actually the vice-chancellor of Jin University. He indeed did not expect that Sun Lingming had this layer of identity. No wonder his own grandmother had said that if he encountered any troublesome matters in Jinda University, he could help solve them. Sun Lingming picked up the teacup and gently took a sip, then slowly reminisced for a while before slowly opening his mouth. Tell me, you brat, why did you beat up the human instructor? It's only been a few days since military training, and you've already stirred up such a big mess for me. You're trying to go to heaven. You. End of chapter. Chapter 207 Things. Suchingha, he's quite nice. No, Grandpa Sun, look at what you're saying. What do you mean I beat up the human instructor? That was a friendly sparring session we had. Okay. Gu Yifan deflated his mouth and opened his mouth somewhat unconvincingly to explain. Friendly cuts? This asshole has beaten someone to the point of vomiting blood, and you're telling me it's a friendly sparring match? Sun Lingming's eyes glazed over as he looked at him with a speechless expression. Grandpa Sun, don't look at me like that. It makes it weirdly embarrassing. Gu Yifan opened his mouth somewhat weakly. Asterisk. Off. Sun Lingming was exasperated and laughed. He glared at Gu Yifan without any good humor. You're going to be embarrassed now that you've beaten someone to the point of vomiting blood? Gu Yifan. No, Grandpa Sun. I've already said earlier, it's really none of my business that he vomited blood. I didn't even exert any force at all. It's him who faked it. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to sophistically say. Besides, who let him be less skillful than others? Hearing these words, Sun Lingming straight away couldn't help but want to roll his eyes. Alright. I'm not going to bother with you. This is it. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of it. Sun Lingming helplessly waved his hand and said. Originally, he was quite happy when he learned that the National College Entrance Examination top student was the grandson of an old friend, and was also the second college entrance examination top student ever to score a perfect score in all naked points. He thought that Gu Yifan coming to Jinda University was a good thing, and his old friend's grandson coming to Jinda University himself could take care of him more or less, but he didn't expect that Gu Yifan, this guy, just came to the school within a few days and made such a big mess. If it wasn't for the sake of Cece's sister, Gu Yifan's grandmother, he would really want to teach this asshole kid a good lesson. And, from now on, you kids be honest with me. I can't save you if this happens again. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became, and he rushed at Gu Yifan without any goodwill. Ooh-hoo, speak up, haven't you eaten? Sun Lingming said with a dark face. Where did Gu Yifan dare to say anything more when he saw this? So he obediently nodded and said, I know, you brat, the sight of you makes me angry. Sun Lingming glared at him before speaking. Alright, you kid get lost. Upon hearing this, Gu Yifan grinned and said, Alright, then Grandpa Sun, this time it's rather hasty. I didn't expect to meet in this way. When the military training is over in a couple of days, I'll formally go over to the house to see you. Hearing this, Sun Lingming's heart then felt better. Thanks to this kid who still knows a little bit of etiquette. Sun Lingming's face also slightly eased. He waved his hand and said, Alright, got it, go busy yourself. Yes, goodbye then, Grandpa Sun. Gu Yifan didn't stay any longer and got up and left after he finished. Looking at Gu Yifan's departing back, Sun Lingming shook his head helplessly. This all-perfect high school student isn't quite what he thought he'd be. However, he can also see that Gu Yifan, this person's character is still not bad. Well, it's just a little mixed up. Yes, it's just mixed up. A lot of years old. Read countless people. This eyesight he Sun Lingming still have. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Never mind. For the sake of Cece's sister, let's find some time to temper him. At least he has to be guided to develop the right 3 views, so he can't go astray. Sun Lingming sighed lightly and thought darkly in his heart. Retracting his gazes, Sun Lingming suddenly realized that something was wrong. Where's the box of 1,000-year-old pour on your own table? He suddenly remembered that just now Gu Yifan was bowing when he walked. After a long time of silence, Sun Lingming helplessly shook his head, full of heartache. This bastard boy. Old man's old tia. In the meantime, not far from the office building under the shade of a tree, Su Qingha was now looking anxiously in the direction of the stairway of the office building. Ding! The elevator door opened and Gu Yifan walked out from inside the elevator with a small tin can in his hand. Yes, that's right. This small iron canister in his hand was the tea he had just shunted from Old Man Sun. I just drank a few cups and found that the tea was good, so I just walked away and slipped away. Just a box of tea. Well, Old Man Sun should not be so stingy. Gu Yifan thought in his heart to put together a shameless thought. He had just emerged from the corner when Su Qingha, not far away, saw him. With a slight glint in her eyes, she hurriedly jogged all the way over towards Gu Yifan's side. Gu Yifan was thinking about it when he suddenly saw Su Qingha appear in front of him. He first froze, then frowned and said, Su Hanin, what are you doing running over here in such a big sun? Su Qingha just wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Gu Yifan. Go. Get in the car first. Gu Yifan took her small hand and walked quickly in the direction of his own big black G under the shade of the tree. Bang! The door closed. Gu Yifan set the air conditioning in the car to the lowest temperature, and the car cooled down immediately. After doing all this, he then turned his head to look at Su Qingha and spoke. Why don't you listen to me and stay in the car and wait for me? I can't sit still and worry about you. Su Qingha opened her mouth in a small voice to explain. I thought I said it was fine. Hearing this, Gu Yifan shook his head helplessly and said, Silly bean. Alright, it's all settled. Don't worry. Seeing that she didn't speak, Gu Yifan spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Su Qingha's eyes lit up as she lifted her little head to look at Gu Yifan, inquiring with her eyes. Really? Really? Gu Yifan nodded and said, Principal Sun helped solve it. Principal Sun? Su Qingha was a bit surprised. Right, it's the one we talked about last time, Grandma's former hairdresser. He's the vice principal at our school, and Grandma said that we can go to him if we run into any trouble at Jinda University in the future. Gu Yifan opened his mouth to explain. Su Qingha remembered. Last time she recalled that Yifan did mention this to her. Well, Old Man Sun, this person is quite good. This is not. Before leaving he was very enthusiastic to send me cans of tea. Gu Yifan casually said as he pointed to the small tin can on the side. Su Qingha glanced at the small tin can that looked rather dated, and without any doubt, she gently nodded and said, Principal Sun is quite nice. Aha! Gu Yifan smiled slightly as he nodded. It is indeed quite good. Achoo! At the same time, in the principal's office, Sun Lingming couldn't help but sneeze. What's with all the sudden sneezing on this hot day? He mumbled something under his breath. End of chapter. Chapter 208, Military Training Exercise. Could it be because the air conditioning is too low? Saying that, Sun Lingming got up and picked up the remote control on the table to turn the air conditioning temperature up a lot more. Alright, enough about him, let's go back. Forget about this afternoon's military training, take the day off too. Gu Yifan opened his mouth. Aha! Su Qingha nodded very obediently. Gu Yifan then started the car and walked away. Afternoon, 6:30. The two of them, Gu Yifan and Su Qingha, sat face to face at the dining table in the small courtyard. Su Qingha was helping Gu Yifan load the soup like a young newlywed wife, while Gu Yifan was looking at the meal on the table with some surprise, because that bitter melon that I've been eating for almost half a month straight is finally gone. That's right, it's really gone. How? What happened? Seeing Gu Yifan suddenly smile, Su Qingha asked in a somewhat puzzled whisper. Nothing, Gu Yifan casually returned. After thinking about it, he opened his mouth with some curiosity and asked, That, Su Bin, why don't you make bitter melon today? Su Qingha froze for a moment. She suddenly thought of something, her small face slightly red whispered, Eat too many days, temporarily, not eat for the time being. Gu Yifan didn't doubt it and nodded gently. As time passed, it came to the last day of military training. Today is the time for the military drill and the school leaders and the troop leaders will be present, and all the requirements are for all the freshmen to attend as well. Both Gu Yifan and Su Qingha were naturally called back to participate. 10 minutes past 8 in the morning. The entire large playground was then already crowded. Freshmen from every college, all gathered here. Naturally there are many more people than before when the military training was dispersed. Gu Yifan and Su Qingha had both been two people who hadn't participated in military training, and the location of the team in each class had changed. He first found a few girls in Baobaijie and asked them to bring Su Qinghao along to the location of his class before he slowly and leisurely found the location of where his class was by himself. Gu Yifan had just arrived at the team his class was in, when Peng Xiaoqiang and Wang Shuyi surrounded him, saying with a shocked face, Brother Fan, awesome. Gu Yifan was a bit confused. What's wrong with you guys this early in the morning? He said with some puzzlement. Several people sneakily came to Gu Yifan's ear and whispered, Brother Fan, don't pretend. We all know. No, what am I pretending I am? Gu Yifan said with a speechless face. Oh. Peng Xiaoxiang. Several people looked at each other, and then Wang Shuyi whispered, just, that instructor thing. The day before yesterday, someone on the forums posted that the instructor of a financial management class was kicked and spit up blood by a freshman. Yes, it was accompanied by a blurry photo, which was a bit blurry and couldn't see the face very well, but we could still recognize it was you, Brother Van. And I remember that the class that Qinghe's sister-in-law is in is the financial management class, right? He Dong on the side also spoke in a small voice. At those words, Gu Yifan frowned slightly. Didn't they say it was all suppressed and not allowed to spread? How come it's still on the forum? This old man's son isn't too reliable, either. Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice under his breath. Old Van, that's you right, isn't it? Peng Xiaoqiang also spoke in a small voice. Yeah, it's me. Gu Yifan didn't hide anything and spoke directly. It's really you. I told you that guy was Van. A few people got a little excited. Are there any more posts on that forum? I'll read them. Gu Yifan thought for a moment and spoke. Also, how many people know about this? Nope. Wang Shuyi shook his head and said, that post was deleted in less than half an hour after it was posted. And even that person's account was banned. Yes, at first there was a lot of talk about it, but then all the news disappeared. It was only because we recognized it was you when we saw the photo at the time, plus the fact that the counselor said in the past 2 days that you had taken a leave of absence from military training, that we dared to conclude that. No one else should have known it was you, unless they were the ones who saw it on the spot. He Dong opened his mouth. Ooh. Gu Yifan nodded, and in his heart, he silently took back the words he had just spat at old man's son. Hey, Lao Fan, what happened that day? Did you really kick someone's instructor to vomit blood? Peng Xiaoqiang, who was on the side, asked in a somewhat curious whisper. The two of them, Wang Shuyi and He Dong, also looked at Gu Yifan with curious faces, waiting for his answer. No, he faked it. Gu Yifan shook his head. I told you, how can you kick someone 10 meters away and spit out blood? Really, that's a lot of force, Peng Xiaoqiang said with a sigh of relief. Van, what happened that day? Shuyi Wang spoke again. It's nothing, that guy was just looking for his own death. Gu Yifan casually returned. That guy looking for death? Fine. A few people said with a curious look on their faces. There's nothing to talk about. It's all in the past. The school won't let us talk about it. So that's that. Gu Yifan didn't want to say much as he casually pulled a reason and said, this. Seeing Gu Yifan's unwillingness to say more, coupled with those previous posts of dissipation on the forums, it also proved that the school really didn't allow the spreading of this. He Dong was Gu Yifan's hardcore fan, so he naturally stood on Gu Yifan's side as he spoke up. Well, since the school won't let us talk about it, let's forget about it. Beep 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 beep. A sharp whistle sounded. Class instructors, immediately organize your class teams and maintain order on the field. The military drill will begin immediately. At the same time, a neutral voice resounded throughout the playground. Beep dash. All of them. Attention. The process of the military training performance is much the same. The previous life has already experienced once. Gu Yifan has little interest in this. The whole with the large force together with the paddling. After all, there were so many people, you couldn't tell the difference with one more or one less of him. It lasted until 10:30 in the morning. The military training performance was finally over, followed by speeches from the school leaders and then from the army chiefs, which were basically official speeches and not much to listen to. Gu Yifan was even less interested in all of this as he searched the crowd for Su Qinghe's figure. See if you can find her and sneak off with her. The sun is so big. It would be better to stay here and listen to this nonsense than to go back to the small yard to eat watermelon and blow the air conditioning. Gu Yifan's eyes suddenly stuttered slightly, only to see a face in the crowd that was too familiar to be familiar anymore appear in one's line of sight. End of chapter. Chapter 209, Goodbye Han Lemon? Gu Yifan, little old man. So dirty. Seemingly sensing Gu Yifan's gaze, the other party also looked towards Gu Yifan's side. For eyes. For a moment, both men froze. Han Lemon. Last time, he knew that Han Lemon had also come to Jinling University, but the school was so big, and the two hadn't been in the same college, so they hadn't met. Gu Yifan had almost forgotten about it. But, I didn't expect to meet in such a way today. Gu Yifun's heart was a little complicated. Han Lemon also had an indescribable feeling in her heart at this time, as she chose to come to Jinling University alone for Gu Yifun. During this period of time, she had also found out about Gu Yifun's academy and class, but the two of them had never had the chance to meet. She had previously thought about taking the initiative to find Gu Yifun, but all of her contact information had been blacked out and deleted by Gu Yifun. Moreover, she felt that Gu Yifun had already known that she had come to Jinling University as well, and that Gu Yifun could be cruel enough not to come to her. Her arrogant nature made her unable to let go of the last trace of dignity in her heart to take the initiative to find Gu Yifun. Therefore, this also led to the fact that it had already been half a month, and surprisingly, both of them had not yet met. I didn't expect to see it on such an occasion today. Looking at Gu Yifun's somewhat slightly surprised expression, the aggravation in Han Lim's heart instantly surged to the surface of her heart, and her mouth opened slightly as if she wanted to say something. Just then, a voice came from the podium. Next, please invite this year's National College Entrance Examination perfect score top student and freshman representative student Gu Yifun to the stage to deliver a speech. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome student Gu Yifun. The words came out. Everyone in the entire large playground was instantly in an uproar. Gu Yifun, the top scorer of the National College Entrance Examination. No, this dude is really here. Huh? Yeah, when I saw the banner at the entrance of the school before, I thought that he just reached a cooperation with the school to advertise in the name of the top student of the college entrance exam, and then dropped out and went back to repeat the exam again. After all, there are quite a few high school nail biters who go about making money this way, like that Don something or other. So many of these people now. Yes, I didn't realize the dude was actually here. It looks like our school has really put its money where its mouth is. On the playground, a group of people had started talking, and at this moment, Gu Yifun's entire body was dumbfounded. What the is this? There's still this link? Why didn't anyone inform themselves in advance? He looked with disbelief at the Miss MC on the podium who was still shouting her name. Aha! Listening to no one come up. The Miss MC on the stage also froze for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal and continued to smile as she opened her mouth. It seems that our applause wasn't warm enough, and student Gu Yifun didn't hear it. Ha. Please welcome our student Gu Yifun with the warmest applause once again. Snap. For a while, the field once again resounded with applause as loud as a mountain. Hearing this, Gu Yifun also came back to his senses. At this moment, he couldn't care less about Han Lemon, and walked out of the group with a stiff upper lip, heading straight towards the podium. Seeing him appear, the Miss MC on the stage was quietly relieved in her heart. Just when Gu Yifun walked onto the stage and revealed his proper face, everyone on his stage was stunned. Wow, Gu is so handsome. I didn't expect Gu to be so handsome. Yeah. It's a handsome little brother. Love this face. It's my kind of thing. I go to. It's actually him. I've met him in school before. I didn't realize that he's Gu Yifun, the top scorer of the college entrance exam with full marks. A group of girls chirped with some excitement. Holy, Is this dude this handsome? It's over. 4 years of college with no right to preferred dating. There were also a number of boys who looked shocked and helpless. Gee nice. This face of the high school student is a match for me. Just then, someone shouted. His voice was so loud that it attracted the gazes of many people around him for a while, and when the crowd looked over in the direction of the voice, they only saw a boy with eyes and a face full of pimples that were about to burst appear in the crowd's line of sight. Noticing the burning gaze of the crowd, the boy was a little embarrassed, but still confidently said, "That, everyone looks at me for what I said does not seem to be anything wrong, right? Vomit." Many girls almost couldn't help but vomit at the sight of him looking so honorable but without the slightest bit of self-awareness. In the meantime, many people in the ranks of the Fiscal Management Physics Class 1 class were stunned when they saw Gu Yifun's face. Isn't this boy Su Qing his boyfriend? That means schoolgirl Su's boyfriend is the top student in the college entrance exam? Who said before that Su schoolgirl love brain for the white boy to give up Qingbei to come to Jinda later will regret to come? Nima, people, this is the young couple have given up Qingbei to come to Jinda, okay? Yes. I didn't realize that student Qing, his boyfriend, was the legendary top student of the college entrance exam. Handsome and a high school student. What kind of divine being is this? Indeed, Qingha and he both have such good grades and such high face value. They are simply a perfect match. Okay. And love brain? People are obviously running towards love in both directions. Okay? Nima, you told me to call it a love brain? Yes. So envious. Many people began to change their original views and opened their mouths in envy. Hearing the crowd's comments, the girls in the crowd who had previously said that Su Qingha was in love with her brain were all blushing. especially that Shermei Wan who took the lead in denigrating Su Qinghe. At this moment, her whole body was so embarrassed that she couldn't wait to lower her head and drill into that crack of hers. Qinghe. Gu actually went up to give a speech. It's true that he's worthy of being Gu's male god. Look at all those girls with their swooning faces. Qinghe, you have to keep a close eye on Mr. Gu in the future. I can see that the eyes of those girls want to eat him alive. The several people standing next to Su Qinghe, Chu Xiaomeng, also spoke up. Brush. Su Qinghe's little face instantly turned red. She didn't say anything, but just foolishly looked at Gu Yifan's handsome and upright figure on the stage, her eyes glittering with light. Gu Yifan, who walked onto the stage, instantly understood what this sudden arrangement was all about when he saw Vice Principal Sun Lingming's somewhat smiling expression. Not just passing you cans of tea, to give yourself this whole thing? Trying to catch yourself off guard and then make a fool of yourself in public? Gu Yifan muttered in a small voice under his breath. Little old man, what a dirty heart. End of chapter. Chapter 210, after military training, life and death. His voice was small, but the Miss MC standing beside him heard it. Song Evening Qing was very puzzled in her heart, and she gave Gu Yifan a somewhat puzzled look. However, out of professionalism, she pressed down her heart of gossip, handed the microphone to Gu Yifan and whispered to remind him that he could start speaking. Thanks. Gu Yifan took the microphone and whispered a thank you before turning around and walking to the center of the stage. Phew. Looking at the black pressure of a head of people under the stage, Gu Yifan deeply inhaled and exhaled a breath, and then a face of colorful opening. Leaders, teachers and students, everyone, I am Gu Yifan of the first class of financial management. I am very pleased to be able to stand here to meet with you all today. Woo-hoo-hoo, there's one last class. It's almost time for another enjoyable weekend. In the back row seats of the classroom, Wang Shuyi said with an air of being about to be released from prison. Pushing less. Hasn't it just been less than a week of classes? Not really? Dong He, who was on the side, didn't hold back his words when he saw this. Che. Wang Shuyi glanced at him and said faintly, what do you kid know? For a scum like me, every class is an ordeal. Don Ho. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wang Shuyi. You're a ing scumbag if you can get into King's University. He mentally spat breathlessly. Wang Shuyi suddenly remembered something, so he touched Gu Yifan, who was sitting in the innermost part of the room, and then opened his mouth to propose, Brother Fan, it's been a long time since our brothers got together, so let's go out and have a drink with Qinghe's sister-in-law tonight. Hearing this, Gu Yifan put down his cell phone and turned his head to look at him, seeing his blear-eyed look at him, so he thought for a moment and spoke. Okay, I'll talk to Qinghe's side in a moment. Yes. Hearing Gu Yifan's promise, Wang Shuyi's eyes brightened slightly before he spoke. Then it's agreed like this. No changing your mind, huh? Tonight in the game of life and death. Let's not get drunk. Talk to Slutboy about this later when he comes back from the office. It so happened that at this time, Peng Xiaoqiang also walked in from the back of the classroom, and heard Wang Shuyi talking about himself, so he quickly walked over to give him a strong manzwa mail from behind. He came to his ear and said in a bad mood, pushy little, you're ing talking about me behind my back again? The sudden strongman lockman made Wang Shuyi confused for a moment, and reacting, he hastily struggled out of Peng Xiaoqiang's hands, off. He turned his head to look at Peng Xiaoqiang and said without a word of humor, "Mo, take a beating from the old man. You think I'm you, always enjoying watching the back entry and sneaking up behind you? Being suddenly revealed as a pet peeve. Peng Xiaoqiang's old face slightly reddened. However, with a social awesome syndrome, he quickly recovered. As if he hadn't heard Wang Shuyi's words just now, he opened his mouth and said, "No, what do you mean by what you just said about the life and death situation?" "Oh, just now Pushing Xiao said that tonight we brothers go out to get together for dinner and drink. Life and death game. No drunkenness." Dong He, who was on the side, spoke up. Peng Xiaoqiang then realized, so that's what it says. No problem, but can old Van's side come? When he said this, Peng Xiaoqiang was looking at Gu Yifan when he said it. Could be. Gu Yifan glanced at him casually. That'll do. Peng Xiaoqiang made an odd gesture and said, then just do it and be done with it. Who's afraid of who? Jingle bells dash. At that moment, the final class bell suddenly rang. Just when the crowd thought that the visitor was the professor of the high math class, they realized that the one who walked into the classroom from outside was the exterminator, Chen Wenjing. For a while, the people in the classroom were all looking at each other a bit blankly. Sue, didn't the schedule say high math class? How come it's a counselor's class? What's going on here? Wang Shuyi asked with a puzzled face to Peng Xiaoqiang in a whispered opening. Peng Xiaoqiang also froze, and he didn't know what was going on. When I was just in the counselor's office, I didn't see Chen Wenjing talking about this either. I don't know, he replied in a small voice. Quiet. Chen Wenjing on the podium looked around the entire classroom before speaking faintly. Your Professor Luo had something to do today, so I switched classes with her. Ooh. Hearing this, the crowd on the stage was then enlightened. Well, just one class. Lecture is not enough time. So let's do this. Today this class time let's formalize the list of class cadres for the class. Does anyone have any comments? Chen Wenjing looked at the crowd and spoke. Is it so great not to have to go to class? Hearing this, where would the crowd have a problem with that? There were loud replies. No comment. Thus, the original high math class was successfully turned into a class officer campaign meeting. Just like before, Gu Yifan was still not interested in any of this. Though a number of students inquired about him and wanted to vote for him as class president, he turned them down through and through. It's still the same. What's the point of being a class officer? It would be better to touch Suching his feet more often with that time. Just over halfway through a 45-minute class, the final voting list for class officers came out. Pang Xiaoqian was still elected to the position of class president, while a girl named Hong Xiao was elected to the position of secretary of the league. This girl is usually very straightforward and well-liked, and the crowd had no problem with her being elected. The rest of the Life Committee and the Sports Committee each had their own candidate. It's worth noting that the Arts and Culture Committee was surprisingly elected by the legitimately lowly Papaya nymphet, Cecilia Chen. Looking at her less than 1 meter 5 height and her red little face that was very shy, Gu Yifan was skeptical that such a papillon lady would really have any talents. Is it going to be the legendary wave-propelled airplane? Such a craft should be considered a talent. No problem. Yes, now that the list of class officers has been finalized, I hope that in the future you will cooperate with the class officers and not make things difficult for the class officers who serve you. Can it be done? Counselor Chen Wenjing spoke to the crowd. Yes, the crowd all nodded, then spoke in somewhat sparse voices. Chen Wenjing's face darkened as she yelled, "Didn't you eat?" Louder. Seeing Mrs. Extermination's face darken, the crowd hurriedly spoke up loudly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chen Wenjing then nodded in satisfaction. Well, there's still a bit of time. I'll say one more thing. She looked at the crowd and spoke. What is it? Everyone was looking at her with a curious expression. End of chapter. Chapter 211, this comrade counselor from a smaller day. Please calm down. Chen Wenjing didn't sell out. She looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. I just received a notice from above the school. It's about to be the 111th anniversary of the founding of the school. Plus, in order to welcome the freshmen to join the big family of Jinda, the school is ready to grandly organize an anniversary celebration. There will be outstanding seniors from various industries coming back to the school for the school gala. So the school is asking each freshman class to put out 1 to 2 programs for the audition. As soon as her words fell, everyone on stage began to stir. It is said that Jinling University's annual school celebration party is organized with immense pomp and circumstance. I didn't think I'd be able to attend the school party again just after military training. Sounds pretty cool. The boys' minds have already begun to conjure up the long white legs of their schoolmates. But, given that this has just started not long ago, the teacher for everyone's talent does not have too much understanding. So this time the audition registration, there are no students grossly recommended? Chen Wenjing pushed the frame on the bridge of her nose, then looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to sign up for the program. After all, this is a matter of will, and our class is still more democratic. Wow. Hearing this, the people in the arena all looked at me and I looked at you, and many of them looked at each other in disbelief. However, there were quite a few people who looked foolish and seemed to be quite interested in the school anniversary show. Despite this, not a single person has volunteered to stand up and sign up. Silence. For a while, the atmosphere in the classroom was somewhat inexplicably awkward. Chen Wenjing couldn't help but frown slightly at the situation, but she didn't get angry. She looked at the crowd on stage and spoke again. No students volunteered to participate? After all, we have already said, to participate in the program audition is a personal will. The class is a place of democracy. We should respect the students' personal will. It was just a few more moments. Still no one took the initiative to stand up and sign up. Those few guys who were originally dumb enough to want to sign up, saw that no one stood up, but also embarrassed to stand up. No one is willing to be the one to stand out. Seeing this, Chen Wenjing shook her head helplessly. Seems like respecting individual wishes is a road that won't work. Sometimes you need a little pressure to push. Her mind wandered darkly. Then, looking at the crowd who all lowered their heads, slowly opened their mouths and said, since everyone didn't take the initiative to sign up, then I'll come to the roll call. Crowd, what about the promise of being democratic and respecting everyone's individual wishes? The group of people were all dumbfounded as they looked at Chen Wenjing on top of the podium. However, in response to the eyes of the crowd, Chen Wenjing directly chose to ignore them, pretending not to be able to see the eyes of the crowd. Her gaze looked in the direction of Gu Yifan in the corner of the back row of the classroom and slowly opened her mouth. Classmate Gu Yifan, Are you interested in representing our class to participate in the audition for the school anniversary program performance? Wow. Hearing the counselor name Gu Yifan, everyone's gazes involuntarily looked in Gu Yifan's direction. And Gu Yifan, who at that moment was secretly messaging Su Qinghe with his head down, didn't even hear it. Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't react and still had his head down, Chen Wenjing froze for a moment. When the others saw that Gu Yifan didn't react at all, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Seeing this, Wang Shuyi, who was on the side, hurriedly reached out and tugged on Gu Yifan's sleeve to remind him in a small voice. Brother Fan. Ha! Suddenly hearing Wang Shuyi call himself, Gu Yifan didn't react for a moment. He put the cell phone inside the drawer, raised his head and glanced at Wang Shuyi beside him in some bewilderment, and said in some confusion, Forced Young, what's wrong? Van. Extinguish. The counselor is calling you. Wang Shuyi spoke in a small voice. Gu Yifan froze for a moment, and at this moment, he also reacted. Noticing that the gazes of the people in the classroom were all looking at him, he was a bit confused. Looking up at the counselor on the podium he spoke. Teacher Chen, did you just call me? Chen Wenjing shook her head helplessly. With Gu Yifan like this, how could she not know that just now? Gu Yifan was making funny moves on stage, and didn't even listen to what she was saying. But she didn't say anything. Instead she spoke again. Right, student Gu Yifan, teacher wants you to represent our class to participate in the audition for the school anniversary program performance. What do you think? It was Gu Yifan's turn to be confused. Representing the class in this audition for the school's anniversary show? It's not. He's not even interested in this stuff. Mr. Chen. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Yifan was about to open his mouth to refuse, but he was suddenly and mercilessly interrupted by Chen Wenjing. She looked at Gu Yifan and slowly opened her mouth. Gu Yifan student, Ken has heard that when you were in high school, you had acted, well on the street, and you don't want other people to know about this matter, right? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly Gu Yifan reacted. His eyes glanced somewhat strangely at the counselor on the podium who was looking at him with a teasing face, and he couldn't help but shiver. This comrade counselor from the small days, please calm down. But, his mind was very curious. How did his counselor know about this? It's been going on for so long. He never seems to have told anyone about it. What Gu Yifan didn't know was that because of his special existence, the first class of financial management was more concerned by the school. Therefore, Chen Wenjing had specially found his files and information to read over during this period of time. Of course, about this matter, the information is just a one-off. But Chen Wenjing went to the internet to search for some, but she really found the video that Gu Yifan sang in the beginning. That video on the internet was only half a clip, but there was one thing to be said for it, and after she heard Gu Yifan sing, she also felt that it was a real shame for Gu Yifan not to become a singer, but she was relieved when she thought about it later. After all, Gu Yifan's cultural achievements were also so impressive. It seems like it would be a loss for the country if he gave up his studies to become a singer. After all, the talents who can get full marks in the college entrance examination, if they take the path of scientific research in the future, it is estimated that they can make a lot of contributions to the country. This is why, as soon as Gu Yifan came to the school found a respected old professor to take him through his studies, and although the school said to him that it was to pave the way for him to be able to go directly to graduate school in the future, there was definitely the idea of specially training him to take the path of scientific research as well. Of course, how to choose in the end was naturally up to Gu Yifan himself. After hesitating for a while, Gu Yifan still didn't intend to participate in that laborious school gala program performance, so he spoke. Teacher Chen. End of chapter. Chapter 212, Fishing Net Stockings? Gu Yifan, teacher, I want to enroll. What? Seeing that Gu Yifan didn't say anything, Chen Wenjing looked at him and spoke with a calm face. Student Gu Yifan is not willing to participate in the audition for the school anniversary party program for the sake of our class's honor? Hearing this, Gu Yifan's face was filled with helplessness, and he didn't even know what to say for a moment. With such a big hat on his head, Gu Yifan had a helpless look on his face. At this moment, the others in the class were all looking at the counselor and Gu Yifan with blank faces. None other. It was only because they couldn't understand some of the conversation between the counselor and Gu Yifan. Just looking at the situation in front of him, Gu Yifan seemed to have some kind of handle in the hands of Mrs. Extermination? Everyone was making wild guesses in their minds. Mr. Chen, I still don't. Gu Yifan had just gotten halfway through his sentence, but suddenly stopped. At those words, Chen Wenjing couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason why Gu Yifan suddenly stopped was because the system that hadn't appeared for a long time suddenly popped up. Ding! Triggering the system's manifestation of sainthood in front of people mission. If you're not young, you're not a young man. Please sign up for the 111th anniversary of Jinling University's school celebration, and amaze the crowd at the party, and take the first place in the school celebrations performance program. Upon completion of the mission, the formula for the life extension and renewal potion and a pair of 100 tearless fishing net stockings will be rewarded. Note 1. Extension of life potion formula. The host can be made according to the formula to extend life potion. After taking, can activate the body's new cellular vitality, in order to achieve the effect of life extension. As long as the person still has a breath, there is the effect of specific reference to the individual's physique. The highest life extension of 30 years, the lowest life extension of 10 years. Each person can only be taken once in a lifetime. Many times ineffective. Note 2. 100 tear not rotten fishing net stockings made of white silk. In addition to the difference between the ordinary fishing net stockings beautiful, warm in winter and cool in summer, the most important point is that the material is special 100 tear not rotten. Gu Yi Fun. He kind of found out that this mother ******* ing system just ing likes to pretend. Every time it's a crowd, it's always trying to pull something. And fishnet stockings. Nima. He distinctly remembered the last time he had just sputtered about whether it was time for fishnet stockings next time. And it ing did come. Nima. Playing stocking stuffer this is? Doggone it. I'm sure it's not a serious system. Gu Yifan was speechless for a while in his heart. But that life extension potion was the one that caught Gu Yifan's attention. Extend your life by 30 years. Is this really something that should exist in this world? Extend your life. I'm afraid that whoever is in the position will go crazy for it. If this thing leaks out, I am afraid that I have 10 lives or not enough to die, right? Gu Yifan was in deep thought for a while, seeing him suddenly go off into a daze again, seeming to be seriously thinking about something. The scene left everyone in the classroom in a daze. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? Mr. Chen, I'm signing up. Just then, Gu Yifan suddenly spoke. Crowd. Chen Wenjing's eyes on the podium lit up slightly, and the tight frown on her brow slowly loosened this time. Yes, then it's decided. Student Gu Yifan will represent our class to participate in the school's 111th anniversary performance program audition. She looked at the crowd and spoke. Well, are there any other students who would like to sign up? Hearing this, the crowd reacted. With Gu Yifan as the leader of the pack, the few girls in front of them who were foolish enough to sign up also raised their hands. The atmosphere in the classroom became lively once again. Time passed and another week went by. Today is the 111th anniversary of JLU. Without any surprises, Gu Yifan had long passed the audition and was selected to perform at the school gala. In the small courtyard, Gu Yifan was talking to his mom on the phone, while Su Qingha was upstairs helping him pick out the clothes he was going to wear to the school gala performance tonight like a gentle and virtuous little wife. Mom, why are you so free to call me today? Gu Yifan spat out his cigarette, then to his own mom at the other end of the phone, he smiled and opened his mouth. You brat, you still have the face to say, how many days has it been? And I haven't seen you give a call home. If you don't call back, I'll have to call here, Chen Dongmei said without a trace of anger. Gu Yifan froze slightly, and he then remembered that it had indeed been some days since he had called home. Ahem. He was a little embarrassed. What? This is not a while ago to sign up to participate in what the school festival program performance. These days busy, to forget. Okay, I don't care about you, just don't affect your studies. Chen Dongmei is still in the same mindset as before. As long as it doesn't affect her studies, she and her husband both won't care about Gu Yifan's matters. Well, so what? Do you and Qinghe still have money to use over there? She spoke again after a moment's thought. Gu Yifan. Mom, have you forgotten that your son I'm a millionaire? He spoke somewhat helplessly. Ooh, forgot about that, Chen Dongmei said with some embarrassment. Alright then, there's nothing more to do. You back off. I'm going to call Qinghe to chat with her. After saying that, and without waiting for Gu Yifan to react, he directly hung up the phone. Listening to the busy line tone of the phone hanging up from his cell phone, Gu Yifan had a helpless face. Evening, 7:30. This time, the school leaders surprisingly did not nag, went on stage and simply said some words on the scene and then began to introduce the outstanding alumni guests who came tonight. However, despite this, an hour still passed with this introduction. It's been an hour, and it's been an incredibly hard time for all of us on the stage. No way. Who made JLU come out with so many great alumni? 8:30. Finally the introduction was finished, and under the loud announcement of President Qin Peiqi, the 111th anniversary party of Jinling University officially began. Pop 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 pop. The opening is a king bomb. On stage, the schoolgirls were all dressed in cool hottie outfits, selling out and performing powerful songs and dances. That seductive makeup and neat hot dance Look at the crowd off stage. That is a burst of blood-boiling awe. The original dull atmosphere are all swept away. Countless people were screaming and cheering madly at the senior sisters on the stage. Sisters of a strong song and dance down, completely ignited the passion of all the poultry people. As for why the seniors are performing so hard, that is of course trying to attract the attention of the schoolboys, and it would be nice to have some fabulous stories if you can. End of chapter.